clearly awakened the world's only 3S level talent, yet is mocked by everyone as a useless waste. Even the girl who secretly loves you, Lu Ruyan, advises you to pursue a career in action films, simply because your awakened talent is that of a necromancer. Every time you use your abilities, it costs you a minimum of 10 years of life. Just as you were walking down from the awakening platform in disappointment, congratulations, host, you have obtained immortality. Wait, immortality? Does that mean I can use my skills freely from now on? You should know that. Your summon creatures are at least of royal level, and for ordinary professionals to reach royal level, it may take them 10 years or even decades to level up. You only need to pay 100 years of life to summon a creature that is at least of royal level. As your red army upgrades, your summoned creatures will continuously level up. Just think about how invincible that is, a kind of unprecedented wildness crazily growing in your heart. Minister, why is your face pale one moment and red the next? Isn't it just because you awakened a class that can't level up? Now many teams hunting fierce beasts for leveling up require some external information for guidance. Some are even willing to offer resources proactively. Don't forget, you are the top genius of our school in 300 years. With such excellent results tomorrow and thorough research on various fierce beasts, some factions might recruit you, perhaps worried about Yifeng's mentality. Best friend Lu Han walked over to comfort you. Ha, did I hear that wrong? Lu Han, you're still saying Yifeng is our school's strongest genius? Suddenly, a mocking voice came from not far away. You turned around to see Wu Fan approaching him with a face full of sarcasm. Can a genius awaken a garbage class? The current strongest genius is me, Yifeng. You won't be able to overshadow me anymore. With a waist like you, I can take on 10 of you. As the heir of the Wu family, one of the 3 major families of Gusu, he should have always enjoyed everyone's attention, but because of your appearance, he has remained in the shadows. Now, with Yifeng awakening a mediocre class, he finally stands in the spotlight again. Yifeng, why don't you just follow Fan from now on? You could be his shoe shiner, it's perfect for you. Heh, just a bunch of insignificant kids. Over the past 3 years of high school, Wu Fan has caused him trouble many times. But back then, most of the people around him were on his side. It's true that adversity reveals a person's heart. What does it matter to you if I'm a genius? Do you really think that just because you awakened a primary combat class, you can act recklessly? If you want to get eaten up, you can try it right now. It's just a primary combat class. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? While Wu Fan is entangled, you don't mind making him pay a price to see just how powerful the Necromancer army can be. Hearing your words, Wu Fan seemed a bit intimidated. Although Yifeng's class is quite useless, they have just awakened and cannot yet master their abilities. When it comes to a real fight, he might not be your opponent and could lose face in front of the other students. Yifeng, don't be too pleased. I just awakened. My family has already arranged for me high-level dungeon entry tickets and advanced skill books. In a week, the universities will come to Gusu City for recruitment. At that time, I will apply to the admissions teachers to battle you. I hope you can still talk tough when facing my second transition form, Wu Fan scoffed. After dropping a few harsh words, he left with his lackeys. This guy, Wu Fan, seems to hold a grudge against you, but don't worry, my priest class is in high demand, and many teams have already invited me. At that time, I'll have them hire you as an external advisor. Once I level up and find some strong teammates, no one will be able to bully you anymore. After refusing your best friend's kind offer, you arrived alone at a huge square, which is the Gusu-style leveling center. Now, you can't wait to grind monsters and level up. In front of the leveling center venue is a massive statue of Rescue, representing the largest leveling area of this center, the Kingdom of Rescue. Hello, I would like a ticket to the Kingdom of Rescue. Kingdom of Rescue? Do you know what you're talking about? Of course, I want to use my first free entry into the secret realm to get a ticket to the Kingdom of Rescue. I checked your information, Yifeng, you are just a newly awakened level 1. Do you know that the Kingdom of Rescue is a medium-sized secret realm where the lowest level fierce beasts start at silver and you're going in alone? Are you sure you're serious? Moreover, a royal level Griffin has been born in the core area and there have been continuous battles between the two recently. No one dares to enter the Griffin Kingdom anymore. Your decision is practically a death wish. I hope you can seriously grind and level up. Underestimating this matter could cost you your life, the beautiful attendant advised earnestly. You didn't expect that simply wanting a ticket would attract so much attention. Yet you insisted on your idea, saying, please give me a ticket to the Kingdom of Rescue. You know very well. To level up, you must summon a Necromancer army. Other secret realms are too small, and there are too many people to summon a Necromancer army. If you accidentally harm others, that would be troublesome. The Kingdom of Rescue is undoubtedly the best choice. The beautiful attendant still wanted to persuade me. I hope you can respect my rights. Since I have chosen to enter, I am fully prepared. Alright, the beautiful attendant sighed. This is the ticket to the Kingdom of Rescue. Take it and step into the teleportation array. You will automatically arrive at your destination. Thank you, Yifeng nodded, then took the golden ticket and walked into the teleportation room. In the next second, a bright light appeared. Yifeng's figure suddenly vanished. Wow, that kid really went in. Ah, young people are fearless. I bet he won't last a few minutes in there. Come on, is anyone willing to place bets? I bet this kid will crawl out in 3 minutes, and I'll bet 1 minute. To them, a rookie who hasn't even leveled up dares to enter a medium-sized secret realm that's simply overestimating his abilities. He is looking for death. They are just waiting to see Yifeng's good show. In a daze, you found yourself in a forest surrounded by towering ancient trees as thick as a person. After walking a few steps, you noticed a sign standing not far away with several lines of bright red text, very eye-catching. Dark Forest Level 3 area, gold and below, current leveling population, 0, an empty leveling area. Without hesitation, you stepped inside. Although you can now use your skills infinitely, you still need to be cautious. If you attract too much attention, you might draw unwanted gazes. You slowly followed the path deeper into the forest. Soon, you arrived at a central area of the forest where a series of beast roars caught your attention. Pushing aside the dense grass that was taller than a person, what appeared before me was a small basin, at the center of which was a gathering of over 100 ferocious beasts circling around a small hill in a ritualistic manner. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the center was not a mountain, but a throne made of countless corpses with bones from various species, including many human remains. It was extremely horrifying. Resting on the throne of bones was a white giant python, with the geese wolves at level 18 and the goose wolf king at level 29. The lowest among this group of goose wolves was also at level 18. The moment you spotted the geese wolves, the white wolf king suddenly opened its eyes, and with a roar, the previously circling geese wolves rushed toward your direction. Have I been discovered? Perfect, I'll test my skills on you. Facing the collective hunting of the geese wolves, you felt no tension at all. Instead, a slight smile crept across your lips. Summon the Dragon Legion. Facing the countless geese wolves charging up from the basin. With a gentle flick of your finger, without any chanting or casting motion, this is the terrifying aspect of a necromancer. You suddenly felt a wave of weakness, as if part of your vitality had been drained, triggering your skill. In the next moment, the sky above the dark forest changed color. The originally clear and bright sky suddenly turned dark. At the same time, all the creatures in the Rescue Dynasty's secret realm seemed to sense something and raised their heads. They looked towards the direction of the dark forest. The sky above the dark forest appeared to become illusory. 3 massive figures emerged from the sky. With a loud crack, the sky above the dark forest shattered like glass. Immediately after, 3 enormous heads broke through. At that moment, all creatures finally saw the true forms of the 3 figures. They were 3 giant dragons made entirely of bones. Each was draped in a single leg, with eerie blue flames coursing over every bone. When their bony wings spread out, they blocked out the sun. As the ancient Dragon Legion revealed itself, a sense of death enveloped the hearts of all creatures. Under the command of the Goose Wolf King, numerous ferocious beasts in the dark forest were approaching you, ready to attack, but at that moment, all the ferocious beasts scattered in fear. But how could you give them a chance to escape? Upon receiving the command from the ancient dragon's shockwave, the 3 ancient dragons flapped their wings. They soared through the air above the dark forest, as if kings had descended. In the next moment, the 3 ancient dragons roared in unison. They unleashed white-blue flames, causing the entire dark forest to tremble. Unlike regular flames, this breath emitted no heat whatsoever. Instead, it felt bone-chillingly cold as the white-blue flames spread, seemingly intent on destroying the entire dark forest. As the ancient dragon's breath subsided, the surrounding environment gradually stabilized within the dark forest. The white-blue flames continued to burn, and you leveled up to level 10 as a result. Once the white-blue flames extinguished, the ferocious beasts you had just slain dropped their items, all of which entered your inventory. In your backpack, the 3 ancient dragons soared through the sky, continuously roaring. It seemed as if they were showcasing their immense power. This battle had indeed been rewarding. You felt exceptionally pleased. The martial world has never been just about killing, but about instant victories. This way of fighting allowed you to truly experience the power of a necromancer, and leveling up had become much easier for you now. However, it's a pity such a beautiful secret realm has now become this way. Who knows how many years it will take to restore its original ecology. You wish you could return in a few days, but after this battle, the dark forest is now completely desolate. Everything around you is unrecognizable. Now everything is in ruins. Currently, the entire Suzhou city has only this one secret realm, with the king-level ferocious beasts being the culprits. Right, Yade, I almost forgot there is a king-level rescue king here, and that is indeed a king-level being. Moreover, these lord-level ferocious beasts have a very high chance of dropping equipment or materials, which I could sell for a nice profit. That would mean a significant increase in wealth. While you don't need equipment to level up, you are low on funds. Those are king level items, and just selling one could bring in hundreds of thousands or even millions. This is the only chance in your life to enter a secret realm for free. Such opportunities to reap benefits cannot be missed. Furthermore, if a high-ranking expert comes to Suzhou City to farm monsters later, you would be left with nothing. What if someone accidentally stumbles in here? They would become the Rescue King's prey. You are doing all this out of caution. Surely the Rescue King can understand your good intentions. And isn't death a form of liberation? Unbeknownst to yourself, Yifeng felt his soul elevating. He realized he could also think of the Empire's well-being. A sudden roar echoed through the air, infused with a hint of anger. Could it be the Griffin King? I hadn't even come looking for you, and yet you came to me. That saves me a lot of trouble. In the sky, a massive griffin flapped its wings, circling above. Though you couldn't see it clearly, you could vaguely tell that the Griffin King was very angry. You could understand its anger. After all, even if the Griffin King doesn't reside in the Dark Forest, this territory ultimately belongs to the Rescue King. Having turned the entire Dark Forest into this state, it would be strange if the Lord wasn't angry. If any Suzhou citizens wander in under the Rescue King's holy wrath, it would be a 10,000% danger. For the safety of Suzhou citizens, this is all my fault for farming today. I'm doing this for the greater good, definitely not for the loot. You feel your image rising a few notches. Meanwhile, the Rescue King spotted you, and its piercing roars expressed its fury at the one who had destroyed the Dark Forest. Naturally, the Rescue King was even more enraged upon seeing you. It continued to roar, but it seemed wary of the three ancient dragons soaring in the sky, which is why it had not yet attacked. This is the first time in my life I've seen something like the rescue. I never thought such a thing actually exists. If I could write it, that would be quite impressive. You feel a bit tempted, but you currently lack the means to acquire it. Forget it, I don't have the money to buy any favored items. I should just take it down first. At the same time, upon receiving the signal, the three ancient dragons instantly surrounded the Rescue King. Faced with the threat of three ancient dragons, the Rescue King, as the ruler of this secret realm, had no reason to back down. It charged directly into battle. The ancient dragon's black hole was almost a simultaneous event. The space around the three ancient dragons began to distort, forming a black hole. A wave of fear surged within the Rescue King, but even with its quick reflexes, it was too late. In the next moment, its flesh was torn from its body, and it died instantly. This battle was even easier than you had imagined. After all, both the Rescue King and the three ancient dragons were of king-level strength. In your original plan, it should have taken some time to fight, but unexpectedly, the Rescue King was taken down in an instant. You have slain the Rescue King, stunning all. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Experience points have automatically stopped. Please proceed to the Transmutation Temple to complete your class change. You have obtained the Material Rescue Wings and the Equipment Rescue King's armor. I initially thought getting one drop would already be a win, but now I got two. That's a lot of cash. Once I leave the secret realm and head to the trading post, I could finally call myself a small-time wealthy person. The gods know how I've lived for over 10 years in this world. Although the Dragon Kingdom's territory and population far exceed those of my past life on Blue Star, the overall quality of life is much worse. The Dragon Kingdom alone has nearly 10 billion people. While its territory is vast, many areas remain as they were during the original spacetime rifts, now serving as brooding grounds, and many have become forbidden zones for humans. Within the Dragon Kingdom lies the world's largest forbidden zone, the Land of Cracked Speech. It is rumored that there are no less than 20 divine races residing there. The so-called divine races are groups that possess divine-level ferocious beasts. Originally, if a single area had 2 or 3 divine races, it could already be considered a forbidden zone, highlighting the dangers of the Land of Cracked Speech. Many human warriors who had just stepped into the divine realm sought to gain fame in the Land of Cracked Speech, only to fall there. In the future, once you gain strength and rely on your Necromancer army, you will naturally venture into the Land of Cracked Speech. As long as you can cleanse that area, it would expand human territory. While you were pondering these matters, a sudden, piercing roar echoed through the air. Looking up, you could vaguely see a nest at the highest point of the secret realm. You almost forgot about that. According to what the passerby said, there are 2 rescue kings in this secret realm, and the one you just defeated is one of them. This is just one of them. The target is at the very top. However, the remaining one is only roaring for now and hasn't attacked, likely wary of you. This one should also be stronger, otherwise, it would foolishly charge in and meet its end. With 3 hours to explore this free dungeon, you have plenty of time to investigate further. Just now, you had already assessed the strength of your 3 ancient dragons against the Rescue King, and they would have no problem dealing with these king-level beasts. Besides, that's the Rescue King's nest. Perhaps there are valuable king-level materials surrounding it. There may be valuable king-level materials as well. That's all money. Let's take down another one. Leaving it for these beasts would be wasteful. It's better to pocket them yourself. The more you think about it, the more excited you become, and you immediately instruct the ancient dragons to descend so you can ride them to the rescue king's nest. Meanwhile, news of Yifeng entering the rescue dynasty has spread throughout the leveling center, gathering quite a crowd, many of whom are eager to see the spectacle. After all, it's rare for a single-level professional to enter the rescue dynasty. Such news is uncommon, especially since it's a medium-sized secret realm. In all of Suzhou City, there are very few strong individuals brave enough to enter the rescue dynasty. While many are here to watch the excitement, more are gamblers who have bet on how long Yifeng can survive. Initially, everyone was cheerful, as such opportunities for easy money are rare. What the hell? This guy has been in there for almost half an hour and hasn't come out yet. Did he die in there? Damn it, I've already lost a week's worth of living expenses. At first, only a small group looked uneasy. They too were betting, but after a few minutes, they had all gambled away their fortunes. As time passed, the expressions of the crowd grew increasingly grim. Nearly everyone present had lost their bets. They couldn't believe that a newcomer could survive so long in the rescue dynasty. Even they themselves lacked that confidence. If Yifeng had died in the secret realm, they might have felt some relief, but the display continuously showed there was still one person left. As long as it showed one person remaining, it meant Yifeng was still alive. This is just not scientific at all. How can a level 1 newbie stay in there for so long? Yade, I can't take it anymore. What the hell is going on? I need to go in and see how this kid is doing it. Before long, someone couldn't sit still anymore. Some had bet their entire fortunes on this. You've gone mad. The person who had just stepped forward was pulled back by others. What? Although this is a medium-sized secret realm, I'm a gold level, so even if I go in, it shouldn't be a big problem. Why has this kid been able to survive here for so long? He's just a newcomer. Inside, there are gold-level ferocious beasts everywhere. This was also a hot-tempered professional who had invested a lot of money, originally thinking that Yifeng was just a newcomer who wouldn't last a few minutes, but it had already been over an hour, and there was no sign of him coming out. How could he stand it? You're really a madman. The person holding him back scolded. Don't you know that the 2 Griffin Kings in the secret realm have been extremely violent lately? What? Damn. I don't know if you're really stupid or pretending to be, but you want to go in without knowing this kind of news. Then say it. The angry man could no longer hold back and became even more impatient. Recently, the Griffin Kings have been crazily hunting humans. Otherwise, do you think so few people have entered the Griffin dynasty during this time? Even though you're gold level, do you really think you can survive against 2 Griffin Kings? Even silver level would be hunted down. Then why can that kid survive until now? It's not impossible. Maybe it's because that kid is too weak, and the 2 Griffin Kings don't even take him seriously. Maybe that kid is just exploring around, not even thinking about leveling up, just wanting to see what the Griffin dynasty is like. This line of reasoning suddenly made everyone realize, after all, sightseeing in the secret realm is something many people like to do. For someone who has just awakened their professional identity, it's natural to be full of curiosity about the secret realm. This reasoning was quite reasonable. Damn, if what you say is true, that kid's luck is simply off the charts. Since it's already like this, then that kid definitely won't come out early. The first free leveling time is a total of 3 hours. I'll invest some more money, just 3 hours to come out, and I can definitely break even. After someone said this, others also followed suit. Damn, let's do it this way. I've already invested over 100,000, let's take a gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. This time we will definitely make a big profit. That's right, who can keep losing? I have a feeling that this time we can earn a lot. Let's do it. This time I'm putting in my entire savings. I don't believe we can't earn back this little money. Wait, count me in. This time I will definitely earn back everything I lost before. I'll invest too. I'm known as the gambling god of Suzhou City. In no time, the betting area was crowded again. Even some who had originally just come to watch couldn't help but join in the betting. Soon, the betting amount reached a very high figure. Meanwhile, Yifeng was riding a bone dragon, followed by 2 more bone dragons. The 3 of them landed near the Griffin King's nest. As soon as he landed, he noticed a griffin in the nest and 3 ferocious beast eggs. Griffin eggs. Yifeng's eyes lit up. Griffin eggs are truly valuable items. If taken to the market, a single griffin egg would be worth more than a king-level piece of equipment. I'm going to get rich. I will definitely get rich. At that moment, roar! Sensing Yifeng's arrival, the Griffin King let out a low growl. Yifeng had just been mesmerized by the Griffin eggs and hadn't paid much attention to the Griffin King beside them. Ha! The fur color of this Griffin King is actually white. Is this a female Griffin? I see. Yifeng suddenly connected all the dots. No wonder there are rumors outside that the Griffin King is fighting and has started to rampage against human professionals. It turns out it's to protect this place. All of this is to protect the Griffin eggs. That Griffin just now, even though it knows my strength is formidable, still wanted to come over. It probably didn't want to harm its own child. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. These two Griffin Kings are actually a couple. Their previous hunts of human professionals were to prevent disturbances while laying eggs. These two Griffin Kings really have a good plan. However, Yifeng was not a kind-hearted person. Since the beasts in the secret realm could kill human professionals, then as a professional, he had no problem killing griffins. But the current situation indeed put him in a bit of a dilemma. The female Griffin King was right next to the 3 Griffin eggs. If he really let the bone dragon use its skills here, it would definitely affect the Griffin eggs. Such a level of impact would surely shatter the eggs completely. That was not his intention. If the eggs really broke, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? One of those eggs was worth much more than the equipment he had obtained, and there were no king-level materials around. The eggs were the most valuable things in the entire Griffin dynasty. Just as he was pondering this, the Griffin King suddenly pushed one of the largest Griffin eggs over to him. The meaning was clearly to offer it to Yifeng for free. Yifeng was already prepared to act cautiously, but he didn't expect the Griffin King to make such a choice. But it had to be said, this was the Griffin's only option. Its mate had already been slain by Yifeng near the dark forest. It should also know that if it acted here, neither it nor its 3 children would survive. It was better to use the Griffin egg to dissuade Yifeng from his intentions. Moreover, Yifeng also knew, if the Griffin King really fought desperately, he wouldn't be able to take any of those Griffin eggs. This was just as he wished. Now he had reached level 10. Even if he killed this Griffin King, he wouldn't level up. Since the Griffin King had already softened, there was no need for him to be ungracious. Taking the largest Griffin egg would allow him to leave here. The main reason was also because, even if he killed this Griffin King, he couldn't guarantee that he would definitely get equipment and materials. Even if he did get them, their value couldn't compare to the Griffin egg. If nothing dropped and those 2 Griffin eggs were destroyed, then he would suffer the greatest loss. It was better for both sides to coexist peacefully. He could also obtain the largest Griffin egg. No matter how you look at this choice, it's the most cost-effective. Yifeng nodded. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame the Bone Dragon's skills for being too brutal. If they really unleashed their full power, the destructive might, not to mention whether those 2 eggs could be saved, it was likely that the entire Griffin dynasty wouldn't need to exist in this world anymore. You're quite sensible, knowing you have no way out. I'm not a villain, I'll take this deal. Yifeng stepped forward to take the beast egg. The Griffin King also kept its promise and did not launch a sneak attack. The Griffin King knew very well that if it tried to sneak attack at this moment and failed, it would truly be done for. It had no confidence, not even the slightest chance to take down those 3 bone dragons. You should know that the moment Yifeng appeared before him, he felt as if a sharp blade was hanging over his head, ready to fall at any moment. The cost of that would be his life. The rewards from this venture are truly immense. Yifeng, holding the massive Griffin egg, was ecstatic. Now his level had reached the requirement for a job change, and next he needed to complete the job change at the temple. The job change task was quite simple. First, it involved an assessment of combat power. As long as he completed an evaluation at the job change temple, he could change jobs. However, his main goal now was to sell everything he had. Damn it! He could no longer endure this impoverished life. Meanwhile, the entire leveling center was packed to the brim, with no room to spare. Because of Yifeng's incident, most people had already spread the news, and many had come to watch the excitement. I wonder who the big player is this time, to take in whatever amount is thrown in. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get rich. Damn it, I've got this win in the bag. This kid will definitely come out in 3 hours, and we'll surely make back all the money we lost before. This is really risky, we almost lost everything. You guys really have no ambition at all. I just borrowed money from all my relatives. Once this is over, I can retire, and you can keep grinding. Wow, you're a genius. I can't stand watching you all do well. I'm calling home right now. I need to gather a few million. This time, I'm definitely going to get rich. I'm going too. No way. I want to be a millionaire too. In an instant, the already noisy leveling center became even more chaotic. Everyone was on the phone borrowing money. If someone didn't know what this place was, they would really think it was a casino. Ha ha, I just got over 3 million dragon coins from home. Damn, with this odds in 3 hours, how much am I going to make? Ha, just over 3 million and you're bragging? I've managed to pull together 20 million. I borrowed from all my relatives and mortgaged everything I could. You're amazing. If you win, you'll be a billionaire. Wow, wow, you guys are too ruthless. Damn, this is exhilarating. Such opportunities come once in 100 years. At this moment, everyone was convinced that Jifeng would definitely appear in 3 hours. Even some newcomers, who had just arrived, began to place their bets. They didn't have the pressure of previous losses. This time, their betting pressure was much less than others. For them, it was no different from money falling from the sky, so they naturally felt no pressure at all. They had even fantasized about how to enjoy themselves once they got the money. However, among them were those who had already lost all their money in the last round. Seeing the smiles on others' faces only deepened their gloom. But there were simply too many people here, even if they felt resentment. They didn't dare to vent it at this moment and could only endure. They were waiting for Yifeng to appear. They couldn't act against others, but they certainly weren't afraid of a newcomer who had just changed jobs. Why are you little brats not leveling up? What are you blocking the way for? At that moment, an angry elderly voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. Everyone turned to look back. There were two people, a young girl and an old lady. What are you looking at? Hurry up and move aside. The old lady furrowed her brows tightly. What on earth is wrong with these people today? Why are they blocking the entrance to the intermediate secret realm instead of leveling up? Is this the kind of place that ordinary professionals like them can enter? Are they all crazy? Entering a medium-sized secret realm. They'd be lucky not to die. Damn it, who the hell do you think you are? Right, you're practically on your last legs, and you still want to grind dungeons? Aren't you afraid today might be your death day? The mood among the many people present was already gloomy, and now with the old lady saying this, all their pent-up grievances erupted. But I have to say, your granddaughter is quite pretty, stumbling around like that. You should hurry home. I'll take this little beauty to level up. Little lady, come here to your brother, let's get close. And don't worry your grandma. As soon as these words were spoken, many people present burst into laughter. But at that moment, the man who had just spoken suddenly developed a boil on his body. What's happening to me? What is going on? A few seconds later, the boil began to burst, oozing red and white blood, causing many people to vomit on the spot. Centered around the man, everyone quickly scattered to the sides. Ha! You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you dare to talk back to me? Go back and ask your elders if they know who I am. The old lady snorted coldly. Grandma, if someone dies here, won't it be bad? Duan Zhaoxue thought for a moment and said, but there was no hint of apology in her voice. She just felt that this would cause them trouble. In our Duan family, who dares to say anything? The old lady said the harshest words while gently stroking her granddaughter's head. Just as the two were speaking, please, old lady, show some mercy. This is a leveling center after all. It involves too many people. If someone really dies here, I won't be able to explain it to the higher-ups. Suddenly, a man rushed over from the side, not even daring to breathe, and bowed deeply, saying, the person was the head of the leveling center. He was sweating profusely, whether someone lived or died didn't matter to him. However, with so many people gathered at the leveling center today, if someone died here, who would dare come in the future? This would damage their credibility. Moreover, he really couldn't afford to offend the old lady from the Duan family. After all, he was just a worker. Even though the head said this, the old lady had no intention of backing down. She didn't care at all. The head felt a headache coming on and quickly put on a smiling face, saying, actually, it doesn't matter for the kid, but you, Duan old lady, are a king-level powerhouse. If you really get serious with such a junior, it might not reflect well on your reputation if it gets out. What's your status? There's no need for that. A king? That's the old lady of the Duan family? Damn, didn't you hear the head say? This is a living big shot. If I'm not mistaken, the Duan old lady is also a well-known king-level powerhouse in Gusa City. No kidding. Who is the Duan old lady? She's a hidden class curse master. Her earlier methods were too sharp, so terrifying. Just looking at that person, and it's already like this. We're truly worlds apart. I really don't know if I can reach this level in my lifetime. I actually saw a living king-level powerhouse. I have no regrets in this life, especially since I saw her in action. This is just too awesome. If this lady is the Duan old lady, then the one beside her must be the young lady of the Duan family, Duan Xiaoxue. Such beauty. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she's the #1 beauty in Gusu. Ha ha, be bold. I feel that the first beauty of the Dragon Kingdom, Miss Duan, can handle it. That's right, this is Miss Duan. Don't even talk about whether I can marry her, even if it means being her dog. I'd be willing. Damn. With your looks, being her dog would be a favor to you. Under the pleas of those who knew her identity and the person in charge, old lady Duan weighed the pros and cons and decided to withdraw her powers. Soon, the symptoms on that person also stopped. Hearing what others had just said, he regretted offending such a being. The other party could kill him without lifting a finger, just a glance would be enough. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken disrespectfully to the young lady. The man quickly knelt down and slapped his own face, his miserable appearance making it hard to tell whether it was pus, blood, or tears on his face. Get lost. Old lady Duan didn't even regard such a person. Seeing this, the man fled in a panic, not daring to look back. Old lady Duan is truly righteous. The person in charge let out a sigh of relief. Alright, enough with the pleasantries. What's going on with so many people gathered here? It used to be lucky to see even one person in this intermediate dungeon. Why are there so many today? Old lady Duan expressed her curiosity. Given the current situation, it seemed that nearly everyone from the leveling center had gathered. Isn't it because someone went in? These people are just here to watch the fun. Is old lady Duan planning to enter the Griffin dynasty today? Old lady Duan nodded. Having learned from past experiences, the others present consciously made way, and old lady Duan and the person in charge walked forward while talking. The people in front were also behaving themselves, not complaining at all. Having witnessed old lady Duan's strength, none of them wanted to follow in the footsteps of the man before them. But the Griffin dynasty isn't completely empty. Who is the person that went in? And why are so many people here to watch? Old lady Duan continued to ask. The person in charge recounted everything that had happened regarding Yifeng after he entered, without hiding anything. He really is an interesting person. He just awakened his profession and dared to enter the Griffin dynasty. I don't know whether to say this guy is too bold or just a fool. Old lady Duan sneered. That's right, but if he wants to go in, we really can't stop him. The person in charge quickly smiled in agreement. May I ask what this person's name is? Duan Xiaoxue also became interested. She had just changed her profession today and might have heard of him. I think his name is Yifeng. Yes, Yifeng. The person in charge recalled, having checked the registration records after learning about the matter. So he had some impression. Who did you say? Duan Xiaoxue exclaimed. Yifeng. Miss Duan. You know him. How could it be him? Has he gone mad? How dare he enter the Griffin dynasty? Is he looking for death? Duan Xiaoxue's brows furrowed. Swear? You know him? Old lady Duan asked. He's a classmate from the next class. Of course I know him, Duan Xiaoxue replied. Just now, a friend from my class told me that Yifeng awakened the world's only profession, the Necromancer. Hidden profession. Necromancer? The name of this profession left everyone stunned. For a moment, it felt incredibly imposing. Duan Xiaoxue continued. Although this profession is hidden and the only one in the world, it has a fatal flaw. It costs life. No matter what skills are used, they require an equivalent cost of vitality. And that's precisely why the starting point of this profession is so high. It is said that the skills are also extremely perverse, even capable of unleashing royal-level combat power. However, my friend said the cost is also a consumption of 60 years of lifespan. Although this seems a bit unfair to him, there's no need to be so self-destructive. Even if he levels up and strengthens, it will still consume his lifespan. This guy is really stimulated. Originally, Duan Xiaoxue's relationship with Yifeng was average, but not too bad, and Yifeng had always been an excellent learner. If it were her, she probably wouldn't be able to accept this matter either. After hearing Duan Xiaoxue's words, the others were also shocked. It was their first time hearing about such a perverse method. Just after changing jobs, one could contend with royal-level opponents? This was a bit too outrageous, but casually using up 60 years of lifespan extinguished their desire for this profession. Impressive as it was, who would be willing to gamble with their life? This guy's methods are impressive. but he definitely wouldn't dare to grind monsters. Yeah, leveling up costs lifespan, any normal person wouldn't be able to level up. That's right, if I were that kid, I definitely wouldn't grind monsters just to level up. If he reaches level 10 and his lifespan decreases a bit more, wouldn't he just die on the spot? Looks like this kid really just went in to take a look. Of course, after all, everyone only has one chance in their lifetime for free leveling. He must want to use this unique opportunity to level up and enjoy the scenery. Exactly. I've heard some people say that many rich folks like to spend money to book an entire secret realm. They don't level up, just enjoy the view. These rich people are really heartless. They can actually do such things. What are you envious of? Once we make money this time, we'll book a secret realm too, just to watch and have fun. Damn, just thinking about it makes me feel good. Damn it, you got me all excited. I never dared to do such things before, and now it's finally my turn. Isn't that wonderful? I've been watching for so long. If you had told me earlier that Yifeng was in this profession, I would have bet long ago. Me too. This is definitely a sure win deal. This kid will definitely come out after 3 hours. Now we just wait to collect the money. This is a once-in-a-lifetime fortune. This is really exhilarating. Wait for me. I'm going too. For those who already saw this as a sure win situation, especially the newcomers or those who were just observing, this opportunity to make money was absolutely not to be missed. In no time, the betting area was crowded. Finally finished placing bets, now we just wait to collect the money. Ha ha ha, I advised you to bet long ago. I've borrowed from all my relatives nearby. With this 3-hour odds, I'll be a millionaire. You guys really have foresight. Please continue to support me in the future. No problem. This is nothing. After all, we are brothers. But how much did you bet? Not much. Over 700,000. I borrowed the money by mortgaging my house to my friend. It can't compare to you guys. But I should still make a few million. That's fine, in Suzhou. That's considered wealthy. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the leveling center was filled with joy and laughter. And some people on the scene had already begun to fantasize about what luxury cars to buy and which villas to live in next. But just as everyone was discussing enthusiastically, suddenly, the teleportation array flashed with light, and Yifeng emerged from the dungeon, cradling a massive griffin egg. Brothers, has it really been 3 hours already? No way. There's still nearly an hour left. How did this guy come out so soon? What did you say? Damn it, I've borrowed from all my relatives, and now I'm in debt for tens of millions. Don't joke with me. That's right, there's still nearly an hour. Does that mean I'm going to lose everything now? Damn it, I miscalculated. How did he come out in less than 2 hours? Damn it, Yifeng, I want to kill you. No, it must be my illusion. I was about to become a billionaire. How am I supposed to live the rest of my life? Why is this guy not playing by the rules? I'm in debt for millions too. I'm sorry, wife, what are we going to do? In an instant, the entire leveling center erupted in chaos. Most of the people here had borrowed money from everywhere, and now they were undoubtedly all heavily in debt. The moment Yifeng appeared, it felt as if a massive stone had been placed on everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. This sense of despair was something they had never experienced in their lives, as if they had already separated from this world. The spark in their eyes from a second ago had vanished, leaving only endless despair. This can't be so simple. There's definitely something shady going on. Yifeng must have colluded with someone, otherwise, how could he come out at this time? Damn! This situation can't be that simple. He must have teamed up with someone. How could it be that our speculation is wrong? There must be a conspiracy. These people definitely can't stand to see us with money, so they resort to such despicable means. I can't accept this. There must be a plot behind it. Shady dealings. At this moment, the entire leveling center was in an uproar. However, the person in charge of the leveling center completely ignored these gamblers. Although, the stakes were actually set by him, but he had not colluded with Yifeng. This outcome was exactly what he wanted. The leveling center was raking in profits. Aside from a portion of taxes to be paid to the empire, the commission he could take home was already a huge sum. Yifeng stood there, holding the beast egg, stunned. What was wrong with these people? He had just completed a dungeon, so why were so many people here? The entire leveling center was packed, and he was momentarily dumbfounded. This situation was a bit too much. Moreover, while it was clear that these people were very excited, why did he vaguely sense some killing intent? Were these people a bit too crazy? Did it seem like they were cursing him? What the hell was going on? Yifeng couldn't understand. When he entered, everyone had been so friendly, even advising him multiple times. How had their attitude changed so quickly? The main thing was, he hadn't done anything at all. Were these people out of their minds? This was not a place to linger. After having this thought, Yifeng prepared to leave quickly. The atmosphere was too strange. Who knew what these people wanted to do? If they rushed up to beat him, it would be a loss. He had to get out of there fast. Yifeng, don't you see me? Just as Yifeng was about to step out, he heard a familiar voice from behind. Damn it, how did this annoying person end up here? Wasn't she supposed to be in the provincial city? Yifeng didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Duan Joshua. She and Yifeng were classmates at the same school, but she was in the class next door. Their interactions were not many, or rather, Yifeng did not want to have too much contact with her. The Duan family was well known throughout Gusu City No. 1 high school. After all, she was the young lady of the Duan family, and with her stunning looks, she was the dream goddess in the hearts of a large number of boys at Gusu City No. 1 high school. The Duan family was considered a prominent family in Gusu City. However, even with her prestigious background and beauty, in Yifeng's heart, she was just an annoying pest. Besides these advantages, Duan Joshua also had a title at Gusu City No. 1 high school, perennial second place, and the first place, of course, was Yifeng. Initially, they didn't know each other, but after Yifeng had taken first place a few times and Duan Joshua had taken second place a few times, this woman started to cling to him. After every exam, she would come to their class to find Yifeng and would drop a harsh remark. Although you got first place this time, don't get too proud. I, miss, will definitely surpass you next time. But every time, Yifeng would just nod. Over the years, Duan Joshua had been consistently stable, always managing to secure second place. However, he heard that Duan Joshua had specifically gone to the provincial capital to awaken before returning so quickly. This woman was not to be trifled with. If he ignored her, he would probably be bothered all day. Thinking of this, Yifeng's face fell, and he turned his head, saying, Miss Duan, we really are fated to meet. I didn't expect to see you here. Well, Miss Duan, I just remembered that I seem to have forgotten to hang my laundry after washing it. If you don't have anything else, I'll go back to hang it. As Yifeng said this, he was about to leave. He really didn't want to have too deep a relationship with this young lady. She was just a nuisance. Getting involved with her would definitely not be a good thing for him. Yifeng, you might not know, but I have also awakened a hidden profession. But I don't need to risk my life. I have some understanding of your profession. And for you, your future has already reached its limit. Once you awaken your profession, it represents the achievements of your life, and you can only stop at the first transition. As for me, this is just the beginning of my life. I am destined to walk the path of the strong, and I will go much further than you, reaching heights that will be difficult for you to attain in your lifetime. You should know this. After hearing this, Yifeng wanted to curse. Was she stopping him just to say this? Was she out of her mind? He was already very tired holding such a large beast egg. Now, everyone present had seen the Griffin egg in his hands. The main thing was that he didn't want to attract too much attention, as it was very likely someone would set their sights on him. But this person kept chattering on. Alright, I admit you're impressive. Miss Duan, your future is naturally very bright. How could I possibly compare to you? From now on, wherever Miss Duan goes, I will definitely avoid you when I see you. Is that alright? Miss Duan, please don't compete with a small person like me here. As Yifeng said this, he tried to leave again. Duan Joshua looked at this once proud genius, Yifeng, who had now turned into this, and felt quite disappointed. This was completely different from the person she once knew. Upon further reflection, her future path was wide and long. Why should she compete with someone like Yifeng, who had a loser mentality? It made her feel like a failure too. Meanwhile, some people who had lost bets were also plotting. Most of those who frequently came to the leveling center were specialized beast hunters and mercenaries. They have already started discussing among their small group. As long as they wait for Yifeng to come out of the leveling center, they will teach this guy a lesson. All our money has been scammed by this kid. We can't make a move in the leveling center, but once we're outside, no one can control us. Damn, we can't get the money back now. We have to vent our anger on Yifeng. This matter absolutely cannot be let go. As long as this kid comes out of the leveling center, with so many of us, how can we let him escape? Right. We absolutely cannot let this go. And Yi Feng, seeing Duan Joshua's attitude, felt indifferent. As long as it doesn't delay his departure, he doesn't care what Duan Joshua thinks of him. Noticing that Duan Joshua had fallen silent, Yi Feng was also ready to leave. The more time he wasted here, the more unfavorable it was for him. But at that moment, the old lady Duan, standing next to Duan Joshua, suddenly spoke up. Young friend, although your profession limits your life, our Duan family can still give you a chance. As long as you become Schwer's bodyguard, our Duan family will grant you a position with a monthly salary of several tens of thousands. We can negotiate the amount. This salary is very high for your profession. This is also considering that you and Ruoxue are classmates. We don't want to see you give up on yourself. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. This was a tremendous opportunity for Yi Feng. If the Duan family could recruit them under such conditions, they would have no complaints at all. They might even become utterly loyal. Moreover, for Yi Feng, this profession had no future at all. Damn, this kid is really lucky to be valued by the Duan family. Why didn't such a great opportunity fall on us? A monthly salary of several tens of thousands is already an astronomical figure. Exactly. The most important thing is just to protect Miss Duan Joshua. Who doesn't know the Duan family's methods? Who would dare to harm Miss Duan? This is practically the same as handing out money. To say this is a step to the sky is not an exaggeration. But, now that Yi Feng is valued by the Duan family, we can't make a move against him. If we provoke the Duan family, you all saw what happened to that person just now. This kid is really lucky. Offending Yi Feng is nothing. But offending the Duan family? Even if we had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough to lose. Damn, we can only swallow this anger now. For a moment, those who originally had thoughts about Yi Feng also fell silent. They truly did not dare to offend the Duan family. Not to mention just a few of them. Even if they all joined forces to attack the old lady Duan, they wouldn't have any confidence. She was a king-level powerhouse. They simply couldn't afford to provoke her. Grandma. Duan Joshua didn't expect her grandmother to say such things. I don't need Yi Feng to protect me. She completely didn't understand. Clearly, Yi Feng was just a profession that couldn't level up. To put it harshly, he was a waste. It wasn't even certain who would be protecting whom. Even if there was money, it shouldn't be spent like this. Several tens of thousands a month, for the Duan family, was indeed just a drop in the bucket. But she didn't understand the intention behind this. Schwer. Duan Joshua suddenly heard a voice. Yet the old lady Duan's mouth didn't move at all. It was a sound transmission. This was a skill that required a specific skill book to learn. And it was a practical skill that many people would learn upon reaching a certain level. Schwer. I know you may not understand, but hiring Yi Feng is a good thing for you. Duan Joshua didn't possess this skill, so she could only listen. Although we all know that Yi Feng's profession is no different from that of a waste, but his skills are incredibly powerful. If you could bring Yi Feng to your side, the effect would definitely be much better than that of other king-level experts. Normally, even when faced with danger, a king-level expert wouldn't immediately resort to forbidden spells, but Yi Feng is completely different. As long as he can take action, his skills, though life-threatening, are a matter of life and death for him. He would never hold back even a little. And Schwer, you would have the maximum safety. Think about it carefully. Once others understand Yi Feng's situation, they will show him more respect, because they will also realize that if it comes to a fight, it would be a life or death struggle. Generally, no one would be willing to take that risk. So, this is an opportunity for you. Upon hearing this from the old lady Duan, Duan Joshua understood the stakes involved, and earning tens of thousands a month was clearly a profit for them. After all, hiring a king-level expert would cost tens of thousands just for a few hours. Once Duan Joshua grasped the implications, she lightly coughed and said, Yi Feng, since my grandmother has said this, considering our relationship as alumni, I am willing to give you a chance. Now it depends on whether you are willing or not. You should know that such opportunities are rare. If you refuse, it could very well be the biggest mistake of your life. Hearing the two of them play off each other, Yi Feng instantly understood what they were thinking. This was not about hiring him as a bodyguard, it was completely about taking his life. They really had a good plan. They thought a mere tens of thousands would make him help fend off those king-level threats? I'm sorry, thank you for your kindness, but I've lived a free life, and I have a bad temper. Young Miss Duan would definitely not be able to handle it. Yi Feng immediately rejected them, only a fool would. What the hell? Does Yi Feng have a problem with his brain? This is a huge opportunity for him, and he just gives it up like that? The others present were also stunned. This guy is definitely not normal. If it were me, I would have agreed long ago. Tens of thousands a month. That would be the peak of life. I've seen plenty of fools, but I've never seen one this foolish. Crazy. This guy must have gone mad because of his profession. Damn it. Isn't this refusing a toast and asking for a penalty drink? Now, not only were the bystanders shocked, but even the old lady Duan was a bit angry at this remark. Yi Feng, are you sure you've thought this through? Do you know what you're giving up? My granddaughter is destined to become a powerful figure, and it would be your honor to accompany her from a young age. You don't think it's still like when you were in school, do you? Now that you've left school, the gap between you will only grow larger from the first level up. A world apart. From the looks of you, you still haven't fully understood. After saying this, the old lady Duan took out a black gold cloak and revealed its attributes on the spot. Equipment colors are divided into green, blue, orange, purple, gold, purple gold, black gold, multicolored, 7-colored, and 9-colored. Griffin cloak, king-level equipment. Hiss, the Duan family really is generous. This is just a king-level piece of equipment at their fingertips. This is too wealthy. If I hadn't gone bankrupt, I could probably afford one. Get lost. You really don't know how expensive royal-level equipment is. A few tens of millions simply won't cut it. I've heard of this equipment. It seems that as long as you wear this piece, the Griffins will consider you one of their own. As long as you don't make a move, the Griffins won't attack you. Is it really that exaggerated? Doesn't that mean you could run rampant in the Griffin dynasty? But isn't that a bit wasteful? Just to farm in the Griffin dynasty, you'd buy such an item? Ha, do you think the Duan family is like us? For them, it's just like having a lavish meal. As long as they can use it once, it's worth it. People like them really make me mad. If only the Duan family could recruit me. Stop dreaming. You should be thinking about how to pay off your debts instead. Old Lady Duan was clearly very pleased with everyone's reactions. She continued, Yi Feng, do you know what our fundamental difference is? Once you enter the Griffin dynasty, you can only wander around and enjoy the scenery, and even then, you'll be on edge. But we can farm monsters in the Griffin dynasty. It will be the ferocious beasts that will be on edge. Considering you're still young and naive, I'll give you one last chance. Do you want to be my granddaughter's bodyguard? You don't need to rush to answer me. I'll give you one more piece of advice. If you refuse, I can guarantee that you won't even be able to live a normal daily life. You'll offend the Duan family. In the entire Gusu city, you won't be able to find a normal job. No, you won't be able to have any job at all. You don't need to doubt this. You should be clear about the Duan family's influence. Is that all? Yi Feng smiled and then said, since I've just refused, there's no possibility of me agreeing now. I really don't like being someone else's dog. I still choose to refuse. We have different paths and won't collaborate. After saying this, Yi Feng turned to leave, and before he walked away, he said, I hope you have better luck in the Griffin dynasty's secret realm. Although a profession is very important to a person, it doesn't determine one's entire life. Miss Duan, let's meet again in a week at the grand competition. Bye. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng left the leveling center without looking back. Crazy, absolutely crazy. He actually rejected such an opportunity to rise to prominence so casually. Humph, truly ungrateful. Since he turned down the Duan family's invitation, they won't protect him anymore. This is when we should take action. We must teach this kid a good lesson. Ha, he really doesn't know the heights of heaven or depths of earth. Although everyone said this, their eyes were all fixed on the ferocious beast egg in Yi Feng's hand. In their eyes, the reason Yi Feng spoke with such confidence was mostly because of this beast egg. In their hearts, they believed Yi Feng had struck it lucky in the secret realm. The value of this ferocious beast egg was absolutely high. After all, even the lowest bronze egg on the market could sell for over 100,000. Of course, if they could get their hands on this ferocious beast egg, it would at least help them recover some losses. Otherwise, they really couldn't bear such a heavy financial burden. However, everyone pretended not to mention such matters. They all wanted to claim the beast egg for themselves, so it was impossible to say it out loud. If someone else set their sights on it, they would be at a huge loss. Brothers, let's go. Now that Yi Feng has offended the Duan family, it's not just us. The Duan family has already hated Yi Feng to the bone. He is now isolated and helpless, and this is the best opportunity for us to act. That's right, damn it, what a reckless young man. Offending us is one thing, but daring to offend the Duan family is just asking for trouble. He's just a young man. Now that he has offended the Duan family, his future is ruined for life. There will definitely be no place for him in Gusa City. Let's go. Let's go. Even so, if we push that guy too hard, won't we? Some present were still worried. After all, they knew that this guy could unleash skills comparable to those of a king level. That was definitely not something they could handle. Just a glance from old lady Duan had already incapacitated someone. If it weren't for the person in charge stepping in, that person might have already lost their life on the spot. But that was because old lady Duan hadn't gotten serious. And if Yi Feng were to take action, that would be the real deal. Don't worry, Yi Feng is just a student. We're only here to teach him a lesson, not to kill him. He can only take a beating, but if he uses skills of that level, it could be fatal. He knows the difference between light and heavy. In that case, let's go. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone hurriedly followed out. At the same time, Duan Xiaoxue, who was quite upset with Yi Feng, followed old lady Duan, angrily entering the Griffin dynasty's secret realm. Their destination was also the Dark Forest. What is going on? This was Duan Xiaoxue's first time entering a secret realm, and it was also her first upgrade. Seeing the dilapidated state of the Griffin dynasty made her heart race. The current Dark Forest could only be described as completely ruined, filled with the smell of charred remains. The scent was not pungent, but it gave a chilling feeling. How could this leveling area be destroyed? Duan Xiaoxue couldn't believe what she was seeing. Old lady Duan, however, remained calm and said, "This is quite normal. It's likely that those two Griffin kings destroyed this place to intimidate those coming to level up." As a prominent family, the Duan family had long investigated the situation in such secret realms and naturally knew the secret of the Griffin kings driving away adventurers to lay their eggs. Their purpose for coming here was not just to level up. The most important thing was stealing eggs. That's right. The main purpose of the two of them coming here was to steal the Griffin eggs. Grandma, can we succeed? Duan Xiaoxue felt a bit worried. This was her first time entering a dungeon, and it was impossible for her not to feel scared. Moreover, this was a place where king-level beasts resided. Don't worry, we have the Griffin cloak to help us. Just go and grab the egg with confidence. It's just a Griffin egg, it's not some life and death grudge. What's the big deal? Besides, they have already destroyed the Dark Forest to intimidate human adventurers, but they can't intimidate us. They will also have some fear of us. Old lady Duan's eyes were filled with confidence. Even if a fight broke out, they could retreat at the first moment. Alright then, I will do my best and definitely won't let grandma down. Duan Xiaoxue nodded. Although she was still afraid, she also wanted to prove herself, especially after what happened with Yi Feng today. She wanted to quickly prove herself, level up fast, and when the day of the competition arrived, she would let Yi Feng know just how great the gap between them really was. Good child, you are the hope of the Duan family. With your talent, you will surely lead the Duan family to new heights in the future. What is happening now is merely a form of training for you. I understand, Grandma. I will definitely be able to do it. Duan Xiaoxue continuously encouraged herself in her heart. The two then entered the Griffin's nest. Next, I will begin. Schwerer, wait for the right moment to steal the egg, said the old lady Duan. She then released her king-level pressure. As soon as the pressure was unleashed, it quickly attracted a number of ferocious beasts. At that moment, the figure of a Griffin king appeared beside her. Why is there only one? Where is the other Griffin king? The old lady Duan frowned. Could it be that her king-level pressure couldn't attract two Griffin kings? Roar! At this moment, the Griffin king had entered a frenzied state. With a roar, beams of light gathered around it, and soon countless feathers flew from its body like swords of light. They shot straight towards the old lady Duan. It had already lost its mate and offspring today. How could it tolerate someone provoking it at such a time? Wasn't this a blatant provocation? Fallen feather revenge. Why is this Griffin king using its ultimate move right from the start? The old lady Duan was also stunned. She hadn't even made a move yet, and it seemed like the Griffin king was already getting desperate. Was it going to fight her to the death? Just as she thought this, the Griffin king charged at her. Faced with the Griffin king's reckless attack, the old lady Duan was caught off guard and was severely injured in just a few breaths. Schwerer, this place is not safe. We need to leave. The old lady Duan spat out a mouthful of old blood. She didn't even know how things had escalated to this point. In such a life-threatening crisis, how could she still be training her granddaughter? The egg couldn't be stolen now. Not to mention that the female Griffin King had appeared. The male Griffin King was likely guarding the Griffin egg. Moreover, with such a combined assault, let alone whether Duan Joshua could steal the egg back in time, even if she did manage to steal it, she would probably end up as a corpse. Logically speaking, the Griffin King's temperament was relatively mild and usually wouldn't fight to the death. But today, she had only released her king-level aura to lure monsters and hadn't even intended to attack. Yet the Griffin King had directly come at her with lethal intent. This was a bit off. Moments later, a flash of light appeared on the teleportation array in the training center. The disheveled figures of the old lady Duan and Duan Joshua appeared in the training center. This scene startled everyone else present. What the hell is going on? Didn't these two just enter? How could the old lady Duan, a king-level powerhouse, become so disheveled? Damn! What exactly happened? How did they manage to make the old lady Duan look so bad? The old lady Duan said nothing. She simply left the training center with Duan Joshua, not looking back. This left everyone even more puzzled. She had clearly suffered a heavy blow inside. Meanwhile, the person in charge of the training center had long returned to his office. Looking at the surveillance that allowed him to see any part of the training center, he wore a cold smile after witnessing the scene unfold. At that moment, the secretary in charge also walked over with some reports. The person in charge took the reports, and his expression relaxed considerably. These reports detailed the money earned from the casino opened this time. This time, they had made nearly 100 million dragon coins. The Dragon Kingdom allows for the establishment of dark stakes, but this is not made public. However, these funds still need to be accounted for and taxed. Manager, this time we earned over 100 million dragon coins. Our performance can be considered ahead of schedule. Of course, the person in charge smiled. This month we will distribute large bonuses to everyone, and the rest will be used for the maintenance costs of the instance. Then we will pay taxes. Oh, by the way, manager, quite a few people are now following Mr. Yi Feng, the secretary suddenly said. If they want to seek death, then let them go. The closer they are to death, the harder they are to deal with. The person in charge said with a mocking expression. He had received news long ago when Yi Feng destroyed the Dark Forest, and it was precisely because of this that he kept increasing the stakes below. No matter what, he had to earn back the maintenance costs of the Secret Realm instance. As for why he didn't go to Yi Feng for money, damn it, this is a necromancer. If he really pushes him too hard, who knows what might disappear? It might not just be parts of the leveling instance. Perhaps the entire leveling center would vanish. After all, even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. He couldn't push people too hard, and this time he had indeed made a fortune. Although he wanted to earn more money, he wasn't foolish enough to go that far, and now he could basically confirm. Yi Feng probably didn't have much lifespan left, now that those people were courting disaster. How could he possibly go easy on them? Go to the Suzhou trading house. Meanwhile, after leaving the leveling center, Yi Feng immediately found a taxi and left. He planned to go to the trading house to clear out some inventory. The others who followed him, after leaving the leveling center, originally intended to teach Yi Feng a lesson. But upon hearing that Yi Feng's destination was actually the Suzhou trading house, everyone hesitated for a moment. In their minds, Yi Feng's choice to go to the Suzhou trading house was likely to sell that beast egg for money. And the beast egg was too conspicuous. Even if they got their hands on it, they would have to find a buyer again. If Yi Feng could turn the beast egg into money himself, that would be even better. So after thinking for a while, they decided to fatten the sheep before slaughtering it, secretly following Yi Feng, waiting for him to come out of the Suzhou trading house before making a move. Soon, a group of people who intended to deal with Yi Feng united together, and Yi Feng, of course, was unaware of these matters. He took a short rest in the taxi and soon arrived at the Suzhou trading house. Is this the Suzhou trading house? After getting out of the car, what caught Yi Feng's eye was a magnificent and luxurious building. This was also his first time at the Suzhou trading house. He had only heard about it from his classmates before. This place was different from some roadside shops with no supervision. The Suzhou trading house is a subsidiary of the largest Longxia trading house in the country, a legal area under official supervision, where various props and materials are traded. People who come to the Suzhou trading house are basically looking to enhance their combat power. Other life professions and such would not come here. He had never been here before because he had no need for it. Of course, even if he came, he couldn't afford anything with the money he had. Hello, I want to sell something. After entering the Suzhou trading house, Yifeng immediately found a counter. The counter staff only glanced at the plainly dressed Yifeng and then continued to lower their head. I suppose you don't have any big business, so just wait over there according to my rules. I'll attend to you after I take a break. What a big rule. Yifeng sneered. What? Just because I look poor, you look down on me? Originally, the day's events had already made him quite annoyed. Unexpectedly, on his first visit to the trading hall, he encountered such a contemptuous person. He naturally couldn't let it slide. Why can't you understand what I'm saying? I've already said I'm busy. Why do you have to make a fuss here? Do you think this is a place where you can act wild? What's wrong with looking down on you? Just by looking at you, you're obviously poor. What kind of items can you trade dressed so ordinarily? The business I deal with here is often worth hundreds of thousands. You can just wait on the side. Sometimes, a poor person must recognize their own identity. Ha ha, the staff member didn't expect Yifeng to dare to lose his temper. In her eyes, he was just a curious child in such a place. Moreover, judging by his behavior, it was likely his first time at the Suzhou trading hall. After all, people of status in the city are usually received as VIPs. This further confirmed that Yifeng was definitely not from a prominent family. Coupled with his young age, she certainly didn't believe he could bring anything valuable. Even seeing the beast egg he was holding, she assumed it was nothing special. As for Yifeng's temper, it had nothing to do with her. She naturally wouldn't fear a young man just starting out. Is this the style of the Suzhou trading hall? Looking down on people? Yifeng frowned. Just then, he was suddenly grabbed by a soft, boneless hand on his shoulder. Sir, this staff member is being rude. I'll teach her a lesson later. Are you here to sell something? Yes. Yifeng looked at the newcomer. It was a very beautiful woman, dressed in professional attire, exuding a refreshing aura that felt quite comfortable. Hello, I am the manager of this Suzhou trading hall. My name is Mu Shui. You can call me Xiao Shui. May I ask your surname? Sir? Yifeng. Yifeng replied. All right, Mr. Yi. Please follow me to the VIP room. I will attend to you from here. After Mu Shui finished speaking, she continued. This egg is quite large. Do you need me to help you carry it? Don't worry. If it gets damaged, our Suzhou trading hall will compensate you. This statement didn't mean much to Yifeng. However, to the staff member, it felt like needles piercing her ears. Sister Mu, he's just a poor. Shut up. Mu Shui frowned slightly, then smiled. Mr. Yi, she's new and doesn't understand the rules. I apologize on her behalf. Doesn't understand the rules? I think she understands them quite well. Yifeng could also understand why this manager was so polite to him. It was likely largely due to the Griffin egg he was holding. A manager at the Suzhou trading hall must have a sharp eye. Mu Shui could also detect Yifeng's sarcasm. Now she could only give an explanation. Otherwise, it would definitely not work. However, Mr. Yi, your time must be precious. Why don't we go to the VIP room first? I have prepared some tea for you, and we can sit down and chat slowly. Alright, then I'll follow you for now. Yifeng agreed. Mu Shui, who looked quite beautiful, indeed had a deep mind. She clearly wanted to see if she had the strength to handle this person. Since that was the case, he naturally wanted to show her whether he had enough capital. The two then went upstairs to a VIP room. Mr. Yifeng, please have some water first. May I take a look at this beast egg? Mu Shui was already fairly certain in her heart that this was a Griffin egg. Moreover, there had been news recently that the Griffin dynasty would have a few Griffin eggs appearing, but to find one in the hands of such a young boy, she still needed to confirm it further. I'm sorry, but I'm not selling this beast egg. Not selling this beast egg? Mu Shui was taken aback for a moment, starting to calculate in her mind. The reason she valued Yifeng so much was precisely because of this beast egg. If he wasn't selling it. Actually, she basically knew all the young masters and big shots in Gusa City. After thinking it over, she really couldn't figure out what Yifeng's identity was. So what could this young man be selling at the trading hall? What I want to sell are some materials. Yifeng naturally knew what Mu Shui was thinking. He waved his hand, and all the materials he had obtained from the Griffin dynasty's secret realm fell to the ground. Seeing the pile of materials and equipment on the ground, Mu Shui experienced a feeling of panic for the first time in her life. Are you selling all of these? Mu Shui roughly estimated that these materials added together were worth at least several million, especially since Although some materials and equipment were of average quality, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Which dungeon did this young man rob? And that beast egg. If nothing unexpected happened, it was very likely a Griffin egg. Oh my god, he couldn't have robbed the Griffin dynasty. Could he? That was a mid-level secret realm. This young man looked to be only 16 or 17, it was a bit surreal. Of course, otherwise, why would I come to the trading hall? Yi Feng nodded. This is just an appetizer. And there's more. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he casually placed some king-level equipment and materials on the ground as well. All of these are king-level quality? Looking at the king-level items scattered all over the ground, Mu Shui couldn't help but swallow hard. King-level equipment was already very rare in Gusa City, and even if there were some, they were mostly functional. But the items Yi Feng brought out, for example, the material Griffin Wing and the defensive equipment Griffin King Armor, these were all valuable items that could fetch a high price, especially the Griffin Wing material, which was extremely valuable. Although Gusa City was a small place, very few people could afford to hire a blacksmith to craft suitable equipment for themselves, but taking them to other cities to sell would significantly increase their value, and the Griffin King Armor was even more valuable. Defensive equipment always held a high value. After all, everyone would prepare several means of survival. Now, Mu Shui could basically confirm that Yi Feng had definitely robbed the Griffin dynasty. Although Yi Feng's age puzzled her, she could only accept this conclusion for now. Mr. Yi Feng, the quantity of these equipment and materials is too much, and the quality is also uneven. I need to take them to our professional equipment side for a detailed appraisal. What do you think? Mu Shui asked. This was her first time trading so many equipment materials at once, and she felt a bit flustered. If the transaction was successful, this could be the largest transaction volume in the history of the Gusu City Trading Hall, and the commission she would earn from it would be a substantial amount, even a promotion and raise. Please do. Yi Feng didn't care anymore. Appraising so many materials would take some time. After Mu Shui received confirmation, she called some people to move all the materials away. Next, while Yi Feng had this time, he also began to prepare to upgrade his undead army. This time, he had leveled up 10 levels in the Griffin Dynasty dungeon. This meant he could strengthen the undead army 10 times, and what he needed to pay was 100 years of lifespan. Strengthen the undead army 10 times. Yi Feng didn't think much longer and directly consumed the opportunity to strengthen the undead pool 10 times. The next second, his lifespan was immediately drawn out, and Yi Feng felt a wave of weakness wash over him, as if his body had been emptied. Name, Yi Feng. Occupation, Necromancer level 10 lifespan, plus infinity strength, 1080 constitution, 1130 spirit, 1130 agility, 1090 items, 0 talent, necromantic enhancement pool, the only one in the world. Can automatically enhance all necromantic legions once per level up, but requires a certain amount of lifespan. Starting from 10 years, Transcender's Golden Finger, Undying Body Skills, passive, Necromantic Grief. When necromantic creatures attack, they can randomly inflict negative statuses on the target such as poison, slow, bleed, curse, taming, etc. Active, Summon Skeleton, consume 10 years of lifespan to summon a legion of skeleton captains. Skeletons can be divided into warriors, captains, guards, commanders, vice-generals, generals, lords, kings, skeleton kings, skeleton emperors, skeleton disasters. Summon Lich, consume 30 years of lifespan to summon a mid-tier Lich Legion. Liches can be divided into low tier, mid-tier, high tier, great Liches, lords, kings, Lich emperors, Lich disasters. Summon Blood Clan, consume 50 years of lifespan to summon a Blood Marquis Legion. Blood clans can be divided into counts, marquises, dukes, lords, kings, princes, blood emperors, blood clan disasters. Summon Bone Dragon, consume 100 years of lifespan to summon a Bone Dragon King Legion. Bone Dragons can be divided into lords, kings, Bone Dragon Kings, Bone Dragon Emperors, Bone Dragon Disasters. Hiss, just leveled up 10 times. All skills have undergone a qualitative change. After Yi Feng exhausted all his summons, he immediately discovered that the values of all necromantic legions had directly increased several times. Now the legions he summoned were vastly different from before. For instance, if he were to summon the Bone Dragon Legion again, the current summon would already be the Bone Dragon King. This enhancement could not be measured by exaggeration. In other words, Yi Feng now possessed strength comparable to that of a true king. This is too exaggerated. If Yi Feng wanted to deal with the old lady Duan from the Duan family, without knowing her king-level realm, he might need to spend some time. But now, as long as he summoned those 3 bone dragon kings, dealing with the old lady Duan would be like bullying someone. Instant kills would definitely be easy. In the lofty Duan family of Gusa City, it was really just that simple. Of course, Yi Feng knew he couldn't be too arrogant just because his strength had increased. Although he now had such exaggerated means, he still needed to be low-key when necessary. After all, king level in this world was just standard. There were those who once said that in this world, only by reaching the saint level could one barely be considered to have entered the door, and the god level was considered to have touched the ranks of the strong. Just in the Dragon Kingdom alone, on the surface, there were hundreds of thousands who could reach the true king realm, and there were thousands who reached the saint level, while the god level was fewer, but not non-existent. As for the king level where the old lady Duan was, there were as many as fish crossing the river. Therefore, to truly become a powerful figure, a person who could cover the sky with one hand, one must become a god-level powerhouse. Only by becoming a god-level powerhouse could one truly gain a voice in this world. Although I now possess strength comparable to a true king, but, compared to those at the top of the pyramid, I am still too weak. Too weak. Yi Feng knew that the gap between him and those true powerhouses was not a small one, or rather, they were not even in the same league. Perhaps, his 3 bone dragon kings in the hands of those saint-level powerhouses could only barely hold on for a few rounds. As for god level, they would probably be able to take him out in an instant. However, Yi Feng felt very comfortable in his heart. He was just a newly awakened professional for a day, and being able to deal with a true king level meant he already had a life-saving trump card. That was quite impressive. Mr. Yi, we have completed the appraisal and valuation, and there are no issues. Just as Yi Feng was still immersed in his joy, as time passed little by little, Mu Shui returned to the VIP room. As for the price, our trading company can offer 112.3 million to purchase your equipment materials. What do you think? That's acceptable. Yi Feng nodded in response. Although he wasn't very knowledgeable in this area, the Suzhou Trading Company was relatively reputable, so it was unlikely they would cheat him out of too much money. Since Mr. Yi Feng has no objections, then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Mu Shui clapped her hands, and someone walked out from behind her, holding a tray. Mr. Yi Feng, we have transferred all your money onto this card. Once you touch it to bind your fingerprint, it will belong to you. Is there anything special about this card? Yi Feng picked up a black gold card from the tray, and just one glance gave him a sense of its immense value. Mu Shui patiently explained, this card is a customized bank card for our esteemed guests. It can only be obtained after reaching a certain transaction volume and amount. I can have this kind of card just for coming here for the first time? Mr. Yi, although this is your first visit, your transaction amount is substantial, with over 100 million in materials and equipment. Even the prominent families in Suzhou City find it hard to achieve that. Mu Shui said with a smile. The smile on her face was very pleasant to behold. Thank you. Yi Feng took the black gold card, pressed it at a designated spot, and suddenly, his professional panel was linked to the bank card. Balance, 112.3 million dragon coins. It could connect with the professional panel. It was indeed a good item. Yi Feng had only heard about this type of card from some classmates before. However, it could only be used after awakening a profession, and such cards required a certain amount of stored funds to obtain. At that moment, Mu Shui walked to the other side and picked up a ring from the tray. Mr. Yi Feng, this item is also a gift from our trading company to you. This is a space ring. I noticed you've been holding that large beast egg, which is quite inconvenient. It's easy for others to take notice of you when you go out. Since you've traded so much with us, consider this ring as our meeting gift. Thank you. Yi Feng accepted the ring. He had learned how to use such basic space ring items in the academy. For a top student like him, it was naturally no problem. In the next moment, he tossed the Griffin egg into the ring. If converted to market price, a regular space ring would cost several tens of thousands, which an average family would never buy. This trading company was indeed quite generous. Mr. Yi is too polite. There's one last thing. Mu Shui took out the final item from the tray, which was an invitation letter. This is an invitation to our trading company's auction tomorrow. If Mr. Yi has time, please come and take a look. I will come if I have time. Yi Feng tossed the auction invitation into the space ring. Take me to see what items you have here. I want to buy some things. Alright, Mr. Yi, this way please. Mu Shui didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. She immediately made a gesture inviting him. Yi Feng himself wanted to buy some items for his own use. Although his skills were sufficient to handle situations, his profession was, after all, a necromancer. He had already reached level 10. Logically speaking, he had only 100 years of lifespan left. From the perspective of others, he certainly didn't have much lifespan left. Unless it is a situation where one can eliminate witnesses, skills must never be used recklessly. If he were to use his skills indiscriminately, it wouldn't be long before some people might notice something amiss. He could even attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Therefore, from any perspective, it is necessary for him to purchase items that can help him hide as much as possible. Otherwise, if those at the top of the pyramid were to find him, he wouldn't have even grown yet. He would just become fish on someone else's chopping board. Soon, Yi Feng was taken by Mu Shui to a place displaying various products. There weren't many people here, and each customer had a sales assistant beside them introducing the items. May I ask what Mr. Yi Feng would like to buy? Skill books. Alright, please come this way for the skill books. Mu Shui maintained a gesture of invitation. Mr. Yi Feng, skill books are divided into two categories. Which one would you like to see? The ones that can directly release skills. Yi Feng immediately expressed his thoughts. In this world, skill books can be divided into two types. One type can be directly released by practitioners. This is a power that has long been squeezed into skill scrolls by the strong. This type of skill book allows the user to directly release the skills contained within, but it also requires the user to possess enough mental strength to activate the skills. However, compressing the release of a skill into a skill book is not a simple task. It can cause significant harm to the body for the manufacturers. Therefore, this type of skill book is very rare and highly valuable. Just a golden level skill book might be worth several million dragon coins. High-level practitioners who can create forbidden spell skill books tend to value themselves highly. After all, once they reach that level, everyone wants to advance further. Thus, at that level, few people are willing to create them. Therefore, if a forbidden level skill book appears on the market, it would likely be immediately snatched up by various factions. The other type of skill book can only be obtained through dungeon runs. This is the only type of skill book that can be learned on the market. However, this type of skill book is relatively common in price. Unless it is a functional skill, practitioners will have a natural aversion to learning it. After all, unless it is a skill compatible with their profession, learning it will be much easier. Otherwise, practitioners will find it difficult to learn skills from other professions. Yi Feng's own skills were already strong enough. Therefore, he had no intention of looking at the second type. Take me to see the skill scrolls. Yi Feng continued, referring to the name for the releasing type skill books. This way, please, Mr. Yi. Then, Yi Feng followed Mu Shui to a place piled high with skill scrolls. The skill books here were all golden level and below. This one, and this one. Yi Feng pointed as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Mu Shui immediately checked off the items Yi Feng needed on her display screen. That's all. In the end, Mu Shui had nearly filled her display screen, while Yi Feng experienced the thrill of a shopping spree. Spending money like crazy was indeed exhilarating, and Mu Shui was busy enough on the side. This speed of frenzied purchasing was something she had never seen before. So extravagantly wealthy. Mr. Yi Feng, the total value of the skill books you selected is 46 million. Charge it. Yi Feng handed over his card directly. He had lost count of how many times he had dreamed of such a shopping scene. He never expected to realize it on the first day of his awakening. It was so exhilarating. Alright, Mr. Yi Feng, please wait a moment. The staff has gone to help you pack the items, and they will be delivered to you shortly. The smile on Mu Shui's face remained unchanged. The refreshing breeze arrived, and she had made a fortune. Mu Shui moved swiftly, and before long, she returned with the items selected by Yi Feng. After confirming that everything was in order, she said, Mr. Yi Feng, let me see you off. Yi Feng nodded. The two then walked together towards the exit. Meanwhile, a large trading leaderboard screen located in the central area of the trading hall began to scroll rapidly. Daily trading leaderboard. First, Yi Feng. As soon as Yi Feng's name appeared on the board, it jumped to first place in the blink of an eye. Mr. Yi, The leaderboard is customized based on the acquisition and sales amounts, Mu Shui explained. However, it does not display the transaction amounts or items, partly to protect the client's privacy. Of course, if a client wishes, they can choose to have their name removed. Do you need to have it removed? Mu Shui looked at Yi Feng. No need. Yi Feng waved his hand, refusing. After all, the old lady of the Duan family and Duan Jiaxue had already entered the Griffin dynasty. Therefore, the news of him single-handedly dominating the Griffin dynasty would not be kept secret for long. Hiding it was pointless. It was better to display it openly. First place on the trading leaderboard. Why not flaunt it? Meanwhile, the staff member who had initially attended to Yi Feng was left bewildered by this sudden turn of events. How is this possible? This isn't right. That boy is only here for the first time, and he looks like just a child. How could he have such a high transaction amount? Although the staff member was just at the front desk, she still had the authority to check Yi Feng's total transaction amount from the back end. While she didn't know what items Yi Feng had traded, it didn't matter. An order exceeding 100 million had already left her in shock, let alone just a child. Even those from prominent families had never made such a large transaction in one go. No, the total transaction amount wouldn't even reach that much. She felt a bit worried about Yi Feng's identity and regretted her earlier short-sightedness. If she had been the one to attend to him, this over 100 million transaction amount would have counted towards her performance. She could have lived comfortably for the rest of her life after completing this deal, but all of this was now irrelevant due to her lack of foresight. In fact, because Yi Feng had become a major client, her job was likely at risk. At that moment, Yi Feng and Mu Shui walked out. The staff member quickly approached, fawning, "Mr. Yi, I truly did not recognize your greatness earlier. I hope you can forgive my negligence." However, Yi Feng didn't even glance at her, simply continuing to walk forward. "Manager Mu, isn't it a bit noisy in the hall here?" "It is indeed a bit noisy." Mu Shui smiled, slowly turning her head to look at the staff member. "You can clean up and leave now. You don't need to come to work tomorrow. You are fired." "Manager Mu, please give me another chance." "Mr. Yi, I truly didn't mean it. I'm begging you. I won't do this again next time." The staff member knelt on the ground, tears and snot mixing together, looking extremely pitiful. Yi Feng ignored her. He knew Mu Shui was a smart person. There was no need for him to say it a second time. "I'll give you 1 minute to get out of here, or else. You should understand the influence of the trading hall. In Suzhou, don't expect to find a respectable job again." By the time Mu Shui spoke the last few words, her tone had turned icy to the extreme. At such a young age, being able to become the manager of the Suzhou trading hall shows that Mu Shui either comes from a distinguished background or possesses exceptionally strong abilities. From the recent transaction process, Yi Feng felt it should be the latter. Yes, the staff member had no doubt about the trading hall's methods. After hearing this, he hurriedly packed his things and ran out of the trading hall. "Mr. Yi, I'll see you off." Mu Shui looked at Yi Feng with a beaming smile, as if she hadn't just threatened the staff member. "All right." Yi Feng did not refuse. As they were about to leave, Mu Shui made a waving gesture, and 2 rows of trading hall personnel appeared on either side. They all bowed to Yi Feng, saying, "We bid farewell to Mr. Yi Feng, and we welcome you to visit us again." Yi Feng was momentarily stunned. He truly had no idea when Mu Shui had arranged this scene, which caught him off guard. However, it felt quite nice. Next, under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Feng left the trading hall. What Yi Feng did not know was that this scene of him being sent off by the trading hall was witnessed by those who had been secretly following him. Damn, that's the manager of the trading hall. Mu Shui. I've never seen anyone who could make her come out personally to see them off. This group of people, who were not very familiar with each other before, had formed a small group because of Yi Feng. At the forefront was a muscular bald man with dark skin. "Mu Shui is really beautiful." "Shut up, is this the time to talk about that?" Think about it. Yi Feng could make Mu Shui personally see him off, which proves he must have something good in his hands. But Lao Da, is it possible that Yi Feng has already sold the good stuff? "You motherf. Lao Da, why are you hitting me? Did a donkey kick your brain? Even if he sold the stuff, the money must still be with him. What's the difference for us between getting the goods or getting the money?" "Lao Da, you make a good point. Go check the situation at the trading hall. It's best to find out what Yi Feng just traded that made Mu Shui come out personally. The amount must be very high." "Brothers, If things go well, we might not only recover the money we owe but also possibly get rich. Hearing Lao Da's analysis, everyone became excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline, their eyes gleaming with enthusiasm at the thought of robbing Yifeng. Soon, the person sent to gather information returned. Lao Da. That Yifeng actually became the #1 on the trading hall's transaction leaderboard. You're not joking, are you? Lao Da. That transaction leaderboard is right in the trading hall. Although my strength is average, I'm not an idiot. How could I possibly be mistaken? Damn. To be #1 on the transaction leaderboard, the transaction amount must be over 100 million. Over 100 million? Lao Da. Does that mean we're going to get rich this time? I was originally thinking that if we could get a few million, we'd be lucky, but I never expected it to be over 100 million. I really didn't see this guy as a big shot. Damn it, we ran into him. If we don't rob him, it would be a disservice to our parents for giving birth to us. After hearing these figures, everyone's eyes became more resolute, and they looked at Yifeng with increased fervor. Lao Da, should we go for him now? Are you crazy? We definitely have to wait until we're in a deserted place. Do you want us to all end up in the police station? At this moment, Yifeng was completely unaware of the changes happening in the shadows. His next direction was very clear. Transition to the Divine Temple. Yes, he has now met the requirements for job advancement. If he wants to continue leveling up, he must go to the Job Advancement Temple to take on the Job Advancement quest. The distance between the trading hall and the Job Advancement Temple isn't very far, just a few minutes walk. The Griffin egg has already been stored in his space ring, so it wasn't so eye-catching on the way. He took out his phone and opened the navigation app. Following the route, Yifeng quickly arrived at the Job Advancement Temple. How magnificent! Yifeng exclaimed. This was his first time visiting the real Job Advancement Temple. He had only seen it in books before. Before him stood a building resembling a temple, square in shape, with each side's base starting at least 100 meters, all constructed from sparkling white marble, with all the blank areas adorned with carvings. In front of the Job Advancement Temple was a giant relief sculpture resembling a page from a book. It depicted countless figures. These were the ancestors who had turned the Dragon Kingdom's citizens from the depths of peril and suffering. They were also the symbol of the Job Advancement Temple. Next, Yifeng entered the temple, marking his first visit to the Job Advancement Temple. The Job Advancement Temple was completely different from the trading hall. In the trading hall, as long as you have money, even a child of a few years is welcome to spend. But the Job Advancement Temple is different. This is a place only accessible to professionals. It is a temple that witnesses countless professionals advancing, and it is also a place that has disheartened many professionals, even those at the king level, true king level, and saint level. To break through themselves, they can only come to the Job Advancement Temple. Once inside the temple, Yifeng looked around and found that it was filled with a mysterious and profound power. Perhaps, trading halls do not appear in every city, but every city must have a Job Advancement Temple. This statement is not unfounded. If professionals are the cornerstone protecting the Dragon Kingdom, then the Job Advancement Temple is the place that forges these cornerstones. I'm finally going to advance my job. Yifeng was very confident about his silver level trial. If he couldn't pass the trial relying on his own strength, then no one in this world could break through. First, I'll take a number. After entering the Job Advancement Temple, Yifeng began to queue for a number. There weren't many people in the Job Advancement Temple, and it was naturally incomparable to the trading hall. After all, those who come to the Job Advancement Temple are there for job advancement, and every professional needs to spend a long time to reach the maximum level. People like him, who can reach max level after entering a secret realm once. In this world, they can't say there are none, but they can only say they are as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. Hello, I'm here to help you register. Not long after he took his number, a professionally dressed beauty quickly guided Yifeng to a counter, to have him register. Sitting at the counter, Yifeng took a form and began to fill it out. It mainly contained professional information and some personal details. After Yifeng filled it out smoothly, he returned the information. Yifeng, wait, did you fill this information out incorrectly? The staff at the counter was a beautiful woman in professional attire. Is there? Yifeng leaned over to look at the form, carefully reviewing it and confirming there were no issues. There's no problem, it's all correct. This form shows that you just awakened your profession today? No problem. Yifeng nodded and said, I just awakened my profession today. You just awakened and reached level 10? The professionally dressed beauty exclaimed, completely taken aback that this professional before her was a student who had just awakened today. It had only been a few hours since awakening, and he was already max level? This was the first time she had encountered such a situation in her life. This is truly a bit outrageous. Yeah. Yi Feng nodded, not feeling that anything was wrong. In an instant, the once noisy transmigration temple fell silent, and everyone's gaze turned to Yi Feng. Just a few hours after awakening his profession, he reached level 10? What kind of genius is this? Is there really such a person in Gusa City? I've never heard of this before. Is this boy exaggerating a bit? The crowd exchanged incredulous looks, as if they had just heard a ghost story. And looking at his attire, he doesn't seem like a scion of a prominent family at all. Gradually, everyone in the Transmigration Temple began discussing Yi Feng's identity, their voices not low, and Yi Feng could hear them. Excuse me, can I start my class change? However, Yi Feng didn't care about these things. He just wanted to complete his class change as soon as possible. Mr. Yi Feng, there are some things I need to clarify first. Although the form is filled out by you, according to the rules of the Transmigration Temple, you must undergo an assessment before accepting a class change task, and the assessment carries certain risks. The professionally dressed beauty reminded him seriously. She suspected that this boy might have inflated his level. Thinking of persuading him again. I know. I'm willing to participate in the assessment. Yi Feng understood that the professionally dressed beauty meant well. Don't worry. I'm a professional. I will take responsibility for my choices. Alright. Seeing this, the professionally dressed beauty could only nod. As the saying goes, good words are hard to persuade a stubborn ghost. Since Yi Feng insisted, she couldn't say much more. This is a dungeon with 5 difficulty levels. You can choose freely. After completing this trial, you can accept the class change task. Then, she operated on the computer. And soon, the details of the 5 dungeons appeared on the screen in front of Yi Feng. Thorny Wild Boar Forest, Water Snake Marsh, Goblin Cave. Yi Feng glanced over. He found that the introductions of several dungeons were very simple. Just names. For him, there wasn't much to choose from. They were all the same. Then I'll choose this Goblin Cave. Yi Feng pointed to the last assessment. Are you sure? Upon seeing Yi Feng's choice, the professionally dressed beauty's expression changed, and she quickly said, Mr. Yi Feng, this Goblin Cave is already the highest difficulty assessment for first-class changes. There is a silver-level Goblin King inside. This difficulty is often referred to as an overstandard dungeon. It's very hard to clear. The last record was maintained by a hidden profession 100 years ago. If you're not careful, you could be in serious trouble. I do not recommend you choose this. The Thorny Wild Boar Forest is the easiest, most suitable for someone like you. But before the professionally dressed beauty could finish, Yi Feng firmly said, This one. I'm in a hurry. You. Hearing this, the professionally dressed beauty felt a pang of bitterness. She had seen stubborn people before, but this was the first time she encountered someone so obstinate. Generally, first-class professionals would never choose the Goblin Cave for their assessment tasks. This assessment required a professional to deal with a silver-level Goblin King while still at the bronze level to be considered successful. The difficulty itself was already very high, and in her many years working at the Transmigration Temple in Gusa City, she had never seen anyone challenge the Goblin Cave. Alright, help me choose. I'm really in a hurry. I need to get home for dinner soon. Seeing Yi Feng so determined. Fine. The professionally dressed beauty sighed and no longer tried to persuade him. Mr. Yi Feng, I have already registered you. Please follow me. Soon, Yi Feng and the professionally dressed beauty arrived at a precise teleportation array. Mr. Yi Feng, shortly this array will scan your physical condition to verify your identity. Once it's done, you will be teleported into the Goblin Cave. If you feel you cannot handle it, just silently repeat leave 3 times in your heart, and the array will forcibly bring you out. Of course, the teleportation is not guaranteed to succeed. There is a risk of failure. If you regret it now, we can choose a different assessment location, but once your identity is scanned, there will be no turning back. Yi Feng shrugged, saying, No need. I think this is quite good. Alright then, Mr. Yi Feng, please. Following the instructions, Yi Feng stood on the teleportation array, and he soon felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire body. Name, Yifeng. Occupation, Necromancer. Unique, level 10, identity confirmed. Meets job change conditions. Preparing to teleport to the instance, Goblin Cave, teleportation starting. When the electronic mechanical voice faded, Yifeng found himself surrounded by a white mist. When he could see clearly again, he had already arrived at the entrance of a cave. This should be the Goblin Cave. I wonder where the Goblin King is. I should choose to end this quickly. I still have to deal with the job change task later and can't waste too much time here. Looking at the dark cave, Yifeng murmured to himself, since there's an entire goblin tribe lurking in this cave, I can't just give them no face at all. I'll just release a skill. Summon Skeleton Legion. As soon as Yifeng's words fell, the ground behind him suddenly began to tremble. In the next moment, skeletal hands, pale and bony, emerged from the earth. After a few breaths, a skeleton legion had already appeared behind Yifeng. Looking around, they were densely packed. Each skeleton possessed silver-level strength. This might be a bit unfair to the goblins, right? Yifeng shrugged. However, the expression on his face grew increasingly excited. With this scale and number, if he became a god-level being in the future, wouldn't he be able to summon an entire skeletal disaster army with a wave of his hand? If that were possible, then he would truly be able to dominate the entire world alone. The more Yifeng thought about it, the more excited he became. But soon he realized it was not the time for fantasies. Charge! Leave no creatures alive inside. Yifeng looked toward the dark goblin cave and whispered. In the next moment, the skeleton army that had been standing behind him charged into the goblin cave. The weapons in the skeleton's hands were all sorts of strange shapes, some held knives, others hammers. Some even used ribs that still had arrows stuck in them as weapons. Compared to the bone dragons, the difference is just too great. Watching the skeleton legion continuously storm into the goblin cave, Yifeng commented that if the bone dragons were a regular army, then this skeleton legion was a bunch of thugs. However, this group of thugs all had silver-level strength. Dealing with a goblin cave was naturally no problem. As the skeleton army entered the cave, Yifeng leisurely walked in as well. Faced with the onslaught of the Silver Skeleton Legion, even some powerful goblin warriors could only flee for their lives. But, with countless silver-level skeletons, how could there be any time to escape? Soon, the cave was already littered with goblin corpses. However, the goblin cave is located underground, and the terrain inside is somewhat complex. Although the goblin corpses are scattered everywhere, Yifeng has yet to find the body of the Goblin King. After all, this is the goblin's lair. It seems that finding the Goblin King's location in the deepest part of the cave right away is still quite challenging. Keep charging. Yifeng continues to command his skeleton army. A straightforward approach is often the simplest way to search. What others find difficult is often due to a lack of manpower. But Yifeng has an entire army of skeletons. So, spreading out the skeleton army is a good choice. Although the Goblin King is a formidable silver-level beast, every skeleton in his army is also silver-level. Even one-on-one, they might not necessarily lose. There are a lot of herbs here? Just as Yifeng was waiting for the skeleton army to find the Goblin King, he suddenly discovered some glowing mushrooms. Moist mushrooms, these are great materials that can be directly consumed as health potions. If made into potions, they would be even better. One could sell for several hundred. Yifeng suddenly realized that although this is an artificial dungeon meant for job transitions, over the years, it has formed its own ecosystem. Although the materials aren't particularly valuable, Yifeng is, after all, a child from a poor family. He understands the principle of accumulating little by little. Since he was idle anyway, Yifeng began to gather herbs while walking through the goblin cave. However, he soon discovered that he had underestimated the material reserves of this dungeon. Or perhaps it was because this dungeon was quite difficult. The Empire had placed many materials that could quickly be made into potions for this assessment. Yifeng found that there were indeed quite a few materials in this dilapidated cave. After realizing he couldn't pick them all up, Yifeng began to command the nearby skeletons to help. Soon, a strange atmosphere gathered throughout the goblin cave. While others were desperately killing goblins, Yifeng was sightseeing in the cave and collecting various materials. Congratulations on completing the Goblin Cave trial task. Time taken, 10 minutes. Personal record, 10 minutes. A few minutes later, several pieces of information suddenly appeared on Yifeng's profession panel. Congratulations to the professional Yifeng for refreshing the latest record of the Goblin Cave dungeon. Current latest record of the Goblin Cave dungeon, 10 minutes. Congratulations to the professional Yifeng for breaking the dungeon record. Reward, golden treasure chest. At the same time, the news of Yifeng breaking the record instantly appeared in all the job transition temples in the Dragon Kingdom. What? That kid just cleared it? Not only did he clear it successfully, but it seems he also broke a record that had been sealed for over 100 years. 10 minutes? Am I seeing things? Can someone check this for me? Is it really true? Holy crap, you're not seeing things. It really is 10 minutes. God, I can't be dreaming. When I took the silver level trial task, I chose the thorny wild boar forest, and it took me dozens of minutes. Incredible. We have a genius emerging from Suzhou City. In the job transition temple of Suzhou City, some professionals who had been paying attention to Yifeng felt like their worldview was about to collapse. They had originally thought that the boy named Yifeng was just boasting, but unexpectedly, he actually cleared it. Unbelievable. At this moment, even the professional woman in a suit who had doubted Yifeng looked at the information on the big screen with disbelief. 10 minutes. She had been working in the job transition temple in Suzhou City for a long time, so she knew very well what this time meant. At the very least, in terms of being able to exert this level of strength at the bronze level, he absolutely belongs to the greatest of all time. This means that since the establishment of the professional system, in the realm of the bronze level, no one could possibly be stronger than Yifeng. It is known that throughout history, every person like this has been crowned with a divine title. At the same time, the high-ranking officials at the headquarters of the Job Change Temple are holding a meeting. Suddenly, someone brings in a note. Hiss. Interesting. A person in the main seat of the conference table casually glanced at the note, but then immediately gasped. What happened? Nothing much. Just that the old man from the military department's record of breaking the Goblin Cave trial from over 100 years ago has been shattered. Oh, which family's disciple managed to break that old man's record? The future looks promising. Really? Someone actually broke his record. That's right, the news is very accurate. Now the job change temples across the country already know about it. Can you guess how long the new record is? Let me think. I remember that old geezer's record was about 45 minutes. And he seemed to be the only one with a record starting with 4. Since it was broken, it should be around 43 minutes, right? About that. I was thinking the same. Most people present have cleared that dungeon, and it's already quite difficult to finish within 50 minutes. Exactly. At most 40 minutes. I believe that military guy had already reached his limit. Little did they know. The person in charge shook his head. None of that is correct? Could it be that it started with a 3? The person in charge still shook his head. It can't possibly start with a 2, right? That would be impossible. What kind of speed would that be? A level 10 professional finishing in 20 minutes would probably not even have completed the map. Exactly. We have also tried the trial. Even for hidden professions, completing it in 20 minutes is absolutely impossible. Boss, stop messing with us. How much time is it really? 10 minutes. I said 20 minutes was impossible. What? Boss? How much time did you say? New record. 10 minutes. The person in charge also wore a bitter smile. If it weren't for the accurate news, he absolutely would not believe this record. He knew that he had personally cleared the Goblin Cave, and to think of finishing it in 10 minutes was simply too difficult. Boss, 10 minutes. This. For a moment, everyone in the conference room didn't know what to say and could only look at each other. What kind of genius is this? Completed the Goblin Cave in 10 minutes. And still at level 10? Didn't this year's job awakening just finish? Could it be that some special hidden professional has appeared in the world? I don't know. The organization has already started investigating, and there should be news soon. In fact, it wasn't just the Job Change Temple that was shocked by Yifeng's record. In the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the military department. What the hell? What did you say? My record was broken by a junior? Yes, the latest record is 10 minutes. Your 45-minute record is now in second place. Okay, I understand. I want detailed information about this person. Get it for me as soon as possible. Understood. After the subordinate left, Wu Lianfeng furrowed his brows. He knew very well how much effort he had put in to achieve that record, but now it was shattered by someone in 10 minutes. This is truly unbelievable. In the mayor's office of Gusa City. So fast? I didn't expect that Gusa City would also have a genius with a divine title. With his current strength, he will definitely become a powerful figure in the future. I'm afraid, our Gusa City will reach new heights because of this person. At this moment, Mayor Jiang Feng was very excited. He was well aware of one thing. Among the many cities in Lone Country, many have thrived because they have their own god-level strong individuals. Gusa City has always been a third-tier city, and if it wants to advance further, then this record-breaking young man plays a significant role. He has worked diligently in Gusa City for so many years. Although it was also for his own career advancement, he genuinely wanted to make this city better. Just then, Mayor, I have confirmed that the record breaker is a student from Gusano, one high school, but his situation is a bit. The mayor's secretary came over with a document. Why are you speaking so hesitantly? Let me see it myself. After saying that, Jiang Feng snatched the document from the secretary's hands. Name, Yifeng, age, 16, student status, a model student in Gusa City, has achieved first place in all major exams over the past 3 years, consistently ranking first in the city-level joint exams. Awakened profession, Necromancer. Unique hidden profession. This, Necromancer? Upon seeing Yifeng's specific profession, Jiang Feng's expression immediately shifted from lighthearted to serious. He never expected such a result. Heavenly jealousy of talent. Heavenly jealousy of talent. Why must this child end up with such a fate? In just a moment, Jiang Feng felt a roller coaster of emotions. In fact, when he first heard the secretary mention Yifeng, the name sounded somewhat familiar. He couldn't recall it at the time, but now, seeing Yifeng's information, he remembered. He had met this child before. After all, Yifeng was a well-known genius student at Gusano, one high school, and he had personally awarded him a model student certificate. Yet, such a versatile student ended up awakening such a mediocre profession. What on earth is this about? Is it that Gusa City is destined to lack talents who can become gods? Jiang Feng sighed. He placed Yifeng's information on the desk. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the Transmigration Temple also received all of Yifeng's information. TSK. I originally thought he might be a young man with the potential to become a god. But it turns out he's a practitioner whose skills require sacrificing his life. What a pity! Why did he even go for the job change trial? Such behavior is simply reckless. In my opinion, this child wants to leave a mark in the history of his profession. I think so too. He's probably gone a bit mad, not wanting to waste his life, just wanting to seize a moment of glory. So foolish. He could have at least lived a long life, although he wouldn't achieve anything too great. He could still live well. But how much lifespan does he have left now? He could die at any moment. Such behavior is too immature. For the sake of fame, pursuing the fastest record, now he has so little lifespan left, was it worth it? After learning about Yifeng's specific situation, most people in the conference room no longer held hope for him. Alright, everyone, don't say too many sarcastic remarks. At this moment, the man sitting in the main seat of the Transmigration Temple lightly coughed. No one is born wanting to awaken to this profession. You are just a bit luckier than him. Although it's a pity, his name will forever remain on the leaderboard, and from now on, he will always be the first bronze-level individual in history. We at the Transmigration Temple will not be sycophants, nor will we engage in opportunistic behavior when someone is down. This matter ends here. The military. Why does he have to be a necromancer? What a pity! What a pity! Such a talent. Sigh. It's really a shame. The old man shook his head repeatedly after receiving the news. At this moment, Yifeng was still in the dungeon, completely unaware that the major powers outside had already been stirred up because of him. He also had no idea that at that very moment, he had become the focus of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Treasure chest? Yifeng's eyes lit up as he looked at his reward. It was a treasure chest made of gold. In this world, treasure chests were a common reward. Once opened, adventurers could randomly obtain a reward. I wonder what good stuff I can get. Open. The next moment, a bolt of purple lightning filled Yifeng's eyes, and when the light faded, an energy orb appeared in his hand. Inside, a bolt of lightning was constantly rolling. What is this thing? Yifeng looked at the item in his hand with confusion. Heavenly Thunder of the 9 Heavens type. Heavenly Thunder ranking, 11 effect, after refining. Attacks will carry lightning effects, and enemies will feel genuine fear upon seeing the Heavenly Thunder of the 9 Heavens. Trembling in awe, this thunder can be refined onto any skill of the adventurer and has growth potential. Holy crap! The Heavenly Thunder of the 9 Heavens, ranked 11th on the Heavenly Thunder ranking. Yifeng's eyes widened. This is really a good thing. I've hit the jackpot. This is a divine item that countless people can only dream of. No matter the profession or realm, this is a treasure that can directly enhance combat power. If sold on the market, it could easily fetch hundreds of millions, even billions. After all, once refined into a skill, it can directly boost combat power. I must be incredibly lucky. Although this item would fetch a high price if sold, Yi Feng had no intention of selling it. Such a valuable item that could grow with his strength was best kept for himself to enhance his combat power. Soon, Yi Feng had a plan in mind. He intended to integrate the heavenly thunder of the 9 heavens into his skeleton army. Since the other armies were more skill-oriented, they didn't quite match with the heavenly thunder, only the skeletons were the most suitable. Then in the future, won't all the skeletons I summon be lightning skeletons? Yi Feng thought excitedly. Moreover, the heavenly thunder of the 9 heavens could instill fear. When his skeleton army moved out, it would appear to others as a formidable, indomitable force. This time, I've really struck gold. Integrate. Next, Yi Feng immediately integrated the heavenly thunder of the 9 heavens into the skeleton army skill. Once everything was completed, Yi Feng returned to the job change temple. As he regained his senses, what met his eyes was a professionally dressed beauty outside the teleportation array. Mr. Yi Feng, congratulations on passing the assessment. At this moment, the gaze of the professionally dressed beauty towards Yi Feng was filled with admiration. 10 minutes of time. The future of this young man was truly limitless. Please take me to receive the job change task. Yi Feng nodded and said immediately. At this moment, he was still completely unaware of the huge stir he had caused. Alright, Mr. Yi Feng, this way please, the professionally dressed beauty said softly. And then she led Yi Feng back to his original position. A few seconds later, she took out a small crystal ball. Mr. Yi Feng, the previous dungeon was used to test your strength, and the next one is a random task, which is the real place you will go for your job change. The professionally dressed beauty introduced. This is the Awakening Ball, a special item that connects to your profession panel. Although the Awakening Transfer Tasks dungeon is random, if you draw a task you don't like, you can change it at any time and force a refresh. Of course, the bronze level price is relatively cheap. As long as you're willing to spend 1,000,000 Dragon Country coins, you can refresh it once. This is all officially priced and only applies to low-level professionals. If you reach the king level, true king level, holy level, or god level in the future, this won't work anymore. Listening to the explanation from the professionally dressed beauty, Yi Feng nodded. Then let's get started. Alright. Please place your hand on the awakening orb. Mr. Yi Feng. Following the prompt, Yi Feng placed his hand on it. Transfer task randomizing task matching successful. Task location Poison Swamp task objective kill boss dragon shaped koi task difficulty 10 stars soon. The content of this transfer task appeared in Yi Feng's mind and on the computer of the professionally dressed beauty. 10 stars. How could it be this task? This is a task that is simply impossible to complete. The professionally dressed beauty instinctively covered her mouth in shock. To be honest, this was the first 10-star difficulty task she had encountered since starting work here. What the hell? Yi Feng's face darkened. What kind of bad luck is this? If it were other dungeons, he might not be very familiar with them, but he was extremely familiar with the Poison Swamp, because this was a task that appeared in textbooks. It ranked 3rd in the top 100 unpopular tasks. The reason this task was unpopular was precisely because of the requirement to hunt the dragon-shaped koi. In the Poison Swamp, the dragon-shaped koi is the boss, and what's terrifying is, its health is at an astonishing level. Clearly, it is just a golden-level dungeon boss, but the dragon-shaped koi's health can actually rival that of an ordinary starry-level ferocious beast, starting from 1,000,000. And this is still not the most outrageous part of the dragon-shaped koi. When its health is about to run out, it can recover its health by consuming its offspring. It enters the second phase. The health in the second phase can even reach tens of millions. To some extent, this dragon-shaped koi is an existence that cannot be killed. And the most disgusting part is that the dungeon where the dragon-shaped koi resides is not open to everyone. Only golden level and below professionals can enter. Moreover, this is a solo dungeon. Once you enter, you can't team up to clear it. Since the birth of this dungeon, no one has ever been able to clear it. Yi Feng is not the first person to randomly get this dungeon. When this dungeon first appeared, some people wanted to try it, but as one professional after another failed, no one took on this task anymore. This led to the fact that for at least 1,000 years, if someone randomly drew this task, they would not accept it at all. It became an existence that no one cared about. Mr. Yifeng, the difficulty of this task is really too high, you might as well refresh it. The professionally dressed beauty didn't doubt Yifeng's ability to pass the transfer task. It's just that the difficulty of this task is really too great. It's simply not a dungeon that one person can solo. Forget it, I'll take this one. Unexpectedly, Yifeng sighed and decided to accept this task. After all, refreshing a task costs 1,000,000 dragon coins, and his money didn't come from the wind. There was no need to waste it on this. Although, according to the information he had, the dragon-shaped koi had extremely thick health and was impossible to defeat. But that was for others. The star-level health. Well, it's just that, isn't it? Moreover, this dungeon that has never been breached, if one can be the first to conquer it, there are actually many rewards to be gained. Take a chance, and a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. Mr. Yi, are you really not going to reconsider? The professional-looking beauty asked again. She really couldn't understand the young man in front of her. Choosing the goblin cave, she could still understand. After all, reality has proven his strength. But this task of hunting the dragon-shaped koi, it really wasn't necessary. She had little faith in Yifeng's ability to clear this task. You have to know, this task hasn't been taken for nearly 1,000 years, not to mention the difficulty of its first phase. Over the years, who knows how many offspring the dragon-shaped koi has produced. If the second phase were to be initiated, the health points might reach tens of millions. This task is simply impossible to complete. No need. I've already made up my mind. Yifeng waved his hand. Alright then, I'll help you take the task. The professional beauty knew she couldn't persuade him any further, so she could only assist Yifeng in accepting it. Mr. Yifeng, the poison swamp is just north of our Suzhou city. It's very close. You won't need to spend money on a teleportation array, you can just walk there. Although the professional beauty still didn't believe Yifeng could succeed, she felt it necessary to say what needed to be said. Thank you for the reminder. Yifeng nodded. Professional Yifeng accepted the poison swamp task. At the same time, as Yifeng accepted the task, a line of information flashed across the large screen in the Transmigration Temple. What the hell? Someone accepted the poison swamp task? Yeah. Is this big brother crazy? It's been years since anyone took on the poison swamp, how dare he? That's true. I remember an expert once said that even diamond-level experts can't exhaust the dragon-shaped koi, even star-level ones can't have a 100% guarantee. Exactly. I've also heard experts say that the dragon-shaped koi is actually classified as a star-level task. Yifeng? Isn't that the kid who just set a record? He's too crazy, although his trial results were exaggerated. He should have some self-awareness. This difficulty is definitely not something a person without even silver can handle. This is a solo dungeon, even if he wanted to hire someone, he couldn't. This guy is too arrogant. Soon, discussions related to Yifeng erupted once again within the Transmigration Temple. Afterward, Yifeng walked out of the Transmigration Temple and immediately hailed a cab. At this moment, some people who had been following him already knew about his record-breaking trial. Are we sure we want to keep following him? This kid is simply a madman. If we continue, we probably won't have a good outcome. What are you afraid of? Why are you being so timid? It's obvious that this Yifeng doesn't have much time left, in my opinion. He will cherish the remaining life even more and definitely won't casually use skills. Right, if you guys are so timid, just get lost, so you don't drag us down later. After that, some of the people following Yifeng left without a word. The reason was simple. Those who left shared a common thought. After seeing Yifeng's achievements, they all concluded that he was a madman. Although money was very important to them, compared to that, their own lives were what mattered most. These useless people have no future at all. At least no one will compete with us for money. Come on, let's hurry up and follow. I can't take it anymore. I want to rob a big shot. Rob a big shot. Rob a big shot. As some people left, those who remained grew even more excited. Although these people had a common goal, they all harbored ulterior motives. After all, those who chose to rob Yifeng were basically driven to desperation, with some already in debt by millions. In their hearts, Yifeng was just one person, and he definitely had a lot of money on him. This was their only chance to turn their fortunes around. If the dozens of people present shared the spoils, it would definitely not be enough. After all, at such a tense moment, No one was willing to let go of such a big prize easily, and now that many had left, the cake was big enough to share, so they became even more excited. Soon, this group of people began to follow Yifeng. After all, they were all silver and even gold level experts. Tracking a taxi was not a difficult task. Gradually, a crowd followed behind Yifeng's car. Before long, they arrived at the Poison Marsh area. Following Yifeng's taxi, Yifeng got out of the car with an air of nonchalance, while the crowd behind him was already panting heavily. Poison Marsh? Damn! What is this guy doing here? The leader was still the bald man. After glancing at the map, a dark expression appeared on his face. Boss, what's wrong here? How the hell did you learn in school? This is a solo dungeon, and no one has ever cleared it. So what? Aren't we here to rob that kid? As long as we don't go to fight the boss, it should be fine, right? I really doubt if you're actually stupid. I just said this is a solo dungeon. That means if we follow him in, we'll be separated. Boss, we have to act before that kid goes in. Of course, these guys following Yifeng were also clear in their minds. Even if they entered the Poison Marsh, being separated wasn't a big deal for them, because they were already convinced that Yifeng wouldn't casually use his skills, otherwise, they wouldn't have tracked him here. But the division of spoils was what they truly valued. If someone got lucky in the dungeon, because of the separation, they wouldn't even know who the beneficiary was. And since they were all basically at the silver and gold levels, if they searched, it was uncertain who would come out on top. Who could actually get that money was not something easily determined. So at this moment, everyone tacitly prepared to take down Yifeng here. At least after robbing Yifeng, they could see what treasures were there before discussing the division of spoils. Let's catch up. If we wait any longer, someone else might get the chance. Rob the big fish. Rob the big fish. Those following Yifeng hurried forward, fearing that this juicy piece of meat would be snatched away by someone else. Soon, Yifeng, we know you have a lot of wealth on you. Now hand over all your money, and we might consider letting you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. They rushed in front of Yifeng and surrounded him. TSK, 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 you guys really aren't afraid of death. Yifeng had sensed someone following him earlier. He just hadn't paid much attention. Now that these people had all emerged, it saved him the trouble of searching later. It was much more convenient to deal with them all at once. He recognized some faces from the leveling center among them. It seemed these people had been eyeing his Griffin egg from the start and had followed him all the way. However, Yifeng truly couldn't understand why. Ever since he stepped out of the Griffin dynasty's secret realm, these people had such murderous looks. It was as if he had done something to wrong them. Yifeng was very clear that this was the first time he had met these people. He had never seen them before. Stop with the nonsense. Don't think I don't know you barely have any lifespan left. You're just a candle flickering in the wind. If you want to live a few more days, hand over the money honestly, or we'll take it ourselves. Everyone wore smug expressions, as if they had seen through Yifeng's thoughts and were certain of their victory over him. Don't you know that a cornered rabbit will bite? Faced with this group of greedy individuals, Yifeng couldn't be bothered to waste words. Since they wanted to seek death, there was nothing more to say. He could only fulfill their wish. In the next moment, summon Blood Clan, Yifeng murmured, beginning to summon the undead army. What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and hand it over. The bald leader, seeing that Yifeng remained unmoved, became anxious. Everyone, get him. First, control this kid. But just as they were about to act, suddenly, a layer of blood-red mist enveloped the surrounding air. It was as if a crimson veil had descended from the sky, shrouding everything around them. At their feet, the once hard soil slowly became murky. Eventually, it turned into quicksand that began to swirl in place. As the quicksand rolled, the originally slightly yellowed soil gradually transformed into pitch black. Ultimately, it even changed into liquid. What the hell is going on? The bald leader couldn't help but panic. If this wasn't a power used by his accomplices, then it could only be Yifeng. But this guy clearly had very little lifespan left. Using his powers like this? Did he not want to live at all? Yifeng, is this your doing? Before Yifeng could respond, one of his subordinates gasped, covering his mouth, "El Lord, why you behind you? What about behind me? Useless. Can't even speak clearly." The bald leader cursed angrily, then turned to look. What is that? But in the next second, the bald leader's eyes rolled back, his body stiffened in fear, and he fainted. Seeing this scene, The originally imposing raiders were thrown into chaos, but at that moment, they realized it wasn't just behind the bald leader. Behind them stood tall beings, all exuding a strange aura, as if they had returned from hell, dressed in luxurious and noble clothing. They were all vampires, the aura of diamonds, and starry strongmen. This madman Yifeng really used his skills. Is he out of his mind? Run! Run! Help! Mom! Once everyone reacted, the vampire counts also sprang into action, and in the next second, chilling screams echoed, sending shivers down spines. I told you not to provoke me. Yifeng shook his head helplessly. At this moment, in front of him had become a vampire amusement park, severed limbs, blood flowing freely, and this scene appeared so mundane in Yifeng's eyes. This world was like this, the weak preyed upon the strong. As the saying goes, good people are easily bullied. Since these people dared to rob him, they should be prepared for death. He summoned the Blood Clan army, although it didn't have the overwhelming presence of a skeleton army. The numbers were indeed not small. After going through the previous undead enhancement pool, the Blood Clan on the field was quite powerful. The lowest rank was also a count. The combat power was naturally not to be underestimated. This was a formidable strength comparable to diamonds in stars. Although there would definitely be some issues against top-tier experts, it was more than enough to deal with these silver-level raiders. Moments later, the surroundings fell silent, and the people who had been threatening Yifeng all stopped breathing, dead beyond recovery. Yifeng was about to leave. Roar! Suddenly, a massive sound came from the depths of the swamp. For a moment, it made his heart tremble. Dragon-shaped koi? Yifeng frowned slightly. This place was already a poisonous swamp, and going deeper would lead to the decaying swamp where the dragon-shaped koi resided. However, he had not yet reached the inner decaying swamp. He shouldn't be encountering a boss here, right? Could it be? Is this dragon-shaped koi attracted by the blood energy of the Blood Clan army? A flash of insight struck Yifeng. This situation could indeed happen. Generally speaking, bosses could only exist within instances and rarely appeared outside of them. But there were exceptions. Historically, there had been many instances where ferocious beast bosses broke out of their instances, and once a ferocious beast boss left its instance, it would trigger a beast tide, which had happened many times in history. Each time, it left countless families shattered. Now appearing in the poisonous swamp, there was indeed a reasonable explanation. Just as Yifeng was lost in thought, suddenly, a massive shadow appeared in the distance, and it kept approaching Yifeng. Lord-level boss, dragon-shaped koi. Strength, golden level. Health, 2. 490. 000. Warning. Warning, dragon-shaped koi has appeared, automatically dragging the host into a boss battle. This instance is a solo instance. Please be cautious. Host, boss battle initiated. Boss battle initiated. In an instant, warning messages began to flash on Yifeng's profession panel. 2. 49 million. Why does this damn thing have so much health? Yifeng was taken aback. He had thought the dragon-shaped koi's health would be very high, but he never expected it to be this extreme. Such a magnitude of health could probably only be reached by a starry-level ferocious beast, but this dragon-shaped koi was just a golden-level ferocious beast. How could it achieve such a terrifying value? No wonder this instance had remained unsolved for so many years. It was likely that before anyone could even whittle down that exaggerated health, an average professional's stamina would already be unable to keep up. Moreover, even if they could whittle it down, so what? As long as the dragon-shaped koi devoured its descendants, its health could recover, even double. It was utterly fearless. At this moment, Yifeng also noticed the surrounding swamp beginning to writhe. It was clear that the dragon-shaped koi was coming closer to him. Hiss! What a huge creature! Yifeng stared at the shadow approaching him in the distance, frowning. Soon, the dragon-shaped koi was not far from Yifeng. It was a massive creature over 30 meters long, its body covered in hard scales with barbs, and most astonishingly, its head was actually that of a dragon. Behind it, there were countless small koi. This thing looks quite rare, but I wonder if anyone outside would want to take it. Forget it, something that grows in a swamp can't taste that good, it probably has a muddy flavor. Yifeng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Roar! Perhaps sensing Yifeng's disdain. The next second, the dragon-shaped koi burst out of the swamp and lunged directly at Yifeng. At the same moment, seeing Yifeng being attacked, the Blood Clan army rushed forward. They actually managed to force the dragon-shaped koi back. Want to hunt me? You should take a look at your own abilities. Seeing this, Yi Feng felt no anxiety at all. What was the most perplexing thing about the dragon-shaped koi? It had an enormous amount of health. If we talk about combat power, it might even be inferior to some ordinary golden-level ferocious beasts. The reason it is overlooked is simply because it has a large amount of health points, which has made it a target that many professionals dare not approach. But the Blood Clan fears nothing more than thick health points. In a situation where combat power is overwhelmingly superior, it becomes much simpler for the Blood Clan to deal with this dragon-shaped koi. Aren't you supposed to have a lot of health? Damn! My Blood Clan army loves to suck blood, draining it dry is not a problem at all. And as Yi Feng had anticipated, within a few minutes, the dragon-shaped koi's form had shriveled significantly. Meanwhile, the faces of his Blood Clan army showed expressions of enjoyment. Roar! At this moment, the dragon-shaped koi began to panic slightly, clearly not expecting that Yi Feng's blood army would possess such combat power. However, the dragon-shaped koi's confidence did not solely come from its own strong health points, but also from its descendants. It could devour its own offspring to replenish its health. As long as this cycle continued, it had enough confidence to achieve victory. Since the birth of the poison swamp thousands of years ago, apart from the first few decades when there were challenges, no one had set foot here for the remaining millennia. It was precisely because of this that the poison swamp had enjoyed 1,000 years of recuperation. Its descendants had long since become countless. This was its most important source of confidence. But just as the dragon-shaped koi was about to devour its offspring, it suddenly discovered that the area around it was filled with corpses. They were all small dragon-shaped koi. There were even counts, like fishermen, continuously reaching their claws into the swamp to pull out small dragon-shaped koi and suck their blood on the spot. The scene turned bizarre and bloody. Roar! At this moment, despair was evident in the dragon-shaped koi's eyes. What? Surprised? Yi Feng smiled coldly. He had long anticipated that the dragon-shaped koi would want to enter the second phase when it could no longer hold on. So while the Blood Clan army was resisting the dragon-shaped koi, he had divided them into two groups. The vampires of the Count were to deal with these small dragon-shaped koi, while the Marquis was to confront the boss. With clear division of labor, the dragon-shaped koi had nowhere to retreat. At this moment, even if the dragon-shaped koi wanted to escape, there was no way out. How could a vampire Marquis with star-level strength be something they could outrun? Congratulations to the host for killing the dragon-shaped koi. Congratulations to the host for completing the job transfer task. Congratulations to the host for achieving the first successful expedition in the poison swamp. A series of messages flooded into Yi Feng's professional panel within minutes. Yi Feng smiled slightly. This news spread out. It meant that the expedition against the dragon-shaped koi had been a great success. Professional Yi Feng is the first person to conquer the poison swamp. Special rewards issued, Golden Treasure Chest X3. Yi Feng helplessly said, "This is one of the top 100 overlooked tasks. And they only give me 3 treasure chests? Isn't that a bit stingy?" He had learned in high school textbooks, whenever a secret realm or dungeon is cleared for the first time, there would be hidden rewards. But each hidden reward is different. And facing a ferocious beast with health points comparable to star level, he only received 3 golden treasure chests. My god, he had just set a record, and got a golden treasure chest. This was the first time in thousands of years that a dungeon had been refreshed, and they only give 3 chests? Although Yi Feng felt a bit unwilling in his heart, the rewards had already been given, and he could only accept his fate. He could only hope to open something good from them. If a few more heavenly thunder were to be unleashed, I could just about accept that. However, he also knew it was unlikely. After all, being able to summon the 9 heavens sacred thunder last time was already a stroke of luck. He couldn't expect to have such good fortune every time. Could he? Open all. Yi Feng no longer hesitated and directly opened all the golden treasure chests. Golden treasure chest opened. Heavenly Vine Heavy Armor, Position, Armor, Set, Heavenly Vine Set Armor Component, 1/5, Grade, Legendary, Attributes, after wearing, can resist 30% of damage. Each additional set piece increases resistance by 10%. Holy crap! Yi Feng stared at the equipment's attributes, momentarily stunned. Legendary equipment? That means it matches true king level equipment. Aren't these attributes a bit too exaggerated? Simply put, resisting 30% of damage if it weren't labeled as legendary equipment. It would probably be indistinguishable from sacred gear. This is equipment that is infinitely close to sacred gear. Yi Feng's heart soared with joy. In terms of value, it could easily exceed 100 million. Legendary equipment is already extremely rare, even some true kings might not possess legendary gear. So any piece of legendary equipment is a valuable rarity. And the price is exorbitant. Even some true king powerhouses might not be able to afford it. Not to mention, this is a piece of legendary equipment that can nearly match sacred gear. What a windfall! Before Yi Feng could think it through, another prompt appeared. Golden treasure chest opened. Heavenly Vine bracelet, position, bracelet, set, Heavenly Vine set bracelet component, 1/5, grade, legendary, attributes, after wearing. Automatically cancels casting delay, increases damage by 30% when attacking, each additional set piece increases damage by 10%. This is still a legendary item from the same set. This is a huge profit. These two treasure chests actually yielded 2 pieces of legendary equipment. Yi Feng was ecstatic. Could it be that the third treasure chest is also a piece of the Heavenly Vine set? Moreover, this Heavenly Vine bracelet is a bit too outrageous. An increase of 30% in damage is already a ridiculous attribute. Not to mention it cancels the casting delay. Because Yi Feng is a necromancer, his skills have no casting delay. But, for other great mages, they need to chant. If they could eliminate the chanting phase, their opponents would have no time to react, which would be a tremendous advantage in combat. Coupled with the 30% attack power attribute, this is simply a super outrageous piece of equipment. If it could be paired with the Heavenly Vine heavy armor, wouldn't an ordinary mage be able to transform into a heavy armored mage? Yi Feng found it hard to imagine. If a main battle mage wore these 2 pieces of equipment, how exaggerated would they become? Challenging higher levels would no longer be a dream. After all, as a mage, the biggest weakness is the threat of close combat. With the Heavenly Vine heavy armor and the Heavenly Vine bracelet, they could reduce damage by 40%. This gives mages a lot of operational space. Plus, no need to chant. They could practically unleash their ultimate abilities at close range without limits. However, Yi Feng wasn't particularly interested in these 2 pieces of equipment. He was a necromancer whose skills were all forbidden spells. If he encountered danger, he wouldn't need them at all, just having his summoned creatures protect him would suffice. But these 2 pieces of equipment will definitely sell for a good price. Yi Feng had already made up his mind. He would sell these 2 pieces of equipment at the trading hall later. If the third treasure chest is also a piece of the Heavenly Vine set, defense increased by 50%, attack power increased by 50%, this could easily be mistaken for sacred gear. Perhaps a single piece of equipment cannot be considered a holy artifact, but if 5 pieces can be gathered into a complete set, that would mean a 70% damage reduction, a 70% increase in attack power. In this world, there is absolutely no mage who could resist such temptation. This already reaches the pinnacle level of holy artifacts, and the unadorned attribute bonuses have showcased the value of this equipment. At this moment, Yi Feng has begun to anticipate what the third piece of equipment will be. Golden treasure chest opened. Order of teleportation category, high-level secret realm token description. This token allows entry into the hidden secret realm, Eternal Waters Kingdom. How is this a ticket to a secret realm? Yi Feng's eyes widened in surprise. It's actually a hidden secret realm. If we're talking about value, this is an invaluable treasure. But in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of ecstatic joy. However, as a top student, Yi Feng had never heard of the name Eternal Waters Kingdom. This means that this secret realm is an undeveloped one. And the token in his hand is currently the only way to enter this secret realm. An undeveloped secret realm. If he can defeat the boss inside, then this secret realm will belong to him. Moreover, it is classified as a high-level secret realm. It's important to note that the entire Dragon Kingdom has only a handful of high-level secret realms. Even divine-level powerhouses cannot casually enter high-level secret realms without the Empire's documentation. Not for any other reason, but because they are scarce. And there is one major difference between secret realms and dungeons. In a secret realm, one can teleport out at any time to ensure their safety, but dungeons do not allow for that. If danger arises, one must either escape by their own means or perish within the dungeon. Even divine-level beings are not exempt from this. Over the past tens of thousands of years, even divine-level powerhouses, who stand at the pinnacle of the professional hierarchy, have fallen in dungeons. Secret realms are the safest places to grind monsters. This is precisely why Yi Feng is so excited. As long as he successfully kills the boss inside, the ownership of this secret realm will automatically belong to him, and all rights will be his. If he could collaborate with the country or some major powers to develop it together, the profits would be beyond ordinary numbers. After all, in such a large secret realm, it's hard to say what level of ferocious beasts are inside, or how many rare treasures there might be. Once he possesses this secret realm, it's entirely possible for Yifeng to be as rich as a nation. I've completely hit the jackpot. The things that came out of these 3 golden treasure chests, just one of them is worth a fortune. Yifeng took deep breaths of fresh air, trying to calm his excited heart. Although a large high-level secret realm is very tempting, but my current strength isn't enough for me to roam freely in an unknown high-level dungeon. If there's a divine-level ferocious beast inside, wouldn't I be doomed? Therefore, Yifeng does not plan to enter the Water's Kingdom right now. He knows that improving his strength is the most important thing. The development of the secret realm can wait a bit. In a secret realm without ownership, there is no teleportation effect. Yifeng would not gamble with his life if he encounters a divine-level boss as soon as he enters the secret realm. Even 3 bone dragons would likely turn to dust in an instant. It's better to wait until he is strong enough. Congratulations to the professional Yifeng for completing the first clear of the dragon-shaped koi. Now granting the dragon-shaped koi slayer special reward. Category, title effect, can exert breath suppression on all dragon fish-type creatures. And at the same time, in all the job change temples of the Dragon Kingdom, the large screen in the center broadcasted a message at the same time. Poison Swamp Dragon-shaped koi. Yifeng Poison Swamp Dragon-shaped koi will disappear from the list of impossible tasks starting today. What the hell? Someone actually completed the dragon-shaped koi. Who is this Yifeng? Which big family does he belong to? I don't remember any family with the surname Yi. Yifeng? That name sounds familiar. Wasn't that the kid who just broke the record? Don't say that. Both of them are indeed named Yifeng. This is clearly the same person. Who on earth is he? To be able to clear the dragon-shaped koi task, this is a problem that hasn't been broken for hundreds of years. That's right, in nearly 1,000 years of development, wanting to the dragon-shaped koi is no longer something a golden level can achieve. This kid is bound to have the potential to become a god. This poison swamp is a dungeon in Suzhou City. Could it be? Suzhou City has given birth to a genius. It shouldn't be. If such a genius were born, there wouldn't be no news for a whole year. Don't you know? Just now Yifeng broke the record for transitioning from bronze to silver. Which means, this poison swamp is Yifeng's job change task for the second transition. What the hell? Are you saying that Yifeng completed the poison swamp at the bronze level? But someone with that kind of strength couldn't possibly go unnoticed for a year. Today is the day of job change. Could it be? This guy just completed his job change today? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This task can't even be completed by a golden level. How could it be done by a bronze level? What the hell? Don't joke around. Not to mention golden level, even platinum or diamond levels could be worn down by this dragon-shaped koi. But this Yifeng indeed did it. He broke the century-old record in just one day. And now the dragon-shaped koi. Could it be? He is some kind of prodigy? This kid's talent is terrifying. He has the demeanor of a god. In the conference room of the Job Change Temple. Knock knock knock. The high-ranking officials were discussing the situation of the job change temples in various places over the past 6 months when someone suddenly knocked on the door. Come in. The person entered holding a document and handed it to the one sitting in the main seat. The person in charge, after seeing the content, frowned slightly. Temple Master. What happened? The others, seeing this situation, began to speculate in their hearts. And eventually, someone couldn't help but ask. Poison Swamp Dragon-shaped koi has been ed. The old man placed the document on the table and slowly spoke. What? This is impossible. As soon as this was said, everyone widened their eyes. The difficulty of the dragon-shaped koi was something they, as high-ranking officials of the Job Change Temple, understood better than anyone. It should be known that those present were among the strongest in the world. And even they never dared to say they could the dragon-shaped koi at the golden level. After all, the conditions for the dragon-shaped koi are limited. Only practitioners of golden level and below can attempt it. It is precisely because of the uniqueness of the dragon-shaped koi that it has been dubbed an impossible challenge by everyone. But now, it has actually been broken through. Who did it? Someone asked eagerly. It's also an old friend. The practitioner who just broke the record of that old guy in the military. Yifeng. And upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Is this kid really reckless? Originally, he shouldn't have much lifespan left after reaching level 10. and breaking the record just now should have left him with even less lifespan. Now he's going to tackle a dungeon? I feel like this guy could die at any moment. To be honest, this guy has quite a long life. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be dead by now. However, after the dragon-shaped koi boss was defeated, the difficulty of this dungeon has decreased. If someone randomly gets this quest again, they can pass through it easily. The difficulty of 10 stars should drop below 5 stars. This action can be considered a benefit for future generations, otherwise, the cost of refreshing it is several million, which is indeed quite expensive. The people present were all high-ranking officials of the Job Change Temple. The price for refreshing the Awakening Orb was not set by them, although there were quite a few Awakening Orbs in stock. But indeed, every orb used is one less. Such items are extremely scarce. To change the quest, a new Awakening Orb is needed, and the previous orb must be discarded. Therefore, even if they wanted to help the professionals, they were truly powerless. Now, Yifeng has benefited future professionals by sacrificing his own lifespan. Sigh. Let's not focus on this kid for now, let's continue discussing our own matters. Soon, the high-ranking officials of the Job Change Temple returned to their meeting. Military Department. The dragon-shaped koi. That's not something easy to deal with. Wu Lianfeng stroked his beard. When he was young and brash at the golden level, he had specifically gone to Suzhou City to challenge the dragon-shaped koi. But he had exerted himself to no avail. He almost exhausted himself to death in there. He knew very well how difficult that place was to handle. At that time, he was just a step away from the platinum level. In just one day, he broke 2 records in a row. Truly youthful and vigorous. With this kid's character, if he weren't a necromancer, he would definitely make a name for himself in my lineage. What a pity! What a pity! The heavens are unfair. Wu Lianfeng shook his head repeatedly, sighing as if watching an excellent junior, feeling like a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one. Meanwhile, Suzhou City was in an uproar. This kid is really reckless. The mayor sighed repeatedly. This way of breaking records is completely joking with his lifespan. What a pitiful child. Just as he was frowning in worry, suddenly, his eyes lit up. What difference is there between Yifeng's current behavior and wasting his life? This reckless way of playing is already squandering life. But, if I recruit Yifeng into the national team, wouldn't that maximize the utilization? As long as Yifeng continues to grind dungeons, with his conditions, he will definitely be able to easily break record after record, and he will surely leave his name in history. And the benefits won't just go to Yifeng, Suzhou City can also profit from it. As long as we can crazily help Yifeng build his reputation, we can even create a special persona for him. Exactly. Exactly. The mayor walked around the room. The smile on his face grew increasingly radiant, as if he had glimpsed a secret of the heavens. What kind of persona should we create? The strongest new star in history? A bit cliché. The fastest to clear in history? Also not quite right. The mayor furrowed his brow but then relaxed, clapping his hands. That's right, it should fit the current situation. Unwilling to live a life of mediocrity, even if losing lifespan, he must strive for a moment of brilliance, telling the heavens, my life is in my hands, not dictated by fate. Perfect. This kind of character that does not succumb to fate is truly too suitable for Yifeng right now. Moreover, after Yifeng passes away, we in Suzhou can still build a monument in the square. At that time, people from all over the country will definitely come to Suzhou to commemorate Yifeng. In this way, it can also drive the economic development of Suzhou. It's simply a 2-for-1 deal. The originally reckless Yifeng would also be contributing to the faster development of his hometown. Thinking of this, the mayor was so excited that he sat in front of his computer and personally began to design a plan. Furthermore, even if we manage to recruit Yifeng, there's no need for him to take action himself. We can easily find a few experts to protect him. When the hype dies down, we can let the experts accompany Yifeng to take action once. Even if Yifeng doesn't take action, what does it matter? Wherever Yifeng is, that's where the hype is. That's where the traffic is. What is traffic? It's the foundation for developing Suzhou. This is completely a business that brings in huge profits. The more the mayor thought about it, the more excited he became, even planning to prepare some lines for Yifeng that fit his character. For him as the mayor, as long as it could help Suzhou develop better, he would do his utmost. Meanwhile, the military conference room was also discussing a matter. Everyone, in recent years, the beasts have been restless, and the border cities are constantly suffering from the ravages of war. even the surrounding small countries have set their sights on us. I think this practitioner named Jifeng is quite good. We can recruit him into the military. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a square face. But didn't we already receive news that Jifeng is a necromancer? Why should we recruit him? Someone immediately asked in surprise. Ha! That's your lack of vision. Let me ask you, what Jifeng did today, can it be considered shocking the whole country? The middle-aged man spoke. Of course it can, no matter which record it is. It's probably enough for his name to be written in the annals of history. Moreover, even without these events, due to his unique profession as a rare necromancer in this world, his name should also be preserved in history. Other military personnel in the conference room chimed in. This statement was not wrong. At this moment, quite a few old scholars were eager to learn more about Yifeng's profession. After all, hidden professions are rarely seen in this world, enough to draw their attention, especially with Yifeng's achievements that day. It had already made these old scholars unable to stand still. They feared that if they were late, Yifeng would be gone. That's right. Next I will tell you how Yifeng is beneficial to us. The square-faced middle-aged man continued. What benefits could there be? Commander, you don't want Yifeng to go to the border, do you? Although Yifeng has shown considerable strength, it consumes his lifespan. Do you want him to be a fleeting moment, intimidating the small fry? An officer immediately said. Upon hearing this, damn it, the military officer assessments back then should have focused more on cultural subjects. I really don't know how you got recruited back then. The square-faced middle-aged man felt his blood boiling. It seemed like he could be driven to death by the guy who just contradicted him at any moment. He thought for a moment and continued, although this matter has nothing to do with Yifeng directly, we can now shape Yifeng into a character. To put it in trendy terms, that would be a military star. Star? Those pretty boys? Commander, you can't let Yifeng's reputation be tarnished, can you? He seems like a real man to me. The commander's face darkened. If you interrupt me again, I'll have you scrubbing toilets. Not all stars are pretty boys. We need to shape Yifeng into a soldier's persona, and his lifespan is clearly limited. Now is the perfect time to create that persona. For example, even if using skills shortens his life, he must defend the country and guard the borders. The faith of the human race at the border has been shattered for years. We need someone, something, to reignite the flickering flame. If this continues, by the time the beast tide arrives, the humans at the border might not even resist. And Yifeng's appearance at this moment is just right for this task. With such a person suddenly appearing, do you think they will reignite the fire in their hearts? The middle-aged man with a square face spoke quickly to prevent being interrupted again. God, Commander, you're a genius. You can even think of something like this? I've told you to read more books when you have nothing to do. If it weren't for your decent skills, I'd really want to assign you to the kitchen. The commander looked helpless. Commander, that won't do. If I go to the kitchen, who will fight in the future? Besides, what's the use of reading? Can reading make someone godly? Alright, hurry up and get lost. By the way, go communicate well with the Jiangnan Provincial Military Department and have them recruit Yifeng. Got it. But should I mention this to the old commander? No need. Commander Wu is also very interested in Yifeng. Just go do it. Understood. Gusu's city. Since coming up with the idea, the mayor was extremely excited. He immediately summoned all the senior officials of the city government. Moments later, everyone gathered in the large conference room. At this time, the mayor expressed his desire to recruit Yifeng. But when the mayor spoke, everyone was stunned. Mayor, although what you said seems very reliable, I feel that Yifeng's personality is somewhat extreme. Look, in just one day, he's recklessly using his lifespan to fight monsters. Exactly. I also feel that Yifeng's personality is problematic. If we really recruit him, what will we do if his character doesn't hold up? Right. His current behavior shows that Yifeng's personality is too extreme. If, when his lifespan is nearly up, he starts killing indiscriminately, who can stop him? By then, we would have already built up Yifeng's persona. And if he turns out to be a terror, wouldn't we be completely blindsided? I'm afraid that if we don't get the outcome we want, we would just become a negative example. Everyone chimed in with their thoughts. The mayor did not immediately reject the others' suggestions. He knew well that such things could happen. If it really did happen, Gusu City would be the one to suffer. Such things are indeed possible, but we can't jump to conclusions. So my suggestion is, since we're worried, why not go to Yifeng's home and observe him personally? Moreover, Yifeng has performed very well over the years. He is even one of Gusa City's top students. I have confidence in him. After much discussion, the mayor decided to take people to Yifeng's home for a thorough observation. On the other side, Yifeng was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He was still immersed in the joy of opening the treasure chest. Moreover, at this moment, he realized that his backpack was already overflowing. His attention had been focused entirely on the dragon-shaped koi. He had neglected his own descendants. After the Blood Clan army had wiped out the descendants of the dragon-shaped koi, they had dropped quite a few equipment materials. Now, the equipment materials in his backpack were piling up to the point where he could hardly fit anything more. He was even too lazy to count them, because there was simply too much loot. Now that the job change quest was completed, he had no intention of lingering here. Returning to complete the job change was the top priority. Next, Yifeng followed the map to find a teleportation array. He returned directly to the job change temple. As soon as he arrived back at the job change temple, "Hello, I've completed it here," Yifeng said. "Mr. Yifeng, I guessed you would be back. I've been prepared for a long time," the professionally dressed beauty exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Yifeng. She had long seen the announcements regarding Yifeng. Meanwhile, the other professionals in the temple, upon hearing Yifeng's name, were instantly in an uproar. "Holy crap, is this the Yifeng that was just announced? Did you not hear the staff's tone? This Yifeng is clearly the one from the announcement. Oh my god, he's the one who broke 2 records in a single day? Yes, this Yifeng is that Yifeng." The crowd's eyes were filled with envy. Yifeng's achievements that day had excited them all. Moreover, this young man was a local from Gusa City. What does this mean? This is a fellow townsman. It would be something to brag about in the future. Why are these people so excited? It's as if my job change task completion is making them happier than their own job change task completions. Hearing this, Yifeng only felt a headache coming on, facing the chatter around him. He felt as if his head was about to explode. The development of this situation was truly bizarre. "Mr. Yifeng, please follow me." At this moment, the professionally dressed beauty noticed Yifeng's confusion and quickly made a gesture inviting him to follow. "Okay." Hearing this voice felt like a redemption to him. Yifeng followed the professionally dressed beauty out without looking back. Finally, the two arrived on the second floor. "Mr. Yifeng, this is the job change room. You just need to sit cross-legged inside." The professionally dressed beauty pointed to a room and said, "All right." Yifeng nodded and walked in. "Mr. Yifeng, good luck." Seeing this, the professionally dressed beauty smiled, but inside she was very excited. After all, Yifeng was changing jobs with her help. In her heart, this was something that could be added to her resume. Once inside the job change room, Yifeng sat down in the middle as instructed by the professionally dressed beauty. However, as soon as Yifeng sat down, he felt warm currents washing over his body from top to bottom. It was an unprecedentedly comfortable feeling. Soon, his job panel began to change. Checking if the job changer meets the job change requirements. Requirements met. Beginning job change. As time passed little by little, the words on Yifeng's job panel began to transform. Name, Yifeng. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, 10. Second transition, lifespan, plus infinity. Strength, 1080. Constitution, 1130. Spirit, 1130. Agility, 1090. Items, Space Ring. Heavenly Vine Heavy Armor. Heavenly Vine Bracelet. Sees a Country, Token. Dragon-shaped koi fish bone. Talent, Necromantic Enhancement Pool, worlds only. Can automatically enhance all necromantic legions once per level up, but requires a certain amount of lifespan. Starting from 10 years, Transmigrator's Golden Finger, Undying Body, Skills, Passive, Necromantic Lament. When necromantic creatures attack, they can randomly inflict negative statuses such as poison, slow, bleed, curse, taming, etc. on the target. Active, Summon Skeleton, consume 10 years of lifespan to summon a legion of skeleton warriors. Skeletons can be divided into warriors, captains, guards, commanders, vice-generals, generals, lords, kings, skeleton kings, skeleton emperors, skeleton disasters. Summon Lich, consume 30 years of lifespan to summon a legion of liches. Liches can be divided into low tier, mid tier, high tier, great liches, lords, kings, Lich Kings, Lich Emperors, Lich Disasters. Summon Blood Clan, consume 50 years of lifespan to summon a legion of Blood Clan. Blood Clan can be divided into counts, marquises, dukes, lords, kings, princes, Blood Emperors, Blood Clan Disasters. Summon Death Knight, consumes 70 years of lifespan to summon a legion of Death Knights. Death Knight legions can be divided into Death Knights, Necromantic Knights, Holy Extinction Knights, Divine Wasteland Knights. Summon Bone Dragon, consume 100 years of lifespan to summon a legion of Bone Dragons. Bone Dragons can be divided into Lords, Kings, Bone Dragon Kings, Bone Dragon Emperors, Bone Dragon Disasters. Summon Death Dragon, consume 120 years of lifespan to summon a legion of Death Dragons. Death Dragons can be divided into Ghost Dragons, Phantom Dragons, Time Death Dragons. Did I get 2 more skills? Soon, Yifeng noticed that his skills had changed. However, what truly piqued Yifeng's interest was the last Death Dragon Legion. From the detailed information above, it can be seen that Death Dragons are necromantic creatures capable of controlling time, and the specifics of their abilities will only be revealed when he needs to use them. Nevertheless, Yifeng was already very satisfied with this outcome. This way, his trump cards were increasing. After everything was settled, Yifeng walked out, and the professional beauty had been waiting outside for him during this time. Mr. Yifeng, you succeeded? Yifeng nodded. The two then walked down together. Everyone was even more excited to see Yifeng come out. After all, in the eyes of this group of professionals in Suzhou City, Yifeng was like a godly existence. Yifeng, however, looked like he was fleeing in panic, quickly running out of the job transition temple. Others wanted to chase after him, but how could Yifeng give them the chance? He turned through several alleys and ultimately shook them off. Are these people really that desperate? Yifeng gasped for breath. He felt that dealing with ferocious beasts was not this difficult. It was still early, and Yifeng was not in a hurry to go home. He hailed a cab and headed to the trading hall, planning to sell off the equipment he had on him during this time. Only by turning it into money would Yifeng feel a bit more at ease. Just then, Madame Duan and Duan Jiaxue also arrived at the job transition temple. After not gaining any benefits in the medium-sized secret realm and being beaten up by the Griffin King, Madame Duan took Duan Jiaxue to a small secret realm. Although they had reached level 10, they still couldn't help Duan Jiaxue obtain the Griffin egg. This left Madame Duan feeling very guilty and remorseful. Grandma, according to the news from the family, those 2 Griffin Kings should have been acting, right? Why did it turn out like that when we went? I really can't make sense of it either. Old Lady Duan was just as confused, logically. The Duan family's intelligence shouldn't have any issues, but damn it, a problem really did arise. But, where exactly did the problem occur? She truly had no idea. Jiaxue, you don't need to worry. Although I couldn't help you get a Griffin egg this time, I will definitely find you a good pet later. For now, let's focus on clearing the secret realm instance first. Okay. Duan Jiaxue knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. For now, they could only clear the prerequisite instance for the job change. At that moment, Old Lady Duan took out a pendant necklace and said, "This is a precious item your grandfather obtained by chance. It has been kept in the family all these years without being taken out. You might not know, but although you can complete the trial instance to refresh tasks, the highest level goblin instance has always been a challenge that all geniuses are eager to take on. Because, as long as you break the instance record, you are guaranteed to receive a treasure chest. But, can I really break the record?" Duan Jiaxue's morale was somewhat low. Everything that had just happened in the Griffin dynasty had severely impacted her confidence. Without this item, it would definitely be very difficult. But with this pendant, it will be much easier. Old Lady Duan revealed a proud smile. As long as you wear this pendant, you will be able to transform into a goblin. When you get close to the Goblin King, you can directly kill it, ensuring that you can complete the high difficulty task. At that time, you will receive hidden rewards. This item has been kept by your grandfather just for you to use on this day. Hearing this, Duan Jiaxue couldn't help but feel touched. After taking the necklace, she said seriously, "I understand, Grandma. I will definitely break the record. Of course I believe in my precious granddaughter. Only you can do this. As long as you can break the record, you will appear at the top of the global leaderboard, and your future will naturally be bright. Our Duan family will also catch the attention of major powers. It's time for our Duan family to gain some face in front of the whole country." At this moment, Old Lady Duan was extremely confident. Duan Jiaxue was also full of confidence, and then she directly entered the instance. Half an hour later, "Grandma, I only took half an hour. I must have broken the record." Duan Joshua walked out with an excited expression. Good granddaughter. I remember the highest record for this instance was 45 minutes, and you exceeded it by a full 15 minutes. Old Lady Duan laughed heartily. Now, we really have made a name for ourselves. That's all thanks to Grandpa and Grandma, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do it. This trial was truly dangerous. The Goblin King turned out to be a silver-level beast. If it weren't for this pendant necklace, I probably wouldn't have been able to complete it. Immediately, the old and the young began to praise each other in the job change temple. Suddenly, Old Lady Duan seemed to remember something and asked, "What about the rewards? My precious granddaughter, what rewards did you get?" "Rewards? None. There was nothing inside. I was directly teleported out." Duan Joshua was completely puzzled. She really hadn't received anything. Impossible. There must be rewards for breaking the record. Old Lady Duan frowned. Then, she approached the professionally dressed beauty at the job transfer temple. "My granddaughter completed the goblin quest in 30 minutes. Why is there no hidden reward?" 30 minutes? What kind of reward could there be? Upon hearing the question, the professionally dressed beauty frowned slightly. The job transfer temple is a special unit in the Dragon Kingdom, not under the control of any faction, and even royal-level professionals must behave themselves. She didn't need to be overly polite to anyone. She was suspicious that this old lady was looking for trouble. Since entering the job transfer temple, this old lady and her granddaughter had been chattering non-stop. If it weren't for the old lady's age, she would have had them thrown out long ago. Unlike Yi Feng, quiet and polite in speech, the highest record is clearly 45 minutes. My granddaughter's 30 minutes obviously broke the record. There must be a reward. Old Lady Duan pressed on. What does your job transfer temple mean? Are you trying to withhold rewards? You must know that in this world, any completion reward is extremely generous. It absolutely enhances a professional's combat power qualitatively. Therefore, rewards are very important. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to help Duan Joshua break this record. You can see for yourself how long the record is. The professionally dressed beauty tried to maintain a smile, pointing to the large screen above. Goblin Hard Dungeon fastest completion time, 10 minutes. What? 10 minutes? Old Lady Duan was completely stunned. Damn it! Who completed it in 10 minutes? When she looked yesterday, it was still 45 minutes. Yi Feng? Soon, Old Lady Duan realized something was off. She discovered that the person who completed it was actually Yi Feng. How could it be him? How could he have done it in 10 minutes? Duan Joshua also looked incredulously at the large screen. Completing the trial in 10 minutes. Even if I were given a few more pieces of equipment, that's impossible. Duan Joshua couldn't help but swallow. She was too shocked. She had just personally experienced the Goblin Cave. The caves inside were complex. Even if she could transform into a goblin, finding the boss in the first 10 minutes was impossible. Besides, didn't he have to consume life force to level up? How could he take on a trial task? Did he level up? Oh my god. Yi Feng is too crazy. Just then, professional Yi Feng killed the dragon-shaped koi, successfully completing the poison swamp task. The record on the display screen disappeared. The news about the dragon-shaped koi being conquered was broadcast again, because this matter was very hot. So the job transfer temple would broadcast this event throughout the day. Duan Joshua and Old Lady Duan were stunned for a moment, but the next second, both suddenly understood everything. I see. Yi Feng must have done something in the Griffin dynasty. Old Lady Duan continued. No wonder the Dark Forest was destroyed. It must have been Yi Feng who did it. He definitely used a skill. Since the Dark Forest wasn't a scheme by the Griffin King, that means the reason only one Griffin appeared and was so aggressive after seeing us is that the other one was killed by Yi Feng. And the fierce beast egg that Yi Feng is holding, that's a royal-level Griffin egg. I didn't expect it. The egg of a royal-level fierce beast was actually taken by that kid Yi Feng. Damn it. I was wondering why that brat could be so arrogant. It turns out it was like this. At this moment, Old Lady Duan, who understood everything, was almost driven to the point of spitting blood. It wasn't that the Duan family's intelligence was faulty. It was entirely because of Yi Feng. He ruined her plans. Suddenly, Old Lady Duan's thoughts shifted, and she said anxiously, Xiao Xue, quickly take me to Yi Feng's house. This kid's value is simply too great. We must recruit him immediately. Ha? Why is that? Duan Joshua was somewhat confused. Xiao Xue, think about it carefully. Although Yi Feng doesn't have much time left, others will increasingly fear him. Moreover, regardless of that, the beast egg in Yifeng's possession is worth a lot. Old Lady Duan's eyes sparkled with intensity. Alright, fine. Duan Zhaoxue nodded. Although I'm his classmate, I'm not very clear on where he lives. I'll ask a classmate first. At this moment, Yifeng had already taken a taxi to the trading hall. When the staff at the trading hall saw Yifeng arrive, they hurriedly notified Mu Shui while inviting Yifeng to the VIP room. Before long, Mu Shui rushed into the VIP room. Mr. Yi, your sudden visit again. Is there a problem with our goods? Upon learning that Yifeng had come, Mu Shui dropped everything and rushed over. The leaders of the trading hall were very attentive to Yifeng, and since Yifeng was originally a client of the trading hall, she naturally couldn't let anything sold to him have significant issues. Of course, she said this out of courtesy. After all, she had already checked everything sold to Yifeng multiple times. There shouldn't be any problems. She suspected that Yifeng's return was for another matter. There's no problem with the goods. I just completed a dungeon, so I'm here to sell some things. Yifeng didn't hide it. The fact that he completed the trial had already become common knowledge. The next moment, Yifeng threw all the materials, equipment, and more that he had obtained from the dungeon onto the ground. This even included 2 legendary-grade pieces of equipment he had received from opening treasure chests. Hiss! This won't do. Mu Shui's eyes were sharp. At first glance, she spotted the Heavenly Vine heavy armor and Heavenly Vine bracelet radiating a colorful aura and quickly dragged them up from the ground. The moment she touched them, her body couldn't help but tremble. Yi, Mr. Yi, this is legendary-grade equipment. Yes, these 2 are part of a complete set, called the Heavenly Vine set. Colorful. It really is legendary-grade equipment. Mu Shui swallowed hard, looking at the colorful aura emanating from the equipment. Like a curious little child, she couldn't help but fondle these 2 pieces of equipment. You calculate the price, Yifeng said. At this moment, Mu Shui had not fully recovered from her shock. She glanced at the other items on the ground and said, "These scraps? No, just these materials and equipment could probably sell for 20 million. Mr. Yi, these 2 pieces of equipment are too rare. I need to find someone to appraise them. Please do." Yifeng nodded. In fact, he didn't know these pieces of equipment could sell for so much, but he believed Mu Shui wouldn't do anything foolish to cheat him. After all, who would go against a major client? That would be like going against money itself. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. Mu Shui immediately took the 2 pieces of equipment and left as if to invite a deity. Not long after, she returned. Mr. Yi, there's nothing wrong with these 2 pieces of equipment, but I suggest you don't sell them directly to the trading hall. Instead, put them up for auction. I can place these 2 pieces in tomorrow's auction as the finale products. Auctions tend to easily raise the price of goods. Moreover, I can only say that the attributes of these 2 pieces are something I've never seen in my life. They will definitely sell for a very high price. Of course, our auction house will only take a 15% commission from it. Mu Shui thought for a moment and said, "Alright, let's arrange it this way." Yifeng nodded, agreeing with Mu Shui's suggestion. To be honest, if Mu Shui hadn't told him about this method, he would never have thought of auctioning the equipment. This shows that Mu Shui is indeed a conscientious merchant. If it were someone driven by greed, they definitely wouldn't have told him this. Instead, they would have urged him to sell the equipment quickly. By the way, get me a beast incubator. At this moment, Yifeng suddenly seemed to remember something and spoke up. Mr. Yi, you're too polite. We're old friends now, and since you take such good care of our trading company, it's only fair to give you one. Mu Shui's smile was radiant. At the same time, the more she looked at Yifeng, the more she felt that the young man before her was exceptional. He was strong, wealthy, and most importantly, handsome. Ahem, that would be great. Feeling Mu Shui's intense gaze, Yifeng coughed a couple of times, wondering why the manager was looking at him strangely. They had only known each other for a day, right? She couldn't possibly be after my body, could she? After that, Yifeng left the equipment at the trading company and got the beast incubator he wanted. The so-called beast incubator was actually quite valuable, with the cheapest ones costing several million. The reason Yifeng bought this was to hatch a king-level Griffin egg. The beast incubator could not only hatch but also store beasts and even items. It looked similar to a space ring, but with added functions for beasts. Next, after transferring the Griffin egg to the beast incubator, he directly wore the incubator on his hand. Hatching time, 30 minutes. The next second, a timer appeared on the incubator, showing that it would only take half an hour. So fast. Yi Feng was a bit shocked. Generally, incubators on the market would take several hours to hatch a fierce beast egg. Yi Feng's eyes flickered. It seemed that the one Mu Shui gave him was clearly better than the ordinary ones on the market. Its quality might even reach nearly 10 million. It was evident that this time, Mu Shui had really invested to get closer to him. Mr. Yi Feng, let me see you off, Mu Shui said with a smile as she transferred 20 million to Yi Feng's card and escorted him out of the trading company. As soon as Yi Feng stepped outside, he hailed a cab. By now, it was already getting dark outside, and he indeed needed to go home. When he got out of the car, a dilapidated big gate appeared in his view. The Hongfeng community. This was the neighborhood where his home was located. It could be considered the outskirts of Suzhou City, and the community was quite run down, essentially a slum in Suzhou. There was no greenery around, and even the fountain was now filled with garbage. As for the property management, they were as good as invisible. Yi Feng arrived at his front door, inserted the key, and opened the door. As soon as he entered, a delicious aroma wafted through the air. So fragrant? Is my sister back? Yi Feng changed his shoes and walked into the house. In the entire household, the only one who could cook such delicious food was his older sister, Yi Shuer. Yi Shuer was a beastmaster, but this profession required a significant financial investment, and it was quite costly. If one couldn't afford good beasts, their future would be very bleak. Although his sister never mentioned it, Yi Feng knew that these years, his sister had been struggling in society and wasn't living well. However, she had always taken great care of him, treating him exceptionally well. She often came home to cook delicious meals for him. Xiao Chen is back. Time to eat. At that moment, Yi Feng's father, Yi Shengtian, heard the sound of the door opening and quickly walked out of the room. Just wait 2 more minutes. All right, Dad. I'm not a child anymore. You don't have to be so anxious. My shoes are on the wrong feet. Yi Feng smiled. Although the family had been relatively poor since his childhood, he really liked the atmosphere at home. In his previous life, he was an orphan. At first, when he had just crossed over, he wasn't quite used to the feeling of having a home, but as time went on, he felt that if he could continue living like this, it would be great. Look at me being anxious. Yi Shengtian also smiled, awkwardly going back to change his shoes. Yi Feng then washed his hands and sat down at the dining table. The last dish is coming. At that moment, a beautiful woman with a single ponytail, dressed neatly, brought the final dish to the table. It was Chen's sister, Yi Shuer. She then sat down next to Yi Feng. Little brother, I specially made you braised lion's head. Hurry and try it. See if it's the flavor you like. Yi Shuer picked up a braised lion's head and placed it in his bowl. The taste has changed. Yi Feng immediately took a bite, but the next second, he exclaimed in surprise. Sister, I originally thought that was your limit, but how is it even better than before? After that, Yi Feng quickly finished all the lion's heads, which were as big as his little fists. He was really hungry after running around all day, and although he wasn't tired from grinding dungeons, he had been to various places. Yi Shuer was momentarily stunned. You little rascal, dare to tease your sister. But upon hearing the latter part of Yi Feng's words, she laughed. Your mouth is getting sweeter. Yi Shuer smiled. After a long day outside, seeing her brother eat heartily made her feel much better. Little Chen, the news about your awakening profession has spread throughout our community. Just as Yi Feng was eating vigorously, Yi Xingtian seemed to hesitate for a long time before finally saying, You don't have to worry too much. I've talked to your mom. Actually, this is not bad. Many professionals die in dungeons while grinding monsters. If you can live a safe and sound life, that would be great. Mom knows too? Yi Feng felt a mix of emotions. His mother was a lawyer and often traveled for work, sometimes not coming home for half a year. She worked so hard to improve their living conditions. For a family, the day of awakening is very important. After all, it's the moment of leaping over the dragon gate, and he, often compared to the other people's child, had become a waste profession in others' eyes. Yi Feng originally thought his parents would be disappointed, but in their eyes, it was actually good. He couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. In his previous life, he was an orphan, always longing for family affection, and in this life, he was able to meet such good parents. He felt that it was worth more than any golden finger he could possess. Dad, don't worry, Remember to tell Mom that I'm fine.
Awakening any profession is just fate. Having you both is enough for me.
And I won't ask for anything more. After shoveling the last bite of rice into his mouth, Yi Feng sat on the sofa, deep in thought. He pondered but couldn't come up with a good way to explain. Telling ordinary parents about something as outrageous as a golden finger was like placing a ticking time bomb beside them. Without absolute strength, he could never reveal even a hint. So, he really didn't know how to tell his parents and family that he was actually very wealthy now. Suddenly taking his parents and sister to change to a big house was even more difficult for him than beating the Griffin King. Although my little brother seems to not care about anything, he must be worried about the future. At that moment, Yi Shui'er, who had just finished cleaning the dishes, saw Yi Feng's expression of unspeakable distress and felt uneasy herself. Little brother, actually, you don't need to worry about your future right now. Everything will be taken care of by your sister. From now on, just stay at home with Mom and Dad, and I'll earn the money to support the family, Yi Shui'er said with a confident expression. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I've found a job with a big family. They promised to give me a golden level beast cub. And the salary is quite good too. Suddenly, Yi Shui'er announced a bombshell. What big family would be so kind? Yi Feng sensed a hint of conspiracy. Although he hadn't interacted much with some big families, he knew from his experiences with the Duan and Wu families that they were not to be trifled with. There must be some other dealings involved. Duan family. They want to sign a 30-year contract with me to be a bodyguard for their Miss Duan. The contract has already been drafted. I'm super excited. After all, the condition is a golden level beast cub, Yi Shui'er said excitedly. Damn! Yi Feng frowned. He didn't expect that he would end up having a connection with the Duan family after all. However, he had just had an unpleasant encounter with Duan Joshua today, and that old lady Duan looked like she wanted to kill him. Moreover, those two guys probably didn't gain any benefits from the Griffin dynasty today. If his sister started working for their family and it was discovered that they were related, life would not be easy. Sister, why don't you just not go? Just as Yi Feng was about to persuade Yi Shui'er to give up the job. Ding-dling, the doorbell suddenly rang. Who would come at this hour? Yi Shui'er was a bit puzzled and went to open the door, but when she saw who it was, she gasped. Old Lady Duan. Standing outside the door were indeed Old Lady Duan and Duan Joshua, with a large number of bodyguards behind them. So late. Why would Old Lady Duan appear here? Could it be because of her job? Did she come specifically to investigate her background? But isn't this a bit too much? Not only did Old Lady Duan come in person, but even Miss Duan was here, and there were many bodyguards continuously getting out of the convoy. At this moment, Yi Shui'er felt completely overwhelmed, and the grand display from the Duan family had directly stirred the entire Hongfeng community. Many residents rushed over from all directions, eager to see the commotion. Soon, a large crowd gathered at Yi Feng's doorstep. This, noticing something was off outside, Yi Shengtian, who was tidying up the kitchen, also came out, shocked by the scene before him. Duan Xiaoxue. Yi Feng saw the people outside, his frown deepening, and hurriedly stood beside his sister. At this moment, he could only think of 4 words. The visitors are not friendly. Yi Feng, long time no see, Duan Xiaoxue said with a smile. If one were unaware of the previous events, they would definitely think the two were good friends based solely on their demeanor. We just met this afternoon. Yi Feng naturally had no good temper. At this late hour, these two coming in person could not mean anything good. If they were here to cause trouble, he had to find a way to protect his parents and sister. Don't be so irritable. Our Duan family is here this time to recruit you. How about 100,000 a month? That should show our sincerity, right? Unexpectedly, Duan Joshua smiled slightly and said something that took Yi Feng by surprise. Do you still want to recruit me? Yi Feng was momentarily speechless. How could these two be like a stubborn plaster, having already been rejected by him this afternoon? Yet they still wouldn't give up. Could it be that they needed to come to him 3 times like in the tale of the 3 visits to the thatched cottage? As soon as Duan Joshua said this, the neighbors who had gathered to watch were all stunned. Oh my! Didn't Yi Feng awaken as a necromancer? Why is the Duan family offering such a high salary? This kid is handsome. I think the Yi family is about to prosper, and to have old lady Duan come personally to welcome him. We might not even see them anymore. What are you talking about? The Duan family must be recruiting Yi Feng because this kid is exceptional. I've watched him grow up. His success was within my expectations. 100,000 a month. That's really good.
My kid will graduate next year. I wonder if he can get such treatment.
Forget it.
Yifeng has been outstanding since he was young. Even if he awakened a mediocre profession,
he still has the ability. Why do you think your kid can do the same? This is truly an enviable condition. After joining the Duan family, won't Yifeng be on the fast track to success? With the Duan family as a support, he won't have to worry for life.
Old Lady Duan also enjoyed this feeling of being praised.
At this moment, she stepped forward and continued. Of course, Yifeng, our Duan family is offering you such generous compensation.
But it's not without conditions. You need to sign a permanent contract with us.
Upon hearing this, Yifeng became directly annoyed.
This was not a collaboration offer. This was clearly asking him to sign a contract of servitude.
Old lady, Miss Duan, I already rejected you this afternoon. No matter what conditions you offer, I cannot agree. The Duan family is not some local tyrant.
I'll say it one last time, it's impossible for me to join your Duan family.
I hope we won't meet again.
Yifeng's tone grew increasingly cold,
and after speaking, he was about to close the door. Wait, is this kid from the Yi family crazy? This is an invitation from the Duan family. If the Duan family agrees, I would gladly sign for a lifetime. This kid must have a problem with his brain. With such generous compensation, I would want to work for them even if I were dead. What is this kid from the Yi family thinking?
Their family is not doing well. This is a chance to turn their fate around.
Yet he still refuses. Old Lady Duan, what do you think of me? I feel I'm not worse than Yifeng. Crazy, crazy. 100,000 a month. That's already your family's annual income, right? He really doesn't know how to appreciate his blessings. After Yifeng's rejection, his neighbors began to discuss among themselves. In their eyes, they felt Yifeng was a bit ungrateful. Yifeng, are you sure you still don't want to join our Duan family? You need to think it through. If you don't agree, you should consider your sister and the others. As long as you can agree, our Duan family is willing to provide your sister with a platinum-level beast for training. At this moment, Old Lady Duan glanced at Yi Shuer and spoke. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuer's eyes lit up. Platinum level. This was her dream. She had always been looked down upon by other practitioners. Just because she couldn't tame beasts, she only had a silver-level beast, and her beast was already reaching its potential limit. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wanted to join the Duan family for a golden beast cub. If she could have this platinum-level beast, perhaps she could carve out a broader path in life. Of course, as long as you agree, your parents can also come to work for the Duan family, and we will give your parents a good job. Yifeng, you can't be too selfish. Your parents' health is getting worse, and if you don't think of yourself, you should at least think of them, right? They have worked hard for you all these years, they deserve to live a good life. At this moment, Old Lady Duan was extremely confident, believing that as long as she grasped these points, she had already easily taken control of Yifeng. Over the years, she had never failed using this method. Such good conditions. Xiao Chen, look at this. Yi Shengtian was also a bit excited upon hearing these words. If the Duan family could really offer them such generous conditions, their family's life would definitely undergo a qualitative change. It would be a complete transformation. These conditions were simply too tempting. Oh my! I was wondering why Yifeng just rejected them. He is really smart. I thought he was being willful, but it turns out he was retreating to advance. In just a few minutes, he has already raised the stakes so high. No wonder this kid can rank first every year and be awarded the title of 3 good student. I really don't know how his brain works. At this point, the Yi family is truly on the rise. Impressive, impressive. If Yifeng hadn't just rejected them, the Duan family would never have offered such generous conditions. Xiao Chen, you might as well agree, this treatment is quite good. Yes, agree. Old Lady Duan is being very sincere. At this moment, Yifeng's neighbors were once again shocked. In their eyes, Yifeng's move was simply perfect, a single rejection directly exchanged for a treatment several times higher than before. It was incredibly clever. Yifeng, I'll give you one more chance. Will you join our Duan family or not? If you don't agree, not only will what I just said not come to fruition, but your sister's previous plan to sign a contract with us to obtain the golden level fierce beast cub will also be gone. You really need to think this through. At this time, seeing that the atmosphere had been built up enough, Old Lady Duan said proudly, the moment of truth had come. Threatening me? Unexpectedly,
Yi Feng immediately sneered upon hearing this. He had thought old lady Duan was despicable, but he never expected her to be this despicable. In fact, with his current strength, he could already provide a better life for his parents and sister. He naturally could not agree to such conditions. But before Yi Feng could refuse, Yi Xuer suddenly stepped forward, her face somewhat gloomy as she said, "No need. I won't sign a contract with your Duan family anymore. My brother is my family, not a bargaining chip for my future. Likewise, I don't want to become a burden to my brother. Since your Duan family is pressuring us like this, I absolutely cannot agree to trade an uncertain future for Yi Feng's lifelong unwillingness." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Feng's father, Yi Shangtian, also stepped forward, standing in front of Yi Feng. He spoke with some anger. "Please leave my doorstep, Duan family. I was initially tempted because I saw that your Duan family genuinely wanted to recruit my son, but I didn't expect you to use such despicable means. Although we really want to improve our lives, we absolutely cannot let my son suffer." Seeing this scene, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a pang in his nose. Originally, he wanted to find an opportunity or wait until he became stronger to explain things well to his parents and sister, but he didn't expect that they were always concerned about his thoughts, and a single conversation left everyone present completely stunned. What the heck? What is going on with this family? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why does this family keep getting sick one after another? Such a good chance, and they want to give it up. Now, I really don't understand. I can still comprehend Yi Feng's refusal. After all, he's just a child, a bit hot-headed, perhaps feeling that being a dog for a big family doesn't sound good. But how can Yi Shangtian and Yi Xuer, both adults, be so willful? Indeed, the personalities of this family are a bit too childish. In my opinion, after this refusal, they will have no chance to change their fate. Sometimes, you really can't blame the heavens for not giving you opportunities. Yes, to give up such a good opportunity is truly a waste. How come such good fortune didn't fall on me? Upon hearing this, "Are you sure?" Old Madame Duan glanced at Yi Xuer, somewhat surprised. "Of course I'm sure. Please leave, Duan family." Yi Xuer's gaze was very firm. Her brother was her bottom line. For Yi Feng, she was willing to live an ordinary life and would not let him suffer even the slightest grievance. This was her responsibility as an older sister. I had already investigated your detailed information before coming here." Unexpectedly, facing Yi Xuer's resolute gaze, old Madame Duan sneered. Yi Xuer, the Beastmaster genius from Yunnan University, achieved first place in the freshman competition just a month after enrollment. She was even unanimously regarded by her mentors as having the potential to achieve royal-level strength in the future. However, due to an accident during a mission, a beast died, and since then, her future has been lost. Yi Xuer, do you really want to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? You need to think carefully. As long as you can have a platinum-level beast, you will return to the ranks of geniuses, and your future will be even broader. Upon hearing this, Xuer, your brother is willful, but you shouldn't be willful too. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. That's right, you can't give up. Quickly agree. If you miss this opportunity, there may really be no chance in the future. Yi Shangtian, how can you be a parent? At this time, shouldn't you be persuading them? If you give up today, your Yi family will have no chance to rise in the future. The neighbors also began to persuade. Just then, buzz, Yi Feng felt a slight vibration from the ring in his hand. A smile crept onto his lips. The time had come. Without waiting for Yi Xuer to speak. It's just a platinum-level cub. Does your Duan family really treat that thing as a treasure? Your Duan family really has the nerve to give away such trash. Yi Feng sneered. Everyone, take a look at this. The next second, he summoned the Griffin cub from the incubator. Sister, this is a gift for you. See if you like it? Then, Yi Feng took off the beast incubator ring from his hand and directly placed it in Yi Xuer's hand. Cheep cheep cheep. As soon as the little griffin emerged from the incubator, it flew in the air, and finally, as if sensing something, it landed on Yi Xuer's shoulder. It even stuck out its little tongue to lick her face. This is the aura of a royal-level beast, the king of griffins. As a beast master, Yi Xuer naturally had a comprehensive understanding of fierce beasts. She recognized the quality of this beast with just one glance. Royal level. Wow! Where did this kid from the Yi family get a royal-level beast? It is said that even the lowest royal level beasts are worth at least tens of millions. Maya, I've never seen a royal level beast in my life. This is so shocking. Is it any wonder that this kid from the Yi family doesn't agree? They have a king level beast. Who would care about gold or platinum? To them, that's just trash, right? Xiao Xue, we've been neighbors for so many years, and I've never asked anything from your family. Can I just touch it? No, I'll just stand far away and take a picture. Me too, Xiao Xue. I have 2 hams at home, and I'll just take a picture with your family's beast. With the appearance of the little Griffin, it and Yi Shuer immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. And behind the crowd, at this moment, the city government officials, led by the mayor, quietly observed everything that had just happened from behind the crowd. Oh my! Yi Feng's character is just too good. Yeah, the more I see Yi Feng, the more satisfied I am. I feel he is the natural ambassador for our Suzhou city. Mayor, I really had no eyes before. This kid doesn't have a hint of extremism. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed there could be such a perfect person in this world. You're absolutely right. With that unyielding spirit, I really want to go up and kiss him. This is unacceptable. Mayor, if you can't sign Yi Feng, then I'm out of this job. He's simply a perfect person. What are you talking about? If Yi Feng doesn't agree to join the city government later, you all better step up your game, or none of you will have jobs. Don't worry, Mayor. We're all from Suzhou City. With such a pillar here, we definitely can't let him waste away. That's right, I really like this kid. Looking at it now, all our previous worries were unfounded. This kid is so good to his family, and a king-level beast is given just like that. How could he be a child who seeks revenge on society? Our previous thoughts were really too narrow-minded. At this moment, the city government staff was in an uproar. They had made up their minds to recruit this young man. On the other side, after confirming that this was the Griffin cub she wanted, Duan Zheshue's eyes lit up. However, she immediately said, Yi Feng, do you think having a king-level cub is impressive? Your vision is still too short-sighted. You have no idea how many resources it takes to cultivate a king-level beast. That's something families like yours simply can't afford. And, Yi Feng, don't think I don't know that you risked your life to grind monsters today. With your current body, you shouldn't be able to last much longer, right? You're just a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. If you can't risk your life to grind monsters anymore, who in your family has the ability to support the expenses of a king-level beast, without resources to cultivate it? That's just a waste. In that case, it would be better to let our Duan family cultivate it. Of course, our Duan family isn't a bandit, so we won't steal your beast. Just name a price. We can buy it. With that money, you can also buy some products to extend your life. After all, we're classmates, and I actually want you to live a few more years. What do you think of this proposal? For you, it definitely isn't a loss. Then wouldn't Yi Feng not be able to live much longer? What a pity. The Yi family only has this one kid, and he's so young yet destined to die young. That's right. Sigh. This kid has such good grades. How did it come to this? If Yi Feng could agree to the Duan family's conditions, there would still be hope for him to live a bit longer. Looking at it this way, the Duan family is actually helping Yi Feng. If Yi Feng doesn't agree to the Duan family's request, wouldn't that mean giving up his last chance? He is exhausting his own life to help the family. How touching. Yi Feng, you've always had your own opinions since you were little. You absolutely cannot be confused about this matter. Xiao Chen quickly agreed to the Duan family. That's right. The old lady's words before were not without reason. You absolutely cannot waste such a good opportunity. It's not too late to agree now. At this moment, the neighbors began to continuously persuade Yi Feng. They already knew about Yi Feng awakening as a necromancer, but no one expected that he would actually go and risk his life to farm monsters. Now that they knew Yi Feng's lifespan was limited, they all started to advise him. After all, no one would speak harshly to someone who wouldn't live long. This time, Yi Feng's father and sister turned pale upon hearing the news. After hearing what Duan Zhashue said, they all unanimously believed that Yi Feng wouldn't live much longer, especially his sister, Yi Shuer. Her heart couldn't help but race. What she couldn't accept the most was that something might happen to her brother. Moreover, this was all for her to have a suitable beast companion. This made her feel even more guilty. For her, her own future was not important, as long as her family could be safe and happy. That was better than anything. Not to mention, Her brother was recklessly wasting his life for her. No! Looking at the little Griffin lying on her shoulder, Yi Xuer's gaze gradually became resolute. She thought to herself, I absolutely cannot trade my vague future for my brother's life. As long as she could save her brother's life, she would not refuse to do anything. Selling this little Griffin to the Duan family was not unacceptable. This little Griffin. Yi Xuer was about to speak. Humph. Whether we can afford to raise it has nothing to do with your Duan family. But Yi Feng directly stood in front of her, coldly saying, let me tell you one thing. Even if my sister were to throw away the little Griffin, it would never be given to your Duan family. The reason I have this beast is for my sister. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. You have already caused trouble in my life, remember. Gusa City does not belong to your Duan family, and it will not let you run amok. As soon as these words came out, Yi Xuer's eyes turned red. It was indeed for her. Although she really liked this little Griffin, but she also knew she was not worthy of having her brother pay such a high price. The relationship between the siblings was very good, but that did not mean she thought it was Yi Feng's duty to do this. At the same time, so Yi Feng did all this for the family. This scene was also seen by the head of the news department of the municipal team, who spoke with a bit of a choke in his voice. Although others were also somewhat moved, they were not as excited as the head of the news department. Seeing the others' reactions were flat, the head of the news department continued. Think about it carefully, this is definitely a unique news story. Yi Feng, at such a young age, is willing to risk his life for his family, and for his sister to have a bright future, completely unmoved by the temptations of wealth from the aristocratic families. For a child of this age, it is simply too rare, sacrificing countless years of his life just to get a beast for his sister. What great news this is! What positive energy! If we release this news, it will definitely explode. Perhaps the whole country will instantly pay attention to this outstanding young man. With such character, I feel he is born to be a star. If you don't want this person, our news department is just short of staff. So why not let this young man join us? News department? Are you kidding? Stop joking. How could Yi Feng be handed over to you? Besides, your news department has such a low threshold. I remember it's probably the department with the most personnel. Exactly. If you're short on people, then doesn't that mean we have no one left? Seeing the news department directly trying to poach people, some were clearly unhappy. Right now, Yi Feng is a hot commodity. No one wants to let go. Exactly. It shouldn't be your news department that gets him. I think our finance department is great. If we want to cultivate Yi Feng in the future, it would be easier for us to mobilize funds since we're all in the same department. So letting Yi Feng join our finance department is the best choice. What about face? Where's your face? A news department and a finance department. You really have no shame. Such a talented young man absolutely cannot be handed over to you. Immediately, someone stood up again. Our security bureau is responsible for protecting the entire Gusu city. So naturally, he should be assigned to our security department. Who knows? In the future, we might rely on Yi Feng's deterrence to reduce the crime rate in Gusu City. Get lost. Your security department is always in combat. Do you want Yi Feng to die young? This kid has such good character, who wouldn't want him? All the known geniuses on the market have been snatched up by those big families. Even the Duan family has signed countless talented kids. It's tough for us, if only we could split Yi Feng into several pieces. Sigh. Who can blame those big families for offering such good conditions? If our finance department were wealthy, I'd want to give you dozens of billions a year to recruit, but we just don't have the money. The finance department head side as well. In fact, this has become a common problem nationwide. Nowadays, the subordinate departments of the Long Kingdom government are in a state of urgent talent shortage. Every year after graduation season, to ensure their own development, the big families spend a lot of money to recruit outstanding professionals. They monopolize almost half of the talent every year. This leads to very few people willing to join the imperial departments in the face of such monetary temptation. Take Gusa City as an example. The law enforcement departments below have always been short on talent. Now seeing Yi Feng, naturally, everyone wants to bring Yi Feng into their own departments. Alright, there's no need to argue at this time. With this child's character, even if he can't become the representative figure of Gusa City, he can definitely come here as an administrative staff. Anyway, such an outstanding young man absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the big families. The mayor spoke very firmly. Over the years, The conflict between the empire and the big families has become increasingly tense, so they naturally want to seize every opportunity they can. Of course, if any big family wants to interfere, I will definitely go to them for an explanation. I want to see in the Long Kingdom, who is bigger, the government or the big families. Alright, everyone stop watching the show. It's time to help the young man, it's our turn. After the mayor finished speaking, the group behind him began to tidy up their outfits. Clearly, everyone wanted to leave a good impression on Yifeng. Now, they really do like Yifeng. After all, who could refuse such an excellent student? Yifeng, don't speak too confidently. Without resources for cultivation, that royal level beast cub in your hands might not even reach platinum. That's simply wasting talent. Madame Duan spoke again, her face pale, clearly still feeling the sting from Yifeng's earlier retort. Just then, isn't it just resources? Who says Yifeng can't afford it? A strong, powerful voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. The mayor stepped forward, emerging from the throng. Our city government is willing to offer Yifeng the position of head of the Beast Control Bureau. And of course, we will also provide Miss Yishuer with resources for cultivating royal-level ferocious beasts. Yifeng, we are preparing to let you join the city government. From now on, you will be one of us. What do you think? Behind the mayor was a group of people, their presence imposing. For a moment, Yifeng was a bit dazed. He didn't remember knowing such a person. Just looking at the aura around him was different, but he felt a bit familiar. Damn, isn't that Zhang Feng, the mayor of Gusa City? Yifeng recalled a bit. 1 year, when he received the title of an outstanding student. It was this mayor who awarded him. But what on earth is going on? Why does the mayor suddenly want to offer him a position? This left him somewhat bewildered. He remembered. He and the mayor seemed to have only met once. There was no deeper connection. What is going on? Meanwhile, Madame Duan's eyes widened in shock. Why did Mayor Jiang suddenly appear here? Logically speaking, with Yifeng's background, he was clearly a poor kid. There was no reason for him to have any connection with the officials. Moreover, the people behind the mayor, the Minister of News, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Security, the head of the Beast Control Bureau, these were all the highest authorities in Gusu City. Why were they all here? Let alone the mayor. It was known that, under normal circumstances, it wasn't easy for her to meet these people, yet they all came to Yifeng's home. What could they possibly see in Yifeng? Why would they invite him to work at the Beast Control Bureau? What on earth happened here? It made no sense. Absolutely no sense. At this moment, the other neighbors, witnessing this scene, also erupted in excitement. Wow, I actually saw the mayor in person. I can't believe it. I'm so excited. Mayor, can I take a photo with you? My late father's biggest hope in life was to take a photo with you. Mayor Jiang. Mayor, do you remember me? I saw you on the road once and greeted you. Holy crap, it's actually the mayor. The mayor is a peak royal level powerhouse. Being this close to a peak royal level powerhouse, I can die in peace. What do you know? It said that the mayor could break through to true royal level strength at any time. If you don't understand, don't speak out of turn. Exactly. Don't think that Madame Duan is also a royal level powerhouse. She is not on the same level as the mayor. With the mayor's strength, he could easily toy with Madame Duan. Mayor Jiang is the guardian deity of Gusa City. Soon, the excited voices of the crowd became a continuous clamor. Some even fainted upon seeing the mayor. For the people of Gusa City, Zhang Feng's image in their hearts was perfect. For so many years, he had been working hard for the development of Gusa City, and on top of that, he was considered to have half-step true royal strength. His prestige and allure were naturally terrifyingly high. For many, their lifelong dream was to see Mayor Jiang in person. But, why did the mayor personally come to recruit Yifeng? What is going on? Yes, Mayor Jiang is quite an impressive person. And for such an impressive individual to come and recruit Yifeng, could there be something we don't know? I'm really envious. If the mayor could personally recruit me, I'd be willing to lick his feet every day. You brat, you're thinking too highly of yourself. If the mayor likes it, I'd even lick his shoes for free. Damn it, can you all stop talking about licking? At this moment, the looks from the others towards Yifeng were filled with envy. Only the people from Gusa City knew. Being personally invited by Zhang Feng was a huge honor. Yifeng, of course, was also baffled by this sudden turn of events. He truly had no idea why the mayor came to see him. After all, From the perspective of others, he was just a dying man. What value could he possibly have? Perhaps he still had some value for the Duan family, but for a government of an empire, especially an official institution, what could a dying man do? Could it be they wanted to study him for fun? Just then, from behind the crowd, someone else pushed through. It was an officer in military uniform, accompanied by a group of soldiers, who squeezed through the crowd. The officer hurriedly stepped forward, afraid of falling behind, and shouted, "Yi Feng, don't agree to them yet. Damn it, you bunch of administrative dogs. Why are you competing with our military for talent? Yi Feng, how about coming to us? We'll offer you the rank of lieutenant, and our military can help you cultivate a royal-level beast. Of course, we will also help train your sister. Not only that, but the things the government can't provide, our military can. For example, items and materials that can extend your lifespan, anything we can get our hands on, we can provide for you." Although the military leaders arrived later than Zhang Feng and the others and only had a vague understanding of the commotion, they knew exactly what had just happened, because on the way here, they had ordered the surveillance around Yi Feng's home to be reviewed. They had seen everything clearly. The more they watched, the more they liked this kid Yi Feng. They believed that recruiting Yi Feng was completely beneficial with no drawbacks. Not only would it boost the morale of the soldiers, moreover, Yi Feng was not without merit. As long as they could recruit him into the military, it would mean directly bringing in someone with royal-level strength. Not to mention, there was also Yi Feng's sister, who was a quasi-royal. Indeed, after Yi Feng helped Yi Xuer obtain the cub of the royal beast, the Griffin King, it was only a matter of time before she became royal-level, an active royal-level powerhouse and a future royal-level powerhouse. It was a deal that was bound to be profitable. Furthermore, Yi Xuer's personality was also very appealing to them. Such a passionate and emotional person was exactly what their military needed. Also, since the most expensive beast for a beast master had already been resolved, the amount of money they needed to spend was significantly reduced. Moreover, they believed they had a better chance of recruiting Yi Feng than others, because the items and materials that could extend his lifespan might be very difficult for those aristocratic families and city government officials to obtain. But for their military, these were simply easy to come by. The military had been battling fierce beasts on the battlefield for years, and they were responsible for clearing many secret realms. In the military treasury, there was nothing they didn't have. Even training Yi Feng's sister would be a piece of cake. This most difficult hurdle was directly resolved. Of course, although the leaders of the Jiangnan Provincial Military Department have considered everything very thoroughly, they were still a step slower than those bastards in the municipal government, especially since they never expected that the municipal government of Suzhou would actually think along the same lines as the Imperial Military Department. This is what led to the impatient recruitment scene. Damn, I've seen this person on TV, he's a big shot from our Jiangnan Provincial Military Department. No wonder he looks so familiar. A few years ago, there was a dimensional rift in the neighboring city, and this big shot went to quell the disturbance. This guy is a real big shot. He should be considered the head of the Jiangnan Provincial Military Department. I must be dreaming to see both our Mayor Jiang and this guy on the same day. I really want to go up and shake their hands. If they don't mind, I'd be willing to serve them like a horse. You have some lofty ideas. But speaking of which, why would such a big figure appear here? And it's obvious that he's here to recruit Yi Feng. So many big shots came personally to recruit him in one night. Even the Duan family has become a nobody. I was just about to say that, in the Duan family's words, Yi Feng was practically dead, and his profession was just a useless one. But now it seems things are a bit off. Are you still listening to the Duan family's nonsense? The forces coming to recruit Yi Feng are clearly the weakest, and what they said was just to suppress him, to get ahead and pick up the scraps. You have a point. Luckily, Xiao Chen didn't agree to the Duan family earlier, or they would have really fooled him. Didn't you notice just now? The Duan family wants Yi Feng to give his sister a little Griffin. They're not genuinely good to him at all. And look at these two big shots. Since they arrived, they haven't set a single condition and even promised to help cultivate one-level beast tamers for Yi Xuer. Our mayor is truly a kind-hearted person. And this general too, if they had their eyes on me. How wonderful that would be. At this moment, Yi Feng's neighbors all looked on with envy. They were all fantasizing about how glorious it would be if it were them standing in front of those big shots instead of Yi Feng. A person who was once despised by everyone is now favored by all these big shots. Such a thing they would never have dreamed of. But now it was happening to Yifeng. Even the provincial military department people have come. Meanwhile, the old lady of the Duan family was stunned in place. Not just her. Duan Joshua was also shaken to her core. She naturally knew who this military big shot was. His influence was even stronger than that of the mayor of Suzhou, Jiang Feng. This person was a legendary figure on television. He was a powerful individual capable of quelling a beast tide. He was also recognized as a great hero of Jiangnan province. And now, even such a person had started personally inviting Yifeng. She even felt like she might be dreaming, not awake. No, even if it's a dream, this shouldn't be my dream, it should clearly be Yifeng's dream. For the first time, Duan Ruoxue truly felt the gap between herself and Yifeng. What she had said and done before seemed like the antics of a clown. Sigh. It seems, Yifeng can never join the Duan family. Compared to Duan Joshua, at this moment, the old lady of the Duan family was considering much more. As the strongest member of a prominent family, she often dealt with these government departments. Only she knew clearly what the situation Yifeng was facing meant. In fact, she was already thinking about how to get on good terms with Yifeng to make up for the impression he had of her. No way. The municipal government and the provincial military department are both here to recruit me. At this moment, faced with this sudden scene, Yifeng began to ponder internally. The person who appeared behind him, he had seen on television before. Although his impression wasn't very deep, he could indeed be considered a hero. He was even referred to as the guardian deity of Jiangnan province. But for such a person, to suddenly appear at his doorstep and even say he wanted to recruit him, it was somewhat surreal. The military, how many men's dreamland? But, if he really joined, the matter of his invulnerability and golden finger could very well have flaws. Just as everyone was engaged in heated discussions, Yifeng thought for a moment and finally spoke. Thank you, Mayor and Commander, for your kind invitation. I must say, I am quite flattered. I believe that I am still young and need a lot of time to refine myself. So, I refuse to join you. As soon as Yifeng said this, the previously noisy surroundings instantly fell silent. Soon, a deathly stillness enveloped the area. If a needle were dropped at that moment, it would be heard clearly. All eyes were uniformly fixed on Yifeng, filled with astonishment. Is this little brat's brain really a bit off? Old Lady Duan was completely dumbfounded. This was an invitation from both Mayor Jiang and a big shot from the military. How could he refuse them both? No way. Even a fool wouldn't refuse this, right? She even began to suspect that after Yifeng used his skills, he might have some after effects. Could it be that what he lost wasn't his lifespan, but his IQ? This was a golden opportunity to soar to great heights. No, this was a chance to fly to the 33rd heaven directly, but he actually refused? If the person refusing was Duan Joshua, she might not be able to help but step forward and slap her precious granddaughter, asking if she had lost her mind. The neighbors, of course, wouldn't ponder like old Lady Duan. Suddenly, someone spoke up in the quiet environment. Yifeng, I can understand if you don't want to join the military, life in the army is tough. But why did you refuse Mayor Zheng's invitation? Yeah, Xiao Chen. What exactly are you refusing for? This doesn't make sense. The conditions are much better than what the Duan family would offer. You should at least give a reason that everyone can accept, otherwise, it really seems a bit ungrateful. Give a reason. You can't really be out of your mind, can you? The neighbors chattered away. This made Yifeng frown slightly. Yifeng, I also want to hear your reason. At that moment, Mayor Jiang Feng couldn't help but speak up. If there are any shortcomings in the city government, we can discuss them further. We are very serious about this invitation. Yes, we came all this way with sincerity. Why not share your reasons? If we can meet your needs, we will certainly do so. Otherwise, let us give up. The military big shot said the same. Seeing that both big shots had already spoken, Yifeng knew he had to give an answer. Otherwise, it would indeed seem a bit ungrateful. In fact, he was thinking very simply. He just didn't want to expose too much. That's all. Yifeng was very clear that if he spent a long time in government departments and the military, over time, his special circumstances would definitely be exposed. And once his uniqueness was revealed, it could lead to a lot of trouble. Therefore, staying on the fringes of various major powers was his idea. If it weren't for this, given the generous conditions they had already offered, how could he possibly refuse? If he could truly secure all those conditions, It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he could soar to great heights.
After thinking for a moment, Yi Feng explained, "Actually, my thoughts are quite simple. You see, I've been in school for so many years, and I yearn for freedom. Whether it's the military or the officialdom, they really don't suit my temperament, and I would definitely cause you a lot of trouble. And I'm about to go to university. Although going to university is also to find a good job in the future, I still want to experience university life. If I agree, it might become a regret in my life. So, I hope you both can understand. I absolutely do not mean to look down on you. In fact, I'm a bit flattered. It's just that I'm really used to this kind of life." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent once again.
Jiang Feng's expression became much more serious. This reason truly convinced him. He had gone through this age himself and understood children of this age.
Moreover, in his eyes, going to university is indeed a good thing in a person's life experience. He struggled internally, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Xiao Chen, we are all from Suzhou City, so technically, we are like family. I feel your reasoning is very reasonable."
Yi Feng was taken aback. He had just been called Yi Feng.
Why was he now being called Xiao Chen? Was this playing the emotional card? Or was it a sign of giving up? The next moment, the mayor's words left everyone gaping.
"This is not a big deal, as long as we talk it out."
"It's fine. How about this? You want to go to university, and our city government definitely has no objections. In fact, we wholeheartedly support it. We can give you the most fixed freedom of action. There should still be a few days until the university entrance exams, right? Before that, you can work a few days at our city government. And once you start university, you won't need to come in anymore. Whenever Suzhou City needs you, we will arrange for you to return using the teleportation array, and we will cover all the costs. Finally, we will give you the position of the captain of the Beast Control Bureau. How does that sound?"
Mayor Jiang Feng said earnestly. The position of captain of the Beast Control Bureau is something countless people are vying for in the civil service.
Just like that, it's being offered? This is a bit exaggerated, right? Mayor, you're being unreasonable. Just a few days ago, I asked you to let my nephew in, and you didn't agree. Get lost. Is this the time to talk about such things? Am I not allowed to complain a bit? But it's true. For such an outstanding young man like Yi Feng, with royal-level strength, it's indeed not excessive to hold a captain's position. However, the mayor is really putting in a lot this time. People from the government department began to discuss among themselves. Below the director of the Beast Control Bureau are the captains of various teams, a position that is truly one person below 10,000. To want this position requires a lot of qualifications, otherwise, one cannot be competent. The jurisdiction of this department is vast, and anything can be related to this department. Many people dream of this position. Of course, we have always talked about granting you a position and rights, but we haven't discussed salary. Our Suzhou city government isn't very wealthy. How about 20 million dragon coins a year? If you feel it's a bit lacking, we can negotiate.
Mayor Jiang Feng continued to speak.
This is too harsh. Everyone was shocked. 20 million in annual salary. This definitely counts as a high salary.
To know that the normal annual salary for a stellar-level powerhouse is only 100 million, and that's only for the peak stellar-level powerhouses. Although Yi Feng has royal-level strength, everyone knows that due to the nature of Yi Feng's profession, he definitely won't need to fight often. But because of this, a salary of 20 million every year is a bit exaggerated. It can already be considered as giving away money. Plus, the position of the captain of the Beast Control Bureau. This is completely like serving food right into Yi Feng's mouth. In comparison, the 10,000 annual salary offered by the Duan family seems like a beggar's offer. Oh my god, old lady Duan was left dumbfounded. She wasn't interested in the money, the Duan family was wealthy, and 20 million was truly beneath her notice. However, the allure of the captain's position in the Beast Control Bureau was too great. If Duan Joshua could enter the Beast Control Bureau and become the captain, it would definitely be a great starting point. When a noble family lacks the scale of ancient families that could stand against a nation, they understand the importance of maintaining good relations with the officials. If they could join and hold a high position, life would be much more comfortable. But this was a difficult task, because on the official side, every position requires qualifications. Without a certain number of years, one simply cannot be appointed. Meanwhile, the military leaders, seeing the city government raise the offer so quickly, also spoke up.
Their provincial military department couldn't let the city officials outbid them. Yi Feng, we can also offer you a lieutenant military position. Don't you want to go to university? This is simple. Our military department can give you a new student title at the military university. What do you think? Isn't this impressive? I don't know how much you understand about title sequences, but let me explain briefly. You should know about the military university. It's not a university under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Ministry of Education, but directly governed by the military. The requirements for students at the military university are not high. Basically, you can enter by paying. However, although you can enter by paying, the military academy is still filled with experts, and there are only 10 title sequences, which cannot be bought with money. Among new students, obtaining a title sequence is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Although there are only 10 title sequences, almost no more than 10 people can obtain them each year. Those who receive a title sequence not only gain resources superior to others but can also choose their desired mentors, and may even be valued by some high-ranking officials in the military. If you can receive guidance from those true big shots, your future will be even brighter. With that, you should understand the value of the title sequence. The military bigwigs generously laid out the conditions for Yi Feng. As for whether he could meet them, they didn't worry at all. After all, the first order to recruit Yi Chen came from the Imperial Military Department. Their provincial military department was doing everything possible to recruit Yi Feng. That couldn't be considered excessive, right? The military bigwigs were full of energy. Perhaps wanting to secure a title sequence was a bit challenging for him, but for the military department in the capital, it was naturally not a problem. For a military student, a title sequence is the highest honor. If one could retain the title until graduation, entering the military would provide a much higher starting point. There were once well-known noble families in the empire that wanted to purchase a title. The offer reached 10 figures, but in the end, they didn't get it. Since it was the headquarters of the military department in the capital that required them to recruit Yi Feng, especially since this kid was indeed to their liking, so he prepared to leave these troublesome matters to those in the capital to deal with. Even if it was a headache, it was indeed just a matter of their word. To avoid losing face in front of the city government, the Imperial Military Department would definitely agree. What? And when old lady Duan heard this, her heart was completely stunned. A title sequence. How many people dream of such a thing? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a ladder to heaven. Anyone who could obtain a title at the military university, in the future, he would truly be a dragon among dragons. For an ordinary person, that means leaping over the dragon gate. This is far more impressive than getting into those so-called prestigious universities. Yi Feng was completely stunned, although he really wanted to refuse deep down. Wasn't this just too much? Whether it was the conditions offered by the city government or those from the military, these were things that couldn't be measured with money. For an ordinary commoner like him, these identities could play a crucial role. However, if he had to choose, he really didn't know which side to pick, because he was very clear in his heart that no matter which side he chose, he would regret not choosing the other. Damn it! What kind of official can withstand such a test? So, can I join both the city government and the military at the same time? In the end, Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, he admitted that he indeed had the idea of taking a gamble. If he could join both, that would definitely be the best choice, and asking wouldn't cost him anything. But if he really succeeded, it would be a huge gain. Since he couldn't choose, he might as well take them all. He wasn't that greedy of a person. He was just forced into this situation. He really wanted it all. Yi Feng, I really doubt if you have a problem with your brain. Upon hearing this, old lady Duan was so angry she laughed. No matter which of these conditions, even with all my experience, I find them tempting. Yet you are so greedy. You even dare to dream of taking them all. I really don't know what to say to you. However, the mayor remained calm. Xiao Chen, are you being too polite? We are all from Gusa City. How could we refuse your request? Our city government definitely has no problem, as long as the military agrees. It will be a win-win. The military leader, upon hearing this, surprisingly nodded and said, actually, if the city government has no objections, then our military certainly has no issues. What the hell? At this moment, old lady Duan felt a bit oxygen deprived. She even doubted if she had heard wrong. However, she didn't dare to question directly in front of these two big shots. Not just her. At this moment, the other neighbors were already speechless.
Moreover, even the various ministers behind the city government, and even the junior leaders from the military, looked at their boss in silence. What an honor is this? Being able to join two departments at the same time. This is something unprecedented. Now, they could only think of two words: crazy, coupled with the conditions offered by both sides. They even suspected if they had fallen under some kind of illusion. So, is that settled then? Yi Feng was also very surprised. He truly didn't expect these people to agree so readily. Settled. The leaders from both sides, seeing that there was a result, quickly said, fearing that Yi Feng would regret it the next second. Perhaps others couldn't achieve this, but they firmly believed that whatever Yi Feng did would not be surprising. This kid was extremely opinionated, and the others had long since lost their words. They could only feel sorrow. The one being recruited was not themselves. Xiao Chen, since you agree, how about we exchange contact information first? Jiang Feng stepped forward. His tone was as if he were speaking to his own junior. Of course, Yi Feng had no reason to refuse. This would be his superior in the future, so exchanging contact information was definitely no problem. On the other side, the military leader also stepped forward to exchange contact information with Yi Feng. The two sides talked for a while before leaving one after another. As for old lady Duan, she had long lost her face. Fearing that Yi Fengqiu would settle the score later, she hurriedly took the stunned and somewhat mentally disturbed Duan Jiaxue, along with a group of bodyguards behind her, away from the scene. The remaining neighbors, however, were all congratulating each other. After all, such a glorious event had occurred in their own community, and as neighbors, they felt proud. Even some neighbors who were not familiar with the Yi family came forward to chat a bit. However, what made them uncomfortable was that they really didn't know how to address Yi Feng, because, according to the military, he was a lieutenant, and according to the city government, he was the captain of the Beast Control Bureau. In this situation, more people quickly dispersed, as feelings of inferiority had already filled many hearts. Especially those who previously thought Yi Feng lacked vision felt a sense of being inferior in front of him. After everyone exchanged pleasantries, the Yi family immediately closed their doors to guests. After a night of turmoil, Yi Feng was physically and mentally exhausted, although he still couldn't understand why the empire treated him so well. However, he could tell that these people did not want to harm him. Moreover, in their eyes, he was very likely a dying person. What reason would they have to harm him? He was too lazy to think about these incomprehensible matters. Xiao Chen, your lifespan. But even though Yi Feng had such a glorious night, after everyone left, Yi Xingtian and Yi Shuer were not in high spirits, especially since, ever since they heard old lady Duan mention Yi Feng risking his life to fight monsters, they kept recalling her words, especially Yi Shuer, who felt that she had harmed her brother. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have wasted his life for the little Griffin. Dad, sis, can we talk? Yi Feng naturally noticed that their moods were low. He could guess that his father and sister were still worried about him because of the earlier events. Xiao Chen, it's my fault. I don't deserve to be your sister. Finally, the emotions that Yi Shuer had suppressed all night erupted at this moment, and the beautiful woman instantly looked like a weeping willow. I'm sorry, Wu. This made Yi Feng feel a bit heartbroken. Xiao Chen, tell me honestly, what's your situation now? Yi Xingtian couldn't hold back any longer. He didn't even know how to bring this up with his wife, who was on a business trip. The fact that Yi Feng had little time left was too much of a blow. Sis, don't cry. I'm fine, aren't I? Besides, I always think things through before acting, and I'm very happy to help you. Moreover, sis, how could I not take my own life seriously? Yi Feng continued to explain. Sis, you mustn't listen to that old lady Duan's nonsense. She doesn't understand my profession at all. My profession is indeed similar to what Duan Jiaxue and the others said. Using skills will cost me my lifespan. But, before Yi Feng could finish his sentence, look, isn't this still costing your lifespan? Wu. Yi Shuer cried even more passionately, her regret deepening. Finally, Yi Feng couldn't bear to see this scene any longer. After having a family, he truly cherished this perfect family atmosphere. Sis, stop crying for now. Let me finish what I have to say before you cry. Okay, then you talk. Yi Shuer held back her tears, but it was impossible to hold it in. She silently shed tears while waiting for Yi Feng to speak, looking even more pitiful. Dad, sis, what I'm about to say next is a top secret. You must remember to keep it confidential. Yi Feng looked mysteriously at Yi Xingtian. Although my profession requires sacrificing lifespan to release skills, there has been a slight mutation. That is, there is a skill in my profession that summons a blood clan army, which is somewhat similar to vampires. Theoretically, as long as I suck blood, I can convert it into lifespan, meaning that when I farm monsters, there's actually nothing to worry about. After thinking for a moment, Yi Feng concocted a seemingly plausible reason on the spot. After all, in this situation, he really had no other good options. He couldn't reveal his golden finger, so this was the only way. Anyway, the effect would be the same. Vampires? Really? Yi Shuer asked, half believing. Of course, even if I'm foolish, I wouldn't casually use my skills. I can't bear to let my sister lose her brother at such a young age. After hearing Yi Feng's explanation, the father and daughter could only reluctantly believe him. After all, the necromancer profession rarely appears in this world, and everyone is unfamiliar with it. However, what Yi Feng said indeed had some possibility. After all, the power of professions is mysterious and unpredictable. Even people with the same profession might have different skills when they awaken. Therefore, Yi Feng's words had a certain degree of credibility. Actually, after I farm monsters, our family's conditions will get better and better. Sister, the military should contact you soon. You just focus on leveling up. As for Dad, at this age, it really is time to retire. Seeing that he had managed to deceive them, Yi Feng quickly said, "Give me your bank card." Yi Feng extended his hand towards Yi Shengtian. Although Yi Shengtian didn't know what Yi Feng was up to, he still took out his bank card. After glancing at the card number, Yi Feng immediately operated on his phone. "Dad, you should go look for a house these days, preferably a villa. Our family needs a change of living environment. You and Mom have worked hard for half your lives. It's time to retire. My sister and I are grown up now, and we can earn money to support the family. You should enjoy life," Yi Feng said with a smile. "Oh, why change houses? I've developed feelings for this old house. The money you earn is yours, our money is enough, so you don't need to worry about us. Since you've awakened your profession, you should save some money and hurry up and get married." Yi Shengtian smiled with satisfaction. "Dad, I'm still young, only 18. Yi Feng rolled his eyes. Sure enough, no matter which world it is, there will always be the main event of urging marriage. What do you mean you're still young? When I was your age, I was already with your mother. Yi Shengtian immediately became displeased upon hearing this. At this point, Yi Shengtian cleared his throat. Anyway, you're not a child anymore, you can handle it yourself. Just don't blame me for not recognizing you as my son later. Dad, that's unreasonable. Sister isn't even married yet. Wait, do you think I'm talking about you? Yi Shuer, who had been enjoying the show from the sidelines, suddenly panicked when Yi Feng drew the fuse towards himself. Dad, I'm going to the military soon. I definitely don't have time right now, let's wait for an opportunity. Dad, since you're so anxious, why don't you go look for a villa these days? I'm at least a lieutenant now. If I bring a girlfriend home and have no place to stay, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? What you said does make some sense. Although your future salary will be considerable. Looking for a villa right now, isn't that a bit too extravagant? Yi Shengtian had never imagined that one day he would have any connection to a villa. In the future, although their lives would change a bit, they would still look down on villas, right? Don't worry, your son has plenty of money now, the kind that can't be spent. Yi Feng was saying this when suddenly, ding dong, Yi Shengtian's phone rang. You know, these days, scammers are really creative. They even said they transferred me 50 million. It's just ridiculous. He instinctively took out his phone to glance at the message, and Yi Shengtian burst out laughing. Dad, let's just say, is it possible that I transferred it to you? Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders. Yi Shengtian was stunned. He opened the message and found that the sender was indeed Yi Feng. What the hell? Xiao Chen, where did you get so much money? Yi Shengtian couldn't believe his eyes as he repeatedly looked at the message. He even logged into the transaction app to check in detail, and in the end, he discovered that there really was an extra 50 million dragon coins in his account. 50 million. He had never seen so much money in his life. Of course, it's the money I made from grinding monsters and selling equipment. This money is for you to buy a villa and for your retirement. If it runs out, just ask me for more. Right now, I lack nothing but money, Yi Feng said nonchalantly. At this moment, Yi Feng felt like a big shot. Although after the transfer, he no longer had 100 million.
but after tomorrow's auction, he would be a rich man again. At this moment, Yi Shengtian didn't know what to say. Stop with the this. Dad, just go look at houses tomorrow. Yi Feng knew that if they kept dragging it out, the father and son would definitely argue all night, so he quickly gave his older sister a look. Dad, this is also your younger brother's intention. Just do as he says, otherwise, he won't feel at ease. Yi Xuer also felt that since they had the ability, they should definitely improve their parents' lives. In the future, when she and her younger brother were not home, they should at least let their parents live a little better. That way, they could also feel at ease as children. Alright, I wonder if our ancestral grave is smoking. That's a stretch. I don't even know where our ancestral grave is now. We should go pay respects to your grandparents. You all are so successful. They must be blessing you from above. In the end, Yi Shengtian could only agree to this matter, feeling a bit comforted seeing how successful his children were now. Dad, when you have some free time, we can really go back to find our ancestral grave. If not, let's update our family tree. After that, after chatting for a while, Yi Feng returned to his room to rest. Just as he was about to close his eyes to sleep, his phone rang again. Caller, Fatty. Lu Han? Why is he calling so late? What's up, Fatty? Aren't you going to sleep this late? At this point, Yi Feng's eyelids were already heavy. If Lu Han took a few more minutes, he might just fall asleep. Even if it was a phone call, he could barely hear it. Shinzi, I have good news for you. Didn't we awaken today? Lu Han said mysteriously. Right. Are you trying to mess with me on purpose? You wouldn't call me at this hour just to talk about that, would you? Yi Feng felt a bit helpless. Although sometimes Fatty's actions were indeed hard to understand, he still patiently engaged with him. After all, as a brother, Fatty had been incredibly good to him. How could I just say that? What I want to tell you is that after the awakening, my dad told me something big. Lu Han's voice was filled with excitement. What is it? Yi Feng had already closed his eyes, ready to fall asleep at any moment. Your dad can't have told you that he kept it from you all these years just to toughen you up. That you're actually a rich second generation, right? Wow. Shinzi, you're like a prophet. How did you know my dad said exactly that to me? The chubby guy's tone carried a hint of shock. Ha? You're not joking with me, are you? Yi Feng was momentarily stunned, even regaining his senses. He didn't expect the chubby guy to take his playful remarks seriously. Although he was skeptical, Lu Han's tone didn't sound like he was lying. We're brothers. Why would I joke with you? Lu Han's tone was very serious. I'm not kidding, I really am a rich second generation, and a very wealthy one at that. Do you understand? Super rich second generation. I get it. So, what instructions do you have for me, young Master Lu? Yi Feng joked. Now he was pretty much convinced that Lu Han wasn't lying to him, because he knew Lu Han too well. If the other party was just messing with him, he definitely wouldn't have this attitude. Damn, after working hard all day, he only earned that much money, and here he was, just waking up to find out he was a rich second generation? This was really infuriating. He was worried about his brother living a tough life, yet also worried about him driving a Range Rover. No, I'm a super rich second generation. Why aren't you surprised at all? Lu Han was frustrated. After learning this news, he immediately shared it with his good brother, but he didn't expect him to be so calm. If you had gone through what I did today, you wouldn't have the energy to be surprised either, Yi Feng said with a bitter smile. This day had really worn him out. He had encountered too many big shots at his doorstep. If he had heard Lu Han say this on a normal day, he would have been extremely shocked and excited. He might even have threatened the chubby guy with the chat records on his phone. But right now, he truly had no energy for that. It seems like you had a very eventful day too. Indeed, very eventful. So you called me just for this? Of course not. Now that I'm successful, how could I forget my good brother? The chubby guy said with a smile. There's going to be an auction at the Suzhou Trading Hall tomorrow. I heard this auction is going to be quite large. So, tomorrow I'm planning to take you to the trading hall. I heard there might be a crystal of life that can restore lifespan there. I decided to get it and give it to you. How about that? A good brother treats you well, right? Chubby, you're my lifelong good brother. Yi Feng responded with a smile. To be honest, Yi Feng was really touched. After all, many people, once they become wealthy, tend to ignore their old friends. They might even think it's embarrassing to associate with people from a different social circle. But after the chubby guy learned he was a rich second generation, his first thought was to help him buy the crystal of life at the auction. This moved him a bit. Originally, he wasn't very keen on going to tomorrow's auction, even though Manager Mu had given him an invitation. He just wanted to level up quickly and become stronger. But now it seemed like going wouldn't be so bad. Since the chubby guy had offered to go together, he couldn't let his good brother's kindness go to waste. Who knows? He might even take the opportunity to drive up the prices of those two legendary pieces of equipment. That would be a good thing. With the chubby guy joining in, they might sell for a very high price. After all, he and the chubby guy had always been on point with their acting skills. Alright, give me a time tomorrow. How about we meet in front of the trading hall? Then it's settled. We won't miss each other tomorrow. Don't worry. When have I ever lied to you? Chen Gu? Yi Feng said with a smile. Now he could hardly control his eyelids. After all, every time he used his skills, he felt a sense of helplessness as if his lifespan was being drained. After a day of turmoil, he vaguely sensed that his body had reached its limit. After that, the two hung up the phone, and Yi Feng fell deeply into a dream. Duan family. At the same time, the old and young of the Duan family wore worried expressions. Xiao Xue, I want to talk to you about something. I believe this could be a matter that concerns your entire life, and it might just turn your life around by 180 degrees. Grandma Duan said seriously. What is it? Duan Xiaoxue was taken aback. She didn't quite understand what her grandmother was saying. After all, this should be the darkest moment for the Duan family. Xiao Xue, I have never asked you for anything before, but this time you must listen. You must get close to Yi Feng. Grandma Duan took a deep breath and said, What? Get close to Yi Feng? Duan Xiaoxue was stunned. That's right. I will find a way for you to be with Yi Feng all the time. As long as you can keep in touch with him, you will have the time to become his friend. You saw what happened tonight. Now Yi Feng's identity is completely different. His background is among the top in the entire Jiangnan province. Not only does he have the city government and military backing him, but now he is also known as a sequence. In my lifetime, this is the first time I've seen someone with so many identities gathered in one person. Our family's relationship with the government is very delicate, overall. It's just not harmonious. Don't think that our Duan family is one of the three major families in Suzhou City. In fact, the city government has never looked at us properly. And as for the military, there's no need to say more. Those madmen look down on the city government, let alone us ordinary families. If you can keep getting closer to Yi Feng, maybe these two forces will take notice of you. No, with your talent, Xiao Xue, they will definitely notice you. Just having a good impression in front of those big shots will be immensely beneficial for your future. Maybe. Grandma Duan laid out her plan in one breath. Maybe I could also enter the city government or the military to work in the future. And then I would have an official identity. Duan Xiaoxue continued. Grandma Duan's words directly awakened her. Originally, she thought her grandmother was saying so much to force her to do those unspeakable things with Yi Feng, and she was a bit worried. But now, after hearing her grandmother's words, she felt a stir in her heart. This was definitely a win-win situation. Whether for the family or for herself, it would be immensely beneficial in the future. But Yi Feng has already said he won't be my bodyguard anymore. Silly child, why can't you understand? Given Yi Feng's identity now, how could he possibly be your bodyguard? Grandma Duan said, speechless, let alone their ordinary city-level family. With Yi Feng's current identity, even a provincial family wouldn't qualify to have him as a bodyguard. But how can I get close to Yi Feng? After what happened tonight, he probably hates me to the bone. If he doesn't come looking for trouble with me, I would be grateful. Duan Xiaoxue said with a bitter face, you really are foolish. Since Yi Feng won't be your bodyguard, why don't you be his guard? Old Lady Duan spoke astonishingly. Don't say I won't give you money, even if you give him money. What difference would it make? Moreover, Schwerer, think about it carefully. If you always stay by Yi Feng's side, wouldn't he just be your free bodyguard? You have a king-level powerhouse by your side at all times. Upon hearing this, it's still you. Grandma, Duan Xiaoxue's eyes lit up. I really didn't know these things. How did you come up with them? Old Lady Duan patted Duan Xiaoxue's head and said, you're still young, there are many things you haven't experienced. When you reach my age, you'll definitely be much smarter than me. But Grandma, how should I approach Yi Feng? If I take the initiative to find him, won't he just chase me away immediately? Duan Xiaoxue was still a bit worried.
Although they weren't in the same class, she still understood Yi Feng's personality somewhat. To people he wasn't familiar with, that guy seemed like an iceberg. Not to mention, today there was the incident with the Duan family being aggressive. As long as she dared to follow him, she had no doubt that Yi Feng could easily drive her away. Furthermore, if Yi Feng went to work at the city government, she wouldn't be able to get close at all. It was completely impossible. Don't worry, Grandma has her ways. Just wait for tomorrow to meet Yi Feng. Schwerer, you must stick close to Yi Feng. The future of our Duan family is tightly in your hands. The night had slowly deepened. At the mayor's house. Honey, I'm here. He. Zhang Feng tiptoed in with a mischievous grin as he entered the bedroom. The mayor's wife had long been waiting in bed. You old fool. Looking all dignified outside. But back home you look like this. If others saw you, your authoritative image would be ruined. I'm back home, can't I let loose a bit? Besides, I'm very happy today. I want to have some fun with you, my little lamb. Zhang Feng grinned, showing his big white teeth. This demeanor was completely different from the awe-inspiring mayor during the day. But just as he was about to pounce on the bed like a tiger on a sheep, ding-dong, the doorbell rang from outside. Who could it be at this late hour? Zhang Feng almost instantly regained his serious demeanor, his figure flashing back to the bedside. He grabbed a nearby robe and put it on. Instantly, a strong sense of awareness radiated from him outward. Old Lady Duan? What is she doing here so late? Soon, Zhang Feng sensed who had arrived. He frowned slightly and walked to the door, opening it. Old Lady Duan, what brings you to my house at this hour? If it's official business, we can discuss it tomorrow when I go to work. Mayor, I actually have a small request this time. Upon seeing the mayor, Old Lady Duan felt relieved. She had spent quite a bit to find out that the mayor was coming home tonight. What is it? Zhang Feng began to ponder. He had witnessed the events that occurred in front of the Yi family today. He could guess. It was most likely related to Yi Feng. Mayor, you saw what happened today. Our pressure on Yi Feng is actually for a reason. It's definitely not just because of that king-level beast egg. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's expression remained calm, but internally he was already complaining. Damn it, you know I saw everything? Don't you know whether you're after the beast egg or not? That greed in your eyes is something anyone can see. In the middle of the night, you come to find me. It can't just be to explain this matter, right? What a buzzkill. Mayor, to be honest, I feel a bit embarrassed. In fact, you all don't really know the truth of the matter. Seeing that the mayor didn't respond, Old Lady Duan continued. I'll just watch your performance. Mayor Zhang Feng coldly snorted inwardly. He really didn't believe Old Lady Duan could lay it all out. Actually, my granddaughter has been spoiled since childhood and has never really liked anything. But after she entered high school, she seemed to have changed completely. In those 3 years of high school, she somehow developed a crush on Yi Feng, always hoping that her academic performance would catch his eye. Unfortunately, Yi Feng has consistently ranked first, no matter how hard my granddaughter tried. She never caught his attention. After she finally realized her feelings, especially after learning about Yi Feng's profession, she became a bit anxious. The reason she pressured Yi Feng was simple. It was to make Yi Feng her bodyguard, to be by her side at all times. Mayor, you know, some things are hard for young people to say until they reach a dead end. Old Lady Duan took a deep breath and revealed her trump card. What the hell? Upon hearing Old Lady Duan's words, the mayor was stunned. There was actually this layer of relationship? In fact, after leaving the Yi family, Zhang Feng had done a bit of investigation. Indeed, during those high school years, after every exam, Duan Joshua would seek out Yi Feng to prove herself. Could it be that the girl truly admired Yi Feng? Damn, what a big scoop. However, even so, he wouldn't take the initiative to say anything to Yi Feng. After all, this was their personal matter. Moreover, his relationship with the Duan family wasn't that great either. Mayor, our intentions are quite simple. We hope you can give my granddaughter a position as Yi Feng's bodyguard. You see, my granddaughter has a hidden profession, which would be beneficial for anyone. Of course, we in the Duan family feel that the city government has been working hard, and we are willing to donate 200 million to the city government. Our Duan family is also a part of Suzhou City, so we naturally want to help with urban development. I wonder what the mayor thinks. Seeing the mayor's expression shift slightly, Old Lady Duan immediately knew her words had struck a chord. So, she added fuel to the fire. What? 200 million?
Old Lady Duan, you're being too polite. First of all, I want to clarify that I'm definitely not doing this for the money. Ahem. We all know how precious love is between young boys and girls. Jiang Feng coughed a couple of times and continued. Alright, I agree to your terms. After all, this is for the love of the younger generation. If your granddaughter really ends up with Yi Feng, I would consider it a blessing. As the saying goes, it's better to tear down a temple than to ruin a marriage. We elders must help the younger ones think things through. Will that 200 million arrive tomorrow? Mayor Jiang Feng looked at the old lady. Upon hearing this, what do you mean tomorrow? Mayor, I already donated it to the city government when I came here. Old Lady Duan knew this matter was settled. She smiled and said, well, I'll take my leave now. Tomorrow, I'll have Duan Joshua report for duty, so I won't disturb the mayor's rest. Take care, take care. Jiang Feng smiled and then closed the door. He hadn't expected such an unexpected gain today. As the saying goes, couples may quarrel at the head of the bed but make up at the foot. If Yi Feng sees me tomorrow, he might be very happy to arrange for Duan Joshua to work under him. The mayor thought to himself as he returned to his bedroom, feeling much better. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Yi Feng's investment was truly a surefire deal. It had been less than a day. Not only had he received a hidden profession, but he had also secured an investment of 200 million. Just then, a chilling voice came from behind Jiang Feng. Did I just hear someone say how rare love is? Are you trying to stir up trouble outside? Come on, hand over today's rations 10 or 8 times. The next day, Yi Feng had just woken up when he received a phone call. The name displayed on the phone, Mayor Jiang Feng. Hello, Mayor, what's the matter? Yi Feng said, still half asleep. Xiao Chen, don't forget our agreement. You're supposed to be at work these days. If you don't come soon, it'll be noon. Zhang Feng's voice came from the other end of the line. Yi Feng sat up in shock. Mayor, would you believe me if I said I was stuck in traffic? Hurry up and get over here. Zhang Feng said irritably. He had just gained such a high position, yet on the first day, he was already late. This kind of thing, perhaps only Yi Feng could pull off in the whole world. Although he was a bit dissatisfied verbally, Yi Feng's carefree and straightforward personality was something Zhang Feng really liked. If it weren't for this unruly character, he might have already been recruited by the Duan family. Alright, Mayor, wait for me. You really have to wait for me, Yi Feng said before hanging up. He quickly washed up, put on his clothes, and rushed out the door. Why are you in such a hurry? At least eat something at home first. Yi Shuer, sitting in the living room playing with a little Griffin, quickly said upon seeing Yi Feng. No time, sis, I forgot to go to work. Yi Feng grabbed a piece of sauce-flavored pancake from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. Hearing this, Yi Shuer was momentarily stunned. She really didn't know how to praise her brother. He was always very cautious in everything he did, yet he constantly revealed the impulsive nature of youth. Sis, aren't you going out for a walk? Not now. I plan to find a training ground to bond with the little Griffin this afternoon. Okay, I'm off. With that, Yi Feng dashed out of the house. After leaving, he hailed a taxi. 10 minutes later, Yi Feng got out at the city government. Stop. Just as Yi Feng was about to enter the city government, he was stopped by 2 security guards on duty. What's going on? Yi Feng was a bit dumbfounded. What's going on? Who are you? This isn't a place you can just walk into. One security guard stared cautiously at Yi Feng. I'm the captain of the Beast Control Bureau. Yi Feng, if you don't believe me, you can call the leadership. Yi Feng explained helplessly. He knew it wasn't the guard's fault. The main issue was that the mayor hadn't given him his work credentials, and he wasn't a bully, so he had no interest in making things difficult for the guards. Besides, since he was already at the city government, he was technically on duty now. Even if he couldn't get in, it wouldn't be a problem for him. The 2 security guards exchanged glances, then looked at Yi Feng suspiciously. How old are you? 18. Yi Feng replied honestly. 18 and you're already the captain of the Beast Control Bureau? You should have just awakened. You're right. I just awakened yesterday. Actually, I got the position through the back door. We have connections, Yi Feng said with a smile. He wasn't wrong to say that. He really did come in through the back door. If it weren't for the mayor inviting him, he wouldn't have been able to sit in this position. Are your family members that tough? The 2 security guards became interested. Of course, my captain position was personally arranged by the mayor. Do you think my people are tough? Impressive. Bro, you actually got the mayor to help you out. What is your relationship with the mayor? I wish I had met the mayor earlier. If I had, I would definitely have become good brothers with him. Why can't you befriend him now? Are you stupid? Yifeng said in a tone that suggested he was dealing with someone unteachable. If I were the same age as the mayor, it wouldn't matter to me. But if you want me to die on the same day as the mayor, isn't that just setting me up for trouble? Seeing that Yifeng made sense, the two quickly nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. Alright, hurry up and contact someone to come pick me up. Otherwise, in such a big place, it would be difficult for me to find the Beast Control Bureau on my own. Yifeng waved his hand and sat aside. He was naturally very rule-abiding. Waiting a little longer was no issue. That's right. Please wait a moment, the security guard said as he walked into the security room to make a phone call. After a while, the security guard came out and said, Captain Yi, we have confirmed your identity. The Beast Control Bureau said they are sending someone to pick you up, so please wait a moment. Okay, got it. Yifeng nodded. Who would have thought? He had just graduated from high school, and he was already pulled into work by this unscrupulous boss. In his previous life, he was just a struggling worker, and in this life, he hadn't escaped that fate. Moreover, he had become one of the earliest workers. However, as time passed, Yifeng suddenly saw a familiar figure. Duan Joshua? What the hell? How did this crazy woman end up here? She wouldn't still be hung up on what happened yesterday, wanting to continue causing trouble for him, would she? Yifeng's expression instantly turned unfriendly. This was the city government. If he made a move here, no way. There were too many cameras around, and it would easily cause him trouble. He should lure Duan Joshua into an alley. If no one noticed, he could teach her a good lesson. Always going on and on. Do you really think I'm made of clay? Yifeng was already plotting in his mind. If Duan Joshua continued to pester him, he should figure out how to deal with her. Captain Yi, I am the bodyguard assigned to you by the higher-ups. Duan Joshua, I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Duan Joshua walked up to Yifeng, dressed in work attire, and made a gesture of invitation. What are you talking about? Yifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. I am the bodyguard assigned to you by the mayor himself. Duan Joshua, I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Did you make a mistake? How could Mayor Yi assign you to be my bodyguard? Yifeng was truly dumbfounded. Was Mayor Jiang out of his mind? The gap in strength between him and Duan Joshua was like heaven and earth. How could she be his bodyguard? This was not right. Captain Yi, the director is still waiting for you. You should come with me quickly, or they will be anxious over there. However, Duan Joshua did not answer Yifeng's question. Instead, she smiled and said, there was no way. Yifeng's surprised expression made her feel very pleased. Duan Joshua, why are you here? Tell me the truth. How much did your family spend to arrange this for you? At this moment, Yifeng was naturally speechless. He simply couldn't understand why the other party appeared here. Could it be that the Duan family has some kind of conspiracy? However, to the city government, the Duan family hardly counts for anything. It makes no sense for them to dare to cause trouble at the city government. Yet, Duan Joshua really did appear here. This left him feeling quite confused, and Duan Joshua had no intention of deceiving him. It's nothing, just that my grandmother donated 200 million to help build Gusu City. Although there was a minor conflict yesterday, she and Yifeng really couldn't be considered bitter enemies, so being rich makes you impressive. Ha! Yifeng rolled his eyes. Perhaps for him, 200 million was a lot, but for the Duan family, one of the three great families of Gusu City, it was really nothing. This 200 million could indeed relieve a lot of financial pressure for the city government. After all, just for hiring him, the city government's investment was already quite substantial. Not to mention, with Duan Joshua's hidden talents, wanting to have a bodyguard for herself was indeed not too much to ask. After all, according to what Duan Joshua had said before, her future was indeed bright. Let's go. In the end, Yifeng decided to enter the city government first. So, the two of them arrived at the Beast Control Bureau one after the other. Is this the legendary Yifeng? What a handsome young man. I heard he is highly valued by the mayor. As Yifeng made his appearance, he quickly attracted everyone's attention, and almost everyone began to discuss him in hushed tones. In the entire Beast Control Bureau, apart from a few senior captains, Yifeng's status was top-notch. Captain Yi, your office is over here. Duan Joshua was still very aware of the rules. Before starting work today, her grandmother had repeatedly instructed her not to cause any trouble for Yi Feng at this time. So, she had been very polite to him, although she felt somewhat reluctant. As someone who grew up in a prominent family, she understood the consequences of causing trouble with Yi Feng. Given Yi Feng's current status, their Duan family could no longer afford to offend him. After the two arrived at the office, Yi Feng glanced around the environment. He found that it was basically no different from the other captains' offices he had seen on the way. It seemed that the Beast Control Bureau had not discriminated against him just because he was a newcomer. Of course, Yi Feng also knew that this was just a superficial gesture. Even if the higher-ups had no objections to him, there were definitely many subordinates who were not convinced. The entire Beast Control Bureau has 6 captains, and you are the 6th. So we are the 6th team of the Beast Control Bureau. The mayor has already instructed that as long as you need, you can select 10 people from the various teams in the Beast Control Bureau to temporarily expand the 6th team. As long as you choose, they must come, Duan Joshua said. This was what the director of the Beast Control Bureau had told her when she first reported for duty. Since Yi Feng had not started working yet, she explained it to him first. I just investigated the information of others in the Beast Control Bureau, and I found a few decent candidates. At this moment, Duan Joshua handed a document to Yi Feng. Duan Joshua, you haven't been drugged or something, have you? If it's really too much, you can be a bit domineering, otherwise, I won't feel right. Yi Feng was taken aback. Looking at Duan Joshua with a strange expression, his thoughts were quite simple. As long as Duan Joshua did not cooperate with his work, he could go to the mayor and have her dismissed. Of course, the most important point was that the current rigid Duan Joshua indeed made him a bit uncomfortable. He really preferred the unruly young lady from before. Captain Yi, don't think you can shake me off, I'm sticking to you now. Duan Joshua smiled. From now on, I'll be your bodyguard. How unfortunate for you. You're a perfectly good young lady, yet you insist on coming here to be my bodyguard. How embarrassing it would be if this got out. Humph. I don't care what others say. Duan Joshua was completely unconcerned. Captain Yi, you should take a good look at this list. Let me know who you need, and I'll help you get them. No need. It's just some ordinary tasks. Is there anything I can't handle? Come, give my legs a massage. Yi Feng tossed the documents aside. Anyway, I've already told you. Whether you recruit someone or not is your business. Duan Joshua shrugged indifferently. What shocked Yi Feng next was that Duan Joshua really moved a seat and sat down next to him. Then, she started massaging his legs. Damn, how can I endure this humiliation? It seems I can't shake off this woman for the time being. Yi Feng was speechless. Next, Duan Joshua massaged Yi Feng's legs for a full hour before taking a break. The 6th team had just been established, and there was basically no business. Or rather, the higher-ups were deliberately leaving the two of them with nothing to do. Suddenly, emergency mission. There's an emergency mission. Someone shouted outside the Beast Control Bureau. At that moment, Yi Feng looked through the glass door and saw people from other rooms rushing out all at once. What's going on? Has the Beast Control Bureau been attacked? Duan Joshua picked up a nearby Beast Control Bureau guide and glanced at it, saying, this is the unspoken rule for emergency missions in the Beast Control Bureau. Generally, everyone will go out to accept the mission. As for who will take on the mission, it depends on the capability of each team's captain. So, does that mean we have to go out too? Yi Feng asked. Duan Joshua nodded. Thus, Yi Feng stood up and led Duan Joshua out. But perhaps many people were somewhat dissatisfied with Yi Feng, the newly appointed captain. When the others saw Yi Feng, they completely ignored him and blocked him from behind, as if they didn't regard him as their captain at all. Humph. Duan Joshua felt a bit displeased at this scene. Although her relationship with Yi Feng wasn't great, she was still under his command, and Yi Feng was the captain of the Beast Control Bureau. These people actually had no intention of saluting or making way for Yi Feng. Do you want to rebel? Right now, the captains of your other teams are not in the Beast Control Bureau. Captain Yi is the highest-ranking officer here. By blocking him, do you not see him at all? Duan Joshua, having been a young lady for so many years, was not to be trifled with. Faced with such insubordination, she was naturally adept at handling it. Of course, I could also go complain to the mayor and see what happens. I don't know what rank it is to defy a superior, and I don't know your backgrounds, but Yi Feng was personally recruited by the mayor.
And you really don't think that defying a captain is a big deal, do you? Let me tell you the truth. Yi Feng's military rank is lieutenant. I don't know if you group leaders and members can afford to offend him. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was immediately intimidated by the aura Duan Zhaxue exuded. Many people instinctively made way for Yi Feng. Yi Feng had originally planned to coast along behind everyone, but he didn't expect Duan Zhaxue to be so domineering. She directly opened a path for him. Yi Feng stepped forward. Let's talk about the mission details. Next, Yi Feng asked the person delivering the mission to explain the details. Alright, Captain Yi. This time, the mission is an emergency one, targeting the capture of a wanted criminal, Shi Loji, who is a beast master with platinum level strength. Shi Loji is an A-level criminal who enjoys torturing and killing young women. During this period, we received intelligence that he has been lurking around Suzhou City. Currently, Shi Loji's strength is at the platinum level, so this time, our goal is very clear. Anyone who encounters this fugitive must be shot on the spot. The requirement for leading this mission is that it must be led by someone at the team leader level or above. Whoever wants to take on the mission, come to me to receive it. After the announcer finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned in unison towards Yi Feng. Just as Duan Zhaxue had said, the highest-ranking person present was Yi Feng. Even though their direct superior was not him, they still had to consider Yi Feng's opinion first. At this moment, there were more than 10 team leaders present, all of whom were platinum-level experts. This kind of urgent mission had a very high performance rating, and there wasn't a single person present who wasn't tempted. Moreover, even after Duan Zhaxue's reprimand, they still looked down on Yi Feng a bit. In their eyes, Yi Feng was just a young kid who hadn't even matured yet. He had taken the position of captain as soon as he joined the Beast Control Bureau. Anyone with eyes could see that he was just a golden boy who had gotten in through the back door. They had worked hard to reach the level of team leader in the Beast Control Bureau, while Yi Feng had just arrived and was already a captain. How could they possibly accept that? Captain Yi, why don't you let us handle this urgent mission? You should focus on other things with your little girlfriend in the office. After a moment of silence, one of the team leaders finally spoke up. In their eyes, Yi Feng and Duan Zhaxue were of similar age, having joined the Beast Control Bureau on the same day, and Duan Zhaxue had been protecting Yi Feng in every way. They had long regarded the two as a couple. Moreover, they didn't trust Yi Feng at all. If Yi Feng took on the mission, it would involve capturing a platinum-level illusion beast master. If something went wrong with the mission, it would not only damage the reputation of the Beast Control Bureau, they would also have to clean up after Yi Feng. And if the situation became even more critical, if this newly appointed captain died in the line of duty, it would only embolden some fugitives. The Beast Control Bureau would truly lose all face. Yes, Captain Yi, you're still young, there's no need to wade into this murky water. Young people, it's normal to be in love. After this team leader spoke up, the other team leaders also chimed in. After all, Yi Feng had just arrived, and they had no understanding of his strength. Moreover, the performance rating for this kind of mission was very high, and they were truly reluctant to let it go. Who said I was in a relationship with her? We're just colleagues, Yi Feng explained. However, upon hearing the words of the other team leaders, especially after learning about the target this time, he had an idea in his mind. This mission was so difficult, he could use it to make Duan Zhaxue back off. Although Duan Zhaxue had been nice to him after their meeting today, even kneading his legs for an hour. But, having such a person around him was always uncomfortable. This mission, our Team 6 will take it. Yi Feng responded very decisively. Upon hearing this, Duan Zhaxue was somewhat surprised but said nothing. Captain Yi, think twice, after all, you just joined our Beast Control Bureau, and there's no need to take on an urgent mission for your first task. You can try doing other tasks first. At the same time, the other team leaders were also surprised that Yi Feng would directly take on the mission. Capturing a platinum-level fugitive was no joke. A slight misstep could lead to loss of life. It's settled then, give me the mission details. Yi Feng's tone left no room for refusal. Although the announcer didn't understand what these people were worried about, he still handed the mission details to Yi Feng. He was just a clerk, not involved in executing tasks, so who would take on this mission? He didn't care about it at all. Let's go. After taking the task, Yi Feng glanced around a bit and said. Upon hearing this, Duan Zhaxue immediately followed suit. Thus, the two of them strode away. Only the people from the Beast Control Bureau were left looking bewildered.
He actually took the mission. Truly a young bull not afraid of tigers. There are only 2 of them? What can they do? Talk about love? Exactly. You know, even if we were given this kind of A-level mission, we would have to optimize it. Damn, this Gilded Junior is such a hassle. With money and power, why not just lie at home instead of wading into the murky waters of the Beast Control Bureau? Alright, stop looking, quietly follow them, and wait to clean up after this Yi team leader. If these 2 are gone, when the team leaders come back, we definitely won't be spared. He has the mayor's backing. Worried about the safety of Yi Feng and Duan Joshua, after they left, the remaining team leaders quickly mobilized their subordinates to follow them. Meanwhile, after Yi Feng and the others left, they immediately took a taxi to the wilderness. I just looked at the mission details. A few hours ago, Shirluji's figure was spotted by informants in the dry persimmon wilderness. This time is very short. He should not have left yet. Yi Feng was constructing the information about Shirluji in his mind. The dry persimmon wilderness is a large outdoor area outside of Gusa City, considered one of the notable leveling spots in Gusa City. Finding someone here is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, it's to find a platinum level beast master. He is a beast master, capable of transforming into ferocious beasts at any time. And we know very little about this guy. We have no idea what kind of ferocious beast he can transform into. Duan Joshua frowned and said, if we want to find him, we will have to check each ferocious beast one by one, which is the most troublesome thing. If we want to find Shirluji, doesn't that mean we have to keep grinding monsters? You're not wrong. So once we enter the dry persimmon wilderness, you need to work hard. Yi Feng nodded. I work hard? What about you? Duan Joshua tilted her head and asked, what do you care what I do? I am your superior, and you are my bodyguard. My words are the rules, do not question my orders. Besides, my skills are life-consuming, okay? Do you want me to die? You are the eldest lady of the Duan family. With elders who are king-level powerhouses, I don't believe you don't have a way to deal with a platinum powerhouse. Yi Feng smiled and said, in fact, Shirluji meant nothing to him. To be honest, not to mention platinum-level professionals, even king-level ones, he didn't take seriously. Although there are many silver and gold-level lord-class ferocious beasts in the dry persimmon wilderness. But the problem is not big. After all, with Duan Joshua's strength, dealing with some ordinary bronze-level ferocious beasts is naturally not a problem. Moreover, he wanted to take this opportunity to make Duan Joshua do more work, partly to punish her for previously being disgusting with old lady Duan. Secondly, it would be best to encounter some danger, let her know the difficulty and retreat from the team. This would be a perfect ending, a win-win situation. Before long, the taxi had already stopped at the outskirts of the dry persimmon wilderness. After the 2 got out of the car, they headed towards the dry persimmon wilderness. Upon entering, the first thing that caught their eyes was the land crisscrossed with ravines, broken walls and ruins continuously, and low trees growing in clusters. A desolate scene. It was completely different from the lush, dark forest Yi Feng had brushed through before. It is said that this wilderness was once the site of a great city 1,000 years ago, but it was destroyed by a mysterious force, turning it into a wilderness. What are you still dawdling for? After stopping, Yi Feng looked at Duan Joshua. With so many fierce beasts over there, why aren't you going to farm them? Okay. Duan Joshua couldn't help but roll her eyes. She really had to farm them one by one, but alas, her grandmother had instructed her. She couldn't go against Yi Feng, so she could only step forward. Now, although Duan Joshua had already met the conditions for her first job change, she hadn't completed the job change quest yet. Therefore, she was still just a solid bronze level. Challenging silver level opponents was not too difficult, but it wasn't that simple either. So, Yi Feng quietly watched her farm monsters from the side. Soon, Yi Feng noticed that Duan Joshua's skills were quite good. She was a hidden class ice elementalist. This class could definitely be considered a top-tier profession. Moreover, ice-type classes were among the best in all professions. Yi Feng remembered that Grandma Duan's profession seemed to be a cursed mage. Although cursed mages were also decent, they paled in comparison to elementalists. Furthermore, perhaps because Duan Joshua had been by Grandma Duan's side since her awakening, her combat awareness and skills were much better than those of ordinary practitioners. At least she was stronger than him. Yi Feng, however, he was a necromancer.
Having combat skills was not important at all. As long as he had lifespan, that was enough. But coincidentally, what he lacked the least was lifespan. Although Yifeng wanted to just be a spectator, he quickly remembered that he actually needed to level up too. Before the big competition, he still wanted to reach gold level first. Summon skeletons, Yifeng said softly, and soon 20 skeleton captains appeared behind him. Go, avoid us, and slaughter at will. After giving the order, the skeleton captains scattered. Now, he could focus on watching Duan Joshua. Although he did want Duan Joshua to know the difficulty, he didn't want her to die on the spot. Even though Duan Joshua was an ice-type sorceress, she was still only silver level, which was somewhat dangerous. Yifeng had to protect her a little from the side. Your robe is nice. It should be of gold quality, right? Yifeng took a few steps to Duan Joshua's side. Duan Joshua's eyes lit up. She thought Yifeng was coming to help her because he saw her working hard. Even if Yifeng couldn't help farm monsters, he could at least help her draw aggro. Wow, your staff is interesting. It's actually an ice-type staff. How much of a boost does it give to your power? Damn, Duan bodyguard, your shoes aren't also mage equipment, are they? Wait, that necklace of yours. Hey, that outfit inside, is it also mage equipment? The more Yifeng looked, the more amazed he became. And this series of questions from Yifeng made Duan Joshua's head spin. She, the young lady of one of the 3 great families of Gusa City, was wearing luxurious equipment that others dreamed of, but now she could only bitterly become a worker. Duan Joshua felt wronged. Although she didn't expect Yifeng to be sympathetic, she didn't want him to add to her troubles. And most importantly, she had already reached the limit level for her job change. After farming so many monsters, she hadn't gained any experience at all. She had completely become a farming tool. Yifeng, can you not disturb me while I'm trying hard? If aggro could be materialized. Duan Joshua really wanted to condense a 40-meter-long greatsword to chop Yifeng into pieces. Let's leave it at that for now. I feel that Shirliji is at least a platinum-level powerhouse, and for his own safety, he shouldn't be hiding in such a fringe area. Let's go deeper. Yifeng quickly changed the subject. Okay. Hearing this, Duan Joshua let out a sigh of relief. At least she could rest for a while. She felt a bit sore from casting spells. The two walked for a few minutes and arrived at a place overgrown with weeds. The grass here was surprisingly 1 meter 80 or 90 tall. This is it. Clear a patch of ground. I can sense quite a few fierce beasts around here. And if someone is hiding, this is the perfect spot. Yifeng said with a serious expression. Me? Who else? Are you the one washing dishes in your family? Yifeng retorted. You. Fine. Duan Joshua gritted her teeth, no longer saying anything, her face full of anger as she walked ahead. It took her half an hour to barely clear a patch of ground. However, before she could catch her breath, small snakes began to emerge from the other side. This is never ending. At that moment, Duan Joshua was covered in dirt. Her clothes were soaked with dust. She had transformed from a beautiful princess into a Cinderella. Hurry up. Can't you deal with these small snakes? Yifeng lay down on the grass he had spread out, looking quite comfortable as he watched Duan Joshua, occasionally shouting, put in some effort. Haven't you eaten? This skill you're using, can it really be empty? I really don't know how you practiced. I advise you not to call yourself the young lady of the Duan family anymore. I'm afraid others will laugh at you when they hear that. If you really can't handle it, just leave. This profession is wasted on you. Hearing Yifeng's words, Duan Joshua's expression darkened even more. As the young lady of the Duan family, when had she ever been treated like this? Letting herself grind monsters was one thing, but why was she being made to clear weeds? The silver and gold skill scrolls she had prepared were almost used up. Even if she had to grind some difficult monsters, that would be fine. Yet Yifeng actually made her clear weeds here. This was just too blatant bullying. Just as Duan Joshua was seething with anger, Yifeng, on the other side, occasionally trembled slightly. With each wave of weakness, his level kept rising. In just about an hour, the skeletons he had summoned had cleared quite a few small monsters around. Now, he had leveled up 3 times. After leveling up, Yifeng immediately used the Necromancer enhancement pool. At this moment, all his skills were stronger than before. This young lady, finally about to reach her breaking point, as Duan Joshua was on the verge of collapse. Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He had already thought it through. Later, he would symbolically try to persuade her to stay. And,
Given her current angry attitude, she would definitely refuse his plea. At that time, he could smoothly let Duan Joshua leave the Beast Control Bureau. Perfect. Even Yifeng had to admire how clever his mind was. He could come up with such a wise plan. He was simply a genius. Rustle just as Yifeng was waiting for Duan Joshua to explode. Suddenly, from the bushes on their side, a series of rustling sounds reached Yifeng's ears. Is someone there? Yifeng frowned. The next moment, a bald man suddenly rushed out from Duan Joshua's left. He had a nearly 10-centimeter long scar across his eye. And this scar, Yifeng and Duan Joshua were all too familiar with it. Shirleji, that distinctive feature on the wanted poster of Shirleji. Yifeng's heart leaped with joy. It was truly a case of finding something without any effort. Where did this little girl come from? Doesn't she know it's dangerous to be alone in a dungeon? Shirleji looked around and immediately spotted Duan Joshua. He originally thought they were just some country bumpkin, but upon closer inspection, he realized they were decked out in luxurious gear. Just one item could fetch a high price. Looking more closely, although Duan Joshua's face was covered in dust, it couldn't hide her stunning beauty. Oh ho ho! So you're a little beauty. Come here to uncle. I'll protect you. A beauty like you is hard to come by. Shirleji's heart surged with joy. This was simply too perfect. Not only was this woman incredibly wealthy, but he could also take her gear and have a good time. It was a win-win situation. You dog, you've committed countless crimes in Gusa City. Do you think there are no laws? Duan Joshua quickly retreated to Yifeng's side. Her face filled with anger. She had already been pushed to the brink by Yifeng. Now seeing Shirleji appear, she finally had a place to vent her fury. Little beauty, say a few more words. The more you say, the more excited I get. I love a fiery little beauty like you. Conquering you will be so much fun. Shirleji laughed heartily. In his eyes, there was only pleasure. No laws. You really are unaware of your own death. Duan Joshua said coldly, today, I will take your dog life. At the same time, the scene before Yifeng, who was originally just watching, left him stunned. No way. Was Duan Joshua always this brave? The person opposite her was a platinum-level powerhouse. How could she dare to provoke him like this? Didn't she fear at all? But before Yifeng could think further, he saw Duan Joshua pull out a skill scroll radiating purple light. You dare to tease this young lady. Today is your death day. This Icefall Arrow Rain scroll is specifically meant to kill you. A hint of malice appeared on Duan Joshua's face. The skill scroll in her hand was her confidence. It was a platinum-level skill book. It was a protective item personally chosen for her by old lady Duan. This skill book perfectly matched her profession. As long as she infused a bit of her magic power, she could unleash all the power of the skill book. Because of this, she wasn't afraid after Yifeng took the task and saw Shirleji. What she wanted was to personally kill Shirleji at this moment. A platinum-level skill book? How could it be in the hands of a little girl? What a waste. Shirleji scoffed. Icefall Arrow Rain. Without responding to Shirleji's words, Duan Joshua immediately activated the skill. In an instant, the temperature in the sky dropped, slowly forming ice arrows, aimed at Shirleji. The next second, a flurry of arrows shot out, and the moment after, but facing the incoming ice arrows. A mere platinum skill. You think you can deal with me? Suddenly, Shirleji roared. His body began to transform in a strange way. Seconds later, he actually morphed into a large snake, coiling his body into the shape of a shield. He blocked all the arrows. Not a single scratch. No, this Shirleji is not platinum level. Yifeng's brows furrowed tightly. Diamond level. He definitely possesses diamond level strength. The intel is wrong. And at this moment, how is this possible? This is a platinum level scroll. How could he be unscathed? Duan Joshua's eyes were vacant. Impossible. This can't be. Get out of the way. Yifeng shouted. Although he had tried to warn Duan Joshua as much as possible, the snake that Shirleji had transformed into swung its tail. It struck heavily against Duan Joshua. In an instant, a wave of pain exploded in Duan Joshua's abdomen. Blood sprayed out. Finally, Duan Joshua fell heavily to the ground. Why didn't you dodge just now? At this moment, Yifeng had also arrived in front of Duan Joshua. He frowned. How are you doing now? I'm fine. It's just superficial wounds. You should hurry and run. I can hold on for a while. Duan Joshua stood up again. She was ready to fight to the death with Shirleji. As the eldest daughter of the Duan family, she absolutely could not run ahead of others. especially Yifeng.
Moreover, they were all from the Beast Control Bureau, and as Yifeng was the leader, she had no reason to abandon her leader and run away first.
However, as your leader, I now order you to hurry and run.
You know military orders are as heavy as a mountain, Yifeng said in a deep voice.
No, I can't leave you here. Duan Joshua quickly refused. Are you stupid?
Yifeng rolled his eyes.
If you think a little, you should know that as a necromancer, I can't run faster than you. Plus,
you're injured now. Staying here is just a burden to me.
Have you forgotten what the high school teacher taught in class about the stakes in such situations? Don't become a liability to your teammates after getting injured. Oh my, Duan Xiaoxue, no wonder you always score lower than me on tests. Do you always daydream in class? Upon hearing this, Duan Xiaoxue was momentarily stunned.
She knew Yifeng was right, staying behind would only mean waiting for death. Then you hold on a little longer, it's not far from here to the outside.
I'll go find reinforcements now, Duan Joshua said firmly. You need to hurry and leave, otherwise, none of us will be able to escape soon.
Yifeng helplessly pushed her away.
After seeing Duan Joshua leave, finally gone,
Yifeng let out a sigh of relief.
To be honest, it wasn't that he wanted Duan Joshua to leave because she would become a burden.
He simply didn't want to use his skills casually in front of her. It was just that he didn't want her to discover it.
Even though she had become his subordinate, there was still a very calculating grandmother. If he didn't hold back, it would definitely be a hassle in the future. Moreover, he really couldn't trust Duan Joshua right now. Damn it, to perform the hero saving the beauty act in front of me, you're asking for death. At this moment, Shirliji was extremely angry.
Even his breathing became heavier.
You have to know,
the thing he hated most in this life was the hero saving the beauty trope.
Kid, since you are willing to stay and die, I will fulfill your wish today. In the next moment, Shirliji's body transformed again, turning into a raging giant bear. TSK, a raging giant bear. You can even transform into this thing.
Yifeng curiously stared at the raging giant bear not far away.
He had learned about it in textbooks.
The raging giant bear was a diamond-level ferocious beast and definitely counted as a brutal beast,
with a straightforward fighting style that often relied on its immense strength to crush opponents.
But at least you're a beast master.
Can't you find some handsome ferocious beasts? With you like this, which girl would like you? Yifeng sighed repeatedly. Sigh. Forget it, anyway, a wanted criminal like you doesn't have any sense of aesthetics.
Since you like this kind of violent creature,
then I'll summon some perverse creatures to play with you. Summon. Lich. In an instant, the world changed color. What is a lich? With its powerful magic, it alters life forms, transcends nature, and achieves immortality, defying the heavens and changing fate.
When Yifeng used the lich summoning skill, the sky was instantly filled with blood-red hues.
Clouds of black mist enveloped the barren wilderness. The game has begun. Yifeng's lips curled slightly. In the next second, figures in black robes, wielding staffs, appeared behind Yifeng. Looking out, it was a sea of black. What the hell are these things?
As the raging giant bear transformed by Shirliji stepped into the black mist, an overwhelming fear surged into his heart.
No, if I go any deeper, I might die. No, I could die right now. No,
I must escape from here.
Shirliji's heart raced faster and faster.
Although after transforming into a ferocious beast, his sense of fear was much lower than that of an ordinary human.
This time, he felt a constant sense of death looming around him. No matter which direction he moved, east, south, west, or north, he felt as if he was heading towards an abyss. Thinking of leaving at this time? Don't dream, Yifeng sneered. With the evil deeds you've committed, have you ever thought about what those girls are thinking? Today, no matter what, I will hunt you.
Although Yifeng could only summon a mid-tier lich army now, each lich possessed platinum-level strength,
and after just 3 enhancements, their power was even stronger. Perhaps in a one-on-one fight, the liches might not be able to defeat this diamond-level beast master. But, who fights one-on-one in a brawl? Group fights are a man's romance. Kill him. Yifeng pointed at Shirliji. At this moment,
Shirliji had nowhere to escape.
Liches are a type of necromantic creature leaning towards the mage class. They wield magical skills.
It can be said that each lich is like a turret capable of continuously casting spells.
Generally speaking, overwhelming bombardment is the lich army's strongest tactic. If a full army is mobilized, groups of liches appear, all casting spells at once. The sky is filled with spells that can instantly shatter the enemy's fighting spirit. This is the truly terrifying aspect of liches. After Yi Feng's command was given, the black mist over the Gonshur wilderness grew even thicker, and Shirluji immediately sensed that the surrounding black mist was crazily eroding him like maggots burrowing into flesh. Even though he had transformed into the most powerful raging giant bear, the fear in his heart continued to amplify. Who are you? The raging giant bear that Shirluji had transformed into let out a furious roar. Me? I'm very ordinary, just a necromancer. Oh, I forgot to tell you, every one of my skills is a forbidden spell. Yi Feng's lips curled slightly. Forbidden spell? You actually used a forbidden spell against me, a diamond tier professional. Upon hearing this, despair surged in Shirluji's heart, and the raging giant bear turned to flee. You're a madman. Ha ha ha, I am indeed a madman. Come on, Shirluji, enjoy the requiem from hell. Yi Feng said softly. In the next second, the tips of the lich's staffs lit up simultaneously, and all the liches began to chant at the same time. At that moment, Shirluji felt as if he was in a Buddhist hall reciting scriptures, only this time, the recitation was replaced by dark magic. Soon, dark six-pointed star formations began to coalesce in the sky. In the next instant, black light beams emerged from the formation, striking the raging giant bear. Boom! The earth trembled, mountains shook, endless black light instantly engulfed the massive raging giant bear. Gusu's city, mayor's office. Jiang Feng was handling documents with a serious expression when suddenly, the phone beside him rang. Hello, this is Mayor Jiang Feng. After picking up the phone, before he could react, an anxious voice came from the other end. Mayor, it's bad. You need to look southeast. The heavens are shifting. Jiang Feng recognized the voice. It was the director of the Beast Control Bureau. If it were someone else, Jiang Feng might have scolded them for being too flustered, but he knew the director of the Beast Control Bureau very well. He had always been a very composed person, saying he could remain unperturbed even if a mountain collapsed before him would not be an exaggeration. Now that the director of the Beast Control Bureau was so flustered, it must mean that something significant had happened. Jiang Feng hardly hesitated and turned to look out the window. Southeast? What the hell is that? Jiang Feng frowned slightly. Although the distance was somewhat far, even as a king-level powerhouse, he could only vaguely see something unusual, but he could clearly feel countless strands of dark light piercing through the heavens and the earth. This phenomenon of the world made him uncomfortable. Today, Mayor, I received an urgent order about Yi Feng heading to the Gonshur wilderness. Although I ordered a stop immediately, it was too late. The director of the Beast Control Bureau said hurriedly. Southeast, Gonshur wilderness. I'm afraid Yi Feng is in danger. Jiang Feng immediately made a judgment. This phenomenon of the world was extraordinary. There were very few people capable of causing such a thing. Of course, there were many in the world who could unleash powers stronger than this phenomenon, but in Suzhou City, not just anyone could create such an effect. Mayor, do you mean that Yi Feng used his abilities? Yes, there is a high possibility. I just received news from the Duan family. According to old lady Duan, Yi Feng and Duan Jiaxue encountered the wanted criminal Shirluji. If Yi Feng used his skills, then Shirluji is not a platinum-level powerhouse at all, but a diamond-level powerhouse. Yi Feng let Duan Jiaxue leave first, and stayed there himself. Right, unless it was an accident. The cause of this phenomenon is very likely the skill released by Yi Feng. The director of the Beast Control Bureau's voice grew lower. He knew very well what this meant. Yi Feng's main purpose in coming to the city government was as a mascot, but to have such a problem of using skills on his very first day at the Beast Control Bureau, not to mention whether the city government would punish him, the military would definitely latch onto this matter. If Yi Feng was still alive, that would be great, but if Yi Feng had consumed all his lifespan by using his skills, that would be the most unsolvable problem. The Beast Control Bureau would at least bear 40 to 60% of the responsibility. As for the rest, what is the Intelligence Bureau doing? For a wanted criminal who has committed so many heinous acts, you now tell me the investigation was wrong? Are you trying to fool me just because I didn't personally supervise it? Good. Very good. Go tell the director of the Intelligence Bureau that if anything happens to Yi Feng, he might as well go home and retire. Jiang Feng's tone was chilling. This time he was genuinely angry. Not just because of Yi Feng, more so because of the issues with the department's staff. He had some understanding of Shirluji's case,
It had been investigated for a long time without any new developments, which was already frustrating. Now, there was even erroneous information. This time, Yi Feng was leading the team. Since he used his skills, he would definitely lose lifespan, or perhaps he had already lost it. Of course, sure Lizhi would be captured. But what if it were someone else? What if it were the leader of the Beast Control Bureau instead of Yi Feng? The strength of the Beast Control Bureau's leader was platinum level, and the team members were all of varying strengths, but there were at least 10. If they found the wanted criminal only to discover the information was wrong, all of them would be accounted for in the Gonsher wilderness. Mistakes would cost lives, and in his eyes, such a price was far too great. The director of the Beast Control Bureau was also feeling ashamed at this moment, saying, "Mayor, old lady Duan has already personally gone to the dried persimmon wilderness. I admit I made a mistake and will wait for my punishment. You should pray that Yi Feng is alright." After Jiang Feng finished speaking, he hung up the phone. "Yi Feng, you can't have any problems." Jiang Feng exhaled heavily. Although he tried to comfort himself in his heart that Yi Feng was fine, it ultimately had no effect. In the end, he rushed out of the mayor's office and headed straight for the dried persimmon wilderness. At the same time, in the dried persimmon wilderness, Yi Feng was sitting on the ground. Around him were piles of various women's lingerie and underwear, and beside him lay a mutilated corpse, which was Sure Lizhi. This dead pervert. Why are there so many strange things in his spatial ring? This quantity could open a lingerie store, right? 9 out of 10 are black. This guy really loves black stockings. Sigh. What is this thing? As he continued to rummage through a storage ring in his hand, Yi Feng suddenly froze. He discovered a token wrapped in one of the pieces of lingerie. This seems to be a token for a relic dungeon, but I don't know which relic it belongs to. Yi Feng examined it closely. He couldn't discern any information from the token. Unlike equipment, when equipment becomes his, it automatically displays information on his profession panel. However, items like tokens require professionals for identification. Moreover, there are quite a few people on the market who make fakes. Yi Feng had even heard that some could alter the detailed information on tokens. In the case of encountering a token, only treasure appraisal professions could extract the most original information. I didn't expect this guy to have a token. I wonder what the difficulty of this dungeon is. If the difficulty isn't high, I could take Fatty to try it out. After coming up with an idea, Yi Feng put the dungeon token away. Yi Feng, just as Yi Feng was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone calling him. From the voice, he could preliminarily judge. It was Duan Zhaxue. Why is she back? Yi Feng felt puzzled, but the next second, he thought carefully. If he was fine, that wouldn't be good. Thinking of this, Yi Feng casually picked up a piece of clothing and smeared Sure Lizhi's blood on his face and body. After that, he hurriedly threw all the lingerie and underwear back into Sure Lizhi's spatial ring. Then he lay down beside it. How could this happen? Not long after, Duan Zhaxue arrived at the scene, and upon seeing the tragic scene on the ground, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Her voice already tinged with tears. "Yi Feng, are you alright? This is all my fault." In the next moment, she rushed to Yi Feng's side in 3 steps, kneeling down and lifting Yi Feng onto her lap, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Yi Feng, wake up! I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being so useless. It's all my fault for getting you into this situation. If I hadn't been so useless, if I hadn't been unable to fight that pervert, Duan Zhaxue sobbed continuously. If it weren't for me trying to show off and not taking you away immediately, you wouldn't have been forced to use your skills. It's all my fault. I was too self-righteous, always thinking I could handle everything. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Yi Feng didn't expect Duan Zhaxue to cry directly, feeling drops of her tears fall on his face. At that moment, Yi Feng couldn't hold back any longer. He forced his eyes open and softly said, "Sister, can you stop crying? If you keep crying, you might really send me away." "Yi Feng, you're not dead." Looking at Yi Feng, whose face was covered in blood, Duan Zhaxue's originally sad expression instantly turned to one of surprise. She had just even thought about how to give Yi Feng a grand burial. "I'm someone who will live to be 100, how could I possibly die from a mere skill?" Yi Feng feigned weakness as he spoke. "I just feel a bit tired and my body aches, but lying here with you makes me feel much better." "Then you should lie down a bit longer," Duan Zhaxue quickly replied. Hearing Yi Feng's words, her guilt only grew stronger. Seeing that he was so easy to talk to, Yi Feng continued. My body is so sore, can you give me a massage? Massage? I'm not very good at it. Don't worry, just massage boldly. Yi Feng forced a smile on his face. Is this pressure okay? Woo woo. Thus, Duan Zhaoxue, while choking back tears, began to massage Yi Feng. Yi Feng. Woo woo. Are you comfortable? Should I press harder? Woo woo. Perhaps fearing that she might hurt Yi Feng, Duan Zhaoxue's strength remained very light. However, Yi Feng wasn't someone who cared much about such things. Looking at it this way, aside from being a bit proud at times, Miss Duan is actually quite nice. At this moment, seeing the usually haughty young lady personally worried about and serving him, Yi Feng's impression of Duan Zhaoxue changed a bit. Of course, it was only a slight change. Duan Zhaoxue might be a bit simple in character, but that old lady from the Duan family was not easy to deal with. Keeping Duan Zhaoxue by his side was not a good idea. No matter how he looked at it, he had no idea what that old lady from the Duan family was really planning. Meanwhile, on the other side, old lady Duan had already learned of the message sent to her by Duan Zhaoxue. She rushed to the Gonshur wilderness at the first opportunity. However, by the time she arrived, the strange phenomena in the sky had completely dissipated. The first thing she saw was a group of people in the Beast Control Bureau uniforms, their faces filled with shock. They were all far away from the Gonshur wilderness. These were the team leaders and their members who had followed Yi Feng. Before this, they had sensed the aura of Shi Liji and were about to rush to help. But then Yi Feng's forbidden spell aura enveloped the entire area. Those who had previously looked down on Yi Feng had all risked their lives to avoid being affected. Now, these platinum-level professionals didn't even dare to step half a foot into the Gonshur wilderness. Damn Shi Liji, ruining my Duan family's good fortune, old lady Duan said bitterly. She wasn't worried about her granddaughter's safety. Old lady Duan knew very well that Yi Feng would never lose to a wanted criminal. What he possessed could rival royal-level means. Even if Shi Liji was a diamond-level expert, he wouldn't last a single round against Yi Feng, especially since Yi Feng's lifespan was short, and having used a skill, he would definitely be in a desperate state. What she was worried about now was whether Yi Feng would run out of energy. Let's find someone first. Soon, old lady Duan found the location of Yi Feng and the others. As a royal-level powerhouse, it was quite simple for her to locate someone. Unless one deliberately concealed their aura, it was not a difficult task for her at all. When old lady Duan arrived nearby, she immediately saw Duan Zhaoxue giving Yi Feng a massage. Instantly, her anxious heart relaxed, and seeing that the relationship between the two had improved significantly, she felt quite pleased. Old lady Duan, you came quite quickly. At that moment, a figure landed beside her. Mayor. Old lady Duan swallowed hard. Her heart startled. She hadn't sensed the mayor's aura at all. They were both royal-level powerhouses, yet the gap between them was so vast. Such terrifying strength. Perhaps it is indeed as the rumors say. This Mayor Jiang could elevate to the true king level at any moment. If the other party hadn't spoken, she might not have known that Mayor Jiang Feng had already arrived nearby. Mayor, I received news from my granddaughter first, worried that Yi Feng might be in trouble, so I came ahead. Just an old woman's concern. Old Madame Duan stepped aside, allowing the mayor to see what was happening ahead. Then let's not disturb them here. Let's go. Let the young people handle it themselves. Young love is both pure and passionate. And seeing Yi Feng safe and sound, the stone in Jiang Feng's heart also fell. At this moment, seeing the two so close, he was even more convinced of what old Madame Duan had said last night. I was just thinking the same. Please, Mayor. Thus, old Madame Duan made a gesture of invitation, and the two walked away, as if they had never been there. Yi Feng lay down and unknowingly fell asleep. When he woke up again, the sky had already darkened. How long have I been sleeping? A few hours, I suppose. At this moment, Yi Feng was still lying on Duan Zhaoxue's lap, which surprised him a bit. Why didn't you wake me? Your leg must be numb. This was truly not Yi Feng's intention. Although he was immortal, every time he used a skill, it felt as if his body had been emptied. Coupled with Duan Zhaoxue's massage and the soft, white pillow of her leg, it was so comfortable that it directly lulled him into a dream. It's nothing. Duan Zhaoxue smiled. As long as you're comfortable. In her heart, even if Yi Feng asked her to keep massaging, she wouldn't mind at all. After all, compared to the life that Yi Feng had lost, what she was doing was truly insignificant. That was just her nature. Even when she knew Yifeng was using skills to grind monsters, she didn't care. After all, that was Yifeng's own leveling up, and could even be seen as courting death. But this time, to save her, Yifeng had risked his life using skills, and she couldn't just ignore it. The guilt in her heart was broader than the ocean. To be honest, if Yifeng had died this time, she might never recover in her lifetime. Yifeng would become her inner demon. We should go. We haven't returned to submit the quest yet. Finally, Yifeng stood up, stretching his shoulders. No need. The mayor sent me a message. He's submitting the quest for us, Duan Joshua replied, getting up as she spoke. Perhaps because she had been sitting too long. As soon as she stood up, her body uncontrollably fell again. Since the mayor has helped us handle it, then there's no rush. Take your time. Yifeng was quick to react, quickly supporting her and placing her back on the ground. Okay. Duan Joshua nodded. A sudden flush appeared on her face. By the way, I need to attend the auction at the Suzhou trading house later. Let me take you back to the Duan family first. Yifeng looked at the sky, recalling his agreement with the fat man. At this moment, the sky had gradually darkened. Late at night, this place was not in the city, and for the bronze-level Duan Joshua, it was still somewhat dangerous. This could be considered a reward for her being a pillow for a day. I'm fine. An auction? I can go with you. Upon hearing this, Duan Joshua quickly said, I'll take you home instead. I really am fine. I want to go with you to the auction. No, you are the young lady of the Duan family. It wouldn't be good to not return home at night, would it? I know about this auction at the trading house. They sent an invitation to our Duan family yesterday. The family had decided that I would represent us at the event. Yifeng felt a bit helpless, although he felt that Duan Joshua was actually quite easy to get along with now, and their relationship had improved a bit. He didn't want her to be his little shadow. Alright then, let's go together. But, given the current situation, it was clear that he could no longer refuse. Yay! Duan Joshua stood up excitedly, but before 3 seconds had passed, she collapsed again, still feeling numb from the pressure. Yifeng quickly supported her. Don't rush. I can't just leave you here. After that, the two chatted casually and headed to the trading hall together. When they arrived, they found the trading street where the hall was located was packed with people. The entire street was ablaze with lights, as if the whole place was celebrating a grand occasion tonight. Such a big event? Yifeng was a bit surprised. Although he had seen and heard a lot online and from classmates about the trading hall holding an auction for sky-high priced equipment, he had never witnessed it in person. Not only was this street crowded, but nearby streets were also experiencing traffic jams. Aside from the Spring Festival, he rarely saw such a grand scene. It was evident that the trading hall in Suzhou City was taking this very seriously. Well, this auction. I've heard that the items are of particularly high quality, and there are quite a few novel items. Upon hearing this, Yifeng nodded, looking around. He wasn't sure if the large scale of this event was related to the 2 legendary pieces of equipment he sold, but upon reflection, it probably had no direct connection. After all, he had only handed those 2 pieces of Tianteng equipment to Manager Mu just yesterday. In such a short time, it was clearly impossible to arrange everything so perfectly. Then, the two strolled leisurely to the vicinity of the trading hall when a woman in a long dress approached them. Hello, are you Mr. Yifeng? The woman had a very well-proportioned figure, wearing a qipao and high heels, looking like a staff member, holding a card in her hand. Yes, that's me. Yifeng nodded. He had no impression of this person and wasn't sure why she was looking for him. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately handed over the card in her hand, respectfully saying, Mr. Yifeng, this is something our manager Mu specifically instructed me to give to you when I saw you. Manager Mu wants to give this to me? Yifeng was taken aback for a moment, then immediately took it, opening it to find his seat at the auction displayed on it. I see. You can go back to your work. Alright, does Mr. Yifeng need me to take you in right away? No need. I'm waiting for a friend here. Then if Mr. Yi has any questions, you can contact me or any other staff at any time. Yifeng nodded, and the woman left discreetly. You still have dealings with Manager Mu? Duan Joshua asked curiously, as she was well aware of Yifeng's family background. She had also heard some things about the beautiful manager of the trading hall, Mu Shuer. This surprised her that Yifeng actually knew her. It's just that I sold a bit of equipment. so she invited me to attend today's auction. Yi Feng replied honestly. A client relationship? That's normal, giving a spot isn't a big deal. Duan Joshua nodded, not feeling anything was amiss. So who are we waiting for now? The fatty. Yi Feng looked around. Who is the fatty? Duan Joshua asked, puzzled. It's Lu Han, a guy who always hangs out with me, you should have seen him. Yi Feng explained. After all, they were classmates, and he thought Duan Joshua should know the fatty. You should know that he received a lot of attention at school back then, and even many girls tried to get close to him because of Lu Han. They wanted to intentionally contact Lu Han to ask for his contact information. Even the chubby guy became quite famous. Back then, this chubby guy even created a fake account, selling a contact for 100 dragon coins. Afterward, they would split the spoils, but it allowed them to earn quite a bit of pocket money. I have a bit of an impression. Duan Joshua recalled as much as she could. She was different from others. She had always wanted to compare herself to Yi Feng, so she really hadn't paid much attention to the people around Yi Feng. However, upon careful thought, she could indeed remember such a person. Just then, Shan Zi, a familiar voice rang out behind them. It really feels like a year apart in just one day. How come I feel like your body has become even sturdier? Lu Han excitedly hugged Yi Feng from behind, his face full of excitement. Chubby, you're late. What? Now that you're the young master of the Lu family, has your personality changed? Dressed so flashy? Yi Feng said with a smile. For some reason, just seeing his good brother lifted his spirits quite a bit. At that moment, Lu Han was wearing a luxurious custom suit, stepping in leather shoes, and even had his hair styled. If this outfit were on a domineering CEO, it would be quite fitting, but on the chubby guy, it seemed a bit out of place. You think I want to dress like this? After I went back to my hometown with my dad, I realized there are so many rules in the Lu family. This is something I had to do. Tonight, I'll punish myself with 2 drinks? Lu Han said with a bitter smile. After saying that, the 2 brothers laughed in unison. At this moment, Lu Han also noticed Duan Joshua standing aside. He was taken aback for a moment. Then he patted Yi Feng's shoulder with a look of satisfaction. Shan Zi, you're impressive. You used to act indifferent when you saw the school beauty. Could it be that you were just pretending, waiting for graduation? Are we really brothers if I didn't even know you were with the school beauty? Yi Feng was a bit speechless. Just as he was about to explain, Duan Joshua quickly spoke up. Our relationship is not what you think. I just feel sorry for Yi Feng, so I want to make amends. I understand. The chubby guy had a mischievous smile, then whispered in Yi Feng's ear. Shan Zi, you're impressive. You should tell me how you managed to charm our school beauty like this. I mean, I should be just as good looking as you, right? Why doesn't anyone want to be with me? Tisk tsk. You wouldn't have some tricks you haven't shared with me, would you? To make the school beauty so obedient. I'm really envious. If this gets to Wu Fan, that fool, he might just explode. He's been chasing the school beauty for a long time. Do you believe it? Yi Feng was too lazy to explain. In this situation, the more he explained, the more chaotic it became. They really had no relationship at all. If there had to be one, it would be a superior-subordinate relationship. Duan Joshua's earlier words were completely misunderstood by Lu Han. As for the apology Duan Joshua mentioned, he didn't take it seriously at all. Moreover, in his heart, the previous massage had long been considered an apology. Duan Joshua's thoughts were much simpler. If it hadn't been for her stubbornness to meet with Shi Luji, there wouldn't have been any incident with Yi Feng using his skills. So, after she learned that Yi Feng wanted to participate in the auction at the trading hall, she thought of buying something he desired to properly repay him. Alright, let's go into the auction house. To prevent the chubby guy from continuing his wild thoughts, Yi Feng quickly changed the subject. Immediately after, the 3 of them arrived at the ticket verification area of the auction at the trading hall. You can just follow me in later. Our Duan family has had a lot of dealings with the trading hall, so we can be considered old customers, which means we can directly enter the VIP room on the 5th floor. Duan Joshua said as she took out her invitation and handed it over. Please help us book a room on the 5th floor. The staff member took the invitation, verified it, and then said apologetically, I'm sorry, Miss Duan, but this time it's a large-scale auction for the entire province, and the Duan family can only go to the 3rd floor. You mean we can't go to the top floor? Duan Joshua never expected to be refused, and so decisively, This was simply beyond her imagination. In the past, at every auction held by the Suzhou Trading Hall, the Duan family could choose a VIP room on the 5th floor, even the top few rooms on the 5th floor. This time, not to mention choosing, they couldn't even go up to the 5th floor. That was a bit exaggerated. Although, Duan Jiaxue knew that this auction was very grand, but she didn't expect it to be exaggerated to this extent. The requirements were so high. Yes, I'm really sorry, Miss Duan. Your invitation should have mentioned this, so please bear with us for now. The staff member's attitude was very gentle, patiently explaining, there really is. In the past, Duan Jiaxue never had the habit of checking the invitation. Now that she looked, it was indeed the case. At this moment, Duan Jiaxue didn't know what to do, mainly because she really didn't have the habit of checking the invitation. After all, the Duan family was one of the 3 major families in Suzhou, and generally, the auction positions at the trading hall were also for the 3 major families. She had never considered this aspect, but she had already said in front of Yifeng that she would take him and Lu Han to the 5th floor, and now she actually didn't have the authority for that. Zhao Xue. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared from the side. It was Wu Fan. I didn't see you when I awakened yesterday, and I was worried about you. Later, I heard that you awakened a hidden profession in the provincial city. Congratulations. I knew Zhao Xue. You were definitely not an ordinary talent. Congratulations, he said gently. What profession I awakened has nothing to do with you. Duan Jiaxue frowned slightly. The Wu family was also one of the 3 major families in Suzhou, and they had some interactions with the Duan family, but she had no good feelings for Wu Fan. He was too self-righteous, which she found very annoying. Zhao Xue, I have a 4th floor invitation here. This auction has not only some extremely special items, but I also heard that legendary level equipment has appeared, and it seems there is more than one. So, this auction has also received a lot of attention. It's all because of my uncle, that's why I got a 4th floor invitation. Otherwise, I would only be able to sit on the 3rd floor, Wu Fan said excitedly. After that, he placed the invitation in front of Duan Jiaxue. His words were full of bragging. Although the Wu family was one of the 3 major families in Suzhou, the main branch of the Wu family was in the provincial city, and the current head of the Wu family in the provincial city was Wu Fan's uncle, Wu Di. As a notorious king of the underworld in the provincial city, the entire underworld was basically under Wu Di's control, so Wu Di had some weight. Of course, the underworld was still the underworld, and it couldn't be compared to those truly super families, but it was still quite good. At least in the provincial city, they had a lot of say. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been arranged on the 4th floor by the trading hall. Nowadays, Wu Fan came in place of his uncle, and naturally, he was extremely proud. An invitation to the 4th floor was a symbol of status. I heard that those who can sit on the 5th floor are all superpowers. Zhao Xue, why don't you come with me to the 4th floor? Those who can sit there are all influential figures. Wu Fan invited. No need. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiaxue's face was filled with disgust, her eyes full of disdain. I am Yi Feng's bodyguard. Wherever Yi Feng goes, I go. Yi Feng was not surprised that Duan Jiaxue would retort Wu Fan. The relationship between the two was not a secret at school. Once, Wu Fan had always been Duan Jiaxue's devoted admirer, but after being rejected by her, it became common knowledge in school. In a sense, it was just Wu Fan's one-sided affection. What? You're Yi Feng's lackey? And with such a retort, Wu Fan's expression darkened considerably. In such an occasion, being rejected like this, what face would he have left? In an instant, Wu Fan focused all the conflict on Yi Feng. He already hated Yi Feng intensely, and now that he was associated with him, he was even angrier. Moreover, it was Duan Jiaxue who had gotten involved with Yi Feng. This left Wu Fan somewhat bewildered. In his impression, Yi Feng shouldn't have any relationship with Duan Jiaxue. Their relationship was far from good. But in just one day, when did they become so close? Duan Jiaxue became Yi Feng's bodyguard? All of this, it must be because of Yi Feng. This guy, Yi Feng, must know that his future is at an end, so he wants to cling to Duan Jiaxue to find a way out for himself. Thinking of this, Wu Fan couldn't help but sneer at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, you don't really think that by clinging to a rich woman, your future will be smooth sailing, do you? What isn't yours will never be yours. You're just a toy for Jiaxue. Don't think that you can really soar to great heights and become a phoenix. In my eyes, You're just a poor loser. I earn more in a day of pocket money than you do in a month. Today, I'll let you know the gap between us. I'll put it this way, those 2 legendary pieces of equipment, I will definitely get them. And then you'll know you're just a mayfly shaking a big tree. To me, these are just things that can be obtained with a little money. But to you, they might be something you could never have in your lifetime. The more Wu Fan spoke, the angrier he became. You want to buy those 2 legendary pieces of equipment? I admit you're impressive. If you don't buy them today, you're a dog. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng nodded madly, his mouth almost grinning crookedly. Damn, this Wu Fan is just a big fool coming online. If he adds a little fuel to the fire, this mad dog will definitely raise the price to the sky. He was worried about not being able to sell at a high price. Wu Fan was truly a timely help. Just wait. After saying that, Wu Fan wanted to try again. Zhao Shui, are you really not coming with me? But this time, the only reply he got was Duan Zhao Shui turning her head away. Yi Feng, with those 2 legendary pieces of equipment, in the competition, I'll let you know what the real gap is. Just wait to be embarrassed. You stay on the 3rd floor today. Be a clown who can only look up to me for a lifetime. Seeing this, Wu Fan could only give up. After saying this fiercely, he handed over his invitation and walked into the auction hall. It doesn't matter. Remember, if you can't get those 2 pieces of equipment today, you'll be a dog from now on. Yi Feng sneered. Next, a few people were about to enter the auction hall. Mr. Yi Feng, please follow me. Suddenly, the beautiful attendant who had originally delivered the invitation to Yi Feng hurried over. Manager Mu has been waiting for you upstairs for quite some time and instructed me to bring you up. What's going on? Duan Zhaoxue and Lu Han both looked bewildered. It was one thing to send someone with an invitation. Manager Mu even sent someone to personally greet him? What kind of treatment was this? They had already been there for quite a while, and many people had entered the trading hall. Yet no one had been treated this way. In fact, aside from those verifying the invitations, there were no auction house staff outside at all. This was the only exception. Could it be she was assigned here just to receive Yi Feng? The 2 exchanged glances. They even felt a bit dreamy. Well, this is troublesome. Yi Feng seemed unfazed. What are you 2 thinking? Keep up. Oh, the chubby guy and Duan Zhaoxue quickly snapped out of their shock. They hurried to follow Yi Feng's lead. Although they had 1,000 questions they wanted to ask Yi Feng, they didn't know how to start. At that moment, Wu Fan, who had already reached the 4th floor, saw the 3 enter and was ready to start a new round of mockery. But the next second, he was left dumbfounded, because he saw that they were actually taking the elevator. What the hell? What's going on? Why are they allowed to take the elevator? Wu Fan's face was filled with disbelief. According to the rules of this auction, only the super VIPs on the 5th floor could take the elevator up. Moreover, he saw that there were even staff members leading Yi Feng and the others inside. Wu Fan's expression instantly darkened. The words he was about to say were swallowed back. Just a moment ago, he had been boasting in front of Yi Feng and Duan Zhaoxue. No wonder Zhaoxue didn't come to the 4th floor with him. It was like a dying man suddenly sitting up. The clown was actually me. It must be Lu Han. Wu Fan looked at the tall Lu Han. He suddenly remembered. His uncle Wu Di had mentioned to him before. The Lu family in the provincial city had just recognized a new young master, named Lu Han. Wu Fan had never thought that this person was Yi Feng's close friend. But now it seemed that Lu Han was the chubby guy next to Yi Feng. It must be like this. With the Lu family's influence, getting an invitation to the 5th floor must not be a difficult task. Wu Fan was very glad that he hadn't spoken harshly to Lu Han just now. Although his uncle Wu Di was a notorious kingpin in the provincial city, he couldn't compare to the Lu family at all. Even in the provincial city, the Lu family could rank among the top 3 families. Even across the entire Dragon Country, they could definitely be considered a first-class family. It seems I need to make a good relationship with Lu Han from now on, Wu Fan pondered. Offending the Lu family would bring him no benefits. Although his relationship with Lu Han had been very poor before, Lu Han's status was different now. In a sense, they were now of the same class. In the future, as long as the 2 could coexist peacefully, the past would naturally be forgotten. They might even be able to collaborate, thanks to their connection as classmates. On the other side, under the guidance of the attendant, Yi Feng and the others ascended to the 5th floor and entered a room filled with ancient charm. The furniture here was all made of expensive spiritual materials. On one side of the room, there was a large glass wall, and if you got close, you could clearly see the entire auction venue. At this moment, the venue was already filled with people. Quite a spectacular sight. Mr. Yi Feng, this is the room that our manager Mu specially prepared for you in advance. Good. Please thank Manager Mu for me. Although Yi Feng didn't care about the quality of the room, but after all, it was Mu Shue's heartfelt intention, so he had to thank her. He also really enjoyed collaborating with someone like Manager Mu. After these two transactions, Yi Feng could always sense a very capable aura from Mu Shue. She was decisive in everything she did. This way of conducting business was very comfortable. Mr. Yi, is it convenient for me to come in? Just as Yi Feng and the others were looking around, a familiar voice suddenly came. Please come in, Yi Feng said instinctively. Immediately, Mu Shue pushed the door open, her professional smile firmly fixed on her face, as if she maintained this demeanor 24 hours a day. Mr. Yi, it is our honor that you could take time out of your busy schedule to attend our auction. This place isn't exactly grand, so please bear with us in this room. Yi Feng chuckled. Manager Mu, you are too polite. If this isn't a good place, then my home must be uninhabitable. The two exchanged smiles. The auction is about to start, and I need to go backstage to ensure everything runs smoothly, so I won't disturb your elegance here. If you need anything, just let someone know. Okay. Yi Feng nodded, watching Mu Shue leave while his mind was in deep thought. Logically speaking, Mu Shue should already know about his identity as a necromancer. Now, from the perspective of others, Yi Feng had already reached the silver level and even used skills. He should be on borrowed time. Yet, Mu Shue's attitude towards him remained as friendly as ever. It felt as if she treated him like a normal person. Yes, a normal person. Although Yi Feng had no expertise in reading expressions and behaviors, he often caught glimpses of unusual emotions in others' eyes. Pity, regret, concern, even his good friend Lu Han. When he saw him today, he could vaguely sense that worry. Though Lu Han didn't show it, after all these years, Yi Feng had memorized his behaviors very clearly. All of this was absent with Mu Shue, at least so far. Her series of actions towards him had completely treated him as a partner. At that moment, Duan Joshua and the chubby guy rushed over. Yi Feng, what exactly is your relationship with Manager Mu? Yeah, my buddy never mentioned that you knew Manager Mu from the trading house. The two blinked simultaneously, their faces brimming with curiosity. There's nothing between us. Yi Feng was a bit confused by their behavior. We're just business partners. I sell them things or I buy their things? That shouldn't be anything. Not believing, the two said in unison. Yi Feng could only helplessly shrug. His words were indeed not wrong. Mainly, there really was no relationship between them. At this moment, Duan Joshua continued. Our Duan family often trades with the Gusu trading house. Although Manager Mu is polite to us, she hasn't been this polite. If you say there's something going on between you, I would believe it. No, really, there's nothing between us. If you don't believe me, you can ask Manager Mu. At that moment, the lights outside suddenly went out, and a few seconds later, they turned back on. In the originally empty center, a person and a table appeared. Dear guests, welcome to this auction hosted by the trading house. This auction gathers treasures from all over the world. Anything you can't imagine. Without further ado, let's prepare to unveil the first treasure. As the host's voice fell, a 3-meter-high rhino horn appeared on the central platform. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a material dropped from the diamond-level rampaging giant rhino. Incredibly hard, even claimed to be the hardest equipment below diamond level. If this material can be used to forge an item, its quality will naturally be exceptional. Once, a blacksmith forged a set of armor from rampaging giant rhino horn. Although it bore the blacksmith's skill, that heavy armor was infinitely close to star-level equipment. This shows just how high the quality of this material is. Moreover, the drop rate for this material is extremely low. Finding even one is incredibly difficult. The starting bid for the rampaging giant rhino horn is 500,000 dragon coins, with each increment no less than 100,000. As soon as the words fell, 1 million. Ha, you think you can get the rampaging giant rhino horn for 1 million? You're really dreaming. I'll bid 3 million. If you don't have money, don't come out here to embarrass yourself. You dare to shout 3 million? I thought you had some guts.
Can you even afford a golden level item for 3 million? 8 million. Alright,
The Lu family from Rong City bids 8 million.
is there anyone else who wants to raise the bid? 8.2 million.
I must have this rampaging giant rhino horn. Tisk TSK.
10 million. 10 million. Damn. For a diamond level material.
It's already been bid up to 10 million.
Are these people crazy? What do you know? This is a diamond level material.
And it has a crafting history comparable to star level equipment. The price has nearly reached its limit, if it goes any higher.
Either the bidder is wealthy enough not to care about this amount, or they are a blacksmith. If they are a blacksmith, the money they can earn from a successful forge will be several times more. You make a good point, otherwise, hiring a blacksmith to forge would cost several million at least. But if it's the blacksmith's own, then everything makes sense.
I'm just saying, don't take it too seriously.
What makes you say that?
We all know that blacksmiths can forge equipment.
But how rare is this profession?
And those who can reach diamond level or above are even rarer.
People of that caliber don't care about such trivial profits.
They must have first-class families or even higher backing them. For them,
money is just a number.
What they care about is how to break through their own barriers and reach another height.
So, the chances of a blacksmith winning the bid are slim.
To turn a diamond-level material into an item that can rival star-level equipment,
the blacksmith's own ability must be above diamond level.
And a blacksmith who has reached star level generally wouldn't do such things.
In their circle, the higher the status, the less interest they have in these matters. It can even be said that once one awakens the profession of blacksmith, it represents a bright future. This rhino horn is likely to end up in the hands of some prominent family. Rampaging rhino horn, 10 million. First call. Rampaging rhino horn, 10 million. Second call. Rampaging rhino horn, 10 million. Third call. At this moment, the hammer fell. Congratulations to the Wang family from this city for successfully auctioning the rampaging giant rhino horn. What a big spender. 10 million just like that. Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh. Even though he was very wealthy now,
he still felt it was unnecessary to spend so much money unless it was something truly essential.
For some big families,
winning an item at an auction is not just about trading goods. More often,
it feels like a form of comparison. Duan Jiaxue explained. Although our Duan family is doing relatively well in Suzhou City, it's nothing compared to the entire Dragon Country. In Suzhou City,
as long as one's strength reaches the king level,
one already has a place. But, compared to the whole Dragon Country, the king level is just an ordinary family. In fact, true king level experts are everywhere, and saint level is not a rare thing. In this environment, we are too weak.
For our Duan family, 10 million is certainly not a lot. A few hundred million is also not impossible to come up with. But for those superpowers, 10 million might just be pocket change.
Even a few hundred million? In their eyes, it might just be a game.
As she spoke, Duan Jiaxue's tone was filled with helplessness and sighs.
Yi Feng nodded, indicating he understood. The Duan family's influence indeed looked very impressive in Suzhou City.
But when compared to families across the entire Dragon Country,
it really doesn't count for much. Take Wu Fan's uncle, Wu Di, for example,
a force with a true king-level expert,
no matter where it is in any city below, is considered a local tyrant. But unfortunately, in the provincial capital, it can only be considered a first-class family. Even the notorious underground king of evil, to those ancient families that have lasted for thousands of years, is merely child's play. I hope they can have some fun tonight. Yi Feng's face was expressionless, but inside, he was already overjoyed. Now, he just hoped these people could go a bit crazier with his two pieces of equipment. It would be best if he could become a billionaire in just one day. Of course, he was just thinking about it. He knew those people weren't fools. But, that doesn't mean everyone is smart. There would always be some fool with the surname Wu who would take action. Just after a successful opening, the host suddenly took out a small ball, and if one looked closely, they could vaguely see many peculiar symbols on it. Soon, someone knowledgeable exclaimed, "Wow, that looks like a dungeon teleportation portal." What is a dungeon teleportation portal? I really don't know how you got educated. Generally speaking,
a professional must find a specific teleportation point in a dungeon to teleport out.
But a dungeon teleportation portal can solve this flaw, although it can only be used a few times. If a person has a dungeon teleportation portal, they can lock onto any teleportation point and teleport at any time. Is it really that amazing? Of course. Perhaps this thing isn't very useful for some low-level professionals, but for certain strong ones, it's completely different.
They often need to explore deeper parts of some dungeons, and with this thing, even if they encounter danger, they can rely on this dungeon teleportation portal to teleport out immediately.
Wow, doesn't that mean having this thing is like having an extra life? It will cause a bloodbath. Naturally.
Look at those people on the 5th floor, they are all superpowers. And this dungeon teleportation portal will definitely cause disputes among them.
Brother, do you know how much this thing sold for last time? I have an impression. 80 million. 80 million dragon coins? Just for this teleportation portal? Close to 100 million? That's an astronomical price.
Of course, don't look at this thing being usable only 2 or 3 times.
But it can save lives, even if it's not used. Keeping it for the younger generation is also good. You have a point. And upon seeing this item, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. He originally had little interest in this auction. But this teleportation portal is incredibly important to him. You see, he has a high-level secret realm token obtained from a golden treasure chest in his hands. As long as he can defeat the boss inside, it will belong to him. With the teleportation portal, he can confidently enter the high-level secret realm. Even if he encounters some god-level ferocious beast bosses, he can still retreat unscathed. Zhao Xue, can you help me call out the price? I'm not feeling well, Yi Feng said, pretending to be sick. He had already made up his mind to secure this teleportation portal. Once the auction was over, he would immediately enter that high-level secret realm. As long as there were no god-level ferocious beasts inside, he could conquer this high-level secret realm directly. You want this? Duan Zhao was a bit surprised. However, seeing Yi Feng's sickly appearance, a wave of guilt surged in her heart, and she nodded, saying, "Okay, just signal me when you want a bid, and I'll help you. However, the price for this should not be low. I don't have that much money on me right now. To be honest, I'm not very confident about securing it. It's fine, just help me call out the price. I have plenty of money," Yi Feng said. Duan Zhao felt a bit helpless. That wasn't what she meant. She hadn't finished her sentence. She wanted to say that she owed Yi Feng a lot and was already prepared to ask her grandmother for some funds at any time. "Chinzi, I have money here too. I can help you. Really don't need it. If I need you later." Fatty. The starting bid is 30 million, and each increase must be no less than 5 million, 35 million, 40 million, 45 million, 50 million. In an instant, many participants in the auction began to raise their bids rapidly. The price of the teleportation portal jumped from the initial 30 million to 50 million in a flash. At the beginning, various major forces did not bid immediately. Some ordinary merchants wanted to test the waters while the price was low. After all, if no one was interested, they might just snag a bargain. But as the price kept rising, the speed of ordinary merchants raising their bids gradually slowed down. Look at you all dawdling. Speed it up. 70 million. Finally, someone from a big family couldn't hold back and started bidding. For some major families, the 3 teleportation opportunities provided by this portal are extremely valuable. After all, for these families, high-level powerhouses are the foundation of their survival. If something happens to them, it could lead to the decline of the entire family. And this teleportation portal, which can guarantee the life of a powerhouse, is truly something that can enhance strength while also ensuring survival. Although it can't compare to some top-tier equipment, it is still highly valuable. As the price of the teleportation portal was raised to 70 million, the entire venue fell silent. For many ordinary merchants, 70 million dragon coins was already beyond what they could afford. Even for some ordinary families, exchanging 70 million for such an item was not as cost-effective as acquiring some high-grade equipment. Currently, most of the families present were just major families from the provincial capital. And while they had money, the experts within their families were mostly at the king level or true king level. Their requirements for such items were not very high, so 70 million here was already considered a high price. Thus, after the price of 70 million appeared, many people dared not bid anymore. Call out the price. 80 million. Seeing this, Yi Feng immediately urged Duan Zhao to call out the price, preparing to make his move. Yi Feng, you can't be joking. Are you really raising the bid to 80 million? Originally, Duan Ruoxue had already prepared to give up. She was very clear about Yi Feng's situation. Even though he had connections with manager Mu from the trading company,
Duan Joshua did not believe that Yifeng could come up with 70 million. He even raised the price to 80 million. Hearing such an outrageous price from Yifeng suddenly made her feel surprised. She even doubted whether she had heard it wrong. The price of 80 million had already matched the highest price for large teleportation gates in recent years. Even those at the very top of the Dragon Kingdom's aristocracy would rarely offer more than 80 million. It should be noted that some god-level dungeons are among the most dangerous places in the world. Generally, no one would casually venture into them. Therefore, this teleportation gate was still somewhat of a white elephant for some superpowers. I'm serious. Let's raise the price to 80 million first. Yifeng nodded and said calmly. In order to explore the Watermarsh Kingdom, he believed he had to possess this large teleportation gate. If the boss in the high-level secret realm was a king level or saint level, he might still have a chance to fight. Even escaping wouldn't be too difficult. But what if it was a god level? Then he might be in great danger. Moreover, he had learned in textbooks that the gap between each level of god-level beasts and strong individuals was very large. If a nearly 100-level god-level boss appeared in the high-level secret realm of the Watermarsh Kingdom, even if he had the power to fight against god-level beings, he might not have much chance of winning. But if he had this large teleportation array, he could go in and scout first. 80 million. Seeing Yifeng's resolute attitude, Duan Joshua sighed helplessly and could only shout from the stage. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to the private room where Yifeng was sitting. However, Yifeng was sitting further back, and they could only see Duan Joshua and Lu Han. Who is that? They actually called the price to 80 million directly. I've seen that girl before. She seems to be the young lady of the Duan family here, but I don't quite understand. In their family, there is only one king-level practitioner, and they haven't even touched the edge of true king level. Their liquid funds shouldn't be much. What's the use of buying something like this? That's right. For the Duan family, buying such a large teleportation gate is completely not worth it. I even feel like they will never use this thing. Could it be just to gain experience for entering high-difficulty dungeons in the future? Ha ha, don't say that. I've also heard that some wealthy but powerless people like to do such things to show off their capital. It's quite possible. But for these small families to think this way, they really lack insight. For upper-class families, capital has always been plundered through their own strength. Forcing the acquisition of a large teleportation gate is a bit of a show-off. Shut up quickly. Can you all take a good look at who is next to Duan Joshua? Who is it? Everyone looked at Lu Han with puzzled expressions. Among those present, there were many who had dealt with various families for years, and suddenly someone's eyes lit up. It seems you really know nothing. Do you think that this time's auction event, a city-level family like the Duan family, has the right to sit on the 5th floor? I'm curious too. Generally speaking, the 3rd floor is the limit for such families. Those sitting on the 5th floor must be from super families. That's because you haven't heard about a major event that happened in the provincial city yesterday. What major event? Everyone turned their curious gazes. Could it be that you are talking about the Lu family? Soon someone seemed to have thought of something. That's right. The Lu family announced the identity of their young master yesterday, officially establishing the successor of the Lu family for the future. Haven't you all noticed that none of the famous figures from the Lu family attended this auction? And the only person who could be sitting on the 5th floor, whose face we don't even know, must be the current young master of the Lu family. Hiss. In an instant, everyone couldn't help but gasp. I've heard. The young master of the Lu family has been studying in Suzhou City, and Miss Duan is also here, so it's very likely they are classmates. Therefore, it should be the young master of the Lu family who brought Miss Duan up here. Moreover, how can you be so sure that this large teleportation portal is needed by the Duan family? Could it not be that the young master of the Lu family wants it, and asked Miss Duan to help bid? Exactly. This is an opportunity for the Duan family. Although the Duan family is quite good locally, compared to the Lu family, it's like the sky and the earth. If the Duan family can cling to the Lu family's thigh, it would truly be a wild chicken turning into a phoenix. Wow. Thank you, brother, for clarifying. It seems we need to be more careful with our words in the future. The Lu family is not to be trifled with. They are a group of people who kill without blinking. Even some holy-level powerhouses show respect when they see the head of the Lu family. Sigh. Now that the Lu family has made a move, this large teleportation portal will most likely belong to them. 85 million. At this moment, another voice rang out. Clearly, Someone else had their eyes on this large teleportation portal and wasn't ready to let it go just like that.
80 million is a lot, but if they could secure this teleportation portal, it would still be a worthwhile deal. 90 million. Yifeng spoke again. Upon hearing this, Duan Joshua's heart jolted. Why was there still a price increase? Yifeng, that's too much money. I need to talk to my grandmother, otherwise, I really can't come up with that much right now. Duan Joshua said a bit embarrassedly. Right now, she only had about 10 million on her, and that was after saving for a long time. Plus, the Duan family had just invested 200 million in the city government. Even though the Duan family is a city-level family, it's not easy to come up with several hundred million in a short time. Financially, it was indeed a bit difficult. However, Duan Joshua's words left Yifeng a bit stunned, but he quickly realized that Duan Joshua thought he wanted her to spend money. For a moment, Yifeng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It's fine. You can keep bidding. You don't need to use your money. It's just 90 million. I have enough on me. Yifeng smiled. Ha! Duan Joshua clearly didn't quite believe it. But looking at Yifeng's confident expression, she inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance. Oh, Duan school flower. Just bid with confidence. No one knows Chinzi better than I do. He never says anything without confidence. Besides, isn't there me backing you up? After Yifeng declined her offer to help, Lu Han remained calm and collected, watching the auction without mentioning helping Yifeng again. He and Yifeng were close friends and knew his character. He would never fight a battle without confidence. In his view, since Yifeng wanted to secure this large teleportation portal, there must be a reason. He certainly wasn't short on money. Even if he really didn't have money, it wouldn't matter. He had been given several small targets for pocket money by his family this time. Everything was a small matter. Duan Joshua had never investigated Lu Han, so she wasn't aware of his background. Seeing his confident demeanor, 90 million. Thus, Duan Joshua continued to bid. Damn, the Lu family is just too rich. They directly surpassed the previous highest bid by another 10 million. As soon as this was said, it once again caused a wave of shock among the others. At this moment, the audience below was completely convinced that this must be the work of the Lu family. Ladies and gentlemen, is there a higher bid? This teleportation portal is truly a treasure. The auctioneer beamed with joy. There was a rule at the auction house: when items of the same type surpassed the previous highest price, it would set a new record, and her name would be remembered by her peers, ensuring her future worth would rise. 95 million. The person who had raised the bid earlier was not ready to give up. 100 million. Yifeng directly had Duan Joshua lower the price. He was determined to win. For him, although 100 million was already a high amount, he was well aware that his goals were different from others. Although the person across from him, Yifeng, was unknown, they were likely also aiming to acquire this teleportation portal for a powerful family member. But he was looking to develop a high-level secret realm. With different starting points, the value of this item varied. Not to mention 100 million, even if Yifeng used the money from selling those two legendary grade pieces of equipment, he would still want to secure this large teleportation array. 100 million. Damn! This is too crazy. No wonder they can sit on the 5th floor. In an instant, the entire venue reached the first climax of today's auction. For most people present, reaching a net worth of 100 million might not be difficult. However, very few could actually put forth 100 million to buy a large teleportation array. Even for the Duan family, 100 million was a significant sum, let alone those sitting on the 2nd floor, 1st floor, and scattered tables. To them, it felt shocking yet wasteful. 100 million. Is there a higher bid? 100 million dragon coins. Once. 100 million dragon coins. Twice. 100 million dragon coins. 3 times. 100 million dragon coins. Sold. In the end, the smile on the auctioneer's face could no longer be concealed. This was 100 million dragon coins. Just from this one item, she could earn over $1 million in commission. She was also from the Suzhou auction house. Although she had hosted many large auctions, this was the first time in her life she had made so much money. Crazy. It's really crazy. Duan Joshua felt her body go weak. Although it had been somewhat exhilarating to call out the bid, now that it was over, she felt a bit panicked. She had actually used 100 million to help Yifeng buy a large teleportation array that, in her view, was practically useless. But Yifeng was so resolute, she really couldn't say much.
She had already made up her mind. If Yifeng didn't have that much money, she wouldn't let Lu Han help. Even if she had to plead with her grandmother, she would help him pay. This was also a way to atone for Yifeng consuming his lifespan to release skills. Mr. Yifeng, congratulations on winning this teleportation array. Manager Mu instructed me to deliver the item to you as soon as possible. Before the next round began, someone walked in, holding something resembling a small altar. The newcomer was indeed a staff member from the auction house. Please thank Manager Mu for me. Yifeng took the large teleportation array, checked it, and then stored it away. Mr. Yifeng is too polite. You are our client. And to us, you are like a god. Just let us know what you need. Manager Mu said that you don't need to rush to pay, you can settle everything after the transaction is complete. If Mr. Yifeng has any requests, feel free to tell me, and I will do my best to accommodate you. The staff member was dignified and composed, clearly well trained. Alright, Yifeng nodded. I don't have any needs right now, you can leave for now. Understood. The staff member then left the area. Why is this being delivered to you, and you haven't even paid? Why would Manager Mu hand over the teleportation array directly to you? Duan Joshua was a bit puzzled. Finally, even the fat guy couldn't hold back. Yeah, Chunzi, this doesn't make sense. Isn't the auction house's rule to exchange money for goods? This is completely unreasonable. Even if our Lu family is a prominent family in the provincial capital, we've never had such a precedent. Could it be that I'm just too handsome? And then Manager Mu thinks I'm a trustworthy person. So, Yifeng chuckled. If you have an affair, just say it. The other two rolled their eyes in unison. In fact, Yifeng was also a bit confused about this matter. He didn't understand what Mu Shui saw in him. Not only did she give him a VIP card yesterday, but she also requested to put the equipment up for auction. This was not profitable for the trading house at all. If the trading house could take his equipment and then put it up for auction, that would truly maximize profits. And now they even gave him the large teleportation gate in advance. However, Yifeng was too lazy to think about things he couldn't understand. He would just wait for an opportunity to ask Manager Mu. Yifeng, can you really come up with 100 million? At this moment, Duan Joshua felt increasingly uneasy and suddenly asked, what else? You don't think I'm asking you to buy it for me, do you? No, but how can you have so much money? Although they had only spent a day together, Duan Joshua no longer looked down on Yifeng. It's just that. She was a bit surprised that Yifeng could suddenly come up with 100 million. After all, she knew Yifeng's family background very well, let alone 100 million. Even a few 100,000 would be difficult, because Yifeng's family's main income came from his mother, who was rarely home. It was impossible for him to come up with so much money. Didn't I say? I sold a few things to the trading house, so I have money now. Yifeng said helplessly. Just a little bit. Obviously, Duan Joshua couldn't accept this explanation. She thought Yifeng was brushing her off, so she didn't say anything more. At this moment, another item had appeared in the auction hall. It was a silver plate covered with a white cloth. Ladies and gentlemen, next up for auction is a special item, Life Crystal. Using this item can increase the lifespan of a professional. The Life Crystal being auctioned this time is a medium crystal. It can extend life for at least 10 years. Of course, if the body's functions have severely deteriorated, the effect will be much less, possibly only 1 to 3 years. Although, saying this might make everyone feel it's not worth it, but I still need to clarify. This time, there are a total of 3 life crystals for auction. The auctioneer directly lifted the white cloth off the silver plate, revealing 3 fist-sized crystals, shimmering in bright red. This is a packaged auction. The starting price is 50 million. Each bid must not be less than 5 million. Damn, isn't this auction a bit too grand? How come they even brought out 3 life crystals? Damn, these used to be things that were hard to even encounter. Extending life, the temptation is just too great. Guess how much these 3 crystals can sell for? How much? These are items that are hard to come by. Now that 3 have appeared, the price might even approach 150 million. This auction is beyond imagination. I fear some top families will regret not participating in this grand event. Whether it's the newly appeared large teleportation portal or these life crystals, these are items that can only be found at world-class auctions. Being able to see them this time, I feel like my life has not been lived in vain. Just be content. Even if these are sold as a bundle, even if sold separately, it has nothing to do with people like us. You're right. At this moment, everyone was staring intently at the 3 life-filled crystals on the high platform. To them, these were 3 life-saving talismans. Originally, for many, the main goal of today's trip was to catch a glimpse of the legendary equipment. In fact, most of the forces present were also here for that legendary equipment. After all, when the auction house sent out invitations, they didn't provide detailed information about the items. Because of this, the representatives sent by various forces were not the most core members of their families. For example, the underground king of the provincial city, Wu Di, only sent his nephew, Wu Fan, to attend. The Lu family, this time, only sent Lu Han to see the world. Legendary equipment was not a novelty for them. If they could buy it, that would be best. But if they couldn't, they wouldn't care too much. But now, life crystals have appeared. This has already proven that this auction is not an ordinary one. The scale of this event is beyond what a regular auction can compare to. 80 million? I want these 3 life crystals. Suddenly, a member of a local family on the 3rd floor shouted. The first bid raised the price by 30 million directly. Damn, this is simply not giving us low-floor people a chance. What are you thinking? Even if you call out a price, it's just for fun. These items are not something we on the 1st or 2nd floor can obtain. That's true. Raising the price by 30 million in one go. Not to mention us, any force below the 3rd floor has no qualification to compete now. I'll bid 100 million dragon coins. Gasp. The crowd, who had been discussing, was once again shocked, collectively inhaling sharply. Come on, is their money different from ours? Didn't they say the minimum bid is 5 million? Why are they raising the price by tens of millions? They really don't treat money as money. Stop thinking about it. We are not from the same world as them. Now, being able to witness this scene is already a stroke of luck. You're right, this base price is clearly meant for us. For those big families, they can raise it as much as they want. Alright, let's just watch. This kind of scene is rare in 100 years, who knows? Today might create several records. Today has truly opened my eyes. Although most participants are just big families from the provincial city, there are also quite a few top-tier families. Even if they can't compare to the very top families of the Dragon Kingdom, they are still enough. Exactly. Perhaps their strength is not as good as that of the top families, but in terms of financial power, they are not far behind. It's very likely that multiple records will be broken today. 150 million. Just as everyone was excitedly chatting, even thinking about what the next bid would be, Lu Han, standing on the 5th floor, could no longer hold back. He directly shouted a high price. Shan Zi, I must get this. Lu Han's eyes sparkled. His purpose for coming to the auction house this time was for these 3 life crystals. Of course, he needed these life crystals for Yifeng. Previously, he didn't have much money, so naturally, he couldn't help Yifeng. Even though he knew Yifeng's profession, he could only silently mourn for Yifeng or offer him some words of comfort in his heart. But now it's different. Today, he is the heir of a prominent family in the provincial capital. Money, in his eyes, is just a pile of numbers. Although several 100 million is indeed not a small amount, for the sake of his brother, he truly doesn't care about that. Damn! Fatty, are you this carefree now? Yifeng couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't stop Lu Han from bidding. He understood very well that everything Lu Han was doing was for him. The fat guy really isn't short on money now, and even if he tried to stop him, it wouldn't necessarily get through to him, because if the roles were reversed, he would do the same for Fatty. The bond between the two of them, after so many years of honing, it has long become unbreakable. They are true brothers. Shan Zi, you just had your fun. I can't fall behind, right? I can't let people look down on me, Fatty said with a grin. His demeanor completely disregarded the 150 million dragon coins he just bid. It was as if the two brothers were just playing a game. Meanwhile, Duan Jiaxue was completely stunned. She originally thought that among the 3 of them, her family background should be considered decent, but now it seems, these 2 are wealthier than she is. They are bidding in hundreds of millions. This level of wealth is a bit too exaggerated, right? She had never really paid much attention to Lu Han. Although she knew his name, it was only because she was around Yifeng that she had some understanding. But, she had no idea that Lu Han's family was this rich. Compared to the 2, she felt a bit like a small fry in front of giants. Duan Jiaxue's face was full of embarrassment. If she had known, she wouldn't have come to this auction with Yifeng.
things have completely developed in a way she didn't expect. The clown turned out to be herself. 160 million. Although 150 million was already a high price, it was clear that others were not willing to easily part with the life crystal. A price of 150 million dragon coins was not enough to suppress the competition. 200 million. In response to others raising the bid, Lu Han directly put on a nouveau riche attitude. He shouted the price with a face full of disdain. For Yi Feng, he had to secure this item, and as Lu Han raised the bid again, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly reached a climax. As expected of the young master of the Lu family, his bidding is so domineering. Does he only have 100 million in his dictionary? This young master Lu is too damn carefree. Spending money like this feels so good. If it were me, I could only dream about it. Everyone was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Duan Joshua's eyes widened. Lu Han, are you really this rich? Is this even considered money? Although Duan Joshua had lived a life of luxury since childhood, she had never spent money this wildly before. Fatty, you really don't know the hunger of the starving. Yi Feng felt a bit helpless. Even in his eyes, Fatty's spending was incredibly extravagant, bidding over 100 million. Even a city-level family couldn't sustain such expenses. But he understood. After all, the Lu family is completely different from ordinary families. As one of the top 3 families in the provincial capital, their economic strength is very formidable. 1 or 200 million is indeed nothing to them. Moreover, now Fatty can be considered to have recognized his roots. He has been honing himself for over 10 years. So what if he has a bit of money as the future heir of the Lu family? Shinzi, I will definitely get this life crystal for you. I refuse to believe that anyone in this entire auction house can compete with me. Lu Han looked like a nouveau riche. He genuinely wanted to help Yi Feng, and the reason he was able to come to the Suzhou trading house this time was very straightforward. Even if it meant spending all the money he had, he was determined to ensure his good brother could obtain the life crystal and gain several more decades of life. This was the passionate brotherhood of youth. Just do your best. Yi Feng did not refuse. The tacit understanding between brothers was enough for him to know Lu Han's intentions. If the roles were reversed, he would indeed do the same. Moreover, he needed these life crystals now, as he had already used his skills multiple times. He still had some lifespan left, but if someone were to investigate, they might uncover some clues. If he could obtain these 3 life crystals, it would dispel some people's doubts. The bond of loyalty between Yi Feng and Lu Han left Duan Joshua dumbfounded. At that moment, she felt increasingly ashamed, especially when she recalled the scene from yesterday when she and her grandmother went to trouble Yi Feng. It made her shiver all over. Yi Feng, not only was he already wealthy, but even his friends were extremely rich. The financial power of the Duan family must have seemed like a joke to them. It was simply too ridiculous. Moreover, yesterday she had even claimed that Yi Feng couldn't afford to raise that little Griffin. Oh my! Not to mention raising one. Duan Joshua now felt that even if Yi Feng wanted to raise a whole nest, he could afford it. When she went to his place yesterday, Yi Feng must have been laughing inside the whole time. Duan Joshua wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was just too embarrassing. 22 million dragon coins. Young Master Lu, I do indeed have use for this life crystal. You just returned to the Lu family, and I haven't had the chance to visit yet. Why not let me have these 3 items first? Once we return to the provincial city, I will definitely pay you a visit. Also, there are 3 crystals here. How about I give young Master Lu one for free? At that moment, a voice called out from a private room on the 5th floor. Although Lu Han had never thought he could easily obtain the life crystal, he didn't expect someone to call out a price so quickly, and it was an additional 20 million. Although the other party had shown a bit of goodwill. Sorry, this crystal is a lifesaver for my brother. I want all 3 of them. I bid 300 million. Lu Han raised his eyebrows and shouted, "What the hell? Fatty, even if you want to get this thing, you can't just raise the price like that?" This time, even Yi Feng was a bit shocked. Besides, you should at least consider who the other person is before deciding. That might be a partner of your Lu family. The fatty was unfazed. Shinzi, I have plenty of money now. If someone dares to compete with me for something, let's see if they have more money than I do. I know your situation very well. A life crystal is just a beggar's fare? And why should I care if I offend someone? If they have the ability, they can go bother my dad. After all, he has been raising me in poverty for over 10 years. As the saying goes, it's hard to go from luxury to frugality.
but easy to go from frugality to luxury. I don't care, at worst. I just won't have any dealings with the Lu family in the future. Lu Han spoke with great confidence. As long as he could help Yi Feng obtain the life crystal, it was worth it. He completely disregarded the trouble it might bring to the Lu family. Yi Feng was a brother with whom he had a life and death bond. For him, even returning to a commoner's life was nothing to worry about. Moreover, he was just a client. His dad was the head of the Lu family, and no one dared to do anything. Lu Han, you're just a wild kid who has just returned to the Lu family. How dare you oppose me? At that moment, seeing Lu Han Hao refused to back down, a young man sitting in another private room instantly became furious. It was clear that Lu Han was treating him as if he were nothing. Anyone who could sit on the 5th floor naturally wouldn't have a status much lower than Lu Han's. They were all major powers in the provincial capital. Mutual restraint, cooperation, and scheming against each other had become commonplace among the upper echelons. Originally, he had wanted to befriend Lu Han, considering that Lu Han had just returned to the Lu family. But now, the other party was completely disregarding him. As someone who had grown up among the powerful in the provincial capital, how could he possibly tolerate Lu Han? I'm giving your Lu family some face today, and I won't hold it against you. But don't think that just because you've returned to the Lu family, you can do whatever you want. There are far too many forces in this world that your Lu family cannot afford to offend. You better think it through, the middle-aged man said with a face full of anger. Ha! You're wasting so much breath here. Aren't you just afraid of offending our Lu family too much? Perhaps. As you said, there are indeed many forces in this world that our Lu family cannot afford to offend. But you are definitely not one of them. Besides, don't you know the principle that the highest bidder wins at an auction? I thought you pampered young masters would understand such simple logic. Turns out you're just a fool who can't communicate. Listening to the threats from across the room, Lu Han was completely unconcerned and directly switched to a mode of cold sarcasm. Lu family? You're the young master of the Lu family in the provincial capital? At this moment, Duan Joshua finally began to grasp the situation. The Lu family in the provincial capital. That was one of the top 3 families in the entire provincial capital. The Duan family, being a municipal-level family, was merely a vassal in front of them. Perhaps for the Duan family, a king-level figure would already be the strongest combat power. But for the Lu family, even a true king-level figure wouldn't be able to stand on the same stage. They were truly a colossal entity. My old man said he wants to pass the Lu family down to me. But I really have no interest in inheriting the family. As long as my dad can give me enough money to live my life freely, I'll be very satisfied. As for the Lu family, whoever wants to inherit it can go ahead. Lu Han's series of carefree statements left Duan Joshua even more shocked. What kind of brazen words were these? Is this something a person can say? For a family as large as the Lu family, how many people wanted to join but found it difficult, let alone becoming the heir of the Lu family? But this Lu Han actually just wanted to be a laid-back slacker? This was too much of a display of arrogance, wasn't it? Hey, are you buying or not? If you are, hurry up and call out your bid. Before Duan Joshua could recover from her shock, Lu Han impatiently looked towards another room on the 5th floor. You, the buyer in the other room, upon hearing Lu Han's voice, poked his head out. Lu Han, show some restraint. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Did I say anything? Isn't it normal to bid at an auction? Lu Han didn't care about anything else. After all, he didn't know this person, and whether or not to offend him was his father's business. What did it have to do with Lu Han? If the Lu family dared to say anything to him, he could just walk away. He couldn't be bothered to sit in such a worthless position as the young master. If you don't have money, then don't embarrass yourself here. I feel embarrassed for you. Lu Han was aggressive. Upon hearing this, the other person's face instantly turned red with anger. Just as he was about to call out a bid, he was stopped by another person beside him. After exchanging a few words, the young man angrily returned to his room. Damn! That person just now couldn't be from the Li family in the provincial capital. Could he? He's from the Li family. Although not a direct descendant, his status within the Li family is definitely not low. I remember seeing him when we were discussing business with the Li family before. This is truly a clash of titans, but we can't blame young Master Lu. Setting aside the difference in their statuses, this auction house operates on the principle of highest bidder. If you don't have the money, you shouldn't compete with young Master Lu. These young masters have been pampered at home, and when they encounter someone of higher status,
They just freeze. Even if this matter escalates, what does young Master Lu have to fear?
It's this young man who should worry about whether he can withstand the Lu family's wrath.
He can't afford it, yet he doesn't let young Master Lu raise the bid. At this moment, the people below had already witnessed a good show and were all getting excited. Instantly, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Li Shan, sitting in the 5th floor room,
was growing increasingly displeased. These lowly commoners dare to discuss me down there, they really don't know when to quit.
Young master, that little bastard from the Lu family has just returned.
It's not a good time for us to offend him, especially since the Lu family has already made it public that this little bastard is the future heir.
If we ruin our relationship with him now, it won't be good for us. When we compete for the position of family head,
we might still need to rely on him.
At this moment, an elder standing behind Li Shan slowly spoke. Hearing this,
Li Shan suppressed his anger and said softly,
I won't stoop to his level for now.
Once I obtain the position of heir to the Li family, I will make sure this fatso has no place to bury himself.
Humph,
I really don't understand what the Lu family is thinking, letting such a bastard become the heir.
What capabilities can someone raised in such a wild place have?
Exactly. Which is why we should befriend him now. He has just entered high society. If you befriend him now,
he will definitely look up to you in the future. Once our plan succeeds, dealing with him will be much simpler.
The elder slowly analyzed the pros and cons for Li Shan.
Li Shan merely nodded,
a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and his gaze turned much more sinister. In his eyes, he had already regarded Lu Han as a pawn he could manipulate.
Since no one is bidding anymore,
congratulations to young Master Lu Han
for winning the life crystal. The noisy auction house fell silent again as the auctioneer's hammer came down.
300 million for 3 crystals.
You really are extravagantly wealthy.
At this moment, Duan Joshua was completely in awe of the two people beside her.
Just a bit of pocket money. Lu Han shrugged. Duan Joshua was speechless. Damn, they were all richer than the last. A bit of pocket money was almost more than all of the Duan family's assets combined.
It seemed she was the most pathetic one.
Looks like I can only wait patiently for what I want. Duan Joshua sighed.
One of the main reasons she came to the auction was to find something useful for Yifeng. Even though Yifeng didn't care at all about the loss of lifespan in the afternoon, she felt guilty in her heart. If she didn't compensate Yifeng somehow, she always felt a sense of guilt.
It was almost becoming her inner demon.
Just as she was lost in thought,
the auctioneer suddenly brought out a robe. Ladies and gentlemen, this piece of equipment is quite rare. This equipment is currently the only one in the world. A piece of gear for a necromancer. Perhaps everyone is a bit unfamiliar with the necromancer profession, but you must have some impression of Yifeng, who conquered the bronze trial task yesterday, and on the same day, the so-called impossible-to-break dragon-shaped koi was also taken by this person. This item was something our auction house put in a lot of effort to acquire. It perfectly fits a necromancer. If worn,
it can share the vision of summoned creatures.
Its rank is golden level, and due to the uniqueness of the profession, only Mr. Yifeng in the whole world can use it. This auction item is being priced for the first time by our Suzhou auction house. Starting bid, 2 million. Each bid must not be lower than 5,000. The auction begins. The auctioneer walked around the item while introducing it. Exclusive equipment for necromancers? Yifeng was slightly taken aback. Then he quickly understood. This must be an item specially arranged for him by Mu Shui at the auction. Otherwise, this equipment wouldn't qualify to be in this auction from any perspective.
And he was the only necromancer in the world. No one else could use it.
That was quite thoughtful. However, to be honest, it was a bit of a pity that this was a rather functional piece of equipment. If it could enhance the user's attack power like the Skybind set, the effect and utility would be tremendous. Just sharing vision wasn't that appealing. Necromancer equipment. This is a good item.
Although Yifeng was somewhat disinterested,
Duan Joshua became excited. She originally didn't know what she should compensate Yifeng with, but this exclusive necromancer equipment caught her eye. In her view, this piece of equipment was very suitable for Yifeng. Most importantly, the price was something she could afford.
She had initially wanted to use life crystals to compensate Yifeng,
but Lu Han had made his move, and she couldn't come up with 300 million. Now that the necromancer's equipment was here,
she naturally wouldn't give up.
2,005,000 dragon coins. Duan Joshua directly called out the bid. Seeing Duan Joshua bid, Yifeng was slightly taken aback, but he quickly understood her intention.
He didn't stop her because he knew that even if he did, Duan Joshua would be very stubborn. Just right. This equipment wasn't a big deal for the Duan family, and because the necromancer was a unique profession, it was unlikely anyone else would buy it. What? Schwer actually wants to buy equipment for Yifeng? At the same time, Duan Joshua's bidding action was immediately noticed by Wu Fan on the 4th floor. Damn it, why does Yifeng get to be so close to Schwer, and even have her spend money on him? I absolutely cannot let Yifeng succeed. Wu Fan's expression turned much more sinister. He stood on the 4th floor and directly called out, 3 million dragon coins. What? Everyone looked towards Wu Fan's position on the 4th floor, especially Duan Joshua, who, upon seeing Wu Fan's smug smile, knew this guy was doing it on purpose. Wu Fan, you can't even use this necromancer equipment if you buy it. Why are you bidding here? Duan Joshua was displeased. She could have easily gotten this equipment and given it to Yifeng, but now Wu Fan had to butt in. It was obvious he was just looking for trouble. Schwerer, Luhan just said that this auction is for the highest bidder. It has nothing to do with whether I can use it. Wu Fan leaned out from the 4th floor, smiling. I just like this equipment. At worst, I'll just hang it in my bedroom to look at. Besides, Yifeng and I are classmates. This equipment can only be used by him. In the future, every time I see this equipment, I can think of him and our friendship as classmates. I'm serious. I'm also doing this for Yifeng's good. What if he gets this equipment and wants to try using it? Wouldn't he have to use his lifespan to activate the skills? This is also cutting off Yifeng's hopes. Wu Fan's words left Duan Joshua completely speechless. She couldn't find any points to refute, even though she knew Wu Fan was deliberately making things difficult for them. That's how the auction works. Even if she was angry, she could only rely on her own abilities to win the bid. Since you want to cause trouble, let's see the real deal with money. 3,500,000 dragon coins. Duan Joshua called out the price directly. 4 million dragon coins. Wu Fan refused to back down. 10 million dragon coins. After a period of back and forth, Wu Fan impatiently shouted a high price. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire auction house became tense. Everyone was shocked, watching the two who were starting to compete. Besides Duan Joshua and Wu Fan, no one else participated in the bidding. This piece of equipment was of no use to anyone except Yifeng. Buying it would be completely pointless. Besides, watching the excitement was quite interesting. No one expected that in just a few minutes, the originally starting price of 2 million for the equipment had already soared to 10 million dragon coins. Schwerer, that's enough. This equipment is already at 10 million. No matter who of us buys it, it's a thankless task, and you don't need to spend such a high price for a Yifeng. Wu Fan said with a smile. His only purpose from the beginning was to make Yifeng suffer. Since there was only this one piece of exclusive equipment for necromancers in this world, he simply wouldn't let Yifeng have it. Ever since school, Yifeng had suppressed him at every turn, and now that they had graduated, he had even taken away the woman he liked the most. This hatred had blinded him. Since I want this equipment, no matter the cost, I will get it. At this moment, Duan Joshua was already fired up. Even though this golden level equipment had been pushed to a value that didn't belong to it, she didn't want to let it go. Her tone was very firm. She was determined to have this equipment. 15 million. Duan Joshua called out the price again. Yifeng was stunned by this price. That was 15 million dragon coins. Not to mention this golden level equipment. Even equipment of a few higher tiers could be bought with that. If it were a bit more, damn it, even royal level equipment could be obtained. Duan Joshua, that's enough. I know you want to buy it for me, but I might not even be able to use it. Yifeng hurriedly spoke up. Although it wasn't his money being spent, he felt it wasn't worth it. If it had been yesterday, he would have felt great if Duan Joshua wanted to spend money to buy him something. But now, he had slightly changed his view of Duan Joshua. Moreover, Wu Fan was clearly trying to take advantage. He genuinely believed this equipment wasn't worth such a high price. Yifeng, you don't need to persuade me. I must buy this equipment and give it to you. Unexpectedly, Duan Joshua's words were particularly firm. Shinzi, tell me the truth. Did you give Duan the school flower some kind of love potion? Why does she look so devoted to you? At this moment, even Lu Han couldn't help but speak up. He really thought there was something shady going on between the two. You go away. Yifeng felt a bit helpless. He didn't know Duan Joshua could be so stubborn. If he had known she would be like this, He wouldn't have teased her back in the dry persimmon wilderness.
15 million dragon coins? Schwerer, this price is way too unreasonable. Wu Fan was also a bit dazed. 15 million. Buying a piece of gold-level equipment would be a bit painful for him. Not to mention that he couldn't even use this piece of equipment. If the price went up, it would be even less worthwhile. You don't care if it's worthwhile or not. If you're still interested, then keep raising the price. I'm Duan Joshua, and I'm here to play to the end. Schwerer. Wu Fan sighed and then said, how about this? I know you'll definitely regret spending 15 million later, so how about you let me have it for that price? No, but, can. Duan Joshua spoke each word clearly, her tone already tinged with anger. Then suit yourself. I forfeit. Wu Fan raised both hands to signal the auctioneer. His intention was just to annoy the other side. He wasn't even interested in getting this equipment. Moreover, if Duan Joshua came to her senses later, she would definitely have some friction with Yifeng. Regardless, this was a result he could accept. 15 million dragon coins, going once. 15 million dragon coins, going twice. 15 million dragon coins, going 3 times. 15 million dragon coins, sold. Congratulations to Miss Duan from the Duan family. Congratulations to Miss Duan for winning the Necromancer's robe. The entire venue erupted in a round of congratulatory applause. Meanwhile, sitting on the 5th floor, Li Shan smirked. That should be Wu Fan. Ha, it seems. We can get closer to Wu Fan. After all, his uncle is the underground king of the provincial city. Although he's a bit weaker than our 3 families, he's still a decent force. If we can build a good relationship with Wu Fan, it would be beneficial for us in the future. That's right, young master. Although Wu Fan seems to have a poor character, I've investigated, and Wu Di has a deep affection for him. Exactly. This auction really hasn't disappointed us, even though we just came to take a look. Whether we buy those 2 legendary level pieces of equipment doesn't really matter. Our Li family is not short on equipment. If the price is right, we'll buy it. If the markup is too high, then forget it. Li Shan stretched lazily, appearing completely uninterested in this auction. Understood, young master. After that, the auction moved on to a few other items, and the time grew later. Yifeng and the others didn't make any bids. They had already obtained what they wanted and had no interest in other items. Duan Joshua herself wasn't very interested in this auction. She came only to buy some things for Yifeng. Now that she had bought what she wanted, although it was a bit pricey, the result was still good. Plus, this money was just her saved pocket money. Spending it was a bit painful, but there was no burden. Yifeng, do you want anything else? Duan Joshua asked. Yifeng shook his head. The reason he continued to watch was that he was waiting for his 2 pieces of legendary level equipment. Of course, his purpose was very simple, to act as a middleman. At this moment, there were probably many fools in the audience waiting to buy legendary level equipment. When the time came, he would just enhance the atmosphere a bit. Wouldn't the money then flow into his wallet like a tide? Yifeng became more and more excited as he thought about it. Just then, the lights around the auction house dimmed. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the last 2 pieces of equipment for this auction. First, we will present the first legendary level equipment of the day. Suddenly, a beam of light gathered in the center of the auction house. A piece of armor resembling woven vines was placed within it. Heavenly Vine Heavy Armor Position, Armor Set Transfer, Heavenly Vine Set Armor Component, 1/5, Grade, Legendary Attribute, after wearing, can resist 30% of damage attributes. Each additional set piece increases by 10%. Heavenly Vine Heavy Armor. Due to privacy concerns, we won't disclose the origin of this equipment here. But this heavy armor has been authenticated by us and is indeed a legendary grade equipment. And as you can see from the attributes, although it is legendary grade, it can actually achieve the effects of holy grade equipment. So, this equipment has actually reached the level of semi-holy gear. If anyone here understands, they naturally know the value of this equipment. Hiss. Except for Yifeng, everyone else on the 5th floor stood at the front to admire it. The exaggeration of this equipment far exceeded their imagination. Heavenly Vine Heavy Armor. What kind of ridiculous attribute is this? This is the first time I've seen an equipment attribute that can be so simplified, with no extra effects. Yet this 30% damage resistance is already quite exaggerated. If some defensive class wears this, it would be truly indestructible. Bro, don't forget, this is still a set. If someone can gather all 5 pieces of this equipment, That would be a 70% damage reduction.
This value, not to mention reaching the attributes of holy gear, even if you say it's the best among holy gear,
I would believe it. I really don't know who got this equipment, it's just too outrageous. Wow. Think about it, if a mage wears this equipment, they wouldn't be afraid of anyone getting close. If there really is a full set, then they would truly become a battle mage. Directly casting their ultimate in close range, within the same level, they would be invincible. That's right, this equipment will obviously have a high price, it might even surpass those 3 life crystals. Damn! Today I've really gained some knowledge, I actually got to see legendary grade equipment. At that moment, the auctioneer spoke again. Everyone, we have such a treasure appearing in our auction house, so to ensure the safety of the person who wins the bid, our auction house will have 2 true king-level experts secretly protecting them for 3 days. During these 3 days, no matter where the winning bidder goes, our auction house staff will ensure your safety. This is our auction house's sincerity, so please be assured. If anyone present has ulterior motives, then you are opposing our transaction, and we ask you to consider whether you have the strength to go against our auction house. The auctioneer's simple words carried an undeniable tone. Yi Feng was a bit curious and asked, which force does this transaction house belong to? Isn't it under the Empire? He had no understanding of this area. Textbooks hardly mention such matters. Lu Han was also puzzled, shrugging his shoulders and saying, don't ask me about this, if you don't know. How could I possibly know? Duan Joshua sighed upon seeing the two. Yi Feng, you say you're a genius. How come you don't even know basic common knowledge? You know? Of course. This Gusa transaction house belongs to the Longxia transaction house, which is on the same level as the 9 great families. They are also known as one of the top 10 forces in the empire. The Longxia transaction house has branches all over the country, and the main store is in the capital. This is a faction formed by several people, and it has many experts under its banner, making it the wealthiest force in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Not only that, but they should also be the wealthiest force in the world. And the headquarters of the Longxia Trading Company is also the largest trading venue in the world. We don't know who the behind-the-scenes figures of the trading company are. It's considered one of the most mysterious matters in the Dragon Kingdom, only known to be extremely low-key. Ha! What about the 9 great families? How could you not even know about the 9 great families? Are they very powerful? Yi Feng had naturally never heard of these before. To him, the Lu family was already quite formidable. Then there was the royal family of the Dragon Kingdom. That was undoubtedly the most powerful force in the Dragon Kingdom. As for the 9 great families and the trading company, this was the first time he was learning about such forces. All forces in the world are categorized. Undoubtedly, our royal family in the Dragon Kingdom is the strongest force, even the Dragon Kingdom itself belongs to them, so they generally don't appear at the top of the rankings. Next, without a doubt, are the 9 great ancient families. The 9 great families are naturally the 9 strongest families in the entire Dragon Kingdom. These families have basically been passed down for thousands of years, coexisting with the nation. And each family has god-level experts stationed, and there is more than one god-level expert in these families. The Lu family, where Lu Han is, can only be considered a first-class family. They are still far from being among the 9 great families, but they are already quite powerful. At least in our Jiangnan province, the Lu family is definitely among the top 3 families. Below the 9 great families are superpowers like the Lu family. Although the Lu family is a first-class family and may be strong in our Jiangnan province, the gap compared to those top first-class families is not small, and this pattern exists because the various universities in the Dragon Kingdom do not participate in the rankings. The universities in our Dragon Kingdom are actually colossal entities. These universities are mostly backed by the Empire, so there is no need for rankings. That's about it. I don't know the details any further, Duan Joshua tirelessly explained to Yi Feng. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng felt as if he had opened a new world. There were many forces he had never heard of, but now he knew. Whether it was the 9 great families or the Longxia Trading Company, these were top-tier powers. Originally, he thought that the Suzhou Trading Company he often visited was just a small market from his past life. Now it seemed he had truly underestimated the trading company business. Especially this time, they could send out 2 true king-level experts for just 2 pieces of legendary equipment. This was simply too exaggerated. One must know that if 2 true king-level experts were placed in Suzhou City, they could establish a top family. Even the mayor of Suzhou City had not become a true king-level expert, yet the trading company casually dispatched them just for selling 2 pieces of legendary equipment. This foundation was indeed too strong. Now,
Although Yifeng could fight against true king-level experts, his strength had not yet reached the level of
overpowering a family.
Not to mention the 9 great families that Duan Joshua spoke of. Even dealing with a first-class family like the Lu family was beyond his capability alone.
Even if he was strong, he was indeed outnumbered. Let alone first-class families. He felt some pressure even against second-class families. He was definitely a bit confident in one-on-one situations, but if it were a group fight, that would be a bit difficult. It seemed. He still had to endure for a while. Everyone, I need to clarify in advance that this piece of equipment is called the Heavenly Vine Heavy Armor, which belongs to a new set, the Heavenly Vine Set Components. We have investigated all the information from the trading hall, and the Tiantang set has never appeared before. This is the first time. Logically speaking, this set consists of 5 components. If we can gather all 5 parts, it will definitely be among the top-tier holy gear. And as everyone knows, our auction today features 2 pieces of legendary equipment. The other piece is, as the auctioneer finished this sentence, the lights shone on the other side. A floating bracelet appeared before everyone. Tiantang bracelet position, bracelet set component, Tiantang set bracelet component, 1/5, grade, legendary attributes, wearing it automatically cancels the casting delay, increases damage by 30% when attacking, and each additional set component increases it by 10%. The other component of the Tiantang set, the Tiantang bracelet. These 2 pieces of equipment will be auctioned separately. The prior notice is just to help everyone make their choices. The auctioneer maintained a professional smile at all times. As soon as the bracelet appeared, everyone's eyes widened. Holy crap, brothers, I can't be seeing this wrong. It says 30% damage, right? No way. I suspect I might be seeing it wrong too. Damn it, isn't that 30% damage a bit too exaggerated? With such a straightforward attribute, this Tiantang bracelet feels like it has already reached the level of holy gear. Where on earth did this incredible equipment come from? If someone wears a complete Tiantang set, they would be invincible even among true kings or holy level beings. This kind of simple and direct effect is really a bit too much. Damn it, if I weren't broke, I would really want to snatch up these 2 pieces of equipment. Don't even think about it. You might as well dream. For equipment of this level with such exaggerated effects, just being able to see it is already something to be grateful for. How dare you even think about owning it? Once this effect is revealed, it has nothing to do with us on the 1st and 2nd floors. That's right. This time, don't even talk about bidding competition. I feel that after the auctioneer announces the price, we might not even have a chance to bid. Crap, does that mean we're about to see some divine battles? You're full of it. How could this possibly be divine battles? This is clearly the rhythm of a group fight. Who wouldn't want such a treasure? Exactly. And I feel that after getting the first piece of equipment, there will be fierce competition for the second piece. This kind of bonus is just too exaggerated. Once bought, it feels like it can be used as holy gear directly. This equipment will definitely be used as holy gear. I doubt there's any holy level powerhouse in the world who would refuse such equipment. Everyone sighed in admiration. Their eyes revealed a longing for this piece of equipment. Equipment of this level is indeed enough to make everyone fight for it. If these 2 pieces of equipment appeared in the wild, who knows how many people would take action? Blood could flow like a river. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't say much more. Now we will auction the first piece of equipment, the Tiantang Heavy Armor. Starting price, 80 million, and each bid must be no less than 200,000. 80 million. This number already made everyone feel a bit out of reach. At least, those on the lower floors immediately closed their mouths. This price was already beyond what they could afford. And this was also the purpose of the trading hall, to speed up the process and directly filter out those without money. However, this price could not dampen the desires of those on the higher floors. I want this. 100 million, 120 million, 150 million, 200 million. At this moment, Wu Fan shouted loudly, his voice resonating, and then continued. Seniors, please give our Wu family some face. We want this Heavenly Vine Heavy Armor. At this time, standing on the 4th floor, Wu Fan almost attracted the attention of everyone present. If it weren't for the need to keep a low profile, Yifeng would have wanted to applaud. Damn it, wasn't a big spender just appearing? Zhao Shui, generally speaking, how much can legendary level equipment sell for? Yifeng inquired. He really wasn't clear on this aspect, but he knew that king level equipment could sell for tens of millions. As for legendary level equipment,
he truly had no idea. The price of legendary level equipment is basically several times that of king level equipment. Even the most expensive king level equipment is capped at tens of millions.
Duan Zhaoshui said without any hesitation. Legendary level equipment is different. The cheapest piece of legendary level equipment costs at least 500 million or even higher. Actually, a slightly higher price is normal, but legendary level equipment is relatively rare. Legendary level equipment corresponds to true king level experts. Right now,
regardless of other countries, just in our dragon country, among those who have reached true king level, only about half possess legendary level equipment. If it's a matter of financial power, many people can afford it. But the problem is that there simply aren't that many pieces of legendary level equipment. Most are concentrated in the hands of some powerful families.
In fact, I've heard my grandmother say that many holy level experts are using legendary level equipment.
After listening to Duan Zhaoshui's words, Yi Feng suddenly realized he really hadn't expected such a situation. No wonder Mu Shui was so surprised when he took out 2 pieces of legendary level equipment yesterday.
He hadn't anticipated that their value was so high. Initially, he thought legendary level equipment should be easy to obtain. Now, seeing that it was something that others could only hope for, he was taken aback.
I didn't expect this thing to be worth so much,
Yi Feng exclaimed. That's natural, Duan Zhaoshui said seriously. Even our Duan family doesn't have any legendary level equipment right now.
And I don't know if I can obtain one after I become a true king level expert. I really envy those who have awakened weapon professions. They can have their weapons grow with them.
No matter what level they reach, they can always have suitable equipment.
Listening to Duan Zhaoshui's words,
Yi Feng silently nodded. Back then,
he had also fantasized about becoming a revered warrior profession.
Ideally, he would have his own weapon. This type of profession, once awakened, would have a companion divine weapon.
The companion divine weapon would grow stronger alongside the profession.
But if the weapon was damaged, it would also harm the profession. However, this profession was still very desirable. As long as one could awaken it, they would become a figure surrounded by many. But then Yi Feng thought about his necromancer profession. And for now,
with his undead body as a golden finger, he was quite satisfied with this profession.
The weapon-type profession didn't seem so appealing anymore. To be honest, I've thought about this matter too. If I could awaken a sword-type profession, I would be so happy I could fly. Just think about the sword god of our dragon country from 10,000 years ago. At this moment, the fat guy also chimed in.
I'm not in a position to step in right now. You two help me compete with Wu Fan on the price.
Make him bleed a little. You can be bold, even if you buy it. It doesn't matter.
Yi Feng quickly changed the subject. He knew very well that if he let the fat guy continue talking,
this guy could go on forever. He really disliked Wu Fan.
Whether it was because he always looked for trouble in the past or just now when he tricked Duan Zhaoshui,
Yi Feng was not so easygoing. He had to pull a fast one on Wu Fan.
Upon hearing this, both of them were somewhat shocked. It wasn't that they were surprised Yi Feng wanted to bid against Wu Fan, but rather what Yi Feng said afterward.
Buying it is fine too? I want to acquire legendary level equipment,
but I don't even know if I have enough money on hand.
Shen Zi,
have you struck gold?
Such big talk.
The fat guy was the first to question.
Duan Zhaoshui also said,
Yi Feng, I know you might despise Wu Fan, but at this moment, we should be cautious with our bidding. If we really end up buying it and can't afford it later,
that would be troublesome.
Don't worry, just boldly set the price,
but don't push him too hard. I know how to handle it.
Yi Feng appeared to be in complete control.
He certainly didn't care. These 2 pieces of equipment were originally his. Even if he bought them back,
it would just mean paying a little extra deposit.
But as long as he could annoy Wu Fan, that would make him very happy. Right now, just from Wu Fan's demeanor,
it was clear he was determined to get those 2 pieces of equipment.
And all they had to do was raise the price. They could pull a fast one on Wu Fan, earning a little extra money. Why not? Even if it wasn't Wu Fan who bought it back, it didn't matter. As long as they could make money, raising the price was purely beneficial with no harm.
Shen Zi, since you said that, we can start bidding, the fat guy said again. At this moment, he was even ready to have his old man wire the money. He only had about 600 or 700 million left on him. The odds were really not that great. Just go big, I've got your back.
When have I ever deceived you? Yi Feng reassured the two again.
All right, but even though you haven't deceived me, you sure have taken advantage of me.
Damn, As if you haven't taken advantage of me before." After saying that, the two brothers exchanged a smile. At this time, the price of the Heavenly Vine heavy armor had already soared to 300 million. Although Wu Fan had made an announcement, the prominent families clearly did not take him seriously. That's how society works. The Wu family could establish themselves in the provincial capital thanks to their ancestors and the current Wu Di. If Wu Di were present, people might give him some face, but Wu Fan was just a rookie. No one would take him to heart, so they should bid. "Wu Fan, you piece of trash. After all this time, you only want to offer 200 million, acting like you're rich. Turns out you're just a poor fool." At this moment, Lu Han, who had received Ji Feng's instructions, poked his head out and shouted, "I'll bid 400 million. With Lu Han joining the fray, Wu Fan's face turned ashen with anger. He originally thought that by bringing up the Wu family, he would surely gain some face, but he was targeted by Lu Han. His face fell. "Wu Fan, aren't you going to bid? If you're really not going to, then I'll take it. You, considering 400 million for so long, what are you even doing at an auction? Aren't you just pretending to be a big shot? Tisk tsk. I really don't know what to say to you. I thought your Wu family was quite wealthy, but it turns out it's just like this. No, if you can't afford it, just say so early. I had some expectations for you, but I didn't expect you to flop so badly. Sigh. I'm really a bit disappointed." As the fat guy kept spewing trash talk, many people started to laugh. "Since the Wu family can't afford it, then I'll raise the bid. 450 million. At this moment, someone on the fourth floor shouted to stir the pot. "Who said I can't afford it?" Wu Fan shouted angrily. 500 million. The price of 500 million had already reached the minimum level for legendary level equipment. But the Heavenly Vine heavy armor has already reached the legendary level of equipment, being the most top-tier existence, and a price of 500 million naturally cannot fall into Wu Fan's hands. 800 million. At this moment, Duan Jiaxue also poked her head out from the fifth floor and shouted a price. "What the?" This price startled both Yifeng and Lu Han. "No way. You can't be serious? With the quality of this Heavenly Vine heavy armor, it should start at 1 billion, right? 800 million definitely won't buy it. If 800 million can really get it, I feel I could flip it for a few billion," Duan Jiaxue quickly explained. Compared to Yifeng and Lu Han, Duan Jiaxue had grown up in the Duan family and had experiences that ordinary people couldn't compare to. She was much stronger in this regard than the two of them. "Duan school beauty. You're really smart." Lu Han thought carefully and realized it was indeed the case. Yifeng was even less concerned. After all, he was the seller, and buying it back was no big deal. Damn! An instant increase of nearly 300 million. However, Duan Jiaxue's frenzied bidding had deeply shocked the people at the lower levels. Although most people came here to broaden their horizons, they never expected that a piece of legendary equipment could sell for 800 million. This price is still acceptable. Compared to the people below the third floor, the major forces on the fourth and fifth floors understood quite a bit. They were very clear about the value that a piece of legendary equipment should have. This was just a small auction in Gusa City, and the clientele were all forces from Jiangnan province. If this equipment were placed in the capital of Long Country, the price would have long surpassed 1 billion. After all, for many major forces, a piece of legendary equipment could already be considered part of the family's foundation. Not to mention that this kind of equipment was close to reaching the saint level. For them, it was also very valuable. Perhaps one day the Long currency would greatly depreciate, but the value of equipment at this level would remain very high no matter how many years passed. Since the young lady of the Duan family has such deep pockets, I will speed things up. 1 billion. At this moment, Li Shan also stood up and said, originally, he had come here just to have some fun, hearing that there was legendary equipment ready to stir up some excitement. But now, seeing such a heaven-defying legendary equipment, he had already decided to compete. As a young master born into the Li family, Li Shan had seen a lot more of the world, and moreover, their lineage had always managed the family's finances. Therefore, he was determined to obtain the Heavenly Vine heavy armor. In his heart, there were only a few families present that could compete with him. His chances of acquiring this Heavenly Vine heavy armor were still quite high. Wow! It actually reached 1 billion. What do you know? The value of defensive equipment with such high attributes is immeasurable. I just asked some partners, and the current upper limit for legendary equipment is 2.3 billion long currency. Wow, a piece of legendary equipment can reach 2.3 billion long currency? I wonder if these two pieces of equipment today can reach that price. It's hard to say. If it were in a big place, it might really break the highest record. But here in Jiangnan province, it's a bit difficult. Indeed, there are only about 4 or 5 families present with 100 billion in assets, like the Lu family, Li family, Wu family. Who else has the ability to compete for the heavenly vine heavy armor? If we calculate based on the highest price, then there's nothing more to say. If we want to gather 2 pieces of equipment, it would be about 50 billion long currency. Which family can come up with that much money? 2 pieces? Getting one would be good enough. Who among you is likely? I feel the Lu family is wealthy. They should be able to get at least one. The young master of the Lu family just spent 300 million. I think one of these 2 pieces must belong to the Li family. When the price of 1 billion dragon coins was announced, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Seeing the heated discussions below, the fat man looked at Li Shan. Exactly. When calling out a price, it should be done decisively. Although I don't know your name, I'm very satisfied with your approach. A big family should have the demeanor of a big family. If others find out, they might think we can't afford it. Li Shan was taken aback. He didn't expect Lu Han to actually praise him. What young master Lu said is, just as he was about to be polite and mend their relationship, he heard Lu Han shout again. Since the bidding has reached this point, I bid 1.5 billion dragon coins. This time, the bid completely choked Li Shan on the words he was about to say. 1.5 billion? Li Shan was utterly stunned. He knew that this young master of the Lu family might be a bit extravagant, but he didn't expect him to be this extravagant. 1.5 billion, and he didn't even furrow his brow? Isn't that a bit too carefree? Young Master Lu, we have detected that there are not 1.5 billion in your account. At this moment, the auctioneer smiled and said, of course, the Lu family has a credit guarantee limit of 1 billion at our Longxia Trading House headquarters. If you agree, we can sign a contract for you. Ah, Lu Han was taken aback. This trading guarantee doesn't have any traps, right? Theoretically, there are no traps, unless you refuse to pay afterward. Longxia Trading House will take strong measures. They are a force that even the 9 great families do not dare to underestimate. Duan Jiaxue explained. Many years ago, a first-class family used a credit guarantee at a small trading house under Longxia Trading House, using a guarantee of 1 billion, and then they never paid. Longxia Trading House took strong measures for the first and only time. It is said that Longxia Trading House acted the next morning, and by the afternoon, that family had completely disappeared, and all their assets became the property of the trading house. Sounds like they are quite trustworthy. The fat man listened, piecing together the story. If you think that way, it's not unreasonable. Duan Jiaxue nodded. Do you have that much money in your card? Just now when you bid 800 million, why didn't he ask you? The fat man turned to ask. Our family should have opened a guarantee limit at the Suzhou Trading House. Duan Jiaxue thought for a moment and said, logically, since she had just quoted such a high price, the auctioneer should have inquired about her funds. Theoretically, trading houses are very rigorous, and such errors should not occur. This only explains it. Mr. Lu, do you agree to open the guarantee? If you do not agree, we will revoke your last bid. Agreed. Since he already knew what the guarantee limit was, the fat man had no reason to disagree. After all, he had no intention of buying. Signing is signing. Even if he bought it, what would happen? Although 1.5 billion is not a small amount for the Lu family, this is legendary equipment. Very valuable. At worst, he could sell it within the family, or wait until he reached the corresponding level to use it himself. All right, the auctioneer said. The auction continues. 1.5 billion once. Young Master Lu really has some spirit. Li Shan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. This 1.5 billion was called out just like that. And this contract was signed just like that. Even though he was a bit proud, he had to admit, when it comes to spending money, Lu Han was much crazier than him. 1.5 billion dragon coins. But, this price, he could still chase. For this piece of equipment, his psychological price was 2 billion. As long as the bid was within 2 billion, he didn't need to think about it. 16 billion dragon coins. Duan Jiaxue thought for a moment and shouted again. All right. Miss Duan bids 16 billion dragon coins. The auctioneer responded with a smile. Isn't our family's limit this high? Duan Joshua was stunned. Although she was just joking with that bid, the auctioneer didn't even ask a question, which was a bit absurd, because the current liquidity of the Duan family was nowhere near 16 billion. Could it be because this was the private room where Yifeng was, so they assumed it was Yifeng buying? At this moment, Duan Joshua had no idea that all of this was arranged by Mu Shui. When Duan Joshua and Lu Han first placed their bids, Mu Shui had already guessed that it was Yifeng driving up the price based on the way and frequency of the bids. According to the value of this equipment, the Duan family's funds simply couldn't support it, and Mu Shui believed that Duan Joshua definitely represented Yifeng. So, she had arranged everything in advance. As long as it was Duan Joshua's bid, they wouldn't interfere. It was also a push for Yifeng. Of course, this was also helping their trading firm. No matter who the equipment was sold to, they could earn at least a 10% commission. No matter how you looked at it, it was a profit for them. These crazy people. On the other side, Wu Fan was so angry his teeth were itching. Although he had anticipated that this auction wouldn't end very easily, he didn't expect it to be this difficult. Lu Han and Duan Joshua were clearly two madmen, pushing the price of this equipment to 16 billion in one go. This had exceeded his psychological expectations. But before the auction started, he had put on a big show for Yifeng. He was unwilling to give up. Just now, I don't know who was outside saying how they would do this and that after getting two pieces of equipment. Now why are they silent? Are they so scared by this price that they don't even dare to let out a fart? Seeing Wu Fan remain silent, the fat man quickly added fuel to the fire. Hey, without strength, you still want to act tough. Do you think all the underground bugs are like this? This remark made the whole place burst into laughter. They could all understand Lu Han's words. The Wu family's business was all underground, considered by many to be lowly. Clearly, the underground bugs were a metaphor for the Wu family. Don't think just because you have a little money you're impressive. It's just 16 billion. Who can't afford that? Wu Fan's face turned red, gritting his teeth as he said, 16,500,000,000. Ah, Lu Han burst out laughing. No, I thought you were holding back a big one, and you only raised it by 500 million? So you pulled a big one? Let me teach you what bidding is. 18 billion dragon coins. 18 billion. The fat man once again pushed the price of the equipment up. He wore a nonchalant expression. After all, he had credit funds, and with Wu Fan's personality, this matter couldn't possibly end here. Lu Han. Wu Fan was completely enraged by this remark. He originally thought Lu Han would be more restrained after returning to a big family, but now in such a grand occasion, he didn't give him any face at all. Auctioneer, give me 50 billion dragon coins in credit funds. Alright, since you are representing the provincial city forces this time, you will sign this contract. The auctioneer particularly liked requests for signing credit contracts. Having a contract meant there wouldn't be any issues. After all, if the money couldn't be repaid, the auction house could unconditionally take the other party's assets. Wealth was never what the trading firm focused on. It was the industries that could create wealth. That were what the trading firm valued. Fatty, come on. I have 50 billion in credit now. Let's see how far you can go. Wu Fan shouted. You really want to see? Lu Han laughed. 20 billion dragon coins. 2,500,000,000. Wu Fan was determined. He had to outbid the fat man. This celestial battle had left everyone below in a daze. In just a few short minutes, the bid for a single piece of equipment had already reached 2,500,000,000 dragon coins. There was only 250 million left to break the record for legendary equipment prices. Maybe today we will witness history. It's too intense. This auction is completely a battlefield filled with gunpowder. Now that it has surpassed the 2 billion mark, everyone on the fourth floor and below will drop out. That's about right, for any small family. 2 billion is a fortune that can change their fate. Meanwhile, Yifeng was watching with great interest. Although he wanted to just take the money and leave, there was no sign of it stopping. Zhao Shui, why can Wu Fan represent the forces of the provincial city to sign? Of course, there was something that made Yifeng curious. If someone wanted to trick a certain family, wouldn't that be very easy? Duan Zhao Shui nodded and explained, that's right, but generally speaking, those who come to the auction have the family's consent. Anything they do will be unconditionally agreed upon by the family. This is a guarantee that every family makes to the trading house before coming to the auction. What do you mean? Yifeng seemed like a sponge. crazily absorbing knowledge he had never known before. Because the Dragon Summer Trading House's auction is very strict, not everyone can participate. To attend, you must have an invitation, and there are only two ways to obtain one. The first is that the trading house will actively invite local reputable individuals or families before a grand auction begins. The second is to apply. If you want to participate in this auction, you must apply to the trading house for qualification. And because the invitations are limited, the application will be granted based on your situation and assets. It is precisely because of this that the trading house has a clause for those who receive an invitation. It is not an individual who is invited, but a family. Taking the Lu family as an example, it means that it is not Lu Han who is invited, but the Lu family. As for who the Lu family sends to participate in the auction, it doesn't matter. Once you participate in this auction, you are deemed to have signed a contract representing the Lu family's assets. You can act as the head of the Lu family, so generally speaking, the family will choose very carefully who can represent them at the auction to avoid the situation you mentioned. Duan Zhaoshui explained patiently. Then this trading house is too overbearing. Yi Feng basically understood. It didn't matter who attended the auction, but the actions taken at the auction must be recognized by the family they represented. This is also to ensure that both parties can guarantee a pleasant transaction process. The Dragon Summer Trading House has developed to this scale after so many years. No other force could achieve this. Moreover, many times it can be urgent. Someone might need something very much, but the money in their account is running low, making it difficult to transfer funds immediately. Signing this temporary contract becomes very useful. Otherwise, if you want something but don't have enough money at the moment, it could be taken by someone else. That would be a huge loss. Of course, after signing the contract, as long as you make up the money within a day after the transaction is completed, it's fine. For honest people, there's no huge loss. Duan Zhaoshui thought for a moment and said, "That makes sense." Yi Feng nodded. This kind of thing probably could only be done by the Dragon Summer Trading House. As one of the top 10 powers in the Dragon Kingdom, the wealthiest organization in the world, absolute strength and absolute credibility are essential to support the operation of this system. They have enough power to establish such regulations that leave no one with any objections. Moreover, according to Duan Zhaoshui, the backers of the Longxiao Trading House are very mysterious, and to this day, no one knows which family controls the trading house. It is feared that no family dares to provoke them. Wu Fan's invitation is from the underground forces of the provincial capital, not from the Wu family of Suzhou. So according to the trading house's regulations, Wu Fan can represent the underground forces of the provincial capital. Duan Zhaoshui pointed at Wu Fan and said, "That's great, then we don't have to worry about Wu Fan not being able to pay." Yi Feng said with a smile, "You seem very fixated on having Wu Fan spend a lot of money to buy these, making it seem like these two pieces of equipment are yours." Duan Zhaoshui smiled helplessly. Yi Feng just smiled and didn't say more. 2,100,000,000 dragon coins. At this moment, Wu Fan shouted defiantly. 2,200,000,000. All right, Wu Fan. I thought you were going to be scared into wetting your pants by my previous price. Lu Han was getting into the spirit. Are you talking about yourself? 2,250,000,000. Wu Fan was completely caught up in the moment. Originally, Li Shan and others also wanted to compete, but suddenly, the price jumped to 2,250,000,000. This made everyone present, except for Wu Fan, abandon their thoughts. Although, this equipment is theoretically worth 2 billion, but legendary grade equipment is still legendary grade equipment. Moreover, 2,250,000,000 is indeed not a small amount, and those sitting on the third floor basically represented their families, with no family head personally attending. If they followed Wu Fan and Lu Han's example and signed contracts to buy it, they would definitely face a beating when they got home. Although the trading house can enforce payment, they don't care how family elders beat their juniors, they only care about collecting money when the time comes. Such family matters are not something they can manage. 23 billion. Today, I want to see if you, Wu Fan, really have the guts to catch up. Lu Han was getting more and more excited. 23,500,000,000. Wu Fan gritted his teeth and quoted again. Record-breaking. Witnessing history. I thought it was impossible to break the record, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. These two young masters are truly carefree, quoting over 20 billion just like that. Having money really makes one reckless. Wu Fan is also quite fierce. As long as young Master Lu calls out a price, he follows.
although he's not as carefree as young Master Lu, but it's still very good. This time, it's definitely not a wasted trip. It seems that in the future, the Wu family, as an underground force, will probably have a complete showdown with the Lu family. With such bidding, who else dares to compete? I'm so excited I'm about to faint. It's so damn thrilling. Go, young Master Lu. Go, young Master Wu. The bidding of over 20 billion instantly ignited the other guests. In an instant, the people below the fourth floor unknowingly turned into cheerleaders, splitting into two factions to cheer. You only raised the price by 500 million? I thought you, Wu Fan, were a big shot. I offer 24 billion dragon coins. Wu Fan, you wouldn't dare to chase, would you? Poor guy. Lu Han said with a smile. Fatty, we're here to trick Wu Fan. Don't get too carried away. Seeing the price break the historical record, Yi Feng quickly reminded. Sorry, I almost forgot. I'll stop bidding once Wu Fan is done, the fatty quickly said. He was also getting carried away, and Yi Feng broke out in a cold sweat. He originally just wanted to make the fat guy raise the price a little. He didn't expect Lu Han to play such a big game. It's already over 2.3 billion, and he's still crazily raising the price. Damn, who do you think you're looking down on? 2.45 billion. Wu Fan almost hesitated at all and directly quoted. That's enough. Why the hell are you still raising the price? Seeing Wu Fan give such a high bid, Lu Han's mouth curled up. He put on a surprised expression. Humph, Lu Han, how can you say such things? You can't be out of money, can you? Wu Fan was beaming with pride. Forget it, since you like this equipment so much, I'll give it to you. I withdraw. The fat guy immediately followed the previous plan and directly exited this dispute. Ha ha ha, let's see if you dare to compete with me in the future. Lu Han, remember this, you better bow your head when you see me in the future. Wu Fan was very satisfied with this result. As long as he could see those in the same camp as Yi Feng suffer, it made him feel great. 2.45 billion dragon coins. Once, 2.45 billion dragon coins. Twice, 2.45 billion dragon coins. 3 times, 2.45 billion dragon coins. Deal. Seeing Wu Fan spend a large sum of money to win the auctioned equipment, Lu Han's face was beaming with smiles. That feeling was even more joyful than when he picked up a bargain at a low price. Boss Wu is generous. Having money is really good. With this legendary equipment, the Wu family's strength will definitely rise to another level. At this moment, the people in the venue began to praise Wu Fan. Of course, most of them were secretly laughing. If this equipment were auctioned in a big city like Kyoto, no one would say anything about 2.45 billion. But in Suzhou, it was a bit of a serious markup. However, no matter what, Wu Fan represented the underground forces of the provincial capital. Face still had to be given. After the auction of the Tianteng heavy armor, the next moment, the spotlight focused on the Tianteng bracelet beside it. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the situation of the Tianteng heavy armor, the pricing conditions for the Tianteng bracelet need to be slightly changed. The starting price for the Tianteng bracelet is set at 1 billion. Each bid must not be less than 50 million. After the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent, and no one dared to casually quote anymore. 1 billion dragon coins. Just the starting price had already left countless people in the dust. Even some who originally wanted to place a bid just to have some fun at the beginning of the auction directly gave up that idea. Damn it, even if they mortgaged all their worth, it still wouldn't be enough for 1 billion. After the trading house adjusted the quote for the Tianteng bracelet, it was clearly telling everyone, this piece of equipment basically, only those on the third floor and above had the qualifications to bid. Wu Fan, you shouldn't compete with me for this bracelet. You just spent half of your credit limit. Now you're practically a pauper. If you have no money, don't bid. Hurry up and go home to drink milk. As the auction just started, Lu Han changed from praising Wu Fan to mocking him. Fat guy, why aren't you even pretending? At least act for a while. Can that guy handle it? Yi Feng couldn't help but laugh and said softly, I feel Wu Fan is a bit brainless. With his intelligence, he shouldn't be able to think of such deep things. Aren't you looking down on him a bit too much? Lu Han said with a face full of disdain. Who do you think you're looking down on? You fat bastard. Damn, I bid 15 billion. Just as Yi Feng wanted to say a few more words, Wu Fan's voice rang out. I overestimated him.
Yi Feng's mouth twitched. Is this guy addicted to loans or what? 2 billion. Wu Fan. Today I want to see your family assets. How solid they are. At this moment, Lu Han had already mastered the art of infuriating Wu Fan, and before any other forces could bid, he directly confronted him. Damn it, I can still scare you. 2.2 billion. Wu Fan continued to bid. 2.3 billion. Poor bastard. Do you dare to chase? Lu Han smiled smugly. 2.4 billion. Wu Fan was completely furious. You fat bastard. Come on. Do you dare to continue chasing? Wu Fan, you're amazing. The fat man chuckled. At the same time, after the bid of 2.4 billion was announced, unlike the previous heated discussions, at this moment, the entire auction hall suddenly fell into a deathly silence. From the start of the auction for the Tian-Tung hand ring until now, not even 2 minutes had passed, yet the price had already soared to 2.4 billion. Everyone looked in disbelief at the direction where Wu Fan was. He had called out a high price of 2.4 billion for 2 pieces of equipment. Combined, that's 48 billion. Although both were legendary top-tier equipment, the cost was just too high. This is in Gusa's city, not in the imperial capital. Moreover, Wu Fan had exhausted all his credibility deposits in one go. Even if Wu Di is the underground king of the provincial capital, it's impossible for him to come up with so much liquid capital in a single day. If the underground king knew about this, damn it, he might just vomit blood from anger. Is it really already at 2.4 billion? Even the auctioneer didn't expect the bidding to escalate so quickly. She hadn't even said a few words, and the price had already reached the staggering 2.4 billion. What are you thinking? Hurry up and drop the hammer. It wasn't until the auctioneer heard manager Mu Shue's voice in her earpiece that she finally reacted. 2.4 billion dragon coins once. 2.4 billion dragon coins twice. 2.4 billion dragon coins 3 times. 2.4 billion dragon coins. Sold. Let's congratulate young Master Wu for winning the Tian-Tung heavy armor and the Tian-Tung hand ring. 2 grand finale items. The hall erupted with excitement at the auctioneer's words. In a sense, this event involving Wu Fan would be remembered by many. After all, on the same day, he had purchased 2 legendary pieces of equipment at the highest price. This moment would even appear in the historical records of the trading hall. Achieving a transaction amount of 48.5 billion in an auction is not difficult, but the transaction time was less than 2 minutes. This was truly explosive. Wu Fan is really something. With so much money he could buy a holy armor. Lu Han couldn't help but laugh. Holy armor starts at 100 billion, that kind of equipment is too rare to appear on the market. Actually, he could buy a complete set of legendary gear. Duan Zhaoshui explained. Ha ha, whatever. Wu Fan is just a big fool. I'm feeling really good inside. The fat man said happily. Competing with me in wealth. Even if your Lu family is a dragon, you still have to lie down for me today. Wu Fan was unfazed by winning the 2 legendary items at a premium. Right now, he was filled with endless joy. After all, this was one of the rare moments in his life where he was the center of attention. So, Wu Fan thought for a moment, then stood by the window, sneering. Yi Feng, did you see everything? This is the gap between you and me. These 2 legendary pieces of equipment are within my grasp. And you? You can only hide behind the girls and watch me. This feeling of powerlessness. You must be in great pain, right? Schwerer. That pretty boy Yi Feng is not worthy of you. You should have seen my strength by now. Be with me. As long as your Duan family is willing to cooperate with my Wu family, I can definitely lead you and the Duan family to a higher stage. Wu Fan's voice was filled with excitement, and his eyes brimmed with pride. At that moment, he felt as if all the spotlight in the world was revolving around him. It was as if he was the center of the entire universe. Upon hearing Wu Fan call out, Yi Feng smiled and stepped forward. At this time, everyone in the room noticed that there was someone who had not appeared in the private room where Lu Han and Duan Zhaoshui were, buying 2 finale items for nearly 5 billion at such a high price. Young Master Wu is truly impressive. Even I can't help but admire him a bit, Yi Feng said with a grin. Right now, he was in a very good mood. Just a mere auction. He had made tens of billions. In fact, Yi Feng felt that there was nothing more exhilarating in life than this. There weren't many fools like Wu Fan in the world. He spent over 40 billion. What difference would it make if he flattered him a bit? Humph, as long as you know. Wu Fan was about to launch into a new round of mockery. Young Master Wu, as the purchaser of the Tianting equipment, I have something to discuss with you.
Over the years, if the auction's finale items do not go unsold, they will be personally handed over by the item owner to the purchaser. We will also take a group photo at the same time, which counts as holding a ceremony. To have such a finale item sold at a record-breaking price is something that can be remembered in history. What do you think about doing it live this time? The auctioneer's earpiece transmitted Mu Shue's voice, and then the auctioneer looked at Wu Fan on the 4th floor and said, "Sure, no problem at all. I spent over 40 billion, having everyone witness history is just perfect." Wu Fan's smile grew even more intense in his eyes, not to mention the opportunity to take a photo with someone who could sell such high-level equipment. Just being able to show off in front of so many people was already a delightful matter. Most importantly, he could also irritate Yifeng. Meanwhile, Yifeng was momentarily stunned. He really didn't know about this segment, but the next second, he saw Mu Shui appear in a private room across from them, smiling at him. Yifeng immediately understood. This was probably Mu Shue's arrangement to help him after seeing Wu Fan targeting him. "Thank you." Yifeng smiled and nodded at Mu Shui. TSK. I wonder what Wu Fan's reaction will be when he sees me. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Please welcome Mr. Wu Fan to the stage, the auctioneer said enthusiastically. Then, Wu Fan, looking very pleased with himself, walked down the stairs and approached the prize. "Now, let's invite the seller to the stage." Upon hearing this, "Can you check if my clothes are neat?" Yifeng symbolically adjusted his clothes. "Looks fine. What's up?" The fat guy glanced at Yifeng and nodded. But the next second, Yifeng sat in the elevator under the watchful eyes of the fat guy and Duan Joshua. When he appeared again, he was already on the 1st floor. "What happened? Didn't they say the seller was coming to the stage?" "Chen Zi, what are you doing up there?" Duan Joshua and Lu Han exchanged glances and spoke almost simultaneously. "Yifeng, they asked the seller to come up. Not some country bumpkin like you. Hurry up and get down. Don't be a nuisance here." Upon seeing Yifeng, Wu Fan's brows immediately furrowed. "Are you trying to ride on some coattails by coming up?" "Yifeng, after all, we are classmates, you can kneel and beg me, and I might consider letting you come up for a photo. This could be the most glorious moment of your life." Wu Fan sneered, but Yifeng looked at Wu Fan with a strange expression. At that moment, the auctioneer began to understand Manager Mu's intentions. "Mr. Yifeng, as the seller of these two pieces of equipment, please come up to the stage for the handover," she quickly said. "All right." Yifeng nodded and stepped forward. "What? You just said he is the seller?" At the same time, Wu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at Yifeng and asking, "That's right. These two legendary grade Tian Teng equipment belong to Mr. Yifeng." The auctioneer nodded. "Just him? You must be mistaken. I know exactly what kind of family Yifeng comes from. He's just a poor guy. How could he possibly have two pieces of legendary equipment? No, this can't be right. He couldn't possibly have these two pieces of equipment." Wu Fan simply couldn't believe it. He knew best what Yifeng's family situation was. In this world, anyone could potentially have these two pieces of equipment. But Yifeng absolutely could not. "Wu Fan, these two pieces of equipment are what I sold to the trading house." "What? Do you want to go back on your word?" Yifeng stepped closer, finally standing beside Wu Fan. He directly put his arm around Wu Fan's shoulder, smiling brightly as he said, "Actually, I didn't know the auction house had such a rule at first. Who would have thought that we two old classmates would one day take a photo together?" Although he had prepared himself, it was still quite awkward when Yifeng just came down. Originally, he only intended to secretly trick Wu Fan for a bit, but who would have thought the trading house would arrange it this way? However, Yifeng understood. It was probably because Mu Shui had been watching Wu Fan constantly provoke him. She wanted to help him vent his anger. In reality, it was pretty much what Yifeng thought. Mu Shui's idea was indeed very simple. She had already noticed backstage that the relationship between Yifeng and Wu Fan was not good. After all, Wu Fan spent nearly 5 billion to buy the two pieces of equipment, relying on Yifeng and his friends constantly trying to trick Wu Fan. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to sell at such a high price. The Gusa trading house made 5 billion just in commissions, and now gently pushed Yifeng to let Wu Fan embarrass himself on the spot. It could be considered helping Yifeng. Why wouldn't she want to do such a good deed? "Well, I think I just had a hallucination," the auctioneer actually said those two legendary grade pieces of equipment belonged to Chen Zi. "Lu Han, do you think
Is it possible we both had a hallucination at the same time? I heard it too. At this moment, in the private room on the 5th floor, Duan Joshua and the fat guy looked at each other after hearing what the auctioneer said. They were all dumbfounded. Damn! I said why Shinzi kept making us drive up the prices. It turns out those 2 pieces of equipment are his. These are legendary grade equipment. Both of these belong to Yifeng. How is that possible? No way. 50 billion. Yifeng's current worth is already richer than our entire Duan family. Ha ha, that guy Chen Zi actually made a fortune quietly. But, speaking of which, Wu Fan is after all a person from the underground forces of the provincial city. Even if he got those 2 pieces of equipment, no one would dare to touch him. But Chen Zi is different. What you said makes sense, that's 50 billion. Such an amount of dragon coins is enough to make most people in this world green with envy. Even I might be a little tempted. Duan Joshua and Lu Han exchanged words. With Yifeng's appearance, they had even begun to worry about what would happen next. After all, it's 50 billion. Basically, everyone in the auction house had already memorized Yifeng's face. As long as they were given a chance, they would definitely be willing to give it a try. In a situation where Yifeng had no backing, very few people could resist the temptation of 50 billion. Even, it wouldn't matter if it was Yifeng. If the seller was Duan Joshua, the outcome wouldn't be any better, because the Duan family's influence is still too small. Everyone, I know there are definitely people in the audience who want to make a move on Yifeng. As the expressions of the few on stage varied, Lu Han shouted loudly for the sake of his good brother being able to spend this money in peace. Not to mention you all. Even I am quite tempted by this 5 billion. But I must remind you of one thing in advance. Yifeng is under the protection of my Lu family. If anyone dares to touch even a hair on Yifeng, the Lu family will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Of course, those who are willing today can test whether my words as the Lu family's heir carry weight. Lu Han's words instantly dispelled some people's evil thoughts. Originally, they certainly weren't afraid of Yifeng. After all, those present were all influential people, and those who could sit on the 3rd floor or above were all from prominent families that had been entrenched in various cities for years, each with their own backing and confidence. How could they possibly be afraid of someone like Yifeng, who they had never heard of before? But now everything was different. If Yifeng were alone, it would be fine, but now suddenly a young master from the Lu family had appeared. And the Lu family was a major family in the provincial capital of Jiangnan, a true local tyrant. If anyone dared to touch Yifeng now, they really wouldn't want to live. Unless it was someone from the other 2 major families, they would dare to act. However, those 2 families were also colossal entities. They weren't desperate enough to confront the Lu family over 50 billion. Money had lost its significance to them. If it were for the 2 legendary grade pieces of equipment in Yifeng's hands, that would be worth a try. That 50 billion truly didn't matter to them. Yifeng, you are ruthless. At this moment, hearing Lu Han's words, Wu Fan finally understood that the equipment probably really belonged to Yifeng. So, he could only grit his teeth and accept Yifeng's handover ceremony. If it weren't for knowing that this Suzhou trading house was a regional branch of the Longxiao trading house, and that Longxiao was known for its ruthless methods, he really wouldn't want to buy it. But now that it had come to this, he just wanted this matter to end quickly. Wu Fan, why do you look so pale? At this moment, Yifeng was indeed in a very good mood. After all, Wu Fan already knew that these 2 pieces of equipment were his and had already been sold, so it didn't matter to him anymore. Sigh, I told you long ago, young people should be a bit more restrained. Although I know you've liked to hang out in those places since you were born. As your classmate, I can't really say much. In the future, you should take some kidney tonifying stuff, otherwise, your appearance looks too weak. Yifeng said with a smile. Yifeng, do you want to die? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's face turned even darker. If it weren't for the fact that they were still in the trading house at this moment, he really wanted to rush up and give Yifeng a few punches in the face. He had spent over 40 billion, and this seller actually said he looked weak. Hey, don't be angry. Didn't you tell me last time that you only like women? Especially older ones. Oh, sorry, I just blurted it out. Don't worry, I guarantee no one else will know. Yifeng covered his mouth with a suddenly revealing expression. He said, young Master Wu likes older ones? That's quite strange, isn't it? Impressive. You don't understand a thing. Haven't you heard that a woman 3 years older brings wealth? A woman 30 years older brings a kingdom.
A woman 300 years older brings elixirs.
Makes sense. Makes sense. And after Yifeng said this, some people in the auction house began to speculate. After witnessing Wu Fan's extravagant display, many people present wanted to take this opportunity to befriend him. After all, the underground forces controlled by Wu Di, while looked down upon by some prominent families, were seen as a force that ordinary people admired. Moreover, Wu Fan was Wu Di's nephew. If he could act as a bridge to connect with the underground forces, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. They had been seeking such connections in vain. Hearing what Yifeng said, they were suddenly filled with excitement. If Wu Fan really liked older women, although this preference was somewhat strange, it wouldn't be difficult for them. In this world, while it might be hard to find a stunning young lady, older women were plentiful. For some present, if they could really connect with the underground forces in the provincial capital, they could potentially develop cooperation. Even sending their own mothers over was not out of the question. For ordinary people, as long as the benefits were substantial enough, they would hardly give up easily. Wu Fan, we are classmates after all. Why only tell Yifeng about your needs? Isn't this little quirk something I can satisfy for you? I can't find you a girl in her 30s, but I can manage one in her 40s. Well, I have a few old servants at home. Since we are brothers, I'll give you a discount. Lu Han said with a grin. After Lu Han's words, the notion that Wu Fan liked older women became even more certain in everyone's minds. These small forces or ordinary people might not understand the personnel of larger forces, but the young master of the Lu family was from the same school as Wu Fan. He must know him very well. Now that even the young master of the Lu family was affirming it, there could be no doubt. And some had already started calling their old servants. In such times, the one who acts quickly gains the advantage. You two bastards. At this moment, Wu Fan was at a loss for how to refute the two. He had lost all face at this auction. Click, click. After a series of flashes, the photo session is complete. Congratulations to Mr. Yifeng and young master Wu Fan. The auctioneer immediately announced the completion of the ceremony. Yifeng, you wait for me. I won't let you live well. After securing the two legendary items, Wu Fan left the auction venue without looking back. Uncle, I was set up. As soon as he stepped out of the auction house, Wu Fan made a phone call. What happened? A resolute voice came from the other end of the line. Strong and powerful. This person was one of the representatives of the underground forces. Wu Di. I was tricked by a few people. Wu Fan then recounted everything that had just happened. Yifeng? Who is this person? Wu Di asked after listening. Uncle, he's nothing, just a piece of trash. He was a student in the same class as me, though I don't know where he got those two legendary items, but I know for sure that he has no backing whatsoever. Wu Fan said resentfully. Are you certain? Wu Di was still pondering. Compared to Wu Fan's youth, he absolutely could not believe that someone without any support could easily produce two legendary items. It was simply unrealistic. I am absolutely certain. I know Yifeng too well. He awakened a useless class called Necromancer, and using skills damages his lifespan. If it weren't for Lu Han being by his side just now, I would have definitely fallen out with him. The more Wu Fan thought about it, the angrier he became. Lu Han, is he the heir of the Lu family? Wu Di's voice paused. In the provincial capital, the Lu family was indeed a leading force, attracting the attention of various powers. The underground forces were no exception. That's right, it's that guy. He was involved when I got set up. Wu Fan said. We've always kept our distance from the Lu family, yet they are acting so arrogantly now. Can you be sure these two will stay in Suzhou? Uncle, I am 100% sure they will stay in Suzhou. Although Lu Han has been publicly recognized as the young master of the Lu family, he has never actually returned to the Lu family in the provincial capital, and Yifeng's home is in Suzhou. He won't go anywhere else. Wu Fan hurriedly replied. If they are still in Suzhou, then things will be much easier. Hearing this, Wu Di on the other end of the phone slightly curved his lips. We must get that 5 billion back. But, uncle, we haven't given the 5 billion to the trading firm yet. Will they hand the money over to Yifeng? Wu Fan asked. Don't worry, the Suzhou trading firm is a legitimate subsidiary of the Longxia trading firm, which has been built on credibility for many years. As long as the transaction goes smoothly, they will definitely transfer the money to the seller at the first opportunity. That's the foundation of Longxia trading firm over the years. If we don't pay the trading firm, then that would be the real disaster. Wu Di had just learned that Wu Fan had spent nearly 5 billion on legendary level equipment. He was uncomfortable about it. That was 5 billion. Such a huge expenditure could very likely disrupt his entire series of underground businesses. That would be the greatest crisis for their underground forces. The Longxia trading firm was a top-tier power in the world. Even the Lu family was like children playing house in front of them. Not to mention their kind of underground forces. Although he was called the king of underground forces in Jiangnan province, if the trading firm got serious, they could easily wipe out their kind of underground forces. But now that he knew that Yifeng was just an unknown junior, and although Lu Han was the heir of the Lu family, he was just a young kid, so he had no more worries. As long as he could retrieve that 5 billion from Yifeng, wouldn't that be like getting 2 pieces of legendary level equipment for free? Alright, since the deed is done, don't hesitate any longer. You go track Yifeng, I need his exact location. Later, I will contact your father and have him send all the experts to help you. Wu Di emphasized. Okay, uncle. Wu Fan felt a bit excited. Yifeng, oh Yifeng, just wait for me. Watch how I deal with you. Fanner, once everyone has arrived, you must take the 2 pieces of legendary level equipment back to the family first. There must be no problems. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking? I will have someone torture Yifeng to death. Some things are not for you to get involved in right now. You need to focus on leveling up. Understand? Wu Di emphasized once again. Alright, hearing this, although Wu Fan was reluctant, he knew his uncle was doing it for his own good, so he could only agree. Wu Di had no descendants. Therefore, Wu Fan had been very close to Wu Di, the king of the underground. Since he was young, Wu Fan didn't want to just be the heir of the Wu family in Suzhou, he always wanted to mix with Wu Di in the provincial capital. So basically, he took everything his uncle said to heart. I will contact the experts now, you keep track of them. Remember, no matter what people or events you encounter, do not act rashly, understand? Alright, uncle, leave the tracking to me. Yifeng, this time, I will definitely make you pay a bloody price. At the same time, after the auction ended, Yifeng and the others arrived at the place to collect their items. Lu Han and Duan Joshua paid and received 3 life crystals and a necromancer's robe. Yifeng also completed his payment. The trading house had already given him the money from selling the legendary equipment. Manager Mu, your trading house is indeed a big enterprise. Over 4 billion dragon coins just like that. Aren't you afraid of not getting the money back? Yifeng said. Mr. Yi, you flatter us. The Wu family is just a small underground force. Even the Lu family, where young Master Lu is from, could easily deal with them. Moreover, compared to them giving us money voluntarily, we actually prefer them not to. That way, we have enough reason to take over their industries. An industry that can continuously provide funds is vastly different from a one-time transaction. Manager Mu said with a beaming smile. The profits Yifeng brought her were simply too significant. She couldn't help but say a bit more in front of Yifeng. No wonder it's a subordinate organization of a top-tier power. They really think long-term. Yifeng was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but admire. Compared to suddenly becoming rich, the Longxia trading house valued steady income much more. But to be fair, you guys make money too quickly. Just from one auction, you took nearly 500 million in commissions from me. To be honest, I almost want to join Manager Mu's team. Yifeng chuckled softly. If Mr. Yi wants to come, I would definitely welcome you. Manager Mu saw that Yifeng was joking and teased back. After that, the two continued to chat politely for a few more moments. Yifeng and the others then left the trading house. Chen Zi, these 3 life crystals are for you. As soon as they stepped out of the trading house, Lu Han handed the box containing the 3 life crystals to Yifeng. This was his main purpose for coming to the trading house. Yifeng, I'm really sorry about this afternoon. This equipment is a token of apology. I hope you won't hold it against me. Duan Joshua quickly took out the necromancer's robe she had bought. Sigh. Yifeng looked at the two. He felt a mix of helplessness and gratitude, but he knew that if he refused, it would seem like he was putting on airs. He could only accept it for now. Especially Lu Han, he could repay him later when the opportunity arose. By the way, Joshua, you should head home first. Fatty and I have some things to take care of. See you tomorrow morning. After putting away the items, Yifeng suddenly looked at Duan Joshua. Alright. Duan Joshua was taken aback, although she was very curious about what Yifeng was going to do, since he had made it clear She couldn't ask too much and could only nod. Then see you later. After Duan Joshua finished speaking, she left. Fatty. After Duan Joshua left, Yi Feng looked at Lu Han and smiled. Are you interested in accompanying me to a high-level secret realm? High-level secret realm? Lu Han couldn't help but swallow hard. After awakening yesterday, he had been discussing family matters with his father, so he hadn't leveled up at all. Therefore, he wasn't even level 10 yet. Suddenly being called by Yi Feng to grind in a high-level secret realm left him a bit dazed. No, Shan Zi, if I've done anything wrong to you, you can tell me. There's no need to torture me this way. I just became a rich second generation, and I don't want to die yet. Lu Han complained. Hearing this, what are you thinking? I got a token for a high-level secret realm yesterday. What do you think I need that large teleportation array for? Don't worry, that teleportation array can be used at least 3 times. If we run into danger, it will be enough to send us back at any time. Of course, if you're not interested, then forget it. Yi Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wait, Shinzi, you said you found a location for a high-level secret realm? Is it developed? Lu Han asked in surprise. Of course not, Yi Feng replied. Shinzi, are you about to take off? Right now, high-level secret realms are already scarce worldwide. An undeveloped high-level secret realm has a commercial value starting at least in the hundreds of billions. Wow, you won't be short of money in the future. You're really going to be rich, Lu Han said in disbelief. He had only just realized this during this time, although he had never been trained by his father in the family. Over the years, his father had been subtly teaching him some business knowledge. According to his father's idea, without such subtle training, it would be very difficult to return to the lifestyle of a big family in the future. So, basically, he could talk about any profitable business. Therefore, when Yi Feng mentioned he had a token for an undeveloped high-level secret realm, Lu Han immediately recognized the huge potential value. It's just potential for takeoff. I got this token by luck. And as for development, we have to kill the secret realm boss first, otherwise, we can't obtain the highest authority of the secret realm. Otherwise, it's just guarding a treasure mountain without being able to use it. Yi Feng smiled. What you said does make sense. Do you know what level the boss inside is? And your skills don't consume your lifespan. Lu Han nodded, agreeing with Yi Feng's words, but he was also a bit worried. Don't worry about my lifespan. Didn't you give me 3 life crystals? That's enough for me to use my skills many times. As for the boss in the secret realm, if it's a true king level, I can handle it without much difficulty, but if it's a saint level, then there will be some pressure, and I'm not very confident. But if it's a god level, then we'll have to see who runs faster. Yi Feng shook his head and said, Shinzi, you won't abandon me when the time comes, right? Lu Han said pitifully, of course not, otherwise, why would I buy a large teleportation array? After that, the two chatted as they spoke. After some discussion, they took a taxi out of the city. They planned to find a sparsely populated place to enter the secret realm. After all, it was still unclear what level of boss was inside that high-level secret realm. If Yi Feng could handle it and gain control of the secret realm, that would be fine. But if he couldn't handle it and was targeted by some malicious people, that would be troublesome. This was a high-level secret realm. Even god-level powerhouses would be tempted. The allure of a high-level secret realm was enough to make god-level powerhouses take action. In front of god-level powerhouses, even Yi Feng had little confidence. God-level powerhouses are beings comparable to deities. Encountering them means you can just wait to die. Soon, the two got out of the car at the edge of a dense forest with few people. Then they hurried into the depths of the forest. What Yi Feng and Lu Han didn't know was that at this moment, Wu Fan was closely following behind them, and behind him were 5 or 6 diamond-level powerhouses. Just as Yi Feng and Lu Han were looking for a quiet place to open the secret realm, Wu Fan and his group were also looking for a hidden spot, preparing to kill Yi Feng. In some ways, both sides' goals were aligned. Right here. Eventually, Yi Feng and Lu Han walked for over an hour before stopping. There were hardly any signs of life here, and it was extremely quiet all around. Shan Zi, I never thought I would one day enter an undeveloped high-level secret realm. I'm a bit excited. Lu Han rubbed his hands together. Feeling eager, he gradually began to look forward to the upcoming journey. After all, Yi Feng's skills were all forbidden spells, and his strength was formidable. They would only be in real danger if they encountered a saint-level or even god-level boss. As for the lifespan Yifeng was consuming, he knew very well that, given Chen Zi's personality, even if he didn't bring him along, he would go personally. The only reason he could bring him was that they were close friends. He wanted to help him out. So, he could only wait until they exited the secret realm to help him find some items that could extend his lifespan. Let's go. After Yifeng finished speaking, he took out a token with 4 large characters inscribed on it, Hei's Kingdom. Yifeng infused it with magic power. The next second, suddenly, a ghostly blue teleportation portal appeared before the two. What's going on? Just as the secret realm's teleportation portal opened and Yifeng and Lu Han entered, Wu Di, who had been following them, was left dumbfounded. What's going on? This was a bit different from what he had imagined. Originally, following the two had already somewhat violated his uncle's decision. But now, after following them for over an hour, they opened a teleportation portal. Gone? Wu Fan was truly at a loss. Second young master, what should we do now? A few diamond-level experts beside Wu Fan were also puzzled. This was the first time they had encountered such a bizarre situation. I'll contact my uncle. After all, Wu Fan was a rookie in the profession. And even these diamond-level experts didn't know about this. How could he possibly know? In the end, he decided to call Wu Di first. Uncle, Yifeng has disappeared? Once the call connected, Wu Fan said, "What? You followed them?" Wu Di's first thought was not about Yifeng but to question Wu Fan. He had no offspring in his life. He had long regarded Wu Fan as his heir. Therefore, no matter the circumstances, he could not allow Wu Fan to get into trouble. "I'm sorry, Uncle. I was momentarily bewitched. But, this isn't the time to talk about that. Yifeng has vanished," Wu Fan said apologetically. "Did they not leave the city? What does disappeared mean?" Wu Di asked. Long before he decided to deal with Yifeng, he had begun using his connections to track Yifeng's location. "That's right, they did leave the city, but just as we tracked them to a forest, a teleportation portal suddenly appeared in front of Yifeng, and then he vanished." Wu Fan thought for a moment and recounted what he had seen. Could it be a convenient teleportation portal? Wu Di frowned. But, thinking carefully, that didn't make sense. If these two wanted to escape, there was no need to teleport out of the city at all. They could have easily found a bustling area, or left directly in a crowded place like a trading hall. No one would dare to act openly in front of a trading hall, right? Fanner, you pass the phone to someone else. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan immediately switched to speakerphone and handed his phone to the leader of the group this time. "Tell me, what exactly is going on?" Wu Di said. "Sir, that teleportation portal was very strange. Based on my years of experience, it shouldn't be a convenient teleportation portal. That energy felt more like the innate, brutal power of the secret realm. How should I put it? I feel like they have entered some kind of secret realm," the diamond-level expert leading the group said while recalling. After hearing this, "Uncle, I just remembered. At the auction today, the one with Yifeng was Duan Jiaxue, and she bought a giant teleportation portal." "That's not right. Now it seems that the portal should have been Yifeng's to buy." "Uncle, do you think, could it possibly be an entrance to a secret realm?" Wu Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. "A secret realm?" The other end of the phone suddenly fell silent. "Fanner, you stay put. I'll be there right away. I suspect the two kids who entered might very well be in an undeveloped secret realm. If things are as I suspect, our Wu family might have the chance to reach a new height. It's even possible to become the #1 force in Jiangnan province. If we can get it from them, it would be a huge profit." Wu Di's voice grew increasingly excited. He never expected that in pursuit of 50 billion to track Yifeng, there would be such an unexpected gain. That 50 billion is completely insignificant compared to this secret realm. TCH, he had just asked a few more questions of the diamond-level powerhouse, and based on the description, this secret realm is at least a mid-level one. If a provincial family could have the development rights to a secret realm, how many legendary equipment could they afford? "Uncle, I will send you the coordinates shortly." Don't act rashly for now. Whether our Wu family can soar to great heights depends on whether we can obtain that secret realm this time. Meanwhile, Yifeng and the fatty had already entered the Sea of Zhe country. As far as the eye could see, the land was boundless, with towering peaks, swirling clouds and mist, ancient trees reaching the sky, and flowers blooming everywhere. It was like a paradise on earth. "This place is so beautiful. I always thought high-level secret realms were all in ruins. but I didn't expect it to be so beautiful. The fatty couldn't help but exclaim. This was his first time entering a high-level secret realm, and the beautiful scenery before him was captivating. Indeed, previously, I went to the mid-level secret realm, the Griffin dynasty, in our Suzhou city, and the scenery there was just average. Compared to here, it's like comparing heaven and earth. Yi Feng nodded. He originally thought this secret realm called Sea of Zay would be similar to another place called Atlantis, a water empire, but he didn't expect it to be such a beautiful continent. The entire Sea of Zay country was nestled among mountains and rivers, filled with strange green plants everywhere. Some of the green plants he had even seen in textbooks. Those were priceless herbs, and some were ores he couldn't even name. If this secret realm could be developed into a resort, it would definitely be packed every day. Be careful! Just as the two were immersed in the beautiful scenery, Yi Feng suddenly shouted, pushing the fatty aside. He grabbed a shadow in his hand. When the fatty came to his senses, he found it was a small snake. What the hell is this? The fatty was still shaken. At this moment, the small snake in Yi Feng's hand was only the size of a palm, but it was colorful, and he could sense a breath of death from it. No way! I can't hold it! Yi Feng was already using a lot of strength, but the small snake felt like a spring in his hand. Damn! This is a golden-level beast! After Yi Feng said that, he directly threw the small snake away, and after glancing at Yi Feng, the small snake actually crawled into a patch of grass. It disappeared without a trace. Shan Zi, is this place a bit too dangerous? After the small snake vanished, the fatty couldn't help but swallow hard. Clearly such a beautiful place, yet even a small snake is a golden-level beast. Lu Han knew that if Yi Feng hadn't reacted quickly, he might have already been dead. I underestimated this place. Yi Feng exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of foul air. Previously, he had always set the boss as his target, but he had forgotten about the other ferocious beasts in the secret realm. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed a bit naive. After all, this was a high-level secret realm. Even this obviously still juvenile little snake could possess golden-level strength. That meant, here, it was highly likely that the weakest were all golden-level ferocious beasts. Just as the two were feeling apprehensive, rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a series of rustling sounds emerged. Immediately after, a group of beetles appeared not far from Yi Feng and Lu Han. Although they were small in size, each one exuded an aura even stronger than the little snake from before. What the hell are these things? The fat man was so scared that he quickly took a few steps back. After the little snake incident, he was now terrified of everything. Diamond level. Damn, this high-level secret realm is too exaggerated. Yi Feng's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. If a little snake at golden level was already outrageous, but damn it, there were at least 100 diamond-level beetles in front of him. That was a bit too much. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At the same time, perhaps sensing that someone was blocking their path, several leading beetles actually charged towards Yi Feng and Lu Han with the rest of their kin. Damn, this cursed place, it's really deadly. A flash of bloodlight appeared in Yi Feng's eyes. He absolutely could not allow the fat man to get into trouble beside him. Summon Death Knight Legion. Leave none alive. Kill them all. As soon as the words fell, boom, a series of violent tremors erupted from beneath the ground. The next second, tombstones began to rise from below the ground, followed by giant coffins appearing behind the tombstones. What the hell? Shan Zi, is this your skill? Lu Han was dumbfounded. This skill effect was too impressive, right? He didn't even know how to describe it. Compared to Yi Feng, his own skills seemed like child's play. This was a bit perverse, wasn't it? Shan Zi, your lifespan won't be a problem, right? However, although he was amazed by Yi Feng's powerful skill, he still worried about him. He was afraid that the cost of this skill was too great. Don't worry, my lifespan is fine. Step back a bit, don't come forward, Yi Feng instructed. The next moment, crack crack, the giant coffins exploded one after another. One by one, armored knights emerged, forming a square formation in front of the two within minutes. All the Death Knights were lined up neatly. No matter how you looked at it, it was filled with a kind of violent beauty of war. Just a glance made an inexplicable fear surge in the heart. Shan Zi, didn't we get a large teleportation array? We can use the teleportation array to leave first. There's no need to risk your lifespan. The fat man thought for a moment and said, to be honest, he was no longer concerned about this high-level secret realm or any rewards.
He really felt a bit pained about Yifeng's lifespan being reduced.
Actually, my skill is a bit special. How should I put it? I'll explain it to you later when there's a chance. First, let me deal with these ferocious beasts in front of us. Yifeng knew the fat man was worried about him. He smiled. All right. The fat man felt a bit helpless, but he didn't say much more. Although he didn't know what the special situation Yifeng mentioned was, he understood that Yifeng wouldn't lie to him. His brother, all units advance. Kill all these ferocious beasts. Leave none alive. Yifeng commanded. In the next moment, the entire Death Knight phalanx, filled with a chilling aura of death, suddenly took a step forward. Their steps were synchronized. The surroundings seemed to tremble slightly. The next second, after assembling, the Death Knight Legion began to slaughter in an orderly manner. Of course, they did not forget to designate a few to protect Yifeng and his companion at the center of the army. Shan Zi, your profession is just too damn cool. The fat man became a bit excited. He felt as if he were a general commanding 1,000,000 troops on the battlefield. Wherever they went, not a blade of grass would grow. Reality was no different. The moment the Death Knight Legion launched their attack, the once fairy tale-like environment around them was invaded by their aura of death. Countless trees and spirit herbs instantly transformed into withered trunks and grass. There was no longer a trace of life. The group of beetles that had originally wanted to hunt Yifeng and the fat man shifted their hatred the moment the Death Knights appeared, charging into the fray. But it had no effect. Under the coordinated attacks of the Death Knights, they quickly turned into piles of insect corpses. Star Wish Beetle killed. Experience plus 394,000. Star Wish Shin Beetle killed. Experience plus 494,000. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up by 1 level, all major attributes plus 120. Due to the host leveling up, you gain 1 chance to strengthen the Undead Legion, which will automatically deduct 10 years of lifespan upon use. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up by 1 level, all major attributes plus 120. Due to the host leveling up, you gain 1 chance to strengthen the Undead Legion, which will automatically deduct 10 years of lifespan upon use. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. Experience points will automatically stagnate, and you can no longer gain experience points. Please proceed to the Transcendence Temple to complete your class change as soon as possible. Max level again. Yifeng felt a surge of joy. With the death of a large number of diamond-level beetles, he had reached the standard to accept the second job change assessment task. This level up was just too exhilarating. Fat man, gather the materials. Let's keep moving forward. After all the diamond-level beetles were dead, Yifeng had no intention of stopping his advance. He had entered the secret realm this time to kill the boss and gain control of the secret realm. Alright, the fat man nodded. He immediately began to collect the materials scattered on the ground using his storage space. Next, as time passed, Yifeng and the fat man, under the protection of the Death Knights, continued to push deeper into the secret realm. After a while, perhaps due to the overwhelming strength of the Death Knight Legion, many creatures in the outer areas had been cleared out. Yifeng and the fat man noticed that very few creatures dared to provoke them anymore. They had no idea how many ferocious beasts they had killed along the way. The fat man's storage ring was already full several times. Of course, the fat man was now like a rich nouveau riche. After using up a few, he surprisingly pulled out some more from his pocket. Shan Zi, your skill is just too strong. Aside from being a bit life-consuming, everything is simply perfect. Even starry-level ferocious beasts can be easily pushed aside. By the way, if your skill could participate in the inter-school competition, wouldn't that make you invincible? The fat man was in a state of high excitement, pushing through the secret realm. He had only seen such situations in some novels, and now, it was actually happening right before his eyes. I don't think my skill would be used in the inter-school competition, Yifeng said somewhat helplessly. You have to know, when the inter-school competition starts, the other students would have only awakened for about a week at most. No matter how powerful, they wouldn't be that impressive. If he used such an exaggerated skill against those rookie adventurers, he would probably wipe out all the students in Gusa City. Of course, the Death Knights were fine, but if he summoned a bone dragon, it would probably take just a little effort. The fluctuations that coalesced were enough to destroy the entire city of Suzhou. If he really did that, forget about going to college. He would probably be wanted nationwide in no time. Moreover, using skills in the college competition was somewhat not worth the risk. There was a high chance that some people would catch on to the clues.
Although shining brightly in the college competition meant a bright future for many, it was not suitable for him. Yi Feng, if someone discovered his secret, there would definitely be many people, even forces, coming to his door. By then, he would truly have no freedom. Unless he could elevate all his skills to the level where he could instantly kill god-level beings, only then could he compete with the top-tier forces. He wouldn't have to worry about such things. At that time, if someone displeased him, he could just throw a forbidden spell at them. You have a point, your skills are way over the top, and it costs you lifespan. Not worth it. But, if you don't use the skill, many colleges definitely won't recruit you. Actually, I asked my old man about it. I wanted to pull some strings for you, but he said, in front of those top colleges, our Lu family doesn't hold much weight. Even if my buddy wanted to help you, he wouldn't have the ability. The chubby guy said helplessly. In today's world, the reason why the Dragon Kingdom could dominate among the major empires was its well-established college system. Therefore, colleges were very important places in the Dragon Kingdom, especially those so-called elite colleges, many of which were state-run, and the strong among them were countless. These well-known colleges basically wouldn't recruit students with poor performance. Although the chubby guy knew very well that with Yi Feng's means and knowledge reserve, he could definitely be considered a top student. However, in terms of profession, it was still his shortcoming. Going to college? I don't care about grades, I forgot to tell you. I'm already considered a guaranteed admission student. After the competition ends, I can directly report to the military university. Yi Feng said. As soon as these words came out, Shinzi, you weren't tricked, were you? The military university is said to be one of the best universities in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and I heard its admission process is even more rigorous. The chubby guy's expression instantly turned to shock. He was worried that Yi Feng had been set up. No, it was a leader from the military who approached me. By the way, he has already promised me that when I report, he will give me a title in the sequence. Wait, let me think. For a moment, the chubby guy was a bit dazed. Sequence? This was something that countless people dreamed of. If he could obtain a military sequence, it meant that military resources would tilt towards him from the moment he enrolled. It also meant that Yi Feng was already several steps ahead of others from the very beginning. Shinzi, you're not joking with me, are you? That's a sequence. Although I don't know much about it, I know that thing isn't something an ordinary person can obtain. The chubby guy was completely at a loss for words. This was completely different from what he had imagined. According to his plan, he should have had his father use all the connections in the family to help arrange things for Yi Feng. Now it seemed the other party didn't need it at all. A sequence. That was a sequence. That was the pursuit of so many people. Among all the schools, the military university was definitely the hardest one to get into, and wanting to obtain its sequence title was even more difficult. Historically, the sequences of the military university were all descendants of great nobles. Each of their elders were founding heroes. Even if the Dragon Kingdom discovers the drawbacks later and starts to tilt the title of sequence towards the commoners, it still cannot change one thing: those who can obtain the title of military university sequence, in the future, they will definitely be characters with great power. Alright, actually, I also find it quite abrupt that I qualify for this title. In fact, Yi Feng was a bit dazed when he first heard the news. However, with the enhancement of his strength, he has already accepted it calmly. It's just a new student sequence, right? He has a skill that is a forbidden spell. How can he not be worthy? Wait, there's a problem ahead. So tall. Suddenly, a towering ancient tree appeared in Yi Feng's line of sight. What thing is so tall? The fat guy looked around but couldn't find what Yi Feng was talking about. In the very front, there's an ancient tree that is dozens of meters high. I can sense a mysterious power within it. It must be extraordinary. Yi Feng's tone became much more serious. After all, this is a high-level secret realm, and caution is still needed. If something goes wrong, it would be a matter he would regret for a lifetime. The reason Yi Feng could see this was thanks to Duan Jiaxue. The skill effect of that death spirit robe allowed Yi Feng to use the eyes of the Death Knight to see what was happening at the front. After clearing the surrounding ferocious beasts, the two of them quickly reached the front. Damn! I've never seen such a tall tree in my life. The fat guy couldn't help but exclaim. In front of them stood an old willow tree, and they couldn't see the top at all. This is simply a wonder. This tree must be over 10,000 years old. Over 10,000 years? It might be even older. Yifeng was also a bit shocked. Even though he had lived 2 lives and seen many things, he still couldn't help but marvel at such a wonder. Damn! If this were made into a bracelet, how much could be made from it? The fat guy suddenly said this, instantly breaking the originally serious atmosphere. Yifeng couldn't help but laugh. But at that moment, Yifeng suddenly had a bad premonition, and the next second, the willow branches began to move chaotically, without any order. Damn! This is a plant-type ferocious beast. Yifeng cursed inwardly. He then pulled the fat guy and retreated. The Death Knights also gathered in front of Yifeng, but as soon as the willow branches lashed out, they swept everyone away. Damn! What kind of ferocious beast is this? The Death Knights are like ants in front of it. It looks like we're in for something big. Yifeng's brows furrowed tightly. Although he wasn't sure if this old willow tree was the final boss, it was already clear that this thing was at least at the true king level. This was no longer something the Death Knight Legion could handle. Fat guy, hold on tight to me. Yifeng suddenly spoke. This left the fat guy momentarily confused. Shinzi, although this is a life and death moment, I really don't like men. Stop dawdling. If you don't want to die, hold on tight to me. Yifeng then shouted, Bone Dragon King. The next second, 3 Bone Dragon Kings appeared together. Race, Dragon Quantity, 3-1 Legion Rank, Overlord, True King Level, Strength, 158999999 Constitution, 158999999 Spirit, 169999999 Agility, 158999999 Skills, Bone Dragon Shockwave, Bone Dragon Black Hole, Bone Dragon Domain, Bone Dragon Annihilation, Bone Dragon Breath, launch 3 Dragon Breaths at the target. If all hit, the enemy will instantly suffer 9 times the damage. Cooldown time 3 minutes. Bone Dragon Black Hole, transform into a black hole that can attract enemies to its center. Once successful, the enemy will instantly fall into a death state. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Bone Dragon Domain, invincibility lasts for 30 seconds. Immune to all negative states. For each enemy attack received, attack power increases by 1%. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Bone Dragon Annihilation, based on itself. Bone spikes rise from the ground. After the last enhancement, the Bone Dragon has now reached the true king level of power. Its attributes are even 3 times what they were before. Even among the true king level ferocious beasts, it can definitely be considered a top tier beast. Not to mention, it now has 3 Bone Dragon Kings. Get on! Yifeng pulled the fat guy. They landed directly on the body of the Bone Dragon King. Damn! Shinzi, what the hell is this? This is too cool. The fat guy's eyes widened as he continuously observed everything about the Bone Dragon King, the intricate skeletal structure making him somewhat obsessed. Now that he thought about it, what a rotten profession he had awakened to, there was simply no comparison. If he had been alone before, Yifeng would definitely have played around with this old willow tree, but now that the fat guy was by his side, he could only make it quick. He absolutely couldn't let the fat guy get into trouble. Bone Dragon Breath. Yifeng thought this and then issued the command. In this situation, no skill was more useful than Bone Dragon Breath. Bone Dragon Breath, launch 3 Dragon Breaths at the target. If all hit, the enemy will instantly suffer 9 times the damage. Cooldown time 3 minutes. The old willow tree's foundation was here. Dodging was basically impossible, and even blocking would be counted as a hit. 3 Dragon Breaths shot out simultaneously. Instantly, 9 times the damage surged. Let's see how this old willow tree will block it. Even if the attributes were countered, the wood element has some restraint against the shadow element. This old willow tree would definitely not have a good outcome. As Yifeng issued the order, the bone dragon on the 3rd floor began to gather chilling cold fire in its mouth, and almost at the same time, it spewed it out. Yifeng was also afraid the opponent would dodge, so the target had always been the old willow tree's foundation. He didn't believe it could be uprooted. Die here! As the 3 flames hit together, even though the old willow tree had taken precautions, upon contact, it had already reached 9 times the damage. In an instant, flames soared into the sky. The dozens of meters tall old willow tree was engulfed in flames at that moment. The ghostly blue flames seemed to ignite the entire sky. The originally beautiful secret realm seemed to be invaded by hell at this moment. With the powerful true king level skills released by the bone dragon, the old willow tree was already unable to withstand it. As if driven by pain, it kept whipping its willow branches. That posture looked as if it wanted to shake off the flames. But the flames spewed by the bone dragon were firmly locked onto the old willow tree, like hooks embedded in its body. As time passed, the old willow tree slowly lost its vitality.
Forest Rhythm Willow has been killed. Experience plus 3202087660. You have reached max level. Experience has automatically stagnated. Please go to the Transcendence Temple to complete your class change. True King level. Based on the experience gained from the kill, Yi Feng could basically determine the registration of this old willow tree. This was clearly a true king level ferocious beast, and this was a high level secret realm. Even divine level powerhouses had to be cautious when entering. That meant, this king level old willow tree is not even the final boss. Yi Feng blurted out. Hearing this, the fat man couldn't believe it. What the hell is this place? A true king level beast isn't even the strongest in this secret realm. If that's the case, how strong must the strongest be? Yet Yi Feng felt nothing was amiss. It should be noted that in the previous intermediate secret realm, the Griffin dynasty, there were 2 king level griffins, and having multiple bosses in one secret realm was normal. Now, Yi Feng just hoped that a god level or saint level beast wouldn't suddenly appear. Otherwise, he would really struggle to cope. But if it was just a true king level beast, with the strength of these 3 bone dragon kings, he wasn't worried about being unable to handle it. I just don't know where that final boss is. The CZ Kingdom. Yi Feng felt a bit of a headache. There were no living beings within several miles, yet the final boss had yet to appear. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. Based on his experience from the last Griffin dynasty, he had only destroyed a small part of a secret realm, and they had come knocking directly. This time, he had commanded 3 true king-level beasts to show up, and he had directly killed 1 true king-level beast, yet that boss still hadn't appeared. Shinzi, I remember this secret realm is called the CZ Kingdom, right? The fat man was a bit scared but more excited, especially after seeing Yi Feng's skills. He wanted to observe this level of battle up close. That's right. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. Since it's the CZ Kingdom, it must be related to water. The names of secret realms at this level are generally related to the boss's attributes. So, that means the land probably isn't the truly terrifying part of this secret realm, but underwater. That boss must be underwater. Or rather, the truly terrifying part of this secret realm lies underwater. There must be many ferocious beasts beneath the water, and the true boss of the secret realm also survives underwater. Hearing the fat man's words, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. It's possible. I remember there's a high-level secret realm, Atlantis, with a similar setting. Right. The fat man nodded. Yi Feng looked at the fat man and said, Fat man, you've really impressed me. Of course. I've been with you for so many years. I've definitely learned something. The fat man said proudly. Shinzi, but I can't swim. How about you? I can't either, but I already have a plan. Sometimes, you don't need to be proficient in swimming to take down ferocious beasts. At this moment, Yi Feng's mind began to calculate. His plan, though risky, had a high probability of success. Next, after the two collected the equipment dropped by the old willow tree, they rode the bone dragon to observe the scenery below from the sky. Although the flames had already destroyed part of the secret realm, Yi Feng wasn't worried about future development. As long as he could obtain the usage rights to this secret realm, it would usher in a new lease of life. Officially, this is called nurturing. Of course, this only occurs the first time humans obtain a secret realm. Once nurturing begins, even if that old willow tree could potentially be revived, it would basically not affect the subsequent operation of the secret realm. Of course, after this, there would be no more such opportunities. It would only happen once. Shinzi, look over there. The water there is different from the other places. Suddenly, the fat man said. Where? Yi Feng looked in the direction the fat man was pointing. At first, he didn't notice, but then he realized something was off. Indeed, there is a bit of a problem. Logically speaking, this is inland, just a lake size, so how can the water flow be so turbulent, even kicking up some waves? If this situation is caused by something, it proves that there must be something existing beneath this lake, and its every move will affect the lake's movement. But, why would the boss be here in such a small lake? Yi Feng was still somewhat puzzled. He had seen many lakes in the sky that were much larger than this one. For a high-level secret realm boss, isn't this place a bit too small? Well, I don't know. Beasts might have different preferences, it's hard to say. The fat man also didn't understand and could only feel that this was the case. Yi Feng didn't want to dwell on this issue anymore, so he had the Bone Dragon King land the two of them on the ground. The current problem is how to lure this beast out. If we directly enter this lake,
Neither of us is good with water, and it could be very dangerous. Yi Feng analyzed. If he let the bone dragon go in, Yi Feng immediately dismissed that thought. Right now, the bone dragon was a significant part of his combat power. If it were killed in the water, the loss would be too great, and their subsequent combat power might be insufficient. It can only be this way. Yi Feng sighed and then summoned a skeleton soldier. Go down and see what's going on. The skeleton soldier did not refuse and instead jumped down directly. It felt like a suicide squad. Next, Yi Feng activated the ability of the Necromancer's cloak, connecting his vision to the skeleton soldier. After using the skill, another scene instantly appeared before Yi Feng's eyes. It was the skeleton's perspective after entering the water. This underwater world is truly extraordinary. What's wrong, Chun-Zi? Is there something off? The fat man quickly asked. If it weren't for his poor swimming skills and the potential danger below, he would have jumped down long ago. Yi Feng explained. The surface of this lake we see is actually very small compared to the area below. Even if you combine other lakes, they can't compare to the underwater world. Right now, this skeleton has swum down at least several dozen meters. Only at this depth can you see the overall appearance clearly. This is completely an underwater world. Even at this depth, you still can't see how vast it is below. Wait, there are two red things ahead. Big red lanterns? Damn! Yi Feng instinctively took a few steps back. If it weren't for the fat man being quick-witted and catching Yi Feng in time, he would have almost fallen to the ground. What happened underwater? Why do you look so terrified? The boss is underwater. The two red lights I saw are the eyes of that underwater beast. Yi Feng swallowed hard. The earlier situation had scared him quite a bit. That's a giant octopus. I only vaguely saw a rough outline, but that giant octopus crushed the skeleton. However, we can make a rough deduction. That octopus must be at least 70 or 80 meters tall. Just its eyes must be several meters high. This time, we really can't deal with that big guy. Damn! The fat man exclaimed. How many meals would such a big octopus need to eat to finish it off? That's not the most important thing right now. Yi Feng was a bit speechless and continued. Logically speaking, it should have already discovered us. Generally, beasts have a very strong territorial awareness, especially since I've already intruded into its water area. It should come up and kill us directly. Just as Yi Feng's words fell, the fat man's face suddenly turned pale. Chun-Zi, you really are a jinx. Although I don't know what that thing looks like, it should be that ghostly thing behind you. Yi Feng was taken aback. He immediately turned around. There, above the sea, a gigantic octopus, whose top was completely out of sight, was glaring at them with fierce eyes. Its fangs were fully exposed, completely different from the usual octopus. If it were said to be a mutated creature from radiation, it would be entirely plausible. Its 8 tentacles were even more shocking, with countless fangs on the suckers. Before Yi Feng had a moment to catch his breath, the giant octopus began to whip its 8 tentacles, and in the next moment, it started to lash out like a storm. Isn't this against the rules of combat? Yi Feng cursed loudly, then quickly controlled the Bone Dragon King. Bone Dragon Domain, invincible time lasts for 30 seconds, immune to all negative states. Each time it takes an enemy attack, it can increase attack power by 1%. Cooldown time 10 minutes instantly. The 3 Bone Dragon Kings responded to Yi Feng's summons, immediately positioning themselves in front of Yi Feng and the fat man, not retreating an inch despite the relentless lashes of the tentacles. 30 seconds, enough time for Yi Feng to react. It was at this moment that a term appeared in Yi Feng's mind. LV-78 Fallen Sea Slaughter Octopus. Fortunately, it's just a true king-level beast. If it were a divine level, I would really have to use this 30 seconds to escape through a portal. Yi Feng felt much more at ease inside. As long as it wasn't a divine or holy level, it could be dealt with. Even Yi Feng had to admire the attack speed of this Fallen Sea Slaughter Octopus. If it weren't for the Bone Dragon King's invincibility skill, they would have likely been turned into mush by now. He had somewhat overestimated himself, thinking that having a large portal would ensure their safety. Thankfully, this Fallen Sea Slaughter Octopus was only true king level. If it were holy or divine level, he didn't know if he would even have a chance. Even though he could summon high-level summoned beasts now, his own physical quality and reaction were far from reaching that level. It wasn't even a matter of whether he could defeat it. He might not even be able to react in time and could be taken out in an instant. During these 30 seconds, Yi Feng was also waiting, and his confidence in counterattacking came from the extra damage. As long as he took one hit,
he could gain a 1% damage increase. In this short time, the Bone Dragon King had already been attacked countless times, hundreds, thousands. As the 30 seconds elapsed, Yi Feng's panel displayed the damage increase for this time. Damage increase 67-54%. Yi Feng was shocked to see this damage. This was already extremely exaggerated, enough to deal with this giant octopus. Meanwhile, the fat man beside him was completely dumbfounded by this scene. He was just a student who had just awakened his profession, and he hadn't even spent much time grinding monsters. The next day, he was facing a beast that had already reached true king level. How could he not be afraid? Bone Dragon Black Hole. And Yi Feng no longer hesitated. Bone Dragon Black Hole transforms itself into a black hole, capable of attracting enemies to the center of the black hole. Once successful, the enemy will instantly fall into a death state. Cooldown time 5 minutes. The 3 Bone Dragon Kings instantly soared into the air, and the fallen sea slaughter octopus vaguely sensed something was off, its attacks becoming even more ferocious. However, in an instant, the 3 Bone Dragon Kings transformed into 3 black holes. The strong suction slightly delayed the attacks of the fallen sea slaughter octopus. Yi Feng chose this skill with the purpose of temporarily halting its attacks. Otherwise, if the falling sea slaughter chapter continued its assault, the Bone Dragon King would surely be able to withstand it. But he could not. The Bone Dragon Black Hole was the best method of attack. This powerful suction was enough to distract the falling sea slaughter chapter. Now, these 3 Bone Dragon Kings had truly reached the level of true kings. In a one-on-one situation, they might not be the falling sea slaughter chapter's match, but in a 3-on-1 scenario, it was not difficult at all. Once the Bone Dragon Black Hole was fully unleashed, the 8 tentacles of the falling sea slaughter chapter were directly sucked into the 3 black holes, instantly transforming into a state of death. Roar! The falling sea slaughter chapter cried out in terror. Feeling the threat of death, it directly severed its 8 tentacles and retreated underwater. As expected of a true king-level beast, its reaction speed is truly fast. The fat man slowly regained his composure. Shen Zi, this thing has once again returned underwater. What should we do now? Don't worry, this thing can't escape. The previous hesitation was due to uncertainty about its exact location, so I didn't dare to act rashly. Now that it has lost its 8 tentacles, it can't possibly think it can still escape in this situation. Yi Feng sneered, then shouted, Bone Dragon Annihilation. In an instant, the world lost its color. However, there was no immediate response. The fat man was stunned. Shen Zi, you can't be messing with me here, can you? Why is there no movement at all? Don't rush, let the bullets fly for a while longer. Just as Yi Feng finished speaking, the surface of the lake began to tremble. And within seconds, the entire lake was filled with bone spikes. The body of the falling sea slaughter chapter was pierced by sharp white bones. The sight was extremely tragic. You have killed the falling sea slaughter chapter. Experience plus 78326362. You have reached level 20. Maximum level. Experience points are now automatically halted. Please proceed to the Transcendence Temple to complete your class change. Shen Zi, just now, was that your ability? The fat man's shock was immense. The scene before him was less of a battlefield and more like hell. There was no trace of the sea surface left. Various underwater beasts he couldn't name were pierced by bone spikes, and blood flowed from their corpses into the lake. The originally clear and beautiful lake had long since turned into a sea of blood. At this moment, the fat man vaguely understood what a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood meant. The bone spikes piercing the beasts' bodies resembled a mountain of corpses, with blood gathering into rivers, terrifying beyond measure. He never wanted to see such a horrifying place again. Having killed so many beasts, including diamond level, starry level, and various other grades, countless pieces of equipment dropped. What delighted Yi Feng the most was the equipment dropped by the falling sea slaughter chapter. Ocean Moon Pearl, position, gem, grade, legendary, attributes. This item can be used alone to allow the user to swim freely in the ocean. If embedded in equipment, it can increase water attribute equipment by 30%. If not water attribute equipment, it grants the ability to manipulate water and enhances the equipment's grade to legendary. Priceless. If he had known that the boss of this secret realm was only a true king-level beast, he would have come yesterday. He could have made a fortune by handing it over to the trading hall for auction. With the Ocean Moon Pearl in hand, he could create a legendary piece of equipment anytime, anywhere. Moreover, even legendary equipment has differences in attributes. Not all equipment is neutral like the Sky Vine set, which provides the same enhancement to anyone.
If it was originally a fire attribute legendary equipment, embedding the water attribute Ocean Moon Pearl would allow the equipment to possess both water and fire attributes. Even if it is not embedded, it can still possess the ability to avoid water. One thing that everyone in the world is very clear about is that the underwater world is far more terrifying than the land. Even divine-level powerhouses, unless they are water element practitioners, can only exert their strength to a limited extent underwater. Otherwise, other practitioners will find their abilities greatly diminished underwater. Therefore, the underwater realm has always been a forbidden zone for practitioners. Even divine-level powerhouses, if they accidentally enter an underwater world inhabited by divine-level ferocious beasts, cannot be sure they can escape. The ferocious beasts underwater of the same level are far more terrifying. This is also why only the true king-level Fallen Sea Killing chapter can become a high-level secret realm boss. It is precisely because Yi Feng was able to defeat it in one blow by using the damage backlash from the Bone Dragon King. Otherwise, even if a holy level or even divine level practitioner were to take its place, they would still have to expend considerable effort. And possessing the water avoidance pearl means that divine level powerhouses will have equal combat power once they enter the water. Just this point alone is enough to attract many divine level powerhouses. If one could enter the underwater realm, it would open up many areas for exploration, which others cannot access. Upon careful consideration, Yi Feng actually didn't want to sell it, although that Song Hai Ming Zhu, if it were to appear, would likely be snatched up by many, even attracting those truly powerful families. However, Yi Feng's next goal is to develop this secret realm. Therefore, that Song Hai Ming Zhu is still useful. After all, from his observations, the land portion of the entire Hei's kingdom's secret realm occupies only a small part. Thus, most of the good things must be underwater. Yi Feng had already formed an idea in his mind. Fatty, does your family have any holy level experts? Yi Feng was still not very familiar with matters related to some big families. Although he now knew that the Lu family could be considered one of the top families in Jiangnan province, he really didn't understand the specifics of the Lu family. Yes, it is said, my old man is a holy level powerhouse. Lu Han had only just learned yesterday that his seemingly unreliable father was actually a holy level powerhouse. Then, how about this secret realm? Is your Lu family interested in getting involved? What do you mean? Fatty wasn't stupid, he immediately guessed what Yi Feng meant by this, but he couldn't be sure. After all, the profits were just too huge. This secret realm definitely needs to be developed. My own abilities are certainly not enough, and it will also make some major powers envious, so I definitely need to find someone to help with the development. With the relationship between us brothers, this kind of good thing will definitely allow you to earn some money. Although Yi Feng's words sounded a bit plain, in Fatty's ears, it was like a tremendous wave. Really? Earn some money? This is definitely earning a fortune, right? Even a fool knows how huge the profits from developing a high-level secret realm would be. Even just opening it to the outside world would yield countless profits. Of course, and I will give you a tool that allows your family members to enter underwater without being affected. Of course, it will be considered a loan. This was the reason Yi Feng did not plan to sell that Song Hai Ming Zhu. Although that Song Hai Ming Zhu might sell for tens of billions, he could still distinguish between that and long-term profits. If he could freely enter the underwater realm for development, the ongoing value it would bring would far exceed simply selling that Song Hai Ming Zhu. Moreover, once he finished using this tool, it could still be sold again. Chinzi, this profit is too huge. If you just give it to me like this, At this moment, the fat man didn't know what to say. Even for a family like the Lu family, which could be considered one of the top families in Jiangnan province, the temptation of a high-level secret realm was irresistible. It might even elevate the family to a higher level. Between us brothers, there's no need to be so formal. Of course, it's not just for your family, there will be two other forces involved as well. At that time, I'll take 40% of the profits. Your Lu family will take 30%, and the remaining two families will share the last 30%. 30%. 30% is too much, isn't it? Not too much. This secret realm is so vast, just the development alone will consume an unimaginable amount of manpower. We must rely on you, everyone should earn a little money. Yi Feng wasn't too concerned about the fat man's words. Money was only important to him as long as it was enough. Moreover, he wanted to help the fat man. Although some high-ranking members of the Lu family knew that Lu Han had been training and that there would eventually be a day when he returned to the Lu family, how many of them would actually value the fat man?
Perhaps in the eyes of most people, the fat man was just a wild child. And to help the fat man quickly gain prestige in the Lu family, the development rights to this high-level secret realm were the best choice. As brothers, since the fat man was willing to help him at all costs, he naturally couldn't stand by and do nothing. With this opportunity, he had to lend a hand. Alright, Shinzi, I won't say much more. When we get back, I'll tell my old man. If he dares to disagree, I won't bother being this heir. The fat man was no longer vague. He could naturally sense Yifeng's determination to help him. As brothers, there was no need for more words. Just then, a token appeared in front of Yifeng. Hei's Kingdom Authority Token. Effect: after recognizing the master of this token, one can become the lord of the Hei's Kingdom, freely enter and exit the Hei's Kingdom without being attacked, and can command the ferocious beasts within the secret realm at will. Functions: 1. Recognize the master. 2. Rejuvenation, restore vitality to the Hei's Kingdom. Finally here, Yifeng was overjoyed. After taking the token, he immediately recognized it as his own. Once the recognition was complete, the surrounding environment suddenly underwent a dramatic change. Even the destruction caused by the Bone Dragon King vanished completely. Now, I don't have to worry about the secret realm. Yifeng felt relieved. From then on, no matter which partner he sought, as long as the other party did something unsatisfactory, Yifeng could take a series of measures to ensure they could never enter the Hei's Kingdom again. However, he didn't feel he would need to use it. That's about it, we should leave now. Then, Yifeng took out a large teleportation portal and set it up directly. The large teleportation portal had two methods of use. One was to leave freely, with only 3 uses. The other was to stand directly within the secret realm, which would serve as the entrance to the large teleportation array. In the future, anyone entering for trials would also use this entrance. If one wanted to leave, they could do so quickly. Afterward, Yifeng handed a device used to connect to the teleportation portal to the fat man. Anyway, I've already given you the method to enter. If there are no issues, I'll have the other 2 forces contact you tomorrow. Alright, the fat man nodded solemnly. This item was too precious, he had to keep it safe. Let's go. After saying that, the 2 of them disappeared from their spot. The scene before them slowly returned to the forest. But just as they regained their senses, Yifeng and the fat man found themselves surrounded by a group of people. Who are you? A hint of killing intent flickered in Yifeng's eyes. From the behavior of these people, it was clear that they had been waiting for a long time. It seemed they had already been tracking them before. He just hadn't noticed. You are Yifeng? The man at the forefront stepped forward, sizing up Yifeng from head to toe, and finally a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yes, I am Yifeng. Who are you? You don't need to care who we are, you just need to know that we are here to ask you for the key to the secret realm. The man's voice was very flat, as if it were a matter of course. Why should I give you my things? Yifeng frowned. He still didn't know which force these people belonged to or what their strength was. Clearly, they had come prepared. Weaklings are not worthy of having anything. By the way, you should also hand over the 5 billion on you. After all, you took our things, and they must be returned. Upon hearing this, oh, so you are the ones Wu Fan called. Where is he? Too scared to come and take things himself? Yifeng scoffed, glancing around. He didn't see Wu Fan's figure. What does it matter if my nephew comes or not? I didn't expect that at such a young age. You could obtain a method to enter an undeveloped secret realm. What incredible luck you have. But don't you know that possessing a treasure can lead to disaster? With your strength and background, you can't protect this secret realm. It's best to hand it over to us. Who knows? If I'm in a good mood, I might let you off the hook. The middle-aged man revealed a cold smile. You are Wu Di. The fat man frowned tightly. I am the heir of the Lu family. The secret realm also belongs to us. Do you really want to rob it from the Lu family? So you are the heir of the Lu family. Wu Di was momentarily stunned, but he quickly returned to normal, saying nonchalantly, if the head of the Lu family were here, I definitely wouldn't go too far. But you are just a newly awakened rookie. I was originally thinking of letting you off, but I didn't expect that the young master of the Lu family would also be here. So you two really can't survive. To cut the grass, one must remove the roots. As he spoke, Wu Di's expression turned fierce. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? You guys, even if you all come together, I wouldn't take you seriously. Yifeng was genuinely angry, although he knew Wu Fan was despicable. He didn't expect him to be this despicable. Wu Di truly lived up to being a person from the underground forces of the provincial city. Although his strength wasn't impressive, his killing intent was indeed strong. I am a dignified king-level powerhouse, even in the provincial city. There are only a handful of people who can be my opponents. Who do you think you are? No, to be more precise, I am a genuine half-step true king-level powerhouse. Do you think that's not enough? Kid, today I'll let you know what it means to know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. As Wu Fan spoke, powerful magical fluctuations surged from his body. Flames gathered in his hands. He had already made up his mind. He must first teach this ignorant kid Yi Feng a lesson. Why do you villains always have so much to say? Do you really enjoy adding drama to yourselves? Yi Feng laughed. This is self-inflicted. A mere king-level dares to come and rob my things. You might as well ask around. I have always been the one robbing king-level treasures. With that, Yi Feng clasped his hands together. Just in time. I have a few new friends who have always wanted to come out and stretch their legs. This is the perfect opportunity. Dead dragon, come out. Play with these people and let them know what the gap really is. As soon as the words fell, 3 intricate magic circles appeared above Yi Feng. Accompanying them was a palpable aura of death. Wu Di was also shaken by the scene. What the hell are you summoning? Even I feel a bit of heart palpitations. Soon, 3 bizarre creatures, resembling dragon-like crocodiles, emerged from the magic circles. Following them were their enormous bodies. They were 3 giant dragons. Faintly, one could smell the decay emanating from them. Crack, crack. Just as the 3 dragons were halfway through their descent, the magic circles emitted a series of tearing sounds. It was as if the circles could no longer bear their arrival. No, it felt more like they were too powerful to be contained by this world. Roar, roar, roar. With 3 furious roars, the 3 dragons finally broke free from the magic circles and soared into the sky. Dead dragon race, dragon quantity, 3-1 legion rank, overlord, true king level, strength, 21. 399. 999 constitution, 52. 399. 999 spirit, 98. 299. 999 agility, 12. 399. 999 skills, time death flow, time overlap, time rewind, time death flow. The 3 dead dragons condense a magic circle, causing all beings within it to accelerate their time flow until death. Cooldown 1 hour, time overlap. The dead dragons search for the secrets of time, able to connect to other timelines, even summoning their counterparts from other timelines. Cooldown 20 minutes, time rewind. Can rewind everything within a radius of 300 kilometers to 30 minutes ago. Cooldown 24 hours, TSK. As expected of a new skill, these attributes and skills are just too exaggerated. Yi Feng couldn't help but marvel. He had already seen from the profession panel that this new summon was likely related to time, but he never expected it to be this monstrous. Similarly, as a true king-level beast, the dead dragon spirit was exaggeratedly 4 to 5 times stronger than that of the Bone Dragon King. It seemed that only such a powerful spirit could wield such exaggerated time skills. Wu Di, today you seek your own death. Die. Yi Feng chuckled lightly. Time death flow. As the words fell, the 3 dead dragons immediately flew above Wu Di. The next second, a magic circle condensed around Wu Di and the others, tightly wrapping them within. This. Wu Di felt a surge of fear. Although he didn't know what effect these ghostly creatures summoned by Yi Feng would have, he was very clear that it was definitely not a good thing. As a king-level professional, his combat experience was naturally very rich, and in the face of such an unknown situation, there were only 2 ways to handle it. First, run. Second, capture the king first. Now, if he wanted to escape, he felt he might not have enough time. So, he could only choose the second option. He firmly believed that even if Yi Feng could use such abilities, his physical quality must be very low. After all, he was just a newly awakened rookie professional. As long as he got close, he could easily take down Yi Feng. But just as he took a step forward, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. He initially thought it was an accident. However, when he tried to stand up again, he found he couldn't do so at all. What's going on? Wu Di could clearly feel his body was somewhat out of control, or rather, powerless. At that moment, he looked at the others present, and what he saw filled him with panic. He saw that his originally strong and youthful subordinates had turned into old men covered in wrinkles. Each one looked as if they were on the verge of death. What have you done to us? Yi Feng, I was wrong. It's my own fault for being blind. Please, Let me go, okay? I was wrong. As long as you let me go, I can give you wealth, power, everything. I can serve you like a horse or an ox. For the first time in his life, Wu Di truly felt what fear was. He could clearly sense it now. Life was slipping away from his body. His strong muscles were slowly withering away. Now, there was only one phrase to describe Wu Di at this moment, like a candle in the wind. Don't worry. Take a deep breath. Feeling like you're about to die is a normal phenomenon. Yi Feng said with a smile. Wu Di, don't worry. To keep you from being too lonely, I'll find a chance to let Wu Fan come down and keep you company. Don't you understand such a shallow truth as there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens? Sigh. Forget it. I was foolish to talk so much to someone as heartless as you. I must be really kind. Yi Feng couldn't help but praise himself a bit. After saying that, he took out a skill scroll and cast it at Wu Di and his subordinates, accompanied by a wave of flames. The underground king of the provincial city and his core forces instantly turned into charred corpses. Damn! Shan Zi, your methods are too domineering. The fat man was dumbfounded. He had witnessed those people turn into withered old men in just a few breaths. This was the first time he had seen such a method. Just a few breaths. A king-level practitioner turned into an old relic. This is a time-based ability. The fat man was a bit excited. Time-based abilities had always been one of the strongest powers in this world, and he had seen it right at the beginning. Wasn't this an experience in itself? It's just a small matter. I just didn't expect that guy Wu Fan would be so vicious. Yi Feng had completely marked Wu Fan. If he didn't kill Wu Fan, he would feel a bit sorry for himself. That damned Wu Fan. We were classmates after all. How could he do such a thing? Even if our relationship has never been good, he shouldn't do something like this. The fat man was also indignant for Yi Feng. Yi Feng waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter." Just then, the originally pitch-black sky was suddenly replaced by a streak of red light. Then, drops of blood-colored rain began to fall continuously. What the hell is this? The fat man looked astonished. He had never seen such a phenomenon and didn't know how to react. Yi Feng frowned and said, "The heavens are crying." It seems that when a human king level or above falls, such a phenomenon will occur. Doesn't that mean many people will notice this place soon? The fat man was a bit panicked and quickly said, "Then let's hurry and leave here before others notice." What's the rush? We haven't taken the loot yet. Yi Feng smiled. After Wu Di and his subordinates died, they dropped quite a few storage rings. The fat man was momentarily speechless. But thinking about it, it didn't seem wrong. Who finishes a fight and doesn't take the loot? Then, the two began to rummage through the bodies. Shan Zi, all of this is for you. In the end, the fat man handed over all the loot he collected to Yi Feng. The fat man had no desire for these spoils, not to mention that defeating these people had nothing to do with him. Yi Feng had also given them a generous gift from the Lu family in the secret realm. He couldn't possibly be greedy for anything. Let's go. Then, the two left the place. Meanwhile, the appearance of the heavenly phenomenon was also noticed by others. Blood rain. The heavens are crying? In Suzhou City, a king-level figure has fallen. In that direction, Jiang Feng immediately sensed something unusual. There are only a few king-level figures in Suzhou City. Who could it be? No, I have to go take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Feng dashed towards the place where the anomaly was occurring, leaping through the window. At the same time, various king-level powerhouses were also heading to the site of the phenomenon. For Suzhou City, the fall of any king-level powerhouse was already a significant event. Most importantly, the fall of a king-level powerhouse would undoubtedly involve a fierce battle. Yet, they had heard not a single sound. This was far too concerning. Soon, at the location of Wu Di's fall, besides Jiang Feng, 3 others also arrived. Mayor Jiang, do you know this person? The speaker was Old Lady Duan, one of the 3 prominent families in Suzhou City. Naturally, they were very sensitive to such matters and had to arrive promptly. In recent days, the Duan family had been closer to the city government, so they naturally wanted to inquire about Jiang Feng's opinion. Jiang Feng looked puzzled. He carefully recalled the king-level powerhouses in Suzhou City in his mind, but he couldn't figure out who this charred corpse was. Theoretically, the 4 people present already represented all the king-level powerhouses in Suzhou City. I don't know, you should check if it's someone from your family. From the very beginning, everyone had been observing closely, but after such a long time, no one could identify the body. In that case, I'll have the search team collect the body and check the genes.
Zhang Feng then contacted the search team. When the search team arrived, Zhang Feng briefly explained the situation and returned to his office.
Not long after, Zhang Feng's phone rang. Hello? Mayor Jiang. This is Yi Feng. Oh, it's Xiao Chen.
I heard you sold 2 legendary grade pieces of equipment tonight. That's quite impressive. This news had spread widely across Suzhou City within an hour of the event's conclusion.
Zhang Feng,
due to the earlier incident where Yi Feng encountered danger in the persimmon wilderness,
had specifically instructed his people to keep a close watch on Yi Feng.
Although it was a covert surveillance,
in a sense,
it was a form of protection.
Yi Feng was destined to become the image ambassador of Suzhou City. He absolutely could not allow anything to happen under his watch.
However, the city government personnel were soon discovered by a group from the Lu family. Seeing that the other side was filled with strong figures,
the city government personnel all retreated.
Therefore, Zhang Feng was not very clear about what had happened outside the trading hall.
Mayor Jiang,
you should have discovered the bodies in the forest by now. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to respond,
Yi Feng suddenly said, Did you kill them?
Zhang Feng was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly realized that if it was Yi Feng, then everything made sense. He had the means to take down king-level powerhouses.
Yes, it was indeed me,
Yi Feng admitted without hesitation.
Who was that person?
The technical department was currently verifying the identity of this individual,
but it would take some time,
so Zhang Feng didn't know who it was.
There's nothing to hide, it was Wu Di. I don't know if you know him?
Yi Feng said truthfully.
Wu Di?
You mean the second master of the Wu family?
The face of the underground forces in the provincial capital? That should be him. Damn, how did he get involved with you?
It's nothing. He probably wanted to help his nephew regain some face.
But there are also some other matters concerning interests. Is this matter difficult to handle?
Yi Feng asked. He wasn't worried that the Wu family would come after him. His main concern was that they might retaliate against his family.
And that was the most important thing.
There would always be times when he wasn't around his family. If the other party wanted revenge,
he would basically be unable to handle it.
I can deal with it, but it would be a bit troublesome. The Wu family is manageable, but the underground forces are a bit of a hassle.
After all, you just awakened your profession, and there are many things you don't understand.
Although Wu Di is in charge of the underground forces, he is just one of the power holders among them.
There are a total of 5 seats of power in the underground forces, and Wu Di is at the bottom. He has always been the one to handle things,
while the other 4 are all true kings in strength.
If they want to get serious,
it would be much more complicated to resolve.
But don't worry, you are a person from our city government,
and I will step in to negotiate with them.
Moreover,
you are still a member of the military. They have to think twice before they act against you.
Zhang Feng spoke frankly. He had a very good impression of Yi Feng.
Therefore, he wanted to avoid any trouble for Yi Feng as much as possible.
Hearing this, Yi Feng sighed and said, Is it really that troublesome? How about I handle it myself? I don't necessarily have to be enemies with the underground forces. I currently have a high-level secret realm, and as you know, I can't develop it alone.
If it comes to worst, I can negotiate with the underground forces and give them half of the development rights. That should be able to resolve the issue.
Wait, Xiao Chen,
what did you say you have? Zhang Feng even doubted whether he had heard it wrong,
but to confirm, he asked again. A high-level secret realm development right?
But the boss level is a bit lacking. There is only one true king-level beast and one king-level beast.
I definitely can't develop it alone.
So I was thinking of finding the underground forces.
No way, Zhang Feng quickly said. If it really is a high-level secret realm, then it won't be troublesome. Damn it, how can we let someone from the underground forces bully us? After all, that was a high-level secret realm.
As long as they had the development rights to this secret realm,
the benefits would be enormous. How could they let the underground forces interfere?
Mayor Jiang, I know managing a city day in and day out is quite tough for you, so I don't want to put you in a difficult position.
How about I negotiate with them myself? I'm not at all troubled.
You are one of us in the government. How could we possibly watch our colleague get into trouble?
Just leave it to me.
Zhang Feng continued to speak with righteous indignation. Although he had agreed, he also knew that handling such matters would still be somewhat difficult.
However,
the high-level secret realm was just too important. There were hardly any high-level secret realms in the world.
The resources in a high-level secret realm were countless, and they had many uses, enough to benefit an entire city or even a province.
If Suzhou City could possess a high-level secret realm, it would naturally attract countless strong individuals, whether from prominent families or powerful warriors. They would become regular visitors. Just collecting entrance fees would be enough to fill their pockets. How could he let the underground forces take it away for no reason? In that case, this matter will trouble Mayor Jiang. I will give the city government 15% of the development rights for this secret realm. What do you think? Mayor? 15%? Not enough? Enough! Zhang Feng immediately agreed. He didn't really think it was insufficient, he just felt it was a lot. Although 15% might not seem like much, it was already quite exaggerated. No matter if it's the development of opposing forces or future ticket sales, that's quite a sum. Xiao Chen, you don't need to worry about this anymore, just leave it to us, and the outcome will definitely satisfy you. Zhang Feng said earnestly. Mayor Jiang, you don't need to feel too much pressure. If nothing unexpected happens, the Lu family should also lend a hand. Yi Feng smiled. The Lu family from the provincial capital? Zhang Feng knew about the relationship between Yi Feng and Lu Han, so he understood what he meant. Given their relationship, cooperation was the most normal thing. He had no objections to that. After all, getting 15% of the profits and development rights was already a significant gain for the city government. If they were to give the city government 50%, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Having a few strong allies made things much simpler. There was no need to worry about being targeted by others or even forces. After all, a high-level secret realm was no small matter. Yes, it's the Lu family from the provincial capital, but they haven't given me a definite reply yet. There's a possibility they might not participate. Yi Feng said. That shouldn't be the case. Zhang Feng felt a bit helpless. Not participate? How could they not participate? This was a high-level secret realm. Any force that held a high-level secret realm was either a prominent family or an empire. Even if they were offered a single-digit percentage of the development rights, countless families larger than the Lu family would fight for it. So, Zhang Feng simply couldn't believe that the Lu family would refuse this matter. Xiao Chen, it's late now, so I won't disturb you any longer. I will definitely fulfill my promise to you, so you should rest well. Thank you, Mayor Jiang. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two hung up the phone. At the moment Zhang Feng put down his phone, his heart was very complicated. The development rights to a high-level secret realm. This was something he had never even considered before, but now it had fallen into the hands of Suzhou City. Since Yi Feng had provided such a good opportunity, then he had to help Yi Feng solve all the troubles. The next moment, Wu family, why did you have to provoke this living Yama? He doesn't have much life left, can't you let him live out his days in peace? Zhang Feng's expression became much more serious as he sneered. A desperate man can do anything. Someone who can easily wipe out a king-level existence. How could such a person be someone you can provoke? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Feng jumped out of the window. On the other side, the fat guy had returned to the Lu family. Because the fat guy had not yet entered university, his family still lived in a small house in Suzhou City. According to the plan, after the fat guy went to university, his parents would move back to the provincial capital. Son, why are you back so late today? At that moment, Lu Han's father, Lu Tianba, was leaning sideways on the sofa watching TV. He looked completely lazy. No one would think that this person was the current head of the Lu family in Jiangnan province. I was ambushed, I guess I can consider it a life saved. Lu Han's tone was not friendly. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianba's face showed little surprise. He had received the report immediately. From childhood to now, although Lu Tianba had never told the fat guy his identity, he had always had a group of people protecting Lu Han's safety at all times, and when something happened to the fat guy, they received the news right away. Originally, Lu Tianba wanted to go see for himself, but upon hearing that the other party had been wiped out, he didn't bother to investigate further. Of course, he had already looked into the other party's identity immediately. When he learned that the person in charge was the underground force Wudi, he had already begun to take action. The provincial capital is now somewhat stirred up. The Lu family may only be considered a first-class force in the world, far from the level of super first-class or top-tier families. However, in Jiangnan province, there is really nothing they fear, let alone the underground forces. In the eyes of the Lu family, such forces are merely a group of maggots living in the sewers. Perhaps others might fear the methods of the underground forces, but the Lu family has never been afraid of such things. Moreover, The other party should understand that since Wu Di wants to silence Lu Han, then the Lu family cannot be blamed for being ungracious.
Son, don't worry. I won't let those rat maggots live in peace. Lu Tianba was very confident,
which is why he could sit here comfortably,
watching TV while waiting for his son to come home. I hope so.
I need a result from this matter, otherwise, you should hurry up and have a child with my mother to be the heir of the Lu family. The chubby one had a stubborn temper.
If it were someone else, knowing they were the heir of such a family, they would have long been more obedient and proper. But Lu Han didn't care about that at all.
He had no interest in this heir status,
especially after being deceived by his family for so many years. He was too lazy to be an heir. Don't say such things, we only need you. Lu Tianba had no way to deal with his son. After all, it was his idea in the first place. Even if his son was a bit dissatisfied with him now, he couldn't show it. The people who ambushed us will be left to you. My friend wants to do some business with our family. I wonder if you're interested.
Dad?
At this moment,
the chubby one suddenly said,
business? Lu Tianba didn't pay much attention.
He just thought Lu Han was looking for something to do because he had no pocket money.
Or perhaps someone wanted to use Lu Han's identity to gain some benefits. If the money wasn't much,
he naturally wouldn't refuse to help, even if it failed.
It would just be like throwing money away. But if it was solely to cheat money from his son, that would be another matter. That's right, my brother wants to discuss a business deal with you, and this is still based on my face, otherwise,
it would be impossible for our Lu family to get a good deal.
Lu Han had a proud look on his face. He was very clear about how good this cooperation would be for the Lu family. Moreover,
he had been having his worldview refreshed by his father these past few days.
It was his turn now. All right, my son really has a big face. Lu Tianba smiled broadly. He continued to watch TV, completely disregarding the matter. Seeing his father's uninterested demeanor,
the chubby one was furious. He turned to leave while rolling his eyes and said,
since Dad isn't interested, then forget it.
It's just a 30% development right to a high-level secret realm. You shouldn't care about this little money,
right? Since Dad isn't interested, I'll go see if anyone else is interested. I think there should be quite a few people who want this. Originally sitting on the sofa, leisurely watching TV, Lu Tianba,
upon hearing Lu Han's words,
suddenly sat up straight. Wait, son, say that again.
What's the content of the cooperation?
First, apologize to me. Otherwise, I won't say anything. My good son, I was wrong, please tell me.
Humph, my brother has ownership of a high-level secret realm,
and it's only because of my face that the Lu family is allowed to participate. Although you are my dad,
I still have to say this, if you really have no interest,
they won't force it. After all,
if we sell this 30% ownership at the auction house,
we should be able to get quite a bit of money, right? That way,
I won't have to worry about this secret realm in the future.
The fat man said this very casually,
as if the 30% development rights and profits held no allure at all.
In truth, even he was quite tempted by this 30% development right.
He knew very well that this was an opportunity given to him by Yifeng, a chance to become prosperous and establish a foothold in the family.
30% of the development rights and profits. This was already quite exaggerated. Moreover,
Yifeng had also mentioned that the city government and the military together only held 30%.
His good brother, he was giving too much to the Lu family. Wait, son, you can't joke about this kind of thing. That's a high-level secret realm. You didn't mishear, did you? Lu Tianba could hardly believe what he was hearing. That was 30% of the high-level secret realm development rights. How could it possibly fall into their hands? Dad, how idle do you think I am to be here joking with you? The fat man looked exasperated,
but he could only understand the situation. After all, if he hadn't experienced it himself, he would also find it hard to believe what he was saying.
Son, you know, saying this all of a sudden makes it hard for people to believe you. Your friend can't be joking with you, right? Lu Tianba asked again.
I've already been inside and confirmed that it is indeed a high-level secret realm, and there is a king-level ferocious beast, a true king-level ferocious beast.
I really can't believe you. Why don't you trust your son? Am I not your biological child?
Lu Han helplessly recounted what he had seen in the secret realm while taking out the Tsunhai Mingzhu that Yifeng had given him.
Dad, take a good look at what this is. This is. After Lu Tianba took the Tsunhai Mingzhu,
he examined it carefully.
Although I don't know what this thing is, just from its luster, I can tell this is a legendary great item.
Under normal circumstances, Only recognized equipment would have detailed information on the profession panel, the rest would rely on the skills of treasure appraisal masters. Therefore, Lu Tianba couldn't tell what this was and could only make a preliminary guess about its grade. Here's the thing. I met up with my buddy Yi Feng today. Lu Han chuckled lightly. Wasn't it time for him to show off? Then, Lu Han recounted everything that had happened after entering the secret realm. On the other side, upon hearing the details, Lu Tianba's heart was already in his throat. He had no idea that Lu Han had entered the high-level secret realm without his knowledge. In such a dangerous place, even he would face immense pressure when exploring. Generally speaking, the ferocious beasts in high-level secret realms were extremely fierce, and they were underwater beasts. The danger level was even higher. Once dragged into the water, there would be no chance of turning the tables. He had devoted himself to protecting his son for 20 years. If he were to be killed just like that, he would be utterly at fault. But thinking about Lu Han bringing back a high-level secret realm made his mood lift. If we can really have this high-level secret realm development right, then our Lu family can rise to another level. This 30% profit is simply too great. Soon, Lu Tianba's mood was completely enveloped in joy. As the head of the Lu family, although he had been accompanying Lu Han in Suzhou City all these years, every time Lu Han went to school, he would return to the Lu family in the provincial capital, day after day, year after year. The Lu family's stable position today is inseparable from his diligent governance. Therefore, he understands very well how great the profits of a high-level secret realm can be. That's a whopping 30%. It could potentially double the strength of the Lu family. Dad, don't get too excited right now. There's something you need to do first. You have to pay a visit to the underground forces and make sure they stop bothering my brother. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for us to get our hands on this secret realm. The fat man thought for a moment and ultimately decided to take this opportunity to have his father help him with some matters. After all, Yi Feng's safety is the top priority. This is easy. Yi Feng's matters are the Lu family's matters. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianba immediately made a phone call. Once the call connected, he said, "Second brother, have you dealt with that group of rats yet?" "Elder brother, I've already caused some trouble in the underground forces businesses. Now I'm just waiting for those old geezers to come find me." On the other end of the line was Lu Tianba's younger brother, Lu Han's uncle, Lu Feng. Over the years, whenever Lu Tianba was away from the Lu family, Lu Feng had been in charge of managing the family. The relationship between the two was naturally very good, so Lu Tianba never worried that his brother would betray him. Well done. When you see those old geezers later, make sure to emphasize one thing. Today, Wu Di bullied a client of our Lu family named Yi Chen, and today's incident is to teach them a lesson. They should never provoke him again. "Client, aren't we doing this to avenge my nephew?" Lu Feng asked, puzzled. Lu Tianba replied slowly, "It's both to avenge Lu Han and to settle some matters for our Yi Feng. By the way, make sure to do this well. Yi Feng can give us a 30% development right for a high-level secret realm. Remember that." "Damn, elder brother, are you kidding me? Am I the kind of person who jokes about such matters? Then I have to take this seriously? If those old geezers don't back down, I'll wipe out this group of shady rats today." Hurry up and take care of it. If you can't satisfy Yi Feng, then that 30% development right will be gone. "Okay, I'm on it." After hanging up the phone, Lu Tianba smiled and said, "Son, this matter is settled. Did your friend say when we can go in and take a look?" "My friend said someone will contact us tonight. We just need to wait for the call." Gusu City, the Wu family mansion. At this moment, the Wu family members were gathered around enjoying a feast. Sitting in the main seat was the current head of the Wu family in Gusu City, a king-level powerhouse, Wu Penghai. Wu Fan sat to the left of Wu Penghai. To his right was his biological father, Wu Fa. Now, the family had already regarded Wu Fan as Wu Di's heir, knowing that he would definitely join the underground forces in the future. Therefore, Wu Fan was greatly favored and received the same treatment as Wu Fa. "Sir, Mayor Jiang has arrived." Suddenly, a servant rushed in a panic. "Mayor Jiang? What is he doing here at this hour?" The old master of the Wu family frowned but still stood up to welcome him. "Everyone, let's go greet him together." Jiang Feng sat alone in the Wu family's reception hall, his expression extremely serious. "Mayor Jiang, I wonder what brings you here." Wu Penghai immediately flattered him. Since Jiang Feng took office, he had maintained a strong-handed approach, making these aristocratic families suffer quite a bit. Therefore,
Even though the Wu family is one of the three major families in Gusa City,
they dared not underestimate this mayor. Zhang Feng is the only one in Suzhou City who has reached the pinnacle of the king level, and everyone knows that this mayor is just a step away from the true king level. No one dares to provoke this fierce god. Facing Wu Penghai's warm demeanor,
Zhang Feng did not give him a good expression. Wu Penghai, after our investigation, the king-level powerhouse who died today, is your Wu family's Wu Di? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone following the Wu family exploded in an uproar. Upon hearing this news, impossible. My uncle is a king-level powerhouse. How could this be? You must be mistaken. Wu Fan felt a wave of dizziness, as if something had exploded in his heart. After returning to the Wu family, he kept trying to contact his uncle, but he had not been able to reach him, and now hearing that his uncle was dead, he was even less willing to accept it. Wu Penghai's expression also darkened significantly. The Wu family's current development was directly related to Wu Di's support in the provincial city. Mayor Jiang, do you know who did this? Our Wu family will definitely not let this person go, even if we have to use all our resources and connections. Wu Penghai directly stated his position. We have already investigated this matter. The cause was Wu Di's greed. He brought this upon himself. Zhang Feng sneered coldly. What do you mean? Wu Penghai's face turned extremely ugly. At this moment, he realized that Zhang Feng was not simply here to inform him, he was clearly here to assert his authority. Just the literal meaning. Don't think I don't know what your Wu family has been up to over the years. I just didn't want to stoop to your level. And as for Wu Di, we both know what he was involved in. The maggots in the sewers can never see the light. His death is actually a good thing. Zhang Feng showed no respect for the Wu family. Over the years, the Wu family had been relatively honest, and he did not want to tear their relationship apart. But now, the conditions Yi Feng offered were simply too great. Moreover, he had long wanted to properly deal with these aristocratic families, so he no longer felt the need to show any courtesy. Mayor Jiang, your words could easily put our Wu family on the opposite side of you. Wu Penghai had not been idle over the years. Although Zhang Feng was powerful, the Wu family was not to be underestimated. It doesn't matter. If you want to pursue this, then our city government just happens to want to investigate the things your Wu family has been doing behind the scenes over the years. Of course, you can also try to counterattack and see if your Wu family really has that capability. Let me tell you, the person the Wu family has offended this time is someone you cannot provoke. Zhang Feng sat in his chair, sipping tea as he spoke, completely disregarding the Wu family's threats. So, does Mayor Zhang think our Wu family is easy to provoke? At this point, Wu Penghai's anger had risen to a new level. He no longer minded going to war with Zhang Feng. As the local tyrant of Suzhou City, he had accumulated quite a bit of power over the years, which gave him confidence. Moreover, Wu Di was a member of the underground forces. If the underground forces learned that Wu Di had an accident, they would definitely not sit idly by. Perhaps the Wu family still had some fear of Zhang Feng, but for the underground forces, this was completely insignificant. This was the Wu family's greatest reliance. I want to see just how easy it is to provoke your Wu family. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the entrance. TSK, these people came quite quickly. Zhang Feng clicked his tongue but did not stand up. Who are you? Wu Penghai had no impression of this person and did not remember such a figure in Suzhou City. Who I am doesn't matter, you just need to know that behind me is the highest representative of the military in the provincial capital of Jiangnan. The young man said softly, then saluted Zhang Feng. Mayor Jiang, our commander asked me to send his regards, he will contact you later. I understand. The moment Zhang Feng saw the other party, he understood everything. The high-level secret realm military would certainly want a piece of the pie. For him, this was naturally a good thing. With the military, the government, and the Lu family cooperating, no one would dare to have any thoughts about this secret realm. This was something he was happy to see. Wu Penghai, some matters are beyond what your Wu family can handle, and you have no way to deal with them. The military person's words were completely unreserved. It was clear they were threatening him. At this moment, Wu Fan could no longer sit still. He shouted, but one of our Wu family members has died. You're not even trying to catch the murderer and instead are showing off your power over us. Don't you think that's a bit excessive? Wu Fan. Zhang Feng naturally knew the ins and outs of the situation. He sneered. Little thing, you should know exactly what happened here. If it weren't for you and Wu Di being blinded by greed, how could this have happened? And if it weren't Wu Di who died, it would have been the other party. I'll tell you the truth,
You should be thankful that it was Wu Di who died. If it had been the other party, your Wu family would have completely disappeared from this world tonight. A blatant threat. Zhang Feng couldn't be bothered to hide even a little. Since he wanted to cooperate deeply with Yi Feng, he naturally had to show his stance. The military person also sneered. Indeed, the forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. The people you've provoked are heights you can never reach in your lifetime. Be content. Of course, if you still want to investigate further, we can play along. Zhang Feng coldly looked at the old man of the Wu family. Wu Penghai, think carefully, supporting such a large family is not easy. If you suddenly disappear from Gusa City, it would indeed be a pity. Know your own weight. We're leaving. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he left the place. Only the Wu family members remained, standing there with ugly expressions. Wu Fan, quickly explain to me what exactly is going on. Who did you and Wu Di provoke? After Zhang Feng and the military left, Wu Penghai roared immediately. This was no longer just simple bullying. Zhang Feng and the military's words were very clear. If the Wu family dared to act again, both sides would definitely take thunderous measures. They would completely eliminate the Wu family. Grandpa, it's like this. Today I ran into my high school classmate, the young master of the Lu family, Lu Han, and Yi Feng at the auction house. Wu Di felt a headache coming on. He didn't know exactly what had happened. He could only recount everything that had happened today. Lu family? In the end, Wu Penghai attributed all the events to the Lu family. He certainly couldn't believe that a person who grew up in a slum like Yi Feng could have such great power to attract two forces to threaten the Wu family. But even if your uncle provoked the Lu family wouldn't directly tear their face with the underground forces, right? And how could they have such influence to make the city government and military back them up like this? This matter is definitely not that simple. Moreover, with the Lu family's power, there's no need to make things so complicated. The more Wu Penghai thought about it, the more he felt that things were not simple. Grandpa, what should we do now? My uncle absolutely cannot just die like this. Actually, after Wu Di's death, the angriest person in the Wu family must be Wu Fan. He had always been regarded as Wu Di's heir, and now that this has happened, his future status is bound to plummet. This is the situation he least wants to see. Since we can't take action against the Lu family, the other person, Yi Feng, absolutely cannot be allowed to have it easy. How dare he lay a hand on someone from the Lu family? He is already courting death. After that, Wu Penghai took out his phone and dialed a number. After ringing for a long time, someone finally picked up. Fourth Master, Wu Di was killed in Suzhou. As soon as the call connected, Wu Penghai changed his tone from authoritative to obsequious. Just as he was about to clarify the situation, the other party interrupted him directly. What the hell? Do you even have the face to call me? Do you know that we not only lost 50 billion because of you useless fools, but now we're also being cornered by the Lu family? Hurry up and get as far away as you can. Humph, Wu Di has helped us a lot over the years. I can tell you, the person you have offended this time is not someone you can provoke. No. It's not that you can't provoke them, even we can't provoke them. You better behave yourselves in the near future and stop courting death. The fourth master's voice was filled with immense anger. Ha! The person we provoked. Isn't it the Lu family? Wu Penghai was stunned by the fourth master's words. He could tell from the other party's tone that the underground forces were also having a hard time. The Lu family? If it were just the Lu family, they wouldn't be able to corner the underground forces like this. A simple warning would suffice. But now, our strength has already been weakened by more than half. You two better hurry and deliver the two legendary great items you obtained from the auction to me, or else, there will be no need for the Wu family to exist in this world. The fourth master's tone was exceptionally firm. Now, they could only confront the Lu family and must obtain those two legendary great items. After all, what they truly feared was the trading house. Now that the Lu family was squeezing them, they really couldn't come up with 50 billion. They could only find a way to sell those two legendary great items at a loss. If they waited for the Longxia trading operation to take action, then they would truly have no chance at all. Damn it! What kind of existence did Wu Di provoke to make the Lu family prepare to wipe out the underground forces? As the call ended, Wu Penghai's body went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. From the phone call, he could already tell. This time, even the underground forces were starting to fear. This was no longer something the Wu family could handle, and the cause of this situation was all Wu Di. Originally, he thought Wu Di was the guarantee for the Wu family's rise.
But now, he had nearly become the root of their extermination. Dad, what should we do now? Are we just going to let Xiaodi's death go like this? The person speaking was Wu Fa, the next generation heir of the Wu family. He was Wu Fan's biological father and Wu Di's older brother. However, although he and Wu Di were biological brothers, their talents and strengths were vastly different. Wu Di had reached king-level strength at a young age and had been developing in the provincial capital, whereas even now, he was only half a step to king level. Although breaking through to king level in time was not a problem, the time it would take would be very long. What else can we do? That is an existence even the underground forces want to avoid. What can our Wu family do? If we dig deeper, it might lead to the extermination of our clan. It seems that Jifeng definitely has someone backing him. Right. It must be like this. To have the city government, the military, and the Lu family all mobilized at the same time. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's the #1 power in Jiangnan province, right? We can't provoke them. So let's leave it at that. No one should deal with that Jifeng for now. Wu family, everyone stay indoors. At this moment, Wu Penghai's heart was already filled with despair. Upon hearing this, the entire Wu family fell into silence. They knew very well that after this incident, the Wu family's status would inevitably plummet. Meanwhile, Yifeng was comfortably lying on his bed. So much had happened that day, but everything was ultimately moving in a positive direction. Just now, he had contacted the military and even Lu Han, explaining everything clearly. Now, he could finally sleep peacefully. The next day, Yifeng woke up early. He hurriedly ate a bite of food and headed out. Although there were only a few days left until the major recruitment competition among the universities, but classes still had to be attended. Captain, when Yifeng arrived at the Beast Control Bureau, he found Duan Joshua had already arrived and was standing outside. Oh, Miss Duan, why aren't you going in? Yifeng teased. Of course, I was waiting for you. Our Captain Yi hasn't arrived yet. How could a small staff member like me dare to go in? After all, you are the backbone of our Team 6. Those people look down on us. If I went in alone, they might look down on me too, Duan Joshua said with a smile. After spending these 2 days together, she found Yifeng to be quite a good person and dared to joke with him a little. Alright, let's go, Yifeng said helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to come early, it was just that the bed monster's power was too strong. It kept him firmly locked in bed, unable to move. Next, the two of them walked into the office hall of the Beast Control Bureau together. Yifeng walked in front, while Duan Joshua walked slightly behind him. Hello, Captain Yi. Compared to the cold treatment yesterday, everyone in the Beast Control Bureau immediately stood up to greet Yifeng upon seeing him today. They had all heard about Yifeng's battle with the A-level wanted criminal Shiliji. They had complete faith in Yifeng's strength. To be honest, if it hadn't been for Yifeng going yesterday, who knows how many of them might have died at Shiliji's hands. In a sense, Yifeng had saved their lives. See, our colleagues are still friendly. Once they reached the office, Yifeng plopped down in the office chair. That's only because our mission was successful. If we had failed, they wouldn't be like this at all, Duan Joshua said with a face full of helplessness. She understood human nature too well. At this moment, Captain Yi, the mayor is here, waiting for you in the director's office. Someone knocked on the door and said, Okay, I got it. I'll go over now. Upon hearing this, Yifeng immediately got up and walked out. Yifeng nodded and stepped outside. Soon, he arrived at the director's office of the Beast Control Bureau. Mayor Jiang, you really can't wait at all. As soon as he entered, Yifeng smiled helplessly at Zhang Feng. He was very clear about the other party's intentions. Without further ado, he directly handed over a pass order for the large teleportation gate to Zhang Feng. I was also thinking about being able to construct a high-level secret realm, right? After receiving the secret order for the large teleportation gate, Zhang Feng still found it hard to believe. That kind of unattainable high-level secret realm, their city government had actually managed to obtain the development rights. Then, the rest, you three families can discuss and handle it. Yifeng was too lazy to continue entangling and directly threw the mess out. Alright, as soon as we make a profit, we'll arrange for someone to call you right away. Zhang Feng immediately agreed, then added, by the way, I personally went to the Wu family last night to suppress them a bit. They shouldn't dare to cause you trouble now. Well, actually, even if they do come to find me, it doesn't matter as long as they don't touch my family.
Yi Feng had always been worried not about the Wu family coming to him, but rather about the despicable tactics they might use against his loved ones. Don't worry. I've already sent people to protect your family at all times. They absolutely won't come to any harm, Jiang Feng assured, patting his chest. Thank you for your concern, Mayor Jiang. Yi Feng nodded, very satisfied. By the way, Xiao Chen, you might want to check today's newspaper, it should be quite interesting. After that, the two chatted for a while longer before bidding each other farewell. However, after taking a few steps, Mayor Jiang suddenly turned back and said, "Meanwhile, in the news department." The head of the news department held the freshly printed newspaper in his hands, a satisfied expression on his face, because the newspaper had a huge headline, "Wu Di of the Wu family in Suzhou Falls, criminal forces bully poor youth. Met with revenge." Below it was another piece of news, "Rich young lady spends millions to pursue Yi Feng." Wu family, oh Wu family, you chose to provoke Yi Feng instead of anyone else, now you've really kicked a steel plate. The head of the news department wore a mocking expression. Originally, the news they were supposed to report today was not this matter. It was about the incident that occurred that night at Yi Feng's house involving the Duan family, but because the mayor said that Duan Joshua acted that way because she liked Yi Feng, the content of the newspaper was changed by the head of the news department, resulting in the scandalous news about the rich young lady spending millions to pursue Yi Feng. As for the other headline, it was intentionally aimed at the Wu family. With this news out, it directly named names, showing that the government had no intention of giving the Wu family a good face. This was the attitude of the municipal government towards Yi Feng. As the newspaper spread, the headline quickly circulated throughout Suzhou. "Wu family, too much. This is really too much. Yi Feng, just wait. When the college competition comes, I will definitely make you pay the price." Wu Fan clenched his fists tightly upon seeing the news. A huge hatred that could crush his molars. What kind of ridiculous scandal is this? Meanwhile, Yi Feng was dumbfounded after seeing the second piece of news in the newspaper. This is just too outrageous, right? Isn't this making too much noise? Duan Xiaoxue likes me? Isn't this just nonsense? Did you really kill Wu Di? However, Duan Xiaoxue, who was in the same office as Yi Feng, showed no reaction after seeing the news. Nowadays, she didn't care much about such empty fame. What she was more concerned about was the matter of Wu Di being killed. In fact, she had heard last night that a king-level powerhouse had been killed. She just didn't expect it to be Wu Di. She had originally guessed that the Wu family might make some small moves, thinking that with Lu Han's protection, there wouldn't be any major issues, but she never expected that it would be Wu Di himself who took action. But why provoke Yi Feng of all people? One could only say that he died without injustice. Actually, I can't really say it was me who killed him, I just delivered the final blow. The real effort was from the Lu family. Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, "Some things, if they could be hidden, should naturally be hidden." After all, the matter of him risking his life was already becoming widely known. If he kept using his skills, it would definitely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. "That's good. I thought you had acted again." Duan Joshua felt relieved upon hearing this. "By the way, can I take a leave?" Duan Joshua suddenly said. "Leave?" Yi Feng looked at her with some confusion. "Yes, I'm already level 10, and I should be doing my job transfer task now. Otherwise, during the inter-school competition, I might be weaker than someone." Duan Joshua expressed her thoughts. Now, Yi Feng was her direct superior, so if she wanted to take leave, she naturally had to ask Yi Feng. Otherwise, she would have to wait until after work. But that would make things a bit tight on time. That's fine. Anyway, there's nothing much going on right now. I also need to complete my third transfer task, so let's go together. Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, "You've completed your third transfer?" Duan Joshua was instantly shocked, her eyes nearly popping out. What's going on? Is Yi Feng still human? This leveling speed is too fast. It could almost be described as leveling up a whole tier in a day. I leveled up a bit last night. Yi Feng casually found an excuse to explain. After that, the two of them left the Beast Control Bureau together. Now, Yi Feng's status in the Beast Control Bureau was at its peak, so even if he left midway, no one would question him. After all, he had just taken down an A-level wanted criminal, and he had even received special treatment from the mayor. What's wrong with going out for a patrol? Soon, the two arrived at the job transfer temple hall in Gusa City. "Miss, I need to do my third transfer now.
Could you please arrange the trial task for me?
Yi Feng immediately went to the beautiful receptionist who had attended to him before.
Sure.
The beautiful receptionist was overjoyed to see Yi Feng and quickly arranged things for him.
The trial task for the third transfer was somewhat different from the second transfer. This time, the task objective was to kill. According to the rules, a total of 100 silver-level ferocious beasts would appear simultaneously in the arena. To pass the trial, one must kill 20 ferocious beasts. Of course, killing all 100 ferocious beasts would yield hidden rewards, and the one who takes the least time would receive even more generous rewards. Currently, the record for the trial was 1 hour and 20 minutes. After all, there were 100 silver-level ferocious beasts, and they came rushing in, so the professionals had to constantly maneuver to find opportunities to kill. 1 hour and 20 minutes may seem long, but it was already considered a speed run.
I'll go first. After saying a word to Duan Zhaoxue,
Yi Feng entered the trial. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a duel arena. It was about the size of a football field, providing enough space for the trialists to maneuver. Trial start. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown ended,
100 tiger-shaped ferocious beasts appeared on the field,
exuding a massive silver-level aura. This trial is really too easy. Yi Feng sighed. Skeleton soldiers, come out. Quick battle, quick resolution. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng activated his skills. In the next second, countless lightning-wrapped skeleton soldiers burst forth from the ground, charging forward like an army. Instantly, the two sides were locked in battle. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, while watching the fight, also began to use the necromantic enhancement opportunities he had obtained earlier. Since leveling up yesterday, he hadn't enhanced the strength of his undead army, and now was a good opportunity. Next, Yi Feng used all the points and enhancement opportunities he had gained from leveling up. Soon, the lightning skeleton soldiers engaged in battle began to emit a red glow. Clearly, their combat power had received a qualitative boost. In just an instant, the originally evenly matched battle took a dramatic turn. The skeleton army achieved a crushing victory. Now, every skeleton soldier's combat power has reached the gold level, right? Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. He calculated that it took only 3 minutes to end all the battles. Congratulations on clearing the level.
Name, Yi Feng. Occupation, Necromancer. Unique, level 20. Congratulations on completing the 100 Tiger Trial mission. Time taken, 3 minutes.
Personal record, 3 minutes.
Congratulations on breaking the latest record of the 100 Tiger Secret Realm. Current 100 Tiger Trial Secret Realm record, 3 minutes.
Congratulations on breaking the Secret Realm record. Reward, Gold Treasure Chest X1. Another gold treasure chest. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. It should be noted that last time, he also received a gold treasure chest after clearing the trial mission, and he got quite a few good items from it. Therefore, he was very satisfied with this reward. I wonder what good things will come out. Let's open it. As soon as he finished speaking, the gold treasure chest in front of Yi Feng slowly opened. Ultimately, it transformed into a ball of red flame that landed in his hand. 3 realms Underworld Fire, type, Underworld Fire, Holy Fire ranking, 9, effect, after refining. Attacks carry a flame effect, and enemies feel restless and uneasy upon seeing the 3 realms Underworld Fire. This Underworld Fire can be refined onto any skill of the practitioner. The 3 realms Underworld Fire ranked 9th on the Holy Fire ranking? This is a good item. Yi Feng was quite pleased. The last time he opened the 9 Heavens Sacred Thunder, he had already infused it into the skeleton. The effect was quite good. This time, if he infused the Underworld Fire onto the skeleton army, wouldn't that double their combat power? Perhaps in the future, my skeleton army will be the most domineering and the most growth-oriented army. The more he thought about it, the happier Yi Feng felt, so without any hesitation, he infused the 3 realms Underworld Fire into the skill of summoning the skeleton army. Meanwhile, congratulations to practitioner Yi Feng for breaking the latest record of the 100 Tiger Trial. Current latest record, 3 minutes. The news of Yi Feng breaking the record once again appeared in all the job change temples across the Dragon Kingdom. What? 3 minutes? Damn! Is Yi Feng a devil?
I remember he just completed his second job change the day before yesterday.
Right? This record must be fake. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible.
That's 100 silver-level fierce tigers. Completing the record in this time is basically impossible. I don't believe it. This record must have issues.
Get out of here. Who do you look down on? That's Yi Feng. If it were someone else who got this record, I might not believe it, but Yi Feng is definitely capable. Exactly. He's someone who can easily clear the poison marsh. How can you still doubt that he can do it? That's right. Yi Feng is the pride of our Suzhou city. There's absolutely nothing he can't achieve. Perhaps because he had just broken a record the day before yesterday. This time when Yi Feng broke the 100-tiger trial record, it immediately sparked nationwide discussion. Even some universities learned about this news. Betrayal Academy. Principal. Look at this Yi Feng. He has broken multiple records in 3 days and even cleared the poison marsh. If such a talent can enter our Betrayal, our position will be even more secure. Indeed, this is a talent. I haven't seen someone with such exceptional aptitude in many years. The principal of Betrayal nodded repeatedly. However, we still need to conduct a detailed investigation. You know as well as I do that some things are beyond our control. If this person used some unknown method to cheat, then that would be our oversight. Alright, I will investigate right now. If this person has no issues at all, then no matter what, he must be allowed to enter our Betrayal Academy. Shang Academy. Immediately investigate all information about this Yi Feng. Yes, principal. The same scene played out across various universities nationwide. This time, Yi Feng had completely entered the public eye. Yi Feng broke the record again? And, in just 3 minutes? At this moment, Duan Joshua had just selected her trial task. Unlike Yi Feng, she chose a relatively simple task. For her, as a hidden class player, there was no pressure at all. But, what left her feeling incredulous was, she hadn't even entered the trial task dungeon yet, and she saw Yi Feng refresh another record. At that moment, she was frozen in place. To know, just the day before, when she and her grandmother came here to grind the goblin dungeon, she was shocked by how Yi Feng broke the record in just 10 minutes. But now, he had only taken 3 minutes, and this time, she was right there on the scene. The shock in her heart was unparalleled. 3 minutes. I'm afraid this record will never be broken again. Duan Joshua felt a sense of despair. She knew very well that this time Yi Feng had used 3 minutes, and he must have gone all out. Because, with the life crystal, Yi Feng would have no lifespan limitations, at least in the short term. In the past, she always thought about competing with Yi Feng, but, in the future, she probably wouldn't even have the qualification to follow behind him. Mr. Yi Feng, congratulations once again on passing the trial. Just as Duan Joshua was in shock, Yi Feng walked out of the dungeon with a relaxed expression. The beautiful receptionist immediately stepped forward to congratulate him. Thank you. Yi Feng smiled. Aside from having consumed 100 years of lifespan and feeling a bit weak from enhancing numerous legions, he had no injuries at all. In fact, the weakness was the most frustrating part for Yi Feng. Although he was immortal, the weakness was real. And now, he didn't even want to do the awakening task. He just wanted to go home and have a good sleep. Yi Feng, are you alright? Not injured, right? At this moment, Duan Joshua also came to Yi Feng's side. Don't worry, what could happen to me? Yi Feng replied with a smile. Seeing this scene, the beautiful receptionist immediately laughed. Because, she had naturally seen today's news, the rich young lady spending millions to pursue a poor boy. She instantly understood. Perhaps the person beside Yi Feng was that rich young lady. Both of you, please move over here. I will help Mr. Yi Feng match this awakening task. The beautiful receptionist reminded. Okay, thank you. Yi Feng responded and immediately walked over. Thanks to the previous explanation, this time, the task acceptance process was already familiar to Yi Feng. He placed his hand directly on the awakening stone. Dungeon random, matching dungeon, Sky City, task objective, defeat the boss archangel, task difficulty 10 stars. Another 10 stars? Damn! Yi Feng was cursing in his heart. Is this something a person can handle? No! If you can't handle the awakening stone, then don't play with it, alright? Last time it was 10-star difficulty, and this time it's still? 10-star difficulty is the highest level of difficulty among all trials. How can it always force him to fight beyond his level? This is unfair. How could it be? This secret realm. At that moment, Duan Joshua, being next to Yi Feng, also saw the task details. Her face was filled with disbelief, and her eyes were full of despair. What's wrong with this dungeon? Yi Feng was a bit dazed. Although he had been complaining about the unfairness of the heavens in his heart, he didn't pay much attention to it. You have to know. With his current strength,
Clearing a secret realm dungeon was not a difficult task, even if it was a 10-star. This is a special awakening task, Duan Joshua said. I don't understand. What's so special about it? Isn't it just a 10-star? Yifeng asked in confusion. Alright, let me put it this way. The boss in this dungeon is a king-level existence. Moreover, it's not an ordinary king like Wu Di. My grandmother told me that the Archangel's strength has reached the peak of king level, a half-step true king, on the same level as our city's mayor Jiang Feng. Don't you understand? Even if every one of your skills is a forbidden spell, you would still have to exert a lot of effort to deal with him, and all your skills are life-draining. Yi Feng, this is an impossible task for you. That's right, Mr. Yi Feng, although it will cost some money, I also suggest you randomize the task again. It's too exaggerated to let a silver-level practitioner complete a task that only a king-level or even true king-level can accomplish. This is basically impossible. At this moment, the beautiful receptionist quickly added. Now, she even doubted whether what was happening to Yifeng was truly the heaven's jealousy. Almost every time, Yifeng received tasks that were difficult for normal people to complete. This time, he was matched with a task that had a king-level boss. Too exaggerated. How could a silver-level powerhouse deal with a king-level beast? Isn't this clearly bullying? Yifeng, if you don't want to spend this money, I can help you. You absolutely cannot take this task, it could cost lives. Duan Joshua continued to persuade. The Sky City dungeon is a place not controlled by the Empire. You could say it's a wild dungeon, so it can't be casually teleported out. Once danger arises, you can only run. But the Archangel of Sky City is very famous for his speed. Throughout history, very few have been able to clear this dungeon. Moreover, every time it is cleared, the Archangel evolves to the next generation. Calculating, the Archangel inside is already the 5th generation. Definitely the strongest Archangel in history. It's just a king-level task, it's not that difficult. Yifeng was quite unconcerned. To be honest, king-level beings were just some insignificant creatures in front of him now. Why are you so stubborn? If you frequently use skills, your body. But what Duan Joshua was truly worried about was not whether Yifeng could clear it. It was his lifespan. If Yifeng wanted to defeat the Archangel, he would need a lot of skills. She knew very well that Yifeng didn't have much lifespan left. Even with the 3 life crystals bought for him by Luhan, they couldn't be squandered indefinitely, they wouldn't last long. If that Archangel was too powerful, it could very well be. Yi Chen might fall today. Trust me, I will be fine. This is the task. Yifeng interrupted Duan Joshua's worries. I believe you. It's just. Sigh. Duan Joshua also knew Yifeng's temperament. Once he was determined about something, no one could change it. In the end, she could only sigh. Let it be. Damn it. Is Yifeng crazy? He actually accepted the Sky City dungeon. Is he trying to get himself killed? Is the awakening stone malfunctioning? Why would it randomly assign a silver tier player to such a dungeon? Could it be that even the heavens don't want Yifeng to become gold tier? But, if Yifeng really can clear this dungeon, wouldn't that mean he possesses king-level strength as a silver tier? Is it even necessary to say this? When Yifeng cleared the poison marsh, he already proved his strength. As Yifeng accepted the awakening task, some people in the transmutation temple who were paying attention to him instantly entered discussion mode. In the past few days, almost every trending topic was related to Yifeng. Many people had become accustomed to it. There were even some outrageous events that occurred. As long as the person was Yifeng, everyone would find it very reasonable. His strength was undeniable. Mr. Yifeng, since you've made your decision, I won't say anything more. This dungeon is in the provincial city, so you need to take the teleportation array to the provincial city. The beautiful receptionist said. Okay, I understand. Yifeng agreed, then said to Duan Joshua, you should go complete your own job change task first. Once I'm done, I'll contact you. Alright, just be careful. Duan Joshua could only nod. Although she wanted to help Yifeng, she also knew that if she went with him, it would only bring him trouble. She was still only at the bronze level. Her strength was too weak. She needed to quickly improve her strength. Only then could she help Yifeng. After the two parted ways, Yifeng immediately arrived at the Teleportation Array Center in Suzhou City. The Teleportation Array Center is a facility that every city has, but the cost of using the teleportation array is very high, and ordinary people simply don't have the qualifications or the means to use it.
But Yifeng was different. He directly called Jiang Feng. Mayor Jiang, I need to go to the provincial city. To save time, I want to use the teleportation array, and I'll cover the cost myself. I just need your help to get the qualification. As soon as the call connected, Yifeng said, you want to go to the provincial city? For what? At that moment, Jiang Feng was discussing the development of the water country with the military and the Lu family. Since Yifeng had handed over the teleportation key to him yesterday, the three factions had already entered the water country. Even Lu Tianba personally went in. He possessed the Cang Hai Ming Zhu and was a saint-level powerhouse, so he naturally took the lead into the lake. He even fought a few rounds with that giant octopus. With his saint-level strength, he certainly wasn't afraid of these things. After confirming the authenticity of the dungeon, the three began to formally discuss how to best develop this high-level secret realm. My job change task is in Jiangnan province, so I need to make a trip to the provincial capital. Taking a car is just too slow, so I want to use the teleportation array. Yifeng explained. Alright, I'll arrange it for you. By the way, which dungeon is your job change task? Jiang Feng asked. Sky City. Could you say that again? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng clearly froze for a moment, even somewhat doubting his ears. Sky City. Yifeng said helplessly. Damn, it shouldn't be asking you to kill the Archangel, right? Jiang Feng cautiously inquired. He couldn't believe that Yifeng could be that unlucky. Moreover, there was no reason for a silver-tier job change to randomly assign to the Archangel, but just to be safe, he asked again. Mayor Jiang, you're really smart, it really is to kill the Archangel. Yifeng said speechlessly. Wow, Mayor Jiang couldn't help but curse directly. You can't go to that dungeon, the Archangel is a king-level beast. Going there now is just asking for death. And how much lifespan do you have left? Isn't this task just pushing you into a fire pit? Jiang Feng was suddenly anxious. Yifeng was their precious treasure in Gusa City. He couldn't let him take this risk. Mayor Jiang, don't worry. Since I dare to go, I naturally have 100% confidence. When have I ever done something without assurance? Yifeng said seriously. Hearing this, Jiang Feng was momentarily choked up. He naturally believed that Yifeng could clear the dungeon. However, he didn't believe that Yifeng's lifespan could support him coming out of the Sky City dungeon. Originally, he thought Yifeng would stop once he reached the silver level, but unexpectedly, this kid was now actually striving for the gold level. If it were a normal kid from a regular family, he would definitely support him. But Yifeng was playing a life and death necromancer profession. He really didn't want to see Yifeng take another step forward. Mayor, I'm already at the entrance of the teleportation base. Please help me get a qualification. I got 3 life crystals that can increase lifespan at the auction, and after I level up, the skill consumption of lifespan has also decreased a lot, so it's really not a big problem. Yifeng knew Jiang Feng's concerns and could only casually find an excuse to say, is that so? Then fine. If anything happens, you must contact me. Jiang Feng also knew Yifeng's temperament. As long as it was something he wanted to do, even he, the mayor, couldn't stop him. Therefore, he could only agree. At this moment, he could only pray that nothing would happen to Yifeng. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Feng immediately called the teleportation center. Master Lu, I wonder, do you have any top-grade herbs that can restore lifespan? After arranging everything, he looked at Lu Tianba. Hearing this, what's wrong? The military personnel immediately sensed something was off. There were not many people who could make Jiang Feng speak like this. And Yifeng definitely counted as one. He guessed. The call was probably from Yifeng. And for Jiang Feng to mention increasing lifespan, it should be that Yifeng was going to use a skill again. It's like this. Yifeng needs. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Feng still recounted Yifeng's words in detail. This brat. Every time he does something, he never thinks of us at all. If something happens to him, what are we going to do? The military personnel's faces grew increasingly grim upon hearing this. There's no way. Right now, we can only find a way to help him get some items or materials that can replenish lifespan. Jiang Feng's face was full of helplessness. To be honest, only Yifeng in the whole world could manipulate him like this, leaving him with no options. I will have people from the family help. He is my son's good friend. I absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. Lu Tianba spoke. He had long known about Yifeng's situation from Lu Han and also knew that the mastermind behind this high-level secret realm was Yifeng. Therefore, he definitely had to help.
At the same time, Yifeng had already arrived at the teleportation center base. This was his first time coming to such a place in his life. Unlike the crowded transportation stations, there were very few people at the teleportation center. Apart from the staff, there was just a person who looked like a leader. "Hello, my name is Yifeng. I would like to use the teleportation array. Mayor Jiang should have made a reservation for me." Yifeng immediately stepped forward and introduced himself. "You are Mr. Yifeng? So young. Please come this way." The staff treated Yifeng very politely. After all, he was someone who could get a personal phone call from Mayor Jiang phone. Naturally, he was worthy of their respect. Moreover, those who could enter the teleportation center generally held official positions, so they were quite courteous to everyone, fearing that a careless mistake might offend some big shot. "Mr. Yifeng, is this your first time using a long-distance teleportation array?" a staff member asked. "Yes, I've only used short-distance teleportation arrays or portals before. Is there anything I need to pay attention to?" Yifeng inquired. "The long-distance teleportation array requires you to enter sleep mode. In a moment, Mr. Yifeng, you will lie in this teleportation pod. Close your eyes and count to 20 in your mind. You should arrive by then." The staff member gently pointed to a high-tech single-person teleportation pod not far away. "Okay." Following the staff's instructions, Yifeng lay down in the pod. He then closed his eyes and silently counted to 20 in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the ceiling outside the teleportation pod had changed. "Hello, Mr. Yifeng. Welcome to Jianglin City." Jianglin City was the capital of Jiangnan Province. Did we arrive so quickly? Yifeng felt a bit incredulous. After all, his lifelong dream had been to experience a long-distance teleportation array. Before his crossing, such things only existed in science fiction novels. If he could experience it personally, it would surely be wonderful. "Mr. Yifeng, you can rest here for 5 minutes to let your body adjust to the dizziness from the spatial transfer, and then you can leave," a staff member said as the pod door opened. "All right." Yifeng then felt a slight dizziness in his head. He didn't hesitate to lie back in the teleportation pod, waiting until his body fully adapted to the aftereffects of the spatial transfer before getting up to leave. "Master, to the Sky City instance." After exiting the Jianglin City teleportation center, he casually hailed a cab. "Sure thing." After Yifeng got in, the driver immediately asked, "Young man, you really can't judge a book by its cover. I didn't expect someone so young to have the means to battle a king-level beast. Ah, today's young people are indeed getting stronger and stronger. When I was your age, I was under pressure just trying to complete a silver-level job change task." The driver had been a taxi driver for many years and had picked up many notable figures, so he had seen quite a few geniuses. Therefore, he understood better than some combat professionals that there were always people stronger than oneself, so he didn't question Yifeng at all. "Well, we're about the same. I'm actually just going to do a silver-level job change task," Yifeng said with a smile. The driver initially didn't think much of it, but the more he thought about it, the more it felt off. "What did you say?" "I'm going to do a silver-level job change task. As long as I complete it, I can enter the Golden Realm. But I heard that the Archangel has some strength. I don't know if I can speed through it." "Wait, you're not telling me your job change task is to go to the Sky City, are you?" "Yes." In an instant, the atmosphere in the car became extremely awkward. "Young man, you're not joking with me, are you? What's there to joke about? You're amazing." After holding it in for a long time, the driver really didn't know what else to say and could only spit out those 3 words. The rest of the ride was silent, and after dropping Yifeng off, the driver couldn't help but say, "Young man, just be careful. Staying alive is more important than anything." "I understand. Thank you." After getting out of the car, Yifeng immediately followed the signs to the entrance. The taxi driver watched Yifeng's departing figure and couldn't help but sigh. Today's young people are really bold, daring to take on a king-level beast at the silver level. Isn't that playing with their lives? After walking for about half an hour, Yifeng finally saw a place resembling a spatial rift. The label next to it read, "Sky City, TSK, quite high-end." Yifeng no longer hesitated and walked straight in. Then, he felt a flash of white light before his eyes, and when his vision cleared, he found that the surroundings had completely changed. Beneath his feet were patches of clouds. "This place is so marvelous." It was Yifeng's first time seeing such a scene. After bouncing a couple of times on the clouds,
he gradually got used to the feeling of being on them. Intruder detected. Die. But before Yifeng could continue exploring, armored knights suddenly flew in from the air. The moment they saw Yifeng, they wasted no time and directly attacked him. Damn! Shameless! Yifeng quickly retreated. Death Dragon Legion. Summon! As he retreated, he summoned the Death Dragons. In an instant, 3 Death Dragons appeared beside Yifeng, and with just a flap of their wings, they slaughtered all the knights. Damn! Can't we just talk things out? Why does it have to come to blows? Yifeng felt a bit helpless, but before he could catch his breath, a figure descended from the sky, riding a white, winged steed. The figure held a long spear as it came down. 5th generation Archangel. You really don't want to waste even a moment of my time. Yifeng chuckled softly. Before he could prepare for battle, the Archangel suddenly split into 18 clones in front of him. You dare to show off such a petty trick? Let me show you what a clone really is. Yifeng sneered. Time overlap. Time overlap. The Death Dragon uses the secret of time to connect with other timelines, summoning versions of itself from those timelines. Cooldown time, 20 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, the time overlap skill activated. In an instant, several Death Dragons emerged from the rift. Ultimately, 36 Death Dragons appeared in the Sky City instance. Now, it's secure. Standing atop one of the Death Dragons, Yifeng looked at the 5th generation Archangel across from him and sneered. Faced with the encirclement of 36 Death Dragons, the Archangel's face immediately showed a look of terror. Initially, the Archangel's fear of the Death Dragons wasn't so intense. It merely regarded them as a powerful opponent. But now, it could clearly feel the overwhelming aura of death, and the strong laws of time emanating from those Death Dragons. After reaching the king level, beasts also possess self-awareness. Therefore, the Archangel had an instinctive fear of beings that could threaten its existence. The 18 Archangel clones frantically flapped their 6 wings behind them, clearly trying to escape. But at this point, it was already too late. Kill it! Even before Yifeng's command had finished, the 36 Death Dragons had already launched their attack. In an instant, those 36 Death Dragons, each with combat power at least reaching the Saint level, surrounded the 16 Archangel clones. Next, the 36 Death Dragons unleashed their most primal breath attack. Soon, they found the true body of the Archangel, and tore it apart viciously. Archangel has been killed. Experience plus 7326362, you have reached level 20. Experience gain has automatically stopped. Please proceed to the Job Change Temple to complete your job change task. In just a fleeting moment, the Archangel was completely shredded, disappearing into smoke. Did you clear it so quickly? Yifeng did not expect a dungeon that was regarded by the world as a terrifying beast. It was surprisingly easy to complete. What amazed Yifeng even more was the battle with the Death Dragon could only be described as simple and brutal. Speaking of which, the Death Dragon was definitely the strongest undead legion he had at the moment. At this moment, with the death of the Archangel, a light orb appeared not far in front of Yifeng. Yifeng focused his gaze. It seemed to be a piece of equipment. Songming staff position, weapon rank, king level attributes. After equipping, it enhances light magic and allows the casting of the skill Light Shadow. A light-typed weapon? After examining it, Yifeng felt a bit disappointed. He was a Necromancer. He couldn't possibly use a light-typed weapon. Moreover, that Light Shadow skill, at first glance, it looked like a skill similar to the Archangel's clone just now. In a sense, this Sangming staff was in a very awkward position. After all, the ability to clone was only useful in battle, and light-type practitioners were mostly healers, with a very small chance of being a mage. Even if it were a main combat light-type mage, that would definitely be a very rare profession. Each one a dragon among men. Their demand for equipment would be even higher. They might not even need equipment like Light Shadow. After all, it's still a king-level piece of equipment. As long as I can sell it for a good price, that's something I can accept. After thinking for a moment, Yifeng still put the item back into his storage ring and then left the dungeon. After all, this was Jianglin City. He should return to submit the quest as soon as possible. After exiting the dungeon, Yifeng immediately prepared to return the way he came. But soon, something made him very troubled. Perhaps because there were very few small monsters in this dungeon, the surroundings were quite desolate. After walking for a while, he hadn't seen a single taxi, and it would take at least 3 to 4 hours to walk back to the city. This put him in a bit of a bind. Just when Yifeng didn't know what to do, he unexpectedly saw a taxi at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, it was the same one that had just dropped him off. "Driver, you wouldn't be waiting here for me on purpose, would you?" Yifeng joyfully jogged over, opened the car door, and asked. "You came out pretty quickly." The driver hurriedly beckoned Yifeng to get in. As the taxi started moving, the driver couldn't stop talking. "I saw you had some cleverness. You shouldn't go to your death for nothing. Luckily you came out. Otherwise, I would have felt a bit uneasy." Seeing Yifeng return safely, the driver let out a long sigh of relief. This area was quite desolate, unless someone specifically came to this dungeon. Otherwise, there were hardly any people around. Ever since he learned that Yifeng was only a silver-level practitioner, he felt that facing a dungeon with a king-level boss, as long as Yifeng wasn't a fool, he wouldn't dare to go in recklessly, so he simply decided to wait here. Yifeng had only been inside for a little over 10 minutes. In the driver's view, Yifeng probably hadn't fought a single monster, just wandered around inside, enjoying the scenery and gaining some experience. "Driver, that archangel isn't as terrifying as you all say, actually quite easy to deal with." "Of course, the archangel is king level. How could it be you?" "Wait, what do you mean by that?" "I took him down in one hit. To be honest, besides being able to clone, I really don't know what other powerful moves he has." "You took him down in one hit?" The driver almost lost control of the car, nearly falling into the ditch beside them. "Master, calm down. It's just a matter of taking down a king-level beast. What's the big deal?" Yifeng quickly tried to soothe the driver's emotions. He had killed plenty of king-level beasts. Why was there such excitement? The people of Jianglin City really seemed like they had never seen much of the world. The driver looked at Yifeng through the rearview mirror. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. "I've been driving for most of my life, and I've never heard of anyone at the silver level being able to take down a king-level beast in one hit. You can't be joking with me." "I'm not joking with you. If you don't believe me, just check the news in the next couple of days, it should be reported," Yifeng said helplessly. He was pretty sure about this. According to the writing style of those in the news department, such an event would definitely not escape their notice. If it weren't for the fact that they could only publish one newspaper a day, he felt, he wouldn't even have to wait until he returned to Gusa City to awaken. They would probably start preparing the report over there. "You're really not joking? Really? Damn. Little brother, you can take down a king-level beast at the silver level? Your strength must be unprecedented. I've heard that some children from big families have high talent and it's common for them to defeat enemies of a higher level, but I never thought it would be this exaggerated." "Which family are you from?" The driver, seeing that Yifeng didn't look like he was lying, immediately asked curiously. This was simply too unbelievable. A silver-level practitioner could actually kill a king-level beast. The main point was, it didn't even take half an hour. This was outrageous. "I'm just a child from an ordinary family. What big family could I be from? It's just that I have a lot of strength, you know. Many times a person's talent is very important. I might just be a once-in-a-century genius." After saying that, Yifeng closed his eyes, looking as if he wanted to rest. The driver also fell silent. Soon, Yifeng was sent back to the teleportation base in Jianglin City. This time, Yifeng couldn't ride the teleportation array for free. It wasn't that Zhang Feng wasn't helping, but Zhang Feng was just a mayor. His reach didn't extend to Jianglin City. After going through the same process again, Yifeng returned to Gusa City once more. "Hello, welcome to Gusu City. You, are you the Mr. Yifeng from before?" Yifeng glanced over. It was the beautiful staff member who had helped him with the teleportation not long ago. "Aren't you supposed to be in Sky City? How did you come back so quickly? Could it be that there was a problem with the teleportation array?" The beautiful staff member seemed a bit flustered. In their line of work, if there was a problem with the teleportation, it could be a very serious accident. After all, those who could afford long-distance teleportation were people of status, many of whom they couldn't afford to offend. If there was a problem with the teleportation array, they would be the ones to suffer. This was also why writing the teleportation array required detailed registration in advance. And because Zhang Feng helped Yifeng, the beautiful staff member had already paid special attention to him. She knew he was there to complete a job transfer task. But how long had Yifeng been gone? Not even 2 hours? How could he be back? This speed was a bit too fast, wasn't it? If it weren't for some problem with the teleportation array, He really couldn't figure out what was going on.
I finished my job transfer task. It was just a Sky City,
A simple batch. I completed it in less than an hour. Can I leave now?
Yifeng stood up from the teleportation pod,
Smiling as he spoke. Please, please. The beautiful staff member was taken aback for a moment. The next second, she reacted and quickly pointed to the door. Next, the beautiful staff member watched Yifeng leave with a dazed expression. As she looked at Yifeng's back, the shock in her heart took a long time to settle. When did the Sky City with a king-level boss become so easy to clear? Meanwhile,
Duan Joshua had already completed her job change task and had even changed her class.
next,
She was preparing to find a dungeon to continue leveling up.
logically speaking,
If it weren't for having to work at the Beast Control Bureau yesterday, she would have already changed her class and been promoted to silver rank.
just then,
As she stepped out of the job change temple, she suddenly encountered a familiar figure.
Yifeng, didn't you go to Jianlin City? Why are you back? Duan Joshua walked up. Have you changed your mind? I already said, that dungeon in the Sky City. You really don't need to clear it, just going to change it is the best choice. Immediately after,
Duan Joshua spun around in front of Yifeng and said,
I'm already silver rank now. I estimate, during the college competition, I should be able to reach gold rank. Getting into a good school is not a problem. In fact, given her talent and profession, even if she didn't reach gold rank, finding a good school would still be easy.
Just like when she saw Yifeng in the leveling hall before, many of her words were actually the truth.
Her hidden profession identity
Had already destined her future achievements to be great.
Congratulations, congratulations. You should go level up. Anyway, you've already taken leave, so it doesn't matter if you go back to the Beast Control Bureau.
I still have some matters to attend to at the temple.
Now,
Yifeng smiled at Duan Joshua and walked towards the temple.
I'm not in a hurry to level up.
Duan Joshua originally wanted to level up,
But after seeing Yifeng, she didn't care about her current level anymore,
so she simply followed him.
Mr. Yifeng, are you back to change your job task? Upon seeing Yifeng,
The beautiful staff member immediately asked with confusion.
No,
I've already cleared the Sky City dungeon, this time.
I'm here to complete my job change task. Could you please help me arrange it?
Yifeng said with a smile.
Upon hearing this, what? You said you've completed your job change task? You're not joking, are you?
It felt like a big drum was being struck in Duan Joshua's ears.
It was too shocking.
Duan Joshua had thought of 1,000 possibilities, but she never imagined Yifeng actually came back after completing the task.
You have to know,
She had just completed her awakening job change.
moreover, she was still in this city.
But Yifeng had gone to Jianlin City.
Even knowing he was powerful, it couldn't be that fast, right? Clearing the dungeon is a necessary condition for the task. Do I really need to lie about something like this?
Yifeng felt a bit helpless.
Indeed, the deeds of a successful person always manage to shock the world. Take me to the job change room.
Yifeng looked at the beautiful staff member.
Okay, please follow me.
The beautiful staff member still somewhat believed Yifeng's words.
After all, the miracles he created were just too many.
Even the most difficult things, as long as Yifeng did them, were possible.
Next, Yifeng smoothly entered the job change room.
Detecting job change requirements, detected that the practitioner Yifeng has met the job change requirements, starting job change, as time slowly passed. The information on Yifeng's job panel began to change. Name, Yifeng, occupation, Necromancer, level, 20, third transition, lifespan, 100, strength, 6,766, constitution, 5,643, spirit, 6,954, agility, 4,896, items, space ring,
Sea of Heezy, usage token.
Songming staff, talent, necromantic enhancement pool, worlds only.
Can automatically enhance all necromantic legions once per level up, but requires a certain amount of lifespan. Starting from 10 years, Transmigrator's Golden Finger, Undying Body, skills, passive, Necromantic Woe. When necromantic creatures attack,
They can randomly inflict negative statuses such as poison,
slow, bleed, curse, taming, etc. on the target.
active, summon skeleton, consume 10 years of lifespan to summon a legion of skeleton warriors. Skeletons can be divided into warriors,
Captains, guards, commanders, vice-generals, generals, lords, kings, skeleton emperors, skeleton disasters.
Summon Lich, consume 30 years of lifespan to summon a legion of liches. Liches can be divided into low tier, mid tier, high tier, great liches, lords, kings, lich emperors, lich disasters. Summon Blood Clan, consume 50 years of lifespan to summon a legion of Blood Clan. Blood Clan can be divided into counts, marquises, dukes, lords, kings, princes, blood emperors, Blood Clan disasters. Summon Undead War God, consume 60 years of lifespan to summon a legion of undead warriors, can be divided into warriors, captains, generals, leaders, kings, emperors, world-destroying undead. Summon Death Knight, consume 70 years of lifespan to summon a legion of Death Knights. Death Knight legions can be divided into Death Knights, Necromancer Knights, Holy Knights, Divine Wasteland Knights. Summon Bone Dragon, consume 100 years of lifespan to summon a legion of Bone Dragons. Bone Dragons can be divided into lords, kings, Bone Dragon Kings, Bone Dragon Emperors, Bone Dragon Disasters. Summon Death Dragon, consume 120 years of lifespan to summon a legion of Death Dragons. Death Dragons can be divided into Ghost Dragons, Phantom Dragons, Time Death Dragons. Summon Hell Reaper, consume 150 years of lifespan to summon a Hell Reaper. Hell Reapers can be divided into guillotines, God-slaying blades. 2 more skills? After checking the panel, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. However, compared to the Undead War God, Yi Feng was more focused on the second skill, Hell Reaper. This doesn't seem like a death creature, does it? Yi Feng wasn't quite sure what this Hell Reaper was. From the literal meaning, it seemed more like a weapon. But what specific effects it had? The skill explanation didn't provide detailed information. Therefore, unless he could use it once, he really wouldn't understand. However, summoning this Hell Reaper required 150 years of lifespan. So logically, it shouldn't be weak. Forget it, let's not worry about this for now. I'll find out when I have the chance to wrestle with a Saint-level powerhouse. Although I don't know if I can take down a Saint level, at least there shouldn't be any opponents below Saint level. Yi Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air. Next, he stood up, stretched, and walked out. Mr. Yi Feng, congratulations on your 3rd transition. Upon seeing Yi Feng come out, the beautiful staff member immediately rushed to greet him. Thank you. Then, the two walked out together. Yi Feng, how is it? Have you really transitioned to the 3rd level? As soon as she saw Yi Feng, Duan Joshua couldn't help but lean closer to him, continuously asking, Yeah, I'm at the golden level now. Yi Feng nodded. Over the past few days, he had somewhat changed his view of Duan Joshua, but it didn't involve romantic feelings. So, are we going back to the Beast Control Bureau now? Duan Joshua asked. Back to the Beast Control Bureau? Yi Feng chuckled lightly. We've taken a day off today. Why go back? Do you really want to go to work that much? Duan Joshua didn't actually want to go back to work. She had only gone to the Beast Control Bureau before to get closer to Yi Feng. Now her impression of Yi Feng had completely changed. And she even felt very comfortable being with him. If Yi Feng didn't go back to work, she wouldn't have any reason to stay by his side. By the way, since you've also advanced to the 2nd tier, come with me. Next, Yi Feng unceremoniously pulled Duan Joshua outside. Hey, what are we going to do if we don't go back to the Beast Control Bureau? Yi Feng's actions left Duan Joshua a bit at a loss, a blush appearing on her face. Of course, I'm taking you to level up with me. You've already advanced to the 2nd tier. As your superior, I can't let you not have time to level up. It's perfect for us to go together. Yi Feng said with a smile. In fact, what he was really thinking was, since Duan Joshua had reached silver, her strength must have increased. She would be much more efficient at monster farming. Such a good leveling partner, why not take advantage of it? Duan Joshua never expected that Yi Feng would want to take her to level up. Actually, although she needed to go to the Beast Control Bureau for work, if she squeezed in some time, she could level up at night. There would be enough time for her to reach the golden level during the university competition. She still had some confidence in her leveling skills, and now that Yi Feng wanted to personally take her to level up, it made her inexplicably touched. After all, she knew very well that leveling up consumed lifespan, and it was already quite difficult for him to reach the golden level. Who knows, if he leveled up again, he might really be in danger. But even facing this situation, he actually said he would accompany her to level up. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing that Duan Joshua seemed a bit off, Yi Feng quickly asked. No, I'm fine.
let's go. Duan Joshua took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and said, North Sky Academy. Principal. According to the latest information we've received, Yifeng has now broken through to the golden level, and it is said that his job transfer task is the Sky City dungeon. The academic director reported. Sky City? Upon hearing this, Principal Baitian seemed to ponder and said, I have some impression of this dungeon. It seems to be a growth-type dungeon, and it appears to belong to the king-level high-difficulty dungeons. Yes, that's the Sky City. The academic director nodded and said, not only did Yifeng clear it, but he also seems to have broken the latest record for this dungeon. Reportedly, in under 15 minutes. Upon hearing this, are you serious? Are you sure you're not joking? Principal Baitian's pupils couldn't help but constrict. A silver tier player completing a king-level difficult job transfer task in 15 minutes. This is a bit too outrageous, right? You have to know, even when he was at the silver level, he couldn't possibly achieve that. No, even when he was at the diamond level, he wouldn't have had a chance at all. As the principal of North Sky Academy, he was a genuine god-level powerhouse, standing at the pinnacle of the professional hierarchy. He believed he was already ridiculously strong at the silver level, but this boy named Yifeng was simply strong to an unprecedented degree. How on earth did he manage to do that? Principal, how could I possibly joke about something like this? I've already investigated thoroughly, and this just happened. The academic director couldn't help but smile wryly. If you don't believe me, you can search online now. The Empire has already started pushing this news, as if someone is deliberately trying to stir the pot. When he first learned about this, he had the same reaction, and after understanding it, he could completely accept it. After all, that kid's profession was too special. What exactly is his profession that he could defeat a king-level existence while still at the silver level? This can no longer be described as exaggeration. He's simply strong to the point of being abnormal. Principal Baitian asked. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't fathom the truth. Could it be that such a terrifying profession really exists in this world? Necromancer. Then, the head of the teaching department placed a yellowed book in front of Principal Baitian. I just checked the library, and there are very few records about this profession in the world. Only a few sentences. The only one in the world. A person envied by the gods, fighting against the heavens with their life. Upon seeing this, Necromancer, a profession that consumes one's own lifespan in exchange for powerful strength? There really is such a peculiar profession in this world. To have king-level strength upon initial awakening. Is there any more detailed record? For example, how much lifespan does a skill consume? Principal Baitian's brows furrowed slightly. I can't find it, but the known information is that this profession consumes lifespan even while leveling up. Now that Yifeng has already reached the gold level, he probably doesn't have much lifespan left. Logically speaking, as long as he doesn't level up, he could live to 100 years, and he also has the means to defend himself. But I investigated, and since Yifeng awakened a few days ago, he has been crazily grinding monsters to level up. It's as if this guy doesn't care about his own life at all. The head of the teaching department explained. 15 minutes to clear the Sky City, still with silver level strength. That's really outrageous. It's just a pity. His profession is not good. A profession that consumes lifespan is really too useless. It has no future at all. If only this kid had another profession. We could have made an exception for him to enter Baitian Academy. But this profession, let's forget it. And with him squandering his lifespan like this, he probably doesn't have much life left. Principal Baitian shook his head and sighed. I think so too. Although we don't know how much lifespan Yifeng has left. It shouldn't be much, and gold level should be his limit. If he levels up again, he really might die at any moment. The head of the teaching department also expressed some regret. Upon hearing this, from now on, there's no need to mention Yifeng's news. He's just a fleeting flower that occasionally blooms. Or perhaps this person has no fate with our Baitian Academy. Principal Baitian waved his hand and said, what a pity, truly a pity. This kind of conversation, in fact, was not only happening at Baitian Academy. Within a few hours, major universities across the country had already learned about Yifeng's specific situation. Even some universities that had originally prepared to recruit Yifeng had now abandoned that thought. A necromancer, who would be willing to spend massive resources to cultivate a one-time useless nuclear bomb profession? However, although in the eyes of major universities, Yi Feng's future seemed extremely bleak. The admiration for Yi Feng in society was growing stronger. Why was the king-level dungeon cleared in less than 15 minutes by a silver-level professional? Why did hundreds of ferocious beasts let out tragic howls? Why did the long-lasting archangel not last 10 seconds? Why has the fastest record been broken repeatedly? Behind all this, is it a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Stay tuned for the Professional Daily. We will witness the birth of the modern strongest rookie professional, Yi Feng. At this moment, due to the joint marketing of the Gusu city government and the military, Yi Feng had already become a focal point of public opinion in the professional community. Although he hadn't held any debut ceremony, in reality, he had already accumulated quite a few fans. Just that, at this moment, Yi Feng was completely unaware that the outside world was in an uproar. He was leisurely watching Duan Joshua work hard to level up. Yes, after arriving at a leveling area, Yi Feng chose to team up with Duan Joshua, and then he just lay there, implementing the perfect strategy of letting Duan Joshua fight monsters to level him up. Truly worthy of the ice sorcerer profession among the elemental envoys. Hidden professions are indeed hidden professions. The speed of monster farming is just fast. Yi Feng watched with great interest as Duan Joshua used an ice spike to instantly take down a silver-level ferocious beast. Although he had already gained some understanding of Duan Joshua's skills during their last mission, he still couldn't help but marvel when he saw her using her skills. Duan Joshua had reached silver level, and her various skills had been significantly enhanced. Her technique for releasing skills was much smoother. In any case, she was better than him. Yi Feng, after all, he could only cast forbidden spells, mainly relying on sheer brute force. Farming monsters? Of course, he would clear them all at once with a forbidden spell. Therefore, in terms of the finer control of some skills, he was weaker than Duan Joshua. This time, he deliberately teamed up with Duan Joshua to level up together. After all, for him, the speed at which he could max out a skill before was just too fast. If he continued to cast forbidden spells to level up, it would be easy for some observant people to notice something. Thus, he simply teamed up with Duan Joshua and decided to slack off for a few days. Anyway, for him, if he really wanted to level up quickly, it would just be a matter of using forbidden spells to clear the ground. In the future, even if it's forbidden spells clearing the ground, I need to choose some dungeons that can support my reckless leveling. Yi Feng sighed. Since awakening, he had caused quite a stir these past few days, and even due to some news, his situation had become well known. If this continued, the whole world would probably start to doubt how long he could live. I didn't think much of it before, but now I realize, this life crystal is indeed a good thing. Although this thing is quite expensive, it can help me hide for a while. After all, as long as I have enough life crystals, I can properly conceal my immortal condition. Holding a life crystal in his hand, Yi Feng gently crushed it. In the next second, a stream of red, blood-like substance surged into his body. Instantly, Yi Feng felt invigorated. It's a pity that life crystals are not very common in the world. This time, I was quite lucky to find 3 at the auction in Gusu City. In the future, I really don't know where to get more. Yi Feng thought to himself. To be honest, the speed at which he was making money was almost catching up to a money printing machine. Money was just a number to him. What was more important was to better conceal his immortal condition. Perhaps, I can ask Manager Mu for help. After all, even Duan Joshua has said that the Longxiao Trading Company under the Gusu Trading House is one of the largest forces in the entire Long Kingdom. Maybe they have a good stock of life crystals. With the 50 billion or so dragon coins I have, I should be able to acquire a batch. This way, my infinite lifespan will definitely not raise any suspicions. A glint flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. For now, he still needed to rely on the excuse of life crystals to keep himself safe. After all, he could only blame his own strength for not being powerful enough. I must quickly get some more items to replenish my vitality. This way, I also have a reason to quickly improve my strength. In this world, only by having enough strength can one have enough say. If Yi Feng's strength could reach the peak of the divine level right now, then he wouldn't need to care about anyone else's opinions. Whoever is unconvinced, he casually cast a forbidden spell. Let's just lie down comfortably for a while. Yi Feng looked at Duan Joshua, who was diligently grinding monsters not far away. It seems that Grandma Duan really has taught Duan Joshua quite a bit. Her skill execution is very methodical. If my stats were the same as hers, I might not actually be her match. But assumptions are ultimately just assumptions.
no matter how strong her talent, how good her profession, or how fast she levels up. In a one-on-one, she probably wouldn't even be able to defeat a dead dragon. And my dead dragon legion summons 3 at once. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yifeng's mouth. As the saying goes, the liver player fears the pay-to-win player, and the pay-to-win player fears the noob. And I am that 1 in 10,000 noob. Next, for the entire afternoon, Yifeng watched as Duan Joshua killed monsters all afternoon. Once a practitioner reaches the silver level, the experience required is far greater than that of the bronze level. Moreover, the monsters encountered are not as simple as the bronze level beasts. In the past, Duan Joshua had always leveled up with her grandmother's company, and there were even times when Grandma Duan helped her out multiple times. But this time, Yifeng only provided her with a guarantee that she wouldn't be threatened by life, without offering any help. According to Yifeng, isn't this a form of training? Thus, throughout the afternoon, Duan Joshua didn't stop for a moment, continuously killing beasts and striving to level up. The reason she was so determined was twofold. On one hand, she wanted to have enough strength before the university competition to bring glory to the Duan family. On the other hand, she wanted Yifeng to know that she was not just a pretty face, but also had real strength. So, after a busy afternoon, Duan Joshua quickly reached level 16. At the same time, congratulations! Your level has increased by 1. Yifeng's level also rose. Miss Duan, not bad. At this rate, it won't be long before you catch up to me. Yifeng smiled and said. To be honest, he was quite satisfied with his subordinate. Of course, the main reason for his satisfaction was, if Duan Joshua could grow quickly, then in the future, he wouldn't have to intervene. It would save him a lot of trouble without him even realizing it. However, Yifeng also knew that the two of them would eventually part ways. Their time working together would likely come to an end after the university competition. After all, if Duan Joshua had any sense, she wouldn't choose a military university. With her qualifications, she would definitely receive enough resource support at the Northern Sky Academy. While military universities are notoriously tough, if it weren't for that leader in the military promising to give him a sequence title, Yifeng wouldn't dare to choose the military. Don't make fun of me, Duan Joshua said with a bitter smile. You're already at the gold level. Doesn't saying that hurt your heart? Hurt my heart? What do I have to be heartbroken about? Leveling up consumes my lifespan, so I can't keep leveling up crazily. Didn't you just see? I've already used a life crystal. Tisk TSK. Are you really hoping your level won't catch up to mine? No way. Are you secretly wishing for me to drop dead? I can't believe it. Miss Duan, you've been coveting my position as the captain of the Beast Control Bureau all along. Yifeng joked lightly. Humph, I don't want to be the captain of your 6th team. Those people in the Beast Control Bureau only recognize you as Captain Yi. What am I? Duan Joshua rolled her eyes with a smile. Alright, let's call it a day for leveling up. By the way, if you really want to be the captain, I can definitely help you with that. At that time, I'll be your secretary, as long as you can let me take a leave. After that, the two chatted casually as they left the instance. Once outside, Duan Joshua chose to go home. She wanted to familiarize herself with her skills. Yifeng, on the other hand, headed towards the trading hall. He was preparing to clear out his inventory. Mr. Yifeng, welcome. As soon as Yifeng arrived at the entrance of the trading hall in Gusa City, the welcoming staff spotted him. One person rushed to greet Yifeng, while another hurried off to notify Mu Shui. As a distinguished client of the trading hall, Yifeng was certainly deserving of such treatment. Mr. Yifeng, let's go to the VIP room. If you have any requests, just let me know, and I will do my best to accommodate you. Therefore, before Yifeng could even step into the trading hall, Mu Shui had already come out to invite him to the VIP room. When facing Yifeng, Mu Shui maintained a very humble demeanor, yet she skillfully revealed just enough to make Yifeng feel both close to her and as if he were a god. Once in the VIP room, Mu Shui greeted, Manager Mu. My purpose for coming here is very simple, to sell some items and also to see if there are any good things to buy, Yifeng said with a smile. Mu Shui was dressed in a women's suit, wearing a pair of red-soled high heels, and her beautiful legs were clad in flesh-colored stockings, making her quite a sight to behold. It hasn't been long, and Mr. Yifeng already has new items? I'm truly surprised. Is it top-tier equipment again? Mu Shui asked with a smile.
I don't know if it's top tier. It should be good stuff, you can take a look and decide. I think the quality is quite average. After saying that, Yi Feng took out all the equipment he had on him, including the recently acquired Sungning staff. Compared to the previous 2 sales, this time Yi Feng had gathered more materials, as both the Hei's Kingdom and Sky City had a higher number of fierce beasts. This is called average quality? Mr. Yi Feng, I'm starting to suspect that you might be a treasure trove. Every time you bring something, it never fails to impress me. There are indeed quite a few valuable items here. Mu Shui began to examine the items carefully, especially this staff. Although it's not as stunning as the legendary equipment you brought last time, its quality is definitely not lacking. Selling it for several million won't be a problem at all. Moreover, the main issue is, your inventory is just too much. Mu Shui looked at the pile of items that resembled a small mountain, her eyes growing brighter. The Gusa Trading Hall was bound to make a significant profit again. Just give me a price. I've always trusted Manager Mu's integrity. In matters like this, you wouldn't deceive me. In fact, Yi Feng had always been clueless about the value of equipment. If he were to set the price, he would either cause Mu Shui to suffer a loss or end up losing himself. Therefore, he chose to leave professional matters to professionals. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. I will arrange for an appraiser to evaluate your items. It will take some time. After that, Mu Shui called someone to take all the items away for appraisal. Since there were no high-end goods this time, Mu Shui decided to stay and chat with Yi Feng. Congratulations, Mr. Yi, on breaking through to the gold level. With your silver level, you can quickly clear the Dragon City. Probably only you can achieve this under heaven. Mu Shui smiled. Ah, has it spread so quickly? Yi Feng was taken aback. He remembered. There hadn't been a nationwide announcement when he cleared the level this time. How could it have spread? Originally, he thought he could enjoy a period of peace. It seems that the situation is a bit dire. Right now, the news outside is all about Mr. Yi Feng's charm. I fear that no one in the world would be unaware of it. Mu Shui's eyes revealed a hint of admiration. Those are just rumors, not to be trusted. You might already know my situation. Achieving such accomplishments isn't solely based on personal talent, but on lifespan. Yi Feng felt a wave of embarrassment. So, this time Mr. Yi came to the trading hall. Besides selling things, do you also want some other instructions? Mu Shui looked at Yi Feng thoughtfully. Manager Mu is right. Yi Feng nodded. I did come this time with some other requests. You should know my situation by now. If I had to say, time is indeed running out. Thanks to my friend who helped me buy the life crystal yesterday, the effects after using it have been quite good. I want to ask, do you have any items that can extend lifespan, especially life crystals? If you do, I can pay 3 billion upfront. Yi Feng tried to appear as if he was in urgent need. Speaking of which, after Yi Feng just experienced it, he immediately discovered another benefit of the life crystal besides extending lifespan. That is, after absorption, it can immediately restore physical weakness, revitalizing energy. This aspect is much more valuable to Yi Feng than merely extending lifespan. Upon hearing this, if Mr. Yi still wants life crystals, it might be a bit troublesome. All the auction houses in Jiangnan province should have no stock of life crystals left. If you want them, they need to be sourced from elsewhere. And that's a matter of time. I wonder if Mr. Yi Feng can accept that. Mu Shui pondered for a moment and said, no problem. If there's a lot in stock, I can purchase in bulk, and you don't need to worry about the price. Yi Feng nodded. As long as he has a large quantity of life crystals in hand, he wouldn't have to worry about others noticing his dwindling lifespan for a short time. This is a guarantee that he can use his skills freely. Although life crystals can be sourced from outside, the overall stock of life crystals in the Dragon Country is actually not much. Having more than 10 is about the limit. The rest should be in the hands of various families. Generally speaking, such precious items, even if you offer them more money, they won't sell. Mu Shui said with a bitter smile. So few? Yi Feng thought that after so many years of accumulation in the professional system of the Dragon Country, even if life crystals were scarce, there should be dozens or hundreds of them. He didn't expect that all the forces combined, there were only a little over 10. In that case, it would be much more troublesome. In fact, Mr. Yi doesn't need to be only interested in life crystals. There are many other items in the world that can extend lifespan, but their effects aren't as good as life crystals. However, if the quantity accumulates, it won't be much different. Mu Shui continued. thinking to remind him. Really? Yi Feng's eyes lit up. This is exactly what he needed. As long as the effects are similar to life crystals, he has no objections. After all, he wouldn't actually use them. He just needs others to know that he has a large quantity of items that can extend lifespan. This way, it can both cover up some things and make others wary. That's natural. Those items or materials, although not as precious as life crystals, when used in large quantities, won't be much worse than life crystals. How many do you need? Mu Shui explained in detail to Yi Feng. Give me 3 billion worth. Yi Feng said without hesitation. How much? Mu Shui, having been in the business world for a long time, was still taken aback by the number Yi Feng provided. 3 billion right off the bat? Isn't this a bit too crazy? Is there a problem? Isn't the material for extending life enough? Yi Feng frowned immediately. It's enough. It's just that the quantity is a bit large. Jiangnan province should be able to allocate around 2 billion. But for the rest, we need to source it from other provinces. Mu Shui took a deep breath. Recently, she felt her life was a bit chaotic. Projects worth tens of billions were popping up all the time. Time is not an issue. If possible, please allocate the materials from Jiangnan province to me first, and the rest can be supplied to me gradually. And those more than 10 life crystals, if possible, I would like to purchase them first. This 30 billion will be considered a deposit. As for the balance, I will settle it all together when the items arrive. After saying this, Yi Feng gestured for Mu Shui to collect the deposit first. His thought was simple: the more longevity items he had in hand, the faster his upgrade speed, which would make more people believe in him. Although, he currently didn't have enough money to acquire a massive amount of longevity items, but he still had a high-level secret realm to support him, so money would keep coming in. Mr. Yi Feng, you are too generous. I guarantee that I can gather longevity materials worth around 30 billion within a week, but the life crystals will take a bit more time. I need to communicate with some other trading houses. You know, the value of life crystals is very high. Often, others rely on these to cling to life. Although the various branches under Longxia Trading House do store some, they generally won't sell them. Last time you managed to get 3 at once. You were quite lucky. Mu Shui said. It's fine, I can wait for that time. You can use my card to swipe 30 billion as a deposit, and the remaining amount will be whatever it is. Alright, Mu Shui naturally wouldn't refuse this business. In fact, true strong individuals rarely purchase such materials unless their lifespan is nearing its end. Most professionals die in battle. Yi Feng wanting so many could be considered clearing out the inventory. By the way, there's one more thing I hope Manager Mu can help with. Mr. Yi, just say it. As long as we can do it, we will do our best. Mu Shui certainly wouldn't directly refuse a big client's request. I hope that the news of me buying so many materials can be known throughout the entire Suzhou city tomorrow. This request shouldn't be too much, right? Yi Feng smiled. This was his ultimate goal. Only in this way would others figure out how long he could still live. Even if he continued to upgrade crazily, others would find it very reasonable. Next, Yi Feng and Mu Shui continued their conversation for a while. Mr. Yi Feng, the 30 billion deposit you need to pay has been processed. Additionally, the money for the materials you sold has also been transferred to your account. I've already listed the details and prices of each item for you, and you can check it any time. I will quickly gather the longevity items you need. Mu Shui said with a smile after receiving a message. Thank you. I appreciate your help. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Mu Shui was always meticulous in her work, and it was precisely because of this that the Suzhou Trading House had a strong reputation. After finishing, Yi Feng stood up to leave. Mu Shui maintained a professional smile. It is our honor to assist Mr. Yi Feng, there is no trouble at all. After some small talk, Mu Shui personally escorted Yi Feng out. Then I will wait for Manager Mu's good news. Before leaving, Yi Feng smiled and said, don't forget what you promised me. Mr. Yi Feng, rest assured, this small matter is left to me. After watching Yi Feng leave, Mu Shui took out her phone and dialed a number. Minister Li, I have a big news here. I wonder if you're interested. Half an hour later, as soon as Yi Feng returned home, he found his father and sister waiting for him at the dining table. The table was filled with a variety of dishes. Dad, sis, didn't I say it before? If it's too late, you don't have to wait for me to eat. Yi Feng said helplessly. Hurry up and wash your hands to eat. Yi Shengtian directly ignored Yi Feng's words.
After washing his hands, Yi Feng sat down at the table and began to eat.
Xiao Chen. At this moment, Yi Xingtian had a hesitant look on his face. What's wrong? Is there something? Actually, it's nothing. It's just that you know. Recently, the news in our city has been all about you and Miss Duan. Could it be that she really is pursuing you? So, Yi Xingtian looked at his son with a strange gaze. Dad. Don't think too much. There's nothing between us. Yi Feng almost spat out the food in his mouth. He recalled that during his time at the Beast Control Bureau, he indeed saw news related to this. Although he didn't understand why the mayor would say that, he didn't take it to heart. Moreover, since Duan Zhaoxue didn't care about such matters, what was there for him to say? Really not? After hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Yi Xingtian's eyes. Absolutely not at all, Yi Feng said with righteous indignation. Dad, let Xiao Chen handle her own matters. We shouldn't meddle too much. Yi Xuer also interrupted her father's questioning. Not for any other reason. If she didn't interrupt, it might just bring trouble to her. Sure enough. Well, enough about your brother, Xuer. Speaking of which, you're not a child anymore. Are you still waiting for me to urge you? Yi Xingtian smoothly shifted the topic to Yi Xuer. Dad, right now is the peak of my career. I don't have time. Besides, I'm going to the provincial city soon. When that time comes, I'll have even less time. Just today, Yi Xuer had signed a military training contract with the provincial military department. However, since Yi Feng had not yet reached college age, she, as the older sister, wanted to wait until Yi Feng participated in the college entrance competition before leaving. As for Yi Feng, he was already a designated candidate for the military university. Why did he still need to participate in the college entrance competition? Because the top 3 professionals in the competition each year would receive luxurious rewards. Yi Feng certainly didn't want to casually give up an opportunity to gain something for nothing. Moreover, he had suffered quite a bit of humiliation on the day of his awakening, being regarded as a waste by the world. He particularly wanted to take first place in the competition to slap the faces of those who looked down on him. After learning about Yi Xuer's reasoning, since it concerned Yi Feng, the military department naturally agreed readily. Moreover, being able to gain a beast master with a royal-level beast for free was not a simple matter. This was already a big win for the military. Therefore, this small request was naturally agreed upon. Sis, if you need anything after you go to the military, just call me. Don't suffer any grievances. Hearing his sister talk about the military, Yi Feng also reminded her. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. If I can't even endure this little hardship, then I have no reason to go. Yi Xuer naturally knew her brother's abilities. However, she didn't want to trouble Yi Feng with everything. As long as it was something she could handle herself, she wouldn't think of asking Yi Feng for help. However, Yi Feng did not take this to heart. At this moment, he was even starting to think about helping his sister get some other beasts. As a beast master, the standards for beasts are naturally very high. Moreover, beasts also have qualifications. A king-level beast has a ceiling of king level, and it is very difficult to break through to the next realm in a lifetime. Of course, it's not to say there's no possibility at all, but the chances are just too low. Every time a beast master changes their job, they can bind one more beast. If it's the same beast profession, a beast master can unleash a ferocious beast's full potential. The others, like beast tamers, can at most unleash 70%. Therefore, to fully demonstrate the power of their profession, beast masters generally choose top-tier beasts to bind. The most famous beast master in history bound 3 kings, 6 saints, and 1 god, a total of 9 powerful beasts. They stand at the pinnacle of this world's pyramid. Yi Chen doesn't expect his older sister to be that powerful. As long as she can be safe and happy, that's enough. But as her younger brother, if he has the ability, he naturally wants to help her with all his might. After dinner, the 3 of them returned to their rooms to rest. As soon as he lay on the bed, Yi Feng began to review. Now, he is already a golden-level powerhouse. There are only a few days left until the intercollegiate competition. If he tightens his schedule, he might reach above golden level. Lost in thought, Yi Feng fell into a dream. The night passed without incident. The next day, Yi Feng hurriedly had breakfast and went to work at the Beast Control Bureau. Although he had only been working for 2 days, he seemed to have already mastered the ways of working. As soon as he entered the office, Yi Feng's spirit instantly fell into a state of lethargy. Even when greeting his colleagues, he responded weakly. Yi Feng, on the contrary, Duan Joshua seemed to be full of energy, as if she had been injected with adrenaline. Miss Duan, you came to work so early, aren't you tired at all? Yi Feng complained. Ha, I've kept the habit of waking up early for a long time. It's normal, don't we all have to get up at 5? Duan Joshua didn't quite understand. Since she was a child, she had to get up at 5 every day to do various exercises and learn various knowledge. Your Duan family, is it really that terrifying? Yi Feng found it hard to comprehend. In this era, it's rare to find someone who doesn't sleep in. Well, during this time, if the Beast Control Bureau has tasks, let's avoid taking them if we can, because the major university's recruitment competition is about to be held, and we need to improve our strength as much as possible. Yi Feng said. Then, what if our superior looks for us? Duan Joshua was still a bit worried about this. After all, the Beast Control Bureau has a set number of tasks, and if they can't meet the task indicators, they will definitely be reprimanded from above. And she did come in through the back door. She doesn't have a say in many matters. Don't worry, if the director looks for us, we'll let the mayor handle it. Yi Feng said nonchalantly. After all, you're the captain, what you say goes. Then it's settled. We'll leave soon to avoid someone giving us tasks. But before the two could leave after finalizing their plans, someone delivered a newspaper to the bulletin board of the Beast Control Bureau. It read at the top, eye-popping news. The chosen one of Gusa City, Yi Feng, splurges 3 billion dragon coins to acquire massive materials. Yi Feng, you spent 3 billion dragon coins on materials? What did you buy? Duan Joshua looked at Yi Feng in confusion. Mu Shui is indeed reliable. After seeing the news, Yi Feng knew it was Mu Shui who had made the effort. This result was exactly what he wanted. In fact, in a certain sense, he could go directly to the head of the news department to handle this matter. But doing so might raise suspicions from these government departments. After all, who in the world would be idle enough to buy a bunch of materials just to go to the news? So this matter is best handled by Mu Shui. It's just some materials for extending life. I originally wanted to buy a few more life crystals, but they were out of stock, so I could only buy other things. Like this, Yi Feng briefly explained to Duan Joshua, not intending to say too much. I see, that makes sense. Yes, life crystals are indeed very rare materials. Duan Joshua sighed. She understood the value of longevity items. These items not only have a very low drop rate, but acquiring them is also quite difficult, as they can only be found in high-level dungeons. Although for many powerful professionals, such things are rarely used. For certain special groups, like the upper echelons of some families, they are still quite attractive. Generally speaking, if a family manages to obtain materials like life crystals, they are basically kept as treasures. If a high-ranking member needs them, these are life-saving items. Therefore, generally speaking, they are valuable but hard to find. Meanwhile, in the news department, by the way, ever since Yi Feng came to our Suzhou city, the explosive news has been coming one after another. The head of the news department was smiling broadly. He held today's newspaper in his hand. If Yi Feng could break a few more records, plus the exclusive news I have, I estimate we could have a hot topic every few days. Originally, when the mayor wanted to promote Yi Feng, he was a bit troubled. After all, no one could create a news hotspot every day. But during this period, he found that Yi Feng's performance was simply exaggerated. In just a few days, not only did he break numerous records, but there were also frequent news stories about him spending lavishly. The hot topics created every day were simply endless. In fact, he now felt there were a bit too many. A single newspaper couldn't even cover it all. It felt a bit wasteful. Just as the head of the news department was marveling at the good life, suddenly, a phone call came in. Mayor, do you have any instructions? The head of the news department quickly answered. I have a question for you. Who told you about Yi Feng buying materials? Jiang Feng had naturally seen the news, so he was also a bit curious. If Yi Feng said it himself, then there might be a problem. This matter was told to me by Mu Shui from the trading firm. In exchange, I promised to feature their trading firm's information on the largest commercial page for a week. I felt this wasn't a big deal, so I agreed. The head of the news department said, Manager Mu? Yes, that's her. And she asked Yi Feng in advance. And Yi Feng had no objections, so she brought it up. The news department head quickly replied. He had basically covered all his bases. After all, this was about Yi Feng,
so he had to be extremely careful. Otherwise, it could lead to the mayor directly dismissing him. Good. You did well on this matter. I also have some news. The Lu family is now also preparing a batch of materials for Yifeng, so for tomorrow's page, you know what to publish. Right. Zhang Feng reminded. Understood. I will definitely let the whole city, and even the whole province know about this. The head of the news department guaranteed. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Feng looked with satisfaction towards the direction of the Beast Control Bureau. It seems, the reason this kid was so eager to make money before, even bringing out high-level dungeons, was largely to obtain longevity materials. After seeing the news just now, the happiest person is none other than Zhang Feng. He had been thinking about how to extend Yifeng's lifespan, but life materials are just too expensive, and the city of Gusu can't afford them in large quantities. Fortunately, everything has been resolved now. In the following days, regarding Yifeng not going to work, the director of the Beast Control Bureau only reported it to the mayor after learning about it. He never inquired again. So, Yifeng and Duan Joshua had even more free time. They spent almost every day immersed in dungeons. They hardly spent much time at the Beast Control Bureau. After completing his job change task, Lu Han also came to find them. Thus, the three formed a temporary team to level up together. Compared to Yifeng and Duan Joshua, the chubby guy's leveling speed was a bit slower. Yifeng and Duan Joshua reached level 10 on the first day. The chubby guy's profession is a cleric, which is not a main combat class. He can only gain experience based on the targets he assists, which makes it much more troublesome. However, even so, he passed the silver level trial. It just wasn't as impressive as Yifeng and Duan Joshua. Duan Joshua's goal was to reach the peak of silver level 2 days before the university competition, to leave herself enough time to clear a dungeon trial. This wasn't a difficult task for Duan Joshua. After all, her profession is one of the best even among hidden classes. Yifeng's goal was to try to reach the peak of gold level the day before the university competition. Ideally, to complete the job change trial and tasks. 3 days later, congratulations on reaching level 30. Experience points have automatically stagnated. Please proceed to the job change temple to complete your job change. Yifeng officially reached the peak of gold level. So, Duan Joshua and the chubby guy accompanied him to the job change temple hall. Mr. Yi, you aren't here to take the job change task again, are you? Yes, I've reached max level again. Please take me to select the trial task. After receiving Yifeng's response, the beautiful receptionist unexpectedly found. She didn't seem as shocked as she had imagined. Yes, it seemed she had developed a nonchalant reflex. As long as it was something Yifeng did, everything fell within the realm of reason, no matter how exaggerated or shocking it was. As long as it came from Yifeng's hands, nothing was impossible. All right, please follow me, the beautiful receptionist said softly. Then, she directly took Yifeng to the most difficult trial site. Mr. Yifeng, the most difficult trial content for advancing to platinum level is very simple and straightforward. In this trial area, there is a platinum level giant spirit elephant. As long as you can survive in front of it for 30 minutes without dying, you pass, the beautiful receptionist explained. Giant spirit elephant? What is a giant spirit elephant? Yifeng couldn't recall learning about such a ferocious beast in school. This ferocious beast was discovered by the Empire a few years ago in some glaciers. It is now extinct and was a creature from ancient times. The Empire only updated it to the gold level trial in recent years. An adult giant spirit elephant is at the peak of platinum level. Although its movement speed is very slow, it is one of the strongest ferocious beasts among the platinum level. If it hits you, even a peak gold level main combat class might not be able to withstand it, the beautiful receptionist explained. Oh, I can only survive in front of it for 30 minutes? Can I choose to kill it? That's too exaggerated. Even a peak gold level would struggle to take a hit. How am I supposed to pass when I reach gold level? Lu Han had a bitter expression. What are you worried about? Duan Joshua laughed and said, this kind of trial is meant for genius prodigies. You, as a support class, choosing such a difficult trial level, isn't that a joke? You do have a point. Lu Han also realized that each trial task isn't limited to just one level. As long as one can complete the lowest level, they can proceed to the job change task. There's no need to hang oneself on a single rope. So what difficulty will you choose then? Me? I'll definitely choose the giant spirit elephant. I'm an ice sorcerer. Choosing anything else would be too embarrassing.
Damn.
Yi Feng ignored the two bickering. She followed the receptionist and entered the trial level on her own.
Let's begin.
With a flash of white light, Yi Feng was transported to another space. This place was no different from the previous silver level trial ground. It resembled a beast fighting arena. Just as Yi Feng regained her senses, roar! Suddenly, the ground trembled. A massive giant elephant walked out from the other side. With each step the giant spirit elephant took, the ground shook violently and cracked open in all directions. Compared to other ferocious beasts that had reached the gold level, the giant spirit elephant, with its formidable physical strength and terrifying power, could easily dominate this realm. The giant spirit elephant had no skills to enhance it. It relied entirely on its physical attributes. But Yi Feng loved this kind of straightforward matchup. It saved a lot of time. Summon, Undead General. As soon as the words left her mouth, a thunderous roar echoed around the beast fighting arena, and a red mist gradually spread across the sky. Following that, figures began to coalesce from the red mist into solid forms. If counted carefully, there were as many as 36. Each undead general stood 6 meters tall, their bodies seemingly stitched together, yet they appeared very sturdy, every inch of them filled with muscle. Even the giant spirit elephant was only about 4 meters tall. In the gold level realm, the giant spirit elephant, which people would avoid, seemed like a chick in front of the undead generals. The undead generals surrounded the giant spirit elephant, wielding dual skeletal battle axes, their stitched mouths occasionally spewing out blood-red miasma, their eyes glowing green, as if they could devour the giant spirit elephant whole at any moment. Just standing there gave one the feeling of being torn apart. Go! Yi Feng commanded. In the next second, the 36 undead generals took large strides, axes in hand, charging towards the giant spirit elephant. In an instant, heart-wrenching screams echoed, and then silence fell. The side effects of this summoning feel increasingly wrong. Although it doesn't consume lifespan anymore, what if someone sees this? Others won't misunderstand. But I can't, right? Yi Feng stood there weakly, as if her body had been hollowed out, just as Yi Feng was dealing with the giant spirit elephant. At the same time, on the big screen in the job change hall, it was originally showing a professional talking about clearing the level. But suddenly, the big screens around the world froze for a second, then displayed a record-breaking message. Gold level difficult trial, the might of the giant spirit elephant, new record, 00:1:23:12, record holder, Yi Feng, record created at Gusa City. Almost simultaneously, all the job change halls around the world fell into an unbelievable silence. This silence lasted for several minutes. Only the announcement voice from the big screen could be heard. Brothers, I can't be seeing this wrong. Someone broke the giant spirit elephant's record. A few minutes later, someone stammered and said, "No, I'm not surprised about breaking the record, but what the hell is this 1 minute and 23 seconds? The system confirms there are no reporting errors, right? I also chose this level back then. You have to survive for 30 minutes to pass." That's right, that's right. The giant spirit elephant's appearance time was about 30 to 40 seconds. If it weren't for those 30 to 40 seconds, I might not have been able to get through. So if what you're saying is true, then this person must have completed it in less than a minute? Definitely. But speaking of which, why does the name Yi Feng sound so familiar? It feels like I've heard it somewhere before. I remember now. Isn't this the newcomer who recently refreshed the bronze, silver, and toxic swamp levels? Wow. Where did this contestant come from? If it weren't for this record showing, I wouldn't even know our dragon country has a place called Suzhou. This guy is too incredible. Could it be that once he reaches the next stage, he'll break another record? But have you noticed a problem? Suddenly someone chimed in, and many people turned to look. The person continued. All of his records were achieved in the past week, which means he just transitioned this year. It's only been a few days. The last transition was about 7 days ago. In just 7 days, he went from just transitioning to passing the platinum level difficult trial. And at this speed, the platinum level transition dungeon probably won't be a challenge for him. And tomorrow is the national competition, which means he could reach platinum level before the competition. As soon as this was said, those who had been focused on the speed of passing suddenly fell silent. They had never considered this issue before, but now that they thought about it, it was indeed astonishing. Although reaching gold level in 7 days could be considered a genius threshold in the competition, platinum level is truly a monstrous existence. Basically, Aside from those prodigies that might appear only after several generations in various families, it's nearly impossible. Even so, those prodigies would have been nurtured from a young age, allowing them to adapt to their abilities faster than ordinary people. Everyone began to ponder in their minds, but they really couldn't think of any family with the surname Lin. At this moment, in the desolate suburbs of the imperial capital, there stood an ancient and elegant manor. The entrance of the manor boldly displayed two large characters. Wang family. As one of the 9 great families, the Wang family has a history spanning thousands of years. There's an old saying, a flowing dynasty. An ironclad family. Inside the Wang family, an old man sat in the tea room, elegantly enjoying incense and tea. Father, the record you set when you were young has been broken. Accompanied by a voice, a middle-aged man walked in. What record? Old Master Wang frowned, thinking hard but couldn't come up with anything. Father, it's the platinum level transition difficulty record you always bragged about when we were kids. Wang Tian explained. Oh, the one with the giant spirit elephant? How has it taken so long for someone to break it? Old Master Wang appeared indifferent. Old man, weren't you always boasting about how impressive your record was? Can you guess how long the new record is? Wang Tian looked amused. Old Master Wang took a sip of tea and said slowly, my record was 21 minutes and 35 seconds. This isn't me being arrogant, that record was already considered the limit. Even if it were broken, it would probably only be by a difference of 5 seconds. Seeing his father say this, Wang Tian knew his purpose had been achieved. He slowly extended a finger. Old Wang glanced over and was slightly taken aback. Faster than me by a whole minute? No way. Which family's newcomer is this? I've never heard of such a person. This was not old Wang boasting. When he was young, he was the one others chased after. He had always been a standout. Even now, he was among the top 10 on the divine rankings. Dad, if I told you that guy cleared it in just over a minute and 20 seconds, would you believe me? As soon as these words fell, put, old Wang, who was just about to sip his tea, sprayed it all over Wang Tian's face, who was sitting opposite him. Are you kidding me? Old Wang even doubted whether his ears were working properly. Although his son was a bit eccentric, he wouldn't joke around in such a way. Can you be a bit more composed? This is a garment personally woven by Shore. I can't wear it now. Wang Tian quickly stood up and brushed off the tea that had splashed onto him. All right. Find me the detailed information on that kid. I need to see which young man could take down that giant spirit elephant in a minute. That's just too exaggerated. What kind of strength does it take to do that? As the record holder, old Wang certainly knew the capabilities of the giant spirit elephant. Even he, being called the top genius of his time, had to struggle to achieve a 20-minute kill. A minute was just the time for a single punch. He had fought against those diamond warriors and other strength-based professionals before. They were all incredibly clumsy. From the name, I really don't know which faction he belongs to. Called Yi Foam. I've already sent someone to investigate. Upon hearing this name, old Wang's previously furrowed brows relaxed, as if nothing was amiss, and he continued to savor his tea. Dad, your reaction is off. Why does it seem like this is just how it should be? Could it be that Yi Foam is your illegitimate son from outside? Get lost. How old do you think I am? Even if I had the heart, I wouldn't have the strength to have another son. Well, that's hard to say. If we go back 20 years, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Damn. Get out of here. If you have nothing to do, go online and take a look. Stop dealing with the family's petty issues every day. If worse comes to worst, just search for the name Yi Foam online, and you'll find out. Old Wang said irritably, but not out of anger. The father and son had always communicated this way, completely devoid of the strictness typical of a big family. Wang Tian was also curious and immediately started searching. Necromancer. What kind of profession is this? Don't say it's you. I took a long time to find information about the necromancer profession, but it's just fragments. I only know that awakening this profession means royal level strength. Awakening means royal level. Although it comes at the cost of lifespan, that's still impressive. Just think, if he breaks through the platinum level limit, wouldn't he at least have strength comparable to a saint? Saint. Wang Tian was very clear about the value of a saint. He was only at the early stage of divine level. He couldn't even dream of having saint-level combat power shortly after awakening. That would be incredible. However, this kid probably won't have much of a future. If he wants to make a name for himself, he could desperately try to reach diamond level. If he really has that fate, Just going out to kill a divine-level being would be enough to leave a mark in history. I just hope he doesn't come looking for this old man when the time comes. I still want to live a few more years. Meanwhile, at the Lee family, one of the 9 great families, the Lee family was currently holding a family meeting. However, the atmosphere in the Lee family was not as friendly as in the Wang family. It was filled with seriousness everywhere. Master of the house, if this Yi Feng can be of use to my Lee family, it would indeed be a good thing. Right now, the platinum level is already a done deal, and besides, he doesn't have many years left to live. If he can help us deal with some hostile forces, he would definitely be willing to risk his life. Interesting, a necromancer. Judging by his current strength, he is at least at the saint level. In a few months, the 3rd secret realm will open. If we have someone like him willing to risk it all to help us, our Lee family will definitely get the lion's share of the resource distribution. If he can really help us, not just the lion's share, it feels like the entire 3rd secret realm will belong to our Lee family. The old master of the Lee family, sitting in the main seat, had not spoken until now. After a long pause, he slowly said, "You all go ahead and handle it." Gusu's city. Luhan stared wide-eyed at the time on the big screen. He looked at Duan Zhaoxue and slowly said, Duan, the campus beauty? You weren't lying to me just now, right? Are you sure this dungeon Yi Feng entered is the same as the one you mentioned? On the other side, it should be. Duan Zhaoxue was already at a loss for words. She believed Yi Feng could easily clear this dungeon. However, she never expected this speed. 1 minute. What does that even mean? The monsters must have just come out. Then tell me, if Yi Feng raises all the records to such a high level, what's the point for these people to challenge the hard mode in the future? They won't get any rewards anyway. Luhan took a deep breath and said, "It is indeed possible." Originally, some genius prodigies wanted to try breaking the previous records just for that reward, but now these 3 records are too fast. I'm afraid that below the platinum level, no one will want to challenge the hard dungeons anymore. Duan Zhaoxue slowly nodded. Back when she went to farm goblins, it was to get the treasure chest rewards. Later, when she learned about Yi Feng's records, she was dumbfounded. However, her 2nd place record was basically unbreakable by anyone. To be honest, I already know what tomorrow's news will be. Chen Zi has occupied 7 headlines in 7 days. If I didn't know him, I would suspect the head of the news department has some relationship with him. This headline probably won't end like this. Meanwhile, in the trial, Yi Feng had already obtained the golden treasure chest that refreshed the record. Based on the experience from the last 2 times, it was very likely he would gain an elemental power this time as well. He even suspected that if he kept refreshing the records, the skeleton army would become an existence that looked down on everything. Now, for him, opening the golden chest had become a routine matter, and he no longer felt the excitement he had at the beginning. Opening golden treasure chest. Gaze of the overlord hat position, hat set, overlord set, hat component, 1/4, grade, no grade attributes, after wearing. Mental value triples, each additional piece of overlord set doubles the value. Gaze of the overlord bracers position, bracers set, overlord set, bracer component, 1/4, grade, no grade attributes, after wearing. Strength value triples, each additional piece of overlord set doubles the value. Gaze of the overlord robe position, clothing set, overlord set robe component, 1/4, grade, no grade attributes, after wearing. Constitution value triples, each additional piece of overlord set doubles the value. Gaze of the overlord boots position, boots set, overlord set boot component, 1/4, grade, no grade attributes, after wearing. Speed value triples, each additional piece of overlord set doubles the value. In an instant, the 4 pieces of equipment entered Yi Feng's equipment slot. Did this just give 4 pieces of equipment? Yi Feng considered himself someone who had seen a lot, but upon seeing the rewards from this golden treasure chest, he was momentarily stunned. Isn't this pay-and-I suit a bit too exaggerated? What kind of outrageous stats are these? Although the last Tiantun suit was already excessive, this pay-and-I suit is clearly even more outrageous. Wearing 4 pieces of equipment can multiply the stats by 6 times. Doesn't that mean that under the same tier, one's power stats are invincible? Moreover, this is still non-tiered equipment. This means that no matter what stage a person is at, they can perfectly use this equipment. Yi Feng was getting more and more excited as he looked. Non-tiered equipment doesn't mean it has never existed. It's just that he had never seen non-tiered equipment with such exaggerated attributes before. Normally,
Non-tiered attributes only appear on lower-level equipment, allowing people of all levels to wear them. But this kind of attribute-enhancing equipment is actually non-tiered. That is truly shocking. If a god-level powerhouse were to wear this equipment, and the stats were multiplied by 6 times, wouldn't that truly make them invincible in the world? If the Tianteng suit is the pinnacle of legendary equipment, then this Pei Ni suit is the true existence that can look down on everything among all equipment in the world. A simple stat increase like this would make countless people flock to it. Moreover, in terms of strength, it has always been considered a top-tier profession. The mighty Vajra. It already ranks at the forefront of all professions in terms of strength stats, and with the profession being able to awaken skills that perfectly match their strength, if they could obtain the wrist guards from the Pei Ni suit, their strength would reach an incredibly exaggerated level. As for the value of the Pei Ni suit, Yi Feng found it hard to estimate. This is something that the families in Jiangnan province cannot afford. Even selling the entire family might not satisfy him. This can only be possessed by the 9 great families, or perhaps, the royal family of Longhua. Only such forces could afford money comparable to the value of this equipment. The Tianting equipment for Yi Feng, he could completely sell it directly. But, he planned to keep the Pei Ni suit for himself. Even the Tianting suit only provides a percentage boost, but the Pei Ni suit offers 6 times, a full 6 times. Yi Feng couldn't imagine what would happen if this thing's effects were discovered. If he took it to the trading hall, the hall would probably offer a high price to buy it directly. There's absolutely no way he would let this equipment go easily. Yi Feng calmed his emotions and then exited the trial ground. What kind of expressions are you all making? As soon as he stepped out, Yi Feng saw everyone in the job transfer hall looking at him as if he were a monster. Even Duan Zhaoxue and Lu Han had strange looks in their eyes. It's nothing. Just wanted to see what a 3-headed, 6-armed monster looks like, Duan Zhaoxue said with a smile. Yi Feng was a bit confused by this. What are you talking about? Then, Duan Zhaoxue recounted the whole story. The discussion about Yi Feng had already heated up significantly outside. Many people boasted that auspicious signs appeared when Yi Feng was born, and some even said he was born looking like a 3-headed, 6-armed being. In any case, outside, Yi Feng's appearance was no longer considered human. Yi Feng's face gradually darkened as he listened. These people really can spread rumors. Forget it, you've completed the trial now. Hurry up and take on a quest. I hope you have good luck this time, Duan Zhaoxue said, looking like she was enjoying the spectacle. If others say that Yi Feng's trial results are quite spectacular, then Duan Zhaoxue would definitely refute that directly. In her eyes, the truly remarkable aspect of Yi Feng is the job change dungeon. As for why, at that moment, Yi Feng also placed his hand on the job change orb. Dungeon random matching dungeon mission objective, kill the boss ghost-faced zombie mission difficulty, 10 stars. Beautiful. Duan Zhaoxue had an expression that said it all. She had basically figured out Yi Feng's pattern. This guy could never draw a low-level dungeon. She even felt that, even if he spent money, it would be absolutely impossible for him to draw one. This was definitely a repeated draw in a 10-star difficulty dungeon. Yi Feng, on the other hand, had a lot to say but couldn't find the words. Although he had anticipated this result, he was still somewhat speechless at the moment it appeared. He didn't want to add trouble for himself every time, but clearly, the heavens had other plans. Lu Han was experiencing Yi Feng awakening the dungeon for the first time and was a bit dazed. Shen Zi, if I remember correctly, this should count as one of the top 100 difficult dungeons, right? Yes, indeed. It's just that because other areas of the dungeon can be entered freely and monsters can be farmed, this dungeon hasn't been labeled as neglected, she explained. The dungeon itself isn't terrifying, it's just that the secret realm inside the dungeon is quite troublesome. The reason it's difficult is that this dungeon is a solo dungeon. At this moment, the beautiful receptionist began to speak. She was already used to Yi Feng's situations and knew that he wouldn't give up when faced with difficulties, so she tried her best to explain. As a staff member of the Job Change Hall, she had to be familiar with various dungeons, which is a requirement for civil servants in Long Country, who must pass strict examinations. What's wrong with a solo dungeon? The chubby guy knew a bit but only understood the surface situation and had no idea what it was really about. The beautiful receptionist said, "This secret realm is called the Purgatory Field. The ferocious beasts there all look like zombies, led by 3 ghost-faced zombies. If we say that the strength of the ghost-faced zombies is actually average among platinum level, the difficulty lies in the fact that this is a solo dungeon, and the level is restricted to below platinum. Because of this, it has been labeled as one of the top 100 impossible dungeons to clear. The chubby guy was still a bit confused. For some geniuses, shouldn't it be easy to kill them at a higher level? Even though there are 3 ghost-faced zombies, I feel it shouldn't be too much pressure. Hearing the chubby guy's words, Duan Joshua smiled and said, "Of course, for some people, even at the gold level, it's not impossible to wipe out 3 platinum-level ferocious beasts. But there is a straightforward condition for killing the boss in this dungeon." "What condition?" the chubby guy asked quickly. "Simultaneous kills," Duan Joshua continued. "If you can't achieve a simultaneous kill, the ghost-faced zombies will repair their bodies at the fastest speed and re-enter the battle. And precisely because it's a solo dungeon, and the boss mechanism requires simultaneous kills, no one has been able to clear it for so many years. Many strong players from other provinces have tried before reaching platinum level, but all returned in defeat. It's been 1,000 years now, and basically, no one chooses it anymore." Listening to Duan Joshua's explanation, the chubby guy understood and then said, "As a solo dungeon, isn't this condition just making it difficult for people? Is there really someone in this world who can clear this dungeon? What's so difficult about that?" Duan Joshua was not convinced. Perhaps this matter might be a bit difficult for others, but if the person was Yifeng, then there should be no problem at all. Yifeng has already passed the perverse challenge of the dragon-shaped koi, so this is just a ghost-faced zombie. For Yifeng, it must be a piece of cake, don't you think so? Yifeng felt a bit embarrassed by such random flattery. "Well, you can't say that. Maybe I could also fail in this dungeon." "Impossible," Duan Joshua said with full confidence, continuing, "If it were anyone else, they would definitely fail, but as long as it's Yifeng, he will definitely succeed. If even you can't succeed, then there really wouldn't be anyone in this world who could pass this dungeon," Duan Joshua said very seriously. She certainly felt that she couldn't do it, but she unconditionally believed in Yifeng. Yifeng, overwhelmed by Duan Joshua's extravagant praise, suddenly felt a bit shy. "Joshua, I still prefer your original rebellious demeanor. I'm really not used to this now." The fat guy beside them clicked his tongue. "Duan Joshua, that's enough. Even though you're praising Shinzi, I can't stand it anymore. What do you care?" Duan Joshua didn't give the fat guy any face and didn't care about Lu Han's status at all. Alright, I really give up on you guys." Lu Han then said, "Shinzi, this task is too exaggerated. How could one person possibly kill 3 ferocious beasts at the same time? If it doesn't work, let's just pay to switch it." "No switching, let's stick with this. I'll finish it quickly, maybe I can still make it for dinner." Yifeng stretched lazily. The dungeon's secret realm happened to be a place in Gusa City, and it was a popular spot for many people because outside the ghost-faced zombie secret realm were all kinds of ferocious beasts. Although this dungeon wasn't a man-made secret realm, the biodiversity inside allowed for quite a bit of experience to be gained from hunting. The most important thing was that it was free. The fat guy still wanted to persuade Yifeng, but Duan Joshua said, "Yifeng is just like this, and you should trust your brother. Don't worry, you guys can go about your business. I'll finish this quickly," Yifeng said as he walked out. The two didn't leave, although it was a single-player dungeon inside. The outskirts of the underground city were not, and they could follow in to wait for Yifeng while also leveling up. After the 3 decided to go together, they took a taxi to the underground city. In the taxi, the driver struck up a conversation. "You guys must have just come from the job transfer hall, right?" "Yeah," the fat guy responded enthusiastically. The driver immediately lit up. "Then you must have seen Yifeng, right? Is he really full of fangs and has 3 heads and 6 arms? I heard his eyes are glowing green." "What the hell? Where did you hear that?" "Master." The fat guy was taken aback and instinctively looked at Yifeng beside him, only to see Yifeng's previously calm face darken. Duan Xiaoxue, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at? Is that Yifeng not looking like that? I heard these geniuses don't look like normal people." The fat guy chuckled. "Master, Yifeng's eyes are glowing blue." "What the hell? Are you serious?" "Of course, I just saw him inside." The driver quickly pressed the intercom. "Brothers, I just received the latest news. Yifeng's eyes are not glowing green at all, they're *****ing blue." "What the hell? Lao Li, are you joking? What kind of joke would I make? I have customers in my car who just came from the job transfer hall, and they all saw Yifeng. You're lucky, old buddy, that you even got to meet him. Hurry up and ask about Yifeng's other characteristics. Someone with such incredible strength must be a bit different from us normal people. Right, little brother. What are the other characteristics? The driver looked at the fat man with curiosity. The fat man kept talking, and before long, he had the driver in a daze. Are you serious? Yifeng has dual pupils? What the hell? He doesn't have a single hair on his body? Are his two eyes really not aligned? After Yifeng and the others got out of the car, the driver had already imagined Yifeng's image as something completely unrelated to normal humans. Yifeng, maybe after a while, people outside won't even describe you as human. Duan Joshua had been holding back her laughter in the car. Once they got out, it all came pouring out. Shinzi, I was just joking with them. I don't think that taxi driver would believe it either. After all, who would think a normal person could look like that? The fat man quickly softened, afraid that Yifeng would slap him directly. Yifeng was also a bit speechless, although he didn't take the matter to heart. Seeing the driver's starry-eyed expression made him feel that things wouldn't be so simple. If there was an organization in this world that spread rumors the fastest, it was undoubtedly these taxi drivers. In just one day, everyone would know this news, then it would slowly spread, and it wouldn't be hard for the whole country to know about it. Alright, just say less in the future, or I'll tie you up and beat you. Yifeng rolled his eyes helplessly. Now that it had come to this, he couldn't say much. He could only pray that these people would take it as a joke. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what kind of image he should have. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked toward the underground city. After just a few kilometers, they could already see signs of life. People were coming and going, and there were even many vendors selling various props and equipment. It looked just like a market. I can't believe it's so lively here. The fat man looked around, and the bustling atmosphere was completely unlike a place that gave countless people headaches. Duan Joshua explained. Although the only truly valuable dungeon in Gusu City is the Griffin dynasty, other dungeons also require tickets to enter from the task hall, and the price of a ticket isn't cheap. It's safe, but not everyone can afford to buy tickets every day to grind dungeons. The economic burden is still quite heavy. The underground city is completely different. Although no one owns all of it, the strength of the dungeon monsters varies greatly, even forming regions. Each region corresponds to a group of monsters of varying strengths, from bronze to gold, and the danger is relatively lower. If you want to level up somewhere, you can just go to the corresponding region. Most importantly, you don't have to spend any money here. That's why this is the real bustling place in Gusu City. In fact, this dungeon has supported quite a few people. Yifeng suddenly felt that having someone like Duan Joshua in the team, who knew everything, was a good thing. Although he had good grades and knew a lot, he rarely learned about folklore and things outside of textbooks. Duan Joshua, born into the Duan family, had absorbed various professional knowledge since childhood and could speak on any topic. Let's go. Don't waste time here. The three of them slowly walked deeper, and soon they were about to reach the edge of the underground dungeon. Little brother, is this your first time in the underground city? Just as the three were about to cross the crowd, a voice suddenly called out to them. Yifeng instinctively looked over, scanning up and down, and he had already made a judgment in his heart. Mercenaries. Long ago, when he was brushing the dragon-shaped koi, he had dealt with mercenaries once and instinctively held no good feelings towards these people. The leader had a rugged face, dressed in tactical gear, towering a full head over Yifeng, and when he smiled, his mouth was filled with yellow teeth. Little brother, I can tell you're here for the first time in the underground city. Just awakened your profession this year? What's wrong? The fat man frowned slightly. You really are like a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. The underground city isn't as simple as you think. Every year, many people die or get injured here, and you are just starting out. How about this? My brothers and I will reluctantly protect you. Of course, protection is one thing, but you can't let me and my brothers go hungry, right? Once these words were spoken, even the dullest person would understand their intentions. What if I say no? The fat man, who was already fearless, especially with his current status, naturally wouldn't bow down to be manipulated. Little brother, if you don't let us protect you, you might not be able to leave the underground city safely. The mercenaries' words had basically dropped the pretense. Although they couldn't act against him here, if they entered the underground city instance, the patrol team wouldn't be able to manage them. Moreover, there were others in the underground city who did such things.
And basically, mercenaries would do this behind the scenes even if they didn't say it openly. He looked at these young men and knew they were easy prey. Their attire revealed they were from prominent families, and his gaze was fixed on the spatial rings in the hands of Yi Feng and the others. Just those 3 rings could fill their stomachs. If the other party agreed, he naturally didn't want to bear the weight of a life, but if they refused, he would have to follow them in. Is the threat already so blatant? Yi Feng sneered, pulling the fat man behind him. After all, the fat man was a cleric, and if the other party acted in desperation, he might not be able to withstand it. To be a mercenary in a place like the underground city and be so brazen, their strength had to be at least gold level to have such confidence. Little brother, what do you mean? We're not threatening you. The mercenary's expression grew increasingly sinister. Just warning you, truly, in a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. Yi Feng's outfit slowly revealed a domineering set. Taking a step forward, and with one hand, he firmly grasped the mercenary's neck. Fear flashed in the mercenary's eyes as he hurriedly grabbed Yi Feng's arm, trying to make him let go, but he found it impossible to budge Yi Feng even a little. You, who exactly are you? The other mercenaries saw their leader being captured and rushed forward, but as soon as they took a step, Duan Joshua stepped up. I advise you not to move, or I can't guarantee who will die. As her voice fell, ice spikes appeared out of thin air, pressing against everyone's throats. Although a few present had reached gold-level strength, seeing their leader with no room to resist made them dare not act recklessly. Moreover, there was even a rare ice-type profession present, and for a moment, they couldn't determine what kind of strength this girl possessed. Due to the commotion, many people gathered to watch the excitement, and other mercenaries also rushed over to check it out. Little brother, if you have any grievances with old Dog Chen, just say it, let's resolve it without fighting. Yi Feng looked towards the speaker. Their uniforms were not much different from those of the mercenaries, and they all bore the Mercenary Association's emblem. When this person spoke, Yi Feng understood what it meant. They were about to stage a scene of solidarity right in front of him. Although these people all have their own small groups, they work in the underground city, so they must know each other. It was unexpected that such a united front would happen to him today. However, he was not afraid of any of this. What? Are you in cahoots with him? Little brother, your words are problematic. I'm just standing up for justice. How can you bully people like this? If you let go now and apologize properly, there might still be room for reconciliation. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can bear. This was directly ignored by Yi Feng. Alright, now I'm convinced you're his accomplice. Zhao Shui, make the call. Ha? Call who? Duan Zhao Shui was momentarily stunned but still took out her phone. Seeing Yi Feng about to call for help, everyone burst into laughter. At such a young age, why learn anything else but to call for help? Are we the Mercenary Association scared of that? Call the director. Today, I want to see just how powerful this Mercenary Association is. When did the Mercenary Association get to dictate in Gusu City? Are they trying to rebel? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng threw Chen Laogo to the ground, stepping on him hard, and pulled out his credentials from inside his clothes. Captain Yi Feng of the Beast Control Bureau, Team 6, handling a case. Unrelated personnel, leave immediately, or you will all be treated as accomplices. Upon seeing Yi Feng pull out his credentials, the others were stunned, and some small vendors hurriedly left the scene, fearing they would get involved. Some mercenaries were also scared to the point of trembling legs. The reputation of the Beast Control Bureau outside was not good. It was basically the highest law enforcement authority, and very few could escape once they were targeted by them. Don't even think about leaving. I now suspect that your 2 groups are involved in murder and smuggling. If anyone escapes and gets caught by the Beast Control Bureau, the consequences will be different. Yi Feng's voice echoed around the outskirts of the underground city, and those who were originally eager to flee obediently returned to their positions upon hearing this. If it were another force, they might hesitate, but for the Beast Control Bureau, finding them was incredibly easy. Even if they could run, their families might not be able to escape. Brother, little brother, I don't even know him. It's all my fault for not understanding the situation earlier. Please forgive me. Have mercy. The mercenary who was originally seeking justice for Chen Laogo quickly begged for mercy upon seeing the situation. He never expected to hit a brick wall this time. He couldn't fathom how such a young kid could be the captain of the Beast Control Bureau. At this point, if you have no issues, the Beast Control Bureau won't make things difficult for you. Just wait here honestly. Yi Feng also released his foot from Chen Laogo. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Chen Laogo's eyes were filled with despair. He had been in the outside world for so many years and knew exactly what the Beast Control Bureau was like. Once you fell into their hands, there was no chance of survival. Waiting here meant only one way to die. But if he resisted slightly, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. After having this thought, he locked his gaze on Yi Feng, the captain of the Beast Control Bureau. He could only implement his plan through coercion. What's so great about the captain of the Beast Control Bureau? The moment he broke free, he suddenly lunged at Yi Feng's throat. Yi Feng's stats were exaggerated. He dodged Chen Laogo's attack in an instant, causing the latter to miss. I originally wanted to give you a chance, but now I see there's no need. Yi Feng's voice was icy to the extreme as he kicked Chen Laogo's knee joint. The previously quiet surroundings only heard a crack, followed by Chen Laogo's heart-wrenching scream. Immediately, the sound of cracking bones echoed, and moments later, old dog Chen's limbs went completely limp. His body sprawled on the ground, white foam bubbling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes already devoid of light. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but swallow hard, no longer daring to make any move. When they looked at Yi Feng again, their eyes were filled with terror, realizing that they would be the next one lying on the ground. Zhao Shui, could you please assist the Beast Control Bureau personnel here? I'll go in and clear the instance first, Yi Feng instructed. Zhao Shui naturally had no objections and readily agreed. However, even after Yi Feng left, the others didn't dare to move, fearing that if they made a mistake, this demon would come back to settle the score. Not long after Yi Feng departed, various vehicles began to surround the entire underground city. Due to Yi Feng's involvement, the mayor, upon learning of the situation, concentrated all available armed forces in the underground city. Even the personnel from the Beast Control Bureau, who were on missions nearby, rushed over unless they had particularly important tasks. The mercenaries, who were already on edge, were now so frightened by the commotion from the city government that they fell to their knees, their legs weak. They finally realized what kind of existence they had offended. Zhang Feng stepped down from the last vehicle, scanning the area but not spotting Yi Feng. Instead, he approached Zhao Shui. Where's Xiao Chen? He went in to do a mission. Zhao Shui quickly stood up straight. After all, Zhang Feng was her superior, and given his high reputation among the people of Gusu City, she respected him greatly. Zhang Feng sighed in relief. With Yi Feng's strength, he wouldn't run into any problems as long as his life was not in danger. This kid, he really can't sit still. What mission did he go on? Underground City, Purgatory Arena. Zhao Shui replied. Purgatory Arena. Wait, Purgatory Arena? Zhang Feng's previously calmed demeanor turned tense again. This is simply reckless. How could he go to the Purgatory Arena? Is there a problem with that? Zhao Shui didn't see any issue, even if there was a problem. It was someone else's, definitely not Yi Feng's. The problem. This is a big problem. Why does it have to be the Purgatory Arena? It's just a Purgatory Arena, although the conditions are indeed a bit harsh. I feel Yi Feng should be fine. Zhao Shui firmly believed in Yi Feng. Zhang Feng sighed. You're thinking too simply. It's not easy to deal with 3 ghost-faced zombies at the same time. If he can't take them out in one blow, Yi Feng will definitely unleash his skills again. We all acknowledge Yi Feng's strength, but the issue is that using skills consumes his lifespan. Once Yi Feng starts bombarding with forbidden-level skills, his lifespan will be significantly depleted, and the outcome will be obvious. This, Zhao Shui now understood Zhang Feng's concerns. If what Zhang Feng said was true, no matter how many materials Yi Feng had to replenish his life, it wouldn't withstand the barrage of skills. But at this point, they could only wait outside. No one could enter the solo instance until the others came out. Meanwhile, Yi Feng arrived at the Purgatory Arena according to the location. As soon as he entered the arena, Yi Feng began to look around. The temperature here was noticeably several degrees higher than outside, but still within a bearable range. Before long, figures began to surge towards him. LV-12 ordinary zombie after all. This is just a golden level dungeon, it's just that the boss has special killing conditions. Yi Feng made his judgment immediately. There was no need to consume too much lifespan to summon high-level ferocious beasts for such a scene. Skeleton soldiers were enough. Although he wouldn't consume his own lifespan, the consumption of high lifespan still had some reaction on the body. Once Yi Feng had an idea, the soil underground began to loosen, and one by one, skeletal claws reached out from the ground, slowly emerging as skeleton soldiers filled with thunder. The once slightly dark purgatory arena became much brighter with the appearance of the skeleton soldiers.
At this moment, the skeleton army was constantly flickering with thunder,
and two flames served as their hollow eyes.
Now,
Yifeng had already reached the peak of golden level strength,
and the skeleton army, due to Yifeng's enhancement of the necromantic reinforcement pool, possessed nearly platinum level strength. Unknowingly,
the skeleton army had gained impressive power. It only required the consumption of 10 years of lifespan to have a platinum level skeleton army,
and with Yifeng bestowing two types of elemental power upon them, they were unstoppable. In fact, in terms of individual combat power, Yifeng felt he couldn't defeat even one skeleton. After all, they were all elements on the leaderboard.
Crush them,
Yifeng said lightly, slowly walking behind. The skeleton army was already eager to try,
and upon hearing Yifeng's command, thunder surged through the ranks,
flames continuously rising,
charging forward with sparks and lightning.
Ordinary zombie killed.
Experience plus 970. Congratulations on reaching level 30.
Experience points automatically stagnated. Please go to the job change temple to complete the job change. Ordinary zombie killed.
Experience plus 970. Congratulations on reaching level 30.
Experience points automatically stagnated.
Please go to the job change temple to complete the job change. Elite zombie killed. Experience plus 3270. Congratulations on reaching level 30.
Experience points automatically stagnated.
Please go to the job change temple to complete the job change. Elite zombie killed. Experience plus 3270. Congratulations on reaching level 30.
Experience points automatically stagnated.
Please go to the job change temple to complete the job change. Pig-headed zombie killed. Experience plus 4370. Congratulations on reaching level 30.
Experience points automatically stagnated.
Please go to the job change temple to complete the job change.
At this moment,
Yifeng seemed like a great general,
overlooking the entire battlefield.
As time passed, the zombies in the purgatory arena were almost completely wiped out by Yifeng.
Upon reaching deeper into the area,
he discovered 3 4-meter-tall masked zombies slowly approaching.
With each step,
the ground trembled slightly.
LV29 Ghost-Faced Zombie, LV29 Ghost-Faced Zombie, LV30 Ghost-Faced Zombie. Warning. Warning, the dungeon boss has appeared, and you are about to enter the boss battle. After entering the boss battle, you will become the primary target for the boss to kill. I've been waiting for you.
Yifeng's eyes filled with excitement upon seeing the target. This was much simpler than he had thought, since the target had appeared.
How to kill it was his concern. Almost the moment the ghost-faced zombies appeared, the skeleton army directly surrounded them. Although the ghost-faced zombies were lord-level ferocious beasts and the rulers of this purgatory arena, what resistance could they offer against the swarm of platinum-level skeleton soldiers? In an instant, the tall ghost-faced zombies were knocked down. In a one-on-one situation, these ghost-faced zombies would have already been dead, but due to a special mechanism, their bodies continuously recovered. However,
this was not a troublesome matter in Yifeng's eyes.
Since they had to be killed simultaneously, then there is a very simple way.
As long as the speed and damage of the attack are fast enough,
you won't have time to recover. The ghost-faced zombie, facing the joint strangulation of the skeleton army, was battered and unrecognizable.
Yifeng chuckled softly. Others can't handle this dungeon simply because it's a solo dungeon. Succeeding is as difficult as climbing to the sky.
Even if a beast master can bind 3 beasts, it's still hard to make all 3 beasts kill at the same time. But my skeleton army is not something a beast master can compare to.
As long as I turn all 3 of you into dust,
let's see if you really won't die.
Do you really think that just because no one has succeeded in attacking for so many years,
it means the 3 of you are strong?
As time passed, since the appearance of the 3 ghost-faced zombies, they hadn't even had time to unleash any skills. Their bodies remained in a state of incompleteness.
Even if they showed a bit of recovery, they would be besieged by the skeleton army.
Yifeng wasn't afraid of wasting time. He just sat quietly on the side,
waiting. Killing the ghost-faced zombies was now just a matter of time. Ghost-faced zombie killed. Experience plus 9,870. Congratulations on reaching level 30. Experience points automatically stagnate.
Please go to the Transcendence Temple to complete the class change. Ghost-faced zombie killed.
Experience plus 9,870. Congratulations on reaching level 30. Experience points automatically stagnate.
Please go to the Transcendence Temple to complete the class change. Ghost-faced zombie killed. Experience plus 10,700. Congratulations on reaching level 30.
Experience points automatically stagnate. Please go to the Transcendence Temple to complete the class change. Congratulations to the host for killing the ghost-faced zombie. Congratulations to the host for completing the class change task. Congratulations to the host for achieving the first successful attack in the Purgatory Dungeon. Congratulations to the host for achieving the first completion of the ghost-faced zombie achievement. Dungeon special reward, King of the Undead, position, title, effect, can amplify the attack power of necromancy skills. This isn't too difficult. Yi Feng stretched lazily, with the system's announcement. This was officially a success. This title is quite interesting. Just right to match my abilities. Isn't it much better than the last time's dragon-shaped Koi Slayer? Since the title has been given, according to the rules, there should be a few golden treasure chests. Last time, the dragon-shaped Koi gave 3. It shouldn't be too stingy. Yi Feng began to look forward to it. This was what interested him the most. The last time, the Tianting set had made him a fortune, and there was also that Water Realm dungeon. Originally, Yi Feng's expectations were high, but he knew these dungeons wouldn't give anything too outrageous, so he could only hope it wouldn't be too bad. As the first professional to conquer the Poison Marsh, the following rewards are issued. Golden treasure chest. Heaven, can you have some face? It's the first time for both of us being attacked, and you just give me a golden treasure chest to fool me? Yi Feng's face darkened. Although he had prepared for the worst, he never expected it to be this bad. Even breaking a record would get a golden treasure chest. Where's the face? But no matter how much Yi Feng scolded, the result wouldn't change. He could only silently accept this outcome. Open. Almost immediately after clearing, the entire class change hall of the Dragon Kingdom updated the news. Dungeon Purgatory Ghost-Faced Zombie. Yi Feng, Dungeon Purgatory Ghost-Faced Zombie will disappear from the list of impossible tasks starting today. Yi Feng. It's Yi Feng again. Wait, did this guy take over the big screen? I remember this big screen doesn't update for 800 years. Why is it all about Yi Feng during this time? What the hell? What kind of dungeon is this hellish place? I've never heard of it before. This dungeon is indeed not well known, but if you're a beast master, you should understand the difficulty of this dungeon. Are the bosses inside exaggerated? Not really, there are actually just 3 ordinary golden level lord bosses, but it's a solo dungeon, restricting entry to those below platinum level. Hearing this, the man showed a disdainful expression. I thought it was something impressive. Just this? What's so great about it? Even though there are 3, it's nothing for those geniuses. Ha, you don't know anything. There are special kill conditions. What kind of conditions could there be? You must kill all 3 bosses at the same time. Otherwise, the bosses will regenerate endlessly. Basically, all the famous beast masters have been to this hellish dungeon, but over the years, no one has succeeded. What kind of ridiculous mechanism is this? How could anyone succeed? Moreover, this is a solo dungeon. Just as the man finished speaking, he couldn't help but look at the big screen. Someone had indeed succeeded. Although that monster's strength isn't strong, the difficulty of success is no easier than the Poison Marsh. Who exactly is this Yi Feng? Who knows? I've never heard of this person before, but let me tell you quietly. I have a relative in Suzhou City, and I've heard that Yi Feng has dual pupils and no body hair at all. Military department. This kid is really something. I thought he would be quiet for a while, but in just one day, he's pulled off 2 miracles. It seems this kid still has a long life ahead. Commander Wu looked at the latest news in his hand, grinning from ear to ear. Since Yi Feng first appeared, he had people keeping an eye on him at all times, so the first-hand news about Yi Feng would always reach him. Moreover, now Yi Feng could be considered part of the military. After all, he was his subordinate. Once Yi Feng stabilizes a bit more, it should be time to find an opportunity for him to go to the front lines. The sequence. That old man really dares to give it. Commander Wu chuckled and then said. Suddenly, a person with no identity background appears in the sequence. How could the children of those big powers look up to him? Either these people are jointly suppressing Yi Feng, or Yi Feng is going to clean up the military university. After so many years, it's time for a makeover. Wang family. Old Master Wang looked at the news on his phone with great interest, just in time to see the latest news about Yi Feng. This young man really has a chance. This is no longer the era for us old folks. At this moment, news about Yi Feng was spreading everywhere, and wherever there were people, they had to talk about it. Meanwhile, outside the hellish arena, Zhang Feng's phone rang. Hello, this is Zhang Feng. I understand. Zhang Feng hung up the phone.
and the frown on his face relaxed. Alright, no need to worry. Yi Feng succeeded. Really? Duan Joshua and the fat guy's eyes lit up. Zhang Feng smiled. Of course. You guys wait here, I have to go. There are still a lot of things to do. Okay. After Zhang Feng left, the two completely relaxed. I knew Chenzi wouldn't get into trouble in a place like this. If he couldn't solve such a small problem, he wouldn't be my brother. The fat guy beamed with joy. Duan Joshua teased. I wonder who was just frowning like a twisted dough. Was I worried about him? I was clearly very dissatisfied with him finishing the dungeon at this time. As my brother, he should have pushed through without any issues. At this moment, in the trading hall, Mu Shui sat in the manager's office, looking at the news of Yi Feng breaking through the dungeon with a bright smile. Xiao Yun. As soon as she spoke, a girl walked in from outside. Go clean the VIP room that Mr. Yi Feng often visits thoroughly. He will be coming later. Okay, but we already cleaned that VIP room earlier. I want you to clean it again, and it must be perfect. If Mr. Yi Feng is not satisfied, you can forget about working here. A sharp glint flashed in Mu Shui's eyes. Xiao Yun couldn't help but tremble slightly and then said, I understand. I'll go do it now. Go ahead. After Xiao Yun left, Mu Shui leaned back in her chair and stretched. Mr. Yi Feng really knows how to create surprises at every moment. Divine concealment location, necklace rank, no rank attribute, after wearing, can hide the equipped gear and aura. Yi Feng fell into deep thought as he looked at the item that came out of the golden treasure chest. Although this dungeon only provided a golden level treasure chest, Yi Feng had to admit that this divine concealment was a good item. No matter how you looked at it, the set of gear he was wearing was too eye-catching. If someone with ill intentions noticed something was off, it would be a big problem. Yi Feng directly put on the divine concealment, and as it was worn, the glare set disappeared, restoring his original outfit. This effect is a bit too good. Now, all his worries had vanished. Most importantly, it could also hide his aura. This was a capability he really liked. However, Yi Feng still felt that this dungeon was a bit stingy. Others got a whole set of glare gear for a trial record. This just gave him a divine concealment necklace. It should at least have given him a divine concealment set. Just as Yi Feng was about to leave, the dungeon suddenly began to tremble, and the ground started to crack. Before Yi Feng could react, he fell straight down. What the hell? When Yi Feng opened his eyes again, the surrounding environment had turned into a forest. Where is this place? Could there be another dungeon hidden in this trial ground? Hidden dungeon? Yi Feng's eyes lit up. The concept of hidden dungeons was indeed mentioned in textbooks. However, dungeons with hidden dungeons were very rare, and even if one entered, it was hard to encounter them. It really depended on luck. The skeleton army also followed him in. Yi Feng then sent the entire skeleton army out to spread out in all directions while he donned the necromancer's robe to share the vision of the skeleton army. After all, this was an unfamiliar environment, and he had to be cautious. If he was ambushed, it would be a huge loss. According to the textbooks, the strength of beasts in hidden dungeons was far greater than that in primary dungeons. Therefore, it was very likely that there were platinum level or diamond level beasts in this dungeon. Although he wasn't afraid at all, he still had to be cautious when the conditions warranted it. As time slowly passed, Yi Feng got a grasp of the surrounding situation. What the hell is this garbage place? The strongest here is just a golden level beast, and there's not even a trace of a platinum level one. Yi Feng's face darkened. He had thought he had struck it lucky, but this was completely a place where not even a bird would defecate. But now, there was another problem. How should he get out? Forget it, no matter what. This should still be a dungeon from the primary hellish arena. As long as I destroy this place, it should be fine. Yi Feng thought to himself, then ordered the skeleton army to start a massacre. Flames instantly ignited the entire forest. As the thick smoke rolled, Yi Feng vaguely saw a crack in the sky. I must have fallen from that place. With this thought, Yi Feng summoned the Bone Dragon King, soaring into the sky. Sure enough, the crack was just as he imagined. But he was also curious about how such a place was formed. It made no sense at all. This purgatory was a desolate place where not even birds would defecate. Over the years, very few people had come here, and the style of this ghostly place was completely different from that of the purgatory. Forget it, whatever happens, happens. The urgent matter now is to hurry back and change my class. Yi Feng no longer cared about this place and walked towards the outside of the purgatory. Once he stepped out, Duan Joshua and the fat guy had been waiting for a long time.
Shen-zi, didn't you finish early? Why are you only coming out now?
The fat guy stepped forward and threw an arm around Yifeng's shoulder.
Yifeng replied irritably, I don't know what happened. I was ready to come out.
But suddenly the space trembled, and I was thrown into another space.
Hidden dungeon?
Duan Joshua's eyes lit up. Hidden dungeons were always good things.
And the rewards inside were usually very high.
No, Yifeng said firmly, the strength of the beasts inside was very low.
The strongest was only at the golden level, and I cleared out all the beasts,
but there was nothing.
In the end, I could only return the same way. Duan Joshua was slightly taken aback. If that's not a hidden dungeon, I haven't heard of any other dungeons in the underground city. Forget it. Anyway, there wasn't anything good in there. Whatever it is, it is.
I need to go back to the class change temple.
What about you guys?
Yifeng felt he had already gained a lot today, and there were still many things to do.
Class change. Selling equipment.
I'll go with you, I have nothing else to do anyway. The three of them quickly agreed and headed towards the class change temple.
Have those people been dealt with?
Yeah,
the mayor came personally, but from what I heard,
it seems he wants to settle accounts with the Mercenary Association this time. It seems that Suzhou City won't be too quiet for a while,
Duan Joshua said.
Yifeng was unconcerned. These mercenaries lack jurisdiction, they've always been around the dungeons,
and many times we can't do anything about them.
They have definitely done this kind of thing many times over the years. Keeping the Mercenary Association around is a disaster. It would be better to find a way to let the government take over and ensure the empire gives them legal documents.
That can be arranged. Duan Joshua sighed. This matter arose because of you,
and if the Mercenary Association is pushed too hard,
they might come looking for trouble.
A cornered dog will bite, let alone the Mercenary Association.
It doesn't matter if they want to seek death. Then let them come. I'm actually afraid they won't dare to come at all. Do as you wish.
Duan Joshua was completely at a loss for words. She knew Yifeng's character too well.
Once he was determined about something, no one could change it. Shen-zi, if you need anything, just tell me. My dad also mentioned wanting to have a meal with you. To meet you.
The fat guy was naturally firmly on Yifeng's side. I'll visit uncle when I have the chance. I can handle these matters myself, after all.
I'm earning quite a salary, and I should help the people of Suzhou City a bit.
A ruthless glint appeared in Yifeng's eyes. The actions of these mercenaries had already touched his bottom line.
In the past,
he wouldn't have thought about this aspect due to a lack of ability. Now that he was the captain of the Beast Control Bureau and had resources in hand,
he wouldn't let these people have it easy.
Duan Joshua and the others had nothing to do, so they decided to accompany Yifeng to the job transfer hall.
Upon seeing Yifeng's arrival,
the receptionist quickly welcomed him. She had already seen the news of Yifeng successfully clearing the hellish arena, so she was well prepared for his arrival.
In her eyes,
Yifeng had long been imagined as a sacred and inviolable being. This time, it was even simpler. She led Yifeng to the job transfer room after a quick confirmation. Yifeng was also very familiar with this job transfer hall,
having visited it no less than 8 times in just 7 days. Entering the job transfer room,
the receptionist continued to explain the necessary precautions to Yifeng as per the rules.
Mr. Yifeng, I will be waiting here for you. If you need anything, just call for me. Thank you.
Yifeng then walked into the job transfer room.
After a few previous visits, he was now quite at ease. As a warm current flowed into his body, the job transfer officially began, and slowly, the text on the profession panel began to change. Name, Yifeng. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 30. Fourth transfer. Lifespan, 100. Strength, 86,766, plus 433,830. Constitution, 82,643, plus 413,215. Mentality, 76,954, plus 384,770. Agility, 64,896, plus 324,420. Items, Glare Mage Hat, Glare Mage Robe, Glare Bracers, Glare Mage Boots, Divine Concealment. Title, Dragon-Shaped Koi Slayer. King of the Undead. Talent, Necromantic Enhancement Pool, World Unique. Can automatically enhance all necromantic legions once per level up, but requires a certain amount of lifespan. Starting from 10 years, Traveler's Golden Finger, Undying Body, Skills, Passive, Necromantic Lament. When necromantic creatures attack, they can randomly inflict negative statuses such as poison, slow, bleed, curse, taming, etc. On the target. Active.
Summon werewolves, consume 40 years of lifespan to summon a werewolf legion. The werewolf legion can be divided into werewolves, elite werewolves, werewolf leaders, werewolf lords, werewolf kings, werewolf emperors, and werewolf disasters. Summon nightmares, consume 170 years of lifespan to summon a nightmare legion. Nightmares can be divided into dream eaters and dream shapers. This time,
they even came up with werewolves?
Yifeng carefully examined his new skills. But what truly piqued his interest was the nightmare.
What a pity that I'm just a necromancer. If only I could transform into these necromantic creatures. If I could become a werewolf, that would be much more interesting. After everything was finished, Yifeng walked out. The receptionist expressed her blessings upon seeing him, and then they went downstairs together. Duan Jiaxue and the others approached Yifeng as he came out and asked,
"How was it?"
"It went smoothly. I successfully leveled up. Platinum level.
I really don't know what level your strength has reached now."
Duan Jiaxue sighed,
recalling that when Yifeng first transferred, he could hunt the king-level Griffin king, and now he had reached the platinum level.
However, she also understood that Yifeng's strength was nearing its peak. For a necromancer to reach the platinum level, one could only imagine how much lifespan it would consume. If he leveled up again, no one could guarantee how much life he had left. After wandering around for a while, the three parted ways.
Tomorrow was the day of the intercollegiate competition, so they all needed to go back and rest well to ensure the competition would go smoothly.
Before heading home,
Yifeng went to the trading hall, as he had a pile of equipment that needed to be cleared out. Mu Shui had already been waiting there for a long time. Although the two had known each other for a short time, they had already established a tacit understanding through numerous transactions.
Just as Yifeng was about to leave, Mu Shui suddenly said, "Mr. Yifeng, I wish you a good ranking tomorrow."
"Thank you. May your business prosper." Yifeng expressed his gratitude and then returned home.
Meanwhile, in a private room of a restaurant in Gusu City, the Wu family patriarch placed 5 suitcases on the table, his face full of flattery.
"I'll leave tomorrow's matters to you all."
One person smiled and said, "This is our duty, even without being asked. We would do it."
The annual university competition is a very serious matter for our dragon country, so it must be treated fairly.
"Then I'll trouble you."
The old man Wu laughed heartily.
The next day, as soon as dawn broke, the entire Gusu city became lively. As the annual university competition approached, countless students were eagerly waiting for this day to soar to new heights, not just in Gusu city, but nationwide. This day was a grand event.
Yifeng was also called up early by Yi Xingtian.
"Xiao Chen, today is your big day for the university competition. Hurry and get up."
"What's the rush?
Isn't there still some time?" Yifeng, still groggy, climbed out of bed and glanced at the clock,
clearly seeing that there were still 3 hours until the competition began.
"Even though you've already been earmarked by the military, you still need to go. No matter what results you achieve, you have to participate."
Yi Shengtian pulled Yifeng out of bed.
Yifeng, feeling helpless, said, "I never said I wouldn't participate.
I have to try for the rewards of the university competition."
After washing up, Yifeng sat down to eat.
"Time flies so fast, I can't believe Xiao Chen is already starting the university competition." Yi Xingtian looked at his son with great satisfaction.
Compared to a few days ago,
life at home had improved significantly.
The daughter, who had been a source of worry,
now had a bright future ahead.
Yifeng, however, didn't take it too seriously. "It's just a university competition. What's so difficult about it? Don't worry too much.
The military has already recognized me as part of the sequence.
No matter what results I get in this competition, I will definitely report to the military.
I heard there are rewards for the first place in the competition, so I'll just go and claim the reward."
Yi Xingtian didn't pay much attention to Yifeng's words. After finishing breakfast,
Yifeng left the house.
Just as he was about to take the bus,
he heard the roar of engines behind him. How can there be cars around here? Yifeng's home was in the poorest area of Gusu City,
and even to catch a bus, he had to walk 3 kilometers, so it was rare to hear any car sounds. "Chunzi." Before Yifeng could react,
he heard a familiar voice.
"Fatty?" Yifeng turned around and vaguely saw Fatty leaning out of the car, waving at him. The next moment,
the car stopped in front of him.
"Chinzi, hurry and get in the car."
Without waiting for Yifeng to respond,
Fatty pulled him inside. Once in the car, Fatty said, "You say you're not exactly rich, but you're definitely well off now.
Hurry and take your uncle and aunt out to live somewhere, they're getting older and can't keep staying here. If you don't have a suitable house, you can let my dad arrange something for your uncle and aunt in the provincial city. We'll talk about it later. Yifeng also had this thought in mind. His sister was about to go to the military in the provincial city, which meant their parents would be left alone, and that made him uneasy. It would be good to arrange for his parents to move to the provincial city so they could see his sister often. The two chatted casually for a moment before arriving at the school. Why are there so many people up ahead? After getting out of the car, the chubby guy saw a place already packed with a crowd, with cheers rising and falling. Yifeng felt a bit embarrassed. Who else in our school could create such a commotion besides her? Who? The chubby guy was still a bit confused, but then he reacted. Duan Jiaxue? Duan Jiaxue was recognized as the school beauty of Gusuno, one high school, with countless admirers. Recently, rumors about Duan Jiaxue and Yifeng had been circulating, making their former classmates feel quite heartbroken. Now that the big competition was starting, they naturally wanted to hear from Duan Jiaxue herself that they had no relationship. This, Shinzi, why do I feel like I can still hear your name? Yifeng was speechless. Yifeng had a high reputation in Gusuno, one high school as well. He was good at studying and handsome, but on the day of awakening, he ended up with a useless profession, which disappointed many people. That day, most of his fans turned against him. However, in recent days, news about Yifeng had been appearing on the front pages, causing many who had originally liked him to fall in love with him again. But the rumors about Duan Jiaxue made these people dislike her, and they began to hate her. So, at this moment, those surrounding Duan Jiaxue were both defending her and urging her to stay away from Yifeng. Suddenly, someone spotted Yifeng. It's Yifeng! It's Yifeng! Damn! Run! Yifeng felt that something was wrong. Unlike Duan Jiaxue, he didn't have fans following him around. In this situation, he could only flee in panic. If he got caught, it would really be endless trouble. At that moment, Wu Fan also appeared at the school gate. Upon seeing Yifeng, he walked over with a cold smile and directly threatened him. Yifeng, today at the inter-school competition, I will make you understand that I, Wu Fan, am not someone you can provoke. But Yifeng was too busy taking care of himself to pay attention to Wu Fan's words. Make way! Make way! Yifeng dashed past Wu Fan, with the chubby guy trailing behind. But these people only had eyes for Yifeng and completely ignored the chubby guy. Wu Fan watched Yifeng run past him, his teeth grinding in anger. Yifeng, I will make you understand the consequences of offending the Wu family. Yifeng exerted all his strength to finally shake off the classmates who had been chasing him. Shinzi, I'm not going with you anymore. I'm just a support-type profession. I can't handle this level of exercise. The chubby guy leaned against the wall, panting heavily. If I didn't know better, I would think these people were all main combat professions. Just as Yifeng was about to say something, he suddenly spotted a familiar face. Why are you here too? Duan Jiaxue, who had originally appeared very dignified, now looked a bit disheveled. What else could it be? Those people are cursing me indiscriminately because of you. If I don't run, I'm afraid they might just eat me alive. You can't blame me for this. I wasn't blaming you. There's still more than an hour until the competition starts. If we go out now, we'll definitely be surrounded and chased. Let's hide here for a while. Duan Jiaxue unceremoniously sat down on the ground, completely losing her previous air of authority. You too. Clearly everyone is here for you. What does it have to do with me? The chubby guy looked miserable. Anyway, they all know you've been with me. If you go out now, they'll definitely chase after you. Just then, the chubby guy suddenly straightened up and took off running. Yifeng felt something was wrong and looked back, only to see a group of people closing in like an army. I found Yifeng. Zhao Shui is here too. Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui. Yifeng. Yifeng. Yifeng's face darkened, and he grabbed the still-sitting Duan Zhao Shui and dashed away. The atmosphere at Gusuno, one high school, suddenly became delicate on the day of the university competition. It should have been very serious and tense. At this moment, a grand escape was unfolding. On the high platform, Zhang Feng was invited to Gusuno, one high school. Normally, he would only come to present awards at the end of such events, but this time, because of Yifeng, he arrived early. The principal of Gusuno, one high school, Gu Yifei, was taken aback. He was used to this every year, but he didn't understand why the mayor actually came this year. However,
Everything in the school left him at a loss for words. Mayor. These students weren't like this before. Gui Fei was extremely nervous. As a key high school in Gusu City, Gusu no. One high school had always been able to access the best teaching resources in the city. It had also been rated as the school with the best ethos and discipline. But now, with the mayor sitting on the high platform, the students below had gone completely wild. This would surely leave a filter in the mayor's eyes. Principal Gu, this is actually quite good. Young people should be vibrant. They are the pillars of our dragon country in the future. And this world will ultimately rely on these young people. Zhang Feng's tone was very calm. He didn't see anything wrong with this. Gui Fei couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't tell if the mayor's words were literal or sarcastic. At that moment, a group of people slowly approached. Mayor, the representatives from the 5 major universities and the Education Bureau have arrived. The mayor quickly changed the subject, standing up to greet them. Zhang Feng also got up and walked over. In the past university competitions, 10 major universities would be selected to participate in evaluations, and outstanding students would be recruited on site. Among them, the 5 major universities were recognized, with Baidian University at the forefront, known as the #1 university in Dragon Country. Additionally, the Military Academy, independent of the Ministry of Education, would also participate in the evaluations. Of course, there weren't many teachers from the 5 major universities. So many were represented by student councils. In a small city like Gusu, it was the student council members who would handle this. Principal Gu, your students are already like this, how can they still be so unstable? I heard before coming that Gusu no. One high school is a key high school. Although Zhang Yihao maintained a smile, his words offered no respect to Gui Fei. Gui Fei felt his face flush with embarrassment at being spoken to like this by a young man. But he was afraid of offending the 5 major universities. If they stopped recruiting students from his school in the future, it would be a significant loss. Zhang Yihao's words pierced Zhang Feng's ears like sharp needles. Doesn't your university teach you how to respect others? Who do you think you are? I'm talking to your principal. What does it have to do with you? Zhang Yihao, seeing Zhang Feng following Gui Fei, directly assumed he was a staff member of the school. The Education Bureau director was stunned by this remark and quickly reprimanded. Who do you think you are to speak to our mayor like that? Zhang Feng sneered. It seems I need to report this to your school's higher-ups. If the students of Baidian University are all of this character, then I see no need for Baidian University to continue promoting itself as the top university. There's still plenty of time before the university competition. You all shouldn't be an eyesore in the school. I find it dirty. You. Zhang Yihao's face turned ashen with anger. But he was helpless. The principal of Gusu no. One high school didn't care, but the mayor had to take it seriously. Especially since they were on Gusu's territory, they couldn't afford to offend such a person. Let's hurry and leave. The director of the Education Bureau quickly pulled a few young people away. As he was the one coordinating with the 5 major universities, he couldn't afford to offend the 5 major universities, nor could he afford to offend Zhang Feng. Moreover, Zhang Feng was no longer the Zhang Feng of the past, looking across the entire dragon country. How many mayors had access to high-level dungeons? Just based on this high-level dungeon. Although Zhang Feng was merely a mayor of a city, no one in the provincial capital dared to underestimate him anymore. You all better behave. Mayor Jiang is not someone you can afford to offend. There are no more than 30 high-level dungeons in the country, and Mayor Jiang has one in his hands. Offending Mayor Jiang brings you no benefits. And Mayor Jiang has a very close relationship with the military, which is why I'm reminding you this for the sake of your university. Out there, no one cares who your university is. The director's words left Zhang Yihao speechless. High-level dungeon? Why could the mayor of Gusu City possess a high-level dungeon? He had inquired about this when he arrived and hadn't heard that Gusu City had such a thing. He initially thought he could take advantage of the situation and profit greatly, but now he had kicked a hard rock. However, at this point, he wasn't anxious. After all, he had already gained quite a bit from the Wu family, and he didn't care if there were other benefits. Once he left Gusu City tomorrow, everything that happened afterward would have nothing to do with him. As time passed, Yi Feng and the others were called to gather on the playground. Yi Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. By the time they arrived at the playground, it was already filled with people. Yi Feng and the others went to their designated class area, while Duan Joshua returned to her class. Shinzi, are you nervous?
The chubby guy kept rubbing his hands, even though his status was different now. He was still extremely nervous about the university competition. Yi Feng shrugged nonchalantly. It's fine. Why should I be nervous? That's true, you got directly recommended. Speaking of which, since you got recommended, why are you even participating in this? Just because I got recommended doesn't mean I can't participate. If I don't come, who will take the rewards? Shinzi, I don't know why, but I always have this feeling that I want to take you down. Just think about it. You can't beat me. At that moment, on the podium, Guifei also picked up the microphone and began a series of passionate speeches, stirring the students' blood. After finishing his speech, it was time for the main event of the day. Students, the university competition is now officially starting. The university competition consists of 2 parts, one of which is a personal battle in a one-on-one format, with the final winner receiving a reward of 50 points. The other part is a team dungeon battle, where the highest-ranking team can earn 200 points. Of course, auxiliary professions can help others during the battle to showcase their skills. As long as their skills are proficient and their profession is useful, they will be accepted. So, compared to main combat professions, auxiliary professions will have a different acceptance method. For the upcoming battles, to save time, we will be divided into 16 venues for combat and recording, ultimately competing for first place. If anyone needs to choose an opponent, they can report it to their class teacher. Now, please go and fill out the information with your class teacher. Shinzi, let's hurry and fill out the information too. The fat guy pulled Yi Feng towards the homeroom teacher. After filling out the information, they returned to their original seats and went to collect their number plates half an hour later. Shinzi, if we get assigned to the same area, you won't go easy on me, right? Don't worry, I definitely won't beat you to a pulp. Half an hour later, everyone had logged all their information and began drawing lots for the various venues. Teacher, we're here to collect our number plates. Yi Feng and the fat guy were among the first to arrive. Yi Feng, because someone challenged you, you've been assigned to Area 2, and you'll be in the first match when it starts. Someone challenged me? Yi Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. There should be limits to seeking death, right? Yeah, just be careful. The homeroom teacher was still very nice to Yi Feng. After all, he had been the top student in the grade for so many years and was good-looking. Which teacher wouldn't like such a student? Thank you, teacher. After that, Yi Feng and the fat guy left once again. Fat guy, what's your number? Number 11. Thank goodness, the fat guy let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Duan Joshua also walked over. What are your numbers? Number 2. Number 16. Duan Joshua nodded. I'm number 5, as long as I don't run into you, I'll be fine. Otherwise, I might get eliminated early. Are you that afraid of me? The fat guy said proudly. Duan Joshua couldn't help but roll her eyes. I'm not afraid of you, I'm afraid that if I get eliminated because of you, I won't know how to comfort you when you start crying. The school's arrangements were quick, and before long, the number selection was completed. The teachers and judges had completed their training early, many of whom had been in this line of work for years, so they were already very familiar with the process. With another speech from the principal, the college competition officially began. Due to the presence of designated contestants this year, before the competition starts, please return to your seats to watch this duel. Please welcome the contestants to the stage. Yi Feng, Wu Fan. As soon as the names were called, the crowd erupted in cheers. Wu Fan was known as the fortune boy at school, so he had gathered quite a few followers. The entire venue began to cheer. Yi Feng sighed helplessly. I had a feeling it might be Wu Fan, but I didn't expect this guy to be so bold. Doesn't he fear that I might take him out in an instant? The fat guy was also a bit speechless. We could even take down his uncle. How dare he challenge you one-on-one? Do you think he's been hit too hard and now his brain is malfunctioning? It really was you. Duan Joshua realized. After the Wu family incident, the next day's news reported on the punishment of the Wu family, and she suspected it had something to do with Yi Feng. Now it was confirmed. If the Wu family hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have bothered with them. Yi Feng said as he stepped forward. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Wu Fan had up his sleeve. As Yi Feng walked up, the crowd cheered once more. Do you think Wu Fan has a screw loose? Yi Feng has basically dominated all the headlines in Suzhou City recently. Doesn't he know how exaggerated Yi Feng's strength is? Tisk tsk. Wu Fan really is out of his mind. With Yi Feng's record, not to mention Wu Fan, even if all of us teamed up,
What could we do? Now everyone is trying to avoid Yi Feng, and he actually seeks death on his own. If Yi Feng gets pushed too hard and casually throws out a forbidden spell, Wu Fan won't even leave behind a bone fragment. I said before that Wu Fan's brain isn't functioning well, now you all know I wasn't lying. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yi Feng looked at Wu Fan with some exasperation. Isn't it good for us to keep our distance? Why are you so fixated on me? Yi Feng, Wu Fan gritted his teeth and said, keep our distance? When you killed my uncle, why didn't you keep your distance? It's because of you that the Wu family has lost its former glory, all of this is because of you. Yi Feng, today, I will make you infamous. Are you out of your mind? If it weren't for you wanting to kill and rob, I wouldn't bother with you. You take advantage and then act innocent. The Wu family really doesn't know what to say. Yi Feng took his stance, waiting for the referee's signal to teach Wu Fan a lesson. But at that moment, a young man on the stage suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to look, and they saw that the man was wearing a standard school uniform. Yi Feng squinted, he had some impression of the emblem on that uniform, Baitian Academy. As the top academy in Long Country, the emblem had long been imprinted in everyone's minds, and it was also a symbol of status. Zhang Yihao cleared his throat and said, I have heard of Yi Feng's profession, he is a necromancer. This profession can consume lifespan to cast high-level forbidden spells. So, after a series of discussions among the 5 major academies, we have decided that in this match, Yi Feng should not use his skills, as it would be unfair to the students present. What the hell? Isn't this just bullying? Do the 5 major academies have no shame? The fat guy was the first to express his displeasure, directly shouting at the stage, are you all siding with the Wu family because you've received some benefits from them? Instantly, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Many high-achieving students remained silent. They still had some thoughts about the 5 major academies and didn't want to offend them here. However, some mid-tier students, knowing they had no chance of getting into the 5 major academies, began to criticize, not allowing professionals to use skills. Where is the logic in that? Shameless. If the 5 major academies are like this, then I won't go either. What's the point of going if there's no fairness? Good job, brother. I also think the 5 major academies are just writing on their name. If you're not going, then I won't go either. If you all aren't going, then I won't go either. Gu Yifei frowned slightly. He knew that Yi Feng's skills were terrifying, and the events of the past few days had made that clear. But to directly say that Yi Feng couldn't use his skills was another matter. They were all professionals, how could they fight without using skills? Mayor, Gu Yifei looked at Jiang Feng with some concern. The earlier incident had already shown that Jiang Feng disliked these people. He was afraid Jiang Feng would become irritable, and this situation was only discussed among the 5 major academies without consulting them. It was obvious that a private agreement had already been made, and they knew Wu Fan was going to fight Yi Feng. No one would believe that there was no involvement from the Wu family, but at that moment, Jiang Feng appeared calm and collected, as if he didn't take this matter seriously at all. Never mind, let's go along with their wishes. Jiang Feng sneered inwardly, these people really didn't understand Yi Feng. Of course, they only knew that Yi Feng's skills were strong, but they didn't know that Yi Feng's physical condition was also extraordinary. Yesterday, he had personally asked the mercenary group and learned that Yi Feng could disarm a golden-level powerhouse with his bare hands. What kind of physical condition was that? Even a platinum-level powerhouse couldn't guarantee they could challenge a golden-level powerhouse without using any professional skills. But Yi Feng did it. Not only did he do it, but he also completely dominated. Then let alone someone like Wu Fan, who is just entering the gold level as a professional. Even seasoned gold professionals can't handle it. What kind of storm can Wu Fan stir up? Even the mayor of Suzhou City has no objections. So shut up. As soon as Jiang Feng said this, Zhang Yihao's confidence grew even stronger, and he shouted directly, Yi Feng, if you have any objections, feel free to speak up. No problem. Since it's already been decided, let's do it this way. If I were to use my skills, it would really be a bit like bullying a child. Yi Feng said with an indifferent expression. Yi Feng, you said it. Wu Fan didn't care how Yi Feng humiliated him, he would repay it double later. For these years, he had been oppressed by Yi Feng, so he hated him to the bone. Now that he had this opportunity, he had to make these people completely disappointed in Yi Feng. He also wanted everyone to know who the real genius was. Yi Feng dug in his ears and impatiently said, are we starting or not? It can't be considered a foul if I make a move now. Zhang Yihao frowned. Start. As soon as the words fell,
Energy began to swirl around Wu Fan's body, but before he could make a move, Yi Feng was already by his side. When did you? Wu Fan's eyes widened in shock. He only saw a large hand slap against his face, and the next second, he felt weightless, his whole body flying backward. After flying into the air, Yi Feng yanked him back down and pressed him to the ground. However, this wasn't satisfying enough, so he simply sat on Wu Fan's body, slapping him repeatedly. What everyone had anticipated as an exciting duel suddenly turned into a slapping contest. It was nothing but one-sided abuse. Damn! Did you just see how Yi Feng got over there? What the hell kind of speed is that? Isn't Yi Feng a necromancer? This speed can rival those warrior classes. Holy crap! I actually saw the romance of a warrior class from Yi Feng. I remember Wu Fan's profession is a blade master, right? He hadn't even finished chanting, and he was directly pressed down by Yi Feng. TSK. Those slaps are making me a bit itchy. What level is Yi Feng now? Gold? You fake fan. He clearly broke through to platinum level yesterday. Is there really such speed at platinum level? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've seen platinum level experts. This speed is definitely not something a platinum level can have. At least diamond. Does that mean Yi Feng doesn't even need to use skills and can fight solely relying on his physical abilities? Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected Yi Feng to end the battle in such a violent manner. But Zhang Feng almost laughed out loud at this scene. Did the Wu family really think that by restricting Yi Feng's skills, he would be helpless? With this physical quality, could he not easily bully Wu Fan? The Wu family now even dared to take action against our city government officials, even monitoring the lifespan of examiners. It seems the Wu family really has no reason to survive in Suzhou City anymore. Gu Yifei was somewhat surprised, but ultimately felt relieved. However, after a few minutes, he realized the situation was not right. If this continued, it would be a problem. Yi Feng, that's enough. It's over. Hearing Gu Yifei's words, Yi Feng delivered one last slap and gently exhaled a breath of foul air. So refreshing. At this moment, the proctors from the 5 major academies were so shocked by the scene that they couldn't speak. They couldn't understand how a platinum-level mage could possess such immense strength and speed. Such values, even they could only have at the diamond level. But what is happening right now is not a dream. Yet the fact is that it has happened. But now that it has come to this, even if they are unwilling in their hearts, they can only announce the result. Yi Feng, victory! The classmates cheered once again, but this time the cheers felt even more piercing to Zhang Yihao, each cheer like a sharp sword stabbing into their ears. Yi Feng brushed off the dust from his clothes and looked at Wu Fan, who had turned into a pig's head, shaking his head helplessly. This is what you brought upon yourself. You can't blame me. I am very kind. With Yi Feng's departure, the entire university competition reached a new climax. In the subsequent matches, the victors would slap their opponents if given the chance. Where's Xiao Shui? Yi Feng had returned to the side of the fat guy. She's on stage. Over there. The fat guy pointed to the other side, and Yi Feng followed his gaze. At that moment, Duan Xiao Shui stood on the arena, giving off an aura that kept people at bay. After Yi Feng's match, it was a 4-person competition for the victors, allowing support-type professions to have room to shine. Once Duan Xiao Shui took the stage, the other 3 instantly turned their attention to her. After all, she was recognized as the second best in the school, and her profession was that of an ice sorceress, a top-tier class. If they couldn't eliminate Duan Xiao Shui first, they would ultimately face defeat. However, Duan Xiao Shui clearly didn't regard these people as a threat, slowly walking forward as the temperature on the stage began to drop. During this time, Duan Xiao Shui had been practicing continuously with Yi Feng, and now her control over her professional skills was no longer as immature as when she had just awakened. What are you waiting for? Let's go together, Duan Xiao Shui said, conjuring an ice lotus that blossomed in her hand, followed by an endless barrage of attacks directed at the other 3. Duan Xiao Shui, victory! With the referee's command, Duan Xiao Shui easily secured her first victory. Not just on Duan Xiao Shui's side, many professions from various schools on the arena were isolated and unsupported, while others lost. Soon, Duan Xiao Shui returned. Congratulations, same to you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the fat guy felt awkward standing there, as it was almost his turn to compete. However, as a support type, he definitely had no chance of advancing, leaving him at a loss for words. Just perform well, as long as your skills are on point.
It's no different from advancing. Yi Feng said. In the past, support-type professions were often looked down upon, but as time passed, people gradually recognized the benefits of support roles. Nowadays, many standard teams would rather forego a main combat role to include an excellent support. Now, major universities were also beginning to train support roles just like main combat roles. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, the deeply ingrained impression of support roles was hard to erase. I'll do my best. I'm going up. The fat guy waved his hand and then walked up under the gaze of the two. Yi Feng also received the news that it was his turn and headed up as well. Once Yi Feng took the stage, the other competitors were visibly trembling, although they were also victors from the previous round. Yi Feng's performance had exceeded their expectations. Moreover, they didn't want to end up like Wu Fan, who had been mercilessly beaten. I surrender. I surrender. Ha! Don't surrender. Let's fight. Yi Feng desperately tried to persuade him. For others, encountering such a situation would surely bring joy, but for Yi Feng, it meant losing the chance to fight. Originally, he had little opportunity to train his physical skills, and this was a good chance. But why the hell was he surrendering? Yi Feng quickly asked the referee. Referee, this is a major competition for universities, one of the most important things in life. How can you allow them to surrender? Isn't that irresponsible towards life? The rules allow for surrender. The referee replied sternly, but inwardly he thought, I see you just want to slap them 3 times. The other two quickly told their coach, since he's not fighting, I won't fight either. I surrender. If both of them are out, then it's pointless for me to fight alone. I surrender too. Yi Feng's face darkened. Although he had advanced smoothly, he felt very displeased inside. When he returned dejectedly, Duan Jiaxue was taken aback. Why didn't you fight at all? I don't know why. Those guys just surrendered outright. Yi Feng said with a bitter face. Let's have a match in the finals. I'm not fighting you. Duan Jiaxue quickly refused. I'm not looking for death. Why would I suffer knowing I can't win? Jiaxue, don't you know there's a saying, to do something knowing it's impossible? I don't understand. Not long after, the fat guy returned to the spot, and unsurprisingly, he had surrendered in the end. After all, he was a support-type profession. As long as he released all his skills properly, it didn't matter whether he surrendered or not. Next, it's up to you guys, the fat guy said as he sat down on the ground and started to slack off. As the competition progressed, Yi Feng basically sped through, but after witnessing Yi Feng's prowess, no one was willing to fight him. In Yi Feng's group, everyone was essentially competing to see who could face him last. Unsurprisingly, Yi Feng easily secured the first place in Zone 2, while Duan Jiaxue effortlessly claimed the championship in Zone 5. Now, the top 16 had officially emerged. Next, these 16 would determine the top 4. And finally, the champion. Which zone are you in? Zone 3. Yi Feng held the information card in his hand. And you? I'm in Zone 1. Duan Jiaxue had been anxious, fearing she would be placed in the same group as Yi Feng. Hearing this news, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't encounter Yi Feng, she had a chance to enter the top 4. If she could make it to the top 4, she would earn enough points in the first round, and as long as she performed well in the team battles later, it would be nearly impossible for her to fall out of the top 5. Yi Feng said, see you in the top 4. With that, the two headed straight to the competition arena, but just a few minutes later, Yi Feng returned with a dejected expression. Shinzi, why are you back so soon? You didn't lose, did you? The fat guy was stunned. Although Yi Feng had been quick before, it had never been this fast. This speed was beyond incredible. Damn it, those cowardly lizards. I hadn't even stepped on the field when the referee declared them all surrendered, instantly declaring me the winner. Yi Feng was quite angry. Aside from the first match against Wu Fan, the rest had been smooth sailing. The fat guy laughed. Everyone knows your strength now. Who has the time to fight you? What if they get injured and it affects the upcoming team battles? Now that the rankings are pretty much set, they'll definitely surrender to avoid affecting the team battles. I know that. I'm just simply annoyed. Yi Feng felt like he had a fart but couldn't let it out. Not long after, Duan Jiaxue also had several wounds on her body. Looks like you won again? Barely won. Yi Feng sighed. Seems like you had a good fight. Not bad. It's a bit harder than before, but not too much, and I've smoothly made it into the top 4. If it were before, Duan Jiaxue would definitely be aiming for first place, But now, just making it into the top 4 is already satisfying. What about the finals? Don't worry, I won't give up. Then it's settled. Don't worry, I won't go all out. With the end of the last group, they finally reached the finals. Yi Feng, Duan Xiaoxue, Feng Tianqi, Lin Xing. As the names of the top 4 were called out, Yi Feng and Duan Xiaoxue stepped forward together. The match begins. This time, unlike before, the 4 did not surrender. After all, they still needed to compete for second and third place. However, these people did not set their sights on Yi Feng. Almost simultaneously, Feng Tianqi and Lin Xing directly engaged in battle. Yi Feng was someone they could never defeat, and Duan Xiaoxue was clearly with Yi Feng. So, their opponents could only be each other. Duan Xiaoxue immediately joined the fight. Frost and chill emanating from her as powerful ice magic erupted from her hands. Yi Feng finally had a chance. This time he couldn't let it slip away, and he stepped forward decisively. He threw a punch. Feng Tianqi hadn't even reacted when he realized he was already in the air. Damn, this is too thrilling. He had originally thought that if Yi Feng attacked him, he would surrender, but the speed was simply too fast to react. At this moment, Yi Feng was ready to catch Feng Tianqi below, but the latter quickly flipped in the air and flew straight out of bounds. According to the rules, falling out of the arena meant failure. Yi Feng was a bit speechless, but there were still 2 people on the field, and the next moment, he turned his gaze to Lin Xing. Lin Xing felt a chill at Yi Feng's stare and, without waiting for Yi Feng to react, jumped straight out of the arena. Damn, you can't play like this. Yi Feng wanted to refuse, but it was too late. Now only Duan Xiaoxue remained. Just as he was looking for her on the field, he saw Duan Xiaoxue had somehow appeared outside the arena, smiling brightly and waving at him. I told you, I don't understand what it means to do something knowing it can't be done. Good, very good. Gu Yifei, having been the principal for so many years, was a bit at a loss for words. This was the first time he had seen such a result in a competition. Usually, every year featured intense battles, but this year everyone was competing to see who could surrender more spectacularly, which really made it hard for him to speak. First place, Yi Feng. Second place, Duan Xiaoxue. Third place, Lin Xing. Fourth place, Feng Tianqi. After Gu Yifei announced the complete results, he began to announce the rules for the next competition. Students, the second competition will be a dungeon team battle, and you can freely choose to form teams of 3. Now, please go to the registration desk to sign up your team members, with a maximum limit of 3, but you can also fight solo. The rules are flexible. With Gu Yifei's words, many teams that had been pre-arranged before the competition rushed to the registration desk to sign up. Many who hadn't chosen a team before were also waiting to see how things would unfold. If there were any top-ranking participants from the first match, they could also try to choose them. At this moment, after the principal finished speaking, many people's gazes turned towards Yi Feng and Duan Xiaoxue, as everyone assumed they would definitely team up. This meant there was still one spot left. In an instant, Yi Feng was surrounded by people. Shan Gu, take me with you. I can definitely be useful. No way. He's not qualified. Shan Gu, I'm in the top 16. I'm definitely more useful than him. Shui Jia, please, let me join in. Please, I can do it. I just need 20% of the points. As long as I can pass the undergraduate line, I can too, please. Yi Feng was startled by their actions, but he had already chosen someone and directly pulled the fat guy over from behind. Sorry, everyone, we're already full. The fat guy was momentarily stunned, feeling inexplicably touched. Although it was said that a team of 3 was the best number scale that Manhwa had explored over the years, the standard configuration was a warrior, a mage, and a support. However, people gradually realized that while the existence of support roles was necessary, the initial support professions were not well developed, with both low skill effectiveness and insufficient proficiency. Over time, many people became unwilling to join support roles during exams. In fact, at the very beginning, the fat guy hadn't thought about participating in team battles with Yi Feng, so he had never asked. When everyone saw Yi Feng say this, they stopped talking and began to look for their own teammates. He's not bad, it wouldn't be interesting if it were a stranger. Duan Xiaoxue thought the same way. She originally wanted to team up with Yi Feng and the fat guy, and now that everyone had tacitly agreed to it, she naturally had no objections. Yi Feng said, let's go register too. After completing the registration, Yifeng and the others received number tags 48. Shin Z. Look. The fat guy suddenly pointed to a spot where many people were gathered, and at the center of them was an old acquaintance. Wu Fan. Duan Joshua disdainfully said. This should count as illegal teaming, right? Yeah, but this kind of thing happens often, and the rules don't deny it, so it's considered reasonable. Yifeng nodded. Teaming up means one side invests a lot of resources or funds to hire others to help themselves. Generally, those who can do this are students with no hope of undergraduate studies. But teaming up to deal with some bronze and silver level beasts is not impossible. When the beast is on its last breath, it can be handed over to the financier to resolve, and the points will go to the boss. Yifeng was not surprised that Wu Fan could do this, especially since he was eliminated in the first round last time, meaning he didn't earn any points in the first match. Therefore, he wanted to rely on this round to achieve a high ranking, and teaming up was the best way to get a good score. Forget it, let him be, he can do whatever he wants. Duan Joshua and Wu Fan were both from the three major families of Suzhou City and had known each other since childhood, but Duan Joshua had never thought highly of Wu Fan, to the point of feeling somewhat disgusted now. After everyone finished registering, mechanical dragonfly-like devices began to fly around them. Gui Fei then said, "Students, everyone should have received their number tags by now, and the monitoring dragonflies beside you are the mechanisms supervising your exam. These devices will record the beasts you kill, and if you personally damage them, your exam results will be cancelled, and you will lose the right to participate in future exams. This item belongs to the military, and you should be aware of the consequences of malicious damage." As soon as this was said, those who were eager to catch one quickly withdrew their hands. If a dispute arose with the military over this, it wouldn't be worth it. This is really high-tech. Yifeng thought. He had no understanding of this aspect. He hadn't seen such advanced technology before his crossing, and he was genuinely curious about what level of technology Longhua had reached. Duan Joshua was somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, such high-tech products shouldn't appear here. In the past, it was always shoulder-mounted cameras. This dragonfly is convenient, but it must be very expensive. Under normal circumstances, it would only appear on the battlefield. What could be the reason for this? Yifeng couldn't figure it out either. They must have their considerations. Alright, students, the upcoming exam will take you into a custom-made instance, the forest, where the ferocious beasts are all artificially captured from outside for the exam. The strongest are of golden rank, and there are different regions. As long as you don't cross certain areas, you won't encounter high-level ferocious beasts. Gui Fei continued to explain. Killing a bronze-level beast earns you 5 points. Killing a silver-level beast earns you 15 points. And killing a golden-level beast earns you 30 points. Finally, the first place will receive an additional 200 points. Yifeng said, "I didn't expect there would be a custom-made instance. I've heard that creating an instance requires a practitioner with considerable expertise in this area. I didn't expect the university competition would actually involve a custom-made instance. The so-called custom-made instance is to create a place similar to the ferocious beast space and then throw the captured beasts into it. Currently, there are two types of instances in the leveling centers on the market. One is a natural instance like the Watermarsh Kingdom, with ownership rights, and the Griffin dynasty is one of them. The other is an artificial instance, which opens up a world similar to an instance space and then captures ferocious beasts from outside to plan the areas. However, the cost of the latter is enormous. Even under current conditions, only intermediate instances can be built, or even relatively low-level intermediate instances. Yifeng was quite familiar with this theoretical knowledge. He also understood that building an instance space is not a difficult task nowadays, just a kind of advanced spatial ring. If the Dragon Kingdom wanted to capture high-level ferocious beasts, it wouldn't be impossible as long as enough strong individuals were dispatched. However, the open space cannot accommodate the power of high-level ferocious beasts, and it might collapse in an instant. Alright, students, prepare to enter the instance, Gui Fei said, and someone nearby brought over a massive teleportation portal, which was finally placed in the center of the playground, while a large screen was set up on the other side. This screen was the device connecting to the dragonfly, allowing observation of the students' conditions inside. Now, begin! With Gui Fei's command, scrolls were stuffed into the teleportation portal. Activate! The next moment, the teleportation portal emitted a faint glow. The staff frowned slightly, sensing something was wrong. and then a flame shot out directly from the portal. The few people standing next to the portal also fled in panic. The scene immediately spiraled out of control. What's going on? Why is the teleportation portal spewing fire for no reason? Duan Joshua was a bit dazed. Yifeng was equally confused. Could it be that someone tampered with the teleportation portal? Impossible. This teleportation portal is only used twice a year. One time is to replenish ferocious beasts, and the other is for the university competition. So it's impossible for anyone to tamper with it. Duan Joshua continued. The scrolls they just put in are a kind of connection device, and all 10 scrolls must be placed inside to activate it. And these scrolls are distributed among several people, without a superior's order. It's impossible to activate. Listening to Duan Joshua's explanation left Yifeng even more at a loss. At this moment, Guifei's expression was as if he had just eaten something terrible. He completely couldn't understand what was going on. If something went wrong during the university competition, he would be held accountable. I'll go take a look. A deep voice came from beside Guifei, and then a man jumped directly down from the high platform. Yifeng glanced over and felt that the person on the high platform looked somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the military bigwig who had tried to recruit him last time? By rights, he should be his direct superior. How did he end up here? Could it be just to watch his match? Before he could think much more, the military bigwig directly stepped into the teleportation portal, completely disregarding the encroaching flames. Why is it him? Duan Joshua also recognized the person, and immediately recalled what had happened that day. A blush creeping onto her face as she dared not look directly at Yifeng. The chubby guy was confused. He saw that both of them seemed to know this person. You know him? Yeah, I remember. He seems to be called Lu Sudi, a true holy level powerhouse. It's said he has 1 foot already in the divine level, the head of the military department in Jiangnan province, and there's talk he might break through to the divine level. After seeing this person that day, Yifeng had searched online and finally realized who he had turned down. Not to mention his past self. Even now he probably wouldn't have 100% confidence in defeating this person. Before long, Lu Sudi walked out from the flames. The instance has been destroyed. Man-made. At this statement, the entire venue fell silent. The instance used for the exam had been destroyed, even after so many years since the founding of Long Country. This was the first time it had happened. There was a spatial rift in your instance. It should have been built on some other instance. Lu Sudi explained what he had observed, then waved his hand, prompting the technicians below to pick up their controllers. One by one, dragonflies flew into the instance. As the dragonflies entered, the big screen lit up, revealing a sea of flames. This is definitely man-made. This is all the aura of magic. Someone must have broken into the instance you relied on, though it could also be an accidental entry. Lu Sudi stated his judgment. Initially, due to the difficulty of building the instance, the higher-ups used one of our purgatory arenas as a base to construct a derivative instance. Also, because the purgatory arena's clearance difficulty is too high, it's not easy to cause turmoil, and no one has cleared the purgatory arena for so many years. When Gu Yifei said this, his face instantly turned pale as he began searching for Yifeng in the crowd. Yesterday, it was just cleared. Zhang Feng was also shocked. Although he knew Yifeng had cleared the purgatory arena yesterday, he had no idea that the instance for the university competition was actually built beneath the purgatory arena. And if only Yifeng had successfully cleared it, didn't that mean the competition instance was destroyed by Yifeng? The voices of the crowd were not small, and many students heard the conversation, their gazes turning towards Yifeng. Yifeng felt uneasy under their scrutiny, but he was too far away to understand what they were saying. They said this instance is built beneath the underground purgatory arena. Duan Joshua said bitterly. If that were the case, then Yifeng was basically the one who destroyed this instance. How do you know what they are saying? I learned a bit of lip reading when I was young, but I can only understand this much. I don't know what else they are saying. Slander. I'll sue you for slander. Yifeng's face darkened. He had indeed fallen into a bizarre instance yesterday, although he had used a bit of trickery. What did that have to do with him? The chubby guy also smiled wryly. Shinzi, you didn't really do this, did you? Do you believe me if I say I didn't? Unbelievable. The military bigwig sighed in relief upon hearing it was Yifeng who did it. So what should we do now? If you ask me, since this incident was caused by Yifeng, who was also a student this year, let's just count all the points on his behalf. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. What the hell? What are they supposed to do? Damn it, all of it goes to me. Isn't that a bit much? Yi Feng was also dumbfounded. This was a bit too biased towards him. Jiang Feng wanted to agree, but it really was a bit excessive and could easily make others resentful. Let's think of another way. We can't really do it this way. The other students haven't even seen the beasts yet, and telling them they're gone doesn't sit right. Mayor Jiang makes a good point. How about we just find a random gold level dungeon for them to go to? It shouldn't be too dangerous, but the gold level dungeons should already have others farming them. What if you pick one, and we'll have the military clear the area? At this moment, all the high schools in Gusu City had already started their dungeon battles in full swing, while the students of Gusuno, one high school, wandered aimlessly around the playground. Shen Zi, do you think we can compete? I haven't scored a single point. If we can't compete, I'm really going to be a joke. The chubby guy had never expected to start with 0 points. Yi Feng was also speechless. Had he known that cursed place was for the exam, he wouldn't have intervened. Who could have known it would turn out this way? Meanwhile, the city government had already selected a location for a gold-level dungeon and even began practicing the full clearance of the Beast Control Bureau. Although many were reluctant, the city government also offered considerable compensation, which made everyone less inclined to complain. There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Many families learned that the final competition would take place in the dungeon and began to gather people to help their children sneak in, but they were all caught by the Beast Control Bureau. Soon, buses began to arrive at Gusuno, one high school. Students, please board the bus. We are now heading to the competition site. The bus then drove towards the Qingshan Forest, the location of this competition. Qingshan Forest is a famous gold-level trial site in Gusu City, and since it is a dungeon, one can be teleported out if danger arises. Because it is a dungeon, normally very few people come here, as the entry tickets are quite expensive. This time, they really spent a lot. Duan Zhaoxue remarked, with so many of us entering here directly, by the time we finish, there probably won't be many beasts left inside. Restocking the beasts, both manpower and resources, is no small expense. Indeed, Yi Feng nodded, not saying much more. Although he had money, he had no intention of helping the city government pay. Moreover, since they had already handed over the management of the high-level dungeons, if it really came to it, they could just catch some from the water realm. They had plenty of gold-level beasts there. Once all the students were brought in, it officially began. Students, the team battle officially starts now. Once you enter, you will be randomly teleported to any location. But don't worry, it's only within the range of bronze-level beasts. If you want to exit, just shout exit and you can leave directly. Your scores will be locked. If an individual exits afterward, they will no longer enjoy team points. After Gu Yifei explained the rules, everyone began to enter. Yi Feng, if you have the ability, win against me in this round. Wu Fan didn't forget to throw down a challenge to Yi Feng before entering, and then a group of people stepped into the dungeon. Yi Feng couldn't be bothered with this fool and followed the other two inside. Before long, all the students entered, and the screen connected to the dragonfly was moved here. Principal Gu, who do you think will win the team battle? Jiang Feng asked. From the team configuration, Yi Feng's team should have the greatest potential to come in first. With a Necromancer, an Ice Mage, and a Cleric, their combat power should be the highest. Gu Yifei expressed his high hopes for Yi Feng. He had been watching Yi Feng's performance over the years and sincerely hoped he could take first place. Lu Sudi also said, it should be Yi Feng, barring any accidents. It seems we three have similar thoughts. Jiang Feng laughed heartily. At this moment, someone from Baitian Academy spoke up. Yi Feng's physical fitness is indeed good, but it won't be easy for him to take first place in this competition. I think highly of Wu Fan. As a gold-level blade master, he can maximize his strength in the dungeon, and his teammates are also quite capable. I believe he has no problem coming in first, Zhang Yihao said confidently. His confidence stemmed from the fact that the Wu family had already asked him if it would be considered cheating to team up with other students. This unspoken rule had always gone unnoticed, so he had suggested that the Wu family do it as much as possible. Moreover, such things had always existed and were vividly reflected in many prominent families. No matter how powerful Yi Feng was, could he kill faster than a group of people? Ha! I thought it was someone important. A waste who is dazed by Yi Feng. Coming in last is also a possibility. Jiang Feng showed no mercy to Zhang Yihao. If it weren't for the fact that he was from Baitian Academy, he would have slapped this guy twice already. Anyone could see that he and Wu Fan were in cahoots.
he already disliked him. And with the addition of the Wu family factor, his disdain had reached its peak. Zhang Yihao did not refute the mockery, as he was still on their turf. He then glanced at the real-time rankings displayed on the big screen and laughed. This is the Yifeng you all take pride in? How is he in last place? Everyone turned to look, and they hadn't paid attention before, but now it was indeed the case. Number 48, 0 points. Meanwhile, the first place was Wu Fan's team. Number 37, 25 points. It had only been 20 minutes since the start, and Wu Fan had already scored 25 points. His speed was undeniably fast. Zhang Feng frowned and said, "Switch the screen to Yifeng's side." With a command, the screen changed to show Yifeng's location by the dragonfly. What are they doing? Gui Fei was taken aback. Are they heading deeper into the dungeon? Putting aside Yifeng's strength, he could handle a gold-level beast, but the journey is long, and dealing with gold-level beasts will definitely be troublesome, especially since there are peak gold-level beasts among them. Relying solely on physical strength won't be easy for Yifeng. It's hard to say, this kid might be heading to the silver-level area. Zhang Feng couldn't understand what Yifeng was thinking. If he were in the bronze area, with the strength Yifeng had shown, he could easily take down one with a single punch. But if he went to the gold area, the beasts there lived in groups, which would certainly be much more troublesome. Even if Yifeng's stats were strong, facing a group wouldn't be so easy. Shinzi, how much further do we have to go? The chubby boy, dragging his heavy body behind Yifeng, was already panting heavily. He was only at the silver level, and keeping up with them was quite strenuous. Duan Zhaoxue was much more relaxed. We can start from the silver level. There's no need to go directly to the gold level territory. That's not impossible, but I don't know how many there are at the silver level. This type of dungeon will have at least 40 or 50 silver level beasts, right? 40 or 50? About that. There aren't many people coming here, so their reproduction should be decent. It should be around this number. Duan Zhaoxue explained. Then let's start from here. Yifeng was full of energy, but the fat guy clearly couldn't handle such high-intensity activity. Duan Zhaoxue said, "This dungeon is a loop. Each loop is an area for beasts of a certain level. As long as we walk in circles, it shouldn't be a problem. Alright, let's get started from here. The others haven't arrived yet, so we have plenty of time." With this thought, the three began to search vigorously, making a grand show, afraid the beasts wouldn't notice their arrival. Along the way, facing silver-level beasts, even Duan Zhaoxue could easily slay them, let alone Yifeng, whose stats were comparable to diamond level. It was basically a one-hit kill. Jungle Wolf killed. Experience plus 870, three-legged demon lizard killed. Experience plus 1270, steel pattern tiger killed. Experience plus 1211. At this moment, a group of people gathered around Wu Fan, constantly bringing him nearly lifeless beasts for the final blow. Brother Fan, our points have already exceeded 100, and it's only been half an hour. The competition lasts for 2 hours. By then, we'll have at least 400 points. Even if Yifeng had 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't possibly outscore you. First place is definitely in the bag. Wu Fan's underlings began to flatter him. They weren't worried about their future livelihoods. The Wu family had already arranged everything for them. As the saying goes, a dead camel is bigger than a horse. Even though the Wu family wasn't as strong as before, taking care of them wasn't a problem. Wu Fan laughed. Humph, what does Yifeng have to compete with me? That guy is just a short-lived fool. I, Wu Fan, am the #1 talent in Suzhou. Once I take first place, Duan Zhaoxue will definitely know who the strongest is. The boss is right. If the boss takes first place, sister-in-law will definitely come to her senses and can heavily suppress Yifeng's morale. Tomorrow's front-page news will surely celebrate the boss's achievements. Exactly. What does that poor guy Yifeng have to compete with the boss? He's just a pretty boy. I despise people like that. It's the boss, a man of strength, who is truly appealing. Wu Fan laughed heartily, already fantasizing about Duan Zhaoxue throwing herself at him after he claimed first place. Brothers, keep it up. If I take first place, you'll all be heavily rewarded. Wu Fan was full of enthusiasm. Once we clear this area, we'll head to the silver level zone. Before long, a referee watching from outside was already astonished, unable to close his mouth. Have you ever seen someone score 720 points in an hour? Zhang Feng rarely attended such competitions, but he had participated in them when he was younger. Seeing such exaggerated scores left him momentarily speechless. Gui Fei had been the principal for many years and usually oversaw the competitions, but this was the first time he had seen such outrageous scores. In just 1 hour, 720 points. If it continues like this, won't it break 1,000 points? This is insane. The national record seems to be only 690 points, so Yi Feng is about to break the record? National Team Battle Champion? National Champion. Lu Suyi, though experienced, was momentarily at a loss upon seeing Yi Feng's score. It was simply too outrageous. Basically, no one would compare personal battle scores, because the first place in personal battles from different regions all have the same score. Therefore, the national rankings are calculated based on team battle points. Gui Fei swallowed hard and rubbed his eyes repeatedly. Even now, he couldn't believe that a national champion would appear in his school. Moreover, he was even the holder of the national record. If anyone mentions this record in the future, they will also bring up Gusuno, one high school. He remembered clearly that the current national record was set 200 years ago, by a team composed of 3 top geniuses, all of whom were platinum-level experts within 7 days. As a result, the 3 who followed also became peak god-level experts. This record had not been broken for so many years, yet it was now shattered here. Faced with the shock of the 3, Zhang Yihao's face turned dark. He truly did not expect Yi Feng's speed to be this incredible. He was also a third-year student at Baitian Academy, at diamond-level standard. If it were him now, perhaps he could achieve such a feat, but 3 years ago, he absolutely could not. However, he still had a backup plan to humiliate Zhang Feng. At this moment, Yi Feng and the others, Qinzi, we've almost killed all the silver-level beasts. The fat guy had basically done nothing along the way. There was no need for him to take action at all. Duan Joshua had only made a few moves, with most of the beasts being handled by Yi Feng. The group had taken down a total of 48 silver-level beasts, with Yi Feng himself taking out over 40, and the remaining few handled by Duan Joshua. This time, Duan Joshua finally witnessed what it meant to violently farm. It was simply 1 punch per beast. Yi Feng said, "We're heading to the territory of the gold-level beasts now. Since we've come all this way, let's level up a bit." Yi Feng was already at platinum level, and killing these silver-level beasts didn't provide much of a boost for him. Now, leveling up required over 200,000 experience points, so they still needed to find a dungeon filled with gold-level beasts, otherwise, it would be a drop in the bucket. After making up their minds, the 3 followed Yi Feng away. On the other side, Wu Fan and the others were even more spirited. In just 1 hour, his points had already reached 155. Although it was a bit less than the 200 he had anticipated, he didn't mind. At least, by the end, there was still a chance to reach 300. As long as he could get 300 points, he would definitely be the top in all of Gusa City. Now, the group had already entered the area of silver-level beasts. As long as they killed 1 silver-level beast, they could earn 15 points. This was much faster than bronze level, although the difficulty had increased. They were numerous, so Wu Fan didn't take it to heart at all. Is this the corpse of a steel-patterned tiger? Look at this, the corpse of a 3-legged demon lizard. Here, a water-excited rhinoceros. Damn, why are there so many silver-level beast corpses here? Wu Fan and his group spread out in the silver-level area for over half an hour, ultimately finding nothing. What on earth is the dungeon manager doing? Not a single silver-level beast? Isn't this just cleaning it out? Wu Fan was instantly furious. All along the way, there were corpses of silver-level beasts everywhere, and not a single live one in sight. This had significantly delayed their time. Boss, what should we do now? Should we go deeper to find gold-level beasts? Or should we return to the bronze-level territory? Wu Fan pondered and finally said, even if we go back now, we might not find a few bronze-level beasts. We are already just a step away from the gold-level area. I am at the gold level, and most of you are at the silver level. If we work together, killing a few gold-level beasts shouldn't be a problem. A single gold-level beast will earn us 30 points, so the gold level is the best choice. With Wu Fan's command, everyone marched boldly deeper into the dungeon. However, many present had never even seen a gold-level beast, let alone hunted one, so they felt some concern for their safety. But due to Wu Fan's orders, they couldn't refuse and could only agree for now. Meanwhile, the outside world was naturally keeping a close eye on what Wu Fan and the others were doing during this time. If it weren't for the referee openly mocking the students, Jiang Feng would have laughed out loud. If Wu Fan goes to the gold level beast area and finds that all the gold level beasts are gone, I really wonder what his expression will be. Jiang Feng was already overjoyed at the thought. Zhang Yihao could no longer speak. As Yifeng's recently earned points were enough to secure the top spot, now it was just making things harder for future students. At this point, only 20 minutes remained. Wu Fan and the others had arrived in the gold level beast area, but the journey had been eerily quiet. Boss, why do I feel like something's off here? I feel the same, boss. Normally, gold level beasts are very protective of their territory. They can quickly detect and attack any intruders, but we've been walking around the gold level area for so long, and we haven't seen a single trace of a gold level beast, not even a shadow of one. This situation is really strange. Wu Fan pondered for a moment. You're right, gold level beasts would never allow anyone to roam around their territory so openly, but we've been walking for so long without seeing a single beast. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. Just as Wu Fan was saying this, one of his subordinates suddenly shouted, Boss, come quick. This is the corpse of a gold level beast. What? Upon hearing this, an even worse feeling surged in Wu Fan's heart. It was too reminiscent of what had happened in the silver level area. What are you all standing around for? Split up and search for the traces of the gold level beasts. Wu Fan was growing increasingly anxious. There were less than 15 minutes left in the competition. If he still couldn't find any beasts, his score would remain at 155 points. If he only got 155 points, he wouldn't even be the top in Suzhou City, let alone among the top few in Suzhou No. 1 high school, not to mention surpassing Yifeng. After all, he wasn't the only one trying to do this. That score was a bit of a pressure. As time ticked away, the competition was nearing its end. Wu Fan and the others conducted a thorough search, but ultimately reported that they hadn't found a single beast. Meanwhile, Yifeng was already sitting on the ground, resting. Zhao Shui, did you keep track of how many beasts we killed in total? Not really sure, but it should be quite a few, maybe over a dozen. I can't count anymore. We might even be the national champions this year, Duan Zhao Shui said with a wry smile. Although he didn't know exactly how many Yifeng had killed, the number was already quite substantial. National champions? The chubby guy was a bit excited upon hearing this. He had originally had no hopes for this university competition, but now there was a chance to become the national champion. This would really bring honor to the family. Yifeng said softly, it seems like this time we might have gone a bit overboard. He had no interest in being the top scholar in the country, and he didn't want to become too famous. If his secret of not dying were to be discovered, and those god-level big shots captured him for research and dissection, just thinking about it was quite painful. The thought of being cut into 1,000 pieces made Yifeng shudder involuntarily. Duan Zhaoxue said, that's about right. Great. If we really have a chance to become the top scholars, my dad would be so happy he'd fly. As time drew to a close, the students stopped their search for the fierce beasts. White lights flashed, and the classmates began to teleport out of the instance. How did you do? Our team scored 130 points. Not bad. We got 140. We only got 135, so we can't compare with your team. I just wonder how many points Yifeng and the others got. They probably broke 200. If nothing unexpected happens, this year's top scholar from Gusa City will be Yifeng. Where is he? At this moment, all the classmates looked disheveled, while Yifeng and his two companions appeared clean, as if they hadn't participated in the competition at all. This left everyone puzzled, even starting to suspect that Yifeng hadn't even made a move. Boss, looking at Yifeng and the others, they probably went straight to the silver area at the start, so they likely didn't find a single fierce beast. Exactly. It seems Yifeng really took a hit this time. Let's see how he pretends in front of the boss now. Wu Fan's underlings began to mock, firmly believing that the silver and gold areas were not something Yifeng could handle. Concluding that he had found nothing, Wu Fan shared this thought, sneering, Yifeng, I didn't expect you to have a day like this. I bet Zhaoxue must hate Yifeng by now. Alright, everyone quiet down. The teleportation portal, which was already small, became particularly crowded. Outside, the Beast Control Bureau personnel surrounded the area, fearing that the students would be affected during the exam. However, various reporters, hearing the news, rushed over, trying to stretch their cameras in despite the Bureau's attempts to block them, eager to capture photos. The reason for their presence was that the top scholar of the city usually came from Gusano, 1 high school, so everyone wanted to spread the news of the top scholar. At this moment, Zhang Feng waved his hand. "Let the reporters in, it's already over." Upon receiving the order, the Beast Control Bureau lifted all restrictions, and the reporters surged in. Then, Zhang Feng signaled Gu Yifei to announce the final rankings. Gu Yifei held the list of the top 10 in his hand. "Students, we will now announce the rankings. I will only announce the top 10, the overall list will be displayed on the big screen later, and the remaining students can check it themselves. Of course, a link to the query will also be sent to everyone's phones via text message." At this moment, many people felt their hearts in their throats. If they could enter the top 10, it would be a sure thing, and with a bit of luck, they might even make it into the top 10 universities, or even the top 5. 10th place, number 36, 134 points. As soon as the words fell, 3 students below began to cheer, with congratulations ringing out. Wu Fan was in a great mood, he had scored 159, so making the top 10 was a certainty. 9th place, number 89, 135 points. 8th place, number 12, 140 points. 7th place, number 31, 145 points. 6th place, number 37, 155 points. Wu Fan felt a bit disappointed, but he could still accept the 6th place ranking. If he hadn't gone to the silver area, his score in the bronze area would definitely have been higher. After all, he had only taken an hour to reach 155 points, it was just that he had wasted too much time afterward. 5th place, number 69, 165 points. 4th place, number 55, 170 points. 3rd place, number 6, 180 points. 2nd place, number 2, 195 points. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan couldn't suppress the smile on his face any longer. He absolutely did not believe that Ji Feng could take 1st place. He could tell just from the others' post-battle demeanor. Gu Yifei, seeing the 1st place score, was also at a loss for words. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. 1st place, number 48. Who is number 48? I remember. It's Yi Feng's team. Yi Feng. It's actually Yi Feng. Hearing this, Wu Fan's face turned ashen. How could it be Yi Feng? It's absolutely impossible. Gu Yifei continued, 1,255 points. At this announcement, the entire venue fell into silence. After a moment, a reporter broke the silence, saying, "Principal Gu, are you sure there's no mistake? Is it really 1,255 points? Of course, why would I lie to you about something like this? All the judges present witnessed it, you can investigate." Gu Yifei said with a stern face. Another reporter spoke up. If this score is real, then Yi Feng's team should be considered to have broken the national record. If nothing unexpected happens, Yi Feng is the national champion. With these few words, the students present looked at Yi Feng with strange expressions. They all knew Yi Feng was strong, but they never expected him to achieve such a high score, which was even higher than the 2nd place by a significant margin. According to the annual tradition, this basically meant he was the national champion. Upon hearing such explosive news, the reporters hurriedly contacted their newspapers, eager to spread the word. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Every year we reward the champion, and this year, especially since we have a national champion, the rewards will be even more generous. Yi Feng, come up to receive your award." Yi Feng was momentarily stunned but still pulled Duan Zhaoshui and the fatty up with him, although everyone knew that achieving such an exaggerated score had little to do with the other two. No one said anything. After all, they were a team. When Yi Feng stepped forward, he officially said, "I owe my achievement today to the principal of our Gusano 1 high school. If it weren't for him. Secondly, I want to thank my homeroom teacher. The mayor has also played a crucial role in my life. Lastly, I want to thank General Lu Sudi from the military. If it weren't for him." As Yi Feng delivered a grand speech for about 10 minutes, it warmed everyone's hearts. Zhang Feng had already thought that Yi Feng would likely become the champion of Gusa City, so he had prepared rewards for him long ago. Of course, they were much richer than in previous years. "Yi Feng, this is a set of villas in the city center. Although the gift isn't expensive, please accept it as a token of pride for Gusa City. The city government will definitely provide more support. This is a golden level staff." Yi Feng looked at the staff and found it increasingly familiar. Wasn't this the equipment he had just sold to Manager Mu a couple of days ago? Gusa City really is small. Next was an entry ticket to a dungeon. The last 2 rewards were standard for every year. But this villa was a new addition this year, and its price was significantly higher. Although Suzhou City is not large, a villa in the city center can sell for several hundred million. Even though Yifeng is wealthy, he wouldn't buy such a thing. Moreover, the high-level dungeons are about to start operating, and a significant amount of money will come in. He indeed wants to bring his parents to the provincial capital, so he can at least see his sister more often. This villa could fetch a good price. Once everything is over, it will be time for the top 10 universities to select students. Many of the top 10 teams have already been accepted into the top universities, but the 5 major universities have basically no one. At this moment, Zhang Yihao suddenly spoke up. Classmate Duan Joshua, with your talent, you can definitely come to our Baidian Academy. With your qualifications, only at our Baidian Academy can you fully unleash your potential. Immediately, the other 4 major universities also extended invitations for Duan Joshua to join. However, Zhang Yihao was not worried. Baidian Academy is prestigious, and usually, it is others who seek to join. He was not concerned that Duan Joshua would refuse him. It has always been Baidian Academy that rejects others. Thank you for the invitation, but I decline. What did you say? I decline. Duan Joshua spoke clearly, word by word. Zhang Yihao couldn't believe what he heard. How could someone refuse an invitation from Baidian Academy? This had never happened before. On what basis do you refuse? Unable to hold back, Zhang Yihao blurted out. Duan Joshua frowned slightly, her expression somewhat unpleasant. Are you saying that anyone chosen by Baidian Academy must join? Do you know that being able to join Baidian Academy is a blessing you earn over several lifetimes? And you actually refuse? At this moment, Zhang Yihao felt utterly humiliated. That is your blessing, not mine. Duan Joshua rejected him decisively. At this moment, she already had her own thoughts, and that thought was not Baidian Academy. Fine. At this point, Zhang Yihao was unwilling to say anything more. But the other major universities continued to extend olive branches to Duan Joshua. Although she was rejected, they did not act like Zhang Yihao. Before long, the admissions on site had concluded. At this time, a reporter questioned, classmate Yifeng performed so well, why didn't you invite him? Hearing this, Zhang Yihao immediately stood up. This was a good way to regain face. You all know that classmate Yifeng's abilities are quite special, in a sense. Calling him a short-lived ghost is not an exaggeration. Our Baidian Academy recruits the elite among elites, and we will not recruit someone who relies on lifespan to exchange for abilities. Not just our Baidian Academy, other universities probably think the same. The others also received notifications from their respective schools that they would not be recruiting Yifeng. The reporters, being locals from Suzhou City, were naturally displeased to hear such remarks and retorted, the profession itself is random, and consuming lifespan is not something Yifeng desires. As a student of Baidian Academy, your words are rather harsh. Is this how you treat people at Baidian Academy? I see you are just a group of nameseekers, putting on one act in front of people and another behind their backs. That's right. Classmate Yifeng awakened just a few days ago, captured criminals, organized mercenaries, and continuously conquered several dungeons that no one had cleared. Does classmate Yifeng not know about consuming lifespan? Even so, he still goes ahead and does it. And you only know how to rely on your academy to achieve your own goals. I heard that your 5 major universities dined with the old master of the Wu family last night. I wonder if you were discussing something. In this exam, is there a possibility of favoritism among the judges from your 5 major universities? It is well known that the relationship between the Wu family and Yifeng is irreconcilable. I heard that during this exam, you are not allowing classmate Yifeng to use his abilities. Is it because the Wu family promised some benefits? The reporters bombarded him with questions, disregarding the reputation of the 5 major academies. No matter what, Yifeng was from Suzhou, and he was a source of pride for the people of Suzhou, possibly even the top scholar in the country. Moreover, the mayor placed great importance on Yifeng. In this situation, they naturally wanted to protect their own. Zhang Yihao felt a bit flustered by the barrage of questions, many of which he had a hand in. And he had no idea how these reporters had gotten their information. Dear reporters, we are discussing classmate Yifeng. This has been uniformly recognized by the higher-ups of our academies. I will publicly tell you all that the reason we are not recruiting classmate Yifeng is simply due to lifespan issues. Zhang Yihao dared not say more, fearing he would slip up. He just wanted to escape the scene and return to Baidian Academy. You don't need to. Our military department wants him. Lu Suyi stood at the forefront, and the cameras quickly shifted to him. General Lu, are you saying that the military department will recruit classmate Yifeng? General Lu, what are your thoughts on the 5 major academies' joint decision to not accept Yifeng? Is it true that General Lu came to Suzhou City because of classmate Yifeng? With Lu Suyi personally accepting interviews, no reporter was willing to pay attention to Zhang Yihao. Lu Suyi said, "Dear reporter friends, the 5 major academies are blind to talent. Our military academy not only welcomes classmate Yifeng but will also grant him a title upon enrollment." The statement shocked the entire room. A title. Zhang Yihao felt as if he hadn't woken up. Everything happening today was beyond his worldview. Due to profession and lifespan, even if Yifeng was outstanding, he could never meet the standards for a title. Moreover, in the military, receiving a title upon enrollment was reserved for the descendants of famous generals or true prodigies. Why should Yifeng be one of them? General Lu, can your words represent the military academy? Dear reporter friends, rest assured, I will take responsibility for what I said. The military academy has already entered Yifeng's information, and once the school year starts, classmate Yifeng can report to the military academy. Lu Suyi's words were filled with authority. Many present were secretly pleased to see that no university wanted to recruit Yifeng, with Wu Fan being the most delighted. Wu Fan had already received an admission notice from a university and had planned to humiliate Yifeng thoroughly after the event, giving Duan Zhaxue a chance. But now, Lu Suyi not only agreed to Yifeng joining the military but even allowed him to hold a title. This was something he could never accept. Zhang Feng was in the know, so he was not surprised at all. Although Lu Suyi had been busy with high-level matters and staying in Suzhou City, someone of his status would never participate in such a major academic competition. Since he was here today, it was definitely for Yifeng. Now that old Lu was publicly announcing this, it was likely to give Yifeng a chance to slap these people in the face. Gu Yifei asked in confusion. Mayor Jiang, your reaction makes me want to know more about this matter. Well, it was decided the very first day Yifeng awakened his profession, but very few people knew about it. Zhang Feng said calmly, it was decided on the first day. Mayor, could you have told me about this in advance? At my age, I'm afraid my heart can't take it, Gu Yifei said with a bitter smile. The events of the day were simply too shocking, he was struggling to digest it all. National champion. The new sequence of the military. Regardless of which event it is, both are sources of great pride for the family. And now they are all concentrated on one person, who was also his student. This happiness has come so suddenly. The news of the high school competition at Gusuno, one high school, quickly spread throughout Gusu City, and many students have begun to worship Yifeng as a god of learning, hoping to achieve good results in next year's competition. The possibility that Yifeng might be the national champion also started to circulate in Gusu City, with major news outlets beginning to report extensively. For a time, Gusu City was livelier than ever. Gradually, the whole country came to know about this matter. Baitian Academy, Principal's Office, 1,255 points. I really don't know what level this kid's physical fitness has reached. The principal of Baitian had a very grim expression. If he hadn't watched the video of Yifeng's competition, he wouldn't have dared to believe that someone could score over 1,000 points. This is a bit exaggerated. Of course, what angered him the most was what Zhang Yihao said in front of the reporters. If Baitian Academy hadn't immediately sealed off the news, Zhang Yihao's arrogant demeanor would have been known nationwide by now. This was a heavy blow to the reputation of Baitian Academy. At this moment, the academic director also said, with the same platinum level, Yifeng's physical fitness might even surpass that of the strongman and the speedster professions. I really don't know what he ate to grow up, but if his physical fitness is this amazing, he won't need skills to have decent combat power in the future. But if he levels up, he will still need to supplement his life materials, though it will save a lot of money compared to before. Hearing this, the principal nodded and finally sighed. This student named Zhang Yihao has such poor character, Baitian Academy probably can't accommodate him. I understand. Military Department. Wu Lianfeng stroked his sparse beard and smiled. 1,255 points. Only this kid could achieve that. It seems this record will be hard to break in the future. After finishing the high school competition, Yifeng returned home early. Dad, I'm back. Yifeng opened the door and walked in. It was just around dinner time, and the aroma of food filled the air. Xiao Chen, congratulations. Hearing this familiar voice,
Yi Feng's eyes became moist. Mom! He rushed over without bothering to change his shoes. You're all grown up. Why are you still crying? Lin Mei gently stroked Yi Feng's head. Can I stay a little longer this time? I won't leave until before you start school, Lin Mei said softly. As a lawyer, Lin Mei's profession isn't particularly common. In theory, as long as one awakens this profession, they should be able to live a decent life. But lawyers are different. Although there are legal constraints in today's society, many matters are resolved privately, and very few people actually need a lawyer. In a sense, lawyers often act merely as negotiators, and this profession requires constant travel, making it even rarer to find a need for lawyers in small cities. It requires endless running around, and the salary isn't high. In fact, most of the money is spent on travel. Mom, this time I scored 1,255 points. They all say I might be this year's national champion. Yi Feng proudly shared his score with his mother, like a child showing off a gold star. Ever since he received this score, Yi Feng hadn't thought much of it, but upon seeing his mother, he wanted to share it to make her happy. Lin Mei said gently, my Chinner is the best in the world. I also learned about your situation from that dead ghost. Don't tire yourself out too much. All I hope for is that you can be happy. Yeah, Mom, this time for the big exam. I have a villa as a reward. I want to sell it, and then you and Dad can live in the provincial city and see sister more often. Yi Feng expressed his thoughts. He really didn't want his mom to keep running around. As she got older, she couldn't keep being so restless. Moreover, he now had the ability to earn money, so it was natural for him to start improving their living conditions. We'll talk about that later. The money you earn is yours. We're still waiting for you to marry a big daughter-in-law, Lin Mei said with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Feng's face turned red. Mom, you finally came back once, so don't make fun of me. Mom, my little brother has his own ideas. You don't need to worry about it. Yi Shuer also defended Yi Feng, but her attention was quickly drawn away. You're not a kid anymore. This time when you go to the military department, get to know some handsome guys. I've really worried too much about you. Looking at the noisy family, Yi Feng suddenly thought how nice it would be if this moment could be frozen in time. Compared to the fighting and killing outside, he preferred this warm feeling at home. Then the family had dinner together. Yi Feng was already very tired, so he went back to his room to take a short nap, but after these tiring days, he fell into a deep sleep immediately. Meanwhile, at the Duan family, Grandma, I don't want to go to Baitian Academy. Duan Joshua knelt on the ground, her head bowed deeply. She knew her grandmother had wanted her to go to Baitian Academy since she was little, so she had been training various combat skills and reading everything she could to understand different forces and industries. After awakening her ice mage abilities, she knew she was qualified to join, but her thoughts had changed completely now. You, get up quickly. How old are you? Why are you still kneeling? Grandma Duan sighed. Where do you want to go? To the military academy. Duan Joshua mustered her courage and said it out loud. Well, if you want to go, go ahead. Can Grandma stop you? Really? Duan Joshua was very nervous when she rejected Baitian Academy today. This was the first time in her life she had gone against her grandmother. But this time, she wanted to think for herself. Is it because of Yi Feng? Yeah. I just feel more comfortable being with them. Like friends. During this time, Duan Joshua enjoyed joking around and fighting monsters with the chubby Yi Feng. It felt very relaxing to her. For more than 10 years, she hadn't had any real friends, spending every day immersed in various training. But in these past few days, she felt incredibly relaxed, without any constraints. This is your choice, Grandma won't say much. As long as you want to go, I won't stop you. Just as long as you don't regret it later. Grandma Duan breathed a sigh of relief. Not only was she not angry, but she also looked pleased. Pleased that Duan Joshua had started to challenge her views. Although she had been strict with her all these years, she had always been waiting for Duan Joshua to say this. Grandma, really? Duan Joshua still found it hard to believe her ears. It seemed too easy. As long as you like it, get up quickly. Thank you, Grandma. Duan Joshua directly threw herself into Grandma Duan's arms. Grandma Duan gently stroked Duan Joshua's head, thinking, Shuer lost her parents early and has been sensible since childhood. The reason I wanted you to go to Baitian Academy was so that you could have a more comfortable future. The military academy is too harsh. As long as you've thought it through, it's fine. At this moment, at the Lu family, son, you really made me proud.
Although our Lu family has developed well in Jiangnan province over the years,
we still don't hold much weight nationally. But this time, if you become the top scholar, it will truly bring honor to our Lu family." Lu Tianba tightly hugged the chubby boy, his joy completely uncontainable. Just a day ago, he had no hope for his son's achievements, but upon learning that he might become the national top scholar, the smile on his face hadn't faded since. Dad, if you don't let go, you'll be sending a white-haired man to mourn a black-haired one. Isn't it just that I'm too excited?" Lu Tianba realized his actions were a bit excessive and quickly released him. "Son, tell me what you want. As long as it's something I can do, I'll make it happen. How about you and Mom have another child? They can inherit the Lu family's business in the future." "Get lost, you little brat. Speak like a human." Lu Tianba sighed, feeling helpless that his son didn't want to inherit his wealth. He could only think that perhaps he was still too young and would come around as he grew up. "Son, do you have a university in mind? Although we can't operate well with the 5 major academies, with your grades, we can still manage other options." "It's fine, I already have an idea." "That's good enough. Tell your old man." Over the years, Lu Tianba had managed to keep the Lu family among the top 3 families in Jiangnan province without being in Jianglin city, thanks to his own means and connections. Even if they couldn't rank among the 9 major families or the super elite, the Lu family still maintained its position as a first-class family. "I don't think I need your help with this university." "What university?" Lu Tianba became interested at this moment. "Military university." "Military university? Are you sure?" Lu Tianba was clearly shocked by his son's words, looking him up and down. "Are you really my son? It's just military university. What's the big deal? You can't disagree." The chubby boy was momentarily confused about what his father meant. "How could I? If you want to go to military university, your old man will definitely support you wholeheartedly. But can you handle that kind of hardship?" "Dad, don't look down on me," the chubby boy protested. "I'm not looking down on you, it's just that military university is different from other academies. I've heard that the training and missions there are extremely rigorous. It's not as easy as other universities," Lu Tianba explained. "Don't worry, your son can handle it. Anyway, I've made up my mind. Besides, I'm just letting you know, if you don't want me to go, there's nothing you can do." "That's the spirit." Lu Tianba laughed heartily. "No wonder you're a Lu, you should have this kind of ambition. Since that's the case, I won't try to persuade you otherwise. Isn't your friend Yifeng also going to military university?" "Yeah, he's even in the sequence." Although the sequence wasn't the chubby boy himself, he boasted about it more than he should have. "My buddy is awesome, right? The sequence is indeed hard to imagine. In that case, you two should get along well. I see this kid's future is definitely bright. Who knows, our Lu family might even benefit and rise to a higher level." Just as Lu Tianba finished speaking, Lu Han rolled his eyes. "Dad, I'm not friends with Yifeng for personal gain." I know. Anyway, your friend is good, he's treated you sincerely, so you should repay him well." Lu Tianba realized his words were a bit off and quickly changed the subject. This time, the high-level mission falling into their Lu family's hands was already a tremendous benefit, and it was a lucrative deal. Just this alone is enough to elevate the Lu family into the ranks of top-tier families. And even because of this high-level instance, they have made connections with senior officials in the military. Any one of these was something they had never dared to imagine before. "By the way, son, bring your friend home one day, I want to take a good look at this little buddy of yours. I haven't had the chance to thank him personally for this high-level instance yet." Lu Tianba's words were quite sincere, he genuinely wanted to thank Yifeng for such a significant contribution. And he hadn't even met him in person yet. "Alright, when I have time, I'll ask him. If he doesn't come, don't blame me." Okay, I'm getting old anyway, from now on. It's the world of you young people." Lu Tianba suddenly felt a bit emotional. He had originally worried whether his son would be accepted quickly by the old-timers in the family after returning. After these past few days, those in the family had even begun to actively request Lu Han to return and take over family affairs. "I've already said I don't want to go back to inherit the family. If it really doesn't work, just have another one. Looking at your health, you can definitely live for several more decades, so it should be fine. Get lost." The next day, Yifeng had planned to sleep in, but the urgent ringing of his phone woke him up. "Hello, Xiao Chen. It's your Uncle Jiang, Mayor Jiang. Is there something wrong?" "Nothing much, Just thought I'd give you a call. Don't be late for work. Mayor Jiang, didn't we agree that I would start working before the university competition? Is that so? I thought it was before you started school. Jiang Feng had completely forgotten about this matter and felt inexplicably guilty when he said this. Of course, that was what you, Mayor Jiang, said yourself. Xiao Chen. Anyway, you still have about a month before school starts. And you don't have much to do. Besides, Sioux City pays you 20 million dragon coins a year. What's one more month? Right? Fine. I'll go in a bit. Yifeng felt helpless as he sat up in bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze until his parents called him for breakfast, snapping him back to reality. Damn! If it weren't for the 20 million dragon coin salary, I wouldn't go even if I died. On the other end of the line, Jiang Feng was already sweating profusely. How did I remember it was before school started? Whatever. Since Xiao Chen has agreed, I'll use this time to deepen his relationship with the city government. After breakfast, Yifeng lethargically arrived at the Beast Control Bureau. Why are you late today? As soon as he reached the entrance of the bureau, he heard a familiar voice and replied helplessly, Didn't I tell you? Next time, just wait for me in the office. I can't do that. I'm just your bodyguard. What if the mayor finds out and doesn't pay me? Duan Joshua said with a smile. Did you just get up too? How did you know? Duan Joshua was startled. She had only arrived 10 minutes earlier than Yifeng, so she continued to wait there. It's nothing, just that your clothes aren't as neat as before. You must have been in a hurry to leave. And you didn't wash your hair today. Duan Joshua's face turned red upon hearing this. I thought you wouldn't be back today. After all, we agreed you would start working before the competition, and I only received Mayor Zhang's call this morning. Hearing this, Yifeng was furious. I distinctly remember we agreed it would be before the competition, those damn capitalists. Let's go, we have to work until school starts. By the way, when do you start school? Yifeng naturally knew that Duan Joshua didn't plan to go to Baitian Academy, but he didn't know which school she intended to attend. Just like you, Duan Joshua said. That's fine, otherwise it would be quite boring if it were just me. Yifeng sighed in relief. Which academy are you planning to apply to? Same as you. Well, the military university is pretty good. Wait, you applied to the military university? Yifeng was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. What's wrong? I think the military university is quite good. Duan Joshua was also unsure why Yifeng reacted so strongly, feeling a bit nervous for a moment. Well, it's nothing much, just a bit unexpected. If others find out you're not going to the 5 great academies but instead going to the military university to suffer, they might laugh at you for being foolish. Yifeng said honestly. But what's so great about the 5 great academies? Yesterday I saw the judge was just a name dropper. It's better to go to the military university and train hard. Besides, the military university is also quite impressive. I'm not the only one doing this. Duan Joshua was right. The military university is directly under the military's jurisdiction, and every year many people apply, including some extraordinary talents. However, while the upper limit of the military university is high, the lower limit is also quite low. Basically, as long as it's not a lifestyle profession, one can pass the entrance exam. Even so, the military university still struggles to fill its quota each year, as many people are deterred by the rumors of its hardships. Do whatever you want, as long as you're happy. Yifeng respected others' choices, which made him think of the fatty. Now the fatty also had the Lu family behind him, so getting into a good university wouldn't be a problem. That was one less thing for him to worry about. Let's go. It's going to be a dark day. Yifeng and Duan Joshua walked into the Beast Control Bureau, and as soon as they took the elevator to the office floor, a group of people surrounded them. What's going on? Are you guys staging a rebellion? Yifeng was a bit startled by the commotion. The relationships among everyone had long since eased after a few days of interaction. Welcome, national champions. The person at the front took out small firecrackers, and colorful streamers flew into the air, eventually landing on Yifeng and Duan Joshua's heads. You guys, thanks. Yifeng felt a bit helpless, but this matter isn't finalized yet, so don't celebrate too early. Captain Yi, the news came out this morning, you are the national champions. The second place only scored a little over 500 points, which is more than a full 100 points behind you. You're completely ahead. That's right, completely ahead. Everyone chimed in. Captain Yi is one of us in the Beast Control Bureau. Now we have more bragging rights when we go out. Which department dares to say their people are national champions? Exactly. The national champions are all in our Beast Control Bureau. Who would dare look down on us? Captain Yi and Miss Duan have really brought us great honor. This is a joyous occasion for our Beast Control Bureau. Listening to everyone, Yi Feng smiled wryly. Just lucky. Let's hurry and get to work. If the director finds out, your salaries will be docked. No worries. Let him dock it. We're happy. Let him do what he wants. Everyone was unconcerned and burst into laughter, clearly genuinely happy for Yi Feng. All right, let's head back. By the way, get me a copy of the newspaper. After chatting with everyone for a while, Yi Feng returned to his office, looked at the newspaper in his hand, and sighed. This news spreads really fast. I won't have peace from now on. Others have been boasting about being national champions for a while now. Yet you look unhappy. Duan Joshua was a bit confused. It's different. A commoner has no crime, but possessing a treasure can lead to trouble. I didn't expect to score so high. I was indeed a bit impulsive at the time. If I get targeted because of this, it would be troublesome. Compared to before, Yi Feng was now considering things much more. He still had no way to deal with god-level powerhouses. After all, if he could survive, he should try to survive a bit longer. If he were really captured and subjected to dissection for research, that would be troublesome. If they have their sights set on you, so be it. But given your situation, I doubt anyone would be foolish enough to seek death, Duan Joshua remarked, not paying much attention. By now, everyone basically knew about Yi Feng's situation, and no one would be willing to take action against a powerhouse who was ready to fight to the death. Yi Feng was the kind of person who, once he made a move, would be determined to decide life or death. With great rewards come brave men. Do you think the military recruited me for no reason? After leaving the military, Yi Feng had thought a lot, and in the end, all the arrows pointed to one answer. For what reason? To deter other countries. Yi Feng stated his answer. I am that sharp sword that could pierce into enemy territory at any moment. The military's purpose was to tell others that as long as someone dares to invade the borders, even if they are top-tier powerhouses, once I arrive, they will face a life-for-life challenge from a supreme powerhouse. Perhaps this is the military's intention in recruiting me, and also in getting me into the military academy and giving me a serial number. Do you really think that opportunities just fall from the sky? I see. Duan Joshua suddenly understood. Anyone could be afraid of death during a battle, but Yi Feng absolutely would not. Once he made a move, it would be a fight to the death. Now, with this matter added in, I'm afraid I've already entered the sights of other empires. Perhaps someone is already preparing to take action against me. Then aren't you in great danger now? Duan Joshua hadn't thought much about it before, but now that she did, it was indeed the case, and she couldn't help but worry for Yi Feng. Don't worry, even if someone wants to take action against me now, it won't be just anyone who can come. Yi Feng was not worried. The number of people in the world who could easily defeat him was only about 1,000. And he possessed an immortal body, so theoretically, he wouldn't die. But if he were to be dissected, Yi Feng didn't know if he could survive that. However, those 1,000 people who could reach such a level would definitely not take the risk to kill him, so he wasn't afraid. Only you can be so carefree. Don't worry, just focus on your work. Before long, someone brought over a list of tasks, and tasks above D level would be directly handed to the group leaders. In the past, there were 5 copies. But now that Yi Feng had joined, there would be 6 copies printed and sent to each group leader's office. Tasks below D level would be posted on the task board, and each team member would take them and register with their group leader. This is a task from the Mercenary Association. Although Duan Joshua was Yi Feng's bodyguard, she had always acted as Yi Feng's secretary. When Yi Feng was slacking off, it was Duan Joshua who handled the affairs of the Beast Control Bureau. What's going on? Yi Feng was very sensitive to this name because of his influence. The Mercenary Association in Gusa City had basically become a shell of its former self. Duan Joshua read through the task information and frowned. It seems that the mayor is focusing on investigating the Mercenary Association, and quite a few cases have been uprooted, including the involvement of the association's president, Feng Hu, in several major cases. However, during the capture, Feng Hu and a group of people managed to escape. It is said that they directly ran into a dungeon, and now finding them is quite a hassle. They really are back to their old ways. Yi Feng sneered. Duan Joshua continued. Feng Hu's strength is at the starry level.
so he has never been successfully captured.
Which is normal. There are only a few visible king-level powerhouses in Gusa City, and the city government has only one. The only one who can steadily and effectively carry out captures is Mayor Jiang. This really can't be blamed on them. Yi Feng nodded.
I'll take this mission.
You're not going to use your skills again, are you? Duan Jiaxue guessed Yi Feng's intention,
and earlier he had mentioned making the Mercenary Association pay a price.
Don't worry.
I have plenty of materials to restore health. Yi Feng patted his chest. This was true, as he had a mountain of health-restoring materials in his ring.
He really didn't lack for this stuff right now. Duan Jiaxue knew Yi Feng's temperament, so she didn't try to dissuade him. Just act according to your abilities. If necessary,
I can also ask my grandmother for help.
That's not necessary. Your grandmother isn't part of the city government,
and it's inconvenient for her to get involved in this kind of matter.
Duan Jiaxue didn't say anything more. After a series of operations on the system,
she accepted the mission from the Mercenary Association.
Where is the mission location? Diamond level dungeon. Meteorite Gorge. Meteorite Gorge? That really is a hidden place.
Yi Feng had some knowledge of this dungeon, ever since awakening his profession.
He had started to learn about the dungeons in Gusa City.
The terrain in Meteorite Gorge was very rugged,
and even with a map, one could easily get lost. Although there weren't many fierce beasts, most of them were above gold level. There were even a few diamond level lords, whose movements were unpredictable and could easily ambush. So many people were reluctant to go.
You stay here, I'll go by myself.
Yi Feng stood up and prepared to leave. I want to go too. What do you want to go for?
Since you're going to use your skills anyway,
can't I just watch the excitement? Do as you wish. If you want to come, then come. After accepting the mission, the two took a taxi to the dungeon entrance. With previous experience, Duan Jiaxue now asked the driver for a receipt every time they went out,
so she could get reimbursed later.
After getting out of the car,
they arrived at the entrance of Meteorite Gorge.
Diamond level dungeon, Meteorite Gorge. Warning, warning, entering below diamond level.
This place is really a bit strange.
Normally, diamond level lord dungeons would indicate gold level entry warnings, Duan Jiaxue said.
Yi Feng explained, that's because the lords here don't really divide by territory,
and the terrain is rugged. You could be ambushed anywhere,
so for safety reasons,
it's not recommended for those below diamond level. By the way, what stage are you at in gold level? Level 27.
I should reach platinum level before school starts,
Duan Jiaxue said.
If things go smoothly later, I can help you take down a few fierce beasts to level up, so you can break through to platinum level sooner and stabilize your strength.
Okay. If it were before, Duan Jiaxue would have definitely refused or been polite about it,
but their relationship had improved a lot, so she readily agreed.
Stay close to me once we go in. If there's an ambush, I can react. Don't worry, I won't leave your side. Duan Jiaxue nodded heavily. After entering Meteorite Gorge,
Yi Feng experienced the complexity of the terrain inside and soon began to feel dizzy.
Jiaxue, do you think we've been here before?
Yi Feng, tell the truth.
Are you directionally challenged? I'm not. 10 minutes ago, in the same spot, you asked me the same question. After wandering around, Yi Feng couldn't help but exclaim, damn it, Feng who really picked a good place. Even if Mayor Jiang came here personally, he might not be able to catch this guy. I can't take it anymore. Yi Feng was a bit angry. Skeleton Legion. As soon as he finished speaking, skeletons began to emerge from the ground,
with fiery eyes and thunder swirling around their bodies,
exuding an imposing aura. Spread out and search.
Now Yi Feng's strength had reached the platinum level,
and the skeleton legion he commanded was at the diamond level. The number had also reached 500.
This number of diamond level troops might not be enough to catch the attention of a true king level beast like the Fallen Sea Slaughter chapter, but it was more than sufficient for the Meteor Canyon dungeon.
Your skeleton legion? So strong, I might not even be a match for just one of them.
Duan Jiaxue was somewhat astonished. Every time she saw Yi Feng unleash his skills, it was a shock and also a kind of enjoyment.
Be more confident. It's not a possibility. It's a certainty. Yi Feng then donned the Necromancer's robe,
his eyes shifting perspectives as he began searching for signs of human activity.
Duan Jiaxue silently waited beside him for the results. About half an hour later,
Yi Feng suddenly froze.
A campfire. It seems like they must have been active around here. Did you find it? Duan Jiaxue asked eagerly. Yes, I found it, but I don't know how to get there.
The two fell silent for a moment, and finally, Yifeng sighed and said angrily, "When I find Feng Hu, I will definitely make him pay. Summon Bone Dragon King." As soon as Yifeng's voice fell, the surrounding space seemed to shatter, and three-headed bone dragons burst forth, roaring skyward. What is this? Duan Joshua had never seen the Bone Dragon King before, and fear surged in her heart. She had a premonition that if this Bone Dragon King moved even a finger, it could obliterate her. Can your body handle releasing skills like this? Don't worry, I won't die, but whether Feng Hu will die, I don't know. At this moment, Yifeng was filled with rage. He had completely marked Feng Hu with a death label, and once he found him, he would definitely hold nothing back. Get on! Yifeng pulled Duan Joshua onto the back of the Bone Dragon King, and he continued to use the Necromancer's robe to share the skeleton commander's perspective to lock onto their current position in the sky. As the Bone Dragon King flew higher and higher, they were able to record the entire layout of Meteor Canyon. Duan Joshua sighed. If we could draw a map of Meteor Canyon from the air, we could definitely sell it for a good price outside. I found it. Although Yifeng liked making money, he had no interest in that. Once a map was sold, there would be thousands of pirated copies, so it wasn't a long-term business. Moreover, right now he was focused on finding Feng Hu to vent his anger, so he had no interest in that at all. Following the Skeleton Legion's perspective, Yifeng soon arrived at the location. After they landed, the two jumped off the Bone Dragon King's back and approached the campfire. This campfire still has smoke. It should have just gone out not long ago, so these people shouldn't have run too far. Yifeng analyzed, but why has Feng Hu been staying in Meteor Canyon? He should know we can't keep guarding near Meteor Canyon. Why not find a chance to leave Gusa City? That doesn't make sense. As a star-level powerhouse, Feng Hu should be able to attempt to escape multiple times relying on Meteor Canyon. He could just retreat if things went wrong. It is indeed a bit strange. Duan Joshua nodded slightly. The day before yesterday, we acted against the Mercenary Association, and we started capturing Feng Hu early yesterday morning. It was at that time that Feng Hu realized he couldn't escape and hid in Meteor Canyon. But we haven't found any trace of him in the city all day and night yesterday, which means he has basically been in Meteor Canyon the whole time. Why is that? Yifeng was puzzled. Forget it, let's find him first. Wow, what is that? Just as he was thinking this, a sudden exclamation came from the other side of the canyon. Someone! Yifeng reacted quickly, pulling Duan Joshua up and directly jumping onto the Bone Dragon King, flying towards the direction of the sound. At the same time, Yifeng had already activated the effects of the Necromancer's robe, beginning to observe the perspective of the skeleton army near the sound. Who is this? Yifeng frowned slightly. The man's appearance did not match Feng Hu at all, but the emblem on this guy's body was indeed that of the Mercenary Association. Could it be? There is more than just Feng Hu in this instance. Before long, the two arrived at the source of the sound, where a middle-aged man was trembling, surrounded by a group of skeleton soldiers. Who are you? Upon seeing the two riding the Bone Dragon King, the man's legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground. He had never seen such a scene before. Where is Feng Hu? Yifeng got straight to the point. I don't know. The man said this, but the color in his pants gradually darkened, and the terror in his eyes was impossible to hide. If you don't speak, you'll die. Yifeng then commanded the skeleton army to advance menacingly, and when they were a meter away, the man hurriedly begged for mercy. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I know where Feng Hu is. Please, don't kill me. You should have said that earlier. Lead the way. Okay. How many of you are there? Sir, there are only 13 of us here, all high-ranking members of the Mercenary Association. The man, terrified by the earlier scene, was eager to share everything, fearing that the Bone Dragon King beneath Yifeng would swallow him whole. Even walking at the front, he couldn't help but glance back occasionally. The scene had already left him sufficiently shaken. Why are you staying here? You should have had the chance to leave the city. Yifeng asked again. Our accounts have all been frozen. Even if we leave the city, what can we do? Could it be that you can make money here? Yifeng pressed. Even with his back to Yifeng, the man's gaze still darted away. Sir, I report to you honestly, can you spare my life? Be honest, my target this time is just Feng Hu. If you're not truthful, I don't recommend bringing you along. Yifeng sensed that this man was definitely hiding something. From his words, he could tell that there was something in the meteorite gorge that prevented everyone from leaving. Moreover, He had just sent out a considerable number of skeleton soldiers but had not discovered a single diamond-level beast, which alone made him feel something was off. Even for safety, there was no need to slaughter all the diamond-level beasts in the entire meteorite gorge. There must be some secret. To be honest, sir, we found 3 diamond-level beast eggs among them, and one of the eggs is about to hatch. That's why we wanted to wait until after it hatches to leave. At that time, selling the 2 eggs and 1 cub could bring in a good sum of money. Otherwise, we are currently penniless, and going out would be dangerous. Duan Joshua also nodded. 3 diamond-level beast eggs would indeed be quite a sum. I see. Yi Feng continued. How much further? Sir, it's just ahead in the cave. The man pointed in a direction. All right, if your information is correct, I will spare your life, Yi Feng said, then shouted, Feng Hu, Beast Control Bureau is here. Come out and die. At this moment, inside the cave, Beast Control Bureau? How could the Beast Control Bureau find this place? Feng Hu frowned tightly. Logically, this place was hidden enough that it should be nearly impossible to be found. President, do you think it could be Yuan Bo? Damn it, there's no need to think. Yuan Bo must have gone out to the bathroom and leaked information. That bastard. If I go out, I will definitely kill him. Feng Hu furrowed his brows tightly. Regardless of whether it's Yuan Bo or not, the Beast Control Bureau has sent people. Let's work together to eliminate him first. And once it's over, we can leave Gusa City. With Feng Hu's command, everyone responded in unison and charged angrily towards the cave entrance, finally willing to come out. Ha! Yi Feng snorted coldly, then locked onto Feng Hu's position. You are Yi Feng. Feng Hu's tone wavered slightly. He wouldn't be afraid if it were another captain from the Beast Control Bureau. Among those present, everyone except him was a diamond-level powerhouse, and even if a captain led the charge, they could easily break through. But Yi Feng, this was the last situation he wanted to see in Gusa City. No one could be unaware of Yi Feng. He was a truly ruthless person. It's me. Are you not planning to run this time? The moment Feng Hu emerged, Yi Feng had already ordered the other 2 Bone Dragon Kings to surround everyone. Since he had found them, he had no intention of letting them leave alive. Do you really have to kill us all? Feng Hu was filled with fear facing the 3 Bone Dragon Kings. He knew there was no chance of survival in front of Yi Feng. What has your mercenary association been doing all these years that I need to elaborate? Or do you think I would let you go? Yi Feng sneered. Feng Hu retorted angrily. The ones who provoked you have already been dealt with by you. What more do you want? This society is all about the survival of the fittest. As soon as he finished speaking, the Bone Dragon King flying beside him swooped down, separating his head from his body. Yi Feng sighed. You said it, survival of the fittest. The others, seeing their leader killed, realized they had no way out and fought desperately. Meanwhile, in the military department, Wu Lianfeng looked at the bounty notice in his hand and couldn't help but laugh. These people really think highly of this kid, offering a bounty of 5 billion. At that moment, the middle-aged man sitting opposite Wu Lianfeng was the commander who had initially ordered the recruitment of Yi Feng. Duyun said, although 50 billion is a high amount, it's not worth it to kill Yi Feng. After all, it's just 50 billion. Who would be willing to take the risk of a one-for-one exchange? Well, that's not a problem. If it were you, would you be willing to kill Yi Feng for 50 billion? Wu Lianfeng asked with interest. Duyun smiled. If Yi Feng were an enemy soldier, I wouldn't recommend taking action if it were convenient. 50 billion may not be much, but it could at least serve as some military funding. That really is your character. Wu Lianfeng continued. Can you find out who issued this bounty notice? This was posted on the dark web, making it hard to trace. However, the purpose of this bounty is probably not to kill Yi Feng but to draw the attention of those empires. Duyun continued. Yi Feng is currently making waves in our country's university competition, and it seems he has already caught their attention. Information about Yi Feng isn't exactly a secret, it's basically common knowledge in our country. So a little investigation would reveal that Yi Feng is already part of the military academy's ranks. Since it has a connection to our military, I suppose that's why these people are paying attention. Listening to Du Yun, Wu Lianfeng did not refute. That's about right, but I never expected you could actually secure a rank for Yi Feng. We need to give the younger generation some pressure. Many meritorious descendants have become too complacent, relying on their ancestors' achievements. This move is a double-edged sword. It can suppress them using Yi Feng while also helping Yi Feng. Why not? Du Yun said with a smile. However,
I just don't know how far Yi Feng can go. Preliminary estimates suggest he should already possess saint-level abilities, but I wonder if he can break through to the god-level chasm, or, to take it a step further, Wu Lianfeng said, if Yi Feng can reach god-level strength, then with Yi Feng guarding the border will be secure. Indeed, if one wants to invade, they must be prepared for a one-for-one exchange with a god-level powerhouse, or even face a frenzied counterattack from him before Yi Feng's lifespan ends. Du Yun continued. What realm Yi Feng can reach depends on his fortune, but those forces will likely not let Yi Feng develop too smoothly. Wu Lianfeng was unconcerned. We just need to keep those old geezers from popping out, and the rest can be left to Yi Feng himself. After all, only the notoriety earned through one's own efforts is the most useful. That's true. I've finished my business, so I'll take my leave first, otherwise, our Majesty will become suspicious again. The Dragon Kingdom has laws that explicitly state that the commanders of the 5 military districts must not meet privately. The Wang family. Old Master Wang looked at Yi Feng's bounty notice and scoffed. This hardly shows any intent to kill Yi Feng, it's just meant to make everyone wary. Indeed, a top-tier powerhouse who fights for their life is quite frightening. If someone wants to kill Yi Feng, they would need to offer at least a few hundred billion. The Transmutation Temple. A bounty of 50 billion. How boring. If it were a few hundred billion, I might consider taking action. This amount is just too little. The man sitting in the main seat said, our transmutation temple is the foundation of the empire. We absolutely do not participate in any matters. Understand? Underground forces in Jiangnan province. Boss, there's a bounty of 50 billion on Yi Feng on the dark web. If we can kill Yi Feng, it would just about make up for our losses during this time. Exactly. As long as we act together, we won't be afraid of not being able to take down Yi Feng. Everyone harbored deep hatred for Yi Feng. They had already investigated thoroughly, and everything was because of him. This matter is too important. We still need to be cautious. Boss, 50 billion may not seem worth it normally, but our situation is getting worse, and this money is crucial. No rush, we need to think it over. Gusu's City, Heiai's Kingdom Dungeon Development Center. Okay, I understand. Lu Suyi hung up the phone, suddenly frowning deeply. What happened? Zhang Feng instinctively asked. Commander Wu just called me. He said Yi Feng has a bounty of 50 billion dragon coins on the dark web and told us to pay a little attention. What? 50 billion? Isn't that a bit stingy? Lu Tianba mocked from the side. Regardless, Yi Feng's strength is above the true king level. He should have already reached the saint level. To kill a saint level powerhouse, they only offer 50 billion? Even slaves aren't treated like that. 50 billion is indeed a bit low. Even a saint-level powerhouse working for the government for a year would at least earn 30 billion. And there's a risk in killing Yi Feng. As for god-level powerhouses, they wouldn't care about such small change. Zhang Feng was also quite puzzled. Forget it, let's not think about such things. During this time, we should pay attention to the people coming in and out of Gusu City. As long as they're not fools, they shouldn't come. Lu Suyi was unconcerned. Meteorite Gorge. The moment Yi Feng made his move, the battle lasted less than 30 seconds. Everyone except Yuan Bo was killed. Go get the things for me. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Yuan Bo scrambled into the cave and soon came running out, holding 3 beast eggs. My lord, these are the 3 diamond-level beast eggs. Yuan Bo quickly cupped his hands in a gesture of submission. My lord, seeing how honest I am, can you spare my life? We had an agreement before. Yes. Let's go with what we decided back then. Yi Feng waved his hand. This beast egg still needs to be appraised. If it's a diamond-level beast, it would indeed be worth quite a bit. Yes, diamond-level beast eggs sell very well in the market. With your relationship with Manager Mu, you shouldn't have trouble selling it, Duan Joshua said. Yuan Bo hurriedly thanked her again. Thank you. But before he could finish, he felt a warm current pass through his chest, and he saw a long knife had already pierced through him. The skeletal army, which had been far away, had somehow arrived at his side. Yuan Bo looked at Yi Feng with great reluctance, his eyes filled with resentment. Yi Feng, weren't you going to let him go? Duan Joshua asked in confusion. Although Yi Feng was very decisive in everything he did, he generally wouldn't go back on his word. Yi Feng smiled. I did promise him that if the information was correct, I would let him go. But Feng Hu is indeed here. However, his information is definitely problematic. As Yi Feng spoke, he jumped down from the skeletal Dragon King's body, and Duan Joshua followed suit. Let's go into the cave and take a look.
Although these 3 beast eggs are quite valuable, there are 13 strong individuals at diamond level or above.
Even selling these 3 beast eggs wouldn't be enough to cover their expenses.
And the reason they can remain in such danger is definitely not because of these 3 beast eggs.
Yi Feng continued. Just now, when this person was talking to us, his eyes were evasive. He must be hiding something from us. Plus, I had already said I would let him go. Yet his first reaction was not to leave but to thank me. In this situation, how could a normal person adhere to etiquette like that? As the two entered the cave, a chill instantly enveloped them. There's something wrong in this cave, even a shaded area shouldn't be this cold. Duan Joshua realized something was off. Yes, let's keep going deeper. As they ventured further into the cave, the cold became even more piercing, until they reached the deepest part. Yi Feng vaguely saw a frost-like plant. What is this? Duan Joshua's face was filled with shock. Body of ice. Leaves like frost, taking its 9 leaves to transform into 9 frosts. Cold frost throughout. Even ghosts and gods avoid it. This is 9-leaf frost grass. Second place on the ghost ice ranking, Yi Frost. Elemental power. Yi Feng hadn't expected that what they were waiting for was this. His skeletal soldiers already possessed elements from the Holy Thunder ranking and the Fire ranking. Yi Feng, can we discuss something? Can you sell this to me? Can you afford it? Duan Joshua naturally knew the value of Yi Frost. If such a divine object were publicly auctioned, it could easily sell for tens of billions. Even major powers would want it. Even if the Duan family spent all their wealth, they definitely couldn't afford it. Seeing Duan Joshua's helpless expression, Yi Feng found it amusing. Now that he possessed 2 elemental powers, he didn't really need this one. Everyone who sees it gets a share. I'll take these 3 beast eggs. And this thing is for you. Yi Feng's sudden statement left Duan Joshua somewhat at a loss. His thought was simple, he would definitely need to build his own team in the future. And Duan Joshua was a very good choice. Now with the enhancement of Yi Frost, her future strength would surely rise. He himself still had some limitations. He couldn't do everything himself. He needed some capable hands around him. And if he had a team built with elemental power, just thinking about it was thrilling. You're not joking, are you? Don't say these 3 beast eggs, even if it were 100 or 1,000. They wouldn't be worth as much as this 9-leaf frost grass. Duan Joshua had already entertained the thought of giving up, and it was Yi Feng who discovered this. Without Yi Feng, she wouldn't have encountered such a divine object. If you don't want it, I'll have manager Mu sell it. I want it. Duan Joshua gritted her teeth and accepted it. Don't worry, I won't take it for free. Now, I swear on my career path that I am willing to be your bodyguard for life. No matter what happens in the future, I will protect you completely. Whatever your request, even if it means facing death, I will agree to it. Duan Xiaoxue, are you crazy? You make it sound like you're selling yourself. Do you know that a professional oath shouldn't be taken lightly? If you can't fulfill it, you'll have a heart demon in the future. Yi Feng didn't expect that Duan Joshua would choose to repay him with a professional oath. Although it was quite to his liking, Duan Joshua was being a bit too intense. So what if I want to be your bodyguard for life? I'm willing, and besides, you've always treated me well. Duan Joshua's voice grew smaller. Isn't it good for you that I help you farm monsters? I didn't expect you to be someone who likes to be commanded. Yi Feng found it a bit amusing to see her flustered. Just absorb it here, I'll keep an eye on you. Right here? Before you absorb it, it's definitely better if fewer people know. If someone with ulterior motives discovers it, who knows what unexpected events might occur given the value of this thing. With me here, even if someone accidentally comes by, I can handle it. Yi Feng decided to be a good person to the end, to send the Buddha to the west, just for an elemental power. He could gain a partner with a hidden profession. This deal was bound to be profitable. Then, thank you. In her situation, Duan Joshua really didn't know what else to say, so she could only express her gratitude and resolve to repay him in the future. I'll go out first, call me if you need anything. Yi Feng stood up to leave. It's fine, you can stay here. Auntie, you're an ice sorceress. That's fine, but I'm just an ordinary person. Do you want to freeze me to death? Sorry. It's fine, just focus on your fusion here. Yi Feng walked out of the cave with a bitter smile. It was noon, and a warm current flowed around his body. No wonder those people set up a bonfire outside. It turns out they couldn't stand the cold at night. Logically, it was the hot summer season, and even at night, it shouldn't be too cold. Setting up a bonfire was completely unnecessary and might even attract fierce beasts. But now,
he understood their intentions. Such a rare treasure naturally needed constant protection,
so it couldn't be left unattended.
With their physical condition, being able to stay near the 9-leaf cold grass for a few dozen minutes was already impressive, so they naturally needed to keep warm at all times.
I really struck it rich. This time, it counts as a clean sweep.
I won't have to worry about the mercenary association causing trouble anymore. I managed to deal with this hidden danger before leaving.
Jiangnan Province, Jianglin City.
In a dark reception room. Boss, we need to make a decision quickly. This kind of thing is better done sooner than later. That bastard Yifeng made us suffer so much before. We absolutely can't let him off the hook. The fourth leader slammed the table in anger.
In the past, our underground forces were among the top in Jianglin City. But now,
those who used to bow and scrape before us are starting to ignore us. All of this is because of that bastard Yifeng.
The big boss remained silent with a gloomy face. The second leader couldn't hold back anymore.
Boss,
in my opinion, this is a golden opportunity for us.
Although we've sold off most of our business,
we still have the Tianting set.
The value of the Tianting set is needless to say.
50 billion is absolutely no problem. As long as we have this 50 billion, plus the 50 billion from the bounty, we can easily develop elsewhere. Moreover, who among us can swallow this anger? When we recruited Old Five, although we sent him out to do the job, he was ultimately one of us,
and he was killed by a kid who hasn't even grown hair yet.
This is a slap in our face. We must avenge this grudge.
The big boss hesitated for a moment and said quietly, I dream of killing that guy. But the Lu family has made their stance very clear. If that old man comes out,
none of us will escape.
When he said this,
everyone fell silent.
The Lu family has maintained its position among the three major families in Jianglin City for so long, partly due to Lu Tianba's methods, and partly because the previous family head,
Lu Han's grandfather,
has always guarded the family.
That person is a genuine god-level powerhouse.
This is what truly makes the underground forces wary. The second in command then said, Boss, I feel we don't need to worry about this at all. That old man Lu hasn't shown his face in years. He must be out of touch with what's happening outside.
Besides, we are definitely heading to Gusa's city this time. How could that old man Lu possibly react in time? As long as we act and retreat immediately, absolutely no one will notice. Even if we escape from Long Country, what can they do?
The fourth in command slammed the table in agreement.
What second brother said makes sense.
Although Yifeng has a special profession, his strength is probably only at the saint level. With the four of us, 1 saint and 4 kings,
can we not handle him?
Just as the four were hesitating,
the fourth in command's phone suddenly rang. It's someone from the Wu family.
The big boss said, answer the call and see what they want.
Hello, fourth master. Fourth master, it's Wu Penghai.
The caller was indeed the head of the Wu family.
What are you calling me for at this time? Fourth master, I'm calling to discuss something with you. What is it?
The fourth in command had already placed the phone on the table and turned on the speaker.
Wu Penghai flattered. Fourth master, the last incident was all because of a kid named Yifeng. If it weren't for him, neither of us would have suffered such heavy losses. This time,
I've heard from the higher-ups that someone has put a bounty of 50 billion on Yifeng's head on the dark web.
This is a great opportunity. Why don't we cooperate? Cooperate with you? Are you sending someone to take his head? The fourth in command sneered. Fourth master, we know we are definitely not Yifeng's match, but we have a clear understanding of his situation, even knowing where his family is. We can work together. Since we're doing this, let's do it cleanly. What? Are you planning to target Yifeng's parents?
The fourth in command frowned slightly, completely baffled by what Wu Penghai was up to.
Wu Penghai continued. Fourth master, if we act directly in the city, it will definitely attract attention, so we must lure Yifeng away. Otherwise, Mayor Jiang, the head of the Lu family, and General Lu Soyi might all rush over, and then we would have no chance at all. That makes some sense.
The fourth in command felt a chill at the mention of the last two names.
Lu Tianba is still at the saint level,
while Lu Soyi is a genuine peak saint level. Calling him half a step to god level is not an exaggeration. Being at the peak saint level and holding the title of general while leading the military of the entire Jiangnan province speaks volumes about Lu Sudi's personal capabilities.
Stepping into god level in the future is just a matter of time.
Wu Penghai was very pleased to hear this and added embellishments, saying, Fourth master, Yifeng has been working at the Beast Control Bureau for some time now.
I've inquired. And Yifeng comes home very late every day.
We can take advantage of the time when Yifeng is not at home to take his parents away.
By then, won't Yifeng be at our mercy? After finishing this, the fourth master muted the call. Boss, this opportunity is rare. If we miss this village, we won't find this shop again. After a moment of contemplation, the big boss spoke up. In that case, let's do it. You tell him that the Wu family must be present for this matter. Since it's a collaboration, we need to be honest with each other. Even if we have to take the blame later, the Wu family must share in the spoils. If the Wu family doesn't agree, then there's no need to continue the discussion. Although the fourth master was puzzled, he still conveyed this to Wu Penghai. Upon hearing this, Wu Penghai did not refuse. After both sides finalized the plan, they hung up the phone. Once the call ended, the fourth master expressed his confusion. Boss, why do we need the Wu family to be present? Those people are just a burden to us. Oh fourth, how can you not understand the boss's intention? The big boss smiled slyly. Although the Wu family is our ally, they are ultimately a nuisance. Once we take care of Yifeng, the entire Suzhou city will surely be turned upside down because of this. And sooner or later, it will lead back to the Wu family. No, in fact, they will definitely suspect the Wu family first. If the Wu family can't withstand the interrogation, then we will surely be implicated as well. So after taking care of Yifeng, we can't leave a single survivor from the Wu family. After hearing the second master's words, the fourth master nodded repeatedly. Damn, this move is brilliant. Humph, the Wu family wants revenge and benefits at the same time. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Risk and reward are always tied together. Since the Wu family is so eager for Yifeng's death, they will have to pay a price, like sacrificing their entire clan. This is all the Wu family's own doing. Yifeng, Yifeng. Hearing the voice beside him, Yifeng groggily opened his eyes, only to see Duan Joshua squatting in front of him, just a palm's distance away. He could even faintly feel the warm breath from her, carrying a hint of sweetness. Are you done? Yifeng had just leaned against the tree and fallen asleep. Duan Joshua was beaming with joy and directly hugged Yifeng. Thank you, Yifeng. Why are you being so polite? One should still express gratitude when it's due. I can't let others think I have no manners. Duan Joshua smiled sweetly. The idea of merging with Yi Xuan was something she had never considered in her life. The two embraced for several minutes, showing no signs of letting go. Hiss. At that moment, a fierce beast's roar came from behind Duan Joshua. Just as Yifeng noticed the sound and was about to take action, Duan Joshua stood up fiercely, and the temperature around them suddenly dropped. In the next moment, an ice spear formed in Duan Joshua's hand and was thrown out. The silver-level swift wolf didn't even have time to react before it was pierced by the ice spear. The power is much stronger than before. If anyone understood Duan Joshua's skills best, it would probably be Yifeng, as there was no one else in the world who knew her better. Ever since Duan Joshua awakened her profession, except for the first day, she had been leveling up almost entirely in Yifeng's company. Therefore, he was very clear about her abilities. Of course, this is Yi Shuang. Using it is quite different from my normal skills. As Duan Joshua spoke, she conjured 2 ice blocks in each hand. Yifeng also observed that compared to the original ice block created by Duan Joshua, the other ice block transformed by Yi Shuang gave off a distinctly colder feeling. Moreover, the surface of the ice block created by Yi Shuang resembled frost flowers. With this ability, during the hot summer, you'll definitely be able to provide a great cooling sensation. If you get married in the future, your partner will be quite lucky. What do you mean? Nothing. The two then contacted the Beast Control Bureau to handle the aftermath. Captain Yi, thank you for your hard work. I didn't expect you to finish so quickly. The members of the Beast Control Bureau praised Yifeng. It's just a small matter. You could have handled it too. It's not like you couldn't catch a small mercenary association. Everyone laughed heartily. Who can't catch a mercenary association? Just as everyone was laughing, Yifeng suddenly received a message. Habitually opening it, the content of the photo nearly made him explode on the spot. In the photo, his parents were tied up, with threatening words written on paper. Yifeng, 10 o'clock, abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. If you don't show up, you should know the consequences. Yifeng, what's wrong? Duan Joshua noticed something was off with Yifeng. The moment he took out his phone, she felt a chill run down her spine. Even though Yifeng didn't say anything, the atmosphere had turned icy,
and it was the first time she saw such an expression on his face.
It's nothing. Yi Feng's expression was tense as he examined the photo. At the very least, he could tell that the other party had just made their move. If he returned home from here, it would definitely take more than half an hour, and he would only be at their mercy by 10 o'clock. Damn it! What to do? What should I do? The Mercenary Association. The Wu family. It doesn't make sense. How could the Wu family have such audacity? Since he was able to kill Wu Di, they must know what his strength is like. There's no reason for them to provoke him. Could it be that they have some backing? The Wu family's backing? Could it be the underground forces of Jianlin City? This thought crossed Yi Feng's mind, but they had been at peace for so long, it made no sense for them to come knocking. What could it be? Yi Feng was puzzled, but he couldn't wait any longer. Stay away from me. Yi Feng suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Back off. Yi Feng spoke again. Although everyone didn't understand what was happening, they still tried to distance themselves from him. They had already left Meteorite Gorge, and the bodies had just been loaded onto the vehicle. Ghost Dragon. As soon as Yi Feng's words fell, the sky darkened instantly, and visible spiritual entities began to swirl around. Then, cracks appeared in the sky, as if someone had torn it open from the inside, slowly expanding. As the cracks grew larger, the spiritual entities in the air became increasingly agitated, their movements speeding up chaotically, as if they had seen some terrifying creature. Brother Chen, what is this? What the hell is this thing? Captain Yi, please don't joke with us, my heart can't take it. Damn, are we sure we're still alive? Even Duan Jiaxue, who had seen many of Yi Feng's skills, was rendered speechless by the scene, feeling as if they were no longer in the city they lived in, but rather in hell. And they seemed to be part of the many spiritual entities. But in the next moment, a giant claw reached out from the spatial crack. Unlike ordinary creatures, this giant claw was made up of countless skeletons, with a body constructed of countless vengeful spirits, appearing semi-transparent. Before anyone could react, a roar erupted from the spatial rift, and before the echoes faded, 3 massive dragons burst forth, each fiercely biting onto the spiritual bodies from the outside. Ghost Dragon. At this moment, the dead dragon was no longer in its first form, it had reached its second form after continuous necromantic enhancement by Yi Feng. Compared to before, the dead dragon now exuded a stronger aura of death. Time rewind. Meanwhile, old Master Wu was very pleased, looking at Yi Feng's parents in the trunk, his eyes filled with mockery. If you want to blame someone, blame your son. He needs to understand that some people are not to be trifled with. He killed my son, so today, in front of you, I will torment your son until he is unrecognizable, and then I will kill you all in front of him. Wu Penghai's smile grew increasingly sinister. Seeing the resentment on Yi Feng's parents' faces made him feel even more comfortable. Now, his first step was completely accomplished. Next, he only needed to lure Yi Feng to the outskirts of the city, wait for the underground forces to arrive, and then begin to jointly eliminate Yi Feng. Once Yi Feng was dead, the revival of the Wu family would just be a matter of time. Just as he was feeling smug, suddenly the surrounding space twisted, and the car that was moving forward began to reverse. In the blink of an eye, Wu Penghai was still sitting in the car, but his posture had changed significantly. What's going on? Wu Penghai looked around, as if everything that had just happened was a dream. No, wait, I clearly remember that we had already captured the people. Wu Fan was also a bit dazed, looking at his grandfather across from him, momentarily lost in thought, but both of them tacitly chose not to speak, believing that nothing had happened just now, merely a fleeting dream. Meanwhile, in the capital, the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, Director, something's not right. It's definitely more than just a little off. What happened? The director was still examining data from various regions when the deputy burst in, his face filled with terror. The Imperial Astronomical Bureau was originally responsible for observing astronomical phenomena, but as the technology of the Dragon Kingdom flourished and talents abounded, the Emperor assigned the responsibility of monitoring data from various regions to the Bureau. Generally, they would predict natural disasters, but the real function was to monitor those top-tier powerhouses. When someone reaches the saint level or even the divine level, their actions can turn the world upside down. So the Empire has clear regulations that such experts cannot engage in private battles, otherwise, it would harm ordinary citizens. However, how could those who have reached such levels honestly follow the Empire's arrangements? Thus, the responsibilities of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau were born. Once a strong energy fluctuation occurs in a certain area, the Bureau would directly lock onto the person's location. If it was in a desolate area, the Empire would tacitly allow them to fight. But if it was in the city center, the Bureau would report it immediately and then contact local government departments and the military for suppression. If two divine-level powerhouses were to battle in the city center, the spells they casually cast could level the entire city. This was something they absolutely could not allow to happen. Gradually, the responsibilities of the Bureau increased, ultimately forming the current structure. We have detected fluctuations in the laws of time comparable to a saint-level forbidden spell in Jiangnan province. Saint-level forbidden spell. Are you sure you're not mistaken? The laws of time of a saint-level forbidden spell? The director, who had been somewhat calm, felt a surge of panic upon hearing this. The so-called saint-level forbidden spell is generally a skill that can only be released by saint-level powerhouses. Starting from the king level, skills have already reached the level of forbidden spells. Forbidden spells, great forbidden spells, saint-level forbidden spells, natural disasters. The methods of god-level powerhouses have already shown a clear distinction from those of saint-level. With a difference in power that is simply too great, their strikes can be compared to natural disasters. Hence the god-level abilities are deemed as calamities. Time-based profession. Among all professions, it is undoubtedly one of the top-tier ones. Since ancient times, those who have awakened the laws of time are few and far between, referred to as a once-in-a-thousand-years occurrence. Time is revered. Space is king. Fate is unyielding. Causality reigns. Destruction is boundless. Creation is unparalleled. The five elements are paramount. Yin and yang are in harmony. Power is supreme. And reincarnation controls the field. These few phrases are maxims summarized by some ancient great beings. This short sentence essentially encapsulates all professions, with time receiving the highest praise. Throughout history, anyone who has awakened the laws of time has been a rare genius, each one a figure renowned across the ages. Supervisor, I've been repeatedly checking since then. The data absolutely cannot have any issues. The deputy supervisor was also sweating profusely. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The supervisor frowned and said, according to our current registration, there should be no living time-based ability users left, let alone suddenly producing a saint-level forbidden spell. This is completely baffling. A saint-level time-based professional reaching that level is unreasonable for us to have no information at all. As long as they go to the job transfer hall, there will definitely be a record left, but that doesn't matter, there are always ways to circumvent it. But a saint-level time-based professional? What the hell is going on? How did a saint-level time-based professional suddenly appear? The deputy supervisor said, Supervisor, what should we do about this? What else can we do? Report it to the higher-ups. This matter is definitely beyond our ability to handle. Even if it gives us a headache, we need to make those above us have a headache too. This time-based professional is a real conundrum for us. A sudden appearance of a time-based professional will likely shake the entire nation. Wang family, something's not right. Old Master Wan was playing chess with his son when suddenly his body trembled. What's wrong? Dad, did you just feel a slight fluctuation? Fluctuation? What fluctuation? Wang Tian was taken aback, but he did indeed feel something was off just a moment ago, though it was only for an instant, so he didn't pay much attention to it. That's true, you just recently entered the god level, and compared to me, you're still far behind. It's normal for you to feel it lightly, Old Master Wang explained. Then said, the laws of time. Dad, don't joke with me. A time-based professional hasn't appeared in 100 years, how could that be possible? Wang Tian was unconvinced. Moreover, a fluctuation strong enough for both of us to feel must belong to a powerful figure. There's no way no one knows about it. Am I the kind of person to joke with you? Old Master Wang's expression was serious. When I was young, I once saw a space-based professional. Although he was only at the early god level, every move he made contained the power of time. However, that person's comprehension was truly poor. He never broke through to the mid-god level before he died, but even then, his strength was already formidable, and even an average mid-god level powerhouse might not be his match. Leaping levels? Since entering the god level, Wang Tian had come to understand the gap between each level. It was truly the difference between the sky and the earth, with an insurmountable chasm between each level. Damn, why are you so shocked at the mention of leaping levels? I was also fighting above my level back then. Old Master Wang shot him a glance and continued, after all, You haven't seen it with your own eyes, so it's hard for you to understand. Time is a profession. Although his upgrade mode is the same as ours, that profession carries a deeper understanding. Every time one crosses a boundary, if the understanding is insufficient, it will directly lead to failure. Therefore, that profession must have its own unique comprehension of time. I never expected to experience the laws of the time system again in my lifetime. This period has truly become more and more interesting. Transitioning to the God of Profession Temple. Time System Professionals. We at the God of Profession Temple have no news at all. Where did this come from? This is truly embarrassing. We have no information on such matters at the God of Profession Temple. How will people view us in the future? Investigate. Damn it, I must drag this guy out. I want to see what methods this legendary time system professional actually has. Gusu's city. The laws of the time system. Lu Suyi froze all over. He was very clear that just now, his body was being pulled by a force of energy. He wanted to resist, but there was nothing he could do. As a peak saint level, there was only one force in the world that he couldn't change. The power of the laws. And this power of the laws must be the laws of time. What just happened? Lu Tianba, also a saint-level powerhouse, was very sensitive to the laws, especially since it directly affected him. Someone must have used a time system wholly forbidden spell nearby, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for us to be affected. The laws of the time system. This can't even be portrayed in a movie. Although Jiang Feng also had strength, compared to these two, he was truly a small fry, and many things he understood were not thorough. Yet even so, he knew how exaggerated the laws of time were. General Lu, you're not joking, are you? There can't be any other options. This must be the laws of the time system. There is absolutely no other possibility. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng instinctively said, "Do you think this could have been caused by Yi Feng?" Meteorite Gorge. Yi Feng and the others had now returned to Meteorite Gorge, and even the corpses had returned to their original forms. What the hell happened? Something's not right. I remember we were all about to load the car. Did I just fall asleep? No problem. Weren't we all about to leave just now? Could it be? This is the legendary ghost wall. No, I clearly remember Captain Chen summoned. Just as everyone was talking, they suddenly saw 3 ghost dragons circling in the sky. What the hell? It's this thing. As they spoke, they saw Yi Feng leap up, and the ghost dragon dove down, directly catching Yi Feng. Beast Control Bureau. Tonight at 10:30, everyone go to the abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. Yi Feng's voice was cold, and the others still hadn't figured out what had happened when they saw Yi Feng riding the ghost dragon disappear from the scene. Yi Feng rode the ghost dragon into the sky. If he relied on his own speed, it would be unrealistic to return home in a short time. Even though the Empire had clear regulations that unregistered beasts were not allowed to be released in the city, Yi Feng had no choice now. Compared to the speed of a car, the speed of the ghost dragon was much faster. In a moment, Yi Feng appeared above the center of Gusa City. What the hell is that? Is it a dragon? I can't see clearly. It looks like a soul. Look, there's someone sitting on that dragon. There really is someone. What kind of beast is that? This beast is a bit too domineering, isn't it? I feel it's even more ferocious than the king of griffins. If I could have a beast that looks like this, I might just be so happy I'd fly. So cool. No car, no matter how expensive, can compare to this beast. Where did this powerhouse come from? In an instant, the entire city of Gusu was shaken by the phantom dragon. After all, beasts of this level were only seen in high-level dungeons in their eyes. But now that they could witness such a miracle with their own eyes, they were already beyond excited. At this moment, Yi Feng had no time to worry about being discovered. He needed to return home before the Wu family arrived. That car. Yi Feng flew in the air, constantly paying attention to the traffic below, and soon he spotted a familiar vehicle. The Wu family's car. Found you. Yi Feng chuckled softly. He had seen the Wu family send Wu Fan to school before, so he had a good impression of their car. In the entire city of Gusu, there were no more than 5 families that could afford such luxury cars. As far as he knew, Wu Fan had once boasted to his classmates that only the Wu family owned this car. Now, having reached this area, there were basically no cars on the road. After all, this was a poor district, and the traffic was already very sparse. Only scheduled buses would pick up and drop off people going to and from work, and most people in the poor district couldn't afford cars. Now that he was here, Yi Feng naturally didn't worry about harming anyone else. At this moment, Old Master Wu was sitting there, feeling increasingly uneasy. In his memory, he had clearly captured someone, but they had returned. He instinctively glanced at his watch. The time was right. But, just as Old Master Wu was puzzled, the car suddenly came to a screeching halt, and the two people in the back nearly flew out due to inertia. Damn it, how do you drive? Wu Fan cursed directly, but the next moment he saw a giant dragon blocking their car. Grandpa, look quickly. Old Master Wu was in a bad mood, and the moment he looked forward, he was frozen in place. What is that? Has a spatial rift appeared around Gusa City? Is a beast tide coming? Countless thoughts raced through Old Master Wu's mind, but at this critical moment, he immediately grabbed Wu Fan and rushed out the door. No matter what the reason, if they stayed here any longer, death awaited them. But just as Old Master Wu stepped out, he saw two more giant dragons lying in wait. What the hell is going on? Old Master Wu, this should be our first meeting. Yi Feng leaped down from the phantom dragon and landed in front of the two. Yi Feng, what do you want? Wu Fan instantly exploded in anger. Do you people from the Beast Control Bureau think you can do this in broad daylight? Is there no law in this world anymore? Yi Feng scoffed. You're talking about the law? I'm curious to ask. How do you justify the Wu family planning to abduct my parents in broad daylight? What are you talking about? Wu Fan's face turned ugly. How did this guy know they were planning to abduct his parents? This matter was only known to the core members of the Wu family. Then I'm curious. Old Master Wu, with such a noble status, why have you come to our poor district? Yi Feng, we can go wherever we want. Who are you to stop us? Old Master Wu also felt guilty. He always sensed that things were not this simple. Even if there were traitors among the Wu family's high ranks, it was impossible for such a plan to be exposed in such a short time. Moreover, he truly could not figure out who in the Wu family would act as Yi Feng's inside man. Yi Feng sneered. Since Old Master Wu has said so, then I'll kill whoever I want first. Do you have any say in it? For Yi Feng, targeting his family was already crossing his bottom line. No matter what, the Wu family had to disappear from this world today. Yi Feng, do you really think you're invincible? Old Master Wu was completely enraged. Although he was very wary of Yi Feng's strength, being threatened like this made him furious. Wu Fan also said, Yi Feng, the underground forces in the provincial city are already preparing to strike at you. If you back off now, maybe we can still give you a chance. Underground forces? The fog in Yi Feng's heart instantly cleared. He had been curious about what confidence the Wu family had to dare to go to war with him. He never expected it would be the underground forces. I understand now, so you can go die first. Yi Feng was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with these two. He had originally thought he could have a peaceful afternoon and go home early, but now he had to get busy first. Phantom Dragon, Time Death Flow. Yi Feng, you. At that moment, even before Old Master Wu could make a move, a surge of energy locked them in place. Time Death Flow, born of time, punishing with the flow of time. Almost no time passed before Old Master Wu fell first, his body aging to an unrecognizable state before he finally breathed his last. Wu Fan managed to hold on for a moment longer, but his body could not withstand the power of the holy forbidden spell. You can only blame yourselves for laying hands on my parents. I hadn't planned on killing you, but this is all your own doing. Yi Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. Even after killing Old Master Wu and Wu Fan, the anger in his heart did not dissipate. Today, the Wu family was destined for annihilation. At that moment, strange phenomena appeared in the sky, a king-level fall, and the world wailed. Yi Feng ignored all of this, took the phone from Old Master Wu, found the next generation heir's number, and sent a message, summon all family members back to the family before 9 o'clock. Since your Wu family doesn't know what's good for you, then let the Wu family be completely destroyed today. After saying this, Yi Feng smashed the phone, first returning home to confirm that his parents were safe, then heading straight to the Wu family. Meanwhile, in the city, panic had already set in. Some people had already witnessed the phantom dragon, and now the appearance of a strong person's fall in the sky made everyone even more anxious. That was the phenomenon caused by a strong person's fall, right? That's right, I saw it once a while ago. It was said that a king-level strong person fell, and I didn't expect it to happen again today. What's going on? It can't be that the person riding the dragon just now, right? Don't talk nonsense. How could that person's strength only be king-level? That fallen king-level strong person was probably killed by him. Pretty much. These two directions are basically consistent. There are only a few king-level strong people in our Suzhou city. I don't know which family's king level fell. That strong person can't come to our side, right? It shouldn't. Mayor Jiang and General Liu are both in our Suzhou city right now. We definitely won't have any problems. On the other side, at the Water Country Development Center, king level fall. Lu Suyi and the others immediately noticed the situation. As the current top combat power in Suzhou city, they would notice any slight disturbance. Zhang Feng frowned. I'll go take a look. We'll go with you. Then, the three of them rushed to the place where the phenomenon appeared as quickly as possible. However, as soon as they saw the situation, Zhang Feng's expression became strange. He was far too familiar with this death scene. Yi Feng, are you saying that this incident was caused by Yi Feng? That's right. Zhang Feng did not want to hide anything about this matter. Now, the interests of the three of them and Yi Feng were all aligned, especially since Yi Feng also held a military position. The underground force in the provincial city, Wu Di, was killed by Yi Feng using this method. After hearing Zhang Feng's explanation, Lu Tianba said, "Can we confirm the identities of these two? The old master of the Wu family. I'm not sure. It could be Lu Han." Zhang Feng continued, "This car belongs to the Lu family, and this direction is Yi Feng's home." In almost a single breath, Zhang Feng laid out everything he could think of. "I understand," Lu Suyi said, slightly excited. "That surge of time law just now was Yi Feng." "What do you mean?" "Think about it. Lu was heading towards Yi Feng's home. I suspect the Lu family is planning to do something to Yi Feng's parents." Lu Suyi continued to explain. "Because Yi Feng received a ransom message, he used a time rewind type of law. I just made a quick judgment. The rewind should be around 30 minutes. But we don't know how far away it is. It's precisely because of the rewind that Yi Feng went straight home. Didn't you just hear about Yi Feng riding a dragon in the city?" Lu Suyi's words clarified all the cause and effect. The Wu family really has the audacity. What gives them the courage to kidnap Yi Feng's parents? Don't they know Yi Feng's strength? Is it really just for 50 billion? The three of them pondered for a long time but couldn't figure out what was going on. Not good. Zhang Feng's expression suddenly became tense. Yi Feng is probably going to destroy the Wu family. Destroy the Wu family? The two were taken aback. And Lu Suyi's expression also grew tense. Even under imperial law, exterminating a family is not permitted. Mayor Jiang, if you want to protect Yi Feng, you need to quickly gather evidence of the Wu family's crimes, or neither of us will be able to protect him. Right. You hurry and set off. And we'll head to the Wu family to see if we can make it in time. Lu Tianba quickly added, feeling anxious for Yi Feng. Although revenge is a dish best served cold, the price was indeed steep. Zhang Feng nodded heavily. The Wu family has so many years of evidence against them, many of them are enough to condemn them 1,000 times over. So that's not a problem. I'll go ahead and send you the location to your phones later. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Feng vanished before the two of them. Gusu's city, 2100 hours. Wu family old residence. Yi Feng rode the phantom dragon in mid-air. Wu family, you will ultimately pay the price for your actions. At this moment, the Wu family was in an uproar. The Wu family's various personnel were spread throughout Gusu city, and Yi Feng had given them ample time to return home, aiming to annihilate the Wu family in one fell swoop. There's an old saying, cut the grass and remove the roots. To prevent you from retaliating against me in the future, I can only deny you the opportunity. Nightmare. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Feng instantly drew upon 170 years of lifespan, the most he had ever consumed for a skill. The moment the words faded, dark mist gradually enveloped Yi Feng's body, as if armor shrouding him. In the sky, a pair of blood-red eyes faintly appeared. Nightmare, born from the realm of nightmares, using dreams as power, using dreams as blades, formless, ethereal, falling dream, a range skill that puts everyone within a maximum radius of 50 kilometers to sleep, allowing them to end their own lives in dreams, limited by the opponent's weakened strength. Cooldown, 7 days. The moment Yi Feng's words fell, the eyes in the sky turned even bloodier, as if they were bleeding. At this moment, everyone in the Wu family looked up at the sky. Young master, what is that? What the hell is that eye? Why does it look so creepy? I heard that a king-level powerhouse fell today, and there's a flying giant dragon. This is too bizarre. What exactly is it? You ask me. Who the hell should I ask? The Wu family was thrown into chaos, but suddenly someone fiercely grabbed their own neck. And as they tightened their grip,
Their face gradually turned purple. Eventually, they collapsed to the ground. No longer breathing. What is he doing? What happened? Just as everyone was in a panic, countless others began to choke themselves. Some even took out weapons to end their own lives. Seeing this, young Master Wu quickly commanded, "Stop them! Hurry and stop them! Dad, where are you? The house is in chaos." In the end, young Master Wu looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, his eyes filled with deep despair, kneeling on the ground and crying out, "Why? Why is this happening? Why does heaven treat our Wu family this way? Why?" As soon as he finished speaking, young Master Wu's eyes gradually lost focus. He took out a long sword from his spatial ring, blood splattered against the wall, and the entire Wu family was left lifeless. Yi Feng's expression remained unchanged throughout. To him, all of this was merely retribution. He had never intended to act against the Wu family, but since they wouldn't let him go, he had no choice but to do so in order to attend school without worries. Nightmare. Really useful. Yi Feng slightly closed his eyes, and the blood eye in the sky also closed. However, when Yi Feng opened his eyes again, the blood eye did not open. The Wu family's matter is over. Now only the underground forces remain. Half an hour later, Lu Tianba and Lu Sudi arrived at the old Wu residence. Upon seeing the scenes inside, both couldn't help but gasp in shock. Even though they had seen a lot, witnessing such a grim sight still left them somewhat shaken, because it was all suicide, and many of those with weapons had targeted their own arteries, blood splattering everywhere. Hundreds of people, not a single one survived. Lu Suyi sighed. Although on the surface it looks like these people committed suicide, one can still feel a strong force of rules at play. If we investigate closely, we will definitely find that this was murder. Now it depends on what evidence Zhang Feng can find. Although Lu Tianba was worried, he had somewhat changed his view of Yi Feng. Anyone who wants to achieve great things must be ruthless. Those who are kind-hearted and soft-handed will find it hard to accomplish anything in the future. This kind of ruthlessness is a necessary foundation for those who want to achieve great things. Even so, who would know that this was done by Yi Feng? Lu Tianba suddenly said. Lu Sudi was also taken aback for a moment. That's true. No one can trace this back to Yi Feng. Just then, Lu Sudi's phone rang, and the caller was Zhang Feng. After answering the call, Zhang Feng quickly asked, "We still can't reach Yi Feng. How's the situation on your end?" "The situation isn't good. Hundreds of lives in the Wu family. Not a single one survived." On the other end of the line, Lu Sudi sighed deeply. "Is it too late? If that's the case, the evidence I have should be enough. But hundreds of lives is too significant. It's not a big problem. The situation here is all suicides, so we can work on that angle." Lu Sudi continued. "This matter is now manageable, but at this critical moment, contacting Yi Feng is the top priority. Also, hurry and call people over to handle the aftermath." "Can't reach Yi Feng." Lu Suyi sighed deeply. During this time, it wasn't just Zhang Feng, he had also called Yi Feng multiple times. At first, he could get through, but later, the phone was simply turned off. It was clear that Yi Feng didn't want to answer the calls. Not long after, Zhang Feng called again. "What's wrong?" "The factory in the suburban ruins. I just contacted the Beast Control Bureau, and they told me that everyone from the bureau is preparing to head to the suburban ruins factory at 10:30, and this order was issued by Yi Feng. Tell me the location, I'm going there now." Lu Suyi said. "Do they know what they're going for?" "They don't know anything, they just know that this news came from Yi Feng." After hanging up, Lu Sudi's expression was as if he had eaten something terrible. Is there something else that hasn't been dealt with? Or, is there someone else who hasn't been killed? What's going on? Lu Tianba was completely confused. Yi Feng went to the suburban ruins factory, and he took the people from the Beast Control Bureau with him. The two didn't linger. After getting the location, they headed straight there. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had already arrived at the ruins factory, looking around but not seeing anyone else. Just a few minutes later, he saw several figures walking in. "It's almost time for our appointment. What is that Wu family head doing? I can't reach him at all. Damn it, those Wu fan guys can't be trying to trick us, right? They really are pushing it. That shouldn't be the case, after all. The Wu family head sent us the photos of Yi Feng's parents being kidnapped. Maybe his phone broke during the process. Anyway, it's almost time, we just need to wait here for a bit." 1, 2, 3, 4. Yi Feng hid in the shadows, watching as individuals entered the factory ruins. This meant that the true power holders of the underground forces were these few people. It was clear that Wu Di was merely a figurehead, enjoying wealth and glory when things were good, and playing the scapegoat when things went wrong. Although Yifeng couldn't discern the exact strength of these individuals, he could tell it was definitely not low. The oppressive aura from any one of them was stronger than that of old Master Wu. Take advantage of his illness to take his life. Yifeng chuckled softly. Purgatory butcher's knife. At this moment, the four were feeling a bit anxious. Engaging in such activities meant putting their lives on the line, and they needed to act quickly. If they attracted those strong individuals, it would be troublesome. Boss, that Wu family is definitely playing us. The Wu family is really asking for it. How dare they deceive us in this situation? If I can't kill Yifeng today, I'll wipe out the Wu family first. The boss's face was extremely grim. We've always been the ones to trick others. When have we ever been tricked? Something's not right. As soon as he finished speaking, the boss immediately retreated. The others were momentarily stunned. But the next moment, the ground suddenly shattered, and the originally dark ground cracked open, spewing forth liquid like magma. What the hell is this? Just as the fourth brother was about to get up and leave, chains shot up from the ground, binding his arms. Fourth brother. The third brother leaped out, transforming a long knife in his hand, and slashed down. But the moment he made contact, the chains remained completely unmoved, showing no signs of change. Why are these chains so hard? Before the third brother could react, two more chains flew out, firmly binding his arms as well. Third brother. Fourth brother. The boss held his breath, searching around but never discovering the presence of anyone behind him. Boss, this is definitely a trap set by the Wu family. Aside from them, no one else knows our whereabouts this time. The second brother reacted quickly, almost immediately taking action as soon as the boss spoke. The leader said in a deep voice, "This skill has likely reached the power of a holy forbidden spell. If we cannot find the person behind this, it will be difficult to stop this ability. This holy forbidden spell." The second in command held his breath and focused. There are only a few who can activate a holy forbidden spell. Could it be Lu Sui or Lu Tianba? No, this type of skill is not at all Lu Tianba's or Lu Sui's style. Could it be Yifeng? The leader suddenly froze. He had thought of countless possibilities in his mind but had never considered Yifeng. Now that he thought about it, it might really be Yifeng. Yifeng, since you want to ambush us, why haven't you shown yourself yet? With the leader's furious shout, the other three brothers were also startled. Yifeng, the third and fourth brothers were tightly bound by chains, their legs embedded in the mud, unable to move at all. Their anger towards Yifeng had reached its peak. Upon hearing the shout, Yifeng no longer hid and jumped down from above. He initially thought he could take them all out at once, but he didn't expect these four little tough ones to actually have some strength. The weakest among them was probably at the true king level. This level of power was somewhat similar to that of the giant octopus back then. As he had just released his skill, the leader among them immediately retreated from the danger zone, a speed he had not anticipated. Yifeng, it really is you. The leader had long memorized this face. It was because of this person that their underground power had declined so much. Yifeng chuckled. I didn't expect to be quite famous. Since that's the case, let me give you a little welcome gift. What? Before the four could react, two burly men with ghostly faces appeared behind the third and fourth brothers. They then directly pinned the shoulders of the two. Yifeng, do you want to die? The third brother's eyes turned blood red as he struggled madly, but he couldn't muster any strength. The ones who will die are you. As soon as he said this, red clouds filled the sky, and a guillotine appeared faintly in the air. Quick! Stop him! The leader flew out immediately, with the second in command closely following. They knew they couldn't stop this forbidden spell now and could only try to kill Yifeng first. Don't worry, someone will keep you company. Before the two could reach Yifeng, 3 bone dragon kings and 3 dead dragons flew out. What is this thing? The second in command conjured a long sword in his hand and slashed at it, but he had no means to defend against the 3 dead dragons that had already reached the holy level. On the other side, the leader was also completely unable to defend against the 3 bone dragon kings. Even though the leader's strength had reached the mid-holy level, he was still unable to fight back against the 3 bone dragon kings at the late holy level and could only barely resist. But in the sky, the guillotine fell with the force of thunder. Yifeng, you won't have a good death. The third and fourth brothers didn't even get a chance to strike before their heads were severed from their bodies. Yifeng watched this scene unfold, The power of the guillotine was indeed very strong. If it could lock onto a holy level powerhouse, they would likely have no means to resist. But the problem was, he still couldn't control the chains. If the holy level powerhouse was cautious, it would be too easy to dodge. This was only the first phase. Perhaps there could be some improvements in the second phase. Seeing the third and fourth brother's heads severed, the other two were also filled with rage. If Wu Di was merely the one they pushed to the front, the four of them had been together since childhood, and one could even say they were like brothers. But now, right in front of them, heads were severed, and they had no way to respond. Yi Feng, today it's either you die or I die. It's just a holy forbidden spell, right? Who can't do that? The leader roared. Battlefield of weapons. At that moment, centered around the leader, a domain suddenly manifested, with countless weapons appearing in the sky, a chilling aura instantly emerging. You're also a blade master? Yi Feng said with great interest, knowing that Wu Di's profession was indeed a blade master, albeit at a beginner level, unable to exert any real effect. I didn't expect to take down 2 blade masters in one day. It seems I really have a conflict with you blade masters. Humph. Don't compare that little brat to me. In the whole world, there's only one blade master who has reached the saint level, and that's me. Today, I'll let you see what that means. Bone Dragon Domain. As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, 3 Bone Dragon Kings instantly left the battlefield and returned to Yi Feng's side, forming an indestructible defensive barrier. Do you really think you're invincible? The leader roared, clasping his hands together, and countless weapons flew straight at Yi Feng. Even in the air, the myriad weapons displayed countless transformations, and no one knew what weapon would end up being used. However, the Bone Dragon King's Bone Dragon Domain was a rule-type forbidden spell, granting 30 seconds of invincibility, which meant true invincibility. Moreover, it could enhance subsequent damage. If fighting someone of similar strength, this move would be enough to catch the opponent off guard. Yi Feng, I want to see how much longer you can hold on. The leader was now somewhat deranged. 2 of his good brothers had died right before him, and the second in command was still struggling against the 3 dead dragons, unable to gain the upper hand. If this continued, defeat was only a matter of time. Therefore, he had to exert all his strength to slay Yi Feng here. 30 seconds later, the Bone Dragon King withdrew the defense, allowing countless weapons to pierce his body. Now at the saint level, the Bone Dragon King had thick health, and with 3 dragons sharing the damage, he could still hold on for a while. Breath of the Bone Dragon. The 3 bone dragons soared into the air, breathing out dragon fire. Block! The leader gripped tightly, countless weapons shielding him in front. At this moment, the damage from the dragon fire was extremely high, reaching thousands of percentages. An ordinary saint-level powerhouse would basically be obliterated by this strike. But as the dragon fire slowly dissipated, the leader showed no signs of falling, aside from a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. Yi Feng frowned slightly. Heavenly Vine heavy armor. It's not just that. The leader laughed wickedly. And your Heavenly Vine bracelet. As soon as he finished speaking, countless flying daggers rushed towards Yi Feng, and in an instant, numerous blood holes appeared on Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng, didn't expect it, did you? In the end, your own things harmed you. The leader laughed even more madly. You little brat who hasn't even grown hair yet, dare to oppose me? You really are tired of living. A 40% damage reduction. No wonder I couldn't kill him. Yi Feng was now completely pierced by sharp weapons, turning into a bloodied figure, and due to inertia, he fell directly to the ground. Yi Feng, if you're to blame, blame yourself for picking the wrong fight. Just as the leader was about to relax, the second in command suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood onto him. Big brother. In the next moment, the second in command had lost all breath. What's going on? Yi Feng is clearly dead. Why haven't these undead creatures disappeared? The leader hurriedly controlled the weapons to fend off the joint attack of the dead dragons and the Bone Dragon King, but the 3 dragons had already made it somewhat difficult for him, and now with 6 saint-level ferocious beasts, he had no room to fight back, only able to retreat while fighting. Just when he was tense, he suddenly saw Yi Feng, who had already fallen, miraculously sit up. You know, it really hurts like hell. Despite being covered in blood, Yi Feng's wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing speed, eventually returning to their original state. Why are you still alive? How could you not be dead? Clearly, the last thread of the leader snapped completely, and his body gradually began to weaken.
When he came to his senses again, he was already in a terrible state, torn apart by the 6 dragons. Let's study it after you die. Don't say it, but you're the first to hurt me after all this time. Yifeng brushed off the dust on his clothes. Damn. I really need to be more careful in the future. If it weren't for my immortality, I would have really died here. But I have to say, it really hurts like hell. No way. I absolutely have to protect myself. If I really get caught and sliced up, that would be truly fucked. Wouldn't that be worse than death? As Yifeng thought this, he rummaged around for loot. At this moment, countless weapon phenomena appeared in the sky, and there were even other anomalies like blood rain and weeping skies. In less than half an hour, 4 powerful beings above the true king level had already fallen. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Suyi looked at the phenomena in the sky. It seems we've come too late again. These myriad weapons must undoubtedly be the work of the underground forces. A saint-level powerhouse was killed by Yifeng. Both of them were saint-level powerhouses, so they were more sensitive to this kind of thing. I wonder how Yifeng is doing. After all, this is a saint-level and 3 true king-level opponents. I imagine Yifeng must have suffered quite a bit in this battle. Lu Suyi and his companion quickened their pace. Although it was already evening, the phenomena illuminated much of the sky, waking many people who marveled at the sight. Some people posted this scene online, instantly sparking discussions among a crowd. I'm a god-level powerhouse. I can basically tell this is the phenomenon of a saint-level and 3 true king-level powerhouses fall. Stop bragging. Do you think saint-level and true king-level are like cabbages on the street, just dying when they want? No problem. At your age, how can you still brag like this? If you're a god-level powerhouse, then I'm above god-level. Ha ha ha, I think this is just a few king levels. You little brats really dare to say anything. At this moment, in the Wang family, old Master Wang was furious, arguing with people online. Believe it or not, I can't be bothered to explain to you. After saying this, old Master Wang threw his phone aside and began to ponder. The law of time, soon there will be a king-level powerhouse falling, followed by a saint-level and 3 true king levels also falling. In just one day, so much has happened. All in Suzhou City. If it's Suzhou City, could it be that kid Yifeng? How much lifespan can he have left if this continues? If it really is him, he truly is a madman. Lu Suyi and Lu Tianba quickly arrived at the battlefield. Looking at the bloody scene, Lu Suyi felt nothing at all. As a powerhouse who had fought his way through the battlefield, he was already immune to such sights. On the other hand, Lu Tianba felt a slight discomfort, but quickly suppressed it. Then, the two saw Yifeng, covered in blood, crouching on the ground. Yifeng, are you okay? Why are you covered in so much blood? Lu Suyi's previously calm demeanor was instantly shattered as he rushed to Yifeng's side, wanting to help him up. Yifeng was suddenly grabbed by the arms and was slightly taken aback. General Lu, how did you get here? At this moment, Yifeng was holding various loot in both hands, looking completely confused. Don't worry about me, what about you? I'm just collecting loot. Is that against the law? Yifeng looked bewildered. Then what about the blood on you? Oh, you mean this? The battle was a bit intense, and I got splattered. You scared me to death. Lu Suyi saw that the other party was indeed fine, which relieved him. If you have such matters, could you at least give Mayor Jiang a heads up? After all, you are also one of us in the military. Can we really just sit by and do nothing? Yifeng felt a bit embarrassed. Mainly, it was sudden. The Lu family suddenly kidnapped my parents. It was an urgent situation, so I acted directly. Following that, Yifeng informed Lu Suyi of the entire sequence of events. Now that he had been killing rampantly, it was impossible to hide it. He had said everything that needed to be said. Yifeng continued. However, there are still some things I don't understand. Logically, the Wu family shouldn't have taken the risk to act against me knowing my situation, but they colluded with underground forces. If they wanted to deal with me, the underground forces shouldn't have been completely confident either. Yet both sides are particularly resolute. I can't quite figure this out. It's simple. Lu Suyi had basically pieced together the whole story by now. Someone has put a bounty of 5 billion on your head on the dark web. Currently, the underground forces are also having a hard time in Jianglin City due to the Lu family, so they probably want to make a big profit and then retreat. 5 billion? On my life? Yifeng was taken aback. Is my life really worth that much now? Your thought process is really different from normal people. Lu Suyi smiled wryly. That 5 billion is just an appetizer.
If you really manage to break through to diamond level, the price might rise to 100 billion,
or even several hundred billion.
You also know the uniqueness of your profession.
And since you are one of us in the military, if you could attain God-level power, who would dare to intrude wherever you are stationed?
Don't be fooled by those God-level experts acting all arrogant. In fact, they are all afraid of death.
After all,
they worked hard to reach this level,
and no one wants to meet their end here.
Listening to Lu Suyi's words,
Yi Feng was stunned.
So you guys want me to go to the border?
Wait, that's not what I meant. We definitely respect your choice, but occasionally cooperating with us to demonstrate at the border would be fine.
Lu Suyi quickly explained.
Mainly, we want to cultivate you into a star in the military.
The war situation in Longwa hasn't been smooth these years, so we need a spiritual pillar.
And you are definitely the best choice. Come on, I admit I do have some looks, but you can't just treat me as a vase. What nonsense are you talking about? Who wants to treat you as a vase?
Lu Suyi was a bit speechless. It was the first time he found it hard to keep up with Yifeng's thought process.
I can't be bothered to argue with you. When the time comes, you'll go to the military, and someone will contact you. So what do I do now? I've killed so many people today.
Yifeng had already planned in his mind that if these people didn't help, he would take his parents and sister to live somewhere else.
With so many countries in the world, with his current strength, he could thrive anywhere. Of course, he wouldn't do that unless absolutely necessary.
Lu Suyi said irritably.
I can see your expression. If we don't help you, are you planning to run away? Damn, am I that obvious? Don't worry. Do you think Mayor Jiang is just sitting around?
He has already started gathering evidence of the Wu family's crimes.
You weren't the only one acting tonight.
It's just that the Beast Control Bureau is arresting the Wu family for the benefit of the citizens.
But the head of the Wu family didn't cooperate, harmed law enforcement personnel,
and was subsequently killed on the spot.
Then,
hundreds of people from the Wu family felt immense guilt and committed suicide, and the underground forces intended to harm our military personnel.
But in the end,
under my command, we wiped out 4 members of the underground forces.
General Lu, I think it's a waste of your talent not to tell stories. What's the point of being a general?
Yifeng never expected to get away with it so smoothly,
and it was quite reasonable too. Lu Suyi said with a sense of pride.
Of course, this general can ride into battle to bring peace to the world.
And with my pen, I can shape the universe.
After chatting for a while, several vehicles came to a stop nearby. Yifeng glanced over and recognized it as the official car of the Beast Control Bureau.
Yifeng.
As soon as the car stopped, Duan Joshua jumped out and ran over to Yifeng.
Why are you covered in blood? Call the emergency team. Call the emergency team. I'm fine. It's all someone else's blood.
Yifeng patted his chest to prove he was indeed okay.
Duan Joshua sighed in relief. Next time you have something going on, you can tell us first. If it's serious,
I can ask my grandma for help.
Don't take everything on yourself. Don't worry. I won't do anything I'm not sure about.
Yifeng said with a smile,
completely unfazed as if he hadn't just been through a fierce battle.
Besides, your grandma isn't part of the Beast Control Bureau. It wouldn't be good to involve her.
Not to mention we have General Lu's help. If it weren't for General Lu, I really wouldn't have been able to handle it. Yifeng smoothly attributed the situation to Lu Suyi.
Duan Joshua then noticed Lu Suyi and Lu Tianba standing nearby and quickly said,
Hello, General Lu. You are. Just call me Uncle Lu. Lu Han is my son. Lu Tianba appeared much more amiable,
his face full of kindness.
Lu Han.
Oh,
the fatty.
Duan Joshua realized, having gotten familiar with him over time, she had habitually called him fatty and momentarily forgot who Lu Han was.
I'm sorry. Realizing her mistake, Duan Joshua quickly apologized. Lu Tianba laughed heartily. It's fine. You young people can call each other whatever you like. Things here are almost settled. You all should head back early. Old Lu, let's go. Let's leave the aftermath to these young people. General Lu stood up and left with Lu Tianba. After the two left, Duan Joshua looked worried and said, Uncle Lu won't be mad at me, right? Don't worry. Uncle Lu is very gentle and won't get angry over such trivial matters. Yifeng explained, recalling how he had occasionally visited Fatty's house before, not knowing Lu Tianba's high status, and he certainly didn't see any signs of a saint-level powerhouse in him. He was just a middle-aged, greasy uncle. After Yifeng took care of other matters, he went straight home. As for the aftermath,
Duan Joshua had already received orders from Jiang Feng, so there was no need for Yi Feng to worry.
Meanwhile, at Yi Feng's home,
I wonder how our son is doing. Yi Xingtian paced anxiously in the living room.
Lin Mei said irritably, "Can you calm down for a moment? Even if you wear out the soles of your shoes, our son won't come back any sooner. What was he thinking when he came back this afternoon? Now you're worried. I wasn't just standing by. Could I really stop our son?" Yi Shangtian, "I'm not afraid to tell you. If anything happens to our son, we won't be able to live in this house anymore. I'll take Linger and leave."
Lin Mei also threw down a harsh statement. Once those words were out, Yi Shengtian lost his temper,
sulking on the sofa and no longer speaking.
Yi Linger felt like her head was about to explode. Previously, she had contacted Lu Suyi to inquire about the situation, and he told her there was nothing serious. Although she relayed this to her parents, they simply wouldn't listen.
"Little brother, if you don't come back soon, this family might really fall apart." At that moment, the sound of the door lock turning was heard, and Yi Feng walked into the room,
looking at the inexplicably tense atmosphere,
unsure of what to say. "Mom and Dad, I'm back. You little brat, do you know how worried your mom and I were? You've really got some nerve, even turning off your phone."
Yi Xingtian immediately pinched Yi Feng's ear,
and the latter cried out in pain. "Dad, it hurts. It hurts. If you pull any harder, it might really come off. If it comes off, it's your own fault. You're an adult now. Why are you acting like a child? If you hurt my son, I won't let you off." Lin Mei quickly rescued Yi Feng. "Mom is the best."
Yi Feng quickly tried to please her.
"Mom, I'm hungry. Is there any food left?" "Yes, yes, yes. I'll go heat up some food for you right now."
Lin Mei smiled brightly,
and after confirming that her son was fine,
she went to the kitchen to heat up the already prepared meal. Yi Xingtian noticed something was off and scrutinized Yi Feng. "Why is your shirt so small?"
"Wait, it smells like perfume." "Damn, Dad, are you a bloodhound? If you say your old man is a bloodhound, then aren't you a dog, son?" "Old man, if you keep talking like this, I'm going to tell Mom." "What secret conversations do we have that you always tell your mom? Which girl is it? You're wearing her clothes." Yi Xingtian's gossip instincts kicked in.
"I'm going to change my clothes."
"And stop prying." Yi Feng bypassed his dad and went straight back into the room. Before coming back,
Yi Feng had borrowed Duan Joshua's coat, fearing that his parents would worry, but now the inside of the coat was stained with blood. "This coat looks like it can't be washed anymore. I'll buy Duan Joshua another one when I have time." Yi Feng set the coat aside and took off his own clothes. Although his wounds had healed, the blood on him remained.
At that moment,
Yi Feng looked as if he had just crawled back from the battlefield.
"Little brother, you."
Yi Linger was momentarily at a loss for words upon seeing Yi Feng's appearance. Yi Feng quickly made a should gesture.
"Sister, keep your voice down. Don't let Mom and Dad see, or they'll worry again. You're not hurt, are you?"
"No, you don't need to worry about that. No one in this world can hurt me," Yi Feng said proudly.
"Stop being cocky, you smell like blood. Hurry up and wash up while Mom and Dad aren't paying attention."
"Good point." Yi Feng grabbed his pajamas and,
taking advantage of his dad's distraction, dashed into the bathroom. After washing up, he came out to eat. "Sister, are you planning to leave too?" "Yeah, I should be leaving around the same time as you.
General Lu said he would be in Gusa City for a while,
and I'll go back with him then." "That's fine, with General Lu around, I can relax. But can you commute afterward?"
"I can, but staying at the military base will save some money." Yi Linger didn't mind where she stayed. Her purpose for going was to work hard and eventually support the family.
"Then let's go live outside." Yi Feng ate heartily. "Live outside? Why would I live on my own?"
"Bring Mom and Dad along. I want a villa in the city during the university competition. It should sell for a good price."
"I'll add some money and buy a place in Jianlin City."
Yi Feng had a plan in mind.
"Xiao Chen,
this money is yours. You don't need to spend it on us. Save it for your future wife."
"Right, little brother. Keep this money for yourself."
Yi Feng was unconcerned.
"Mom, I have much more money than you think. I have at least several billion on me right now, and it will keep coming in the future. Actually, my main thought is about my older sister.
You guys say, my sister is not young anymore.
And now she wants to go to the military department. Once she gets there and no one is watching her, won't she just let herself go?
If you guys don't supervise my sister,
then don't expect to have any grandchildren." "Damn, Yi Feng, Are you even speaking human language? Yi Linger quickly said. Mom and Dad, grandchildren are still grandchildren. Why don't you just go to my little brother's city and let him give you some grandkids? In the end, with Yi Feng's affirmation, they decided to buy a house in Zhongbei City. After a good meal, Yi Feng returned to his room to sleep. Until the next morning, Yi Feng weakly crawled out of bed. Work! I'm going to damn work! As Yi Feng expected, Duan Zhaxue arrived early at the Beast Control Bureau day after day. Good morning! Morning! The two entered together. And at that moment, there weren't many people at the Beast Control Bureau, mainly because everyone had worked overtime last night dealing with the bodies from the Wu family and the underground forces. Even the people from the Public Security Bureau were all dispatched. After all, with hundreds of lives at stake, the Beast Control Bureau only had a few people. Zhao Xue, how much do you think I could sell my villa for? Yi Feng said, lying on the table. Bored. Your villa is definitely worth several million. That's the top scholar's residence. Are you really willing to sell it? What's the point of keeping it? It's better to sell it. I plan to buy a place for my parents in Jianglin City. I wonder if the housing prices there are expensive. Yi Feng sighed. For matters like this, shouldn't you ask Uncle Lu? He's from Jianglin City and must know quite a few people there. Besides, he might even buy your top scholar's residence. Ha! With Uncle Lu's personality, if I asked, he might just give me a place outright. He mainly doesn't want to owe anyone a favor. Forget it, I'll go ask. Yi Feng felt a headache. He had never considered such matters before. Although he was called a top student, he really knew nothing about this area. Uncle Lu, Xiao Chen, what a surprise to get a call from you. Lu Tianba's voice was very cheerful. Uncle Lu, you've been in Jianglin City and Gusa City for so many years. I want to consult you about something. With our relationship. Just say it. I want to sell the Villa of the Champion and then buy one in Jianglin City. I really know nothing about this, so I wanted to ask if you know anyone. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. Before Yi Feng could finish, Lu Tianba interrupted directly. Are you being polite? I know someone who wants to buy your top scholar villa. It just depends on how much you want to sell it for. I'm not sure about that. Then how about this? I have a villa in Jianglin City that has been unoccupied for a long time. Let's just swap. Swap? Yi Feng was taken aback. That's right. You trade your top scholar villa for my villa in Jianglin City. Don't worry. You won't lose out. It's not about whether I lose out. Mainly, won't you lose out? Uncle Lu? What do I lose? That's the residence of the national top scholar. And although my son is useless, you helped him become the national top scholar. You know I'm not short on money. I just lack a bit of fame in this life. This villa might not mean much to you, but to us, it's a priceless treasure. Then I'll have something to brag about when I go out. Right? It's settled then. If you want to see the house, just contact Lu Han. There's no time like the present. How about today? I'll find someone to grant you teleportation access. How many people? I'll give you a quota for 5 people. Just like that. You can go whenever you want. Before Yi Feng could say anything, the other party hung up the phone. How is it? Duan Zhaxue asked. It's done. Yi Feng didn't even have a chance to refuse. With things having come to this point, he could only proceed as such. You can just get off work now. I have some matters to attend to. Get off work. Didn't we just arrive? It's fine. I'm making the decision. In the following time, Yi Feng went home and gathered everyone together, then contacted Lu Han. The group took the teleportation array directly to Jianglin City. Upon arriving in Jianglin City, the Lu family's welcoming team greeted them immediately. With Lu Tianba's instructions, everyone had a smooth journey, and they finally arrived at the villa area. The house was quite large, over 300 square meters, and being a villa, it was impressive, especially in a place like Jianglin City. Yi Feng and the others were naturally very satisfied. After finishing everything, they returned to Gusa City, while Yi Feng's parents invited the fatty to their home for dinner. Shinzi, auntie and uncle are still as polite as ever. The fatty had been to Yi Feng's house before, so he knew his parents. Your dad is the same. By the way, which school did you apply to? Yi Feng suddenly realized he had never asked the fatty where he was going to school. Ha, didn't I tell you? The fatty said. Military University. You're going to the military too? Yi Feng was somewhat incredulous, given the fatty's conditions. Even if he performed average, many schools would invite him just for the title of national champion. Who else? The fatty suddenly understood. You're not talking about that crazy woman Duan Zhaxue, are you? Yes, She's going to the military university too. Yi Feng nodded. Damn, she really is a persistent ghost. The fatty sighed deeply. By the way, that commotion yesterday wasn't caused by you, was it? It's possible. I knew it was you, but Chenzi, you were too ruthless, you just wiped out the Wu family? They brought it upon themselves. If it weren't for them kidnapping my parents, I wouldn't have bothered with them. The Wu family really had the audacity to kidnap uncle and auntie. The fatty didn't know about this matter before, and now hearing it, he felt the Wu family deserved their fate. The news today is all over the place, but no one knows it was you. Whatever, I can just run away. In the following days, Yi Feng rarely had a chance to relax. He would go out to execute a task if there was something to do, and if not, he would just daze off in the office, occasionally leaving early with Duan Zhaoxue. It was precisely because of the Wu family and the strong individuals Yi Feng had eliminated that Gusu City had become eerily quiet during this time, with another family besides the Duan family also keeping a low profile, not to mention others. Almost everyone had witnessed the capabilities of the Gusu City government and didn't dare to have any more thoughts. As the school opening approached, Yi Feng deliberately slowed down his job transition speed. He had been leveling up too quickly recently and wanted to ease off to avoid drawing attention. However, Duan Zhaoxue had been particularly diligent during this time and reached the platinum level just before school started. This speed was considered top-notch nationwide. The fatty, under Lu Tianba's reprimands, also followed Yi Feng into dungeons every day and finally reached the gold level. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of reporting. After Yi Feng's family sent him to the teleportation hall, they all cried like tears. Not just Yi Feng, but also Grandma Duan and Lu Tianba came rushing over. Even Jiang Feng and Lu Suyi came to see him off. The leader of the job transition hall, seeing this lineup, hurried down to welcome them. He had been in this position for so many years and had never seen such a configuration. Son, once you get there, make sure to follow Yi Feng well. Don't always cause trouble. If you make a mistake, your dad's hand can't reach in there. Don't worry, Dad. Just wait for your son to come back with the title of general. Lu Suyi said with a smile. When you return, I might have to step down and let you take over. Old Madame Duan also brought Duan Zhaoxue to Yi Feng's home and bowed deeply. I apologize for the trouble I caused by visiting unannounced. Lin Mei didn't know what had happened, so she remained silent. Yi Shengtian quickly said, It's all for the kids. It's nothing. Yi Feng rolled his eyes. Dad, your intentions aren't pure. Yi Feng, fearing it might implicate him, went directly to Jiang Feng. Mayor Jiang, even though I'm going to school, you mustn't forget to send me my salary. You brat, you're practically a billionaire now. Why are you still thinking about money? Jiang Feng chuckled. Who would complain about having too little money, right? Alright, don't worry. No matter where you go, you're still a member of our Suzhou Beast Control Bureau. Although your title in the Beast Control Bureau over there might not be as useful, don't forget you're still a lieutenant in the military. Jiang Feng said with a smile. Lu Suyi laughed. That's right, today I've brought your uniform and identity, so you won't run into any blind spots over there. After dealing with each other for so long, everyone had long regarded Yi Feng as a junior. Lu Suyi handed the box in his hand to Yi Feng, along with a small booklet. Yi Feng took the documents and put them away. Thank you, General Lu. No need for politeness between us. If you see the principal over there, remember to send my regards. What? General Lu also graduated from the military university? Of course, I'm also considered your senior. Then does the esteemed senior have anything to give to the junior? Everyone chatted and laughed, and in the end, they sent Yi Feng off. The three of them boarded the teleportation array, and in just a few breaths, they arrived in another city. Beiyuan City. Welcome to Beiyuan City. The three opened their eyes, took out their luggage, and walked outside. This Beiyuan City is much cooler than our place. The fat guy looked around, a sense of novelty washing over him. That's natural, this is considered the northernmost point, and Beiyuan City is a key border city. If the Tianzhu Empire wants to attack us, they must first take Beiyuan City. Yi Feng explained. Damn, does that mean we're in danger? It's said that it's to train the students of the military university, creating a sense of crisis? But there's no need to worry. Unless the other side is really desperate, they generally won't invade. Yi Feng continued. Don't forget, many of the students in the military university are descendants of nobility. If someone really dared to attack Beiyuan City, the capital would definitely send troops immediately. If something happened to the students of the military university, that would truly mean war. Moreover, in a place like Bayuan City, who knows how many strong individuals there are? That makes sense. Do you think General Lu could send troops if we got into trouble? Fat guy, Jiangnan Province and Bayuan City are separated by a vast distance. If General Lu really sent troops, it would be no different from a rebellion. Duan Joshua retorted. I was just saying, why are you so anxious? As the three talked, they hailed a taxi. Driver, to the military university. Sure. Are you new students? Yes. We're all reporting to the military university. Good job. The driver gave a thumbs up. The military university is much better than those broken 5 universities. This is about defending the country. When my son grows up, I'll just send that little rascal straight to the military university. I say, those who go to the 5 major universities are all ignorant. A month ago, that news. What a face. If I were there, I would have torn his mouth open. Throughout the journey, the driver kept talking about the shortcomings of the 5 major universities, occasionally praising the 3 for their insight. Before they knew it, they arrived at the military university. The chubby guy was about to pay, but when he saw the price, he was stunned. Damn, this meter is jumping faster than I level up. Reluctantly paying the fare, the 3 got out of the car. Shinzi, let's ride a dragon next time, Yifeng said helplessly. Using abilities in this city is illegal. Do you want to be bombed down by a mage group? You have a point. The 3 stood at the main entrance of the military university, where the tall gate was extremely rugged, made up of countless giant stones. Let's go in. Just as they took a couple of steps closer, someone at the entrance began registering. Hello, we are new students. Is this where we register? Yes. Junior students, please fill out this form first. The girl smiled sweetly and handed 3 forms to Yifeng and the others. The 3 quickly filled out the forms and returned them. Yifeng, Duan Xiaoxue, Lu Han. Here are your dormitory keys. There will be seniors to welcome you inside. If you don't know the way, just ask. They all have red ribbons on their arms. Okay, thank you. After receiving the keys, the 3 walked inside. However, after walking for a while, they still couldn't find where to go. At that moment, a boy quickly approached them. He bypassed Yifeng and Lu Han and came directly in front of Duan Joshua. New student? Aha! Duan Joshua nodded instinctively. Then you're a junior. I'm your senior. My name is Jin Hongyu. Where do you want to go? I'll take you. Jin Hongyu ran his fingers through his hair, looking all righteous. Thank you, senior. These 2 are my friends. We're looking for the dormitory, Duan Joshua said. Jin Hongyu glanced at Yifeng and Lu Han, his eyes flashing with a hint of disgust, then snatched the dormitory key from the chubby guy's hand. If it's building B, it's over there, just turn left. You can find it. You guys go ahead, I'll take the junior back. After saying that, he threw the key at the chubby guy. The chubby guy's temper flared up immediately. What's your attitude? What's my attitude? Ha, considering the junior's face, I've already pointed the way for you. What do you want from me? Junior, you don't seem to understand the rules. Jin Hongyu sneered, and soon a crowd gathered around him. Yifeng stood in front of the chubby guy. I'm curious, what are your rules? What? Do you want to stand up for him? Jin Hongyu looked Yifeng up and down. What's your surname? Yi, is there a problem? Yi, the Wang family and the 9 great families don't have anyone with the surname Yi. So you're just an ordinary student. After judging that there was no threat, Jin Hongyu became even more unrestrained. Remember, my surname Jin is from the current Jin Guogon lineage. So, just because of that, you can act recklessly? Exactly. Jin Hongyu sneered. Just because of that, I can act recklessly. Yifeng, there's no need to argue with him. Let's go. Duan Joshua pulled Yifeng to leave the position of Guogon. That was not something they could provoke. Leave? Where to? Jin Hongyu grabbed Duan Joshua. Junior, I'm not rude to you, let me have a good talk with your 2 friends, and then I'll take you back to the dorm. Let go. Yifeng said with a stern face. I won't let go, what can you do? Jin Hongyu's grip tightened. Yifeng let out a deep breath. He never expected to encounter such a situation on his first day at the military university. Then, he swung a punch. Jin Hongyu hadn't even reacted before he was sent flying. Damn, brother Jin, are you okay? The little brothers who had originally surrounded Jin Hongyu rushed to his side. Brother Jin, How are you? Jin Hongyu staggered to his feet. You actually dared to hit me. Yi Feng sneered. If you hadn't made things difficult for us first, would I have made a move? He had intended to keep a low profile after coming to the military university, but on the very first day, he was given a rival. He couldn't understand how there were people like Lu Sui everywhere. Then don't blame me. Jin Hongyu shook off those around him, stepped forward, and threw a punch. Yi Feng didn't care at all, stepping back a step and then throwing his own punch. The two fists collided. A sound of bones cracking echoed. Everyone thought Yi Feng would be taken down, but Jin Hongyu was the one who knelt on the ground in pain. Wasn't that kid just beaten up? Damn. Brother Yu. Quick, get Brother Yu back. Diamond level. Yi Feng could clearly feel the opponent's strength, that force value should be above 500,000. But he was also at the late platinum level, and with the enhancement of the glare set, his strength value had long reached the million level, and that was just the entry value for the starry level. If it was just a contest of strength, Yi Feng wouldn't be afraid of this person at all. But if it was a contest of skills, then he was even less afraid. However, he wasn't sure if he could freely unleash skills at school. He didn't know if there was a rule against it. If he got expelled on the first day, that would be quite a mess. You're finished, you dared to hurt me. Jin Hongyu's gaze towards Yi Feng had completely changed. That hostility seemed like it could tear Yi Feng in half at any moment. Let's go. Yi Feng was too lazy to waste words with him. The other two were still a bit worried, but they followed Yi Feng and left. Jin Hongyu shouted, "You think you can just get away with hurting someone at school? Hurry up and find Director Su." Daring to lay hands on a senior on the first day. You really must be tired of living. Just watch. I'll make sure you get expelled today. Hearing this, Yi Feng stopped in his tracks. Then I want to see if there's still any fairness in this world. Duan Joshua said with some concern. Yi Feng, that person's family is a duke. The director definitely can't side with us. It's fine. Shinzi, at worst we'll just leave. If this place doesn't keep us, there will be another place for us. The chubby guy expressed indifference. For him, whether or not he went to university was irrelevant. If it didn't work out, he could just go home and live comfortably as a carefree young master. Don't worry, if we really can't make it here, I'll just go back and hang out with you, Yi Feng said with a smile. Seeing the three of them chatting and laughing, Jin Hongyu, who was already annoyed, felt even more frustrated. Just then, a middle-aged man approached, surrounded by several students. Director Su, look at what this newcomer has done to me. Jin Hongyu hurriedly stepped forward to complain. He's just come to our school and already bullied a senior. What will happen in the future? I say, just expel people like this, and our military university should never admit them again. Director Su shot Jin Hongyu a glance. What kind of person you are? I still don't know? Director Su, this time it's really not my fault. Do you think a senior like me would bully a newcomer? Besides, I come from a duke's family. How could I possibly lower myself to their level? Jin Hongyu kept trying to persuade him. Are you saying it, or am I? Director Su's voice was very serious. You say it, you say it? Jin Hongyu quickly fell silent. Director Su looked at Yi Feng and felt a sense of familiarity for a moment. Are you a new student who just enrolled? Yes. Yi Feng nodded. What's your name? Yi Feng. Yi Feng. You are Yi Feng, the Necromancer? Director Su was taken aback. As a member of the military, he naturally couldn't be unaware of Yi Feng. Coupled with the sudden emergence of the necromancer profession and Yi Feng's impressive performance during this time, many people had formed a preliminary impression of him. Yes, Director. Well, tell me what happened just now. Then, Yi Feng recounted everything that had happened since entering the military university. Director Su frowned. Jin Hongyu, do you have any objections to his statement? Of course I do. How could I be lusting after him? I just wanted to help my junior. Instead, he attacked me first. I'm the victim here. Jin Hongyu said hastily. The chubby guy couldn't hold back any longer and shouted. Do you have any shame left? He already said he didn't want to go with you. And you keep pressing him. Humph. He didn't say anything. You two barking dogs. At this moment, Director Su cleared his throat. Alright, no matter what. You were the one who blocked him first. Of course, Yi Feng shouldn't have acted either. This matter can either be settled like this. What do you two think? Yi Feng said. I can accept that. You can. Ha. Of course, I agree. But as a member of the Jin family, there's no way a little brat like you can bully me. The more Jin Hongyu thought about it, the angrier he became, cursing, "Damn it, I've lived this long and have never been humiliated like this. If I let you bully me, I won't be called Jin Hanyu anymore. What do you want to do?" Director Su frowned slightly. "What can I do? Since Director Su has spoken, I certainly won't stoop to his level for now. But Yi Feng, if anything happens at school, don't come crying to your parents. Are you threatening me?" Yi Feng was a bit speechless. He was really curious how the Duke could have such a son. Threatening someone right in front of the director? He had never seen such a fool. "I'm not threatening you, just giving you a piece of advice. When you're outside, you will inevitably encounter trouble. It's mainly just a warning for you." "Do you hold an official position?" Yi Feng suddenly asked. "Official position?" Jin Hanyu was taken aback. "No, what are you thinking? I haven't graduated and have no achievements. How could I have an official position?" "So you don't have one?" Yi Feng sneered, then kicked Director Su, knocking him down. "You don't have a military position. So what are you pretending for?" Jin Hongyu was a bit dazed from the kick and pointed at Yi Feng's nose, cursing, "Director Su is right here, and you dare to lay a hand on me? Now no one can save you." Yi Feng calmly took out the credentials Lu Suyi had given him. Lieutenant of the Dragon Kingdom, now suspected of insulting an officer. "Yi Feng, are you crazy? You dare to forge military officer credentials at the military university?" Jin Hongyu laughed loudly. He had originally been thinking of ways to ruin Yi Feng, but he didn't expect the other party to deliver himself right to his door. Director Su was also a bit surprised. "Can I see that?" "Sure." After checking it several times, Director Su returned the credentials. "The credentials are fine, they are real." In fact, at the very beginning, Director Su had heard rumors about this, but he hadn't verified them. "I didn't expect that the higher-ups really value Yi Feng." Director Su thought to himself. How is that possible? He's only 18 this year. How could he possibly have an official position? Jin Hongyu was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined this point. Yi Feng put away the documents and said, "So what do you think we should do about this matter?" Seeing that the situation was not right, Director Su quickly said, "Yi Feng, let's leave this matter to the school to handle. It's just the start of the semester. Causing a scene now would be quite embarrassing." At this moment, a crowd had gathered around them, consisting of both old students and many new students. "Then I'll leave it to the school." Yi Feng didn't want to continue the pointless conversation with Jin Hongyu. After all, he had already been beaten up, and such injuries wouldn't heal well without time. Moreover, this was a military academy, and he didn't want to cause too much trouble. If Jin Hongyu came looking for trouble again, he wouldn't recommend personally taking him down. Yi Feng and the others quickly left, and the crowd dispersed as well. Once everyone had left, Director Su said with a grim face, "Just wait for your punishment." "Why should I?" Jin Hongyu was definitely not convinced. "Just because he's an officer? Does that mean I have to keep getting beaten?" Director Su's tone grew heavier. "Do you know who he is? Isn't he just a newcomer?" "A newcomer?" Director Su sneered. "If he really wanted to fight you, you wouldn't even have a chance to fight back." "Just him?" Jin Hongyu was utterly disbelieving. "Yes, just him. Do you think he became a lieutenant for no reason?" Director Su sighed. "Forget it, since it's already like this, I might as well tell you. He's not just a lieutenant, but also a newly promoted member of the ranks this year. You can figure out the weight of this matter yourself. This has already escalated. The school will notify your family. Starting a fight with someone from the ranks and an officer on the first day of school. Ha! You should be thankful you're not dead right now. I can guarantee that if you really provoke him, don't say I can't protect you. Even your family won't be able to protect you. If you don't believe me, just search for the name Yi Feng online." After saying this, Director Su left, leaving Jin Hongyu and his group of lackeys in a state of confusion. What a joke! A newcomer! What right does he have? Jin Hongyu felt a sense of panic, and at that moment, one of his lackeys handed him a phone. When he saw a series of news articles on the phone, he nearly fainted. Killed a king-level beast, broke several records. One shocking headline after another appeared before him, enough to shatter his worldview. Only now did he realize what kind of person he had provoked. How could a family like his easily offend someone like that, especially since he was just a branch of the family? Even so, if this matter reached his family, he wouldn't escape punishment. In the future, the family would definitely not look favorably upon him. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, Why didn't you ask the director where the dormitory is just now? Duan Zhaoxue said helplessly. Back at Meteorite Gorge, she had already known that Yifeng was completely directionally challenged, but she hadn't thought of it at the time. Wasn't that guy supposed to guide us? I thought we could find it. The group kept asking for directions along the way and eventually found the dormitory. After saying their goodbyes, Yifeng and the fat guy found their own dormitory. Hello? When they arrived at the dormitory, they found someone sitting on the bed playing with their phone. Hello? Xu Xie nodded and continued playing on her phone. This person is so effeminate. If I didn't know this was a boys' dormitory, I would have thought this was a girl, the fat guy whispered to Yifeng. Yifeng took a careful look and indeed saw a very delicate face. Let's go. We should unpack and then call Zhaoxue to go out for dinner. After they finished unpacking, they were both sweating profusely. I'm Yifeng. What's your name? Xu Xie was slightly taken aback. My name is Xu Xie. Yifeng. She then turned her phone around, showing Yifeng's news. Is this you? If nothing unexpected happens, it should be. Yifeng nodded. Feeling a bit awkward about being recognized, he wasn't the type to be ostentatious, and normally he wouldn't mention it. But wait, the news clearly says you have 3 heads and 6 arms. What the hell? Yifeng stared at the news. It was exactly the same as how Fatty described him to the taxi driver back then. There was absolutely no difference. He thought it was just a joke at the time. Now, no way everyone outside thinks he looks like that. Fatty felt a bit guilty seeing this, fearing Yifeng might leap over and beat him up. It's all this bastard's fault for promoting it. How could a normal person look like that? That's true. Shu Ruwashi nodded. What level of forbidden spell can you release now? Holy forbidden spell? Yifeng answered truthfully, this was no longer a secret, and anyone who knew him could basically make a judgment. It's about what I thought. What does it feel like every time you use a skill? I mean, do you feel like life is slipping away? Do you have any daily limits? So, you don't have a mana bar? Can you still live long enough to reach diamond level? A series of questions left Yifeng dizzy. What initially seemed like a rather cool person now appeared to be an absolute chatterbox. You have too many questions. I don't even know what to say. Sorry, I just got a bit excited seeing such a rare breed. Xu Xie also felt her behavior was a bit excessive. Rare breed. It was the first time Yifeng heard someone evaluate him like that. Let's not talk about me. What's your profession? I am a nightmare sorcerer. What is a nightmare sorcerer? What kind of profession is that? Fatty was completely confused, unable to recall what it was. Yifeng's eyes were filled with astonishment as he explained, it's a profession that has only appeared twice in the world, both times by god-level powerhouses. So abnormal? Fatty's originally clear eyes gradually turned to shock. Yifeng continued, but both occurrences were a long time ago. No one really knows the specifics, just that such a skill exists. Indeed there are no records. Xu Xie nodded. With your talent, why didn't you go to Baitian? What would I go there for? I want to go to the battlefield to achieve merit. Xu Xie's thoughts were simple. If all goes well, I should be able to enter the military early. Going to Baitian. Mainly it's a bit far from my home. This was something neither of them had considered. Of course, mainly because the military gave me a sequence. Hearing this, Fatty said irritably, our dorm already has 2 sequences. Is this thing really that worthless? You have a sequence too? Xu Xie looked at Yifeng. Yeah, in this batch, it should only be the 2 of us. Yifeng naturally knew the value of a sequence. Basically, very few freshmen could obtain one, and he could easily get it. As for Xu Xie's profession, it was indeed special. The military would definitely have to pay something to pull someone like her over. Enough talk. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Together? Yifeng looked at Xu Xie. Okay. Xu Xie hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed. After that, they arranged to meet with Duan Zhaoxue, and everyone went to the cafeteria together. Meanwhile, at the military university, in the principal's office. Principal, this is what just happened. Director Su recounted the conflict that had just occurred between Yifeng and Jin Hongyu. The principal had a rugged build, with a scar running across half of his face. Jin Hongyu, what is he to Jin Tianli? Just a branch descendant of the Jin family. Just a side branch dares to act so arrogantly. If it were a direct descendant of the Jin family, wouldn't they just tear down my school? The principal's tone was dismissive. Let his mentor discipline him properly. Don't think that just because he's a side branch, even if it's Jin Tianli's son, he can come here and act recklessly. Director Su received the order and said, "No problem. What about Yifeng?"
"Don't worry about Yifeng, there's no need to intervene. That old fool Wu Lianfeng just wants me to keep an eye on Yifeng so he doesn't die here. Anything beyond that is not our concern."
"Alright, damn it.
These old bastards keep throwing me problems. I can't interfere with that life-draining skill. If he really dies here,
what can I do? And that little brat, actually asking headquarters for a sequence. Does he think this is a wholesale market?"
Seeing the principal's continuous cursing, Director Su wisely stepped out.
After having a bite to eat in the cafeteria,
Yifeng and the others became more familiar with Chu Ruwashi.
"By the way,
there should be a freshman competition tomorrow."
"Freshman competition?" "Yeah, it's basically just an entrance exam. How does it work?"
I asked around. It should be similar to the intercollegiate competition.
"Individual battles and team battles?"
"Not entirely," Chu Ruwashi continued. "This time it's mainly individual battles. We should be placed into a dungeon,
and then ranked according to our final scores.
However, this time we can eliminate other members to supplement our own scores.
You and I are both in the sequence. If we can't make it into the top 3, we'll lose our sequence status. Of course, if possible, we can also cooperate directly."
Chu Ruwashi suddenly said.
"Cooperate? Yeah, we can team up. Earn points together, you first, me second."
"Why?" Yifeng was a bit confused.
"I can't beat you. Is that the only reason?" "Yeah." Chu Ruwashi nodded. "Just because of that, if you casually use a skill, I'm done. How am I supposed to fight?"
Chu Ruwashi was always so straightforward, and Yifeng had nothing to say.
"That's fine then."
Yifeng had no objections. After they finished their meal, they all headed back. By night, they all went to bed early.
When dawn broke, the 3 of them woke up, quickly washed up, and received a notice for the entire school. "All freshmen, gather at the playground. All freshmen, gather at the playground."
So early, Yifeng looked at his phone, which showed it was only 6 o'clock.
Feeling a bit speechless,
suddenly realizing that the Beast Control Bureau was quite appealing, Lu Sudi didn't mention that the military university started this early.
If it weren't for going to bed early yesterday, how would he have gotten up?
Chu Ruwashi said.
"Is it too early?"
As soon as she said that, Yifeng and the fat guy looked at her with a speechless expression. Then, the 3 of them went out together,
meeting up with Duan Joshua before heading to the playground.
Because Yifeng was already quite handsome, and Chu Ruwashi was very pretty, along with Duan Joshua's good looks,
the 3 of them attracted quite a bit of attention. For a moment, both boys and girls began to discuss the trio. After a while,
a burly old man walked up to the stage. The previously chattering crowd fell silent.
"Hello everyone, my name is Chen Guangsheng, the principal of the military university."
Everyone looked at the scar on Chen Guangsheng's half face,
shocked. If we talk about the most famous person at the military university,
it would naturally be Chen Guangsheng. Anyone who knows about this university would know this legendary principal.
For some ordinary people, this might be the only time in their lives they encounter a god-level powerhouse. A true peak god-level powerhouse. If you can come to the military university, then you haven't lived your life in vain,
Chen Guangsheng said straightforwardly.
Recently,
you all should have noticed the situation at the Northern Sky Academy. What the hell was that?
Such things absolutely will not happen in our military, and they are absolutely not allowed. I have nothing much to say about that bastard's remarks. Anyway, I can guarantee, as long as you are bullied outside, you can contact the school teachers at any time to stand up for you. If the teachers can't solve it, go to the director. If that doesn't work, come find me. That's all I have to say, the rest is up to the vice principal." With these words, the entire venue was swept into a wave of excitement.
"Our principal really isn't good with words, but it really suits my taste," the fat guy said with a grin.
"Students, next I will explain the important information for your enrollment." As Chen Guangsheng stepped down, another man came up. "I am the vice principal, Lu Tian."
"Lu Tian?"
Xu Xie exclaimed.
"I've heard of this person. He's currently the only god-level formation master in Long Country."
"Formation master? Is that impressive?" the fat guy asked curiously.
Xu Xie explained.
"That's a formation master. Simply put,
a formation master of Lu Tian's level is stationed at the border. Unless a god-level beast causes a beast tide, it is impossible for them to cross the border.
As long as Lu Tian sets up formations at the border, even without anyone defending, not even a god-level powerhouse can enter for a while.
Of course, if they unleash their big moves at the start,
Then that's hard to say. Isn't the strength of the military university quite strong?
The fat guy re-evaluated the military university amidst the exclamations.
Fat guy, who told you the military university isn't strong? Duan Joshua said. If it weren't for the military university being directly under the military, one of the 5 major academies would definitely have a spot for the military university. At this time, Lu Tian continued. Today's competition is very simple. Each kill of a bronze level beast counts as 1 point, silver level 5 points, gold level 10 points, platinum level 15 points, and diamond level 20 points.
This trials dungeon is somewhat different from your previous inter-college competitions. During your inter-college competitions, we still had to be responsible for your safety, so the beasts in the dungeon were divided by regions. However, our military's dungeon is not a child's play like your inter-college competitions. In any place, diamond-level beasts could appear, so it's very likely you will encounter them as soon as you enter. But you don't need to worry, there is definitely no life-threatening danger. Even so, after hearing this, everyone still felt a wave of unease. Nowadays, everyone had only just awakened for about a month, and their average strength was only at silver or gold. Many had never even seen a diamond-level beast. Now, to have them encounter one directly was a bit exaggerated. Are we going to deal with diamond-level beasts? Vice Principal, if we perform well in the entrance assessment, will there be any rewards? This is too exaggerated. What if we encounter a diamond-level beast? Wouldn't that mean immediate elimination? If we are eliminated, do the points still count? In an instant, many questions were thrown out. Lu Tian slowly said, I also understand the students' doubts. The time for this trial is 12 hours. And regarding points, you must survive until the end to accumulate points. And your points accumulation, besides killing fierce beasts, you can also eliminate other classmates to inherit their points. The points of the eliminated classmates will also be reset to 0. Of course, there's also the aspect of rewards. Our military university has always believed that strength is the only truth. This year, there are a total of 523 people in our main campus, and the top 50 will receive 500 points. The top 30 will receive 1,000 points. The top 10 will receive 3,000 points. The top 5 will receive 5,000 points. The top 3 will receive 10,000 points. The first place, in addition to 10,000 points, will receive a military university sequence nomination. Wow, 10,000 points. I've heard that there are many military exclusive items at the military university, which can't be bought outside. What are points? You don't even know what points are. 1 point is equivalent to 100 dragon coins, and you should know. These points can be earned through tasks and cannot be exchanged for dragon coins. So can points be exchanged for military supplies? Of course. I've heard you can get some high-tech products from the military. I've heard some battle armor can directly elevate the user's combat power to diamond level. Is that true? Your focus is really off. The first place can receive a sequence nomination. Such opportunities are rare. Isn't that just a nomination? It's not like they actually give you a sequence title. You really don't understand. 3 sequence nominations can promote you to a sequence. Such nomination opportunities are rare, and it's possible that in your lifetime, you might only have this one chance to participate. Not to mention not being able to get a nomination, even if it's just one nomination opportunity. Your future will be limitless. Hearing this, Yi Feng, who was originally confused, suddenly understood. These points really are a good thing. I wonder if we can get the dragonflies during our big competition. Yi Feng was still quite interested in this. At this moment, Lu Tian spoke again. Although there are rewards, there will also be penalties for certain situations. This year, we have 3 sequences. If the sequence does not reach the top 3, the sequence title will be directly revoked. Some may think this is too cruel, but let me tell you, since you are a sequence, you are 1 in a million. If you cannot maintain your ranking, then you should honestly relinquish your identity. With great power comes great responsibility. The resources you are about to receive are many times more than those of other students, and your performance must also surpass that of other students. Not just today. The school will have countless assessments and evaluations in the future. Each one will challenge your sequence title. That's all for now about the sequences. Next, everyone come forward to receive a jade token. If you encounter danger, just crush this jade token, and the instance will directly teleport you out. If you are to eliminate the opponent, just crush their jade token, and it will be a success. After explaining the rules, They began distributing jade tokens to everyone. I didn't expect there to be a sequence. Yifeng was also quite interested. Generally, having one sequence in a year is good, and having 3 appear in the same year is unprecedented in the military. I didn't expect it either, if we don't count you. I thought it was just me. Xu Siyi also said. Your profession is already so exaggerated. I wonder what that sequence profession is. I'm really curious. Yifeng developed a strong interest in this person at that moment. Alright, everyone, the game begins. Lu Tian waved his hand, and a teleportation portal appeared on the playground. When was this teleportation portal set up? I didn't see it. Just now. There was clearly nothing here. How did this appear? Did you see that? Truly worthy of a god-level array master, able to quickly set up a low-level teleportation portal with just a wave of the hand. Xu Siye's eyes were also filled with shock. He fabricated it out of thin air? The fat man exclaimed, full of disbelief. This kind of low-level formation poses no pressure at all for a god-level array master. Yifeng and the others also entered the instance one after another. At this moment, the surrounding environment began to change. An endless desert. Countless figures appeared around them. Is the teleportation random? Yifeng found himself surrounded by unfamiliar faces, and the others also had no idea where they had been teleported to. The rest of the people who had been teleported here quickly scattered. Before long, only Yifeng and a few others remained. After all, having one less competitor was more advantageous for him. Everyone else has left. Why aren't you going? Just as Yifeng was contemplating which direction to head next, someone suddenly spoke from behind him. Yifeng turned to see 5 people, with a very well-built man leading them. What's up? Looks like we've really encountered someone bold. The man sneered. I see you're alone. Here's the deal. We need someone to lure the monsters. Why don't you join us? When the competition is about to end, we'll share some points with you. Not interested. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Be smart and hand over your jade token to us. I'll keep it safe for you. That's a good idea. Yifeng nodded to himself. Then hurry up and give me your jade token. The man was smug, enjoying Yifeng's stubbornness. What I mean is, you all give me your jade tokens. Yifeng smiled and kicked out directly. The others were a bit dazed, but Yifeng didn't stop his steps, throwing punches. Moments later, the group was squatting obediently in place, each with bruised faces. Hurry up and hand over your jade tokens. Yifeng looked like a robber. Why is one person missing? The originally loud man quickly said, Big brother, that kid saw how fierce you were and panicked, smashing his own jade token. Am I that scary? Yifeng was a bit speechless, but then collected the jade tokens from the others. Big brother, who are you? Just now, with your physical prowess, you could beat us. Are you a mighty Vajra? Your strength must be at the platinum level. I'm not a mighty Vajra, but I am indeed at the platinum level. Yifeng said with a smile, then asked, what's your name? Big brother, my name is Chen Yuqin. I'm local, doing a small business. I was born. Shut up, don't tell me that. Alright, big brother, what other instructions do you have? Chen Yuqin was now full of respect for Yifeng. After all, being able to take on their group alone already proved his strength. They had all been in their new roles for 40 days. Why was he so exceptional? Yifeng said, let's go in and take a look first. Okay, big brother, wherever you say to go, we'll go, absolutely no turning back. Under Chen Yuqin's command, the group began to venture forward. Big brother, with your platinum level strength, you should easily make it into the top 10. There shouldn't be many platinum levels this time, especially with our help. Chen Yuqin leaned closer to Yifeng and continued. I also know a bit about the newcomers. There are really only a few who could pose a threat to you. According to what I've heard, the son of the Duke of Lin is also in this year's cohort, and his profession is Berserker, now at platinum level. Tisk TSK. I also watched that guy's competition video. He was still at gold level back then, but he wields that big sword really well. In close combat, he probably has very few opponents. You know so much? Yifeng was a bit surprised. Chen Yuqin explained, after all, we're in the same cohort, and I like to gather information, so I know a bit more. Then keep talking. Alright, I heard that in the neighboring province, a top-tier profession emerged, a super elite from the Chu family, a nightmare sorcerer. That guy looks really delicate, not manly at all. I heard he's the young master of the Chu family, but I really couldn't find much information about him. However, I did watch his competition video, but to be honest, I really didn't understand it, it was just very strange. Shen Yuqin shook his head. If we encounter him, we should just run. That guy is in the sequence. Aiming for the top 3, he's definitely not on the same level as us. Yi Feng said. Shu Xie? Yes, it seems the boss knows a bit too. Shen Yuqin continued. There's another person, named Yi Feng. What about Yi Feng? Yi Feng became interested when he heard his own name. That guy Yi Feng is even more of a freak. He took out someone in just a minute during the university competition. Pure freak. And his abilities, big brother. You should have heard of them. If he gets angry, this dungeon might not be able to handle it. It was because he was clearing dungeons that he accidentally destroyed the one they were supposed to use for the competition. If we encounter him, I suggest we just surrender. Mainly because he's a mage, and his physical fitness shouldn't be much different from yours. Big brother, why do I feel like you look more and more familiar? I'm that freak. Whoa, you are Yi Feng? Shen Yuqin stepped back repeatedly as if he had seen a monster, even doubting his own eyes. What? Doesn't look like it? Looks like it. Way too much. Big brother, I just didn't see clearly. I didn't mean to insult you. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. Yi Feng also found this guy a bit interesting. Shen Yuqin said, since you're Yi Feng, big brother, then I feel you can definitely take first place. Whether it's that berserker from the Lin family or Chu Xie, they definitely can't compare to you. Do you have that much confidence in me? Of course. If I don't have confidence in big brother, then who else can I have confidence in? That so-called nightmare sorcerer can't compare to you at all. As soon as he finished speaking, someone behind them spoke up. Who are you calling a piece of trash? I'm talking about Chu Xie. Shen Yuqin, relying on Yi Feng's presence, turned around and cursed. I didn't say you. Big brother. Chu Xie. With a face full of terror, Shen Yuqin hurriedly ran behind Yi Feng. Big brother. It's him. Yi Feng, where did you find this person? Chu Xie's original anger slowly dissipated upon seeing this scene. I just met him on the road. He wanted me to be his bait. I thought that was a good idea, so I brought him along, but we haven't encountered any fierce beasts yet. Big brother, do you know each other? Shen Yuqin kept shifting his gaze between the two, his face full of shock. Yeah, he's my roommate, and I guess you could say he's an ally. After hearing Yi Feng's explanation, Shen Yuqin jumped out. Whoa, Shan Gu, what the hell are you saying? With our configuration, we should just sweep the leaderboard. You two great gods teaming up. What can the other sequences even do? I say, let's do nothing and just go take out that sequence. When the time comes, if he can't make it into the top 3, then it'll just be the two of you left. Chu Xie had a strange expression on her face and asked, why do we need to take him out? Brothers, that's where you don't understand. One less sequence is more beneficial for you. Think about it, with one more sequence, that means you'll have one more competitor in the future. And that's very deadly. There will be many such competitions in the future. If he has more resources, that will be disadvantageous for you too. Yi Feng and the others exchanged glances, looking helpless. We don't need to. If there are similar competitions in the future, if he isn't a competitor this time, he won't be one in the future either. Chu Xie was very confident. Yeah, I think so too. Yi Feng replied similarly. Damn. No wonder you're a big brother level figure, your words are so domineering. Shen Yuqin exclaimed. Then let's be bait for you two brothers, and you can reap the rewards. Don't you want points? What do we want points for? We didn't think we could make it into the top 30 anyway. Even if we make it into the top 50, those 500 points aren't worth much. Getting to know you two brothers is my luck. Shen Yuqin looked very open about it. Yi Feng was a bit speechless. Alright, if we have time later, I'll give you some points. But, I still prefer your earlier rebellious attitude. You should have said that earlier. Big brother. Shen Yuqin changed his attitude. Brothers, shout out. Grandpa is here to collect their heads. At the front, Shen Yuqin and his group began to attract the attention of other contestants with their wild gestures. Yi Feng and Chu Xie followed them in the shadows. How many points do you have? Yi Feng asked. Not much, just over 70 points. You already have 70 points? Yi Feng's eyes widened. How long has it been? More than half an hour? He still had nothing. The reason he didn't take out Shen Yuqin and the others back then was that they had no points on them, so they had no value. And you?
Shu Siya asked curiously. I don't have any points yet. Yi Feng felt a bit embarrassed to say this. While others were busy racking up points, he was just chatting with a few people. You weren't just chatting this whole time, were you? How did you know? Shu Siya didn't know what to say. It's fine. We have 12 hours. What's there to be afraid of? Let's take it slow. I want to find the fat guy first. He's just a support type. If someone has their eyes on him, that would be troublesome. He might have already been eliminated. Shu Siya said bluntly. That shouldn't be the case. Maybe Duan Joshua ran into him. With Joshua's strength, she should be able to keep him safe. Yi Feng understood, but he still wanted to hold on to a glimmer of hope. But even if he was eliminated, it wouldn't have much impact. Duan Joshua is indeed very strong. Shu Siya agreed. Got a bite. Just then, more than 20 people emerged from the shadows and quickly surrounded Chen Yuqin. 23 people. This is a bit troublesome. Shu Siya felt a headache coming on. Even though he was strong, taking on more than 20 people directly might not be certain. It's fine. Isn't there still me? Yi Feng smiled lightly, and suddenly the ground began to collapse, with fiery skeletons emerging from below, with ghostly flames in their eyes and surrounded by lightning. Go! Surround them! Yi Feng commanded, and the skeletons rushed towards the group that had just appeared. What level are your summons? Should be diamond level now. How many can you summon at most? Not sure, but it should be a few hundred. You, a platinum level, summoned over 100 diamond level skeletons. Good thing we're not opponents, otherwise, I wouldn't know how to fight you. Shu Siya felt as if his worldview had been severely impacted. Even he would need to expend some effort to deal with a single skeleton. Let alone this many, he could only crush his jade token. By the way, does your skill consume lifespan? Isn't that a bit much for a competition? Shu Siya was somewhat confused. Yi Feng replied, don't worry, this skill consumes very little. It won't affect me at all. Suit yourself. Just as the two were chatting, over 20 people on the other side were already in shock. What the hell are these things? I don't know, but their aura is terrifying. They must be diamond level. Damn it, they said we would encounter diamond level beasts, but they didn't say there would be so many. What are we supposed to do now? Many among the 20 had already taken out their jade tokens, but before they could crush them, the skeletons charged forward, disregarding the attacks, and firmly grabbed their arms. What the hell? Have these skeletons become sentient? How can they do this? Damn it, my hand is being controlled. How am I supposed to go back now? Am I going to die here? Mom, I want to go home. It wasn't just them. Chen Yuqin and the others were also panicking. They hadn't expected to be targeted by diamond-level beasts. However, these skeletons did not attack them. Could it be Chen Gu? This thought also crossed Chen Yuqin's mind. The others were swept up in fear, but what they didn't expect was that the skeletons only snatched the jade tokens from their hands without attacking them. What's going on? The group was bewildered, and the skeletons that obtained the jade tokens began to walk back. It was at this moment that Yi Feng and Shu Siya stepped forward. Thank you for your points. Yi Feng smiled as he held the jade tokens, crushing them one by one under the gaze of the crowd. The people in the arena began to disappear one by one. What the hell? These skeletons were summoned by this person. Damn it, this person's summons are so overpowered. What's the point of playing? Slowly, the 20 or so people completely vanished. Chen Yuqin, seeing this scene, jumped up in excitement. What the hell? Shan Gu, you're amazing. These summons are ruthless. Each one is diamond level, and their elemental powers are so bizarre. It feels like they're not ordinary elemental forces, somewhat similar to ranked elements. Shan Gu, especially your fire. That color. It's definitely not simple. Chen Yuqin was practically leaning on the skeleton, looking like a scholar. Yi Feng casually said, 3 realms nether fire. 3 realms nether fire? You mean the one ranked 9th on the sacred fire list? Chen Yuqin was clearly taken aback. That color fits, and the temperature is right. If there are no other 3 realms nether fires, then it should be this one. What the hell? This is a priceless treasure. Chen Yuqin's eyes sparkled. If this were put in the Kyoto Trading Hall, it could probably sell for hundreds of billions. Then this lightning must have some secrets too. Let me think. Right, it's called the 9 Heavens Sacred Thunder. What the hell? Chen Yuqin felt like he was going crazy. The one ranked 11th on the Heavenly Thunder list. The 9 Heavens Sacred Thunder? I think so, I forgot the exact ranking. Shan Gu, You're leaving such a precious thing on this skeleton minion? Even if it's the worst, you should use it yourself. It's fine, anyway, I can't fully utilize the complete power of this element. Don't you think a skeleton that sparks and crackles with electricity looks cool? Handsome. Indeed handsome. But, at this moment, Chen Yuqin was at a loss for words, feeling that his thoughts were completely out of sync with Yifeng's. Alright, let's keep moving. We can't waste time on the road. Yifeng concluded the conversation. Although he had dealt with more than 20 people at once, the total points they had added up to just over 50, which was even less than Chu Xie's own points. Although 12 hours seemed like a long time, this instance had no fixed area levels, making it somewhat difficult to find diamond-level beasts. Moreover, while the instance size was normal, there weren't many beasts around. Throughout the journey, he had hardly seen any beasts. Thus, he could basically judge the school's intentions. Although it was said on the surface that points could be earned by killing beasts, in reality, it was mostly to make this group of candidates compete against each other. Of course, the most pressure was on the 3 in the sequence. After all, the school's rules required them to secure a top 3 position. With only so many beasts in the instance and hundreds of participants, if averaged out, each person might only get a few points. Next, let's focus on our classmates. With so many wolves and so little meat, there might already be someone with over 100 points. Yes, we should indeed speed up. Chu Ruwashi nodded frequently and then said, "It's really disadvantageous for us in the sequence not to be able to observe others' points. As long as they didn't know the leaderboard, they couldn't tell what rank they were in, so they could only keep killing beasts or other classmates. Next, I'm going to search the entire map, so let's get busy." As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, countless skeletons emerged from the ground and scattered in all directions. "Can they know what you want?" Chu Ruwashi asked. Yifeng chuckled lightly. "They can't do that, but as long as they kill all the creatures they see, that's enough. But can those points accumulate? I don't know if they can accumulate, but as long as others lose their points, isn't the effect the same? You really are a genius." Meanwhile, on the other side of the instance, the fat guy was closely following Duan Zhaxue. After entering the teleportation array, the two were randomly teleported together. Although the fat guy's combat power was lacking, Duan Zhaxue's was exceptional, so the fat guy provided support along the way. Together, we already have over 150 points. If we can hold out until Chen Zi finds us, it should help. Their thoughts were quite simple. They didn't want a high rank, they just wanted to help Yifeng maintain his position in the sequence. Now, the beasts here are getting fewer and fewer. Relying on beasts to earn points seems unrealistic. The only option now is to target other classmates. So, I suspect that there are definitely more people thinking this way. Anyone who has survived to this point must have this idea in their minds. Of course, we also have to exclude those who just want to survive until the end. Duan Zhaoxue kept analyzing. The fat guy nodded seriously. Indeed, there are probably quite a few alliances like ours now. We can only hope we don't run into them. You have a mouth of a crow. At that moment, right in front of them, 2 people were walking towards them. What luck! We just found 2 stragglers. The other party consisted of a man and a woman. Stragglers? How can you be sure that we are the stragglers? Maybe you two are the ones who are lost? Duan Zhaoxue took a stance, ready to charge as soon as the other side made a move. We both have main combat roles. I'm a platinum level water mage. What makes you think you two can win against us? Platinum level. The fat man couldn't help but swallow hard and said quietly, "What do we do against 2 main combat roles on their side?" Although they had 1 gold and 1 platinum on their side, he really had no confidence in himself. "You don't need to worry, just do what you have to do. 1 against 2 isn't that hard," Duan Zhaoxue said nonchalantly. Even if the opponent was also platinum level, with the fat man's support, she believed she could hold her own. "Hand over the jade tablet honestly, or you'll suffer the consequences," the woman warned one last time. "I return your words." Looks like there's no need to continue this conversation. The two basically moved at the same time. The fat man immediately began chanting, applying all the buffs he could to Duan Zhaoxue. Meanwhile, the other person seized the opportunity to charge directly at the fat man. Rather than clash head-on with Duan Zhaoxue, it was better to take out the support first. Duan Zhaoxue noticed the opponent's intention and formed a magic array in her hands. Frost fall. Ice orbs rained down from the sky, directly smashing into the opponent's position. The man quickly dodged.
And the fat man wasn't foolish either. He distanced himself from the opponent, trying to stay as far away as possible while still being able to reach Duan Joshua.
I'm your opponent, both of you. What's wrong? You need to run in a 2-on-1?
Duan Joshua's eyes glinted with killing intent.
Humph. No wonder you're so brave, turns out you're an ice sorceress.
The woman snorted coldly, her eyes filled with jealousy.
Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Elemental professions all follow basic principles. Time is revered. Space is king. Fate is unyielding. Causality reigns. Creation is unparalleled. Reincarnation is infinite. The 5 elements are primary. Yin and yang are above. Destruction is not apparent. And power is supreme.
All professions are built upon this statement. And these professions are also known as source professions.
The Death Dragon is a source profession of time.
The Bone Dragon King's attribute is a source profession of destruction.
And Duan Joshua's Ice Sorceress is a regeneration profession of the water element among the 5 elements. Some, like time and destruction,
are the strongest as source professions and have never transcended their source's regenerative power.
But, the 5 element professions continuously derive,
developing countless source powers.
Among them, elemental powers like Yi Shuang can regenerate hidden ice professions from the water element.
The 9 leaves cold frost. This is precisely why the woman reacted with such anger upon hearing Duan Joshua's profession.
I didn't expect to see occupational discrimination in this day and age. Duan Joshua snorted coldly,
continuously forming hand seals and chanting, "Frost cage." Snow and ice swirled in the sky,
ultimately forming an ice wall that enveloped the 2.
Water bullet.
The woman stepped back, and projectiles shot towards the wall at bullet speed,
but had no effect.
Damn! Why is this thing so hard? The man was also relentlessly attacking the wall,
but his attacks had no effect.
If it were just Duan Joshua alone,
she couldn't possibly have such an effect. The advantage lay in the fat man's buffs. A gold-level holy professions enhancement is no small matter.
Congeal, ice spear, Duan Joshua softly spoke,
and countless ice spears materialized out of thin air.
Hand over the jade tablet, and I won't attack you. In your dreams. Isn't it just a broken ice profession? Do you really think you're invincible? The outcome hasn't been decided yet. The woman roared, and then a wave surged from behind her.
The man was startled.
You actually learned it.
Surging Sea. I originally thought I could use this move to compete for first place, but I didn't expect to use it here first.
Surging Sea, a pseudo-diamond level skill.
Learning this type of skill book is extremely difficult,
allowing one to achieve nearly diamond level effects at the early platinum stage. However, in reality, it is only at the peak of platinum,
and if she wants to use this skill, she will be exhausted after consuming all her mana.
But now,
she has no choice but to do so.
It can't be that serious.
Duan Joshua felt a bit speechless. It's just a big competition. Does she really have to fight for first place? She knows very well the strength of Yifeng. First place must belong to him.
Even without Yifeng, she isn't confident she can handle Chu Si yet. In a short time,
that person has reached the late platinum stage with the power of a nightmare sorcerer. A strength that is not only top tier in the military academy but also among the 5 major academies.
Duan Joshua has no confidence in competing for the top spots against these monsters. Today, I'll tell you, what's divided is always divided. In an instant, the cage was filled with a surging sea, a wave of murderous intent rushing towards Duan Joshua.
Although I don't like you, you are indeed very strong.
Duan Joshua had to admit,
being able to unleash such power at the early platinum stage is something that effort alone can never achieve.
But, you're still a bit lacking compared to me. Duan Joshua's eyes gradually turned blue. Yi Shuang, falling flowers. The next moment,
blue petals began to fall from the sky, and frost flowers gradually appeared above the cage,
the surrounding air instantly plummeting. In such a blazing sunlit environment, everyone could already feel the bone-chilling cold. What is this?
The woman had never seen such a skill.
Simple and ordinary,
yet it gave her a strong sense of crisis.
Just as the petals landed on her skill, the once surging sea instantly turned into an ice sculpture, and on the ice sculpture were frost flowers. What? The woman,
already weakened from releasing her skill,
was now utterly despairing, collapsing to the ground. How is this possible? On what basis can you defeat me? Me? You encountering me is just your good luck. Duan Joshua slowly advanced towards the 2. If you had met the sequence, you would know what it means to have someone beyond someone, and heaven beyond heaven. Hand over the jade token. Duan Joshua extended her hand.
Although the man was uninjured, seeing the woman like this, he lost the desire to continue fighting. After all, this was a complete crushing situation. He was just a gold level, facing a platinum level with no power to fight back. He could only obediently hand over his jade token. What kind of ice is this? The woman realized something was wrong. Ordinary ice could never freeze her skill so easily.
It could even be said, crushing. Yi Shuang.
Duan Joshua snatched the jade token from her hand,
disregarding the two,
and turned to look for the fat man.
Yi Shuang. It's actually Yi Shuang. How could she have Yi Shuang?
The woman sighed deeply. It seems the military academy truly has hidden talents.
Someone with such means isn't even of the sequence. Sister, our jade token is gone now.
The man finally spoke helplessly.
Alright, if we can't win, there's nothing we can do.
Who would have thought she is also a platinum level? Not to mention the owner of the fancy Yi Shuang.
We're just fighting for our lives. The woman completely gave up.
Although she always liked to provoke and mock, she was quite straightforward after losing.
What a freak. On the other side,
Duan Joshua handed a jade token marked with 97 to the fat man.
The fat man took the jade token and crushed it directly.
This was the agreement they had reached. They had to average the points between the two.
Even if they encountered someone they couldn't defeat, they had to act separately. After all, their goal is to help Yifeng, so they can't put all their eggs in one basket. Your strength should be at the late platinum level now, right?
About that.
But I still can't beat those freaks, Duan Joshua said helplessly. I don't know what they eat to grow up like that. How can they be so abnormal? Don't mention you. I don't understand either. Look at that Chu Siye. So effeminate. Damn. But quite impressive.
Although that guy wraps himself up tightly,
I can tell he's quite capable. Probably a muscle powerhouse,
the fat guy said with envy on his face.
Alright, let's find a safe place to rest for a bit. I've just consumed quite a bit of energy. As time passed, the range Yifeng could see grew wider. At this moment, outside the competition arena,
various directors from the military department were waiting and registering the rankings of everyone who came out.
Do you think this time, the three sequences can maintain their spots? Lu Tian asked.
The principal smiled and said, it's hard to say, but Yifeng should be fine. You all know what kind of situation that guy is in. If he wants to, he could just destroy the instance as soon as he goes in.
Suddenly, the principal's expression changed.
I forgot to tell Yifeng not to use skills. Our military department only has this one instance. If it's gone,
we'll have to trouble old Lu to create another one. Lu Tian's face darkened. Alright, I know what you're thinking. Principal, tell me the truth. Have you been wanting to change it for a while now? Old Lu, what are you talking about? Why would I want to change something useful? Of course, if you want to build another one, that's not impossible. Get lost, although I can build one.
It takes a lot of energy and spirit. It's not as simple as you think.
Okay, back to the point. Yifeng will definitely be fine. And that Chu Siye shouldn't have much of a problem either.
Especially since he and Yifeng are roommates, they should team up.
Then there's Xiao Xin.
If we're talking about strength, she should be fine, but I'm afraid if she encounters Yifeng,
then everything will be in vain. Lu Tian thought for a moment and said, Xiao Xion's dual-faced diamond is indeed strong, but facing Yifeng, she might be a bit suppressed. It should be an all-around suppression.
I've observed the values Yifeng has shown, they should be 5 to 6 times that of a normal practitioner.
And now,
although Yifeng is only at the late platinum level,
his values in all aspects should be infinitely close to the starry level. I have to say, that's already quite exaggerated. The principal also marveled.
Any one of those values could easily crush those who specialize in this area.
Just then, rays of light flashed from the portal, and one by one, people were thrown out. In just 2 or 3 minutes, there were 50 or 60 figures. What happened inside? How could they throw out so many people at once? The principal frowned.
They had held this kind of event countless times,
and before each start,
they would enter the instance to check and ensure there were no problems.
But
this was the first time they encountered such a situation.
I encountered a diamond-level beast. I was directly teleported out after meeting a diamond-level beast.
A student sat on the ground,
still shaken. It was his first time directly encountering a diamond-level beast. If it weren't for the teleportation, he would have been done for.
I also encountered a diamond-level beast.
Me too. You all did? Me too. Damn. Same here. Same for me too. In an instant,
Dozens of people on the field were saying the same thing. Each one claimed it was because they encountered a skeletal beast, and since they couldn't defeat it, they autonomously teleported out. What's going on? I don't remember there being a diamond-level undead beast inside. The principal was completely baffled. At that moment, the few who were eliminated by Yi Feng at the beginning suddenly understood. Principal, it's Yi Feng. It's that guy's ability. We were eliminated by him. Yi Feng. Damn. This guy really doesn't care about his life. The principal cursed. It seems it should be Yi Feng. I've seen the footage of him participating in the bronze-level trial. He's the skeletal undead. Principal. Isn't this still because you said the top 3 in the sequence? Alright, eliminated is eliminated, anyway. It was only a matter of time for you all. The principal quickly concluded this matter. But people were still being thrown out continuously. Before long, there were less than 50 people left in the instance. Just because of the skeleton, there were hundreds of people eliminated. The rest were also eliminated by others. Of course, some unlucky ones really encountered the beasts in the instance. Meanwhile, Yi Feng and Chu Xie were still following behind the team, with Chu Xie continuously pulling Yi Feng's arm to move forward. Yi Feng's vision was constantly switching, so he could only leave the leading role to Chu Xie. Duan Xiaoxue. Fatty. Then, Yi Feng saw the two in the skeleton's line of sight. However, not far from them, a group of people was slowly walking over. Yi Feng immediately controlled the skeleton to charge forward. He could see that Duan Joshua's condition was not optimal. If they faced off, they could only seek survival. Just as the skeleton appeared in that person's line of sight, the person charged directly over. This was the first time Yi Feng encountered such a situation. Damn! This person is too reckless. Yi Feng couldn't help but curse. But before he could react, that person swung their blade at him. Although Yi Feng could share vision, he couldn't control the skeleton's body. Even though the skeleton drew its weapon first, the opponent's swordsmanship was extremely refined, easily deflecting the skeleton's blade with minimal effort. Immediately after, the group behind him also surrounded them. Damn it, these guys are hunting diamond-level beasts. Yi Feng felt his vision shake a few times. Then the signal was cut off. What's wrong? Chu Xie noticed something was off with Yi Feng and quickly asked. Yi Feng slowly spoke. Someone hunted my skeleton. Hunting diamond level? Chu Xie didn't expect that even if she encountered a diamond level beast, she wouldn't take action. After all, such powerful beasts should be avoided. If too much mana was wasted, it would be detrimental to the upcoming battle. But I think I know who it is now. Berserker. Meanwhile, on the other side, this diamond level beast is nothing special, boss. This one diamond level beast has already created a significant gap. Exactly. I feel this nomination should belong to the boss. Humph. It's just that those people got lucky, otherwise, how could this sequence possibly belong to them? Boss, how many points did this diamond level beast give you? I remember it should be 20 points. So satisfying, if only a few more diamond level beasts could come. Damn. You really don't mind the exhaustion. Just dealing with this one diamond level beast is already wearing the brothers out. If a few more come, the brothers will be completely drained. Wait, my points haven't changed. This beast didn't give me any points. What's going on? Didn't gain any points? That shouldn't be. Could it be that the Jade token has a problem? Before everyone could continue to ponder the reason behind it, the already shattered skeleton turned to dust and vanished on the spot. Lin Si frowned slightly. Could it be that this isn't a fierce beast, but someone's summoned creature? After all the fierce beasts were killed, their bodies wouldn't disappear immediately, only summoned creatures would vanish upon being defeated. Boss, are you saying this is someone else's summon? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We've only just changed our jobs for a little over a month. Who could possibly have a diamond level summon? That's right. Usually only beast tamers who reach diamond level can have such creatures. How could we not have heard of someone like that? In just a month, diamond level? I wouldn't even dare to dream of that. Boss, even a genius like you is only platinum level. How could there be a diamond level? If such a person really existed, they would have already been ranked. Everyone chimed in, all believing that Lin Si's judgment was incorrect. Lin Si fell into deep thought. The reasoning is indeed sound, but this is precisely a characteristic that should appear with summoned creatures. Moreover, we didn't encounter this situation when we killed other fierce beasts. This, even though he was now quite certain in his mind that this must be someone's summon, he was unwilling to believe it. His current strength had already reached platinum level. Achieving platinum level at this time was universally recognized as the threshold for being a genius.
And diamond level, that was something one could only hope for. Over the past month,
Lin Si had been continuously leveling up in dungeons,
often living directly in the dungeons.
It was precisely because of this that he could reach such strength. But now to say there might be a diamond level peer, he was reluctant to believe it. No one understood the difficulty better than him.
Let's not dwell on this for now, let's keep looking for fierce beasts.
Lin Si knew that continuing to think aimlessly wouldn't yield any results. The urgent matter now was to quickly earn points.
After all,
the ranking nomination was still very important to him.
Meanwhile,
Duan Zhaoxue and the fat guy were still searching for Yifeng.
Zhaoxue,
it seems like there was some noise behind us just now.
Yeah, it should be someone fighting back there. Why didn't you say anything earlier? We could have set a trap for them. Wouldn't that be great?
The fat guy was a bit confused. In his eyes,
Duan Zhaoxue was very skilled in battle, and she wouldn't miss out on such excitement. Duan Zhaoxue sighed.
I just used up too much energy, my mana is low now.
If we go over and run into a platinum level, we might as well just wait to be taken out. Is it that serious? You haven't even recovered yet.
The fat guy was puzzled. Duan Zhaoxue rolled her eyes.
Do you think what I just did was easy?
That was my trump card.
I didn't want to use it,
but that person was a bit strong. I almost lost.
What the hell? Can you even recover from that? It's tough. Right now,
if I use a few more basic skills,
my mana will be nearly depleted.
So we need to get out of here quickly. Any moment we can survive is worth it.
Duan Zhaoxue smiled wryly. The military academy is much more exaggerated than we thought. She never expected that just one encounter would reveal someone at the early platinum level with the strength of late platinum. Then let's hurry up and leave. If you can't handle it, then I'm just a sitting duck.
The fat guy started to get nervous and quickly ran. But they hadn't run far when a woman suddenly appeared in front of them.
Damn! Are you two calculating our movements? How come there's always someone showing up in front of us?
The fat guy couldn't hold it in anymore. This kind of situation had already happened several times since he entered. Duan Zhaoxue furrowed her brows tightly. This person feels unusual.
I'm not in good shape right now. How about I stall him here, and you take my jade token and hurry away? At a critical moment, just crush my jade token, as long as you can get away.
Then neither of us can be considered a failure.
Forget it, if I run into someone else, it's game over for me.
The chubby guy felt uncertain. If it weren't for Duan Zhaoxue randomly ending up in the same place as him,
he would have been eliminated long ago. Fine, let's take a gamble. Duan Zhaoxue knew this was very risky. Boost me, just watch.
The chubby guy struck a pose, and arrays of magic formations appeared behind Duan Zhaoxue.
It's a pity.
If only you could enhance my magical power.
Duan Zhaoxue sighed lightly, then stepped forward, condensing an ice spear in her hand.
Frost flowers appearing on the long spear.
She thrust the spear out.
The opponent merely raised his head slightly, a faint golden light radiating from his body,
and he threw a punch.
The seemingly casual movement caused the long spear in Duan Zhaoxue's hand to shatter directly.
If she hadn't reacted quickly,
she feared she would have taken that punch.
Duan Zhaoxue frowned slightly. That hit you. How tough? What kind of defense is that? Is it equipment? No. Your profession seems off. After pondering for a long time, Duan Zhaoxue couldn't think of any profession that could match this person.
The girl slowly spoke.
Not bad.
A powerful ice sorcerer.
Your ice is unusual. It's much colder than normal ice.
Your ice should also be on the list,
right? You have some knowledge. Yi Xuan,
Duan Zhaoxue said softly.
What is your profession? Dual-faced diamond. No wonder.
Duan Zhaoxue understood now. She had considered countless possibilities, but she never expected it to be this skill.
Dual-faced diamond.
This was a top-tier hidden profession.
The pinnacle of strength. The pinnacle of control. This profession represented two extremes. But looking at you, it seems like your magical power is running low. Then I'll take your 2 jade tokens. The girl smiled, then stepped forward, each punch landing with precision. Every punch was extremely concise. Martial artist.
Duan Zhaoxue could tell from just a brief exchange that the opponent was formidable. If it came to physical techniques,
she definitely couldn't beat him.
But the problem was, her magical power was already insufficient to use her ultimate move again.
Even if she could, Duan Zhaoxue wasn't confident she could take him down.
Even at her peak state, you dare to engage me in close combat and still get distracted.
The girl threw a punch. At that critical moment, a large black hole appeared in front of Duan Zhaoxue. and the girl directly dove into it. But the next moment she appeared 10 meters away. What the hell is that? Yi Feng, Shen Zi, you finally made it. What happened to you two? Looking so disheveled? Yi Feng walked up with a smile. Zhao Xue, are you okay? Seeing Yi Feng, Duan Zhao Xue breathed a sigh of relief. We've encountered a bunch of platinum along the way. Just being alive to see you is already good. Then we were a bit luckier, we didn't encounter any at all. Yi Feng was puzzled, although they had met quite a few people along the way. The strongest among them was only at the golden level. Who are you two? Long Xin was very angry, suddenly interrupting her duel, which put him in a bad mood. Long Xin, boss, she is the one from the sequence. Dual-faced diamond Long Xin. Chen Yuqin stumbled over his words. This is a mid-tier dual-faced diamond. I never expected to see her. When I watched her compete back then, it was simply violent. You could even say, she crushed her way through. That's great, I didn't expect to meet her so soon. Xu Siye grinned. Yi Feng, leave this person to me. You handle the one behind. Behind? Yi Feng was taken aback for a moment, but soon after, a rustling sound came from behind. Barbarian, Lin Si, Chen Yuqin, caught in the middle, felt that the atmosphere around them was a bit off. 3 sequences, a platinum barbarian. Such a lineup could easily dominate among their peers. You can sense this? Yi Feng hadn't even noticed that Lin Si had been nearby all along. Not bad. Lin Si was originally walking this way. When he saw Long Xin, he didn't intend to get involved. But then he spotted Yi Feng and Xu Siye. Then the other side noticed them. Long Xin, cooperation? Lin Si, although I don't like you, but it's fine. Long Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was already furious at being interrupted mid-fight. And now with help, he was even more annoyed. I'll deal with that woman. You take care of that man. After Long Xin spoke, he took a step forward, and the ground beneath him sank significantly. Yi Feng, I'm going first. Xu Siye stepped out, a black cloak appearing behind her, her hands forming seals, and a dark-colored magic array appeared in front of her. Shadow of the Soul. In the next moment, the shadow beneath Long Xin suddenly came to life, and in the next instant, it punched directly at Long Xin. My shadow? Long Xin stepped back to dodge the punch, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yes, it's your shadow, but, aren't you also her shadow? Xu Siye's lips curled slightly. Shadow binding technique. At that moment, the shadows beneath the fat guy and Duan Zhaoxue suddenly began to move, directly forcing Long Xin to stab forward. Long Xin retreated step by step, cursing, I really hate you sorcerers. Can't we just face off and fight it out? Doing these things in the dark is really underhanded. As mages, of course, we stay in the back. If we were to clash head-on, what difference would there be between me and those fools? Xu Siye had always maintained a safe distance from Long Xin. Long Xin was so anxious he was grinding his teeth, suddenly charging forward. Tiger Might Fist. He threw a punch. With a roar of a tiger, Long Xion's shadow shattered, then quickly returned to beneath his feet. Xu Siye was momentarily stunned. You really are a tiger. Don't you consider that breaking your own shadow might hurt you? Humph. As a warrior, should I really be worried about getting hurt? Long Xion continued to charge forward. Tiger Might Fist? Military body technique? Shen Yuqin was taken aback. Long. No way. Yi Feng asked. What's wrong? One of the 5 military districts has a commander with the surname Long. Such a big identity? Yi Feng was a bit surprised. Coupled with the other party's strength, obtaining a sequence wasn't a problem at all. You protect them here. I'll go deal with that kid first. Alright, boss, leave this side to me. Although Chen Yuqin couldn't beat Yi Feng, he was still a golden-level powerhouse, and naturally had his own pride. Lin Si? Looks like you've heard of me? Lin Si was in a good mood. He already knew the other side was a sequence, and being a sequence meant having some means. I just heard. He said you're a spendthrift. Lin Si's gaze towards Chen Yuqin instantly changed. Chen Yuqin quickly explained. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Boss, you're putting me in a tough spot. It's fine. He won't remember it in a bit. Yi Feng stepped forward, gathering his strength into a punch. Lin Si drew out his big knife, a fierce aura suddenly appearing around him. Starting off with a big move? To deal with you, if I don't use my skills early, I fear I won't have the chance later. Lin Si swung his knife with lightning speed, but,
To Yi Feng, this scene unfolded in slow motion, with body stats approaching the starry level. For others, it was a dimensional strike. Yi Feng also stepped forward, his figure flickering, delivering an elbow strike directly to the opponent's spine. This blow was delivered with the full force of a mid-level diamond rank. Lin Si's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Before he could get up and react, Yi Feng followed up with a kick. Manual. Yi Feng sighed, walked over to Lin Si, took the jade token from him, and crushed it. This scene had long since numbed the onlookers. Boss? The boss was taken down in just 2 moves? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This guy is a freak. Brothers, since the boss has already lost, we definitely can't just survive. The group that had been following Lin Si quickly retreated from the battlefield, pulling out their own jade tokens. What kind of person did Lin Si find? It's not like he died. Why make such a big deal about it? Yi Feng was momentarily speechless. What truly pained him was, that was a lot of people's points. Damn, boss, you're so fierce, who can I protect? Chen Yuqin hadn't even reached Duan Zhaoxue's side when the battle here had already ended. I didn't expect him to be this weak. Yi Feng was also helpless. Xu Siye, do you need me to step in? Okay. Xu Siye directly retreated, clearing the battlefield for Yi Feng. I'll just be polite, you really came down. No, I can't finish her off quickly. You go ahead. Anyway, it's all about brute force. Xu Siye sighed. Her defense is too high, and her strength is great. Long Xian's previously suppressed emotions erupted at this moment. Are you done yet? Do you really think I'm easy to mess with? Come at me together if you can. I'll take you all down in one go. Chen Yuqin, damn, boss, why is she so fired up? Yi Feng, right? Today, I'll show you what I can do. Long Xian walked over step by step, each step solid, as if a war machine was crushing forward. Yi Feng said nothing, only calculating in his mind. A mid-level platinum rank with dual-sided toughness, he shouldn't need to use his full strength. What if he accidentally killed her with one punch? Just as he pondered, Long Xian was already in front of him, delivering a heavy whip kick. Yi Feng quickly defended, his body being knocked back several meters. What immense strength! Just this power alone could rival some diamond rank experts. No wonder Xu Siye didn't want to fight. This type of profession that could perfectly unleash both power and defense was indeed hard to deal with. One force breaks 10,000 methods. It was the best way to describe this profession. Continue. Long Xian lunged forward, and then countless fists rained down like raindrops. Each punch unleashed overwhelming power to the extreme. If it weren't for training since childhood, I definitely wouldn't have reached this level of strength. Yi Feng kept dodging, identifying the opponent's weaknesses from the falling punches. This type of profession might be a bit troublesome for mages, but for Yi Feng, it was simply perfect. One could only say, Yi Feng lacked nothing but stats. Strong power stats and defense stats were what Yi Feng took pride in. Suddenly, Long Xian's footing became unstable, and Yi Feng seized the opportunity, throwing a punch towards her abdomen. Hitting hard, a powerful force exploded in Long Xian's abdomen. Her figure swayed. Long Xian was sent flying, crashing into the desert, and when she got up, her mouth was full of sand. Yi Feng, I want you dead. Long Xian stumbled to her feet and charged at Yi Feng like a madwoman. Yi Feng smiled wryly and said, You don't have much strength left. Just give up. You're no match for me now. Mind your own business. Yi Feng felt a bit helpless, from the way Long Xian threw her punches just now. Her steps were much heavier than before, and her punching speed had slowed down considerably. It was clear that her body was fatigued from the constant fighting over this period. Just as Long Xian was about to reach Yi Feng, shadows emerged from beneath his feet, binding her to the ground. However, this time, Long Xian did not break free. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Yi Feng began to search her body. Hey, where are you touching? Yi Feng, you shameless pervert. Long Xian struggled, flailing her arms. Stop yelling. I didn't touch anything. Besides, what do you have on you? You don't even have a flat chest. Who are you calling flat-chested? I'm talking about you. Ask the people here if you're not flat-chested. Yi Feng said irritably. It was the first time someone had accused him like this, and he absolutely could not admit to such a thing. Otherwise, how would he survive in this circle in the future? The others watched this scene with their mouths agape, speechless. Zhao Shui, did I see that wrong? What was going on with Chen Zi just now? I didn't quite react either. Yifeng usually doesn't bicker with people. Xu Siye also leaned in closer to the two. Is Yifeng really that concerned about his purity? I don't know, nothing like this has happened before. Everyone looked at the two arguing, feeling helpless. Long Xian was so angry her teeth itched. You're shameless. You have no face. I didn't intentionally touch you. But you did. I didn't. Found it. Yifeng pulled out a jade token from her clothes, smiling as he said, goodbye, flat-chested. Yifeng, I will definitely kill you. As soon as she finished speaking, Long Xian vanished from the spot. Shen Zi, you really eliminated her. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly being so protective? It's not that, I just feel that Long Xian's combat ability is quite good, and she's also a sequence. We could totally help her out. It would be a good connection for us in the future. What the fat guy said makes sense. Duan Xiaoshui agreed. I thought you would let her off the hook, after all. She's a dual-faced diamond in the sequence, and her strength goes without saying. If we could bring her in, it would be a good thing for us. Xu Siye continued. Logically, we should be choosing mentors next, and then form a small team. If she joins, it would just make up for the lack of a main tank. Right, boss. Chen Yuqin chimed in. Her grandfather is probably Commander Long, a top-tier god-level powerhouse. Offending Long Xian wouldn't be a bad thing for us. Forget about Long Xian for now. Why are you coming over? Yifeng was already irritated by Long Xian, and in his eagerness to prove his innocence, he ended up eliminating her. After all, it was their first meeting, so there was no question of liking or disliking each other. He had indeed acted a bit hastily just now, so he didn't think too much and eliminated her directly. Shen Yuqin was taken aback, a hint of disappointment crossing his eyes. I thought after everything we've been through, we should be brothers. Meanwhile, outside the arena, a furious Long Xian tumbled out of the portal, cursing, Yifeng, you actually dared to call me flat-chested. I will definitely kill you. The previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Yifeng, you have no shame. Xiao Xian, cough. Well, how about you go rest for a bit? The principal cleared his throat awkwardly a couple of times, although he was curious about what had happened inside. It wasn't the right occasion to ask. Long Xian stood up from the ground, puffed up with anger, and seeing others looking at him with strange expressions, he directly shouted, what are you looking at? Never seen a beauty before? After saying this, Long Xian strode away. Lu Tian was a bit confused. What just happened? Just now, Xiao Xian said. What happened to Yifeng? Old Lu. Some things are better left unknown. You know what kind of temper old Long has. So, later you tell those students that some things shouldn't be spread around. That's true. But did Yifeng really do something to Xiao Xian in the secret realm? Lu Tian sighed. I really can't understand today's young people. Let's wait until Yifeng comes out and ask. From Xiao Xian's expression, he probably won't say much. Meanwhile, on the forum of the military university. Damn, brothers, I just saw something at the freshman competition site. You won't believe it. A girl came out looking very disheveled. And apparently, she was saying some teasing words. Is that true? Of course it's true. I heard that girl is from the sequence, but it's a pity she got eliminated. You guys know too little. I heard that the girl's family is military, and her background is quite big. Damn, isn't Yifeng finished? Teasing someone during the entrance exam. Brothers, I really don't know what will happen to Yifeng in the future. Yifeng is a real man. This is just a rumor. We can't say for sure if it really happened. He. I heard that girl is very pretty. Just a bit flat. At this moment, the school forum was mostly discussing this matter, and some even started to fabricate stories. Meanwhile, Yifeng in the instance was completely unaware. Got another one. Duan Joshua crushed the jade tablet in her hand and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Yifeng, our points should be about enough now. Yeah, there shouldn't be any platinum-level experts left, and the remaining ones aren't much of a threat. Yifeng also breathed a sigh of relief. By now, it was completely dark, and soon it would be so dark that one couldn't see their own hand. Even Xu Siye was a bit tired, but seeing the jade tablet in her hand gave her some reassurance. The fat guy in Chen Yuqin had already slumped down to the side. Bro, do you think Chen Zi is a bit abnormal? It's been so long, and he's still so energetic, the fat guy said, panting. Chen Yuqin replied, Bro, let's not compare ourselves to these freaks. I suspect they're not even human.
Yi Feng is simply a monster. And that Chu Siye.
I knew her methods were mysterious.
But now I've seen it. But I really didn't pay attention to Duan Zhaoxue before.
I didn't expect her to be such a character.
Young and already at platinum level. With Yi Shuang, that's one thing, but she can actually match Yi Shuang as an ice sorceress.
She should be among the top 10 in this year's freshmen.
You really know a lot,
the fat guy said in surprise.
How do you think I rank? You don't even consider me a brother.
That's a bit difficult for me.
Damn, Chen Yuqin suddenly said. Lu, what's your relationship with Yi Feng? What's up? We've been best friends since childhood.
Well, I see your team seems to be short a person.
What do you think of me?
Chen Yuqin said a bit shyly.
I don't think it's a good idea. Aren't you also not considering me a brother? Don't you think it would be very suitable for me to join your team?
Chen Yuqin had been thinking about how he could join this team since just now. He had never seen a team configured like this before.
Necromancer, Ice Sorcerer, Nightmare Sorcerer, Cleric.
With such a configuration, they would definitely achieve great results in the future.
If he could join, he would just be picking up merits later on.
If you want to join our team, you have to be as dashing and strong as I am. You're still a bit lacking.
How about this?
I'll reluctantly take you as my little brother, and you'll stick with me from now on.
You won't miss out on the benefits,
the chubby guy said proudly.
Before Chen Yuqin could continue, Yi Feng suddenly shouted, Chen Yuqin, come here, coming. Chen Yuqin quickly got up and ran over to Yi Feng. Boss, what's up? Here's your jade token back.
There's a team of golden level ferocious beasts ahead, you guys go take care of it.
Boss, we all volunteered to follow you. Chen Yuqin didn't expect Yi Feng would actually return it to him,
which made him a bit touched.
Hurry up and go.
Yi Feng shot him a glance.
The competition is about to end. If you don't go now, you won't have many points left. Alright.
Then Chen Yuqin pulled his group of friends and rushed forward.
You really returned it. Xu Siye walked over to Yi Feng. I thought you were just using them. What would I use them for? Yi Feng said helplessly. Do you think I'm using you? No, we're just mutually beneficial. Xu Siye sat down on the ground, sighed. Actually,
I didn't think much of it. I just want to protect my sequence.
For me, this is my only way out in the future. With your profession, it shouldn't be a problem for you to develop in the future, right? Achieving God level should just be a matter of time. Yi Feng said, puzzled. According to Chen Yuqin,
Xu Siye also came from a top-tier family. Even if she slacked off, she should be able to live comfortably for a lifetime.
Top tier.
That meant stronger than several times the Lu family.
Yi Feng couldn't even imagine the wealth of such a family.
You have no idea what kind of behemoth I have to face.
This world is too dirty, without enough power and influence. It's very difficult. If you have time, why not talk to me? I like to take on behemoths. Yi Feng joked. Xu Siye also smiled. Save your lifespan, you're one of the few people I find tolerable, and I don't want you to die so early. Don't worry, I can live a long time. Time passed quickly,
and suddenly a teleportation symbol appeared under everyone's feet,
transporting them out of the dungeon. Although it was already late, Chen Guangsheng, Lu Tian, and others did not leave. It's already very late, so I'll be brief. After you choose your mentors, ask them for your rewards. Lu Tian's authoritative voice rang out from the front. First place, Yi Feng. Second place, Chu Ruoshi. Third place, Duan Zhaoxue. Fifth place, Lu Han. Damn, I'm fifth. Shinzi, I actually got fifth. The chubby guy excitedly grabbed Yi Feng's clothes. I actually got fifth. Shinzi, I feel like my ancestral grave is smoking. Don't be so excited. If that's the case, my ancestral grave must have exploded. Metaphor. Seeing the two like this, Duan Zhaoxue couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Xu Siye just sighed, her previously tense expression easing a lot. 39th place, Chen Yuqin. 45th place. Damn. This time there are only 45 places left in the exam. According to previous situations, at most half of the people would be eliminated. But this time it really is a bit harsh. Damn it, who knew there would be so many diamond-level skeletons? Just that thing has eliminated how many people? This year's new students are indeed a bit abnormal. I just ran into Yi Feng and their gang in the dungeon, and before I even reacted, people just appeared here. You're doing better than me. I got tangled up by some dark thing. No more talking. Let's all go back and rest early. Same time tomorrow.
We'll meet here. Yi Feng and the others also left in a group.
Want to grab a bite? Let's go.
The fat guy was so hungry he felt a bit faint.
If I had known,
I would have brought something in. I'm starving.
You think about eating all day. Can't you think of something else?
Duan Joshua said with a smile.
Then we'll head back first. Chen Yuqin suddenly said. What's wrong? Don't you want to eat together? Ha? Can we?
Shen Yuqin was taken aback. He even thought that in the future, they would be like water and oil, completely from different worlds.
Yi Feng felt a bit helpless. We're not demons, it's just a meal. What's the big deal? Then I won't be polite. Boss, this meal is on me. Chen Yuqin instantly became excited.
In his eyes, these people in front of him would definitely be powerful figures in the future. He felt unworthy to sit with them.
Get out of the way, we can still afford a meal.
The fat guy put his arm around Chen Yuqin's shoulder.
Alright, don't be polite with Chenzi, this kid has plenty of money. Just eat well with me. That's too embarrassing. Chen Yuqin pursed his lips. Letting Chen Ge treat me to a meal. That's not good. Hurry up.
Bring your little brothers along, the
merrier.
After an afternoon of fighting side by side, the fat guy had already gotten much closer to Chen Yuqin, while the other three were busy slaughtering on the front lines, leaving only the two of them to reap the rewards in the back.
Thank you, big brother.
The little brothers cheered.
Hearing this,
Yi Feng felt his embarrassment almost flare up. Many people were now looking over.
Damn it, if you keep this up,
I'll either find a crack in the ground to hide in or I'll shove you into one.
Upon hearing Yi Feng's reprimand,
the others quickly fell silent.
Isn't this quite interesting?
Duan Joshua said with a smile.
You like it?
Yi Feng suddenly smiled brightly and quickly said.
You all shout Duan Joshua is invincible. Duan Joshua is invincible.
The little brothers obediently followed suit,
responding in unison under Chen Yuqin's lead.
Duan Joshua was stunned, her little face turning bright red.
Yi Feng, are you trying to get killed? Yi Feng took off running. Didn't you say it was interesting? Yi Feng, seeing the two chase each other, Xu Xie couldn't help but laugh. Duan Joshua took a step forward but then quickly pulled back. You all quickly say Xu Xie, but before she could finish, shadows suddenly sprang up from beneath her feet, sealing her mouth. Let's go. Let's go. I'll let you go when we get to the restaurant. After arriving at the restaurant, everyone found a table and began to feast. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a commotion suddenly broke out. Everyone looked over and saw a small girl angrily walking towards them. Yi Feng, damn,
why is she still chasing after us? Yi Feng quickly stood up from the table,
turning to escape. Long Xin?
She wouldn't be planning to make a move in the restaurant,
would she?
Chen Yuqin and the others were startled by Long Xin.
Yi Feng, you have no shame. If you have the guts, don't run away. Are you afraid to admit what you've done? Long Xin quickly chased after him. If you have something to say it properly. Why are you chasing me? And make it clear. It's as if I've really done something to you.
Yi Feng started a tug-of-war around the table.
Oh, at this point, you still won't admit it. What should I admit? I just said a couple of things about your airport. I didn't say anything else. So you admit it, right? If I don't break your legs today, I won't share your surname. Long Xin stepped forward, claws out, charging straight at Yi Feng. Long Xin, fighting here violates school rules. You don't want to be marked on the very first day of school, do you? Xu Xie spoke up in time. Hearing this, Long Xin stopped. Yi Feng, you must give me an explanation for this. Otherwise, I won't continue with my studies, and I'll beat you into a pig's head. What explanation can I give you? Yi Feng said bitterly. If it really doesn't work, you can scold me a few times. Don't worry, no matter how you scold me, I won't retort. I won't scold you. Long Xin said angrily. Xu Xie spoke again. I have an idea. Let's hear it. Tomorrow we need to choose a mentor. Why don't you join us? Why? Long Xin frowned slightly, feeling something was off, even catching a whiff of a conspiracy. Xu Xie smiled and said, there will definitely be a team leader among us, and we can compete for it. If you become the team leader, then Yi Feng will have to listen to you. Wouldn't that mean you can take revenge however you want? Really? Long Xin's eyes lit up. Of course. Yi Feng, what do you say? Xu Xie asked Yi Feng. Yi Feng quickly replied, let's do it this way. If I win, you act like this never happened. If you want to join another team, I won't stop you. If you win, you can do whatever you want. Deal. Long Xin nodded emphatically. Alright, tomorrow I'll help you choose a mentor. If you lose to me, don't play tricks. Don't worry, the military academy is this big. If I go back on my word, you can scold me every day downstairs at the dormitory. Humph. Long Xin turned and left. I'm not as crude as you say. I hope you don't go back on your word tomorrow. After getting rid of Long Xin, Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The fat guy also said, do you think she has a bit of a problem? Clearly, she lost her ranking, yet she acts like nothing happened. If I got eliminated on the first day, I would probably have started to shut myself in. People are different. For her, maybe the ranking isn't that important. Duan Zhaoxue laughed. Shu Siye, you're really quite despicable, tricking Long Xin into our team. If she realizes later, won't she come after you? Shu Siye helplessly said. Isn't joining us something to be ashamed of? That may be true. Everyone looked at Shu Siye. At first, no one thought this handsome young man could have any bad intentions, but now looking back, everyone felt that he seemed to be pieced together entirely from cunning. By the way, what are your thoughts on choosing a mentor? Yifeng asked. He had come to report without any preparation, so he had no understanding of the military academy at all. Duan Zhaoxue was also confused. I don't really understand either. The chubby guy didn't say anything at all, in this situation. He truly didn't know what to say. He had signed up purely out of a rush of blood. Well, I have some understanding, but not much, Shu Siye said similarly. In the end, everyone's gaze turned to Chen Yuqin. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Chen Yuqin felt a bit embarrassed and spoke up directly. I actually have a bit of understanding. The military academy, like other mainstream institutions, also adopts a team system. The upper limit for a team is 7 people, which is based on the standard team size set by the Empire back in the day. 2 warriors, 1 support, 1 assassin, and 3 mages. However, generally speaking, it's very difficult to assemble such a configuration. Not to mention the scarcity of warrior-type professions. It's simply a dream to gather 3 mages in a team, let alone 2 warriors and 1 assassin. This ratio is very hard to achieve, so the current maximum limit for a team is still 7 people, but the specific configuration is no longer a concern for everyone. For example, there was once a 7-member mage team at Baidian Academy that struck fear into many hearts, with overwhelming skills and various appropriate combinations, achieving quite a bit. Also, there was a 6 Protect 1 formation at Sanshan Academy back in the day, with 1 warrior and 6 supports. That person charged into the battlefield without losing a drop of blood, and their combat power was extremely exaggerated. And also, when it came to this, Chen Yuqin's eyes sparkled, eager to share everything he knew. Alright, let's get back to the main topic, Shu Siye quickly interrupted. Otherwise, she felt they could talk until tomorrow morning without finishing. Okay, let's continue talking about the mentors. Chen Yuqin cleared his throat and continued. As far as I know, there are 10 directors among the mentors. These 10 directors are available for the top 10 candidates in the entrance exam to choose from. But the initial considerations were not comprehensive, so now in our cohort, only 2 directors still have slots available. The other directors all have teams to lead now. So, the best choice is to select from these 2 directors. One is Director Su Zhongtian, who oversees discipline at the school, and the other is Director Li Qingtian, who manages the school archives. However, Director Su has been in charge of discipline for many years and no longer takes in teams, to avoid the impression that he is abusing his power. Then there's Director Li Qingtian. His team just graduated this year, so he has an opening now, which can be tried. The other directors all have teams now, many of which are leading sequences. Of course, if you want to join a higher grade team, that's also possible, but they will need to form a new team when they graduate. The problem is that forming a new team later is quite troublesome, as they lack several years of coordination with other teams, and if they graduate, they may not achieve good results, or even not graduate at all. But there are still people who do this, just very few. Director Su? He's a middle-aged man with short hair. Yifeng shared his impression of Director Su. Yes, that's the person. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He was once a great hand guarding the border. A contemporary sword saint, with a 3-flower sword in hand. He has slain countless fierce beasts and enemies, Chen Yuqin said excitedly. Actually, when Director Su first awakened his profession, He awakened something similar to black iron, and many people thought it was a useless profession, nothing like a sword at all. But when Director Su appeared at the university competition, by then, the black iron had gradually taken on the shape of a sword, and it was through his skills that he secured the top position in the area where Director Su was located. Later, Director Su joined the military university and gained considerable fame along the way. The next time he appeared, it was at the border. At that time, Director Su was only 26 years old. The originally dark black iron had completely transformed into a sword. It was also in that battle that the title of the Three-Flower Sword King was etched into his life. But unfortunately, Chen Yuqin sighed deeply. What's wrong? Isn't Director Su a saint level now? Yi Feng asked curiously. Alas, after that, Director Su surged forward, achieving true king and reaching the saint realm. Just as he was about to break through to the god level, external enemies invaded. In that battle, 5 god-level beings besieged the city. It was one of the most heroic battles in recent years. At that time, at the border, only Director Su, a peak saint level, was stationed there, and he had no fighting power against 5 god-level beings. When you reach that level, the gap between each rank is like a chasm. However, even under such pressure, Director Su, with his 3-flower sword, held on for 3 minutes. In the end, he managed to buy time until a god-level powerhouse from another stronghold arrived. In that battle, the 10 gods around the Dragon Kingdom gathered, completely turning the tide. Also because of that battle, the Dragon Kingdom's border remained peaceful for 10 years. But also because of that battle, Director Su was severely injured, which led to his inability to break through later. Even the transfer ball showed no reaction. Then he came to the military university, and there was no more after that. Upon hearing Chen Yuqin's words, everyone fell silent. They were all aware of that battle. The reports had flooded the news for days, but they were still young at the time, so they didn't understand much. In that case, I really want to be in Director Su's team, Yi Feng suddenly said. But now Director Su isn't taking students anymore, there's probably no way. Chen Yuqin replied. Forget it, we'll talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. I'm exhausted after a long day, I'm going to sleep. The group left the dining hall in a grand manner and returned to their respective dormitories. I'm going to take a shower. Back in the dormitory, Chu Siye grabbed a towel and her pajamas and headed to the shower. Yi Feng lay on the bed. Even though his stats were high, a day of intense fighting still left him somewhat fatigued. The fat guy had just lain down and fell asleep immediately. At that moment, in the bath, Chu Siye took off her necklace, and her originally short hair suddenly grew long, cascading down to her waist. A night passed in silence. The next morning, Chu Siye was the first to wake up and saw the two still sound asleep. After much effort, she finally managed to wake them up. I want to go back to work. Yi Feng got up sleepily to brush his teeth, his face filled with the 4 big words, life is hopeless. After getting ready, the 3 of them went downstairs to the playground. When they arrived, Duan Xiaoxue was already waiting for them, accompanied by a few girls. Xiaoxue, you really are as early as ever. It's fine, I'm used to it, Duan Xiaoxue smiled. Boss. At that moment, Chen Yuqin and a group of younger brothers came running over. Unknowingly, many people had gathered around Yi Feng. Just then, a piercing voice rang out. Yi Feng. Hearing that voice, Yi Feng instinctively shivered. This crazy woman won't let it go. I really shouldn't have talked back. Long Xin approached the group. Humph, don't forget our agreement from last night. What agreement? Yi Feng suddenly froze for a moment. Oh, I remember. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Long Xin, hearing this, was full of pride. You don't need to worry, if you lose, I won't mistreat you, but from now on, you'll have to work like a horse for me. When the time came, the principal and vice principal sat on the high platform, with 10 directors standing beside them and a group of teachers behind. Students, first, let's congratulate yesterday's students. Secondly, after the class division is finished, the students who receive rewards can go find their respective mentors to claim their prizes. Next, I will explain the rules for selecting classes. Lu Tian continued. The top 10 in the competition can choose their mentors freely, but if they choose a director-level class, the director must also agree. The directors available for selection are Director Su Zhongtian and Director Li Qingshan. As for the students outside the top 10, you will report your small teams to the school later, and the mentors will select from your teams. With 10 in a team and 5 teams in a class, Alright, enough chit-chat. The first place student, please choose your mentor. Lu Tian looked at Yifeng. At this moment, all the students turned to Yifeng. As the focus of the crowd, Yifeng directly stated his intention. I want to choose Director Su. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Many were well aware that Director Su was merely going through the motions. The only real choice was Director Li Qingshan. Yifeng, Su Zhongtian was momentarily at a loss for words. I already. Before Su Zhongtian could finish, Long Xin interjected. Uncle Su, we've decided, we'll be under you from now on. Xiao Xin, what are you doing? You can't choose. Lu Tian quickly said. Of course, I know I can't choose, but I'm on the same team as Yifeng, isn't that the same? Long Xin pouted. You and Yifeng are on the same team? Not only Lu Tian, but even Chen Guangxing was taken aback. He had originally wanted to talk to Yifeng about what happened yesterday, but now he didn't know what to say. Wasn't he just desperate yesterday? What happened today? Yeah, we're on the same team, is there a problem? There's no problem. Since there's no problem, isn't that settled? Long Xin asked Su Zhongtian again. Uncle Su, please accept us, I'm begging you. I'll sneak some of my grandpa's wine for you when I get home. Xiao Xin. It's not that I don't want to accept you. Uncle Su, please, just take me. Xiao Xin. Long Xin looked at Su Zhongtian with pleading eyes. Uncle Su, please, you used to like me the most, you even said you'd take me to level up when I grew up. Su Zhongtian was struggling immensely at this moment. Director Su, if it's too difficult, then forget it. Director Su was slightly taken aback. He had grown accustomed to this over the years and didn't know what to say to the young people before him. He had seen Yifeng on the first day of school. Although their communication was brief, he could tell that Yifeng was a person of integrity. It's not that I don't want to accept you, it's just that I haven't taught for many years. Long Xin smiled and said, Uncle Su, I believe in you, just like when you taught me when I was little. Alright then. Director Su finally broke through the last barrier in his heart. Yay! That's great! Long Xin was clearly very pleased with this outcome. Uncle Su, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Su Zhongtian cleared his throat and immediately returned to a serious demeanor. No matter how you call me outside, in school, you must call me Director Su or mentor, otherwise, I will punish you. What do you mean? If you don't behave here, not only will I punish you, but I will also tell your grandfather. Su Zhongtian said sternly. Then we agreed. Just tell my grandfather. Long Xin said with a grin. Of course, I will also tell your dad. Long Xian's smile instantly vanished. Uncle Su, you can't play like this. You'll run 20 kilometers later. I don't want to be in this team. I want to leave. As Long Xin turned to walk away, Su Zhongtian picked her up like a kitten. Group Yifeng, follow me. Then, everyone left in a grand procession. Wow, isn't that Chu Xie? She's a sequence. Why is she in Group Yifeng too? Look, that's Duan Jiaxue. Third place. She's actually in Yifeng's team. What the heck? What is this team doing? It has the top 3, plus the dual-faced Iron King Long Xin. What other team can compare? Didn't they say every sequence wants to bring their own team? And I heard the previous top 10 were all separate teams. Why are the top 3 all together now? You don't understand. I don't understand either. Amidst the chatter, Yifeng and the others followed Su Zhongtian to an open area. Uncle Su, put me down. I won't run anymore. Behave. Since you've officially joined the military university, you need to tone down your temper. Su Zhongtian said Long Xin down. Is your team just the 5 of you now? Yeah. Yifeng nodded. He originally wanted to bring Chen Yuqin into the team. Having an information master would be great, but Chen Yuqin ultimately chose to stay with his brothers, so he didn't ask further. That's fine, but I need to make one thing clear, since you chose me as your mentor. You should know that I am very strict. Understood, everyone replied in unison. Good. Introduce yourselves. Yifeng, Necromancer. Chu Xie, Nightmare Sorceress. Duan Jiaxue, Ice Sorceress. Lu Han, Cleric. What are you doing? Su Zhongtian looked at Long Xin, who had been silent. Long Xin, Uncle Su, don't you know my situation? I won't say anything. Who knows your situation? And calling me Uncle Su, that's an extra 10 kilometers. Su Zhongtian said very seriously. Don't add more. Isn't that abuse? Long Xin said with a bitter smile. Long Xin, dual-faced Iron King. Not bad. 3 mages, 1 warrior, 1 support, a very standard configuration. Su Zhongtian nodded, showing his satisfaction. Uncle Su. No, mentor, can we discuss something? What is it? Can I be the team leader? Why? Uncle Su. Mentor. It's like this. Mentor. Long Xin and Yifeng made a bet. Xu Xie quickly explained the whole situation. Director Su nodded and said, in that case, tomorrow you will go out with me to take on a mission, and the result of the mission will determine your team leader. Do you have any objections? No objections. Everyone spoke up, and Long Xin said proudly, Yifeng, just wait and see how I will defeat you. Alright, disband for today. Gather at the same time and place tomorrow. Okay. Yifeng sighed, feeling that being able to go back and sleep in was the best thing ever. Goodbye, mentor, everyone said. But just as everyone was about to leave, Su Zhongtian suddenly stopped Long Xin. What are you doing? Weren't we supposed to go back? You still owe 30 kilometers. Where do you think you're going? Mentor, that's not fair. Su Zhongtian smiled. Is there really that much fairness in this world? Hurry up and run. I'll stay here with you. Goodbye. You can do it, the crowd said, leaving with mischievous smiles. Long Xin wore a pained expression. Uncle Su, don't make me run. 30 kilometers? Are you trying to kill me? But you're a dual-faced warrior, 30 kilometers is nothing. As a soldier in the team, you need to be at the front in everything you do. If your physical fitness can't keep up, how can you protect your teammates? Do you want the 3 mages in your team to be in front of you? Or do you want your cleric to stand on the front line? So, not just today. I will arrange your physical training separately every day from now on. No way. Long Xin fell into despair, suddenly feeling that joining this team might not be a good thing. Run. I got it. I'm running now. The others, seeing Long Xin working so hard, were also moved. At first, some even followed her, but as time passed, many gave up. Yifeng directly returned to the dormitory to sleep. Late at night, the screen in front of Chen Guangxing slowly lit up, and after some operations, a call sign appeared, revealing a resolute face on the screen. Old man, why did you remember to call me? What? Is Commander Long so busy that I can't call you? Chen Guangxing crossed his legs, picked up a cigar beside him, took a deep puff, and exhaled thick smoke. Commander Long laughed heartily. Get lost? What's the matter? It can't be that my little girl caused you some trouble. No trouble, just that your granddaughter has lost her ranking. What did you say? Commander Long's eyes widened as if he had heard some terrible news. Literally, she was eliminated during the entrance assessment. That's it. Although my little girl has been wild since she was young, I know her strength. She might not surpass me, but she's definitely among the best. How could she be eliminated? Could it be Yifeng? Commander Long thought of the young man of the same age, and the only one he could think of was Yifeng. Besides Yifeng, he really couldn't think of anyone else who could eliminate his granddaughter. Yes, it's Yifeng. Yifeng makes sense, that kid isn't even human. If he eliminated her, so be it. Anyway, ranking isn't anything good, it doesn't matter whether you have it or not. Commander Long suddenly felt much relieved. Chen Guangxing's face darkened. How can you say that when I'm the president of the military academy? Don't you feel something's off saying that in front of me? Alright, we're old friends, that ranking isn't of much use anyway, Commander Long said nonchalantly. Those who can be ranked are all exceptional people. Do exceptional people lack future development? My granddaughter will definitely be a great female general in the future. Who cares about your broken ranking? Damn it, you old thing. Chen Guangxing was directly amused by this. By the way, your granddaughter is in the same team as Yifeng, and their mentor is Su Zhongtian now. What the hell? Isn't that kid not taking anyone? Commander Long was very surprised. Isn't it your granddaughter who pulled his shoulder and acted cute in front of hundreds of people? The initially surprised Commander Long's face darkened completely upon hearing this. Alright, don't act all innocent after taking advantage. Everyone knows that Xiaosu's physical skills and swordsmanship are top-notch. Your granddaughter, a dual-faced warrior, can mix with him, just be satisfied. Chen Guangxing said irritably. Forget it, I'll talk to Xiaosu when I have time. After all, he used to work under me, and we have a good relationship. Now he's become Xiao Xian's teacher, so it's like we're even closer. Do whatever you want. By the way, bring me some of that old wine you've been saving. I don't have any. Stop pretending, your granddaughter said. Meanwhile, outside a restaurant near the military university. You said you want to deal with Yifeng? Jin Hongyu looked at the person in front of him, incredulous. That's right. I heard you got beaten up by Yifeng in public. If you can't regain your face, do you think the Duke will let you off? Jin Hongyu frowned. What does this have to do with you? You hate Yifeng. I hate Yifeng too. Yifeng is a student at the military university, and I can't get into the Progress University. You find a way to lure Yifeng out, and we can work together to kill him. In the end, Yifeng is just a necromancer. His strength is only platinum level. As long as we catch him off guard, we can take him down in an instant. That day, Yifeng and the others were resting well in their dormitory, but the next day, they were dragged up by Chu Siye. Weren't you two asleep pretty early yesterday? Chu Siye was puzzled as to why these two always went to bed early, yet still found it so hard to get up in the morning after so much sleep. You wouldn't understand. After washing up, Yifeng and the others headed to the meeting point from yesterday. Thanks to Chu Siye's influence, they were actually the first to arrive. Soon, Duan Zhaoxue also showed up. Finally, Long Xian arrived with a face full of despair. Long Xian, you're the last one. Remember, you owe 10 kilometers. Su Zhongtian said. Long Xian exploded at this. Instructor, you never said the last one to arrive has to run 10 kilometers. Isn't this bullying? Besides, whether I'm the last one or not, I still made it within the time limit. Didn't I mention it yesterday? Su Zhongtian frowned, then looked at the others. The chubby guy suddenly grinned. You did. You said it when we were about to leave yesterday. You fatso. Which ear did you hear that from? Long Xian said, exasperated. Long Xian, since someone can testify, you can owe this 10 kilometers for now, and run it when we get back. Su Zhongtian smiled with satisfaction. Instructor, we can't play tricks like this. Then let's add another 10 kilometers. You did well yesterday, so 20 kilometers shouldn't be too hard for you. Hearing this, Long Xian was completely despondent. Then, Su Zhongtian looked at the chubby guy. You're not being honest. I remember I didn't mention this at all yesterday. Really? I seem to remember you saying something like that. The chubby guy, who had been secretly laughing, suddenly froze, feeling a bad omen. Su Zhongtian chuckled. Remember, you owe me 10 kilometers that you haven't run. Instructor, you didn't say. You didn't say. The chubby guy trembled in fear. 10 kilometers. He had never run more than 3 kilometers in his life. Wasn't this going to cost him half his life? Su Zhongtian, too late. If you say anything more, it'll be another 10 kilometers. Chen Zi, you probably won't see me for long. Long Xian's face was filled with despair. Yifeng, don't worry. I'll mourn for you in my heart. At this moment, Su Zhongtian cleared his throat and said, today is the first class for our class. You all know that I haven't taught for many years, so you probably haven't heard of my teaching methods. In other words, my teaching style might be a bit different from other teachers. Everyone's heart sank. Hearing this, and considering Su Zhongtian's unpredictable way of handling things, it was clear that something bad was about to happen. Do you know about the Tianshan Gorge? Su Zhongtian suddenly said. Chu Siya replied. The Tianshan Gorge, the third city pass on the northeastern border, connects to the Egyptian Empire. That's right, the Tianshan Gorge connects to the Egyptian Empire, and there are fierce beasts stirring there, but the advantageous terrain can also protect a region's peace. There is only one saint-level powerhouse stationed there, and it is also known as one of the easiest borders to defend in the Dragon Kingdom. Su Zhongtian continued. Any student who joins our military academy will be assigned to guard various border towns for 3 years upon graduation, but I think that's too late. So, at this point, everyone could vaguely guess what Su Zhongtian wanted to say, and except for Yifeng, everyone was taken aback. Our first class will be at the Tianshan Gorge. Damn! Even though he had mentally prepared himself in advance, the fat man couldn't help but exclaim, Su uncle, mentor, what are we going to do at the Tianshan Gorge? Long Xian also asked in confusion. When you get there, you'll naturally know. Su Zhongtian left a suspenseful note, then said, I'll give you 20 minutes to pack your clothes. It's going to be a bit colder than you think. Alright, see you in 20 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed back to pack their clothes. This time,
Having learned from past experiences,
everyone ran back like crazy. The other students who were just about to go to class were left dumbfounded seeing these few people running out frantically. What are they doing? Who knows?
You can't think of these prodigies with ordinary people's logic.
Maybe they're just going back to the restroom? Is there no restroom in the teaching building? Who knows? In just about 10 minutes, the group arrived at the playground. Not bad, this time I won't punish you, Su Zhongtian said, satisfied as he looked at everyone returning, then added, there are buses waiting for you at the school gate. 10 minutes, 10 kilometers to cover.
As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhongtian flashed away. The others exchanged glances, and then Yifeng dashed out at his maximum speed.
Damn, Shinzi, you have no martial ethics.
Yifeng sprinted with star-level intensity, igniting the tension in the hearts of the others, who also began to run wildly with their luggage.
Meanwhile, Su Zhongtian stood at a high point, holding a notebook, recording the performance of the group.
Yifeng's stats should have reached the star level.
Not bad, although leveling up consumes lifespan,
he can still perform well relying on his own stats.
In this team, Long Xian's various stats are indeed very high, second only to Yifeng. As a main combat class warrior, Long Xian is definitely above standard, and having grown up in a military camp, his physical skills are certainly at a high level for the younger generation. Duan Jiaxue,
although she is an ice sorceress, her physical quality is also quite good,
meeting the standard.
Chu Xie, I had never heard that the Chu family had such an excellent young master.
As a nightmare sorceress,
she meets the standard as the core output of the team and can also slightly manage control effects,
but in terms of physical ability, she is indeed a bit weaker than Duan Jiaxue. Lu Han, as a cleric, he is also quite good,
but his physical ability is a bit lacking. If his level increases in the future and his movement speed can't keep up with combat. Su Zhongtian continuously recorded everyone's physical conditions, analyzing for future training. Yifeng and the others were oblivious to what was happening on this side,
just desperately sprinting. In less than 10 minutes,
everyone had already reached outside the school. Even the fat man managed to meet the standard,
albeit with some effort.
At this moment outside the school, a bus was waiting for a few people,
marked with the insignia of the military university.
Where's the mentor?
Where is he? Long Xian looked around.
It can't be that Uncle Su tricked us into coming here and then ran off, right?
Damn, don't say that. I really think he could do something like that.
The fat guy chimed in.
I said I'd never heard of anyone going directly to the border trials. Isn't this just a joke?
Long Xian continued with an expression of having seen through everything. I've heard that in places like the Tianshan Gorge, the lowest level of beasts outside are at least golden rank,
and there are even a few king-level beasts out there.
So no one wants to go to the Tianshan Gorge,
even though other empires have been harassing our borders for so many years, and even provoking us.
There has never been anything like the Tianshan Gorge,
not for any other reason, but because the Tianshan Gorge is easy to defend and hard to attack,
so it's very safe. But I've heard it's freezing cold there. My dad told me the temperature in the Tianshan Gorge can freeze a person to death.
Hearing Long Xian's words,
the others felt a chill run down their spines.
Just then,
Su Zhongtian appeared silently behind Long Xian.
Yifeng and the others quickly exchanged glances, signaling Long Xian to stop talking, but he clearly didn't understand their meaning.
I say, let's go back to the playground now.
If we still don't see Uncle Su, we can take another day off. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm telling you, with so many of us, the law doesn't punish the masses.
At worst, we'll just run a few dozen more kilometers. They can't expel us.
Long Xian said boldly.
Oh, I didn't expect you to be so diligent. Then let's add 20 kilometers to the base of 20 kilometers when we come back.
I'll watch you run 40 kilometers. The moment Su Zhongtian's voice appeared, Long Xian jumped in fright.
Uncle Su, I was just joking. Please let me off the hook.
Add another 10 kilometers. Long Xian quickly softened. Uncle Su. No, mentor. That's it, no more additions. If it were before, Long Xian would definitely have tried to bargain.
But now she couldn't grasp Su Zhongtian's tactics at all and didn't dare to say another word. Su Zhongtian then looked at the fat guy. You just agreed with her, right?
No, the fat guy initially wanted to lie, but thinking of what happened on the playground,
he gritted his teeth and said, Director, I agreed with her. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken ill of you behind her back.
Whatever punishment, I'll accept it. Seeing the fat guy's sincerity, Su Zhongtian said, "Not bad. Your attitude in admitting your mistake is very sincere. People from our military university should have the courage to admit their faults." Hearing such praise, the fat guy smiled. He never expected he would bet right. But suddenly, Su Zhongtian changed his tone. "However, our military university has always been about merit and fault. Your voluntary admission is a good thing. But you can't avoid punishment. Let's do this. I won't punish you too much. Just add 10 kilometers. Although the fat guy was unwilling, he didn't dare to bargain anymore. Yi Feng and the others all sighed in relief, glad they hadn't participated in the conversation. Otherwise, they might have had to join the two in morning runs. "Get on the bus." Everyone scrambled inside. Yi Feng and the fat guy sat together, while Duan Joshua sat with Chu Xie, and as soon as Long Xian got on the bus, she was pulled aside by Su Zhongtian. "Mentor, you don't need to sit with me. I have ADHD, and I'm afraid I'll disturb you." Long Xian looked around. Although she was in a competitive relationship with Yi Feng, it didn't stop her from wanting to be with her peers. "Su Zhongtian, be honest. Master, drive the car." The driver laughed heartily. "Director Su, it's been ages since we last went to Tianshan Canyon together. I didn't expect to have the chance to take you again in this lifetime. Is Director Su starting to lead a class again? Every time I see these young people, they are so full of vitality." Director Su said, "Master Zhang, I trouble you again this time. I'm getting old, and I don't know how much longer I can live. This might be the last class I lead." "You're not old at all." The driver laughed and scolded. "I'm the one who's old. You're in your 40s, acting like you're on the verge of death. If I could take you down, I would have wanted to give you a good beating long ago." The usually serious Director Su didn't refute this but quietly listened. The others looked on with curious expressions. Long Xian directly asked, "Master Zhang, do you speak to Director Su like this because you're some kind of legendary figure? You can't be a god-level powerhouse, right?" Master Zhang laughed at this. "What god level? I'm just an old man who drives. I've been driving at the military university for over 40 years. When Director Su first came, he was just a little kid in my eyes. This kid is different from the others. Every time new students arrive, they have to go to Tianshan Canyon, and it's always me who drives them. So I've gradually gotten familiar with him. Don't be fooled by his stern face, he's actually quite nice. The students Director Su brings out always leave school with tears like bitter pear blossoms." Hearing this, Long Xian began to imagine a group of people pulling at Director Su's clothes and crying. What were they thinking? Finally escaping the clutches of this old demon? Just as she was lost in thought, Chu Xie asked, "Master, do you mean we're not going to the teleportation center but driving straight to Tianshan Canyon?" "That's right. I've always driven there." Long Xian's eyes widened. "Instructor, Tianshan Canyon is a long way from here. Driving will take at least a day and a night." About that. We should arrive by tomorrow morning," Director Su said calmly. "Damn. Instructor, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. Can I go back to the dorm to rest?" "Stay put," Director Su scolded. Long Xian said again, "Director Su, if it really doesn't work, I can have my grandpa discuss it here. Sending just a few of us over wouldn't waste too many resources. If you go through the back door, then he will too. What order will there be left?" Su Zhongtian frowned. "Do you know how high the cost of using a teleportation array is? Aren't you curious why only government military personnel can use the teleportation gate? Even Vice Principal Lu feels exhausted after using the array for such a distance and number of people." "So what? I can pay for it," Long Xian said angrily. Su Zhongtian replied, "The money you have now was earned by your grandpa with blood and sweat. Wait until you can earn the right to use the teleportation array infinitely through your own merits." At this point, Long Xian stopped arguing. Yi Feng had long since avoided eye contact. He had used the teleportation array plenty of times when he was in Gusa City. To him, it was just a convenience. As for the cost, he didn't care as long as he had enough money to pay. Director Su's perspective wasn't wrong, but it was just okay. Master Zhang said, "All right, old Su, you've made the young lady angry. I've wanted to talk to you about this for a long time. The teleportation array is just sitting there, you only use it once a year. What's the point of being so frugal?" The group slowly fell asleep in the car. After everyone woke up, the sky had already darkened, and through the car window, the dusk had dyed half the sky with golden light. "Everyone, wake up!" Su Zhongtian suddenly shouted. Long Xian,
who was nearby, was startled by the sudden shout. "Mentor, what's wrong? Up ahead is a place where raiders often appear, so be a little cautious," Su Zhongtian said. Yifeng asked curiously, "Raiders? What are they?" "Raiders are people who hide near the dungeons. They rob passers-by to survive. If someone comes looking for them, they hide directly in the dungeon. The dungeons here are very complex, and they know the dungeons well, so it's very difficult to catch them. This road is known for the frequent appearance of raiders." Master Zhang also began to explain to everyone. For such routes, caravans usually hire bodyguards to ensure personal safety and the safety of goods. But you don't need to worry, those who engage in this line of work are usually just platinum or diamond level. It's just petty trouble and doesn't pose much of a threat to you. Many people hire a bodyguard to pass through this route, and if these raiders were very strong, they would have been wiped out by the government long ago. There's no way around it. If you eliminate one wave, another will quickly follow, so we can only remind you. Listening to Master Zhang, everyone understood, and Yifeng asked again, "Master, have you encountered raiders?" "Of course, that time was also with Director Su." Master Zhang recalled the past. That was many years ago. Just as the normal story was about to begin, the car suddenly started to skid, and the balance they had maintained was instantly broken. Damn! Master Zhang hurriedly turned the steering wheel, but it was ineffective. After sliding a few meters, the car finally came to a stop in a ditch. No way! Are we really going to encounter them? Master Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Immediately after, a group of people surged out from the ravine, armed with various weapons. The leader, a bald man, shouted at the car, "Listen up, people inside the car, you have 3 minutes to come out, or you won't need to come out at all." "Director Su, what should we do?" Yifeng habitually asked for the leader's opinion. Director Su said, "Let's go down and assess the situation. I feel like the leader and these people look a bit familiar. If anything seems off, we act immediately." With the mentor's order, the others also got out of the car. Master Zhang got out from the driver's side, and as soon as he opened the door, he was pulled out. "Oh, so many people." The bald leader stroked his sparse beard and said, "I didn't expect my first job out here to have so many people. We're not bad guys, as long as each of you pays 100,000 dragon coins as a toll. We won't bother you." The next moment, he saw Duan Jiaxue and Long Xian standing behind. These two girls are really something. The bald man leered at the two, then noticed Chu Xie. "Damn, this guy is too pretty, but why does he have an Adam's apple? Can't be a guy." "Right." Chu Xie frowned. "What do you want?" "Damn it, it really is a guy." The bald man was taken aback for a moment but then said, "A guy is a guy, it's better than nothing. You look good enough, let's quench the thirst of the little brats below first." Hearing this, everyone was a bit speechless. Long Xian's temper flared up. "If you have the guts, come over and see if I can knock you out with one punch. You worthless piece of trash. This girl is too spicy." A middle-aged man standing behind the bald man rubbed his hands together. "Boss, you know I like this kind of fiery girl. Just give her to me." "Alright, just send her back to me when you're done playing. We're brothers after all." The bald man laughed heartily, and the other lackeys joined in the ruckus. "You guys hurry up and get lost. Leave these girls behind." Just then, Su Zhongtian suddenly spoke up. "I didn't expect you bunch of useless scoundrels to still be around after all these years. You're all so old now and still haven't turned over a new leaf. It seems you really have no memory. Who the hell are you?" The bald man, insulted in front of so many people, instantly got angry, but when he saw Su Zhongtian's face, he trembled in fear. "You are Su Zhongtian, what are you doing here?" The old man just said he thought you guys looked familiar. "It turns out you're the same bunch of useless trash. Have you forgotten what happened over 10 years ago? Do you need Director Su to help you remember?" At this moment, Master Zhang seriously looked at the faces of the thieves. These people were the same ones they encountered 10 years ago during their first trip to the Tianshan Canyon. "Su Zhongtian, how could it be you?" The bald man looked at Director Su and recognized him immediately, turning to run in panic. "Damn! Su Zhongtian, stay away from me. I was wrong. I really won't dare again." The bald man fled. Su Zhongtian said, "Long Xian, Duan Jiaxue, go catch him. Hit him back just as he humiliated you. If you dare to fight back, don't blame me for dealing with you on the spot." The second sentence was directed at the bald man. Not only the bald man, But the two brothers beside him also trembled in fear upon recognizing Su Zhongtian, their legs going weak and the ground between them becoming damp. The other lackeys, unaware of who Su Zhongtian was, wanted to stand up for their boss, but were stopped by the remaining two. Long Xian and Duan Joshua charged forward with angry faces. The bald man didn't dare to fight back. He had seen Su Zhongtian's methods 10 years ago. Ladies, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. The bald man pleaded desperately. Humph, let you run your mouth. Now you know the price of being mouthy. Long Xian waved her small fist. Master Zhang also broke free from the restraints of the others and returned to Su Zhongtian's side, cursing, "You little brat, how can you have no memory at all? Haven't you spent enough time inside these past few years? Actually, I just wanted to try it out. This is my first job after getting out. Who knew I would run into you guys right away?" The bald man considered himself unlucky. 10 years ago, he had just become a raider, leading his brothers on this path, and in his debut battle, he encountered a saint-level powerhouse. 10 years later, just as he had come out again, he met this person who had left a lasting impression on him. Su Zhongtian was speechless. Old rules, you find someone from the Beast Control Bureau to take you away. Can't we negotiate? I haven't succeeded yet. The bald man wanted to haggle, but he knew Su Zhongtian's character and could only pray for some good luck. Don't waste our time. Su Zhongtian's tone grew colder. Yi Feng, as an observer, also felt sorry for this guy. After the conversation between both sides, he understood the background. The bald man took out his phone, dialed a number, and pitifully said, "Officer, yes, it's me. I just come over." After hanging up the phone, the bald man, under Su Zhongtian's lead, pulled the bus out. Master Zhang took out his tools and started changing the tire, cursing as he worked. "You bunch of little bastards, really making things difficult for me. After all these years, still pulling this stunt." Not long after, vehicles from the Beast Control Bureau arrived at the scene. A middle-aged man stepped out and walked up to the crowd, and upon seeing the bus, a wave of memories flooded his mind. 10 years ago, it was he who came to capture the bald man. What the hell? Director Su? Long time no see. Director Su recognized this person as well. They had talked for a long time at the Beast Control Bureau back then. "Didn't you just get out? You really want to go back that badly?" The captain of the Beast Control Bureau also approached the bald man and the others. Under Director Su's arrangement, these people obediently squatted on the ground. The bald man, upon seeing the captain, grinned and said, "I was just thinking of you." "Damn, you think of me? I don't want to think of you." The captain rolled his eyes and then signaled for his men to arrest everyone. Meanwhile, Su Zhongtian pushed Yi Feng forward, saying, "You go handle the handover." "Me?" Yi Feng was taken aback. "You at least hold the position of captain in the Beast Control Bureau. This achievement can be credited to you," Su Zhongtian said. "All right." Yi Feng nodded, rummaged through his clothes for a while, and finally found his Beast Control Bureau credentials. He approached the captain and said, "Hello, I am Yi Feng, captain of the 6th team of the Beast Control Bureau in Gusa City. I'm here to hand over what just happened." "Hello, Captain Yi. I am Lin Sanshan, captain of the 3rd team in Tianhai City." Lin Sanshan shook Yi Feng's hand firmly. Yi Feng recounted everything that had just happened. After the handover, the bald man was pulled back by Lin Sanshan. The group returned to the vehicle. Master Zhang drove, laughing. This kid seems destined to be under Director Su's thumb. It was his first time before, but now he's a repeat offender. I wonder how many more years he'll be locked up. When dawn broke, Yi Feng suddenly felt a chill. So cold. When he opened his eyes and looked out the window, everything was covered in white snow, and light snowflakes were falling from the sky. Looks like we've reached the Tian mountain area. Yi Feng took out some clothes from his backpack and put them on. As a southerner, he had always yearned for snow since childhood, and before he knew it, he had been staring for an hour. The others were also gradually waking up from the cold. "We're here!" Master Zhang suddenly shouted, and everyone looked ahead to see a steel gate, with several officers in military uniforms looking at them from outside. Director Su said, "Yi Feng, go handle the handover. Show your identity directly. Tell them our purpose for coming, and finally ask them to find Xinghe." Yi Feng was taken aback. He had begun to vaguely guess that Director Su wanted to cultivate his abilities in this area. Why? Is he training me to be a captain? He stopped overthinking and approached the steel gate, where many people quickly surrounded him.
Hello, I am Lieutenant Yifeng.
Yifeng presented his credentials.
The officer glanced at him. Lieutenant Yi, is this a vehicle from the military university?
Yes.
On board is Director Su Zhongtian from our military university. He wants to see your commander. Xinghe.
Yifeng stated his purpose. The officer took out a microphone and relayed Yifeng's message.
After a moment of waiting, he said, Lieutenant Yi, let your vehicle in.
Thank you. Yifeng put away his credentials, waved to the others, and Master Zhang drove the vehicle directly through the steel gate.
The officer and Yifeng walked in on foot. Lieutenant Yi, it's been a long time since Director Su's last trial. What's this about? Isn't it time for recruitment again?
We are students under Director Su. We came this time for a trial. Sorry for the trouble.
Yifeng explained. Ah, Lieutenant Yi, you are a student?
The other party was taken aback for a moment,
looking him up and down. I see you're so young.
I thought you were still quite young.
But I didn't expect you to be a freshman.
So how did you get all these official titles?
How to put it? Free ride?
Yifeng thought for a moment but couldn't figure out how to describe his official position.
Anyway, that's just how it is.
Well, that's really good. The officer seemed a bit helpless with this answer but suddenly thought of something.
You wouldn't be the Yifeng from Suzhou City, would you?
Yes,
that's me. Wow, it really is you.
The officer clearly became excited.
You're our idol. So young, even if it means exhausting your life, you still want to break the long-standing records. To be honest, I really admire you. Could you give me an autograph later? Is that not possible?
The officer sighed. I know I might have gotten a bit too excited.
Don't mind me. That's not what I meant. I just didn't expect to be so famous here.
Of course. You're Yifeng. The officer became more and more excited.
Your character is so admirable.
Even willing to risk your life to join our military.
I don't even know what to say about that. Yifeng could also see the admiration in the other person's eyes, although he didn't understand why.
It should be the same reason Lu Suyi came here back then.
At this moment,
the bus had already parked.
A group of people came to Yifeng's side.
General.
The officer saluted Director Su.
Director Su did the same.
Thank you for your hard work. Then everyone followed the officer inside,
while the military arranged accommodation for Master Zhang, who had been driving all day and was not in great shape.
Long Xian leaned closer to Yifeng.
Where did you get that lieutenant title?
Your credentials can't be fake, right? Do I look like someone who would dare to forge military documents?
Yifeng was a bit speechless. How could that be? I don't even have a single official title. And you are a lieutenant and the captain of the Beast Control Bureau.
Plus you're in the sequence. Don't you think you have a bit too many identities? Long Xian was quite displeased. There's nothing I can do, they just keep piling these titles on me. What can I do?
Yifeng shrugged,
ignoring Long Xian,
and walked towards the few people ahead. Seeing his smug look,
Long Xian couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. You little opportunist.
Yifeng.
Before long, Yifeng and the others arrived at the top of the city wall. The entire Tianshan Canyon was covered in white snow.
A middle-aged man stood on the city wall,
and upon seeing the other side, Director Su smiled. General Xing, it's been a long time.
Xing walked over with big strides and hugged Su Zhongtian.
Old man, I thought you would never come back. Isn't it because I've taken in students again? These little guys?
There's no choice, this should be the last time.
If you don't take in students, would you be interested in coming to our Tianshan Canyon to take charge? If you come, I'll be your assistant. You can do whatever you want.
Xing said boldly. I won't come, if I push you out.
Wouldn't your little subordinates tear me apart? Do they dare?
Xing and the two laughed,
then asked, how are the people under you this time?
They're okay, Su Zhongtian continued.
Just a necromancer, a dual-faced warrior, a nightmare sorcerer, an ice sorcerer, and a cleric. Nothing special.
Wow, how the hell did you get these people? The previously calm Xing couldn't hold it in anymore.
Is that Yifeng? Nightmare sorcerer? That extremely rare god-level profession? Pretty much, but it still depends on personal development. You can even get a dual-faced warrior like that? No way.
It wouldn't be that little Xin from the Long family, would it?
You really are clever.
The ice sorcerer is a bit better.
I forgot to tell you. She has Yi Shuang.
Damn it, old man. That priest must not have anything special, right?
Not really. Xinghe looked at the group of young people.
His eyes filled with fervor.
and pulled Su Zhongtian aside. We've been brothers for so many years. How about you give me 1 or 2 of them when they graduate? I don't need them all. Just assign me a nightmare sorcerer and an ice sorcerer. As for Yi Feng, forget it, he might be of great use up there. And I can't take him. You're really calculating. Why not take Long Xin? Why would I want her? If I bring Long Xin over, wouldn't Commander Long tear me apart? Xinghe said with a bitter smile. Don't think about anything else. I can't make that decision. Director Su said with a chuckle, finding it amusing to see Xinghe's greedy expression. On the other side, Duan Zhaoxue said, why do I feel like that general is looking at us strangely? I don't know. Before long, Xinghe and Su Zhongtian walked over. Yi Feng and the others quickly lined up. Xiao Xin, do you remember me? Long Xin was taken aback, thinking hard but couldn't recall who this person was. That's right, I held you when you were just born. Commander Long took great care of me back then, and I didn't expect you to grow up so fast. Xinghe's eyes were filled with affection. Not bad, dual-faced warrior. Stick with old Su. The Long family has someone to carry on the legacy. You haven't embarrassed your grandfather. Flattered by the praise, Long Xin felt quite happy but still humbly replied, no, I can't compare to my grandfather. Xinghe turned to Yi Feng. Necromancer? Not bad. You look handsome. If anything comes up in the military, just mention my name. I've got your back. Who is the nightmare sorcerer? Xinghe scanned the room. Xu Xie said, General, I am the nightmare sorcerer. Xu Xie. Xu Xie? From the Chu family? Yes, General. Xu Xie spoke very decisively. What's your relation to Chu Linqi? He's my dad. Xinghe nodded. You're good. Better than your dad. That kid has never impressed me. Too greedy. Willing to do anything to achieve his goals. Just stick with old Su. Thank you, General. Xu Xie responded to Xinghe's words without any emotional fluctuation, replying calmly as if she hadn't heard anything. This surprised Xinghe a bit, but he didn't dwell on it and looked at Duan Zhaoxue. You must be the ice sorcerer. Yi Xuan? Duan Zhaoxue nodded. Not bad. Are you interested in developing in our Tianshan Valley? You're an ice sorcerer, and with Yi Xuan, you'll adapt to the environment here quickly, and it shouldn't affect you much. It would be great if you came here to develop. Xinghe extended an olive branch to Duan Zhaoxue. As Xinghe said, although Yi Feng's stats were high, he still felt a bit uncomfortable in the cold. But for Duan Zhaoxue, it wasn't much different from room temperature. Sorry, I still want to be with my friends again. Duan Zhaoxue glanced at Yi Feng, following her heart. Xinghe felt helpless. If you want to come develop, you're always welcome here. Thank you, General. Finally, Xinghe looked at the chubby guy, who was also eager to hear what compliments would come his way. Priest? Not bad. It's a good profession. Thank you, General. The fat guy also shouted loudly. Xinghe then said, if you have any needs, just tell me. I still have to give old Su some face. The fat guy, who was originally expecting the next sentence, was instantly filled with question marks. What? That's it? Why does it feel a bit different from others? Before long, 4 people walked over from the other side. General. 3 men and 1 woman saluted Xinghe. Xinghe nodded and then said, Old Su, let these 4 handle the team this time. All right, thank you. Su Zhongtian nodded. He then looked at the others and said, Yi Feng, Long Xin, aren't you 2 competing for the captain position? Now, you 5 will split into 2 teams. Later, you will go to the border to hunt ferocious beasts until sunset. The one who kills the most ferocious beasts will be the captain. Upon hearing this, Long Xin said, Mentor, they all have a good relationship with Yi Feng. This is too unfair for me. Long Xion's thought was very simple, even though she considered herself strong. If others were to trip her up, she wouldn't have any way to counter it. Su Zhongtian continued, you can choose 2 people first. If someone really plays dirty during the competition, you can win directly. That works. Long Xian immediately beamed with joy. Yi Feng, on the other hand, didn't care. There were 5 people in the team, and it was impossible to split them evenly into 2 teams. Long Xian was the first to say, Fatty, come with me. The fat guy was still immersed in the fact that Xinghe hadn't praised him just now. Hearing that Long Xian wanted to choose him, he was taken aback. Don't you know that Yi Feng is my brother, my dear friend? What? You don't want to? Long Xian frowned. all along the way.
It had always been her and the fat guy sharing all the punishments, and she had already tacitly pulled the fat guy over. Of course, she wasn't a fool for such a long battle to hunt ferocious beasts outside the border until sunset. Having a support type beside her would definitely be twice the result with half the effort.
I'm willing, don't worry. I know Yifeng the best. If I follow you, I can definitely help you win against Yifeng,
the fat guy said while winking at Yifeng. Yifeng was speechless. He was genuinely worried that the fat guy would trip Long Xian up.
If that happened, he would really lose directly. Who do you want next? Su Zhongtian asked. Long Xian answered without hesitation. Duan Xiaoxue. Ha! Duan Xiaoxue really didn't expect Long Xian to choose her. Logically speaking, it would be more cost-effective to choose Chu Xie. The other party was a sequence and had a nightmare sorcerer, so she would definitely be prioritized.
Duan Xiaoxue is an ice sorcerer, and this environment is the most suitable for her to showcase her abilities.
Moreover,
ice sorcerers can not only attack but also control.
In this cold environment,
ice sorcerers can save a lot of mana when casting skills.
In a prolonged battle like this,
the priority of ice sorcerers is definitely above that of nightmare sorcerers.
Long Xian's series of statements left everyone present dumbfounded. Damn, she actually has a brain.
This was the thought that appeared in everyone's minds simultaneously.
Chu Xie said. Yifeng, it looks like we have to make do with each other now. Su Zhongtian said again. In that case, Long Xian, Duan Xiaoxue, and Lu Han will be one team,
and Yifeng and Chu Xie will be another team.
So, to prevent you from getting lost down there,
General Xing has specially called 4 people to lead you.
Long Xian looked at the 4 and said, they look about the same age as us. Xing smiled and said, Xiao Xian, these 4 are your peers.
They didn't go to college, they went straight to the army.
After all, they have only been here for a little over a month,
but they are more than capable of leading you.
Generally speaking, once one awakens a profession, they can enlist directly.
Those who graduate from military academies are assigned based on their university performance.
For example, the sequence. If a student can maintain their sequence title before graduation, their future is limitless. Once assigned,
their position will be at a height that those who enlist directly may find difficult to reach in their entire lives. According to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, the service time for those who enlist is 3 years.
After serving,
they can choose to continue serving or opt to attend military academy for a year through military recommendations.
In a sense, it grants them a diploma. However, generally speaking,
those who can enlist right after graduating high school are likely to spend their entire lives in the military.
Xia He, Li Jianghao, you two follow Yifeng.
Wang Jiawen,
Li Yanhao, you two follow Long Xian. Xing He said. Yes, Commander, the 4 replied in unison. All right, no more talking, let's go, Su Zhongtian said. Follow us.
Li Jianghao looked at Yifeng and the others,
then took out a hook lock from behind, hooked it onto the city wall, and slid down directly,
with Xia He following closely behind.
The other 2 in the other team did the same. The chubby guy asked in confusion, Instructor, where do we go down from?
Su Zhongtian pointed to the edge of the city wall and said, just from here, figure it out yourselves.
The few present fell silent. The city wall was, without exaggeration, nearly 20 stories high, and even though most of them were platinum level strong, jumping down directly could end today's competition in an instant.
The 5 looked at each other,
bewildered.
Duan Xiaoxue was the first to step forward.
Captain Long,
I'll go down first and wait for you. As soon as she finished speaking,
Duan Xiaoxue flipped over the city wall, and under everyone's gaze,
she tightly gripped the wall with her hands, ice flowing from her arms to connect with the wall. She climbed down step by step.
Wow, you can do it like this, Long Xian said,
full of envy. This kind of romance unique to sorcerers was something their warrior professions could hardly reach.
Captain Yi, I'm going down too,
Chu Xie said, and the shadow beneath her feet seemed to come alive, firmly locking her feet in place.
The next moment, she began walking down the city wall. Damn, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? The chubby guy couldn't help but exclaim. Long Xian had been bound by this move before,
so she knew just how secure that shadow was. Yifeng thought for a moment. Although he had countless ways to get down, using skills in this situation wasn't a good idea.
Just as he was pondering, Long Xian directly grabbed one of the hooks and slid down the rope.
Yifeng and the chubby guy exchanged a smile,
each grabbing a rope. At the same time,
The four leading them were only 10 meters from the ground.
Suddenly, Wang Jiawen felt the rope tighten suddenly, shaking violently, looking up. It was Lu Han above. Damn it, I haven't even gone down yet. Wow, this is so thrilling. The chubby guy's body swayed left and right in the air. After all, it was his first time rock climbing, and he was completely unskilled. If it weren't for his awakened profession, now at a golden level of strength, he wouldn't have had enough power to hold onto the rope. Otherwise, he would have fallen long ago. Compared to the chubby guy, Yi Feng and Long Xian were in a much better situation. Long Xian had been training in the military since childhood, and her physical fitness and skills were already much stronger than ordinary people. Combined with the versatility of her dual-sided strength, she felt no pressure at all. Yi Feng was even more straightforward and brutal, with the enhancement of his outfit, comparable to the power of a starry level without any pressure at all. However, below him, Wang Jiawen's body swayed more and more. He was merely at a golden level of strength, and it was only through training during this time that he could maintain such stability. Yet, when faced with external disturbances, he had no way to cope. Jiawen, are you okay? A teammate beside him noticed his condition and began to worry. Above him was Long Xian, who was sliding down at an extremely fast speed, even more smoothly than he was. Not so good. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jiawen suddenly let go with both hands, dropping heavily down. However, at this point, they were only a few meters from the ground, which wasn't a big deal for someone at the golden level. Seeing this scene, Li Yanhao also quickened his pace, and after safely reaching the ground, he approached to inquire, "How's it going?" "I'm fine, not dead," Wang Jiawen replied, feeling a bit of pain in his backside, and cursed, "That fat guy, if I ever get the chance, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." Li Yanhao couldn't help but laugh. "As long as you're fine, it doesn't matter if it's your rope or mine, just think of it as helping a brother." Meanwhile, the fat guy above hadn't noticed what was happening below. Upon suddenly seeing Wang Jiawen land, he was shocked. Truly impressive to have trained in the army for so long. Just a moment ago, we were still 10 meters up, and now he's already on the ground. Long Xian and Yi Feng had been paying attention to the situation below and naturally saw Wang Jiawen fall. However, both of them tacitly said nothing. Moments later, Yi Feng and the others also reached the ground. Duan Jiaxue and Chu Siye had been waiting for a long time. Their speed was even faster than that of the four. After everyone came down, the four of them forcefully swung their hooks back. "How did you do that?" Duan Jiaxue asked curiously. She could sense that these people's strength was around the golden level, and it was impossible for them to have such power to retract a rope 20 stories high. Li Jianghao explained, "This is just a small invention from the military's research department. The principle is actually very simple. It doesn't rely on our strength, it's fully automatic." "Impressive. I wonder if it can be bought in the military university's mall." Duan Jiaxue looked on with curiosity and envy. "Alright, everyone, time is tight, so let's not waste it, let's set off." Li Jianghao then looked at Wang Jiawen and the others, saying, "We're heading northeast, you all go northwest." "Okay." After dividing into teams, Yi Feng and Chu Siye followed the two towards the northeast. Chu Siye asked, "Captains, what's the situation with the ferocious beasts around here?" Li Jianghao replied, "The ferocious beasts nearby are all at least golden level. There are platinum level beasts as well, but not many, and diamond level ones are further away. Originally, the ferocious beasts in this area were chaotic, but thanks to the military's efforts, all the diamond level beasts were driven to even farther places. So, as long as we don't go beyond 20 kilometers from the city walls, there won't be any danger." Yi Feng nodded. This had indeed been mentioned in history, as most borders were managed this way. "I see." Chu Siye nodded, suddenly remembering something. "Yi Feng, the instructor didn't tell us how to record the killed ferocious beasts. We can't just pack up all their corpses, right?" "That makes sense." Yi Feng was also taken aback. He had just forgotten to ask about this matter. "No need. I'll help you record it," said Xia He, who had been quietly standing by. How about we discuss this? You help me remember a few dozen more." "Shameless," Xia He scolded, then waved her hand, and 10 miniature drones appeared in the sky, while a mechanical device also appeared above her head. "I'll use the camera to help you record. Don't worry, not a single one will be missed." "Wow, what a great thing." Yi Feng looked up at the small drones in the sky, curiosity written all over his face. Each one seemed to be intricately crafted. How do you control them? Is it just that thing on your head? Hearing Yi Feng's question, Xiaohe suddenly smiled. A normal person can control 2 or 3 at most, but I possess a hellish brain. Controlling 10 is a piece of cake. You mediocre humans. Are you impressed by my prowess? The world suddenly fell silent, and both Yi Feng and Chu Xie had their expressions frozen on their faces. What just happened? They even doubted whether they had seen it wrong just now. At this moment, Xiaohe had her fingers on her face, eyes closed, looking utterly self-important, but there was no response for a long time. Yi Feng and the others came back to their senses, and to avoid awkwardness, he asked, "Excuse me, what profession is a hellish brain? I must admit, my knowledge is quite limited." Yi Feng thought he had a decent understanding of many impressive professions, and even if he hadn't heard of them, the names should sound familiar, but this term was completely foreign to him. Li Zhenghao looked at Xiaohe and felt a wave of shame wash over him, as if countless ants were crawling all over him. If there were a crack in the ground, he would want to dive right in. Xiaohe's profession is a rewind intellect. She particularly enjoys these. You'll understand more as you spend time with her. Rewind intellect? A hidden profession. No, it should be considered a super rare profession. Yi Feng was somewhat surprised. The rewind intellect was neither a main combat class, nor a support class, nor a lifestyle class, but a genuinely functional profession. This profession, looking back at the history of Long Country, had only appeared once. That was thousands of years ago. At that time, this profession exhibited extraordinary abilities, but due to the limitations of the era, it didn't make much of a splash. Even so, it caused quite a stir. But that rewind intellect did not reach the king level. A fleeting moment. This profession is even rarer than a nightmare sorcerer, Chu Xie said. As I recall, the basic ability of a rewind intellect is to rewind things in a specific location in a viewing manner. If used for investigating cases, it would be an absolute weapon. Ha ha ha. Xiaohe suddenly burst into laughter. Mediocre mortals, this is all you can think of. Do you really think I need to do it myself? Just relying on the camera. I can execute my methods. This camera is my eye. For me, this is nothing but an ordinary task. Although Yi Feng was also shocked by Xiaohe's words, he truly didn't know how to respond. Li Zhenghao awkwardly explained. In the past, during the agricultural era, limited by the development of the times, the rewind intellect's role couldn't be fully realized. But Xiaohe has already developed this profession to a certain extent. Moreover, Xiaohe herself is a top hacker in Long Country. Multitasking is nothing for her. As long as her mental energy is sufficient, she can even rewind scenes from multiple cameras simultaneously. Is it really that impressive? Yi Feng was taken aback. Of course, the terrifying part of me is something you can't even imagine. Xiaohe said softly. Yi Feng, platinum level, 18 years old, from Gusa City, has excelled in both academics and arts since childhood. Has won first place in the Jiangnan province literary examination several times, has parents and an older sister at home. The sister works in the Jiangnan province military department, a model student in Gusa City, champion of the Jiangnan province martial arts examination, national martial arts examination champion, the only professional necromancer in the world, holds the rank of lieutenant in the Kyoto battle zone, captain of the 6th team of the Gusa City Beast Control Bureau in Jiangnan province, silver, gold, platinum level, record holder for the Sky City Trials, dragon-shaped koi, first to clear the underground city, actual controller of the Advanced Dungeon Water Country, Military University Sequence, WOC. Yi Feng was completely stunned. The other party had directly investigated all his background? When did this happen? Since the two of them started meeting, she had basically been within Yi Feng's line of sight, and she had never taken out any computer to check his information. Yet the other party had stated all his details outright. This was a bit too terrifying. Immediately after, Xiaohe looked at Chu Xie, but her brows remained tightly furrowed. Something's off. What's your situation? Chu Xie, nightmare sorcerer. Why can't I find any information about you? Xiaohe's expression turned a bit grim. Chu Xie, are you a man? Yeah. Chu Xie nodded. There's a problem. You have a problem. Xiaohe looked troubled. No, when we get back, I need to investigate this properly. Yi Feng asked, how did you do that? Humph, this demon lord has many tricks up her sleeve. Xiaohe said with a proud expression. All right, Let's go hunt the murderer. Otherwise, you might really lose to the other team. Li Zhenghao quickly said. That's true. I almost forgot the main task. Leave it to me. Being on the same team as this demon lord, I can't let you lose to the other side. Xiaohe smiled lightly, a purple light flashing in her eyes, and 10 miniature drones flew in all directions. This way, follow me. Xiaohe walked in front, and the planes that had originally flown elsewhere returned, then began to disperse in this direction. Li Zhenghao explained. This is Xiaohe's retroactive ability. She relies on this ability to track the traces of the fierce beasts. Meanwhile, on the other side, Long Xian threw a punch, directly killing a golden-level fierce beast. On the other side, Duan Jiaxue treated herself as a functional profession, continuously freezing any fierce beasts she could find. Wang Jiawen and the others initially wanted to prove their strength in front of them, but seeing these few people kill fierce beasts so simply and violently, they didn't know what to say. Now, it was hard for them to believe that this was something peers could accomplish. Just then, a Frostwolf King appeared in their line of sight. LV-42 Frostwolf King, not good. It's a diamond-level fierce beast. Wang Jiawen exclaimed. How is that possible? We're less than 10 kilometers from the border. How could a diamond-level fierce beast appear here? And why is this Frostwolf King here? Long Xian and the others were also taken aback, but then said, it must have wandered in by mistake. Wang Jiawen explained. First of all, this Frostwolf King is a diamond-level fierce beast, and the Frostwolf clan is a pack animal. There are no other wolves around. Moreover, the habitat of the Frostwolves is at least 50 kilometers outside the border. How could the Wolf King come here by itself? Maybe it got lost. Who knows? Duan Jiaxue speculated. After all, Yi Feng was a certified directionally challenged person, so she had a lot of say on getting lost. You all hurry and go. The two of us will help buy you time. Since General Xingha asked us to bring you out, we will ensure you return safely. Wang Jiawan and the others were also overflowing with a sense of justice. As soldiers, they had to lead by example and absolutely could not allow ordinary people to be harmed. Although they believed their strength was inferior to Long Xian and the others, they still had to stand at the forefront at this moment. But before they could show off for 2 seconds, Long Xian yanked them back, helplessly saying, it's just a diamond-level beast. Why are you two making such a fuss? But it's a diamond. Wang Jiawen was about to say something when Duan Jiaxue smiled slightly and said, all right, leave it to us. You two stay back and be careful. Unbeknownst to them, they could clearly feel the temperature around them dropping, even causing them to shiver involuntarily. You guys go for it. I'll stack buffs for you. Although the chubby guy had no combat power, he had seen many storms and had strong psychological resilience. To be fair, he had once faced the terrifying existence of a true king-level beast, although it was all thanks to Chenzi. Come on. Long Xian excitedly swung her arms. I've never fought a diamond-level beast before, so I can give it a try. In the late platinum stage, Long Xian exuded an inexplicable strength. Dragon capture technique. Long Xian took a big step forward, her hands claw-like, and collided with the Icefield Wolf King in front of everyone, single-handedly grabbing its neck and slamming it to the ground. Holy crap, give me a slap. I must be dreaming. I just saw that little girl throw the Icefield Wolf King over her shoulder. I saw it too. She just tossed the Icefield Wolf King like it was nothing. Can peers really do that? The two were completely unable to believe their eyes. Then, Duan Jiaxue waved her hand, and ice crystals fell from the sky. Long Xian, get out of the way. Hearing Duan Jiaxue's words, Long Xian didn't hesitate at all and retreated to Duan Jiaxue's side before the Icefield Wolf King could counterattack. But the Icefield Wolf King, humiliated, quickly lunged at them. However, just as the Icefield Wolf King leaped up, faint frost patterns appeared on its body, and the ground beneath it, originally covered in heavy snow, instantly froze, revealing various frost flowers on the ice. The Icefield Wolf King ultimately crashed heavily to the ground. Long Xian, the rest is up to you. After using falling leaves and frost flowers, Duan Jiaxue felt somewhat exhausted. It was also because the opponent was diamond level that she specifically controlled the skill's range to just 3 meters in diameter around the Icefield Wolf King, maximizing its effectiveness. Even so, she wasn't sure how long she could control the Icefield Wolf King. After all, she was only at the mid-platinum level, and the skill's effect barely reached the edge of diamond level. Long Xian stepped forward, clenched her fist,
and suddenly a surge of dragon elephant power erupted from within her. In that moment, she seemed capable of carving mountains with her bare hands. With one punch, the Icefield Wolf King's body instantly shattered, clearly showing that Yi Shuang had worked its magic. I can't be seeing this wrong. That should be the dragon elephant fist from the military. Wang Zhaowen felt like this day was constantly reshaping his worldview. I've seen those seniors use it. It's definitely the dragon elephant fist. The dragon elephant fist, a unique set of martial arts from the military, only learnable by those above diamond level. Not because platinum level couldn't learn it, but because their physical attributes weren't sufficient to execute it smoothly. Long Xian joyfully approached Duan Joshua. Amazing! How did you manage to freeze the beast like that and even shatter it? It's nothing, just a small skill, Duan Joshua replied without much elaboration. This time, using falling leaves was much stronger than the previous time. She had been at a low level of magical power, but this time, she was at her peak. Let's keep going, this diamond level beast has already delayed us for too long. Long Xian was a bit anxious, fearing that Yi Feng might surpass her, but Wang Zhaowen suddenly said, "No, this diamond level beast shouldn't be appearing here according to common sense. In this situation, we should quickly return to the border. We absolutely cannot linger here. If we encounter a few more diamond level beasts, even if you are strong, you won't be able to handle it." But Long Xian was still somewhat unwilling, but she also knew that even if she and Duan Joshua exerted themselves continuously, it would be impossible to fight against diamond level beasts in succession. If they encountered 2 or even more at once, they might have to stay here. At this moment, Wang Zhaowen had already taken out the walkie-talkie to report everything that had happened here, and the other side quickly urged them to return. The higher-ups have given the order, we must return immediately. The sun is about to set, and if it gets dark, the danger level will be too high. Even though Long Xian was reluctant, she had grown up in a military camp and understood that obeying orders was a soldier's duty. So, the group could only withdraw. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Feng faced the golden level beast without holding back, delivering one punch after another. How many? 32. Xu Xia had hardly lifted a finger along the way. It was all Yi Feng who had done the work, and she had only been responsible for counting. Let's continue. Sunset should still be a while away. Just as the four were preparing to venture deeper, Xia He suddenly stopped. There's an order from above. We need to return as soon as we receive the message. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng had no doubts, and the group returned together. However, Yi Feng was very curious about how Xia He had received the message from above. Throughout the journey, Xia He hadn't taken out any electronic devices. Whether to investigate his personal information or to receive the command from above, he had no clue at all. Whenever he asked, the other party would come up with some flowery language that he couldn't quite understand. The group followed Xia He back to the border along a clear route. When they reached the city wall, Yi Feng saw that Long Xian and the others had also returned. Yi Feng, Long Xian spotted Yi Feng and hurried over. How many did you kill? 32. Yi Feng replied honestly. That's good. That's good. Long Xian breathed a sigh of relief. How about you? This young lady has hunted 28 beasts. Long Xian said proudly. Who did you learn your math from? 28 golden level beasts. And 1 diamond level beast. Diamond level? Yi Feng was a bit surprised to hear this. Long Xian said, what do you think? This young lady is impressive, right? A diamond level beast is just a piece of cake for me. But aren't we competing on who kills more beasts? It doesn't say that diamond level beasts count for extra points. Long Xian was momentarily stunned. She had completely forgotten about that possibility. That won't do. My diamond level beast should count as at least 5 golden level beasts. Why? Why? Isn't it easy for 1 diamond level beast to take down 5 golden level beasts? Damn. Are you shameless? What do you mean shameless? You're the one who's shameless. I lost out on 5. Okay? How about we find a diamond level and a golden level to fight it out? The rules didn't say there would be bonuses. I don't care. The two were arguing at the entrance when suddenly the gate of the border wall opened. If you two keep arguing, don't bother coming back. At this moment, Su Zhongtian's face was filled with frustration. Each of these students, if picked at random, was a prodigy, yet their minds seemed as childish as that of a young child. They showed no signs of composure at all. Yi Feng and Long Xian exchanged cold huffs and then sulkily entered the border area. After everyone gathered, Su Zhongtian looked troubled upon hearing the results of the battle.
How about this? Since it's not yet sunset today, even if you all end up in a draw, I'll give you 1 day tomorrow.
Still with this team configuration.
Same sunset time, same rules. Alright.
Both of them had no objections.
Meanwhile,
Xia He and the others were also called away by Xing He.
Report to me the details of the diamond-level beasts you encountered outside. Here's what happened. Wang Jiawen recounted everything that had just occurred, leaving no detail unmentioned. Xing He said, was it only one Icefield Wolf King? Yes. We didn't discover any other diamond-level beasts.
After Long Xin and Duan Jiaxue teamed up to deal with the Icefield Wolf King, I reported the situation and then returned.
Xia He, what about your side?
Xia He replied,
General, we haven't found anything unusual here, it's mostly the common golden-level beasts in the ecosystem. Nothing seems off. Xing He nodded. From the situation, it's very likely that other beast clans have occupied the Icefield Wolf's territory, forcing the Icefield Wolf King to flee. You all go rest for now, I'll send someone nearby to check for any anomalies later.
Yes,
General. The four responded in unison.
Xing He quickly called in another group of veterans.
You all go check the area nearby to see if there are any special circumstances.
Yes. Xing He looked beyond the border.
Since he took office in the Tianshan Gorge, apart from occasionally needing to clear out surrounding beasts, no special incidents had ever occurred.
If one were to say which border of the Dragon Kingdom was the safest,
Tianshan Gorge would definitely be among the top. The cold environment, rugged roads, and countless forks in the path. Essentially, Tianshan Gorge met all the conditions unsuitable for a large army's deployment.
And even though the relationship between the Dragon Kingdom and the Egyptian Empire on the other side of the gorge was very delicate, there had never been a battle from Tianshan Gorge.
Meanwhile,
Yi Feng and the others were led by Su Zhongtian to a place for accommodation. The lodging was very simple,
just a stove and 10 beds. This environment is really lacking,
the chubby one said as he looked around.
Just make do, after all. We're not part of the military here. Where would we have our own place?
This was built by your seniors back in the day.
Su Zhongtian replied. We're all staying together? Long Xin asked in confusion. What else?
Su Zhongtian said coldly. It's normal for the military here to be out on missions most of the time.
Instructor, where will you stay?
With you all.
Instructor, where do we go to the bathroom?
Go outside.
Turn right. There's an outdoor restroom 500 meters away.
What about washing up?
Go outside. Turn right. There's an outdoor restroom 500 meters away.
Instructor,
didn't the seniors think about building a restroom in the room? Or at least a place for drinking water?
They said to leave it for the juniors to build.
Do you want to build it?
The five exchanged glances,
and after a few seconds of silence, they said in unison, let the juniors build it. Moments later,
everyone began to clean up the room. The room had not been used for years, and just a light pat sent dust flying everywhere. After nearly 2 hours of effort, they finally cleaned it up thoroughly.
Long Xin lay directly on the bed.
So tired. I feel like this little bit of work is more exhausting than running dozens of kilometers.
Then you should run more in the future. No need. Long Xin quickly denied.
I was just expressing my feelings. After running 30 kilometers,
I felt like I was going to die. You, a dual-faced Iron Man, are tired after running 30 kilometers? It seems your training needs to be intensified. Then should I be tired or not? Long Xin was momentarily at a loss for words. It was truly a double-edged sword.
Saying this wouldn't work, and saying that wouldn't work either.
Of course, 30 kilometers wasn't much for Long Xin, as a late-stage platinum dual-faced Iron Man. 30 kilometers in an hour was just a leisurely stroll for her. A full sprint would only take a few dozen minutes. But who would want to run just for the sake of it? Alright, wake up at 6 tomorrow morning. Then continue with the mission.
Okay. The others didn't linger and rushed outside to wash up.
When everyone returned, except for Duan Jiaxue,
everyone was frozen to the point of looking unrecognizable.
It's so cold. Initially, they hadn't felt it too much,
but after washing their faces, the cold wind outside hit them, and the chill instantly enveloped their bodies.
We don't have firewood. At that moment, the fat guy realized something was off. Turn left when you go out. 500 meters. But this time, everyone looked towards Duan Jiaxue. Jiaxue, good girl, please go get some back. Long Xin couldn't stand the outside temperature any longer and quickly pleaded.
Seeing the others looking at her with pitiful eyes, Duan Jiaxue felt a tug at her heart.
Alright, I'll go. Moments later, Duan Joshua returned with firewood. Do you have fire? After a moment of silence, Yifeng suddenly took out a magic scroll from his spatial ring. You all stand back. What the hell? A golden level skill scroll? You really are generous. Su Zhongtian was also taken aback. A golden level magic scroll was worth around 1 million. And he never expected Yifeng would want to use it to start a fire. He had never thought of using it this way in his life. Stop! 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 Su Zhongtian quickly interrupted. In such a small room, aren't you afraid of burning it down? I got it. Then I'll light it outside. Yifeng also felt he was being a bit impulsive. Forget it, I have a lighter. Finally warm. The few of them gathered around the stove, starting to warm themselves. Mentor, the girl named Xia He who was with us today. She's a rewind intelligence brain, and she can investigate our information without doing anything. Yifeng voiced his doubts. This was truly bizarre. He had thought about it all day and couldn't figure out what was going on. So he decided to ask Su Zhongtian. Maybe he would know something about it. Xia He, quite famous, a descendant of the Duke of Martial Arts. Su Zhongtian said. The outside world says she's the Duke's favorite granddaughter. But Xia He hasn't been like other martial families' descendants who love practicing martial arts since she was young. She's said to be quite a powerful hacker. The situation you described should be something she accomplished using her rewind intelligence brain. I knew she looked so familiar. Long Xin suddenly realized. That's Xia He from the Duke of Martial Arts. I even hit her when we were kids. Ha! Why are you all so shocked? Long Xin recalled. That was an old story. It was during a grand event in Kyoto when I went with my grandfather. And those people said to let the younger generation entertain. So I went up. And then they said to let a girl come too. So Grandpa Xia pushed her up. I threw a punch. And who knew she just cried? The main thing is, I didn't know she couldn't fight at the time, otherwise, I wouldn't have hit her. Because of this incident, I went home and got scolded by my old man. Honestly, I'm the victim here. Okay? Long Xin said, puffing up with anger. Yifeng and the others were also very surprised. No one had expected there was this aspect to the matter. Yifeng asked, so how did she manage to do it? You ask me. Who should I ask? Su Zhongtian replied irritably. I only know it might be because of the rewind intelligence brain, but as for the specifics, you should ask her directly. Alright, Yifeng was just trying his luck anyway, after all. The rarity of the rewind intelligence brain meant that the public had no understanding of this profession at all. Alright, go to sleep early. You all have to get up early tomorrow, Su Zhongtian said before closing his eyes. The others also got into bed and took out their phones to play. Once drowsiness set in, everyone gradually fell asleep. When dawn broke, Chu Xie woke them up one by one. Wake up, it's almost 6 o'clock. I'm still tired. Let me sleep for 2 more minutes. Long Xin turned over, clearly not intending to get up. Meanwhile, Yifeng and the fatty instinctively got up. During this time, it had become a conditioned reflex. Duan Joshua also had a very regular routine. She would get up as soon as she heard Chu Xie's voice. At this moment, the fatty rubbed his eyes and came to Chu Xie's side. Leave it to me. The next moment, he said softly, Long Xin, if you don't get up, Director Su will make you run an extra 50 kilometers. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Long Xin hurriedly rolled out of bed. The others couldn't help but laugh. When they got outside, soldiers had already begun to line up for training, and Xia He and the others had been waiting neatly outside their room. Where's the mentor? Long Xin, realizing she had been tricked, didn't say anything further since she was already up. Chu Xie replied, I'm not sure. When I got up, the mentor was already gone. At that moment, Su Zhongtian walked over from the other side and said, let's skip the small talk, get ready, just like yesterday. But you still need to pay attention. Encountering a diamond-level beast yesterday means there's a problem with the ecosystem in the Tianshan Valley. Although we sent someone to investigate last night and found no major issues, we still need to be cautious. If anything seems off, contact us immediately and retreat. Understood? Understood, the 5 replied in unison. Good, let's go. As soon as Su Zhongtian finished speaking, Xia He and the others threw out their grappling hooks and leaped down. However, Wang Jiawan and the others hesitated. After yesterday's incident, Wang Jiawan was afraid Lu Han would use his rope again. What are you two thinking? Long Xian looked at them oddly. Nothing. To save face, Wang Jiawan took out the grappling hook and jumped down.
He just hoped he could be a bit faster. Meanwhile, Yi Feng and the others had already landed, and Xia He immediately released 10 drones to start exploring the surroundings. After yesterday's cooperation, they were already very skilled, with Xia He leading the way, Yi Feng on the offensive, and the other two ready to handle any unexpected situations. In just a few minutes, Yi Feng and the others disappeared from the public's view. Once they entered the canyon, whenever Yi Feng encountered a beast, he would almost always knock it out with a single punch. One punch for each. Something feels off. Xia He suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Yi Feng and the others stopped and gathered around Xia He. Xia He closed her eyes, frowning. Why are there so many platinum-level beasts around here? Platinum level? Didn't they say the main beasts in this area are gold and platinum level? The words are not wrong, but there are just too many platinum-level beasts. Although we have already gone quite deep, there shouldn't be more than 50 gathered within a 5-kilometer radius. Moreover, platinum-level beasts should have territorial awareness unless they see beasts of a much higher level. There's no reason for them to gather so peacefully. Xia He was a bit confused. It was already past noon, and they had ventured more than 20 kilometers into the depths, while her drones had been scouting within 5 and 10 kilometers. This was also to avoid emergencies, especially since a diamond-level beast had appeared yesterday, so she had been much more cautious. This was also why she was able to lead the team. In this regard, few in any realm could match Xia He's usefulness. This isn't right, I need to report this. Let's be more cautious from now on. Xia He had just taken a step but then stopped again. Someone. What do you mean someone? 10 kilometers away. I see a figure walking in the midst of the heavy snow, and the surrounding beasts are moving aside as if they are making way for him. 10 kilometers away. Could it be a master from the military? Xu Xie thought to herself. This area was under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom for 100 kilometers, so it could only be someone from the Dragon Kingdom military. No, this person. Something's off. Wait, let me adjust the camera closer. As Xia He spoke, she controlled the nearby drone to fly forward. Not a military person. This appearance. He's from the Egyptian Empire. How could someone from the Egyptian Empire appear at the Dragon Kingdom's border? Absolutely right. With that look and attire, he must be from the Egyptian Empire without a doubt. Xia He's body began to tremble. No, he noticed me. So strong. From 1,000 meters away, he caught my drone in an instant. At that moment, in Xia He's mind, the man held the drone with a mocking expression. I didn't expect to be discovered. Interesting, such a precise device. The technology of the Dragon Kingdom is indeed remarkable. Xia He translated it into the language of the Dragon Kingdom. The next moment, the man sneered. Found you. Run. Quick. Run. We've been discovered. Xia He's legs couldn't help but tremble. From over 10,000 meters away, she simply couldn't understand how the other party had noticed them. What? Yi Feng and the others didn't react in time, and the next moment, a violent wind surged around them, snowflakes swirling everywhere. What's happening? But when everyone's vision cleared, they saw a scruffy man with a long beard and hair, dressed in yellow, standing before them. How is this possible? Over 10,000 kilometers. How did he arrive in an instant? Xia He said in disbelief. The man stood in front of Xu Xie, his eyes filled with disdain, muttering something as he pointed a finger at her. A laser shot out. A beam of light traced from the man's fingertip. Yi Feng reacted quickly, pushing Xu Xie aside, but even so, the light pierced through her body. In less than 2 seconds of confrontation, Xu Xie was pushed back by the force, a gaping wound in her chest bleeding profusely, her face turning pale instantly. Are you seeking death? Yi Feng's eyes flashed with murderous intent, the air around him filled with the aura of death. If she couldn't be treated soon, with Xu Xie's injuries, she wouldn't last long. Or rather, Xu Xie was now racing against time. Die, dragon! In an instant, ghostly green energy began to surge around Yi Feng. 3 ghost dragons breaking through the air. Time rewind. As soon as the words fell, everything within a 300-mile radius began to reverse. Xu Xie's body stood up in a strange manner, the blood that had flowed to the ground separating from it and returning to her body, splattered flesh filling the last gap. The energy belonging to the Egyptian man also condensed out of thin air, finally returning to his body. In the end, the Egyptian man vanished from his spot, and several people returned to their positions from 30 minutes ago. What just happened? Xia He was taken aback. She clearly remembered encountering an enemy from another country,
but the current location was obviously different from before. Let's go. Hurry up. Notify the city that enemies are attacking.
Yifeng was too lazy to explain much. That person's strength was formidable, far more terrifying than the underground forces they had encountered before. His power was at least at the saint level. No, a peak saint level powerhouse. With that kind of speed, at that distance, he hadn't reacted at all at the time. Although he was confident he could fight the opponent, he wasn't sure he could avoid hurting others during the battle. The cooldown for the Phantom Dragon's time rewind ability was 24 hours, and he had just used it to save Chu Xia's life, so he couldn't use it again within that time frame. This meant that if anyone else got injured during the fight, he wouldn't be able to help. Yifeng's brows furrowed tightly as he pulled Chu Xia and ran wildly. So that means what just happened was indeed real. He felt a lingering fear. The dangerous situation they had faced made her feel a bit anxious now. Yes, I just used my time rewind ability to push the surroundings back to 30 minutes ago. Yifeng looked around. In those 30 minutes, they hadn't really advanced much. They had mostly been grinding monsters in the vicinity. But this time, at least they had some preparation time. This is insane. The Egyptian Empire actually dares to go to war with our Dragon Kingdom. Do they want to die? He cursed. The peace in Tianshan Canyon has lasted for so many years, and today it will be broken. Let's not worry about that for now. We should retreat back to the city first, and we'll discuss the rest later. You notify General Xinghe, Yifeng said hurriedly. In this environment, especially outside the border, normal phones had long lost signal, and they could only rely on military communication devices. I already notified him just now, he said, tossing her spatial ring, and the 10 drones that had already flown out suddenly increased by 22. All drones starting to move in all directions. How many drones do you have? Just these. With my current ability, I can control at most 32 drones. Any more than that would be too much to handle. He explained. Yifeng couldn't help but feel admiration. Controlling 32 drones simultaneously was something he would never have believed if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. But at that moment, a terrifying force swept down from above them, making their bodies feel heavy, as if a great mountain was pressing down on them. Just as Yifeng was about to confirm what was happening, he found that the man's figure had appeared right in front of them. Then, the man began to mumble a lot, and Yifeng didn't understand their language, so he had no idea what the other party was saying. At that moment, Long Xin threw a few headsets to them. They can translate automatically. Oh, there's this thing too. The man suddenly spoke. Yifeng then noticed that the other party also had similar headsets on their ears. Does the Egyptian Empire want to go to war with our Dragon Kingdom? The man suddenly laughed. So what? Who doesn't know that the Dragon Kingdom is weak now? If our Egyptian Empire can take a pass, then other empires will also move against the Dragon Kingdom. And at that time, we will divide the Dragon Kingdom. Just based on you guys. Xiaohe's voice was cold and stern. Have you all forgotten so quickly about the incident a few years ago when the 5 gods of the Tianzhu Kingdom invaded and were all killed? With just you, a mere saint. Where do you get the courage? The man chuckled lightly. Do you think we don't know that there is only one saint general at the Tian Mountain Canyon border? Besides, who told you that I'm the only saint here? What? Imperial capital. Xin Tian Monitor. Damn it, why is it this force of time again? Last time the force of time appeared, hundreds died in Suzhou City, and even a saint fell. What is it this time? The monitor cursed casually. Go notify the higher-ups. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, the imperial palace. My lords, we have received an urgent military report from the front. The Egyptian Empire has suddenly attacked our Tian Mountain Canyon border. Currently, one saint is known to be involved, and the image information sent from the front has confirmed that it is the peak saint-level powerhouse Senadelia, who died suddenly 8 months ago. A man in a black robe sat in a high position, his wide clothing exuding great authority. As soon as he finished speaking, the lower officials began to discuss among themselves. At this moment, someone stepped forward and spoke. Your Majesty, is the information accurate? Of course, it was filmed by the granddaughter of Duke Wu, Xia He, and has now been confirmed by the information department. There is no problem, Long Shi said. Your Majesty, as far as I know, Senadelia was executed in Egypt 8 months ago, along with the peak saint-level Echofengsha and the divine-level powerhouse Molius Yadi. If we say it is definitely him appearing here, there is only one possibility. 8 months ago, he faked his death to escape our notice. lying low in the Tian Mountain Canyon for 8 months, just to strike us when we are unprepared. Although the Tian Mountain Canyon seems unimportant in peacetime, in wartime, the Egyptian Empire can continuously supply materials and soldiers to our border through the Tian Mountain Canyon. Therefore, the Tian Mountain Canyon absolutely cannot have any incidents. If it is just Senadelia, that would be the best scenario, but if Achufengshet and Moliusyati are also here, then it will be troublesome. What should we do? Right now, there is only General Xingha guarding the Tian Mountain Canyon. How can we defend against 1 divine level and 2 peak saint level powerhouses? At this moment, another military general shouted. The emperor pondered for a moment and said, "There is also Su Zhongtian from the military university." What? At this time, several display screens lit up not far away, showing generals from the national company who were unable to participate in the meeting due to being far away. The one who spoke this time was Commander Long from the military department. He commanded the southwestern military district of the empire, and the entire southwestern army was under his control. Then isn't Xia Xin also in the Tian Mountain Canyon? The others were also taken aback. This matter had not yet spread. So many were unclear about what was happening. The Dragon Emperor nodded. The news from the front is that Xia He encountered Senadelia after taking them out for trials. Xia He encountered him? At this moment, an old general below spoke up. Du Wu, don't be anxious. Xia He is fine for now. And besides, with Yi Feng by her side, if the situation is urgent, Yi Feng's character absolutely wouldn't sit idly by. Du Wu, Xia Yuan, spoke up. Your Majesty, the Egyptian Empire has invaded our Dragon Kingdom's border. Our border could be attacked at any moment. I implore your Majesty to send troops to the Tian Mountain Canyon. I am willing to lead the army there. No, Du Wu cannot act impulsively. At this moment, a civil official stepped forward. Du Wu, if we transfer troops from the imperial capital, the Sun Never Sets Empire will definitely take action against the capital. At that time, if your troop transfer leads to insufficient military strength, how will the capital defend itself? The Dragon Kingdom is completely different from other empires. Other empires place their capitals in the hinterlands to protect the safety of their capitals. But the Dragon Kingdom has always adhered to the ancestral teaching that the Son of Heaven must guard the national gates. Therefore, the location of the imperial capital is the most dangerous place in the Dragon Kingdom, a land where fierce beasts have emerged since the time of great disasters. The number of divine-level fierce beasts that have died in the imperial capital is no less than dozens. Moreover, it borders one of the strong nations, the Empire of the Rising Sun, and there have always been frictions between the two sides. Thus, from the beginning, the emperor must remain in the imperial capital, and the ancestral teachings clearly state that the capital cannot be moved. Not just the empire. The 12 dukes of the Dragon Kingdom also guard the capital. However, among them, only 8 dukes have continued to hold real power and strength to this day. Duke Xia Yuanlu of the Martial Kingdom is one of them, a divine-level powerhouse, a warrior-type derived profession. Hidden profession, Crimson Blood Overlord Blade. So what do you think we should do now? This old general, who has seen more than half a century, appeared somewhat haggard at this moment, as his beloved granddaughter had encountered a peak holy level powerhouse, and he, as a divine level, felt powerless. Your Majesty, this old minister is willing to go. The dragon general on the screen spoke. Our southwest battle zone will not face any threats, and the other side must be acting secretly, so there can't be too many of them. This old minister can take a few holy level powerhouses with me. Commander Long spoke again. His anxiety was no less than that of Xia Yuanlu, so he hoped to set off quickly. Not appropriate, even if you rush over. It won't be in time. At this moment, another civil official spoke. Does the left chancellor have any brilliant plans? The Dragon Emperor asked. Your Majesty, the Tianshan Gorge is in imminent danger. If we cannot quickly support divine-level powerhouses, I fear the Tianshan Gorge will truly be lost. And now, the closest place to Tianshan Gorge will take at least an hour to reach. If the divine forbidden spell is released, it simply cannot hold out for that long. So, there is only one way. The former Imperial Astrological Supervisor, Lu Tian, the only divine-level formation master in the world. If anyone can teleport divine-level powerhouses to Tianshan Gorge in the first instance, it can only be Lu Tian. And coincidentally, there is also a divine-level principal at the military university. As long as Principal Chen can get there, everything will be resolved. Upon hearing the left chancellor's words, everyone understood. The Dragon Emperor's eyes lit up. Contact Principal Chen, soon. The people below dialed Principal Chen's phone on a large screen. The call was connected after a few seconds. Principal Chen. As soon as the Dragon Emperor connected the call, he saw Principal Chen standing on the city wall of Baiyuan City, with a man standing below the wall. Below stood a man with a bare upper body. What is this person doing here? Duke Wu furrowed his brow. The strongest of the Tianzhu kingdom, Galava, a peak divine-level powerhouse, endowed with the blessing of Shiva's destruction. At this moment, Chen Guangxing spoke. Galava, what courage do you have to disturb my Baiyuan border? Does your Tianzhu kingdom also want to go to war with our dragon kingdom? Chen Guangxing, I just missed you a bit. We've been neighbors for so many years. Don't you want to chat with me? Galava maintained a smile. Chen Guangxing, I have no mood to chat with you right now. If you retreat now, I will personally come to talk to you in a few days. Galava shook his head. No, today, if Principal Chen wants to leave, then I will have to enter the city. Of course, Principal Chen can also try to see if Lu Tian can stop me. It seems this is a plan agreed upon by your Tianzhu Empire and the Egyptian Empire. Chen Guangxing simply sat down on the city wall. Alright, seeing you like this, it seems you can't leave. Since that's the case, I will have a good chat with you today, but don't get too proud. If there's a chance, I will definitely go under your city wall and have a good chat with you. Upon seeing this scene, the expressions of the Dragon Emperor and others grew even darker. Good, a great Egyptian empire, a great Indian empire, I will remember this humiliation today. The Dragon Emperor stood up, drawing his sword in front of him. All generals, listen up. At his command, everyone knelt down. Even those on the video call maintained their posture. My Dragon Kingdom upholds the heavenly way and sincerely serves the people. Today, the Egyptian Empire disturbs our Tianshan Canyon border, and we will not tolerate it. Commander Wu Lianfeng of the Northeast Military District. Respond. Subordinate responds. Wu Lianfeng in the video quickly replied. The Dragon Emperor said, apart from the border, mobilize 1.3 million troops from all provinces in the Northeast Military District, and all active duty officers above the king level must be sent to the battlefield. Bring me all the latest weapons developed by the Armament Institute, and swiftly deploy troops to Tianshan Canyon. If Tianshan Canyon falls, within 3 days, I want you to retake Tianshan Canyon and launch an attack on the Egyptian Empire from there. As for supplies, the Northwest will provide rear support. Understood, the two commanders said simultaneously. The Dragon Emperor continued. Dukes Wu, Chao, Bei, and Yuan, respond. I want you to quickly reach Tianshan Canyon with Commander Wu Lianfeng as the commander-in-chief, and you as deputy commanders leading 1.3 million troops. In this battle, I want you to display the might of my Dragon Kingdom. In this battle, I want to change the situation after Tianshan Canyon. If you fail, you need not return. Subordinate responds. Set off. With the Dragon Emperor's command, the four dukes hurried back to prepare and then headed for Tianshan Canyon. The entire northeastern region of the Dragon Kingdom also began to march towards Tianshan Canyon. The population of the Dragon Kingdom is nearly 20 billion, with active soldiers reaching tens of millions. Perhaps 1 million soldiers may not seem like much, but for the Egyptian Empire, it is already sufficient. The Egyptian Empire has a population of 1 billion, with only about 2 to 3 million active soldiers. This shows the extent of the Dragon Emperor's anger at this moment. Meanwhile, the Wang family. Dad, we have results. Wang Tianhua rushed into the main house. Speak, Old Master Wang asked in a deep voice. Wang Tian explained. It's the Egyptian Empire. 8 months ago, the 3 who died in Senedalia were faking their deaths, and they have been lurking in Tianshan Canyon all this time. Now Our Majesty has dispatched 4 dukes, and the entire Northeast Military District has begun full-scale preparations for war. 1.3 million troops are already marching towards Tianshan Canyon. It seems Our Majesty wants to teach the Egyptian Empire a thorough lesson. Old Master Wang nodded. It seems the time lodged now was because of Yifeng. It looks like Su Zhongtian should also be over there. If Tianshan Canyon falls, it won't be so easy to retake it with both sides fighting there. Do the others have any movements? Wang Tian said. The one from the Indian Empire is at the military university, aiming to restrict Chen Guangxing. That's true, if Chen Guangxing gets over there, it won't be fun. Old Master Wang agreed. By the way,
Dad, the trading guild has taken action. Now the trading guild has completely suspended operations, and all logistics are preparing for the Tianshan Canyon War, even putting out 70 billion in supplies to support the frontline battle.
Only the trading guild can afford to directly put out 70 billion, Old Master Wang said. After all, the trading guild is tied to the interests of the Dragon Kingdom.
So this is quite normal. Dad, other families haven't made any moves, it seems they are opposing His Majesty. Wang Tian said. What about us?
Humph, a bunch of short-sighted fools. Old Wang stretched lazily and said.
Our current emperor is indeed a great ruler of this generation. How could he possibly allow the 9 great families to continue having a say in the court?
With the determination of our current emperor and the overwhelming strength of the Dragon Kingdom,
if we keep butting heads like this, the 9 great families will definitely not have a good outcome. Even if we don't face annihilation,
we will still suffer significant losses.
But right now,
our Wang family really can't help directly.
Let's wait until after the war. I'll personally go to the palace to congratulate the emperor. Meanwhile, Long Xin and the others were still busy with their tasks, but a force of time pulled everyone back to their original positions. Duan Joshua was startled. It's Yi Feng.
This energy was very familiar to her. The last time, Yi Feng had summoned 3 dragons, and then they were pushed back 30 minutes.
Something must have happened. This kind of ability was not something Yi Feng would use lightly, unless he was truly in an emergency. What's going on? Long Xin was completely at a loss. But just then,
a figure descended from the sky.
Who is it? Long Xin and the others were pushed back by the gust of wind,
and when they could see the person clearly,
they were also taken aback. The Egyptian Empire.
Long Xin had grown up in the military camp and was familiar with many people, including this one of the 3 who had died 8 months ago.
The god and the saint. How is it possible? How can you still be alive? The newcomer was indeed one of the 3. Akufengsha.
He had sound in his ears and could understand Long Xion's words, but he couldn't speak the dragon language.
The next moment, he raised his hand, ready to grab at the group.
Faced with a peak saint-level powerhouse, the group had no power to resist.
You, sir,
have intruded into the borders of our Dragon Kingdom and intend to harm our citizens.
Isn't that a bit excessive? A deep voice suddenly echoed. It's the mentor. Great. We're saved. The group, who had already fallen into despair, brightened their eyes.
Akufengsha was also taken aback and looked towards the source of the voice.
Suddenly,
a sword thrust towards him, and he quickly dodged back. A long sword, engraved with peonies, stabbed into the ground.
3-flower sword, Su Zhongtian.
Akufengsha recognized it. The battle between Su Zhongtian and Tianzhu had basically spread throughout the world.
Akufengsha. Su Zhongtian descended from the air,
standing in front of Long Xian and the others with his hands behind his back.
Your Tianzhu Empire is determined to be enemies with our Dragon Kingdom, isn't it? Have we not always been like this? Akufengsha sneered. I didn't expect you to be at the border. This is quite unexpected. But it doesn't matter, judging by the time. Morlius Yachty should be nearing your border soon. I wonder if you, a peak saint level, can withstand a god level and a fierce wave of beast tide? Su Zhongtian knew that time was very precious and said, Long Xin,
you little ones hurry back to the border, I'll handle things here.
Okay.
Long Xin and the others knew that if they stayed here, they would only be a burden to Su Zhongtian,
so leaving quickly was the priority.
Akufengsha did not pursue. He had no interest in these little ones and instead wanted to have a good fight with Su Zhongtian. He wanted to see what level this person was who could withstand 5 god-level beings for a few minutes.
Come on. I need to kill you and get back to defend the city.
Su Zhongtian drew the 3-flower sword in front of him.
The holy sword. Weapon classes would refine themselves according to the user's level. At that moment,
he felt a bit hazy. It had been many years since he last touched a sword.
Since that last great battle, he had not taken out the sword again. Old friend. This time, let's continue to fight side by side.
Su Zhongtian slowly caressed the sword in his hand.
Akufengsha scoffed. Defend the city? You probably won't be able to go back. Once I conquer the Tianshan Gorge,
I'll place your head on the city wall.
Of course, using it to drink is also a good choice. In the next moment,
Akufengsha's body suddenly swelled, and his shadow towering dozens of meters appeared before Su Zhongtian.
Transformation. High Wind Hound. Su Zhongtian watched as Akufengsha's body expanded, slowly transforming into a human body with a dog's head.
This was a unique ability of the Egyptian Empire.
Transformation.
When the citizens of the Egyptian Empire turn 18, they awaken a biological transformation.
There are also distinctions such as main combat types.
For example, Acufengsha's High Windhound is a creature derived from the Egyptian Empire's Anubis.
Anubis has a jackal's head and a human body.
High Windhound has a dog's head and a human body. The differences are naturally vast.
However,
those who can reach the peak of the saint level are indeed exceptional individuals.
Even so, Su Zhongtian showed no signs of fear,
merely waving his sword to find his feeling.
Su Zhongtian, today, I will kill you to shake the Dragon Kingdom. Acufengsha's furious voice echoed, scattering the surrounding ice and snow.
At the same time, Yi Feng and the others also saw the towering dog-headed figure.
What is this thing? A fierce beast? No, this is Acufengsha,
the transformation of the Egyptian Empire. Xia felt as if her heart had turned to ashes.
This was the situation she least wanted to see. Initially, it was just a guessing game,
but with Acufengsha's appearance,
it was basically confirmed. Molius Yachty, it must be there. Why has Acufengsha started to transform? Did he encounter Xinghe? Senadelia looked over and began to ponder. According to their intelligence, there should only be one saint-level powerhouse in the Tianshan Gorge, and the only one who could force Acufengsha's transformation would be Xinghe. Suddenly,
a sharp sword energy sliced through the air from Acufengsha's direction.
Senadelia was taken aback. How is that possible? Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom has other saint-level powerhouses?
This sword energy is definitely from a sword saint-level powerhouse.
Tell me, who is this person? Facing Senadelia's threat, Xia replied, the personnel configuration of the Tianshan Gorge is not something you can easily investigate. Let me tell you,
there is still a divine-level being in the Tianshan Gorge who has not appeared.
If you don't want to end up here, then you better go back quietly. Senadelia laughed loudly. Divine level? If there were a divine-level being, they would have come to kill us by now. Saying this at this moment only proves your inner fear. Since Acufengsha has already started, I can't waste time either. In the next moment, Senadelia reached out, intending to grab a few people.
I am the granddaughter of the Duke of the Martial Kingdom.
If you dare to kill me,
the Dragon Kingdom's army will surely flatten your Egyptian empire. The murderous intent that had been so strong in Senadelia halted.
The Duke of the Martial Kingdom, granddaughter of Xia Yuanlu? What is your name? Xia.
Xia's gaze was extremely resolute.
If she didn't do this,
the others might die right here.
Now, she had to buy time until someone came to rescue them.
At the very least, if she revealed her identity, the opponent would definitely not kill her easily.
Alright, I didn't expect to have a hostage of your level. To use an old saying from your Dragon Kingdom, truly,
heaven does not disappoint those who are earnest.
Senadelia's eyes burned with excitement.
Having one more hostage meant that after conquering the Tianshan Gorge, they had one more bargaining chip to restrain the Dragon Kingdom.
At the very least, they could restrain a duke. That makes sense.
Yi Feng suddenly said, we are all people without status, you can just capture her.
Killing us is of no use. Do you think I'm blind? Those 3 dragons were created by you, right?
Senadelia suddenly chuckled lightly, then threw a punch at Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't have time to react, and a bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. Although Yi Feng's physical condition surpassed that of many at the same level, the gap between him and a peak saint-level expert was immense. In a sense, he was merely a fraction of the opponent's strength.
Yi Feng,
the others were startled.
Damn it, you think this is a game?
Yi Feng had originally intended to stall for as long as possible, but the situation had exceeded his expectations. There was more than one opponent, and they were all above the saint level.
Now, he had to find a way to take this guy down to relieve the pressure in the Tianshan Gorge. But the problem was, once the battle started, he couldn't protect the others.
The cooldown for the dead dragon's time rewind was still a day away, and he couldn't save anyone's life at this moment.
They had to scatter.
So far, the only skills that could quickly take the others away were the dead dragon and the phantom dragon, but summoning these creatures required time.
This gap was enough for this person to threaten the others.
If he had known this would happen, he should have leveled up to diamond rank before school started. This was Yi Feng's first encounter with a peak saint level. The sense of oppression was on a completely different level from that of the underground forces.
Then, an idea appeared in Yi Feng's mind. This was the only way he could think of to buy time. Just as Senadelia was about to finish Yi Feng off,
suddenly a mass of black mist enveloped Yi Feng. His eyes turned blood red, and drops of blood tears flowed from them.
Lon Xin and the others were shocked to see Yifeng like this. Nightmare into the dream. Upon gazing into these eyes, one would be drawn into the dream constructed by the user. In an instant, the others fell into a dream. Yifeng floated in midair in Senadelia's eyes, appearing as a supreme demon between heaven and earth, instilling fear. What is this? Senadelia looked around, instantly flashing to Yifeng's side and throwing a punch. Yifeng's body shattered, only to immediately restore itself. No, something is definitely wrong. Senadelia scanned the surroundings. Holy forbidden spell. Domain? No. The others who had been beside him had all vanished. Even the environment had changed drastically. At this moment, Chu Xie was also drawn into the dream, and the surrounding environment transformed into a forest. Where is this place? Chu Xie carefully examined her surroundings. Illusion? As a nightmare sorceress, her mental strength was extremely high, making her very sensitive to worlds constructed from mental energy. But even though she could tell this was an illusion, she couldn't leave. Suddenly, Chu Xie felt someone wrap their arms around her waist, and she lost all sense of gravity. What is happening now? The next moment, the environment around Chu Xie returned to normal, and Yifeng was holding Xia He with his left arm while embracing her with his right. Another person lay behind them. The group was riding on a bone dragon, flying off into the distance. Just after they left, a humanoid crocodile, several dozen meters tall, appeared in the spot they had just vacated. How dare you use an illusion to toy with me? Xie, take them away, leave this to me. Understood. Chu Xie didn't hesitate. How do we leave? Of course, like this. As Yifeng spoke, 35 phantom dragons flew over from behind. With the speed of the phantom dragons, it shouldn't take long to get you to the border. Alright, Xia He, how are you doing? Chu Xie asked. I'm fine, not injured. Xia He panted heavily. Suddenly, a sharp blade of energy swept over. Not good. Chu Xie reacted quickly, pulling the two to the side. The ghost dragon that Yifeng was riding was split in two, and a bloodstain slowly appeared on Chu Xie, who was close to the ghost dragon. How is this possible? It clearly didn't hit. It was just a graze. Yifeng hurriedly held Chu Xie in his arms. How are you? Not very good, but I should be fine for a while. Chu Xie's breathing began to quicken, and she looked extremely weak. Xia He, you take them and hurry up and leave. He's dead for sure today. Yifeng's face had darkened to the extreme. Although he and Chu Xie had not known each other for long, they had shared meals and lived together, and their time together had forged a deep friendship. He absolutely would not allow his friend to be hurt. I want to leave too, but it seems like it's not easy to get away now. At this moment, the massive body of Senadelia began to stride towards them with great strides. We need to go down. The dead dragon beneath their feet was swaying dangerously, its form completely unstable, while the other 30 dead dragons all dove down to catch the group. Dead dragons, take them away. Yifeng issued command after command. Immediately, the ghost dragons scattered and flew out. Xia He, holding Chu Xie, was about to leave when Senadelia stepped in to block all three of them. You can't escape. You take Chu Xie and get far away. Yifeng stepped forward. Today, I will kill you. As soon as Yifeng's words fell, the ground began to surge like lava. At that moment, the bone dragon suddenly appeared in the sky, circling above. Iron chains shot up from the ground, aiming directly at Senadelia's arms, locking them tightly. Come on. Yifeng's eyes were bloodshot. Senadelia kept pulling at his arms, trying to shake off the iron chains, but aside from a creaking sound, there was no effect. Since you want to play, then let's play properly. In the sky, a guillotine suddenly appeared, and the iron chains began to constrict continuously. At this moment, the wounds on Yifeng's body were visibly healing at a rapid pace. Bone Dragon Annihilation. The ground, already covered in lava, suddenly erupted with white bones, piercing through Senadelia's legs completely. Who the hell are you? Senadelia felt unprecedented pain, blood pouring from his legs. At your age, how have I never heard of such a holy level powerhouse in the Dragon Kingdom? In such a short time, you've used holy forbidden spells at least 3 times. Even if you are a holy level powerhouse, how could you have so much mana? And, I clearly pierced you just now. Even a divine level powerhouse couldn't recover from injuries this quickly. Yifeng scoffed. A frog at the bottom of a well dares to compare itself to the bright moon. Mana? Let me tell you, in the more than a month since I awakened my profession, I have never used mana. The iron chains continued to pull, and Senadelia, whose legs were already pierced, could no longer bear the pain and was dragged down by the chains. The wounds on his legs grew larger and deeper, ultimately causing him to kneel on the ground. You don't use mana. What do you use? Every struggle for Senadelia was immense pain, and suddenly he froze. You said you just awakened your profession 2 months ago. It seems you really are out of touch. Yifeng tightened his grip. My skills have always used my lifespan. Guillotine. The blade slowly descended from the sky, directly striking Senadelia's crocodile head. However, the blade struck his neck and remained motionless. A rookie just starting out dares to think of killing me. My defense is famous in the Egyptian Empire. Senadelia was extremely angry, but also surprised. Now he was facing a newcomer who had just awakened for less than 2 months. 2 months. His strength was already comparable to the peak of the holy level. As soon as he made his move, 3 sacred prohibitions were unleashed. Even if he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out how this was accomplished. If this kid were given more time to grow, what kind of monster would emerge in the Dragon Kingdom? So, right now, he must survive. He must send this person's information back to the Egyptian Empire. This child cannot be left alive. You're really tough, but I wonder how long you can hold out, Yifeng said, and then the 3 bone dragons flew up to the guillotine, flapping their wings vigorously to apply pressure. At the same time, Su Zhongtian floated in the air with his hands behind his back, his clothes already riddled with countless wounds, blood flowing down his garments. You dog, you're quite resilient. Damn it, Su Zhongtian. Truly terrifying as the legends say, your mastery of body techniques and swordsmanship is likely beyond even some divine-level beings. Akia Fengsha also bore numerous sword scars on his dog-headed human body. Clearly, in this battle of the dual saints, he had not gained any advantage. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept from behind Su Zhongtian, snowflakes swirling in the air as if a catastrophic blizzard had arrived. Mo-liosiyati. Su Zhongtian suddenly closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. It seems I don't have time to play with you any longer. I was thinking the same, there's no time to continue this game. Akia Fengsha raised the large axe in his hand. Then let's end this. Su Zhongtian, Sacred Prohibition. Sword Domain. A domain-type prohibition spell. Akia Fengsha, Sacred Prohibition. Dance of the Morning Song. The two unleashed their prohibitions simultaneously. Su Zhongtian, with one sword, seemed to freeze the surrounding air, filled with waves of law power. Meanwhile, behind Akia Fengsha, who was already towering at several dozen meters, an anomaly appeared. Draw the sword. Su Zhongtian condensed his sword, stepping forward, thrusting it out. It appeared as one strike. In reality, it was a rain of swords. Su Zhongtian, Akia Fengsha took a large step forward, and the anomalies behind him raised countless weapons. This is the price of blaspheming the gods. At that moment, the sky echoed with the sounds of countless weapons clashing, each collision resonating like the weeping of deities. Su Zhongtian stood alone against thousands of gods and Buddhas. At this moment, the falling snow blanketed Su Zhongtian, and suddenly, another sword thrust out. Sword obliteration. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the Tianshan Gorge. Yifeng looked in that direction, and the massive crocodile that had been standing on the other side collapsed with a thunderous crash. How is this possible? How could Akia Fengsha? Seeing this, Senadelia's heart tightened. Could it be that Akia Fengsha had failed? Even so, he still couldn't believe it. Even if he wanted to investigate, he found himself unable to move an inch. You struggled, but in this state, even if you escape, you won't last long. Yifeng calmly looked at him. It was only a matter of time before the other side couldn't hold on. You think you can kill me? You're still too green for that. Senadelia bared his teeth, his gaze extremely vicious. Yifeng, if you don't treat Chu Xie soon, she really won't be able to hold on. Long Xin suddenly ran over. I don't have time to waste with you. Yifeng steeled himself, and 2 blood-red eyes appeared in the sky, fixating on Senadelia. The other side was now completely relying on sheer will to hold on. All it needed was to make him a little disoriented. As another 170 years of life faded away, Senadelia clearly became dazed, and then, his head separated from his body. At that moment, Yifeng's body was already operating at high capacity, on the verge of collapse. Even though he was immortal, draining several hundred years of life was still a bit much. He just needed time to recover. We're leaving. Where's Chu Xie? Chu Siye told me to hide, Long Xin said again. Now Chu Siye seems a bit off too. Forget it, you can see for yourself. Yi Feng was puzzled by her cryptic words and followed her directly. When they arrived at a snow cave, Yi Feng stood frozen in place. Who is she? Yi Feng looked at the stunning woman lying on the ground, whose figure and face could be considered top tier in the world. It's Chu Siye, Long Xin replied. But Chu Siye is a man. She is a woman. Impossible, absolutely impossible. We've eaten and lived together. And her hair is short. Look at her. Her hair is down to her waist. How could she be Chu Siye? This. Long Xin suddenly took a necklace off Chu Siye. A disguise necklace. It can change hair and body shape. So she really is Chu Siye. She is a woman? The reason I couldn't find detailed information about her before was because of the gender issue. Long Xin continued. I investigated everyone named Chu Siye and looked into their Chu family. I only found a birth certificate for a girl named Chu Siye, but no information on him. After all, Chu Siye is a sequence. She must have negotiated terms with the military. Choosing to hide her identity likely has their concerns. Listening to Long Xin's explanation, Yi Feng slowly accepted it. His brother had turned into a woman? He really couldn't understand why such a melodramatic plot would happen to him. Long Xin continued. If it weren't for the fact that we destroyed her necklace when we injured her just now, we wouldn't have discovered this issue. Yi Feng said. Let's not talk about that for now. We should take her back to heal, and when she wakes up, I'll ask her properly. That's between you two. Meanwhile, at the border gate of the Tianshan Gorge, Morius Yadi, you drive the beast horde to launch a beast tide against my dragon kingdom's border. Are you trying to provoke war? Xinghe, clad in battle armor, stood beneath the city wall. In front of him, a man hovered in mid-air, his eyes filled with indifference. Xinghe, retreat quickly. I do not wish to kill innocents. Morius Yadi spoke. Xinghe replied, if you don't want to kill innocents, why not just retreat? I'm really fed up with your false benevolence. Do you not care about your face at all? If you want to leave, then leave. If you want to fight, then fight. Whatever move you make, I'll take it. Morius Yadi took a deep breath. What will you use to fight? I am also a god-level powerhouse, and you are just a mere peak saint? Do you know that a mayfly shaking a tree is futile, and a mantis trying to stop a chariot is ridiculous? Moreover, we have driven away 100,000 ferocious beasts to attack your Tianshan Gorge. Do you think you can withstand it? Surrender quickly, and you still have a chance to live. What the Dragon Kingdom can offer you, the Egyptian Empire can give you double, even triple. Weigh the pros and cons yourself. You have 30 seconds. Once the 30 seconds are up, I will directly attack the city. Xinghe sighed. It seems there is nothing to negotiate between us. Since we are to fight, then I will fight to the death. Sons of the Dragon Kingdom, today, the Egyptian Empire has invaded our border. I know that among you are new recruits and veterans who have crawled and fought in the Tianshan Gorge for many years. No matter how long you have been in the army, this is your first time on the battlefield of the Tianshan Gorge. The Tianshan Gorge has not been disturbed by war for hundreds of years, and today, the enemy has come. They want to seize the Tianshan Gorge, to choke the throat of our Dragon Kingdom's northeast military district. Can we let the enemy have their way? No, no. The soldiers, already prepared for battle, shouted in unison. Sons of the Dragon Kingdom, fight forward. I will remember each of your military achievements, and if you die on the battlefield, the Empire will provide compensation for your families. I will protect your children in the future. If I die, don't worry about me. Buy time for the rear. Kill. As Xinghe's words fell, several mage groups stood on the city walls. Various magical elements began to rush downwards. Old man, let me test you. As Xinghe's voice fell, a thick green mist began to rise around him, taking the shape of a dragon. Moriosiyati, poison priest Xinghe, today is your day of downfall. Suddenly, a whirlwind began to swirl around him, coalescing into sharp side-like forms. Transform. Storm Scythe. After the two clashed, Xinghe, who was already at a disadvantage, found himself in an even worse position. In a sense, the opponent's profession was a natural counter to Xinghe, due to the wind element. The poisonous mist could not approach Moriosiyati at all. Now, every action Xinghe took was in vain. Failure was only a matter of time. Moriosiyati, those who invade our territory must be punished. A sword energy slashed from the other side. Su Zhongtian appeared beside Xinghe. How are you?
Not bad, but my profession doesn't fare well against him. I'm being suppressed everywhere.
If you hadn't come, I probably wouldn't have lasted much longer.
That's troublesome. If no one else comes to support us, we won't last long either. Su Zhongtian had just used a holy forbidden spell, and although he had slain an opponent in the previous battle, he hadn't come out unscathed. Facing a god-level powerhouse in this state was like a moth to a flame.
We can hold on for a while,
but these young men below might not last much longer.
Xinghe looked at the city wall below,
where there were 100,000 ferocious beasts on one side and less than 20,000 human soldiers on the other. Driving away the ferocious beasts was the foundation of the Egyptian Empire.
Transform. Change one's original body into the form of a ferocious beast.
Use the aura emitted from oneself to suppress the other ferocious beasts,
altering their course of action to trigger a beast tide.
This time, the Egyptian Empire's action was essentially to drive all the ferocious beasts from the Tianshan Gorge over.
Among them,
the strongest were dozens of king-level ferocious beasts. Just one of them could turn a small city into a top-tier dungeon.
But at the border of the two empires,
they could only be continuously squeezed.
Moriyoshi Yadi waved his hand, and countless sides rushed towards the two.
Faced with the oppression of a god-level being,
even Su Zhongtian and his companion,
as holy-level powerhouses,
could only prioritize evading attacks. Moreover,
they were now caught in a deadlock.
If they wanted to hold Moriyoshi Yadi back,
they couldn't deal with the ferocious beasts at the border.
As long as they couldn't handle the ferocious beasts,
it was only a matter of time before the Tianshan Gorge was breached. But if they went to clear the ferocious beasts, no one would be left to restrain Moriyoshi Yadi. If a god-level powerhouse charged into the battlefield like that,
the consequences would be unimaginable. Not to mention,
it was Moriyoshi Yadi with such large-scale destructive skills.
Hey, wait, what are those things over there?
Xinghe suddenly froze.
How can you still have time to look at other things at a time like this?
Su Zhongtian swung his sword to block Moriyoshi Yadi's sides.
No, look at what?
Su Zhongtian was slightly impatient but still turned to look in the direction Xinghe was pointing.
The next moment,
he too was momentarily stunned.
At that moment,
behind the ferocious beast army,
40 dragon-shaped beasts were soaring in the sky, flying towards them with their massive jaws wide open. And beneath these giant dragons,
countless skeletal soldiers charged to the front,
bringing thunder and lightning wherever they went.
Behind them followed a tightly packed legion of werewolves,
a blood clan, death warriors, and death knights. At this moment, the orderly ranks advanced towards the rear of the beast army. Immediately after, in the sky, countless liches began to manifest various phenomena. At that moment,
it was as if the heavens were filled with spirits.
Seeing the two's inexplicable actions, Moriyoshi Yadi also looked over.
What is that?
Before he could think further, 3 bone dragons charged towards Moriyoshi Yadi. On one of the bone dragons sat an 18-year-old boy.
Breath of the bone dragon. Suddenly,
the 3 bone dragons opened their mouths wide and began to spray.
Enemies?
Moriyoshi Yadi quickly defended himself, instinctively retreating. At first, he thought these might be the beasts driven over by the other two,
but he never expected they were coming for him.
But how could there be enemy troops behind their own army?
Xinghe and Su Zhongtian also recognized the newcomers and shouted in unison, "Yifeng,
General, Mentor, we can catch up later. Xu Xie is injured, and I want to take her into the city."
As soon as Yifeng finished speaking,
he continued flying on the bone dragon towards the inner border wall.
"Xia He, I leave Xu Xie to you.
Don't worry."
Xia He nodded firmly.
Yifeng then flew towards Moriyoshi Yadi's position.
"Mentor, General, I'm glad you're here, but the 3 of us probably won't be much help."
Xinghe smiled awkwardly.
Currently, the outside world judged Yifeng to be a peak saint-level powerhouse,
just a step away from god level. The combat power of a god-level powerhouse was definitely not something 3 saints could match.
Yifeng said,
"Mentors, I have a way to deal with him,
but I need to lower his state as much as possible."
"Are you sure?"
At this moment, the 2 had no better options and could only place their hopes on Yifeng.
"Not sure,
but I'll try my best."
"All right, we'll trust you for a while."
Xinghe shrugged off his stance,
adopting a fearless demeanor.
Su Zhongtian sighed. "I should still be able to use a holy forbidden spell once,
but after that, I will be completely out of combat power."
"That's enough."
Yifeng nodded heavily.
The reason the 2 could agree so readily was that they had no more worries. The army Yifeng brought had completely turned the tide of the battlefield, even making it a slaughterhouse in a certain sense.
And now, The only problem they needed to solve was Morlius Yachty. Currently, the key to reversing the battle situation lay with Morlius Yachty. If the three of them won, then this meticulously planned siege by the Egyptian Empire would be a complete failure. But if they lost, the others might not be able to withstand Morlius Yachty's attack. Any god-level forbidden spell was not something the people of this city could resist. Sword Domain. Su Zhongtian was the first to swing his sword, and a force of law instantly erupted around them. Old man, stealing my thunder. Xinghe laughed heartily. Toxic surge. As soon as he finished speaking, countless purple toxins erupted from the ground, as if they were little volcanoes. Although Morlius Yachty was still somewhat unclear about the situation, he could feel that the two had changed their momentum significantly compared to before. Mayfly shaking a tree. Morlius Yachty chuckled lightly. A mere holy forbidden spell dares to flaunt itself before a god. Today, let you witness the true gap between us. Mo Lucia D's voice was filled with contempt. His hands clasped together, and the air around him seemed to transform into sharp blades, glaring at the few people. Get out, Yi Feng. If you can't handle this, I'll come down and hang you up to beat you. Xinghe roared, his 7 orifices beginning to ooze toxic sludge. Cover! As soon as Xinghe's words fell, the toxic sludge that erupted everywhere began to converge towards Mo Lucia D. Yi Feng, just do your best. You don't need to participate in this war. If you encounter danger, I will stand in front of you. Su Zhongtian closed his eyes. The sword was drawn. Su Zhongtian swung his sword out of thin air. Under everyone's gaze, Su Zhongtian actually appeared in front of Mo Lucia D, the sword piercing just a palm's distance away. The next moment, Su Zhongtian stepped back and returned to his original position. Then, he thrust out again, and the next moment he was back in place. Old Su, what the hell is this? Although Xinghe was very familiar with Su Zhongtian, he had indeed never seen this ability before. It's simple, just integrating some spatial power into my holy forbidden spell. Su Zhongtian didn't explain much, and thrust out his sword directly again, this time in another direction. But this time, Mo Lucia D actually grasped the sword tip. Interesting, although you've mastered some spatial power, you're still far from enough. Then let's try this move. Su Zhongtian immediately withdrew his sword, and the next moment, countless sword blades surrounded Mo Lucia D from all directions, as if there were countless Su Zhongtians in this space. But even so, after Mo Lucia D released the scythe formed by the wind around his body, everything returned to calm. When Su Zhongtian appeared again, he was already back beside Xinghe, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Yi Feng, all we can do is target him. At this moment, Su Zhongtian no longer had his former majesty, his face etched with the wear of time. Xinghe also said weakly, this old guy still has some strength. That last move, even if it wasn't a divine forbidden spell, at least reached the level of a holy forbidden spell. He actually broke all our methods with one move. The battle awareness of a god-level powerhouse is truly exaggerated. Yi Feng stood at the front. You two have worked hard, leave the rest to me. There might be a little situation later, but you don't need to worry. What are you going to do? The two asked in unison. Yi Feng smiled mysteriously. Of course, I'm taking him to a fun place. As soon as he finished speaking, countless gears appeared out of thin air behind Yi Feng. The gears seemed to represent the trajectory of time, or the operating laws of all things in the world. Suddenly, a clock chimed from the sky. Duan. Before Mo Lucia D could react, the environment around him changed. What is this? Your ability? Mo Lucia D looked at the surrounding illusion. Feeling an inexplicable fear, he couldn't tell what attribute this move belonged to, but he could clearly feel that it was no longer the space they were in before. Yi Feng slowly spoke. Void. Void? What is void? Mo Lucia D frowned, his face full of confusion. There is no concept of space here, no concept of time, only an endless world, only you and me. The flow of time here is completely different from the outside world. Perhaps we could stay here for a year, or even 10 years, while only a second has passed outside. This is the void. A space that exists alone with all rules. Yi Feng said. Void, Phantom Dragon Platinum level awakening skill, pulls enemies into a void space. Unrestricted. With a time flow of 10 years per second for both parties. In this space, the user can adjust and rewind to any point in the void's timeline. After using the skill, the cooldown time is 90 days. During these times, Yi Feng had never used this skill.
The first reason was that the cooldown time for this skill was simply too long. He couldn't afford to waste it. If he couldn't use it at a critical moment, it would be the most embarrassing thing. Secondly, he truly hadn't encountered a situation that required him to use the skill for a long time. As long as he was in this space, Yifeng didn't need to hide any of his trump cards. What he needed to conceal the most was his immortality. As long as he could keep this ability hidden, he could act without restraint. And now, it was the best time to use this skill. Morius Yadi, is this outside of time? That's right, Yifeng replied honestly. How do we get out? Morius Yadi asked. Yifeng smiled. It's simple, you have two ways to get out. First, I can take you out. Second, kill me. Wait in the void for 10 years, and you will automatically return. What makes you think you can do either? Morius Yadi said. I think I can threaten you with your life, and then I can go out directly. Then give it a try. Yifeng scoffed. By the way, you god-level powerhouses have health bars too, right? Yifeng asked with a grin. Of course. Morius Yadi completely failed to understand what kind of conspiracy this was. What did the other party mean? Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. I've heard all my life about how you god-level powerhouses can move mountains and seas with a wave of your hand. To be honest, sometimes I can't even be sure if you can still be considered human. But now, my viewpoint has been completely overturned. You're just a person with a thick health bar, and what I'm least afraid of is a person with a thick health bar. Morius Yadi frowned slightly. What are you talking about? It seems you've really been scared silly. Since you can't get out, then I'll force you out. Although your skill is mysterious, no matter how I look at it, your physical aura is just at the starry level. Dealing with you doesn't even require forbidden spells. Starry level? You really overestimate me. Yifeng chuckled lightly. If I could reach the starry level, I wouldn't need to go through all this trouble to deal with you. Arrogant! Morius Yadi roared, then struck out with a palm. Don't worry, I'll spare your life. Yifeng clasped his hands together, and 3 bone dragons tore through the void, appearing in the realm of nothingness. Bone Dragon Black Hole. In the next moment, a black hole appeared before Yifeng, beginning to crazily tear apart everything around it. Seeing this, Morius Yadi immediately retreated, but the wind blades beside him were sucked into the black hole and torn apart. From the very beginning, I felt something was off. With your starry level strength, how could you possibly use such a skill? It's unscientific. This is absolutely unscientific. Morius Yadi then realized that from the moment Yifeng exhaled towards him, the aura emanating from him was already above the king level. He hadn't paid much attention at the time. Now he felt that this situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. What on earth was this person? Why are you running? This skill of mine can at most reach the peak of the king level. It shouldn't be able to tear apart a god-level powerhouse like you. Yifeng did not bury such matters. If he wanted to slay a god, he needed a suitable opportunity. He must first exhaust the opponent's stamina to a certain extent. Otherwise, his skills had a cooldown time, and once he exhausted his moves, he would truly become a fish on the chopping block. So, he nervously sorted his skills in his mind. Originally, Yifeng had another plan. That was to gather all the undead creatures together. As long as all the undead creatures rushed in, even a god-level powerhouse would have to continuously use various levels of forbidden spells to cope. This way, his pressure would be greatly reduced. However, the current war outside was not optimistic. Mentor Su Zhongtian and General Xinghe were already nearing their limits. If they continued to fight, the situation would not be good. Therefore, even if he killed Morius Yadi, once he left the void, he would not be able to summon undead creatures in a short time. While Yifeng was calculating, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Why? Bone Dragon Black Hole cooldown remaining time, 3 minutes. Bone Dragon Black Hole cooldown remaining time, 3 minutes. Bone Dragon Black Hole cooldown remaining time, 3 minutes. The cooldown had not decreased. So that's it. Yifeng's eyes suddenly lit up. The fact that the cooldown hasn't decreased at all proves one thing. Just as the Void Realm said, there is no concept of time or space here. Wherever you go, it is all void. In other words, any skill used here will not enter cooldown. Because of this, killing a god is not a difficult task. Yifeng suddenly said, if you are afraid of me now, then I think this god level is a bit problematic. It can't be a fluke, right? But to be fair, you, a small country of the Egyptian Empire, being god level is already impressive. But did you really reach this god level in a normal way?
I've also heard that some people can use some dark arts. Impudent! Immortality suddenly became furious. The great wind scythe Immortality, can be insulted by a child who hasn't even grown hair. Tisk tsk, you're getting anxious. But if you say you're god level, then why have I never seen you use a god-forbidden spell from start to finish? You can't use it, can you? Ha! You didn't awaken your god-forbidden spell even after reaching god level, did you? No way. No way. Or is it that you can't even comprehend the god-forbidden spell? No way. Buddy, you really can't use the god-forbidden spell? A god-level powerhouse not using a god-forbidden spell. What's the difference from a dog not eating shit? No, you're even worse than a dog. Hearing Yi Feng's words, the last remnants of Immortality's sanity were completely ignited. Since you want to see what a god-forbidden spell is, then I'll grant you that. Kid, before you die, being able to see a god-forbidden spell means you haven't lived in vain. Yi Feng felt secretly pleased. This was the result he wanted. Back then, in order to enjoy himself, he accidentally revealed the way out. So Immortality had always held back when attacking. During the fight, he never went all out. But if the opponent kept holding back, they would maintain their stamina, and he wouldn't be able to take them down. And now, as long as Immortality used this god-forbidden spell, the roles would be reversed. Wind Domain. 3,000 sides. Annihilation of the world. The originally calm void world suddenly seemed to be struck by a violent storm. Even though the two were somewhat distant now, countless blood marks instantly appeared on Yi Feng's face. So powerful. Is this the god-forbidden spell? Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. He had also seen the power of the holy forbidden spell when he fought against the big boss. Although the opponent was also very strong, the gap was no small matter. If it were on the battlefield, facing 10,000 enemies would be the most basic thing. Now, the opponent hadn't even unleashed their strongest killing move, and he was already covered in wounds. Although Yi Feng couldn't see what he looked like now, he could imagine that he was far from whole. Blood was gushing out from countless wounds all over his body. He had already become a bloodied blade. I can barely hold on. Although Yi Feng had an immortal body, he could still feel endless pain. He was completely unable to endure any longer. Thud! His shattered body fell to the ground. It really hurts. If I could choose again, I definitely wouldn't torture myself like this. Yi Feng let out a bitter laugh. This is probably the end of my slow slicing. Immortality saw Yi Feng fall and sneered. This is the outcome of your challenge against the gods. But the next moment, his eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? How is this possible? Even a divine forbidden spell shouldn't have such a recovery speed. Moreover, I've already severed your life force. Immortality looked in disbelief as he saw the countless wind blade wounds on Yi Feng's body starting to visibly heal. Even the broken bones and internal organs were recovering at an exaggerated speed. How is this even possible? In less than a moment, Yi Feng suddenly gasped for air. Damn! I almost died from the pain just now. What on earth is going on with you? Immortality swallowed hard. Yi Feng simply lay on the ground looking at him. Doesn't hurt at all for you? Ha? Did you skip a meal? Although I haven't seen a divine forbidden spell, I've seen a holy forbidden spell, and your strength is just too weak. It feels nothing like a holy forbidden spell. I told you your strength is greatly inflated. Immortality, who was still in shock, became furious again. You little brat. Today, I must kill you. The next moment, countless wind blades swept toward Yi Feng once more. In just a moment, Yi Feng's body was already torn into several pieces. Let's see how you recover this time. As soon as the words fell, Yi Feng began to reconnect. Did you not eat enough? Can you come up with some more tricks? This doesn't hurt at all. How is this possible? I've already dismembered you. How could you? Doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt. Die. Immortality was once again enraged. This time, the original wind domain clearly revealed countless sides made of wind. Let's see you turn into mush and how you plan to recover. Immortality panted heavily. He was trying his best not to unleash the true power of the divine forbidden spell. With his current early-stage divine strength, he couldn't maintain the full power of the divine forbidden spell for long. The mana in his body couldn't support continuous maintenance. This situation was also because the divine forbidden spell he could use was a domain type. To maintain a domain type forbidden spell, sufficient mana was required. Such forbidden spells were much less effective in the early stages of divinity compared to other types. However, If one reached the later stages with enough mana,
the effectiveness would increase significantly.
Just as Immortality let out a sigh of relief,
thinking about whether there was a way to escape, he suddenly heard a familiar voice.
"Can you stop tickling me? You make me feel like all divine beings in the world are just like you." Yi Feng stood up.
Although he had mostly recovered, his clothes were tattered and could not be restored.
"Forget it, let's leave it like this for now, I'll change after the fight. You don't want to ruin my clothes and then plot against me, do you?" "Not at all. I don't like men." "How is that possible?"
"Why? You, the dead flesh and bones. How could you possibly achieve such legendary means?"
Immortality felt a surge of fear in his heart.
"Who exactly are you? Even healing-type divine forbidden spells could never reach this level."
"What's so curious about it? For someone like you, who is already dead, it's a complete waste of your time. You might as well think about how your Egyptian empire will bear the wrath of our dragon kingdom after you die."
Yi Feng said with a smile. "Use all your abilities now, I'm afraid you won't have any chance left after this."
Seeking death, Immortality looked at his dwindling magical power and prepared to fight to the death. The moment to decide the outcome had arrived. In the next moment, Immortality reached out, and a scythe made of raging wind appeared in his hand. At that moment, he seemed like a malevolent spirit standing in the midst of a storm. "Come on."
Yi Feng kept encouraging himself internally. It really hurt. After those two attacks, he even felt some mental issues arising.
If it weren't necessary,
he truly didn't want to experience that kind of pain again.
It was excruciating.
Now he deeply regretted being lazy and not leveling up. If he had reached diamond level before school started,
perhaps dealing with this guy wouldn't have been so difficult.
At that time, he should have been able to ensure that the bone dragon and above fierce beasts reached the early divine level.
That way,
he wouldn't have to resort to such a brutal method.
Yi Feng closed his eyes, preparing to face it. In the next moment,
he felt as if every cell in his body had been severed. His organs turned to dust.
He even felt like he no longer belonged to this world.
It was as if he had never existed at all.
Immortality sat weakly on the ground. During his final move,
he had basically used up all his magical power. But Yi Feng's body was like a sponge, no matter how heavy the punches were.
Once they retracted, they would ultimately return to their original state. When Yi Feng opened his eyes again and saw Immortality like this,
a smile began to form at the corners of his mouth.
"Do you still have any strength left?" This time, Yi Feng did not mock him,
just walking step by step towards him.
"Immortality, it's over. Everything is over.
Your Egyptian empire's despicable actions will ultimately pay the price for what you have done."
"Ha!" Immortality sneered. "Since I've failed, you can say whatever you want.
Your dragon kingdom possesses some of the largest territories in the world,
so you naturally don't need to worry too much.
While our Egyptian empire lacks the vast lands of your dragon kingdom and the prosperous population you have, your dragon kingdom don't need to worry about any of this.
But we, the Egyptian empire,
are different. We need to consider how to survive in such a tense situation.
I admit that I lost this time,
but the spark of the Egyptian empire will continue to thrive.
And one day,
the Egyptian empire will become the strongest empire in the world.
Our sacrifices are all valuable. Losers shouldn't have so much to say."
Yi Feng scoffed.
"Perhaps your actions seem just to the Egyptian empire,
but from the perspective of my dragon kingdom,
you are invaders. A very shameful invasion. I don't know if you've heard the saying, if you're backward, you'll be beaten."
"I don't care how detestable we are in your eyes, I have only one goal,
which is to eliminate all threats to our dragon kingdom. My family,
my friends are all in the dragon kingdom.
So for me, you are the devil.
Now that we've reached this point,
prepare to leave." Morpheus suddenly said, "Losing is losing,
but before I die,
I have a few things I want to ask you." "Go ahead. Who exactly are you? You look to be around 20 years old. What kind of power do you possess?"
Yi Feng chuckled.
"My name is Yi Feng, a first-year student at the military university, at the late stage of platinum level. I've told you what you needed to know. Now leave."
As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, he unleashed every skill he could use from the bone dragon at that moment.
Outside, Xinghao was slightly stunned. Where did Yi Feng go?
Both of them were left in shock.
"I don't know." Before Su Zhongtian could finish, Yi Feng's figure reappeared before them. It had barely been a second. Not only Yi Feng, but Morpheus Yachty's battered corpse also fell from the sky to the ground. Morpheus Yachty has been defeated. Counterattack! Yi Feng roared, but the next moment, He weakly collapsed onto the bone dragon.
Xinghe hurriedly stepped forward to support him.
Yifeng, are you okay? I'm fine, just died too many times.
Yifeng's eyelids began to feel heavy. In this battle, he had drawn too much lifespan, exceeding 1,000 years. Coupled with his constant physical reassembly, his spirit was extremely exhausted.
When Morpheus Yadi died, Yifeng's tense demeanor completely relaxed. Mentor, General, I'm going to take a nap. I'm a bit tired.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yifeng fell into a deep sleep.
Yifeng, be strong, don't sleep. Xinghe shook Yifeng. Old Su, what should we do?
This won't be because Yifeng has overdrawn his lifespan too much, right?
I'm not a necromancer. How would I know?
Su Zhongtian was already flustered. He had never felt this way even when facing a god-level opponent.
Damn it, I'm going to find someone above to get a life crystal. Saying this, Xinghe picked up Yifeng and left. Su Zhongtian was left alone in midair, deeply sighing, then shouted,
"The Egyptian Empire's one god and two saints have all been slain.
Counterattack! Stop this beast tide!" The soldiers below, fighting bloodily, were even more invigorated by this shout. Kill! Tianshan Canyon border. Military hospital.
Where is Yifeng? Where is Yifeng? Where is Yifeng? Duan Jiaxue and the others rushed to the hospital after learning that Yifeng had fainted. The once clean and tidy group now bore various wounds.
As students of the military university, they were reserve soldiers, and when danger arose in a region, they had to participate in the battle if necessary. 12th floor.
They just said it's the 12th floor. The group rushed towards the medical room where Yifeng was.
This room. It's this room. Duan Jiaxue pushed the door open.
Inside the ward were two fully equipped medical treatment tables.
One male and one female.
Xia he sat in front of the treatment table and,
upon seeing Duan Jiaxue and the others enter, asked, "Are your injuries okay?" "It's fine. We won't die anyway. How's Yifeng?"
The group hurried to Yifeng's bedside, and seeing his pale face, a wave of worry surged in their hearts.
"He's okay, still breathing. You don't need to worry for now, Yifeng won't die just yet," Xia he said. "Just now, General Xinghe used a life crystal to keep Yifeng alive. He's just weak. There's no danger to his life. As long as there's no danger to his life." Hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the girl lying on the other bed slowly opened her eyes and looked around the ward. "Zhao Shui, how is Yifeng?" "Yifeng is fine,"
Duan Jiaxue replied instinctively, but the next moment she froze.
"Who are you?"
The gazes of the others also turned towards her.
"What's wrong?"
The girl looked slightly dazed.
"Have we met?" Duan Jiaxue asked with some confusion. With such a face, anyone who had seen her once would have a deep impression, but she was very clear that she had never met this person.
Xia he spoke up at this moment. "She is Chu Shiyu."
"What?" The chubby guy leaned forward, looking left and right. "No way. Chu Shiyu is a guy. Damn, she really looks a bit like him." "Me?"
Chu Shiyu then noticed that she had returned to her original appearance and instinctively pulled the blanket to cover herself.
"You can't really be Chu Shiyu, can you?" Long Xian also leaned forward, and the three of them looked her up and down as if they had discovered a new world. "I am."
The originally cold face turned shy at this moment.
"Wow," the chubby guy quickly said. "Why did you hide your identity these past few days in the dormitory?" "Wow, Chu Shiyu lowered her head, stammering and not saying much. At this moment,
Yifeng gradually regained clarity of mind.
"Why are you all here?" "Yifeng." Everyone's attention was drawn back to Yifeng.
"Why do you all look so disheveled?"
Yifeng laughed. Although he was awake, his body was extremely weak.
It seemed he needed to be more careful in the future and not use too many skills easily.
What if others thought he was weak? No matter how disheveled we are, it's not as bad as you. The chubby guy laughed. "Look at you now. You look like you're weak. Get lost." After chatting for a while, they all began to leave.
Although their injuries were not serious, they still needed treatment.
Once everyone had left, Yifeng looked at Chu Shiyu. "Why do you always hide your identity?" "I have my reasons," Chu Shiyu said softly, completely different from her previous demeanor, as if she were a frightened little cat. Yifeng said, "If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. You can tell me whenever you want." "Thank you," Chu Shiyu continued. "After this time,
I will apply to be transferred from the dormitory and won't cause you any trouble."
"That's not what I meant. If you want to stay, you can."
Yi Feng's words were interrupted as he suddenly realized something was off. It didn't seem right for a girl to live with two men. Although on the surface it seemed fine, it would lead to more thoughts and make things a bit awkward. If you don't want to leave, you don't have to. Xu Xiyu shook her head. Forget it, I will leave. Suit yourself. Yi Feng looked at the ceiling. Do you think after we repelled the enemy this time, the military will give us some rewards? Like a lot of money. Of course, if I could get promoted, that would be good too. You know me, I'm not picky. Don't worry, the contributions you made this time will definitely be rewarded. Xu Xiyu said, if nothing unexpected happens, you should get promoted. Our emperor is quite generous to those with military merit. You know. Yi Feng nodded. No matter which world, emperors are very cautious with military generals. Moreover, although the Dragon Kingdom has been around for a long time, many of the noble titles still date back to the founding of the country. These people have long established their own power. For the one sitting on the throne, forming cliques is absolutely not allowed. So, he must continuously cultivate new talents, trying to weaken these old generals as much as possible. However, generally speaking, any old general with a bit of intelligence can understand the emperor's intentions. Great achievements can overshadow the ruler. Therefore, in many situations, they cooperate with the emperor. For example, in the Dragon Kingdom, there are layers of hierarchy, aiming to weaken the power each person can wield as much as possible. The 12 dukes, the 5 military districts, the Beast Control Bureau, and a series of armed forces. Whatever. Actually, I don't care much about these. Yi Feng smiled. Meanwhile, Su Zhongtian stood on the border wall, looking at the suffering beings. In this battle, there are hardly any fierce beasts left in the Tianshan Gorge. From now on, we won't have to worry about fierce beast attacks. That's right, we indeed won't have to worry anymore. But this comes at the cost of the lives of our Dragon Kingdom soldiers. The Egyptian Empire. I will make them pay in blood for their debts. Don't worry, I've already received news. Now, 3 million troops have arrived. In this battle, the emperor's intention should be to use the Egyptian Empire to intimidate the other empires. Xinghe said, our emperor has been on the throne for 10 years, and during these years, he has been developing the people's livelihood, finally beginning to show his might. Indeed, these 10 years have completely stabilized the Dragon Kingdom, and it's time to showcase the might of the dragon. Back in the day, I also fought alongside the emperor on the battlefield. At that time, I thought our emperor would start large-scale campaigns after ascending the throne. Xinghe chuckled self-deprecatingly. Who would have thought the emperor would put away his weapons and focus on development instead? After a full 10 years, I've almost forgotten that the emperor comes from a martial background. Su Zhongtian sighed. The depth of our emperor's strategy is beyond our comprehension. From what we've seen over the years, our emperor is undoubtedly a great ruler. Not only that, he is very likely to change the future of the Dragon Kingdom, and history will surely record a significant chapter about him. Today's Dragon Kingdom, in terms of economy, technology, and military power, far surpasses all previous dynasties and has reached its peak. The emperor can now realize his grand ambitions. Xinghe smiled. What do you think our emperor's current strength is? I'm not sure, but it is certainly not below either of us. Perhaps. Su Zhongtian did not continue. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the Imperial Palace, ministers, we have received battle reports. A great victory. General Xinghe, Director Su Zhongtian, and Lieutenant Yi Feng have teamed up to slay the divine. They have quelled the invasion. As soon as the emperor's words fell, the court officials cheered, especially the military generals, who were even more jubilant upon hearing the news. Your Majesty, congratulations! The 3 saints slaying the divine. This has never happened before. Because of Yi Feng's strength, everyone regarded him as a saint-level powerhouse. This time, the reputation of our Dragon Kingdom will surely spread overseas. In front of our Dragon Kingdom's sons, even divine beings are nothing but mere chickens and dogs. The status of a divine powerhouse is extremely high. If converted, even 10 saint-level warriors may not be a match for a divine-level initial stage opponent. This shows how important this victory is for the Dragon Kingdom. Good. The emperor was overjoyed. Waving his long robe, award, Lieutenant Yi Feng is promoted. Su Zhongtian is granted the title of Marquis, to be known as Marquis Qitian, and Xinghe is also granted the title of Marquis, to be known as Marquis Tianshan. By the way,
Inform the frontline troops that after reaching the Tianshan Gorge border, they should rest for a night and then immediately set off for the Egyptian Empire. Dad! We won! We won! Wang Tian suddenly shouted. Old Wang was originally playing chess and was startled by the sudden voice. Can you be a bit more composed? Dad! Stop pretending. Mom said you used to run around like a water monkey. What does your mom know? Alright, let's not talk about that. Dad! On the front line, great victory. The three saints slayed the divine. The Egyptian Empire has ended in failure. 3 saints slaying gods. Impressive. I never expected it. Truly never expected it. This matter is destined to be recorded in history. The 3 saints slaying gods of Tianshan Gorge. Old Master Wang said enviously. Why didn't I encounter such good fortune back then? Father, the victory in this battle will surely cause panic among the people of the Egyptian Empire. And they will soon face an army of 1,300,000. Almost the entire northern force has been mobilized. And in the meantime, there is only one supply route. Tianshan Gorge. This means our army's supply of food and resources won't be disturbed by the enemy's attacks, which is completely beneficial with no harm. Wang Tian continuously analyzed the pros and cons. Old Master Wang smiled and said, Our Majesty is far more terrifying than he appears. He must have been waiting for an opportunity all these years. An opportunity to change the world's landscape. What do you mean? Take a good look at the map of this area. Old Master Wang used a projector to display the map. You see, this is the border of the Egyptian Empire at Tianshan Gorge, where the station troops rarely exceed 30,000 throughout the year. This was the treaty we established with the Egyptian Empire. Even in the short term, the Egyptian Empire cannot hastily mobilize 200,000 troops. And this time, we are deploying 1,300,000 troops. After 10 years of recuperation and the accumulation from the Supreme Emperor, the Dragon Kingdom has never been this wealthy. Sufficient food supplies, enough troops, and capable commanding generals. Do you think Our Majesty is only trying to inflict pain on the Egyptian Empire? Does Our Majesty intend to wage a war of annihilation? Wang Tian was startled. No, 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 Our Majesty wouldn't be so reckless. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a nation. Old Master Wang continued. What Our Majesty means is to take Tianshan Gorge, the entire Tianshan Gorge. In the future, the map of the Egyptian Empire will completely remove Tianshan Gorge. In this battle, the 1,300,000 troops on the front line will not waste words. They will do their utmost to seize the Tianshan Gorge border when the Egyptian Empire sends reinforcements. As long as the Tianshan Gorge border falls into Our Majesty's hands, the entire northern gate of the Egyptian Empire will be wide open. And the Dragon Kingdom will be in a proactive position. As long as we wish, we can invade the Egyptian Empire at any time. Why? Wang Tian was somewhat confused. Because the Egyptian Empire is right next to the Indian Empire. If we expand our territory later, we can split our forces to control and restrain the Indian Empire. Therefore, to strike out, Tianshan Gorge is a necessary strategic location. Our Majesty is quite calculating. Wang Tian marveled. He hadn't thought this deeply before, only believing it was a quest for revenge. Our Majesty always maximizes benefits. Yet with such a majesty, those fools still do not avoid his sharp edge. Meanwhile, Chen Guangxing relaxed his shoulders and suddenly stood up. Old friend, we've talked enough. Indeed, Galava replied. They all say you are the strongest in the Indian Empire. I am curious just how strong you really are. Chen Guangxing suddenly said. Chen Guangxing, what do you want? Galava remained expressionless. Nothing, just want to test your depth. As soon as Chen Guangxing finished speaking, he appeared behind Galava and struck out with a palm. Galava reacted swiftly, dodging to the side and countering with a palm strike. The two palms met, and the ground instantly cracked. A shrill sound echoed in the sky, extremely piercing. In just a few seconds, the two exchanged blows hundreds of times. The next moment, Chen Guangxing returned to the top of the city wall. Galava, the Egyptian Empire has already lost, and Morlius Yadi is dead. If you leave now, we will not hold it against you. Dead? Galava hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to leave. Looking at Galava's back, Chen Guangxing's right hand began to tremble. What a formidable powerhouse from Tianzhu! This destructive force is truly tyrannical. Gusu City, Mayor's office, publicize it, give it a strong push. I want everyone in Gusu City to know about Yifeng's upcoming feats by tonight. Zhang Feng waved the frontline documents in his hand, continuously speaking. Meanwhile,
All the department heads of the city government had gathered in the mayor's office, listening to the mayor's speech. Not just the mayor. The expressions of the others were also very excited. This news was undoubtedly uplifting for Gusa City. Mayor, let our Bureau of Prohibition handle this matter. After all, Yifeng is one of ours, so just leave it to us. The director of the Bureau of Prohibition was beaming with excitement. No, everyone go out and publicize it. The departments with nothing to do today should take banners to the streets and introduce him to everyone they see. Yes, Transmigration Shrine. Start publicizing this incident, using all the big screens of the Transmigration Shrine. By the way, emphasize Yifeng, we still need to give the Emperor some face. I'm finding it harder to see through our Emperor these days. However, every Emperor throughout history has done the same thing, so we can probably guess. At this moment, after the battle had ended, the entire Dragon Country was flooded with publicity. In no time, Yifeng's name spread throughout the Dragon Country. Tianshan Canyon border. Yifeng, he suddenly pushed the door open. What's wrong? Nothing much. My grandfather wants to meet you. I don't know if you're available. Your grandfather? That would be the current Duke of Wu. Duke of Wu. That was a figure standing at the pinnacle of this world. A true god-level powerhouse. Such a person actually wants to meet me? What does that mean? Yes, it's Duke of Wu. It seems Commander Wu Lianfeng also wants to meet you. And the Duke of Yuan wants to see you too. How about meeting them all at once? I know Duke of Wu is your grandfather, but who is Commander Wu Lianfeng? And why do the dukes want to see me? Yifeng was increasingly confused. These were all core figures of the Dragon Country, inexplicably connected to him. If it were Duke of Wu, he could understand, as it might be a thank you for saving Xia, but he had no contact with the other two. What is going on? For an ordinary person, knowing so many big shots would surely bring joy, but this was definitely not what Yifeng wanted to see. Being entangled with too many people was absolutely not a good thing for him. However, in this situation, he really had no way to refuse. Let's go. Yifeng stood up. He was still in a hospital gown. He originally had nothing wrong, just needed rest due to physical exhaustion. But General Xinghe insisted he couldn't leave. He couldn't explain, so he just lay in the hospital room. Then, Yifeng followed Xia out of the hospital room and into another room. Grandpa, we're here. Xia knocked on the door. After receiving a response, Xia pushed the door open. Yifeng looked into the room. 3 elderly men, all over 50, sat side by side. Even though they should be at an age of enjoying their twilight years, their physiques were remarkably robust. You are Yifeng. At that moment, the person sitting in the middle suddenly spoke. Though it was just a casual remark, the deep voice carried great power. Yes, Yifeng replied nervously, just from the aura these 3 exuded. Even if he locked them into the void, he feared he wouldn't have the ability to fight back. He could even foresee himself being repeatedly killed in the void, until forever. If it were in reality, he would probably be caught immediately. This feeling could not be cultivated through years of training. The murderous aura that emanated from him made him feel an impulse to flee just by looking at it. Not bad, but you're much more handsome than in the photos, the man in the middle said with a smile. But you're just a kid. When I was your age, no one in the same realm was as sturdy as I was. You're right, sir, Yifeng replied, taken aback. All right, old Wu, what are you lecturing the kid for? Said the man sitting on the other side. He continued, I'm Xia Yuan Lu, this is Commander Wu Lianfeng, and the other one is Duke Jin Shan. I've met Duke Wu, Commander Wu, and Duke Yuan. Duke Yuan, Jin Shan? Wait, Jin Hongyu? So this is an elder from Jin Hongyu's family? Don't worry, Jin Shan said with a smile. That kid's actions have nothing to do with our Jin family, he's just been spoiled since childhood. Besides, he's not from my line, so you kids can handle your own matters. I just came to see the current young people, the future of Long Country still relies on you. Listening to Jin Shan's words, Yifeng felt relieved. If this duke really wanted to take action, he would definitely have no chance to fight back. Although he wouldn't die, it wouldn't be pleasant at all. At that moment, everything he didn't understand before became clear. No wonder Jin Hongyu hadn't caused him any trouble after that. If his trump card were strong enough, it wouldn't have ended like that. Yifeng understood Jin Hongyu all too well. Duke Yuan, I haven't taken these matters to heart, we were just kids playing around. Alright, I don't know what you little brats are thinking. If Jin Hongyu bothers you again in the future, just deal with him properly. As long as you don't kill him, do whatever you want. How about this? Let's exchange phone numbers. I find you quite likable, unlike that bastard in my family who does nothing but annoy me all day. As Duke Yuan spoke, he took out his phone. Yi Feng, what's your phone number? Ha? Yi Feng was taken aback for a moment, then he gave his number. Alright, you save mine too. Sure. You say. In a bewildered state, Yi Feng exchanged numbers with several people, and even at that moment, he was still a bit dazed. Yi Feng, how much lifespan do you have left? Suddenly, the scene fell silent. This was also part of the reason they came to find Yi Feng. Yi Feng was stunned, as he really didn't know how to answer this question and had never anticipated that they would directly ask him. He had never considered it before. I don't have much left. If I experience another battle like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand it. Originally, this time should have been about enough. Fortunately, General Xinghe used the life crystal to keep me going. Yi Feng continued. I still have some life-restoring materials here. I should be able to recover for another 10 years or so. I have some businesses in Gusa City and a high-level dungeon. I can earn some income throughout the year, which should allow me to get some life materials and live for a while. But I can't use skills at high intensity right now. Moreover, if I want to use skills now, I need to combine them with a lot of life crystals. Otherwise, there are many skills I won't be able to unleash. I might die before I even get to use them. After hearing Yi Feng's words, the three of them exchanged glances. You should be fine for now, right? Yes, there shouldn't be any problems for the time being. Good. Then for the next 3 months, try to use your skills as little as possible. I'll find a way to get you some life crystals. Duke Wu continued. There's no need for that. I can still. No, Xia Yuanlu said. You just saved Xia He, so it's only right that I help you. Also, whether for the people of the Dragon Kingdom or for His Majesty, you must survive. The Dragon Kingdom needs you now. Everyone is waiting for you to step into the next realm, waiting for you to reach God-level strength. Yi Feng, your life is far more precious than you think. You absolutely cannot have any accidents. After hearing this, Yi Feng was stunned. Why? For the Dragon Kingdom. Don't worry, I'm not going to die anytime soon. Yi Feng said. You gentlemen need to take care of your health. Compared to me, the Dragon Kingdom needs you more. You are the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. You brat. Now you're lecturing us. Alright, old Xia has something to discuss with you, so we'll take our leave. With that, the two of them pulled Xia He out. Xiao He, I heard you awakened the rewind intelligence brain. Come, tell us what this profession is all about. Ah, okay. After everyone left, only Yi Feng and Xia Yuanlu remained. What does Duke Wu want with me? Don't call me Duke Wu, it sounds too formal. Just call me Brother Xia. That won't do. Yi Feng was startled by this. It felt like he had just flipped 2 generations. How should he address Xia He in the future? Granddaughter? What about Long Xin? If he called her granddaughter, wouldn't that get him torn apart? If it's not too much trouble, then I'll just call you Grandpa Xia. That works. Xia Yuanlu laughed heartily. What do you think of Xia He? Very impressive. Very mysterious. I've never seen such a mysterious profession before. On the battlefield, Xia He is like a mobile satellite. Yi Feng's assessment was very fair. Moreover, that's how Xia He appeared in his eyes. When they were grinding dungeons together, he could tell that just controlling 10 drones alone was something many people couldn't achieve. The most terrifying part was that he didn't even notice any movements from Xia He, yet she managed to gather all his information. It was simply a mobile information repository. Xia He has never liked fighting since she was a child. She prefers working with those computer devices. I still remember when she got punched and cried by that little girl from Commander Long's family. At that time, Xia He cried in my arms for a whole day. You can't imagine how amusing that was. Yi Feng felt a bit helpless. Wasn't she your granddaughter? How could you be so happy about it? Xia Yuanlu said. The reason Xia He ended up in the military is simply that she doesn't like going to school. In her eyes, what they teach in school is useless. You understand? I think I can understand a bit. Yi Feng smiled awkwardly. In fact, when he was in his senior year of high school, he already felt that he wasn't learning anything from the teachers, but he had never shown it. Actually, I didn't want her to join the military directly, at least not this early, and especially not in a place like Tianshan Canyon. You understand? I understand. Yi Feng nodded.
listening to the elders speak like a junior. So, we need to find a way to get him out of the military department. Although his service time isn't up yet, it's not a difficult task for me. I understand. No, there's nothing I can do about that. Yi Feng was a bit confused. Xia Yuanlu said, "You can. As far as I know, your team completely needs an information position. I'm not bragging, but Xiaoyi's understanding in this area far exceeds that of your other peers. So, you can invite Xia He. The military department won't be a problem. I can work on that too. Moreover, with Xia He following you, I can rest assured." Yi Feng said, "Grandpa Xia, you're not asking me to be Xia He's bodyguard, are you? How could that be?" Xia Yuanlu replied irritably, "I just want her to be able to interact with other children her age. And at her age, she should be out and about more. If she stays in the Tianshan Canyon all the time, her horizons won't be that broad. As a retroactive intelligence brain, and the only one left in the world, she needs a wider perspective to prepare for her future advancement to God level. If she stays cooped up in the Tianshan Canyon, it will be difficult in the future." Yi Feng helplessly said, "But even if I invite Xia He, she might not agree. After all, we've only just met for 2 days. Don't worry, you can do it." Xia Yuanlu took out a small box from his body. "When the time comes, give this to Xia He, and she will definitely agree to go with you to the military university." "What is this?" "The latest chip developed by the military's technology department. It can achieve almost 200,000 kilometers with no delay." "Oh, Yi Feng wasn't very familiar with this area. Just this thing can do it? Of course, this will do." "All right," Yi Feng agreed. "I'll give it a try when the time comes. If it doesn't work, don't blame me." "Don't worry, I won't blame you. We'll rest tonight and set off for the Egyptian Empire tomorrow." This time, several god-level powerhouses are mobilized, with countless saint-level and true king-level fighters. "But thanks to you, we've saved a lot of effort. Rest assured, for the injuries you've suffered this time, I will definitely make the Egyptian Empire pay double." "Grandpa Xia, it's just debt collection. Isn't the army we're mobilizing a bit too much?" Yi Feng asked, voicing his doubts. This was basically half of the military strength of the Egyptian Empire. If it were in the past, this would already be the scale of a national extermination war. Xia Yuanlu smiled and said, "You don't think it's that simple, do you? It seems like we're going to collect debts, but in reality, we're going to attack and seize their strongholds. Otherwise, why do you think we need to mobilize so many saint-level powerhouses? It's to guard the borders, and there will be a duke stationed there. From this battle onward, the entire territory of the Tianshan Canyon will belong to our Dragon Kingdom." "I see." Yi Feng suddenly understood. "Not only that, but we will also seize their cities and demand military funds from them. This time, the Egyptian Empire will have to pay. Can they afford it? They dare not refuse." Xia Yuanlu sneered. "If they fall short by even a penny, I will push the army forward 10 kilometers. With 1.3 million troops. I want to see if the Egyptian Empire dares to refuse." Grandpa Xia is so domineering. Yi Feng couldn't help but admire. "All right, go back and rest early. I need to prepare as well." "Okay." After saying goodbye, the two of them left. Yi Feng went straight back to his hospital room. At this moment, in the hospital room, Chu Siye, dressed in a patient gown, gazed out at the bright moon. Upon hearing Yi Feng's voice, she greeted him. "Back already?" Yi Feng returned to his bed. "The Duke of Wu said I should invite Xia He to join our team. What do you think? You're the captain, you can decide. I'm not a dictator. We should discuss things together." "But you already agreed, right?" "I did. But," Yi Feng found himself at a loss for words. "I agree. Xia He's abilities are impressive. Having someone who can control information join our team would be a qualitative improvement for us," Chu Siye said. "But I wonder if Xia He will agree." "She will definitely agree." "How can you be so sure? You really don't observe at all." Chu Siye smiled. "Do you know what the most painful thing for a person is?" "What?" "When you have incredible abilities but no one to show them off to, that's the most painful thing in the world. And Xia He, I can clearly feel that when she's with us, she really wants to share her skills." When you were shocked, Xia He's eyes sparkled more than usual. What can she access in the military? The few people she can interact with are limited, so she has nothing to show off. Is it really just because of that? After hearing this explanation, Yi Feng felt a bit dazed. Yes, exactly because of that. Chu Xie continued. Moreover, she's just an 18-year-old kid. Sounds like you're very mature. Anyway, you can give it a try, she will definitely agree. Alright, after chatting for a while, both of them fell asleep. When they woke up again, the sky was already dimly lit, and the endless army outside looked like countless ants. One day, we will reach the front lines. Chu Xie sighed. That will be the beginning of the enemy's fear. Our team is the strongest in the world. At that time, we will push through the battlefield. Yi Feng, when did you become so shameless? How can you say that? I feel a bit embarrassed to hear it. Chu Xie laughed. Yi Feng looked at her. You look so good when you smile, don't always have a cold face. You. Chu Xie couldn't help but blush. Egyptian Empire. Council Hall. I've already said it, we cannot provoke the Dragon Kingdom. Now our spies in the Dragon Kingdom have received news that they are about to launch a counterattack. The entire northern region of the Dragon Kingdom has entered a state of war, with over 1 million troops mobilizing from our Egyptian Empire. What should we do now? At this moment, a man sitting on the other side spoke up. What's the point of saying this now? The Dragon Kingdom's army is already coming. What we need to do now is figure out how to stop them. Stop them? The Dragon Kingdom is already in such a position that there's nothing that can stop them. Now, fighting back is what we need to consider. The man in the red robe said, our Egyptian Empire can only mobilize 2 million troops, and only 500,000 can be sent to the front lines, the rest must hold their ground. How do we fight back? The man spoke again. The man in the red robe said, even so, we cannot retreat. If we lose the Tian Shan Valley border, it will be the beginning of our suffering. At that time, a door to the Egyptian Empire will be completely open to the Dragon Kingdom, meaning the throat of the Egyptian Empire will be completely choked. Do you want to become the sinners of the Egyptian Empire? The man said. Humph, it would be better to send envoys to negotiate with the Dragon Kingdom, claiming that their actions were voluntary and absolutely not the intention of our Egyptian Empire. As long as the Dragon Kingdom offers a price, we will definitely provide support, even if it means mobilizing the entire nation. Now that the beautiful country has agreed to assist us with high-tech weapons, we just need to wait for the right moment to strike back. At that time, if we take the Tian Shan Gorge, in coordination with the beautiful country's army, we can divide the Dragon Kingdom. The man in the red robe sighed deeply. For now, we can only do this. At that moment, a woman sitting in the corner suddenly stood up. You really have no shame at all. They are all warriors of our Egyptian Empire, and even if they fail, we should not let them be humiliated. The beautiful country has ulterior motives. How can we trust them? If we attack the Tian Shan Gorge, we will need a passage from our Egyptian Empire. What if the United States has other intentions? The man in the red robe angrily replied. Our enemy now is the Dragon Kingdom. The beautiful country can help us. Do you want to see the Egyptian Empire perish? At this time, a man beside him said, I know you are hurting because your brother has died, and we are also very saddened. But this is just a temporary strategy. Once we take down the Dragon Kingdom, we will clear your brother's name in the Egyptian Empire. Mo Liusi Wenshin, please trust the Elder Council. We will absolutely not let your brother be humiliated. One day, we will erect a monument to your brother in the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom.